Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A flash of light, then two more appeared. A guy was in this space. The brightest flash was behind his body, and this place itself, which had no boundaries and in which countless monsters and constellations lurked, was called the Abyss. A creature similar to a Hydra followed the guy with its mouth open. The man continued to fall. He hit the monster, which was called the fierce seven-headed dragon orc, with powerful magic. The dragon got angry and opened its mouth, and the guy folded into a pose as if he was diving. The man suddenly unclenched his fist. He began to beat his opponent at high speed. An epic battle was taking place in the sky. The guy looked behind him. A bear-like planet eater Vulcan was approaching him. The man spread his arms, accepting the fight with two powerful monsters that ruled their territories here in the Abyss. A creature with thin paws was approaching the scene. Org and Vulcan's bodies were trapped in the red threads, and although it was very rare to see both of them at the same time, another monster entered the battle. It immobilized the boy, who clenched his teeth in fear. It was a huge arachnid, the ruler of the spatial cave. It opened its mouth and hissed. The man's eyes flashed. He lowered his hands and noticed that it felt like it took more than 300 years. He looked into space and thought that it would be easier if he dealt with the monsters one by one. The corpses of these monsters lay in front of him, but he felt that he had lost too much time and decided to start looking for a way to return to Earth as soon as possible. The boy turned his gaze to the light and received a notification that he had achieved a success worthy of the title of Invincible Training Master, that the world resonated with him, and that his presence had become more tangible. He raised his head to the sky and the system added that he had become stronger than a constellation. One day, a portal to the Abyss opened on Earth, and humanity learned that mythology was not just a product of the imagination. Beings, mostly winged, called constellations, were the closest thing humans had to a deity, as they were busy blessing the inhabitants of Earth and expanding their followers. The eyes of the constellation glowed brightly, something that happened when their authority grew, depending on the number of followers. These beings fought each other for the Earth, which was akin to a gold mine with almost 10 billion potential followers. The more evil and gigantic constellations wanted to take over the Earth not with blessings, but with pure force, and then a man, or rather a constellation, appeared to stop this. The guy shook himself and caught his breath, and his name was Kai. He flashed an eye. Then the protagonist, with a serious look, picked up a frying pan and threw in the meat. Such a man had the title of Invincible Training Master. The protagonist put the dish back on the fire and was politely asked what kind of pan it was. He smiled and replied that it was made of adamantine, but the goblin next to him could not believe that it could cook the meat of a bear that ate planets, because even constellations were wary of such things. The green-skinned man pointed at the oil on the meat and asked what kind it was, and he was the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom of Ephesus, the great wizard Max, and also a follower of the Invincible Master of Training. Kai touched the meat and remembered that there was some constellation that looked like a cow, which he released in exchange for milk. He admitted with a sad face that he really wanted normal food then, but the goblin was shocked that he fought a constellation. The boy remembered the fight with the creature and said that his top priority was gathering ingredients, since his hobby for tens of thousands of years in the Abyss had been cooking. He cut the butter with his treasure, the orichalcum kitchen utensils that make the ingredient fresh on contact, and explained that it was a very valuable ingredient, but it was his first meat in 300 years, so he figured he could treat himself. Max sweated profusely when he realized that his master had defeated the constellation, but instead of killing it for territory, he had simply taken the milk. The man put a piece in his mouth and noticed that it was cooked to perfection, while the goblin was convinced that his master was different from the other constellations. Kai smiled and announced that it was time to eat, but the wizard hesitated and did not believe that he would be allowed to taste something so valuable, but thanked him for the treat. The goblin picked up a piece of meat on a fork. Then he put it in his mouth. His pupil sparkled. Beams of light shot out from his mouth and eyes in all directions, and the system reported that he ate a steak from a constellation. The goblin created fire in his hand, and the system explained that the power of adamantium preserved the umami in the meat with the help of magical power. Waves of energy spread out from the wizard in all directions, and the system added that thanks to the oil from the mystical constellation, the meat rose to a higher level, activated Max's magic circle, and opened a new mana circle. The great wizard almost lost consciousness, giggled, and recognized this dish as the best. Kai stepped back, not understanding what was wrong with the goblin, and concluded that he really did not understand this race. The guy sat down on the rocks and looked up. He saw the shining starry sky and said that he missed Earth. Someone was doing a bench press on Earth with difficulty several tens of thousands of years ago by the standards of the Abyss in the unknown past. Kai, who was lying under the barbell, was asked why he was lifting it, and he answered that he wanted to get stronger. The middle-aged man grimaced. He put his hand with the textbook on his hip and explained that he meant that it was a Korean lesson. Then someone else urged the teacher to leave the boy, like the rest of the teachers. This was the time when Kai was an ordinary person, long before he became a constellation with the title of Invincible Training Master. The boy was constantly lifting weights in his room because he was obsessed with strength from an early age. There was a skull hanging on the wall of the room, and the protagonist, being an orphan with no one to rely on, realized that he needed to train to protect himself. He lifted the barbell up and so day after day became stronger. The protagonist bent his arms. He decided to take a break, placing the training equipment on his chest. Back then he was still a C+ rank hunter. Hunters, representatives of a new honorable profession, fought with monsters in dungeons from the abyss, protecting people. You could get a lot of money by killing monsters whose cores and items are highly valued, and artifacts from the dungeons where they appear attract many people who want money and glory. Kai had nothing to lose, so he became a hunter. Bill, who was sitting next to the guy on a chair, called out to him. He raised his head and suggested that he calm down a little. The guy was sweating from training, and the man thought that going into a dungeon with B-rank monsters was too much. Bill tilted his head to the side and noted that now they could barely cope even with a C-rank dungeon. And even C-rank hunters suffered losses there, so he really didn't like the idea of B-rank. Kai leaned over the barbell, and the man added that all those skills, magic, martial arts, artifacts that dropped in dungeons were great, but no matter how much you use them, people are still too weak. The protagonist seemed upset. Bill put his head in his hands and doubted that you can become stronger only by raiding difficult dungeons, and then asked the protagonist if he really didn't care about his life and if he had a girlfriend. The hunter left the inventory and said that they broke up. Then the man said that he was very sorry and asked why this happened, because he thought Kai was a nice person. The guy began to stretch the muscles of his arms and explained that he told the girl that he couldn't go on dates because of training, and in the end she sent him to meet a monster, and added that there were no disagreements between them and that it was a peaceful breakup, and Bill didn't know what to say to that. The man made a facepalm and said that Kai was hopeless. There was an explosion. The monster was heading towards the protagonist, which his comrades warned him about. The monster opened its mouth and screamed, and the guy calmly got into a fighting stance. Kai powerfully punched the enemy in the chest. He immediately tensed up. While the protagonist was beating the monster, the other hunters discussed how martial artists have a hard time, and although they are hardy, which makes them good tanks, their damage is not comparable to the damage inflicted by mages. Kai hit the enemy in the chin. One hunter asked why he decided to become a fist fighter at all, and another replied that they got a martial arts scroll while farming. The guy defeated the monster, and the man explained that because everyone was only interested in magic, the scroll became useless, but Kai decided to start studying it. The protagonist looked at the creature he had defeated. He didn't care what people said about him, as he didn't regret starting to study martial arts. He trained at night, and although fist fighting is simple, not as bright and convenient as magic, but the true nature of martial arts, in which Kai received as much as he trained, suited him well. The guy sharply raised his leg above his head. Then he lunged, but no one cancelled the lack of regrets and the desire to achieve more. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Kai tiredly looked at the time and thought that this was not enough. He sat in the corner of the room and thought about the fact that he reached the C+ rank through hard training, and that there were several more martial artists who managed to become stronger than him. The protagonist leaned against and concluded that he needed to train more, longer, and more often. He closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep. But even in his sleep, he trained, surprisingly to the unknown voice. Kai spread his arms and made a knee strike, and the stranger asked if he was really awake even in his sleep. The guy waved his hands and said that it was not so, but he thought it made sense because it was considered spiritual training. The light fell on half of his face. The hunter turned to the light and asked who he was. A humanoid creature with long hair addressed him by name with the prefix Mr. The protagonist covered his hands from the blinding light. His pupils narrowed when he heard from this creature that it was the constellation of the abyss. The creature with bandaged eyes called itself the virtuous goddess of the scales, Themis. She smiled, said that she knew he was shocked, and suggested that they get straight to the point since they were short of time. The guy looked blankly at the goddess, who admitted that she wanted to make a deal with him. Themis turned away and began to justify herself, saying that she knew that people who met the constellation always ask a lot of questions, but to her surprise, Kai immediately agreed. He repeated in bewilderment that he agreed when the goddess asked him again. The creature approached the protagonist, not understanding whether he didn't even want to ask anything, and then the guy clarified whether he could gain power by making a deal. Themis raised her hand to her face and hesitantly confirmed. The protagonist smiled sincerely and assured that it was enough for him. It suddenly became very light around, and Kai asked why the goddess chose him, because there are many hunters who have a higher rating and more fame, and Themis noted that she had already said her name. She raised her palm up, collected all the light, and said that she was the virtuous goddess of scales and that she had the ability to see the future. Her hand dimmed slightly, then she released all the accumulated light. The goddess showed the monsters that caused the apocalypse on Earth and warned that it would happen in a few years. She told him that evil constellations like Ord would begin to attack the planet in full force. Themis predicted that they would eat people and machines, and when that day came, humanity would think that the current dungeons and monsters threatening the Earth were just child's play. A glowing red planet appeared under her and Kai's feet, and the goddess declared that the boy was the key to preventing this future. The boy looked up and was surprised. Themis flew up to him and clarified that she would make him stronger. The protagonist's eyes and mouth widened in surprise when she said that long, hard and inhumane training awaited him. The virtuous goddess of scales smiled nervously because at that moment she was very scared. She soon broke out in a cold sweat because she did not even suspect that some madman would agree to such a contract. Themis spread her arms and explained that through such training, Kai would be able to become her avatar. She joined her fingers on her palms. The boy looked at her in amazement. The goddess, although she extended her hand to him, was not sure. Her lips were trembling because offering such a deal to a hunter was unheard of, so this contract was completely unfair and illogical. The man complained about the too bright flash preceding the conclusion of the contract with the constellation and becoming an avatar, which was something extremely difficult. The mortal covered his eyes with his hand, but because his soul would be attached to the constellation, he would have to live in its constant limitation. The deity held a glowing ball in her hand and offered to take a look. The man opened his eyes. The constellation smiled and handed him the ball, guaranteeing powerful strength and magic immediately after the contract was concluded and an immediate increase in rank, after which she offered the mortal to become its avatar and accept its offer. There can be several constellation candidates for one person, and they are also very impatient, so they have to fight to get an avatar. Themis and Kai looked at each other in silence, and they both knew about this well-known fact among hunters. The protagonist beamed and asked what kind of training this was, and since he was not the most outstanding hunter, no one fought for him. A huge scale appeared behind the goddess. She said that she had prepared a training facility in the abyss, and reminded that time flows differently there than on Earth. The protagonist was dumbfounded when Themis added that he would have to train alone for several dozen or even hundreds of years. She opened her mouth and concluded that even if Kai refused to train during the process, he still would not be able to return. The guy got quite nervous and compared it to that room from Dragon Ball. He trembled and asked the goddess to forget about it when she did not understand what he said. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that everything was right, because famous hunters became stronger when they signed a contract with the constellation. So he thought that it would be unfair to become stronger just like that, but he was very wrong. He smiled and decided that other avatars also went through this, but in fact, they became stronger before they signed a contract. The deity spread her hands and said that she knew that this was a difficult decision and that it was asking too much of a person. The protagonist raised his head and agreed, although Themis was going to give him a week to think about it. The goddess became nervous and clarified if he was really sure, and suggested that he think some more. The guy, continuing to look at her, explained that he was not that attached to this world, so he was just asking to let him leave the letter. And he did not think about it simply because he wanted to become stronger, plus as a bonus, the world would be saved. The constellation lowered her arms along her body and fell silent until Kai called out to her. Themis wiped her tears with a handkerchief and admitted that she was very worried about the rumors that people on Earth were greedy and avaricious. But she was very glad that her prophecy came true this time. The protagonist closed himself off from the radiance, realizing too late that the goddess had been wrong before. She created a portal above their heads. Something shattered into pieces. The guy watched this in shock, and Themis told him to just think about the letter that the protagonist wanted to leave, after which she would use her power and leave the message where he wanted. Kai stood in front of the portal, and the constellation asked him to pass a test, and then she would accept him as her avatar. The protagonist extended his hand to the passage. His fingers began to be sucked in. His body ended up in the streams created by the portal. Then he fell inside. Only a crack remained in the sky. The protagonist's room was empty. A letter appeared next to his barbell. In its corner was written the address for everyone. Lightning pierced the sky. After that, a hurricane appeared there. From this whirlwind, Kai appeared and cleared his throat. He opened one eye and noticed that the concentration of magic here was on a completely different level. The guy looked at the flying islands of the abyss and it seemed to him that it looked like a dungeon, and scientists on Earth just assumed that the dungeon was a broken off part of the abyss. Looking at the starry sky, the protagonist realized that there was nothing here and was surprised that this was his training object. He looked down at his fists and decided that he could start training. Kai began waving his arms, making all sorts of sounds. Themis was surrounded by her winged subordinates, and she said that she was sure that this time she interrupted the vision in time. The girls hesitated and did not know what to tell her, who believed that the main character was an excellent candidate for an avatar. The goddess of scales smiled and concluded that it could if she tried hard enough, But although she could see the future, her skills were not perfect because she could only see part of the future, and the rest were just guesses and theories. In fact, Themis saw Kai training in the abyss. She also knew that he would suppress the invasion of evil constellations. The goddess showed 2 fingers and decided that making such a strong man who would swear allegiance to her avatar was the perfect plan, no matter how long it might take. With these thoughts, she left, and her subordinates were even more worried when she was so confident. Plus, they had a bad feeling. Themis could only wait for the guy to arrive for training. Another hurricane appeared far behind the protagonist, and the goddess believed that she had everything prepared. The hurricane was approaching, and the constellation was convinced that the protagonist had toys if he got bored, and most importantly, a safe place. Kai noticed a tornado, which he did not expect to see. He turned to the natural disaster, which looked dangerous, and the goddess believed that what she did was the least she could do for the guy. The protagonist looked up and assumed that this was the test. He put his fists in front of himself and decided that this was true, because you can't become stronger without facing danger, and if this test was prepared by the goddess, then there was definitely meaning in it. The whirlwind crashed into the ground, and Kai screamed, "Could this really be a test of the goddess?" He closed his eyes and said that it felt like his body was being torn apart. The guy opened his eyes slightly and decided that he had to endure it. Then the wind lifted him into the air. The protagonist was lost in the tornado and shouted out someone's quote about how one can only become stronger by overcoming pain and hardships because that was God's plan. Lightning pierced the hurricane. Something cracked. The shards fell and light appeared from behind them. A shining pillar appeared as the illusion magic that covered the territory of the virtuous Libra goddess, which was used as a basic safety measure, dissipated. The spire of the pillar rose into the sky, and then, before Kai could realize it, the magical storm raged again. The goddess was confused, as even she could not foresee this. Her subordinates looked at each other as she wondered why the protagonist had not entered yet. Themis was very worried because she thought that she should have sensed the boy's presence when he entered the training citadel, but there was still no news of him. She leaned forward and said that she left him 10 meters from the tower, so he should just go ahead and find it, wandering around a bit, and then suggested that Earthlings could not act on their own. The goddess of scales looked at the dumbbells and sports nutrition that she had prepared for Kai, as well as everything he needed for training, and noted that she had even taken out first-class equipment so that the guy could exercise safely and effectively. She also took consoles and, for some reason, a cat toy for the main character so that he could have fun in his free time. The winged spearmen flew around the citadel, and Themis could do for the hunter who accepted such a terrible condition, could at least prepare a comfortable environment so that he could focus on training. The angel with a halo above his head informed the lady that he had inspected the perimeter of the citadel, but could not find the person she was talking about. The goddess's subordinates stood silently by while she could not believe Ray's words, being sure that she had sent Kai there. The angel leaned forward and hesitated a little. He looked in the direction from the spire and assumed that the man had been thrown back by the magical storm of the abyss. Ray put his hand to his ear and listened to the mistress's request to find him, which he immediately accepted. He closed his eyes when the goddess shouted in his ear and demanded that this hunter be returned to her. Themis tensed her fists and declared that they could not simply leave the protagonist to wander in the abyss, and that he needed to be saved. The angel made a pitiful face. He looked somewhere to the side and accepted the order. Ray turned to the countless flying islands and promised to find Kai at any cost. The sky here resembled nebulae in space. It was an endless emptiness of the abyss. In places there were bright stars in it, because even the constellations were able to master only a part of this world. In the midst of this dark blue space, they had to find the man who had been carried away by the magical tornado. Ray was flying towards the light. He held the spear in front of him. The goddess stood in a thoughtful pose, although the angel's task was simply impossible. The hurricane had broken out again. The protagonist's body was floating in this turbulent flow of mana, which could easily destroy him. The guy closed his eyes and held his breath, feeling as if he was in the deep sea, although he had never been there. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath in and out. Power penetrated his body and notifications appeared that high concentration magical power was circulating through breathing, that the divine space art had converted power into Kai and that this had strengthened Kai's body. Changes also affected the bones and muscles, which, according to the system, were strengthened. The protagonist floated along the current, thinking that these were tests, and the system informed him that his Danshin and his Kai potential had increased. His figure was very small compared to the current. He disappeared into the center of the storm and noticed that, as expected, becoming an avatar of a constellation was not that easy. A stream of mana pierced the sky and stuck into the ground. The protagonist lay and smoked, left by it. He got up and hoped that it was over and that the first training was successful. The guy raised his head and assumed that in front of him was the place where the next one would take place. In front of Kai there were only bare stones, because the place where he was transferred by the magical storm was an empty edge of the abyss, which was not owned by any constellation. A huge snake burst out of the ground and immediately buried itself in it. The protagonist looked at it. He saw how big this monster was compared to him, but he believed that the training was to win. Kai saw the monster's stone head and compared it to Onyx from Pokemon, but realized that it was a rank, although he thought that the goddess was overestimating him since he was barely a C-rank hunter. The guy looked at the enemy stupidly. He punched his fist into his fist and decided that there was no point in thinking, because Themis had definitely planned everything carefully. The protagonist ran to the enemy and said that he had a lot of time, so they might as well fight. He swung his fist, then he hit Onyx on the scales. Kai was surprised. He noticed that the monster did not react to him at all, although he hit with all his strength. The protagonist looked at the enemy's body and thought that this was to be expected because he could not even scratch the worm's armor. The monster yawned. The guy frowned. He continued to hit the enemy with his fists, deciding that he would train until he could turn the monster into rubble. Someone got a book of divine space art and said that they got it as a bonus at the auction, then asked if anyone wanted to learn it, but another hunter noticed that it was a D-rank skill. Kai wrapped his hands with bandages while the guys discussed how it was supposedly that thing that allowed one to cultivate Kai. But not only were martial arts unpopular, but they were also hard, so the owner, since no one wanted to take the skill, decided to just sell it. The protagonist looked up and heard laughter and a statement that no normal person would buy it. He turned to the owner and said that he wanted to try it, to which the owner asked if he was interested in learning martial arts. Kai took the book after he replied that he always liked reading Muram, and the other hunter noted that he had strange tastes for his age, but advised him not to rely on this skill alone. The boy stared at the cover, and the hunter added that everyone knew that cultivating Kai took an incredibly long time, and thought that if the protagonist thought this skill would make him stronger, he should learn something else. Mages used mana, their life force, to cast spells, and martial artists fought with Kai, an integral part of their abilities. Slow training, especially in the divine space art, was naturally not popular because cultivating Kai took a long time and damage varied depending on its amount. Kai opened the book and began to read it because he was different, although he had many opportunities to learn another martial art. But he smiled because he really liked this teaching. The boy punched Onyx with his left fist. Then he punched with his right, remembering that the divine space art did not have a special way to cultivate Kai. Kai's hands were smoking. He struck with the space fist skill. Then he stepped forward with a moonwalk. And finally, he attacked with a straight leg, which was called a milky kick. The protagonist's feet were enveloped in lightning. Each of his movements was imbued with Kai and returned to the body. He put his leg, filled with power, in front of him. In the center of his body, in the dantian, with the repetition of kicks and blows, an insignificant amount of Kai slowly accumulated. Kai closed his eyes, and if this training is repeated endlessly, the youth will become a master of martial arts. He closed his eyes tighter. Then he opened his eyes. The protagonist put his palm forward, understanding that in theory it is simple, but not everyone is capable of such exercises. He bent his hand. Then he clenched his fist. Kai swung it to strike, although he thought that he did not have any talents, but in fact he was deeply mistaken. The protagonist's fist crashed into the monster's armor, and it turned out that the guy has a talent for enduring fatigue and endlessly making efforts. The snake turned around, sensing something. It saw a small man. The protagonist had punched him much harder than the previous attack, and it was thanks to his persistence that he was able to withstand 100 years of repeating the same thing. The monster lost consciousness, and the system congratulated Kai on learning the B+ rank skill inner destruction fist technique. The guy looked at his opponent in surprise when the system informed him of receiving a new level of divine space art and reaching the level of an advanced martial artist. The onyx broke and exploded. The protagonist looked at the dust raised by the stones and did not believe that he was now a B-rank hunter. He climbed onto the boulder and said that he really had no talent. Kai sighed sadly and remembered that Tom had managed to reach the A rank. Tom, a hunter from China, was often surrounded by paparazzi because he was the only martial artist who had managed to reach the A rank. The guy closed his eyes and said that he had become a martial arts expert, which meant that he had risen to about the level of a 6-circle mage. The reporter held out a microphone to him and asked if he was going to aim for a higher rank, and Tom answered without a doubt that he was. He clenched his fist and declared that his goal was to become the first S-rank martial artist. Kai was upset, thinking that at this rate he would reach Tom's level in 1,000 years, then suddenly heard a sound. He looked down at his feet. Onyx looked like he was about to cry and was whining pitifully. The guy put his hands on his hips and asked why the monster was looking at him like that, since it was a fair fight, and the snake whined again, but it wasn't just ignoring Kai. The protagonist had been beating it up and cultivating his Kai for decades, and it couldn't ignore the damage it was receiving anymore. Onyx looked at the protagonist longingly and groaned. Kai's lips began to tremble. The monster's eyes began to gleam. The boy threw up his hands and walked away, agreeing to spare the serpent, remembering that he had forcibly chosen her as a dummy when she was just minding her own business. Onyx approached him while he was thinking about where to go, but he felt a little lost in this training ground where he could go wherever he wanted. Suddenly, the stone serpent lifted Kai onto its head. The protagonist sat comfortably and rather calmly thanked the monster for letting him ride it, but also noted that walking through the abyss would be boring. The boy visored his face with his hand and looked ahead. A magical storm was approaching them, making a sound that Kai had heard when he first fell into the abyss 100 years ago. He stood up and was surprised to see it again, while Onyx was scared. The protagonist stood half-turned to the tornado and assumed that it was a gift from the goddess that would lead him to the second trial. And the monster croaked something that could be translated as indignation at what Kai had said and a warning that he would die. The serpent seemed very small compared to the whirlwind and did not want to go inside, as Kai had said. The protagonist got on all fours and repeated the order to move on, not knowing that even the strongest monsters can die if they get caught in a magical storm. The monster cried and raised its head. The tornado lifted the stone serpent into the air like a worm, but it had no choice but to agree with Kai. The whirlwind raged against the orange sky. He passed by, leaving Onyx behind. The serpent could not rise from dizziness, and the protagonist was pleased with this way of moving through the abyss. The boy looked at his hands and said that after reaching the advanced level, he realized how incredible the magical storm was, but the monster was shocked. Kai felt like he was breathing in the hurricane and how it filled his entire body with mana and made him stronger, getting rid of fatigue, which was an incredible training in restoring the whole body. He smiled at the stone serpent and admitted that the constellations were really amazing to control such power, but of course, the boy got it all wrong. The storm would have torn Kai to shreds in a minute if he hadn't taken it as a test from the goddess and let the flow take over his body, so he was just lucky. The protagonist looked around for food and noticed that he hadn't eaten anything for over 100 years, but he still wasn't hungry. He patted his stomach and admitted that he wanted to chew on something. The boy turned to the serpent. The monster showed a stone in its mouth. The serpent wagged its tail, and Kai guessed that it was offering to eat the boulder from its body since it could technically be considered meat. The boy accepted the unexpected gift. He looked at the stone in his hands and assumed that it was revenge for using the monster as a punching bag for 100 years. The serpent looked happy. The protagonist smiled uncertainly and concluded that it had no ill intentions. He handed the boulder back, refusing it, but thanked the monster and then explained that no matter how hungry he was, he did not want to eat his pet. The serpent lifted him off the ground, and Kai laughed, calling it cute. The boy hung on Onyx's head, and the system informed him that he had mastered everything about the stone serpent. He was amazed when the system congratulated him on gaining a combat insight based on the monster's movements, Stone Serpent Fist. Kai spread his legs and noticed that this technique made him strong enough to break through the ground. He bent unnaturally and admitted that he had become so flexible, as if he was floating through the air. The protagonist punched the air, imitating the movements of a stone snake, immediately trying out a new technique. By this time he was already an advanced master. He clenched his fists, assessing the strength of the technique, but he was not going to stop using divine space arts. The guy relaxed his hands and thought that he began to understand much more, having received a new level of mastery, so he looked forward to the next training and began to imagine the place where it would take place. Soon, the protagonist found himself in front of an endless ocean. He saw raging purple waves, deduced that the training would be underwater, and told Onyx to stay. Kai went down and explained that the monster could drown since it was made of stone. Then he dove. Splashes flew apart and the protagonist found himself in the depths among sea monsters. The protagonist frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He began to flounder when the system reported that the poisonous water had entered his body and that the Kai obtained from the divine space arts was depleting. The fish monsters rushed at the boy, and the system warned that if all the Kai was depleted, his life would be in danger. One creature bit Kai on the arm, and then the system added that his body was getting used to the poison. The protagonist released air from his mouth, after which his resistance to the poison increased. He saw a flash below. Meanwhile, the snake lay on the shore and waited. He saw ripples in the water. Then he was startled when something burst out of the water. It was the protagonist, who had landed on dry land. He glanced behind him, still under the impression of the ocean of the abyss. The boy wondered if he should get what was shining from the bottom. Kai stood in front of the pond and admitted that he did not know how to swim through this ocean, but he thought that if this was a test from Themis, there must be a way. But he was wrong again. He assumed a thoughtful pose and began to decide what to do. The protagonist turned to Onyx and realized that he had no choice. He punched, then he kicked. Kai tensed up and concluded that with the help of the divine space art, he should accumulate enough Kai to swim across the poisonous ocean, and this was the right thing to do, although it should take a very long time. The guy left another mark on the stone. He was sad because he had been training for too long. He looked at the huge boulder covered in marks and thought that although he was glad that he was getting stronger, he complained that it was taking so long. After all, he had been here for 200 years. The snake approached Kai, who was uneasy about all this, even considering that time flowed differently here. The protagonist looked at Onyx and asked if he liked eating stones. He walked along the shore and admitted that he also wanted to eat something, because even though he was not hungry thanks to mana, his life was somehow empty without food. The guy looked sadly at the sunset with his pet and remembered that he said something similar 200 years ago. Suddenly, something crawled out onto the shore. A monster from the poisonous ocean stuck its tongue out. The protagonist leaned towards it and considered that technically this creature was considered a fish since it lived in the ocean. His eyes flashed unkindly when he thought that if he cooked the monster correctly, he would probably be able to eat it. Onyx was scared of his owner in this state. Kai smiled. Smoke was coming from the monster. The protagonist stood in front of the carcass and thought that in order to eat properly, it must first be cooked. He went to the mountain of stones. Then he punched her. Shards flew into the air. The guy smiled again. There was a stone kitchen knife on the stone base, and Kai decided that it was pretty good for a first try. The protagonist and Onyx stared at the monster intently. The snake raised its neck high when its master cursed. It turned out that the stone utensils had melted. Kai looked at the ruined knife and wondered how he was supposed to cook this. Onyx let out a startled cry when the protagonist suggested that it should be eaten raw, like sashimi. He puffed out his cheeks. Then he handed a shiny stone to a surprised Kai, who guessed that the pet wanted him to use it. The boy picked up a precious metal called adamantium, a treasure among treasures, highly valued among rock-type monsters. The snake turned blue when Kai discovered that the metal did not melt when in contact with the monster's liquid, and decided that he could make a cutting board out of it. Smiling slightly, the protagonist noted that by training in the abyss, he would be able to create kitchen utensils. He remembered Bill, who had told him that a person should have hobbies, and realized that these words now made sense to him as he felt the pleasure of leisure. Kai imagined how he would become a chef in the future, having received kitchen utensils and improved his cooking skills, and how he would cook food that would help him in training in addition to entertainment. He picked up a piece of meat and said that this was all he could do. The guy decided to take a bite, and Onyx was completely shocked, although Kai had never been picky about food, and even on Earth he had followed a strict diet. At work, colleagues would come to him and ask what was for dinner, and he would answer that for the first, second, and dessert he had chicken breast cooked in different ways, because for him food was just a means of obtaining nutrients. Green smoke came out of Kai's mouth, but it couldn't be that he was picky. His eyes flashed. The boy fell to his knees and felt sick. Onyx was scared because the system warned the protagonist that he swallowed poison. The protagonist was on all fours, and smoke came out of his mouth, while the system reported that the deadly poison was successfully removed using the Kai of the Divine Space Art. Kai looked at the meat when the system added that his Kai had increased slightly. He brought the steak closer and noticed that although his tongue was slightly numb, it was still edible, but he was surprised that the food increased his Kai. The monster fish was releasing green smoke into the air, which was poison, and poison is also a kind of energy that can be converted into Kai before being poisoned. Kai clenched his fingers. He confidently raised his head. The stone serpent was once again frightened when its master decided to start a hunt and declared that he would eat every monster, and thus several centuries passed. The protagonist emerged from the water. He walked to the shore with two fish. The guy left behind their skeletons had left, since during this time Kai's mind and body had changed. The protagonist indifferently chewed the meat, and the system warned him that a deadly poison was spreading through his body. He tore off a piece, and the system added that the poison had been successfully removed with the help of Kai, and that Kai now had maximum resistance to toxins. The guy put his hand on his hip and received a notification about acquiring resistance to countless poisons and the rank skill perfect immunity to poison. Kai raised his palm, and the system said that toxins no longer affected him and that he could release and use poison from his dantians. He closed his eyes and received a warning about an increase in the level of Divine Space Art. The protagonist opened his eyes, and at that moment his skill reached the expert level. Stars appeared in the sky, and Kai noticed that the goddess had not yet called him and hoped that everything was fine with the ground. The stone was completely covered with notches, and the protagonist said that he had received full resistance to poisons and reached the expert level, which he could not dream of on Earth, where he should have already become a rank hunter. The guy lay down next to the stone and remembered that on Earth he would be considered a strategic weapon and was subordinate to the state, but this was still not enough to save the planet from disaster. He got up from the ground and decided that it was time to proceed to the next stage and continue training. The protagonist stroked Onyx and told him that they would part here because he must go to a much more dangerous place to become even stronger. The snake opened his eyes, and Kai added that he was a stone type and therefore might not be able to follow him into the water. The protagonist waved his hand at the pet, said goodbye, and asked him to come home. He went into the depths, and now, due to his complete resistance to poisons, the ocean was not considered a threat to him. There were still sea monsters in the water. However, upon seeing Kai, they now ran away in horror because they had nothing left to do. The guy looked somewhere down and thought that he had finally found it. In front of him was a shining point, the source of magical power, which he had seen on the first day and which he could now look at up close. The protagonist swam closer to what he thought was the portal to the place of the next training. Immersed in the light, he wondered what it would be like. It was light at the top, and on the contrary, it was dark at the bottom, and Kai was just impatient. The boy landed on one knee after receiving the messages that the divine space art had foreseen the fight, that all of his Kai gates had been automatically activated, causing Kai to overflow his entire body, and that defense against attacks had been activated. The protagonist looked forward seriously, because the body of people who had reached the expert level would automatically prepare for battle when it sensed hostility. 3 monsters turned to look at Kai, then 2 more turned their attention to him, but even people who are not martial arts experts should be able to sense danger upon arriving in this territory. A red moon hung in the sky, and an insatiable thirst for blood that could only be found in a high-level dungeon was directed at the protagonist. A pink star flared, godlike beings were called constellations, and their attributes were the laws established in their territory. The tallest monster, who looked like a demon, laughed. He opened his mouth and asked Kai what race he was. The guy frowned and replied that he was a human. The constellation leaned towards him, laughed, and suggested that the protagonist was here for the first time. His stomach opened and he wanted to explain something, and Kai was even grateful. The monster stuck his hand into his stomach. He pulled out a huge sword and said that the newcomers need to be cut off so that they know that this land is ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles, Carl. The constellation took the weapon in his hand. The guy got into a fighting stance, remembering Carl's title. The monster swung, and the protagonist admitted that this training ground has a rather violent theme. Carl struck. Kai raised his fist. His hand glowed with purple streams, and the system reported that he formed a Kai fist, concentrating energy. The guy struck the sword. To the surprise of the monster, his weapon crumbled. The protagonist jumped into the air. He attacked the enemy in the face. Carl fell. The demons gaped as Kai called for them to attack. He pointed at them and said that he came to take a test. The monsters looked at him and laughed, as they had never heard of any test. One of them stuck out its purple tongue and suggested that the protagonist wanted them to give him a test, drawing their master's attention to themselves, and admitted that the man in front of them was amazing. The demons smiled and decided that the guy wasn't that bad for someone who looked like a weakling, so it made sense that he wanted the attention of the Lord of Blood and Battles. They attacked as a group, intent on killing Kai, as they hadn't been this excited in a long time. The protagonist turned half-turned to face the enemies who wanted to dismember him. He hit the monsters from both sides at the same time. The blue demon took a direct hit to the jaw. The first wave of enemies flew into the air, and the rest continued to press, trying to surround Kai and make him stop using those strange techniques. The protagonist lifted his leg, scattering everyone with his milky strike. He bent his leg at the knee and clicked his tongue. Seeing the endless number of monsters, he thought that this was too big and open a place, and he did not want to fight while surrounded. The demon and the dogs noticed that the protagonist was better than he looked. His pets bared their teeth, and the monster declared that the protagonist was still a man, which meant that his purpose was to be food for his animals. The protagonist was surprised, as he did not recognize these creatures as dogs. The hounds rushed at him, dissatisfied with such a number of opponents. Kai got into a fighting stance. He hit one of the dogs, following the attribute in the territory under the power of this constellation, the second law of nature, which is that a person must always be ready to defend himself. The creature bit Kai on the shoulder, because in the territory under Carl's control there is only one rule: all his avatars must endlessly fight each other. The guy casually hit the demon and went to look for an advantageous position for victory further. His attention was drawn to a building. Kai kicked the door and apologized to the unknown owner of the building for borrowing this house for a short time. The bearded demon smiled, greeted the protagonist, and noted that he was in time because an excellent soup had just been cooked. The guy found himself in a building with chairs and tables and was surprised that restaurants existed even in such places, to which the owner replied that this was true because in order to fight well, you also need to eat well. Kai scratched the back of his head, apologized for the broken door, and asked for food, since he had not eaten anything normal for a long time. The demon smiled and offered to try. He poured the entire vat on the protagonist and explained that it was a poisonous steamed stew. The guy's head was enveloped in a green cloud, and the owner asked if it was tasty. The demon sweated when Kai said that he liked it. The protagonist sucked in the smoke with his hands. He was in a dense cloud, but thanks to the perfect immunity to poison, there was no longer any poison that could harm him. In addition, he learned to control toxins. The guy smiled, absorbing the poisonous energy with his dantian and converting it into Kai, and noted that this was a good eatery. The demon was shocked and did not understand what he was at all. Monsters burst into the restaurant, finding Kai there. They showed fangs and weapons and shouted wishes to kill the protagonist. The protagonist smiled confidently. The owner of the establishment was covered by a shadow. The knee of the guy flew into his face, who considered this a worthy tip. A table fell in front of the demons. Kai barricaded himself and invited the enemies to approach now. The monsters were tense, not knowing what to do with this man. The guy with the chair in his hands exclaimed that he could fight forever. The protagonist realized the chair above his head. This was his rush hour. He blocked the demon's attack with the legs of the stool. Kai snatched the sword from the enemy's hands. He looked ahead, and when the system reported that he had acquired the B+ rank Jushi skill for using the chair as a weapon, he said that he knew it. The protagonist punched the monster with a smile and exclaimed that he was convinced that the best level of understanding can only be achieved in deadly situations, finally understanding why the goddess had prepared such a test for him. At the same time, the virtuous goddess of Libra was very worried about Kai and Rei, about whom there was no news. The angel mindlessly flew through the abyss, not understanding how he was supposed to find the only person here. The demons lay foaming at the mouth on the ground. The protagonist lowered his chair and exhaled, then asked how many more times he had to do this. He saw the cauldron from which the brew had been poured over him. The boy came closer, as due to his understanding of the martial art, his sensitivity had increased. He felt something supernatural emanating from the cauldron. He looked down. The remains of the soup were pouring out of the cauldron, and Kai felt that there was something unusual and strong in it. The demon grabbed him by the ankle, and he was forced to turn around, after which the monster shouted that the boy had no idea how he got it. The protagonist picked up the cauldron and was surprised that the owner had not died yet, to which the demon indignantly replied that the Lord of Blood and Battles did not want fights to be interrupted by insignificant deaths, and added that here his power would endlessly revive his servants to continue something, after which he stopped. The monster began to cry and beg for mercy, explaining that he had gone through terrible things to get this adamantite cauldron. The guy tapped the demon on the head with his foot and called for silence, accusing it of getting the cauldron by beating up others. Kai stepped on his opponent's nose, causing him to scream. He leaned over and declared that the point was that the winner takes all. Outside the building, there were beaten demons, and the protagonist decided that both the adamantite cauldron and this restaurant, or rather eatery, now belonged to him. The protagonist picked up a piece of the wall, having once learned from a martial arts story that a retired martial artist owned a small classic tavern. Kai began hammering nails, and although he had only come here to find a suitable place to fight, the sudden acquisition of a business inspired him. He walked out of the building in a pink apron and announced that this place was now called Kiri Kiri. The former owner raised his head from the ground, disagreeing, but the guy didn't care. The protagonist smiled, said that if the demon wanted this place back, he had to defeat it, and reminded him that this was how everything worked here. Entering the kitchen, he noticed that the chef kept the kitchen pretty clean. Kai grinned when he remembered Bill with his advice on hobbies and how he ate a monster raw. He leaned on the table and listed that he had dishes, ingredients, and even a place, which meant he shouldn't have any problems. The protagonist picked up an unknown meat that looked tasty and filling. He took a bite and began to chew it. Kai was disappointed to receive a message about taking poison. He picked up a strange fruit that looked like an avocado, going to try it, and cursed at the demon, not understanding where the poison came from in the restaurant. The guy took a bite and received the same message. He also tried the spiky mushrooms, leaves, and roots, each time receiving poison notifications. The protagonist held his head in his hands in dismay, as he did not understand the point of so many toxins in a restaurant, and then assumed that this was all the demons fed on. He looked at the ingredients on the table and decided that it did not matter, and he should just eat everything raw and use his poison immunity to convert it into Kai. The boy looked down, realizing something. He decided that he would just throw everything into the cauldron and use the poison as one of the ingredients for cooking, since it did not affect him, which seemed like brilliant logic. Kai fought monsters at the entrance to the restaurant to gain experience during the day. At night, he tried the dishes he was experimenting with, and so his life in the diner continued for several hundred years. One day, the protagonist decided to sweep. He glanced at the slamming door and realized that the demons had already arrived. The enraged former owner called the guy to come out to him because he had returned. He picked up a knife and a cleaver, demanded that they give him back his restaurant, and explained that he had joined the others because he was bored. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that he even respected their determination. He quickly threw everyone away with his fists, noting that this was now a pub and not some lousy restaurant. The demon chef, with a swollen face, could not understand how it happened that his knife did not even touch the man. The guy threw the uninvited guests out of his pub, shouting after them to leave. Before he could put his foot down, the system congratulated him on receiving the skill. The protagonist's body began to glow slightly golden, and the system explained that through countless battles, he had obtained the rank skill harmony of body and mind, thanks to which his divine space arts became more natural. Streams of power spread from Kai in all directions, which indicated that the circulation of Kai had accelerated. The martial artist imagines what he wants to do, and his body moves according to his thoughts, becoming much faster than before. This is due to the skill harmony of body and mind. The fighter moved his hands in a way that was difficult to follow, and although all masters desire this skill, it is not easy to obtain. Magic skill books are popular and used by many, so they are often sold at auctions, such as scrolls with the spell Ice Arrow. The hunter crouched in the dungeon and began to hope that he would get a scroll of harmony of body and mind, which was the only thing to do due to the popularity of such artifacts, and his friend advised him to just buy a lottery ticket. Kai clenched his fists and said that although he did not know why, he was able to obtain harmony of body and mind through prolonged deadly fights. More demons started to break into the pub, wanting to be defeated, and the protagonist decided that all the martial artists would go crazy because of his skill if he ever returned. A dark figure flew through the sky, pleased with the continuous battles. It smiled creepily and declared that anyone who had received a blessing from the Lord of Blood in battle had better not disappoint him. Lying on the ground, the demons tried to understand how this was even possible. They could not rise from the threshold of the locked establishment, the man inside of which their entire army could not defeat even in 100 years. Kai meditated on the table, while the monsters argued and figured out who had thought of building this building. He tensed up. The winged demons flew in and all began to complain that the house was still strong, so they couldn't tear it down to kill the protagonist, finally realizing by then that their strategy wasn't working. The protagonist opened his eyes and also realized that something needed to be changed. He looked at his palms and noticed that he had stopped getting stronger. The boy had been consuming lie-through mushrooms, meat, and other food that he used for culinary research, but his progress in martial arts had stopped. Kai stood in front of the table by the wall and assumed that he would no longer be able to experience things like harmony of body and mind, then heard screams from outside. He fell silent and listened tiredly as the demons screamed about seeing unclaimed adamantium nuggets. The monster waved metal and void beast meat and declared that he had worked up an appetite, since consuming a whole piece would increase his stats. The protagonist smiled and thought that these idiots wanted to lure him out, and indeed, the demons came to an agreement that as long as Kai hid in a dive bar or a pub, they would not even scratch him. The monsters gathered at the entrance, holding resources in their hands and shouting that such treasures were not seen every day. So they thought that the protagonist needed to come out and look at them, so they decided to get the guy out of the building by any means necessary. Kai opened the door, addressed all the demons and said that he could forgive many things, but not this terrible production that he called to end. The monsters looked at the protagonist in surprise, who actually came out. The guy just smiled when they called him names again. The demons pounced on him since he left the pub and tried to kill him. The dive bar, in the passage of which Kai stood, was both a refuge and the cause of his stagnation. The guy's Kai lit up purple, and the world around him turned red. He was having fun because being isolated in a pub meant he was no longer fighting to the death, which was accelerating his growth. The protagonist punched the demon because even though the monster's acting was terrible, he decided to play along, which made his opponents think that there was no need to be afraid since they had the advantage. Someone stomped their foot loudly. Kai looked up and cursed quietly. He noticed a small problem in front of him. The red demon tilted its head towards the guy, laughed, and asked if he was scared. It slammed its sword on the ground and declared that today was the last day the guy would try to appear strong by simply hiding in a building. The protagonist touched the demon's blade and saw that it was a problem. The monster was taken aback when he admitted that he didn't think he would lose under any circumstances. Kai seemed disappointed because he was afraid that he would not advance in martial arts at this rate. Enraged by these words, the monsters began to attack the protagonist, but he dodged everything. The demon's sword cracked with one strike, and the protagonist remembered that Tom, the only a rank martial artist, described his strength as a state in which he was filled with confidence. Kai attacked with an open palm, and although he could not understand this phrase before, now that he had reached the expert level, he understood. The boy lunged and scattered several more bodies, but before, in battle, he always felt limited, randomly attacking in all directions with all his Kai. He ran towards the large demon, since this feeling he felt due to the lack of self-confidence completely disappeared, and now he was calm, filled with himself. The protagonist carefully applied force to the huge sword, and the world told him that he was stronger than all the monsters around him. The red demon opened his mouth in surprise. Kai grinned, receiving the message that he was able to disperse the enemy attack with the Kai of the divine space art. He lifted the dumbfounded enemy into the air after the system told him that he could now use his enemy's power against him, which is called Kuzashi. The demon hit his head on the ground, and the system added that Kuzashi isn't a rank skill. The guy took the meat and adamantium and happily said that he would not let them go to waste, after which he thanked his opponents profusely. He slammed the door behind him and finally admitted that he was happy to fight them anytime if they brought more gifts, and one of the lying demons promised to take revenge for this. There were stones and meat on the ground, as promised, and the monsters asked to fight them again. Kai left the pub and was surprised that the opponents wanted to fight and disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The flying demons continued to fire, thinking that the protagonist was a melee specialist, and therefore needed to finish him off with long-range attacks. They seemed to have completely burned down the eatery, and then hoped that they had destroyed the guy. A human figure could be seen through the smoke. The protagonist emerged from the fog, and then the system reported that he had successfully blocked the attacks with the Kai of the Divine Space Art, causing his body to become even more robust after being attacked by demons. The guy continued to beat up the enemies, who could not understand when he would die or why he could even move after being directly hit by spells, not knowing that Kai had obtained invulnerability on a rank skill. The demons flew into the air again, and the more energy they expended, the stronger their enemy became, further widening the gap between them, and several hundred more years passed. The monsters continued to lie next to the pub, foaming at the mouth. The protagonist stood in the hallway to the building, and since he wanted to close for the day, called on the guys to leave. The demons stood in a neat row, and the first of them was upset that there would be no fight, after which the larger monster in the back said that he had been waiting all day to fight a human. Kai gave the blue demon a number and promised that if he came tomorrow, he would fight him first, to which the monster called the humankind. The guy held out a box and called everyone to stand in line, threatening that he would not fight those who did not listen. But the guys were understanding and promised that they would respect the line, because it was difficult to find another strongman like him with whom you want to fight. The protagonist leaned against the table and noticed that he had somehow become close to the locals, which, as he supposed, was natural after hundreds of years of fighting. In his hand was a piece of cardboard, a rank a hunter card, a magic item received when he first registered with the association. He smiled as he looked at the thing that showed the owner's stats when he filled it with his Kai, and decided that it was time to take a look at the result of his training, since he hadn't pulled out a card for a long time. Writing began to appear on the cardboard. Kai's mouth fell open in surprise. The card lit up and told him that the protagonist's rank as a hunter remained at C+, but his martial arts mastery had become worthy of an expert, and listed the rank skills, Divine Space Art, Perfect Immunity to Poison, Harmony of Body and Mind, Kuzushi, Invulnerability, Coordination of Danshins, Specialist and Martial Arts Master, as well as the skill of an unknown rank World Resonance. The guy looked down and noticed that he had obtained so many skills that he could only dream of it on Earth. His shadow seemed to turn into an abyss when he saw the strange line about World Resonance. The protagonist looked at the card and saw that it was written as in a rank Divine Space Art. His status was already so high due to his many skills. He then said that it was D rank when he first learned it. Monks appeared in his mind, and he continued to say that he had never seen the rank rise so quickly, although it was due to the training in the abyss that had already taken several millennia. He then presented a card with a snake, thinking that it was a Divine Space Art and my grandfather to all types of poison, the ability to freely manipulate poisons and obtain Kai when absorbing it. He then presented another card, thinking that it was the Harmony of Body and Mind, the ability to use the body as he wishes. He then took another card that had a monster on it, thinking that it was the ability to redirect the opponent's power back even if it is greater than his. After a few seconds, he took out the next card, which was the broken blades of his wives, thinking that the skin becomes harder than steel and it can block most attacks. He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, saying that he got these skills, but there is a small problem. He looked at the edge of the card, thinking that this was the Harmony of the Shadow Tribute. It was a skill he heard about on Earth. Looking at the other side of the card, he continued to think that hunters use mana or Kai as a source of power when using a skill. When the quality of the source drops, it will lead to a loss of effectiveness or a failure to use the skill. Looking at the card that showed a meditating man, he thought that he would reach the legendary level by creating an illusion of 3 colors during meditation. This is the level of Shadow Dan Coherence. He looked down in surprise, saying that isn't this only available to hunters who have learned a unique martial art like the Divine Twilight Art or the Divine Yin-Yang Art. A guy appears in front of us, hitting rocks with his hand, and we are told that he didn't know, although the Divine Space Art is weak in growth speed. A picture appears of a guy hitting a monster and then chasing a fish, and we are told that it allows you to create Kai stronger than any other martial art, and he has trained this art for over 1,000 years. He looked at the card that showed 2 people, thinking that a martial arts expert. This skill means that a person has the perfect physique to learn martial arts. It primarily means that they have the highest affinity with strength, and most people with this skill are given it at birth. He looked at the card in surprise, said that it must be thanks to the magic storm. He never had any innate talents. Then he imagined the girl in his mind, adding that so that's why she did the magic storm. The first part of the training, the goddess really planned everything. Stopping in the room, he thought that through countless battles, His understanding of martial arts has almost reached perfection. He can flawlessly copy any martial arts at a glance. He definitely has never heard of this skill. Imagining strong fighters in his head, he said that it is considered that it is difficult to master even one martial art in a lifetime. This skill will allow him to use various techniques depending on the situation. Just like a mage, he sees this skill for the first time, but he can tell that it is very strong. He picked up the card, saying that it does not even have a rank. A bright flash appeared in front of him and a message that this is a world resonance. The world resonates with him because he is close to reaching the peak of existence. The protagonist looked down in surprise, asking that the world resonates the peak of existence. What is happening? Maybe the hunter's card is broken? We are told that he did not know that this is the thing that will make the whole earth go crazy. After which we are transferred to a vat of soup. Someone says that they should just look at it. Kai looks at the cooked food smiling. They say it's a great soup. While he was looking at his hunter card, it was cooked. We were told what happened to the Constellation man's birth. Without realizing it, he took the first step towards this event. They carry him to the store. Someone says he's too strong. The demon stretched out his hand forward, adding that he knew he wasn't his rival. He even died. How could he be so strong? His comrade added that he had been competing with him for 500 years, but he was still stronger. The protagonist carried a tray in front of him. He said they were losers. They should try this before they left. They were dissatisfied and shouted that this was really a snack bar. He challenged this man for the first time. One of the demons drank the soup, shouting that he would eat and recover, and then defeat this man. Smiling, the protagonist thought that testing new menu items had now become a daily routine at the pub, practicing cooking by continually making changes to the menu. The blue demon, smiling widely, shouted that it was incredibly delicious. The protagonist, looking at them, asked how they liked the food, to which one of the demons, raising a loaf of bread, shouted that even pigs wouldn't eat this shit. Suddenly, Kai looked down in surprise. Someone shouted that the treacherous man poisoned him. The protagonist replied that this one was unsuccessful. He looked at the demon lying on the table and wrote something down in a notebook. Suddenly, someone shouted that they would not eat this shit. Kai looked away in surprise. He saw food scattered on the table, and the demon shouted that he was a warrior who came here to fight, and not a prisoner who could be tortured like this. The big guy clenched his fists, and taking a few steps forward, shouted that he refused to play his games. Let him fight him. A second later, half of his body disappeared. Kai calmly extended his fist forward, destroying his opponent in an instant. Looking at the demons, he replied that he should just not eat if he did not want to. What did he not like about his food? Frowning, he continued to say that he was forbidden to enter here even after he was resurrected. After which, he looked at the other customers, smiling, saying that he apologized. Let them feel free to try the food. The demons with tears in their eyes continued their dinner, saying that they really liked it. This food should be served to their master, the Lord of Blood and Battles. Kai, being in the store, replied that he sold it to them to find out their opinion. After which, smiling widely, he added that he was glad they liked it. One of the demons grimaced and grabbed his mouth, trying to hold back the nausea. We are transported to the protagonist. He is cooking a soup that emits green smoke, and then says that demons are really different from humans. They think it is delicious, after which he thought that the demons who ate it until they were full had not come to the pub for over a month. A message appeared in front of Kai that he had tried countless ingredients from the abyss and created many recipes. He obtained the skill beginner abyss cooking. Then he swung his fist, after which he raised his knee, and then he menacingly lunged forward. Lowering his eyes, he said that he was not mistaken. His skills did not improve. He can no longer cultivate Kai. It feels like all his power was blocked due to the fact that he was overflowing. He imagined the energy inside himself, adding that his growth was restored. Then someone's paws appeared in front of us, and the protagonist continued to say that the hope of all martial artists was only an expert. Although he wanted to become stronger, he no longer had anyone to use as a role model. Dissatisfied, he looked forward, thinking that since there was no more martial artist stronger than him, he should break this wall himself. Someone approached his pub, and Kai said that there was only one way to become stronger. He frowned, saying that he needed to fight a new enemy. A monster appeared, opening its mouth menacingly, and Kai added that he needed an enemy that was many times stronger than these weak demons. He needed to fight someone stronger than him. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, hearing a knock on the door. Someone asked if they could call the owner. Kai opened the door with a smile, saying that they came here to eat. They were just in time. He got some excellent meat this morning. Smiling widely, he added that his guests should sit down. He would bring him meat without rice. Then he looked in front of him in surprise. In front of him was a monster with large horns. He stretched his hands to his hood, saying that he would try it. Kai stretched his hand to the table, looking at his new guest. He thought that this was a new demon, then he looked at his stats. Monster, smiling widely, said that he had heard about him and wanted to see his skills. The protagonist swallowed his saliva, thinking that he had the skills of a martial artist, but there was something that bothered him. Looking at the monster, he thought that this guest was very strong, much stronger than himself. He had tremendous magical power, which was strong even for the demon race. After which he smiled and thought about what he understood, answering that this was the beginning of a new stage of training. We are transported back to the store. The protagonist says that this is the dish of the day, meat without rice. He puts the dish on the table, adding so that he can try it. The demon silently lowers his head. Kai, looking at him, thinks that it is not visible. After which the monster brings it to his mouth, and the protagonist thinks that he is much stronger than himself. The demon puts the spoon on the table, and then, thanking for the food, added that he heard that the owner of this place likes to collect valuable minerals. Kai looked in front of him in surprise, seeing a bright light. The demon pulled out a glowing stone, and the protagonist thought that he took out a huge ingot of adamantium. It was of an unprecedented size. Taking it in his hands, he asked in surprise that he wanted another portion, to which the monster replied that one was enough. It was delicious. Then, looking at the surprised face of the protagonist, he added that he was a human. Bowing, the demon replied that his name was Orgut. He was the first author of the Lord of Blood and Battles, and the one to whom he bestowed the bloody axe. After which the monster extended his finger, adding that he had an offer from his master. Kai raised his head in surprise, asking what kind of offer it was. The demon, looking menacingly at the man, replied that the master, the Lord of Blood and Battles, was watching him, and he wanted him to become his avatar. Kai stood in front of the huge monster. We are told that the monster was sure that Kai would accept the offer, despite the fact that he was a wanderer from the outside world. He was not so crazy as to go against the will of the Constellation. The protagonist opened his mouth, and we are told that especially if he was offered such an honor to become an author. Then the protagonist, looking at his guest, replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but he refused. The demon spread his hands in anger, answering that he refused the offer of his master. The protagonist said that it was true. Looking in front of him, he thought that a strong pressure was emanating from him. After which, he, smiling, continued to think that he was the very strong opponent he had been waiting for so long. The monster lowered his head in displeasure, answering that he did not understand. He had a talent worthy of praise from the master. After which he clenched his teeth, shouting that he should not hide his fighting spirit in front of someone who was definitely stronger than him. This is the quality that the Lord of Blood and Battle desires. After which he opened his mouth. His teeth increased in size, and he shouted what did he not like, since he rejected this offer. The demon increased in size, and Kai, looking at him, answered that he had already promised. The monster asked what he was talking about. After which he extended his finger forward, adding that perhaps he was already the author of another constellation, but he did not feel the presence of the constellation in it at all. The protagonist calmly answered that he was not yet, but he promised the constellation that he would become its author when he passed its test. The demon looked ahead in surprise. Looking displeasantly towards the protagonist, he added that he was sure that he was not deceived. Kai raised his fist, answering that what he was trying to achieve, if he wanted to fight, then he would be happy to. The monster, spreading his arms, answered that he should listen to him. What he was saying did not add up. Then he imagined Kai in his head, answering that the constellation makes a contract with the avatar because of their desire. No constellation will accept someone unworthy as an author, and being desired by one constellation means that other constellations from the abyss also desire him. He imagined a girl behind bars in his head, adding that the constellation immediately makes a contract with the candidate and the avatar so that others do not do this, or if they want to train their candidate, they do it on their own territory. This is because there are cases of interception of their candidate by other constellations while he is wandering outside. He imagined the girl crying and the protagonist running away from her, adding that if that happened, then the constellation would laugh at him for 10,000 years. The demon glared ahead, adding that useful avatars must be protected before someone else takes them. This is an unbreakable rule passed between countless constellations in the abyss. The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that no, he missed something. He glared ahead, clenching his fist, replying that the constellation he promised could see the future. He confidently called this strange method because she foresaw it. The demon glared ahead, replying that foreseeing the future is a rare and special skill, but she trusted such an inferior ability. This constellation is quite brave. Kai raised his hand and replied that it proved that his constellation was better than he thought. She was able to think that nothing would happen if he trained in her territory. He then imagined himself eating meat, thinking that he bragged about his previous training, the trials he had faced for hundreds of years after he was caught in the magical storm, and how carefully those trainings were planned. The demon, lowering his head, replied that this made even less sense, to which the protagonist, looking at him, asked what the monster was talking about. The demon said that the magical storm of the abyss is not something that can be controlled. Even the constellations cannot do it. It is a dangerous and powerful disaster. Kai looked ahead with displeasure, saying that shouldn't at least one constellation be able to control it. The demon shouted that if there was one, it would immediately conquer the entire abyss. Looking ahead, he added that he was sure that they, the constellation, sent him. The protagonist's face turned pale, and the monster asked that he was simply caught in a magical storm. It was not too late to change his mind. Suddenly, a strong aura appeared around Kai, and he threateningly told him to just shut up. He imagined the girl in his head, and we were told that Kai did not think that the demon was lying. It was true, now he learned a lot, but he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger so much that he did not have a single question until now. Then the protagonist walked out of the pub dissatisfied. Gritting his teeth, he thought, how could he be so stupid? Why did not he think about this before? He wanted to burst into tears. He pursed his lips, continuing to think that he can't. Every tear leads to the depletion of Kai and his courage. Then the demon approached him, asking where he was in such a hurry. Kai looked at him and replied that the plans had changed. Standing in front of the powerful creature, he added that he now knew that he was not in a training facility. He urgently needed to return to Earth. He had already wasted 1,000 years. After which he looked ahead in surprise, and the monster replied that he was sorry he could not leave the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battle. Then the demon increased several times in size. A system message appeared that he had shown his true form. He prepared his hand to attack. We are told that the blessing of the Lord of Blood and Battle enveloped him. Then he waved his hands, releasing a column of light towards the protagonist, shouting that he was sorry he had to break a precious stone like him, but he should not despair. His master was very generous. Kai dodged it several times like this, and the demon added that when he died, he would bind his soul and resurrect him. The protagonist punched his opponent in displeasure, saying what kind of nonsense was he talking about. He refused to play their games. The monster pushed Kai aside and said that he had a special walking technique. He didn't feel any magic, but his movement was faster than magical teleportation. The protagonist stood up, saying that it was a divine space art movement technique that used Kai moonwalk. The demon raised his hands to the sky, and a magic sphere appeared in them, after which he shouted that it was funny, and he wasn't surprised that the master was interested in him. But he didn't intend to continue this any longer, and now let him prepare to serve his master. Bloody drops began to fall from the sky, leaving a strange smoke behind. A system message appeared that the demon had used blood baptism. The smoke slowly began to dissipate. The protagonist looked at his shoulder in surprise, asking if it was rain or condensed mana. His body was enveloped in fog, and he thought that using so much mana, he is very strong. He will not be able to hold out for long even with his invulnerability skill. The monster stretched out his paws forward, saying that he will come to an end. The Lord of Blood and Battles is waiting for him. Rain continued to pour from the sky, spreading its influence to the protagonist. It was a downpour of crimson mana that melts and destroys everything it touches. The demon looked menacingly in front of him, smiling maliciously. His technique in all its glory shows the difference between him and the strength of a man. Kai, covering himself with his hand, frowned with displeasure. A system message appeared in front of him that thanks to the skill guarantee of body and mind his senses were sharpened. Martial arts specialist reduced the consumption of Kai. Coordination greatly increased the effectiveness of the martial art used, after which he thought that the divine space warned him. It was because he was in great danger. He looked menacingly in front of him. He saw the drops slowly falling from the sky. We were informed that when faced with a crisis situation where the enemy was much stronger than him, the protagonist's mind was very calm. The discomfort of wasting time due to misunderstanding had already disappeared. Kai stretched out his hand towards the drops. Then he closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that he could. It was similar to the moment when he was caught in a magical storm. He stretched out his hand, avoiding all the drops, saying that it was not the speed that was important, but the feeling of the flow. Then he calmly stepped forward. Covering his eyes, he dodged the drops, saying that he could avoid it. The smoke behind him spread, and a system message appeared that his martial arts proficiency had increased. He looked menacingly at the demon, and several more system messages appeared in front of him that he had obtained the S-rank skill Incredible Speed. This is a movement technique that allows you to move to the desired location in the blink of an eye. The demon opened its mouth in displeasure and shouted that this is amazing. He completely dodged the baptism of blood. Until this moment he thought that only weaklings study martial arts. Looking at the protagonist, he added that he expresses his respect for him. Kai, looking at the demon, thought that in the Abyss, magic skills are the most popular. They spend mana, and magic users can take an unlimited amount of mana from the outside. After which the monster stretched out its hands, and an unknown force approached it. Kai clenched his fists, thinking that on the other hand, martial arts consume the user's internal strength compared to magic. Martial arts have a limit. In the Abyss, where mana is incredibly abundant, it is difficult to find a race that uses martial arts. The demon menacingly extended his hand, in which a flow of mana appeared, saying that after meeting him, he finally understood why martial arts were created. It is really amazing. Then a magic axe appeared in his hand, and he menacingly said that this is a very old story. He heard that slaves staged a rebellion in the territory of some constellation. This is incredibly stupid. Lowering his head to the enemy, He added that they wanted to resist the law of this world. Since they went against the Constellation, they could no longer use mana, it was a suicide squad. The protagonist looked in his direction in surprise, and the demon continued to say that, however, suppressing the rebellion was not so easy. He introduced several demons swinging their legs, saying that due to their monstrous skill, it was a skill that could be used without borrowing mana from the outside. Hearing this, Kai raised his head and replied that he believed that it was martial arts, but what if he used magic? The demon lowered his head and replied that after his body melted from the bloody baptism, he would have already met the Lord of Blood in battle. Kai then kicked off the ground, the demon flew into the air, they clashed in a fierce battle, bright flashes were visible in the sky. The protagonist, swinging his fists, shouted that it still wouldn't work. To which the monster, frowning menacingly, replied that he was indeed special, but his lord gifted him with a bloody axe. He then swung his weapon, a bright flash occurred that could be seen from a long distance. Then there was a loud explosion, fragments flew in all directions. Kai landed on the edge of the ledge and looked at the bloody smoke. Suddenly, a demon appeared above him. He swung his axe in front of him with all his might. Raising his head, the protagonist shouted that magic is unfair, maybe it has a weakness in close combat. The enemy's axe, he added that it cannot be that magic is capable of everything. Then, approaching the monster, he looked at it silently for a few seconds, after which he clenched his teeth, and we were told that for the first time in a long time, Kai was on edge. His opponent appeared in front of us, menacingly shouting something, and we were told that in front of him was a demon, significantly superior to him in strength. The monster swung his blade, inflicting a huge number of blows. Kai dodged them, thinking that with each attack he made, he felt himself becoming stronger, after which he, frowning, prepared to strike back. He clenched his fist, and we were told that he was able to gather Kai in one point. A second later, he struck with all his might in front of him. It was the combat technique Fist of Space. The demon was blinded by a bright flash. His face was covered with smoke, and he said dissatisfiedly that he had interesting tricks and how long he thought he would last with what he had. Kai, calmly looking ahead, replied that it was not enough, after which the demon swung his axe, hitting the ground, and we were told that using all the skills was good only for defense. Huge streams of blood diverged in different directions. We were continued to tell that the problem was the attacking power to break through dozens of layers of magic protection with which the demon defended himself. Kai continued to dodge the enemy's attacks, thinking that he should deliver a powerful blow. Turning around, he thought that the Fist of Space was the result of compressing Kai, after which he said that such compression was not enough. Dodging the blood smoke, he continued to think that he should try it. He felt incredible strength in his hand, and we were told that in theory, it is impossible to use a fist in full by compressing Kai. You can compress Kai to the state of materialization. This technique is called Kai materialization. The protagonist clenched his fist. He imagined the guy in his head, thinking that he was the greatest martial artist on earth. He was the first to materialize Kai, but he could hold the materialization personally for a moment. Because this technique absorbed a huge amount of Kai, he was unable to use it in real combat. Kai threw back. He squeezed the ground with his hand, after which strong energy began to flow from his palm. He menacingly raised his head. We were told that the protagonist was able to surpass the master more than 100 years ago. The demon opened his mouth in displeasure. Kai rushed towards him like lightning. Then, striking, he was able to pass through the monster. The demon spat out blood and looked down in fear. The protagonist, raising his gaze, said that he was able to do it. The protagonist pierced his opponent through. He stood, menacingly stretching his fist forward. A system message appeared in front of him that he destroyed the blood shield spell. The enemy, opening his mouth wide, screamed, "What kind of disrespect is this?" Looking at the monster in surprise, the protagonist wondered if it really worked. Looking at his restored enemy, he continued to think that if he uses the manifestation of Kai again, he will be exhausted. Then a strong explosion occurred. The small demon, looking at this, asked that this is not the end. His comrade replied that at this rate they will grind this place into dust. Their bodies shook, looking forward in fear. They watched as the monster swung its huge axe, trying to get Kai. Someone said that they had been fighting for half a year. This man was a legend. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. He dealt a huge number of blows using the Space Fist skill. The monster opened its mouth again at the moment when Kai managed to injure it. The protagonist raised his head in displeasure, seeing the system message that his Kai was quickly depleted due to the use of the Aura Fist. The skill coordination quickly restores his strength. The protagonist looked menacingly at the monster. We were informed that Kai was at a dead end. He cannot cut through the demon's defense with a materialized divine space art attack, but he cannot use this deadly attack due to the huge consumption of Kai. Kai raised his hands, and we were informed that the coordination of the martial artist quickly restored his strength, but he still needed time to use the cosmic aura again, which gave the demon enough time to restore his defense. Swinging his axe, he menacingly shouted that they had already spent too much time on this. He could no longer restrain the Lord of Blood in battle. after which he swung his axe. A strong aura began to emanate from his weapon, and he added that they would end this now. Kai narrowed his eyes from the bright flash. Monster opened his mouth wide, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Lord of Blood." His body became much larger and more powerful. Holding his axe in his hand, he saw a system message that the Lord of Blood and Battle blesses him with the power to achieve victory. Menacingly looking ahead, he laughed as his body became significantly stronger. Purple lightning started coming from him and he turned to his master. Raising his head, he added that he was grateful to him. Kai narrowed one eye. We were told that he understood that he was in great danger. The protagonist looked at his opponent, and we were told that he knew why his opponent had shrunk in size. The demon attacked the protagonist, swinging his axe. At the last second, Kai managed to raise his hands to block the attack, to which the monster opened its mouth wide and continued a series of attacks. The protagonist extended his hands, in which Kai appeared. We were told that this was done to increase the speed of the monster. The demon dealt many deadly blows, almost invisible to the naked eye. He appeared behind the protagonist, swinging his weapon. At the last moment, Kai raised his hands to block the attack. Looking around, he tried to find the enemy. A system message appeared in front of him that his invulnerability was broken. He needed time to restore it. The protagonist lowered his hands, thinking that if he lost concentration, he would die. He couldn't relax. The Echidna demon smiled and continued to fly forward, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and clenched his fists. An aura appeared around him, and we were told that from the moment he entered the abyss, he had never used all of his power. His fists were filled with divine energy, and we were told that in the abyss, where there were plenty of enemies, using all of it was tantamount to suicide. The protagonist watched as his opponent rushed forward. The monster opened its mouth wide, swinging its axe. Kai slowly began to swing his arms, gathering all of his power. We were told that he understood that he was not in such a situation, after which he looked menacingly in front of him. The demon was a few meters away from him. We were told that where he could survive until tomorrow, leaving a reserve of Kai and fighting half-heartedly. With all his determination, Kai released all the juices from his body. The demon opened his eyes wide, preparing for victory. A moment later, the protagonist extended his hand forward, touching his opponent. Looking ahead in surprise, he saw a system message that he learned a space breakthrough. A new technique was added to the divine space art. The divine space art improved. The monster, looking ahead with displeasure, screamed loudly. Kai took a stance, throwing him back. His opponent was left without an arm, and we were told that he felt that no matter how, but he must defeat this man. After which the monster raised his remaining axe arm. We were told that if he did not end this, Kai would become even stronger. The protagonist took a stance. The monster, frowning, rushed forward. He swung his axe to strike, and we were told that to the point that he could no longer harm him. The demon could not allow this in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles. He could not just stand and watch as a new constellation was born in the territory of his great master. He began to inflict a huge number of blows on the protagonist. Kai continued to parry them. Smiling, the demon shouted, "What is this light?" Then he dilated his pupils, turned pale. The protagonist increased in size several times. He looked menacingly at his opponent, to which he shouted what was happening. Looking at the demon, Kai thought that now he understood when he emptied his Kai, the wall he collided with. He imagined the stars in his head and continued to think that this is the amount of his power that was in him. Now it was unimportant. He raised his hand, gathering all his power, thinking that this was the world inside him. He stretched his arms out to the sides. A huge seal appeared behind him, and he thought that if he could bring all his power outside his body, the world would become his dantian. A system message appeared in front of him that he had achieved mastery. He imagined the vastness of this world. He raised his head in surprise, seeing a system message that he had achieved perfect understanding of the S-rank skill, Materialization of Kai. Now he can freely use Materialized Kai. They continued to fight. Like lightning, a system message appeared that he had obtained the skill Good Gigantobaret and the skill master of his craft. There was a strong impact on the ground, which caused an earthquake. The protagonist slammed his fist into the demon with all his might, trampling it into the ground. A system message appeared in front of him that his world resonance had increased. His eyes shone, and he was told that the world awaited his defeat. Kai landed on the ground. A system message appeared that the constellations that were supposed to be watching the battle showed interest in him. He looked menacingly at his defeated enemy for a few seconds, when suddenly several more system messages appeared that the kitten of lava and magma was waving its paw at him. The serpent bearer was promising him a scythe. The crimson world trampling cow was mooing. The Lord of Blood and Battles was furious. The protagonist raised his head in displeasure, asking what they were really watching. Suddenly, the demon raised his hand, reaching out to him. Then his hand fell to the floor, and he whispered that he had lost. The stars in the sky lit up. Kai raised his head in surprise. A strong aura appeared around him and several system messages appeared. that he had defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, after which he lowered his head, hearing the demon address him. A system message appeared in front of him that he had received power from the entire world thanks to the skill master of his craft. The monster lying on the ground, looking ahead, said that he had earned his right to reject his master's offer. Kai, lowering his head, replied that he was grateful to him from the bottom of his heart, to which the demon told him to listen to his words. Extending his finger, he added that he did not know what constellation offered him to become his avatar, but he must accept the offer from it. Hearing this, Kai looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and the demon, raising his hand, added that he should become stronger. Looking at his opponent, he continued to say that so much so that no constellation would be able to look down on him. Looking at the sky, he continued to say that he should become famous in this abyss, let him become a constellation. The protagonist frowned. He looked menacingly at his opponent. Then he imagined the monsters in his head, asking what he needed to become a constellation. He imagined a girl who offered him to become her avatar, after which he narrowed his eyes, answering that he understood. Lowering his head, he added that he would listen to his words. The demon, laughing, answered that it was great. The protagonist, looking at his smiling enemy, said that his name was Kai. The monster began to disappear, adding at the end that he would wait for the day when they would fight again. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that he must definitely come back, he must repay him. He looked at his hand for a few seconds, if anything, asked what he needed to become a constellation. Kai continued to look at the stars, and we were told that, having become a master of the level at which he accepts the world as himself, the protagonist began to feel something that he could not before. He looked at one bright star, after which he saw an eye on it, and we were told that it became the gaze of the constellations watching him and their pressure. The eye increased in size and looked down menacingly. Looking around, the protagonist saw a huge number of the same eyes, thinking that they were so omnipotent. Clenching his fist, he continued to think that he could cope with them if he became a little stronger, after which he looked in front of him in surprise, seeing a system message that several constellations were asking to meet him. He imagined the king with a ball in his hands, and we were told that the constellations of the abyss did not move, they could not. The constellations were constantly targeting each other's territories. If one of them accidentally left his post, then he would go in an instant. A crowd of monsters appeared in front of us, and we were told that this is why the constellations watch the world without leaving their thrones, their avatars and those who are worthy of becoming their avatars. Kai raised his head and said that they were watching the whole time, just like people on streams. A system message appeared in front of him that the Lord of Blood and Battle had put a bounty on his head. Every creature in this territory was hunting him. A second later, a crowd of demons crowded around him. Smiling, he thought that now he imagined them as people who communicate while watching a stream. What a loser. A second later, a crowd of demons attacked him, and we were told that only someone with the rest of his balls could think so. Kai had them stronger than adamantium. He declared that he would become a constellation. While they were watching him, he had nothing more to fear. We are transported to the guy. Looking forward, he says that the kid on TV is shown. His friend turns around and asks who it is. A guy in a suit who says that everyone is jealous because they also want to sign a contract with the constellation, to which the viewer replied that if he is talking about what he told him about, then he signed a contract with the constellation. The guy on the screen added that in reality everything is not so colorful and wonderful. Those who signed a contract will understand him. Hearing this, the viewer responded with displeasure that he is talking nonsense. The guy on the screen continued to speak, looking at the microphone, that the rules of the constellation bind him, and he is under surveillance 24/7. The big guy, looking at the TV, told him to start crying again. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and his friend said that he is handsome. He became an avatar. He essentially has everything. Why is he whining that it is so hard for him? Kai imagined the demons in his head, and we were told that the protagonist now understood that the hunter met the duty to act according to the rules and obey the orders of his constellation. And if he disobeyed, unimaginable punishment awaits him. Being the avatar that everyone envies means being a slave in beautiful shackles. There was a strong explosion, and the demons were pushed in different directions. Someone shouted that they must avenge the honor of their master. The Lord of Blood and Battles is watching over them. A second later, their bodies were pierced as if by a laser. Kai extended his fist, destroying several enemies, saying that since childhood he wanted to be strong, not so that strong guys like them would pay attention to him. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he wanted to choose his own path. Taking a few steps forward, he continued to say that he could not leave his fate to the constellations after coming so far. A system message appeared in front of him that the plague Ophiuchus was mocking the Lord of Blood and Battle. Kai looked up with displeasure, thinking that this was annoying. A system message appeared that the plague Ophiuchus was impressed by his martial arts level. He wanted to give him a skill, releasing a poison cloud. After which the protagonist, turning around with displeasure, replied that he did not need it, to which the Ophiuchus said that he was furious because of the refusal. The other constellations were mocking him. Kai put his hands on his hips, saying that he did not know how to use magic. A system message appeared that the plague officer was shocked. He was trying to defend himself from the mockery. Then the protagonist looked up with displeasure, and the lava kitten offered him to study magic, to which he replied that he did not need it. He wanted to achieve everything with the help of martial arts. Disappointed, Kai looked forward, and the lava kitten called him a hipster. Then suddenly a large ingot appeared near the protagonist, and Kai looked at it in surprise. A system message appeared that the lava kitten was giving him an adamantium ingot, and the plague serpent bearer asked with displeasure why he needed such a thing. The protagonist, hugging the ingot, smiled widely and thanked him for the gift. We were told that Kai was obsessed with violence, but he was still a bad person from a capitalist society. The protagonist looked down with displeasure. A huge system message appeared in front of him that the lava kitten was offering him more valuable minerals in exchange for a contract. Kai narrowed his eyes, and then he stuck his finger out and shouted that he was going to become a constellation himself. There was no point in enticing him with gifts like that. A system message appeared that the lava kitten was shaking its head and saying that this was the whole problem with hipsters. The protagonist walked to his dad, saying that where did they hear the word hipster? He of course understood that this was how it was translated to him, but still, or maybe there was a similar word in the Constellation world. Kai went inside, opening the door wide. A system message appeared that the lava kitten was still supporting him. He lowered himself down and began to clear away the rubble, saying that he thought it was natural for the warehouse to be in such a state after the mess made outside. A system message appeared that they say it is noticeable when he is able to become a constellation. The plague serpent bearer despises him for not knowing his place. Then the protagonist saw a vat in the rubble, saying that here it is, after which he tied it with a rope. We were told that he stopped checking notifications about messages from the constellations. He did not care about the mockery, taunts, and temptation that came from them. He threw the vat behind his back. We were told that he was simply going his own way. The protagonist went outside, saying that he was grateful for everything, and then said goodbye. We are transported to another space to small flat islands. On one of them there is some kind of two-headed creature. It looks menacingly forward. Someone behind it asks if he has seen a human male. The creature turns around in surprise. A system window appears with the image of the protagonist, and someone adds that he is about this height and looks like this. The angel points to the hologram, saying that the constellation is looking for him. The creature, smiling, asked what kind of chovula it was. Why should he say anything to the angel? The guy looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Then the ground began to break, heads appeared from it. The creatures crawled out from under the ground one by one. Looking towards the angel, their leader said that it seemed that their little angel had completely lost his sense of smell after hiding behind his constellation. At least he knew whose area he had entered. This area was not protected by any constellation. After which the monster stretched out his claws to the angel, shouting that this was the most secret and isolated neutral zone in the abyss. This was a free land. Clenching his teeth, he added that he should feel his claw of freedom on himself. The angel closed his eyes, after which he threw the monster back. The creature's fangs flew out. The angel towered over him. Approaching, he menacingly asked if they had seen this man. The creature fearfully replied that he was apologizing. No, he was just jealous that he looked like his avatar, and he was asking for mercy. The angel flew away, answering that he was grateful for the information, and may the constellation bless them. He rushed forward menacingly, and we were informed that the angel, the virtuous goddess of the scales, was still searching for the man in the entire abyss, talking to races that could speak and telepathically with monsters. After beating them, he kept asking if anyone had seen Kai. A system message appeared in front of the angel that the persistent observer was interested in why the avatar was not in his territory. The evil god of the frightening flame promised him a reward in exchange for the truth. The master of perverted illusions was trying to guess the intention of the goddess. We were informed that since avatars rarely left their territory, the constellation was curious about what was going on. Blue stripes appeared around the angel, and we were informed that just as people support streamers, so do constellations support avatars of other constellations. For constellations sitting in their territory and bound by their own rules, watching avatars of other constellations was quite simple entertainment. A system message appeared that he was using the skill goddess's veil. Now he was hidden from the sight of the constellations. The steadfast observer was furious at the use of such cheap tricks. The constellation looked down menacingly, its eye wide open. A system message appeared that the master of perverted illusions mocked the treachery of the accompanying avatar. Then the angels rushed on, and another system message appeared that the evil god promised hellfire of retribution. He asks him to remove the veil. The steadfast observer asks to be allowed to see what is hidden, and in return he grants. We are transported to the protagonist. He is standing on the ground, training. We are told that why the virtuous goddess of Libra sent the angel on this impossible mission, because he will faithfully carry it out. not giving in to temptations from other constellations, even if he himself considers this mission impossible. And now they will return to the abandoned sector in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The protagonist punches forward. His punch cuts the air, dispersing it in different directions. Kai looks at his fists in surprise, and we are told that due to the degree of mastery of the divine art, the amount of Kai now does not matter, and the skill martial artist master allowed him to perfectly use all martial arts. The protagonist frowned menacingly, after which he punched with all his might in front of himself, causing an even greater flow of air, and we are told that Kai continued to practice his fists of space just like when he first learned the divine space art. He put his whole soul into each punch. The protagonist punched in front of himself. The air diverged in different directions for 1,000 meters. He looked ahead for a few seconds, after which the explosion from his punch was visible throughout the planet. Kai looked down in surprise. A system message appeared in front of him that he continued to live as he should. The power of his essence increased. The protagonist took out his phone, said that he needed to check his skills, and we were told that when Kai decided to leave the territory after defeating the enemy, a change occurred in the mysterious skill World Resonance. A notification appeared in front of him that the World Resonance is an invincible training master. The world resonates with him because he is close to reaching the peak of existence. The card lit up, and he was told that his title is an invincible training master. He looked down in surprise, and we were told that Kai realized that when he reached the level of mastery in the divine space art, he improved his skills, now they are flawless, and how exactly he should become stronger and obtain the status of a constellation. Walking towards the demons, he thought that he seemed to know how after gaining the mastery level of the divine space art, the world seemed to whisper to him. One of the monsters stretched out his finger, saying that he was here. The demons immediately grabbed their weapons, shouting that he really thought he could escape while he was in the territory ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battle. They would destroy him for killing their lord. Looking at the card, thinking that he should strengthen his essence by following his principles, the world told him that this is the path to becoming a constellation. Continuing to calmly walk forward, he easily destroyed all his opponents, thinking that the principles he should follow were. He looked at the card, which said Invincible Training Master. Then he smiled, thinking that he should train all the time and never lose. The protagonist continued his route, saying that it suited him perfectly, that's what he wanted. The demon lying on the ground added that if you think about it, even the first avatar couldn't defeat him. Why did they even bother? The protagonist put the vat on the ground. He really is getting stronger, so that's how strong the essence is. We were told that this is how he continued training and left the corner of the abyss where the gaze of the constellations could not reach him. Also, in the battle with the demon, in addition to the new world resonance, he acquired 2 new skills related to the power of the essence. He looked at the card, which depicted a demon. It was a kind giant. You need to challenge the strong, protecting the weak. The power of his essence grows when he enters into battle with a strong opponent. Then he looked at the next card, which had 2 entities on it. It was the card of self-control, an existence that can defeat itself, the strongest existence. The power of the supreme existence grows as it lives according to its existence. Monsters appeared in front of us, and we were told that self-control is a skill that tells the owner how to live as a constellation. Constellations are the existences that write the rules. They themselves are the rules. That if Afia just used a healing spell or if the Lord of Blood tried to resolve everything peacefully, the power of existence would be weakened and their strength would be greatly reduced. The protagonist looked at the wasteland, asking, in order to use this skill, he must fight someone stronger than him, but cannot lose even once. It sounds difficult? He likes it. It's time to get serious. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky. Kai raised his head in surprise, asking, "What is this, another monster? It looks like it's really huge." The ground in front of him collapsed and something began to appear, and the protagonist said that he hoped that this time he would be stronger than him. A huge worm appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth wide. Kai, frowning, clenched his fists. Then he looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. In front of him was his friend, a stone worm. He watched the protagonist in a stupor for a few seconds in silence. The protagonist jumped to hug his worm, saying that it had grown incredibly. Then he looked up in surprise. He saw a huge number of the same worms, saying that these were really his children, and he congratulated him. His friend lowered his head, looking ahead in disappointment. Looking at him, the protagonist asked in surprise that it was dangerous, and he wanted him to run away. The ground quickly began to crack. Stones fell into the abyss. Kai climbed on top of his friend and looked up in fear. We were told that the old friend and his family were monsters the size of a whole city, but the bastard that just appeared was on a completely different level. The protagonist looked at what was happening in horror. A creature of incredible size appeared behind his comrade. It had a huge number of heads, and we were told that it was a super giant monster that had never appeared on Earth before. It could be classified as X rank. The whole world should be on full alert. Kai, frowning, said that it emitted so much magical power that even goosebumps ran down his skin. We are definitely stronger than the enemy. Looking at the worms, he added that it really is on the level of constellations in strength. This is a bit disappointing. Looking towards the giant monster, the protagonist saw a system message that he had discovered a Hydra, a 9-headed snake. After which he stared ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and we were told that Kai was currently finding the attention of the constellations annoying. There were constellations that had become such by watching the protagonist's passage, but most were mocking or taunting him, some were even hostile. He imagined one of them reaching out to him, and we were told that especially constellations like the Blood Lord, whose first avatar had suffered a crushing defeat. For them, the protagonist was a beast that had not yet reached adulthood. Kai watched the dust blow up, and we were told further that this was why they had to make every effort to prevent Kai from becoming a constellation, which was why the protagonist had gone into the neutral zone, where the constellations could watch him. Shielding his face from the dust, the protagonist closed his eyes, and we were told that, however, the lawless zone was a place where the strongest ruled. The Hydra opened its mouth wide and released a pillar of light. A huge explosion occurred, pushing back the protagonist's friends, and we were told that this was a place controlled by monsters whose strength was comparable to the constellations, and they were not bound by rules. Kai dodged the attack, saying that this was an amazing magical power. He was just like a bulldozer. Looking at the Hydra destroying his friend's children, he saw a system message that the skill Good Giant Killer was activated. If he defeated the Hydra, his essence power would increase. The skill master of his craft was activated. After which, the protagonist knelt down and clenched his fist, creating a force field. Looking around, he saw a system message that the skill world resonance was resonating. A huge Hydra approached him. Opening its mouth wide, a system message appeared that he was an invincible training master. Let him live a life worthy of him, saying that his skills forced him to fight this monster. Pushing away from his friend, he shouted that even without them, his choice would have remained the same. Nothing. He looked menacingly in front of him, shouted for the snake to attack him. The Hydra lowered its head, and his friend made a displeased face, after which Kai replied that he forgot that he was also a snake. The protagonist stuck his finger forward, shouting that he was mocking his friend and his family. No matter how strong he was, he would regret it. The Hydra, opening its mouth wide, shouted for him to die because he was an insignificant creature. Covering his eye, Kai shouted in surprise that this was telepathy. The Hydra opened its jaws, and then all the heads started screaming that they would destroy him. Even the constellations fell to their knees because of their poison. Their breath would incinerate him. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure, and we were told that his 9 heads were emitting bloodlust. Most opponents would simply freeze due to telepathy and bloodlust. The protagonist calmly stepped forward. Then he pushed off the ground with all his might. He prepared to strike his opponent, and we were told that Kai was used to this. He had already been in many battles on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The Hydra opened its mouth in surprise. A second later, the protagonist struck one of the heads with all his might. Then he looked up. He watched as he was able to cut off one of the heads with his blow. His comrade along with his family opened their mouths wide. A second later, the Hydra angrily rushed to attack, hissing, shouting that how dare he. The severed head began to pulsate. And literally a moment later, a new one appeared, and then the system message reported that the Hydra restored its head thanks to the skill Divine Regeneration. One of the heads looked menacingly ahead, saying that he was able to cut it off, and that was not bad, but he must pay for touching it. Then their necks swelled, and one of them shouted that neither the hero nor the constellation could withstand their poison. Watching this, the protagonist wondered what he was saying, what he was going to do, why he needed this. The Hydra's neck swelled several times, after which all the heads released a huge amount of toxin, and we were told that this was a monster that even the constellations feared. The smoke filled the entire planet, and we were told that cockroaches could do it, even if they knew what would happen next. Toxic clouds destroyed all living things in their path. We were told that the 9-headed Hydra was only announcing the enemy's fate. The enemy has no choice but to accept its fate. Then the Hydra looked around. One of her heads looked at the smoke in surprise, in which something glowed. A second later, the protagonist punched the air with all his might, destroying 3 heads at once. Watching the pieces fall down, the Hydra asked if he was able to stop their poison. Kai looked at his hand in concern, saying that he felt like his head was about to explode because of this telepathic scream if he didn't have perfect immunity. So I will give, then he could have suffered. His opponent shouted that he was worthless, like such a weakling, how dare he do this. The protagonist continued to look at his hand, answering that it felt different from when he fought with this far exceeds the power of divine space art and Kai materialization. After which he saw the Hydra attack him, opening its mouth wide. At the last second, the protagonist turned around and punched with all his might. He continued to strike the enemy, saying that he wanted to cut off his head. Several system messages appeared that the world resonance is an invincible training master. His power of existence has increased. The protagonist swung his leg, saying that this is how it is. This is the effect of increasing the power of the essence. He frowned, adding that it was written in the description of the skill. The protagonist struck the Hydra's head again. He jumped up, stretching out his fists, after which, looking around, he thought. And we were told that Kai was not cornered. On the contrary, he was able to defeat the Hydra with one blow, after which he watched as new heads grew. One of them appeared in literally a second, after which the Hydra opened its mouth wide, and we were told that the fight did not end there. It puffed up, and it was ready to release a stream of poison. Seeing this, the protagonist said that it regenerates too quickly. The monster dropped and released a taxi cloud, shouting for him to die. The protagonist filled his legs with energy and stood up, and we were informed that the Hydra's breath was dangerous. Kai had an invulnerability skill that should have protected him from any damage. But even in a fight against a demon, he was unable to block all of its powerful magic, and the Hydra was many times stronger than him. The Hydra and the protagonist locked eyes. Kai pushed off the ground. We were informed that it was impossible to block an attack with invulnerability. The protagonist quickly moved by jumping on the poisonous mixture, thinking that he could step on it with a moonwalk. He quickly began to move, jumping on the poisonous clouds, thinking that he would simply run on the breath. The Hydra opened its mouth, releasing a cloud of poisonous gas. Kai, watching this, thought that he needed to act faster. He continued to jump from side to side, thinking that his speed was not enough if only he was a little faster. Then he frowned, looking menacingly ahead. The Hydra continued to pour poisonous gas on him, and we were informed that while Kai was moving between safe zones, repeating to himself that he needed to move faster, a miracle happened. The protagonist looked back in surprise, and we were informed that the flames and poison spewed by the Hydra stopped. Time slowed down, as if fulfilling the protagonist's dream. The Hydra filled its veins with poison and prepared to attack again. We were told that the Hydra could not control its breathing intentionally. Kai, frowning, looked menacingly ahead, and we were told that none of the martial arts that the protagonist knew had such an effect, so this meant. A second later, the snake released a huge stream of poison directly under itself. Kai extended his hand, a bright flash of light occurred, blinding everything around. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward at great speed. He literally destroyed one of the heads in a second. Then he rushed between them all, cutting one after another. A second later, he landed on the ground, saying that he finally understood. Taking a step forward, he continued to say that this is happening for the same reason why his attacks are much stronger than they should be with his level of martial arts and skills. Looking at his hands, he said that the power of the essence is not the same as enhancing magic or martial arts. This power allows you to change reality according to your imagination and desire. A bright light began to emanate from him, and a system message appeared that he received an epiphany on how to use the power of the essence. It is a power that can change reality. Now he is able to control it. How are you? As a result of the epiphany, the skill has strengthened. The Castle of Essence appeared before us. This is the power that allows constellations, beings that have reached the peak of existence, to dwell in the abyss. The constellations use this power to transform the abyss, create a kingdom, and present gifts to their followers. Kai looked menacingly at his opponent, and we were told that as long as the constellations have enough power of essence, they can do anything. The Hydra opened its mouth wide, shouting that how dare he, she will not forgive him for this, she will kill him. After which a huge paw fell to the ground, and the Hydra screamed that she will smear his yellow brains all over the abyss. The creature continued to emerge from the ground. Kai looked at it, and we were told that the Hydra was a giant will. With the current power of essence, Kai could not shake or change its will. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. She asked if he should do this, after which he stretched out his hand. He rushed forward like lightning, and we were told that his goal was to change the power of the essence, not the Hydra, but himself. The protagonist rushed forward menacingly. He stretched his arms back, and we were told that maybe Kai's essence penetrated his materialized Kai and became a sharp blade, capable of cutting both the huge body of the Hydra and the poison that could seal the divine regeneration. The protagonist approached his opponent. He struck the Hydra's neck with all his might, after which he cut it into two parts. The blood inside the head froze. The Hydra looked at one of its severed heads in fear, shouting that this was impossible. Menacingly looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he needed to act calmly and not give in to emotions. This was also training. After which he chopped off 5 more heads in an instant. One of them fell to the floor, and the Hydra shouted that this was impossible. The 2 heads looked at each other, shouting that they did not regenerate. How could they lose to such annihilation? Then one of them, lowering its head, said that they needed to leave. They needed to hide in a cave and wait until regeneration returned. The Hydra began to quickly run away. One of its heads said that it was impossible to hide with such a body. It refused to humiliate itself like that. After which he looked menacingly at his roommate, shouting that then they would really die, because they had no fire, no poison, and brute force did not work on him. Without regeneration they would die. The Hydra, lowering its head, replied that it was a shame. They had lived for 10,000 years and had never faced such humiliation. Meanwhile, the protagonist descended from the sky, stretching out his leg. He, like lightning, landed on the Hydra's body, after which a strong explosion occurred, blinding everything around. The protagonist's companion and his family watched this. Kai emitted green smoke and bid farewell to the snake. Lowering his head, he added that it was a strong opponent. Kai passed by the Hydra's tongue. A system message appeared in front of him that the power of existence had increased. The world resonated with him even more. A huge amount of Hydra blood covered him. He received the skill of divine regeneration. The dead Hydra lay on the ground. A system message appeared that he inherited the karma of the Hydra. His invulnerable body now endlessly regenerates. The protagonist took out a card saying that life is a strange thing. Being a martial artist, he never thought that he would receive many skills, and now he just has to look. He lowered his gaze, adding that on Earth, even one such skill would make him a rank a hunter. We were told that it no longer mattered since he decided to go beyond the existence of a hunter and become the path of the constellation. The protagonist then looked at his companion and his family, asking if they were okay. The snake nodded, and Kai added that he had really changed that much. Smiling, the protagonist continued to say that this was to be expected after several thousand years. He thought his friend had changed a lot too. He even had a family now. His companion raised his head with a smile. The protagonist looked at the Hydra, saying that he thought they should deal with it, and then asked if he wanted meat, scales, or bones. After a few seconds of looking ahead in surprise, we were told that the stone snake jumped back, remembering Kai's actions long ago. The poisoned body of the Hydra appeared in front of us. We were told that it emitted a frightening poisonous aura, and he should forget about it. It was dangerous to even touch the body of the Hydra. A moment later, the protagonist dealt a huge number of blows to the dead Hydra, cutting it into pieces. His friend, turning to his children, said that they should not become like him. After which several severed pieces of meat appeared, and on the floor lay a long Hydra skeleton, and Kai said that he succeeded. Picking up a piece of meat, he added that there was too much to take with him. Apparently he needed to eat it all before leaving. Then he approached his comrade, asking if he wanted him to take it. Kai looked in surprise at the amulet sticking out of his comrade's teeth, after which he said that he was not obliged to give him anything. Did he really want to thank him for protecting his family from the Hydra? The protagonist looked at the amulet. A system message appeared in front of him that he received the artifact of the necklace under the space. Suddenly the necklace started glowing and the protagonist jumped back in fear. It opened and something started glowing inside. Kai watched in surprise as the necklace absorbed pieces of meat and shouted that it would really all fit in there. He watched as the bones and meat were sent into the necklace. We were told that the Hydra bones could be used to create various items and weapons, and that armor could be made from the durable cedar scales. The necklace continued to suck in everything that was nearby, and we were told that if everything was processed thoroughly. The protagonist picked up the vat and said that great, he could throw his cauldron and unenriched ore in there. It was incredibly convenient. Looking at his friend, he added with a smile that he had collected a lot of adamantium while they had not seen each other, and the adamantium that his comrade had given him was still here. He still could not find out how to process this ore. Smiling, he imagined the dishes in his head, saying that when he learned how to melt them, he would be able to make a frying pan and a cutting board. The worm jumped into the ground, and Kai grabbed the artifact with a smile. After which, turning around, he saw a gem in his teeth, asking what he wanted him to take. He found it while eating stones. Kai extended his hand to the stone, and we were informed that from the moment the protagonist decided to become a constellation, he began to see messages from other constellations. He was also able to see the amount of power that beings like the demon and Hydra possessed. Surprised, he grabbed the crystals. We were informed that the reason he was able to use the subspace necklace was not because he had simply become smarter and more observant, but because, as a being capable of reaching Pico existence, he could also hear the world talking to him. The protagonist looked at the power coming from the crystal in surprise. Looking at it, a system message appeared in front of him that it was unrefined orichalcum, a metal that emits pure magical energy. Imagining two metals in his head, several more system messages appeared in front of him, that it was a metal that drained strong magical energy, and Demantia was the strongest metal that absorbed magical energy. He smiled sarcastically, stretched out his hands, saying that he would make a knife and cutlery from orichalcum, and a frying pan and board from Demantia. It was just a perfect plan. His comrade, lowering his head, said that he may have a problem with his head, but he assures that he is a kind and good person. Pieces of Hydra meat appeared in front of us. The protagonist picked up the necklace, saying that it cannot infinitely contain things just because it is a storage artifact. The worm looked at him in surprise. The protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, said that he thought there was nothing to be done. He just needed to eat what was left. Then he looked at his friend, telling him not to worry. Lowering his hands, he added that he would share with him, to which he crawled away. Kai placed his hands on the meat. We were informed that he had studied cooking for millennia while he was the owner of the demonic pub. His cooking skill was quite high, and despite this ingredient was not so easy to handle. The The protagonist frowned menacingly. He imagined a Hydra in his head, and we were informed that this was the meat of a powerful creature that survived after the constellation refused to become an avatar, an ingredient that did not exist in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The protagonist continued to examine the meat, from which green smoke emanated, and we were informed that absorbing monsters of the abyss gives power proportional to the consumed creature. If cooked incorrectly, the dish will be deadly and poisonous. Kai threateningly waved his fist. He cut the meat into several pieces. We were informed that he still refused to give in. For him, cooking dishes from complex ingredients was a kind of training. The worm watched this in surprise, and Kai said that they should try. He knows that he has built up muscles. He is talking about losing stones and for the children. Looking at the meat, Kai said that he made tartare because it can be difficult for the stomach to digest. Let him eat it, it is good for him. After which the protagonist looked at his companion with a smile, and we were informed that the warm but firm tone meant that he was not going to give it. He was the savior who defeated the Hydra, but his companion was also a powerful being, since he was able to escape from the Hydra, but he could not escape from the terrible poisonous meat. After which the worm's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth wide. He bit off the Hydra's meat, after which he raised his head up, and then swallowed it. A second later, he opened his mouth wide and threw out a huge amount of energy. Smiling, the protagonist said that isn't it delicious. He heard that the meat of large snakes is good for the body. His companion called his wife and children to try this masterpiece, and Kai replied that he was glad that he liked it. After which he bowed down in front of the protagonist with his family, to which he replied that he wanted to know why there is no poison in the meat. Imagining himself in a chef's costume, Kai replied that it was because he had taken care of everything. He could not poison his friend and his family. His companion looked forward in surprise along with his family. Then the protagonist became stupefied. A system message appeared in front of him that the giant stone serpent and his family had decided to trust and honor him. Energy began to flow from him. Looking at his hands, he asked what it was, and the system message told him that he, as a constellation, had followers, the powers of the constellations, and his essence power had increased. His body began to glow, and he rose into the sky, thinking that he could feel the energy coming from his snake friends. Frowning, he looked down in surprise, and we were told that Kai finally understood why the constellations wanted to increase the number of their followers and the true reason why the constellations were so interested in the Earth. Planet Earth appeared before us, with the constellations reaching out their hands, and we were told that it was a world with billions of potential followers. Any creature that conquered Earth would gain the power of an entity capable of changing the abyss itself. The protagonist looked up at the sky, saying that he needed to quickly find a way to return before the future predicted by the goddess came to pass. Kai sat on the floor, looking ahead in surprise, asking what he had done wrong. His companion, holding a piece of meat in his teeth, lowered his head, and the protagonist, exhaling, looked up. Raising his hand and looking at his friend, he asked why his body had grown so much. He had fed him something wrong. Turning around, he looked at the piece of Hydra, saying that he remembered that some foods should not be given to animals, like chocolate to dogs or onions to cats. He lowered his head and continued to think that maybe Hydra meat was bad for stone snakes. Maybe it was bad for their liver or something, and your comrade opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was not so. The protagonist, looking at his friend's long tail, replied that it was okay, he got it, he would not take it away, and he could eat it all. After which we were informed that being the protagonist's friend was certainly cool, but he could not stay here because he could not stop his journey as a constellation. This steadfastness in his personality was the reason why the goddess chose him. A huge column of smoke rose into the air, and Kai asked what he was saying. There was something in this area. The protagonist looked down. He saw a drawing of a demon on the ground. He asked what it was. Kai, looking at his comrade, asked what a formidable enemy it was. Someone answered. After which he poked the drawn figure with his tail several times, and the protagonist asked what was dangerous, especially his face. The snake nodded his head, and Kai frowned menacingly, thinking that, to be honest, he did not understand what his friend was talking about. After which he jumped, saying that the dangerous demon he was talking about, he wondered in his head that any demon could do any damage to him. After he had been in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, he had lost all desire to fight them. Imagining the monsters in his head, he asked what they were telling him now, that there was a demon stronger than the Hydra. Then several system messages appeared in front of him. Menacingly looking up, he said that he couldn't wait to meet him. He continued to fall down. A system message appeared that he had entered the territory of the Master of Dreams and Desires. He slowly began to descend to the ground. A system message appeared that the surrounding constellations were watching him. Looking around, he asked if this was a welcoming party. He was told that the authors of the Master of Dreams of Desires found out about this and were heading towards him. Several creatures flew up to him, asking if he was an invincible training master. The protagonist replied that it was. The girl, landing on the ground, said that he was greeted by a constellation, after which she retracted her wings. Frowning, she added that her master wished to meet him. Kai looked ahead in surprise. A system message appeared in front of her that the nightmare incubus had used soul seduction. The Kai of the divine space art resisted the temptation. The girls lowered their heads, replied that it was too rude for a greeting. One of them replied that it was an ability that they could not control, but they also knew that their weak abilities would not work on him. Smiling, the protagonist ignored several system messages of responses that he was not a constellation yet. The girl, frowning, replied that they believed that he would soon become a constellation. He pursed his nose, thinking that this was the most pleasant thing he had heard in a long time. Then, stepping forward, he said what would happen if he refused to meet their master. The girl replied that he said that in that case they should just let him go, but they could swear that their master would not harm him. Because he listened to their master, he would not get worse. Frowning his brows, the protagonist thought about what they wanted and did not want from him, after which he replied that fine, he would meet with him. Walking forward after the girl, he asked what she heard about the Earth, about the planet outside the abyss. Stopping, the girl thought, answering that she once heard rumors that some constellation was fighting for the gate leading there. Hearing this, the protagonist turned her to him, shouting that she heard something else. Apologizing, she replied that she only heard this. Who heard this? The one who heard it from someone else. She does not know anything more about it. Turning to Kai, she added that her master might know something else. He was interested in the Earth. The protagonist answered yes. Smiling, the girl added that she heard that there were many souls there. She thought they could help him capture it. Kai answered that he did not think of capturing it. After which he put his hand on his belt, answering that it was planned to stop the capture of the Earth by other constellations. The girl looked ahead in surprise, answering that he was not only strong, but also noble. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, and then remained silent. They continued on their way, and he mused that they were called nightmares, but they seemed to be good, sociable, and friendly demons. Even if they could not control their seduction skill, they did not look dangerous. Suddenly, the demon opened her mouth wide and, frowning, shouted that he should give her his desires. He jumped back in fear. A system message appeared in front of him that the nightmare incubus had used seduction from the heart. They lowered her to the floor, and she continued to scream for them to stop holding her. She knew that they wanted to eat him too. Let him share these sweet pure desires with her. She stretched out her hand to the protagonist, adding that this was the desire for endless training and strength. She could not miss it. One bite, and she was told that she was sentenced to 300 years in prison. Kai, turning around, asked what it was, and the girl blushed, answered that they were nightmare succubi of other people's weak desires. Turning to the protagonist, he answered that this meant that they lived off other people's desires. She answered correctly, and Kai continued to say that he should not have a strong attraction to desires. He will be fine without a loved one, and he does not need tasty food or a comfortable place to sleep. The girl's body shook, and she stopped and said that it was not like that with him. After which she grabbed her cheek, adding that his pure and unwavering desire to train was so tempting, it was incredibly sweet. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, after which he moved away from her a few meters, and the girl, going out on her hands, answered that everything was fine. She promised that she would keep all her desires under control. She was one of the most beloved avatars of the Master of Dreams and Desires. Let him trust her. We are transferred to a huge building. The girl, looking at it, says that this is the Master's chamber. He will see their master as soon as he enters. Stopping, surprised, he lowered his gaze, asking that she would not go with him. The girl, waving her hand, answered that how could such an insignificant creature as she take part in a conversation with a constellation. Looking at her, Kai replied in surprise that he had already told her that he was not a constellation. Since she had told him everything here, he wanted her to go with him. The girl, clutching her face, was touched. Smiling, she went forward, saying that he was the first one to treat her so well. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that perhaps this would be more dangerous than he had assumed. He should use her as a human shield. After which he looked away, thinking that he was sure that the constellation would never want to lose its kind avatar. They approached the gate, and we were told that this meeting, held on the territory of another country, this constellation was undoubtedly more skilled in handling the power of the essence than the protagonist. Many things could happen. Despite the fact that Kai was invited, he did not let down his guard. This invincible training master is not given to just anyone. The protagonist walked inside, stopping in surprise. Turning around, he said that it felt like he had just woken up. Looking at his companion, he asked why she was sleeping, what happened. Then suddenly he turned around, hearing an unfamiliar voice that said that his avatar, she must be having a nice dream about how she devours his desire with his permission. The protagonist replied that he is the master of the dream of desires. Suddenly, a child appeared behind him, who answered that it was true. Smiling, he added that he is the constellation that has been putting on a lot of performances lately. He has long wanted to meet him. The protagonist stood still. Someone said that so it is he, the constellation that has been putting on a lot of performances lately. He has long wanted to meet him. Looking to the side, he said that he does not want to upset, but he is not a constellation yet. He still has to work on it. The man took a step forward and said no. Standing behind the hero, the girl said that the one who stepped on the path of the constellation can also be a constellation, since he can do the same as them. Emily smirked and said that this also applies to him. Can't he use the power of the essence like other constellations? Kai looked down and thought that the master of dreams and desires, a question was heard, who looks like a child. People stood in front of the glow. Kai began to slowly remember what exactly happened when he entered the constellation chamber. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. In space, he thought that he hadn't done enough. He had been wandering in the abyss for 10,000 years. Looking up, he added that he had perfected the divine space art and reached the peak of martial arts. He had even reached a level that was higher than all existing ones. The protagonist froze. A thought appeared in his head that he really needed to become a constellation. He should just enjoy the peace. He slowly closed his eyes and thought that from enlightenment. Kai opened his eyes wide. The thought arose that this was calm. Putting his hand to his face, he asked why they were trying to charm or seduce people and subjugate their minds, to which he was told that this is the essence of dreams and desires. The girl was lying on the ground. It was heard that the creatures who enter this room embody their desires and find peace. It is difficult to refuse his gift if he is not a constellation. Turning around, the protagonist heard that the only thing he is not capable of is awakening from his own consent, to which he asked what she meant by awakening. Emily smirked and said that she was sure he was confused. Looking at her, the hero heard that, however, she would not explain it to him now, to which he asked what she wanted from him. The girl, standing in front of him, said that she would gladly explain everything to him if he entered into an alliance with them. The protagonist looked surprised and said that the alliance, unexpectedly, he was impressed. All the constellations can only think about themselves. Emily grinned and replied that he was right. The constellations were selfish, they could not do otherwise. Raising her head, she added that but selfishness does not always mean loneliness or contrition. If anything, it allows them to cooperate. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that now he understood. She decided that forming an alliance would be useful to her, to which she replied that he was right. Mortals look at them as gods, but they, the constellations, are not easy either. An image of a monster appeared. It was heard that if a constellation showed any sign of weakness, a strong constellation would attack it without hesitation, and therefore, an alliance was necessary for them. The monster stretched out its arms to the side. It was said that some constellations were not satisfied with a future that consisted of survival. Bones and skulls appeared. It was heard that the destruction and devastation caused by the constellation's obsession with conquest would lead to despair, in which no wish could exist, and nightmares would no longer have anything to feed on. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist asked that expanding the territory would not solve this problem, or could they find slaves to take their wishes, to which she asked what he was talking about. A wish farm. Such an idea could only come from a constellation that was originally human. The protagonist looked surprised and asked what she meant. Emily looked at him and said that constellations could not enjoy limitless potential like mortals. She extended her hand and added that just as he could no longer be humbled or complacent, she could not freely control anything that was not a dream or a wish without risking losing her essence's power and becoming weak. They looked down and the girl said that nightmares required high-quality, three-dimensional wishes, not those born of fear and oppression, but wishes filled with ambition or a sense of achieving a world of abundance. The girl smirked and said that since she was only a nightmare god, she could not create such a thing in the real world. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that they could not live without others, to which she asked if it was parasitic. Yes. The hero looked away and said what he wanted to say. It was quite strange. Looking at the girl, he asked if she wanted to create an alliance of weak, altruistic constellations, to which she replied that she did. Kai looked down and asked if she didn't think she had revealed too many of her weaknesses to him, and what if he turned out to be bad and greedy. Emily raised her head and replied that she had thought about it, but thought it would be easier to negotiate with him than with other constellations. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that she wasn't too trusting in this dark and flabby abyss. The owner of dreams and desires kept silent about the fact that she had decided so after seeing his desires, because if he knew about it, he would become more careful. A blue flame appeared behind the man. In truth, Kai radiated enormous desires, but none of them concerned conquest or power. The only thing in them was this. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought 3,000 repetitions of the Fist of Space a day. If he stopped training just because he had achieved perfection in martial arts, he would lose his muscles. No, he would try every food in the abyss. He had one more training session today. He would do it after this meeting. He had an endless desire to train. Standing in front of the girl, the hero thought. Putting his hand to his face, he said that it sounded like a good deal, but he had a few more questions, to which she replied that he should ask. She would answer as much as she could. Kai looked up and asked what he would have to do. If they formed an alliance, he would have some responsibilities. Emily looked at him in amazement. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he was quite busy and he might not be able to help her. Raising her head, the girl said that he was really an amazing constellation. He wanted to know more about the responsibilities than what he would gain from it. Standing in front of him, Emily said that as long as other constellations do not attack the Alliance, there is no need to do anything, there is no point in duties, constellations do not take part in what is not beneficial to them. Looking at the bird, she added that if he has to do something, then let him do it. The battles between constellations last so long that it becomes boring. The bird sat on his finger. It was heard that it does not matter where he is, they will have time to come to each other's aid. The bird flew up. Emily looked away, hearing that okay. Stretching his hand out to her, the hero said that they will create an alliance, to which she replied that great. Grinning, the protagonist thought about the fact that he is a newbie who has just begun the path to becoming a constellation. I am sure that the abyss is full of dangerous and feigned constellations. He thought correctly. He looked straight ahead. The thought occurred to him that being in an alliance seemed safer than trying to cope with everything alone, and he thought that he could get help in returning to Earth. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, seeing the messages that he had joined the Alliance of World Constellations. Words represent the power of constellations. If he did not keep his promise, it could affect his essence power. People were holding a sign in their hands. It was heard that they should wait, and what with? The men were standing near the sign. Someone said that with the name. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what was good, yes, to which the hero answered approvingly. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if she was serious. He had not been in society for too long. A message appeared that words represent the power of constellations. If he did not keep his promise, it could affect his essence power. Kai closed his eyes when he heard that he didn't like it, to which he replied that no, he thought it was a good name. Seriously, to which she asked again. Suddenly, a fire typhoon appeared behind the girl. The hero looked in surprise. A notification appeared that a kitten of lava and magma greeted him with a paw. Looking at the animal, he exclaimed in surprise. Messages appeared that it said that it would treat it very well if it became its avatar, but instead, it did the stupid thing of joining the Alliance of Minor Constellations. The animal's eyes lit up. A question was heard, what is the kitten? The cat waved at him. Standing in front of it, the hero heard that it would treat him very well if it became its avatar, but instead, it did the stupid thing of joining the Alliance of Minor Constellations, to which it said that it remembered. Standing in front of the cat, the hero said that they had already spoken before, asked if he was also a member of the small union of constellations, to which he greeted him again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked why he was talking to him using telepathy when he was standing right in front of him. The kitten raised his hand up. It was heard that no, usually, the constellations do not leave their territory, so the members of the Alliance arrange a meeting remotely. Kai lowered his head and said that I understand, it is like a video conference on Earth. Asked what that is, other members of the Alliance will also join them, right? Grinning, he said that when the others. Looking at the cat, he added that members of the Alliance. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it cannot be. The constellations looked at him. A question was heard that there are only 2 of them in the Union. The kitten asked angrily what and so what. He threatens him that he will not give the prepared gifts, to which the protagonist asked that well, he is not disappointed, or something like that, but gifts. Looking up, the cat said that he heard rumors that he collects adamantium and orichalcum. He says that he can make the items he needs from them. Kai's eyes widened, hearing that the kitten is a famous blacksmith in the abyss. The cat looked away, and the girl said that he can make a weapon for him as a gift for joining the Alliance, and he complained that if he says something unnecessary, the stupid constellation will become arrogant. Standing still, the protagonist said that a gift for joining. He did not even think about it, but he currently has little orichalcum. Maybe he will ask her when he has more. The girl hesitated, and there were reports that the lava and magma kitten was shaking his head in confusion, asking if she had given him a gift. Emily stretched her arms out to the sides and said that to be honest, she thought it would be much more difficult to negotiate with him, but he accepted her offer before she could bring gifts, and the constellation laughed, calling him a stupid constellation. The girl smirked when she heard that she hoped they had not forgotten that he might leave the Alliance, and the cat excitedly said that it was just a joke. Rays appeared around Emily's hand. It was heard that, as she had already said, constellations, by nature, are arrogant and selfish creatures, so before their meeting, they prepared something that might interest him. The protagonist looked at the glow in surprise. Gifts appeared. Notifications appeared that he had received an rank martial arts scroll, Kai vampirism. He had received orichalcum ingots. Clenching his fists tightly, Kai shouted that this martial art has the effect of absorbing magical energy, to which the girl replied that Kai vampirism is a martial art created by nightmares, but she believes that it will suit him. Emily closed her eyes and said that there is not a single nightmare that could become a master of this art, to which he asked again. The protagonist cringed when he heard that unless they were someone like him who had achieved greatness, then using magic was a much more effective way than studying martial arts. The ingots were lying on the ground. It sounded impressive. They had collected so much since the days when he was still mortal. How long did it take? Crouching down, the protagonist said that he thought it was about 10,000 years. He had long lost track of time. He smirked when he heard that he seemed to like the gifts, to which he replied that he really appreciated it. He thought he should make the things he wanted now. The Constellation breathed out flames and then asked what kind of weapons and armor he wanted. He widened his eyes and said that with that amount of materials, he could create an epic sword and shield, bragging that he could create any design. The equipment appeared, and the Constellation offered to create an unbreakable shield made of adamantium. Rob glared and added that he wanted the strongest orichalcum sword, to which the protagonist replied that well, that's not the equipment he wants, and he suggested making the strongest axe and armor. He's worried that there might not be enough adamantium to make armor. The protagonist smirked and said that he wanted kitchen utensils. Rob's eyes widened when he heard that he wanted an adamantium frying pan and cutting board, and an orichalcum knife and utensils, to which he asked him to answer seriously. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he was serious. Raising his eyebrows, he added that ever since he got his first adamantium nugget in the abyss, his dream hasn't changed. He wants the best kitchen utensils that can cook any ingredient in the abyss. The cat stared at him silently. Suddenly, he flew up. The Constellation fell to the ground. He had nothing to say. He pretended to be dead. He began to slowly open his mouth. Rob muttered for him to die. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that he began to work with tears in his eyes, to which he replied that it felt like she was forcing him to do something terrible. And Emily said that a promise was a promise, so he would fulfill his request with all his heart. She smirked and added that she thought it was time for her to answer his question. He said that he wanted to know what awakening was. Looking away, the protagonist said that it was true, he was not yet a full constellation, only beginning to walk the path of the constellation. The protagonist clenched his fists. It was heard that when he defeated the monster and reached the level of master, he saw a message from the world, which said that his world resonance was becoming stronger. The world was eager to hear his cry. The monster raised his hand. It was heard that he said at his last moment, let him become a constellation. Human, doesn't that mean? Kai stretched out his arms, saying that he was still a human with powerful martial arts, and he needed to take another step to become a constellation, to which the girl replied that she had already said. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she added that he was a constellation. The girl crossed her arms and said that there was no such thing as an incomplete constellation, or a newbie constellation. A constellation is a constellation, to which the hero asked, okay then, what is awakening? She said that he still needed to awaken. The girl smirked and said that she meant that he still hadn't realized that he was a constellation. He sees, even now he thinks that he is incomplete. Kai looked in amazement, hearing that although she understood, he was a very special being, even among constellations. The protagonist stretched out his arms and shouted that she meant special. It was because of martial arts. Even here the problem was that he couldn't use magic, to which the girl replied that she seemed to have touched a nerve. That wasn't what she meant. The protagonist froze in surprise, and she said that it was very rare for mortals to become constellations. Emily smirked when she heard that she wasn't a nightmare that became a constellation, to which she replied that as she thought, that was what he assumed. The monsters reached out to the girl. It sounded like she was simply born a constellation. The power of the existence of dreams and desires was released by nightmares, gathered together, creating her. She looked at her hand. It was said that this was the true form of the mistress of dreams and desires. The monster glared. It sounded like most of the other constellations were the same, the Lord of Blood and Battles. Like Rob, they were constellations from birth. Emily held out her hand and said that for a being who thought being a constellation was natural, it was both surprising and annoying that he didn't realize he was a constellation. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that was what she meant by waking up, and she said it wasn't that hard. The constellation smirked and said he should just accept being a constellation. The protagonist frowned and asked what was so simple. They were standing on a hill. It was said that, well, hadn't he gone through the hardest path to becoming a constellation? He was disappointed that there were no more hardships ahead. The protagonist froze. Then he closed his eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth. A bright light appeared in front of him and he said he was a constellation. The palace appeared. A notification appeared that the world resonance was activating. The world was accepting his cry. Two bright beams appeared. It was said that as a constellation, an invincible training master, he could use the power of the constellation. The girl covered herself from the light. It was heard that let them see. The hero's hair rose. It was said that as a new star opens its eyes in the dark depths of the abyss. Kai's eyes lit up brightly. A view of the abyss opened. It was heard that let them see. A new constellation opens its eyes in the depths of the abyss. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The man flew up. A huge monster appeared from the smoke. The guy struck it. Gritting his teeth, he said that his attacks were useless. The guy froze, seeing that the invincible training master was watching his battle. Chuck asked again in surprise, seeing that he was being given his blessing. The monster opened his mouth. It was heard that thank him, he will not disappoint him. The creature fell to the ground. It was heard that this is how it is done. What is this feeling? The feeling as if he always knew how to do this. Looking straight, the protagonist said that using the largest amount of his powerful essence, he can give a great blessing, and even send messages, to which Emily replied that it is clear he is in 7th heaven, but what is he doing with someone else's avatar? Looking at her, the protagonist said that he should forgive, to which she replied that everything is fine, they are in an alliance, but if it was an avatar of another constellation, then he would have problems, so let him be careful. Putting his hand to his face, Kai thought that God, from now on, if he wants to do something, he will have to think first. Avatars are the most important factor for the existence of the constellation. The monsters stood near the man and said that he liked his blessing. He was not some scary constellation. Who is he and what is he doing with his avatar? The thought arose that any influence on other people's avatars could be regarded as a provocation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he could get an answer to any question just by thinking about it, and then said that the same thing happened with his other mistakes. Kai raised his hand up. It was said that he did not even realize that he was already a constellation, and he continued to rush from side to side, trying to become the strongest. The hero dove into the water. It was heard that although he was lost and wandered through the abyss, he accepted it as the goddess's training. A huge typhoon appeared. It was heard that he even thought that a magical storm was a convenient way to move, as well as a training tool. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he really didn't think about anything. Even if he did, he considered it as incredible training, to which Emily said that he should not forget. The gaze of the constellations is far and incredible. Kai raised his finger up, hearing that if he had an avatar, then he should try to concentrate on it, to which he replied that he did not have an avatar. A stone monster appeared, and he added that although, let him stop. The creatures made sounds, and the hero said that they were fine, and the girl said that he could also expand the range of his vision using the power of the essence. Emily grinned and said that yes, he could restore his essence power, and also, it was possible to accumulate even more essence power than the limit allows, so there was no need to save it, to which the protagonist thought that it was like MP in games. The creatures flew in the air, and the constellation said that in this way, the constellations could use their avatars to explore the abyss, to which a question was heard, avatar scouts. Grinning, the girl said that it was also possible to see through the eyes of allied avatars, and the protagonist replied that in this way, it was possible to share vision between alliances. She closed her eyes and said that since they were in the same alliance, he could share eyes with them. Pointing to the side, the protagonist said that but there is a place where he can't use it, and Emily said that he was talking about the place where nightmares are trapped. She can hide certain areas if she doesn't want them to be seen. The girl smirked when he heard what and why she was hiding them, to which she replied that it was because it was a little unpleasant. The girl was lying on the ground. It was heard that in order to greet him, she sent her to him. Because she is the one who has the best control over herself, nightmares have a hard time controlling their desires. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, I think he understands what she means. Standing in front of the girl, he heard that he has more questions, to which he replied that no, he thinks that's all, thanks for explaining. Emily smirked and said that it was nice to meet a constellation that sincerely expresses gratitude. The protagonist looked down. Putting her hand on her side, she said that one more thing, he became a constellation only recently, so let him collide with others less. In the fight between constellations, the one with more avatars and greater essence power has an advantage, and Kai replied that it is clear he will remember this. The hero stood in front of the monsters. It was heard that the sky beyond the sky, the place where Kai arrived after long training, is the beginning of the whole world. It is the abyss of constellations. Putting his hands to the sides, the protagonist asked what exactly. Has she ever heard of the Earth? To which she asked again. Putting her hand to her face, Emily said that it seems she once heard of it. It is a planet outside the abyss. The planet appeared. It was heard that she heard that many strong constellations are waiting for the gates to open there, because there are many souls there, which are rare in the abyss. Looking at her, Kai said that he asked this because he was from Earth, to which the girl asked what he was saying, that the gate between the abyss and the Earth was already open. The man raised his hand up, and Emily said that everything should turn into a mess, to which the protagonist replied that fortunately, everything was not so bad. The creatures hung in the air. It was heard that but thanks to her explanation, he finally understood. The constellations that arrived on Earth were only looking at each other, but did not collide. The monsters clashed with each other. It was heard that because they would only become weaker if they fought. The monsters' eyes lit up. It was said that some cunning constellation could simply take control of the souls and defeat the constellations that were fighting. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that that's why instead of just fighting they decided to increase their followers, to which Emily replied that he was indeed lucky. There must have been relatively good constellations nearby when the gate opened. Looking away, she said that evil and cruel constellations would not come to an agreement and would simply try to seize power by force. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked why they acted like that even when they had something to lose, to which she replied that it was their nature. Putting his hand on his hips, Kai said that thanks for the information, to which Emily replied that she was sure he was nervous about leaving his home planet to constellations that came from nowhere. Also, it would be nice to have a constellation whose followers were the souls of the earth in their alliance. The protagonist raised his hand up. The girl looked at him in surprise. A blue light appeared around his hand. The protagonist closed his eyes. Emily looked up. Kai looked at her in amazement when he heard that the reason his hair had suddenly grown was because he had accepted himself as a constellation, and the changes in his essence were reflected in his appearance. The girl smirked and asked if he had made the decision to return to Earth no matter what. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that he should not forget his mortal origins, to which he replied that it was not the case. Smirking, he added that it was just that his long hair was interfering with his training. A bright light appeared, and the girl asked if she could give him advice since he was planning to return to Earth, to which the protagonist replied that of course. The protagonist stood still, and it was heard that if, as he said, the gates to Earth were open and the nearby constellations were watching them. The protagonist looked away, and Emily said that she did not think it was a good idea to openly show that he was a constellation. There were many monsters in front of him. It was heard that because even good constellations would be hostile to him. The monster's eyes lit up. It was said that if these were constellations that could fight for the Earth, then they were much stronger than them. And no matter how good the constellation was, they would not close their eyes to the fact that they could lose the soul they owned. Looking at the constellation, the hero asked what she wanted him to do so that he could hide the fact that he was a constellation, to which she replied that yes, and also that he should not use the power of the essence. They would not take their eyes off him if they found out that the constellation had returned to Earth. A crowd of people appeared. It was heard that he should mix with ordinary inhabitants of the Earth, and then, quietly and carefully, he should acquire his followers. Kai looked straight ahead. It was said that they would also become souls that accepted his essence, so the constellations on Earth would discover the loss too late. The hero closed his eyes and thought, to which she asked if something was wrong, and he replied that well, he never thought about becoming an actor or a star. Emily crossed her arms and said that she didn't mean that. Isn't becoming a hero who slays monsters enough? To which the protagonist replied that that's right, a hunter. Looking straight ahead, he thought that if he thought about it, famous hunters also have fans, and then said that he forgot that he used to think of him as a fellow hunter. Kai crossed his arms and said that by the way, there is a constellation on Earth that knows about him, to which the girl asked who that was. Putting her hand to her face, she said that if possible, it would be nice to join them. It wouldn't hurt to increase the strength of their alliance. The hero smirked, hearing that he can be trusted. How did he know about him? To which he replied that it's a long story. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. He tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting Themis as briefly as possible. Emily looked at him. The thought occurred, and as simply as possible. A glow appeared above the girl for her reputation. The hero smirked. The thought occurred for his own. Looking straight, Emily said, "What a bad story." The thought occurred that embellishing the story did not help. Putting her hand to her face, she added that but she had heard of this constellation, to which the protagonist said that even in the abyss, the ability to see the future is not so common. Yes, although it seems that it is not so, but she could have had a plan. Looking away, the girl said that she heard that she is a constellation that constantly makes fun of itself, misunderstanding its prophecies. The cat breathed fire, and the protagonist said that well, it seems like it's really hard to accurately predict the future. To which Emily asked that what's the point of prophecies if he can't benefit from them? She doesn't see how she'll help their alliance in any way. Standing in front of them, Rob said that beggars can't be choosers, to which the protagonist replied that the kitten was right. Holding out his hand, Kai said that given how she tried to stop the evil constellations, she was most likely collaborating with other constellations, asking if that wasn't enough to join their alliance. Looking straight at him, Emily said that but she seemed so stupid, and Rob said that if she shared her visions, they could help her stop them. The protagonist smirked at her, saying that well, then he should ask her to join the alliance since he was returning to Earth, to which he replied that he was sure she would help them, although he was worried about how she would feel about him becoming a constellation. Looking away, he added that they needed to find a way to contact her. He didn't know where she might be. Looking at him, the girl said that she had only heard her name once, and the cat said that how could he know where such an unremarkable constellation was. The protagonist stood before them. The thought arose that he had awakened as a constellation and had joined a formidable alliance. However, he was no closer to returning to Earth. The stars appeared, and Kai said that he thought he should personally find her, to which the girl replied that Themis was a key figure, because the more beings knew about her, the closer he was to Earth. The thought arose that Kai began to worry greatly whether he would be able to return to Earth in time. The beings flew in the sky. Someone flew up and said that she was told that he was looking for her. She would be happy to accompany him through the Master's territory. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked that but didn't he plan to return to Earth, to which he replied that yes, but he still had important things to do here. The constellation breathed out flames. It was heard that he was now making his equipment. He should stay here until he was finished. The ingots were tempered, and someone said that for sure, these are the valuable minerals that he had been collecting for so long. Unbelievable. I'm sure if the great blacksmith, the kitten, makes it, then this equipment will become legendary. Rob began to cry from sadness. Grinning, the protagonist said that of course, this equipment can fulfill his long-standing desires, to which she replied that it was wonderful. Standing next to him, the guy asked where she should take him. There are many beautiful places in this area, to which Kai replied that he already had one in mind. Alfie looked surprised, hearing that he heard from the owner about the Fountain of Enlightenment, to which he replied that it was true, a place for them to train to learn how to control their desires. The protagonist smiled widely and said that if he had to wait here, then he should also undergo a training that was only possible here. The boy chuckled and said that he was indeed a master of training. Standing in front of the open door, Alfie said that he had heard that many nightmares had used this place in the past, but since the owner was born, it had been forbidden. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist asked why that was, to which he was told that it was because it was incredibly dangerous here. He had heard that many nightmares had gone crazy during training. Looking down, the hero thought that the Well of Enlightenment, the essence of the training was to drink water from the well. The bucket was lowered down. A thought appeared that however, but if that were really the case, it would not have been sealed. The water splashed around the bucket, and the protagonist thought that the stronger the desire of the person drawing the water, the heavier the water becomes. Kai lifted the bucket and thought that he could try to meditate and get rid of his desires, but there would be no less water. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Grasping the rope, he thought that if he let go, he could return to Earth. Didn't he want to go back to his old gym, his old barbells and dumbbells? Food appeared. A thought arose. Didn't he miss spicy chili ramen? Comics and figurines appeared, and the hero thought, I wonder what happened in the last issue of the novel he was reading. Maybe it's already over, and a movie about Batman and Superman. It can't be boring. Isn't he interested? The girl took the hero's hands, and he thought that so much time had passed. She looked at the protagonist. A thought arose that when they broke up, it was not on a good note, but their love has not passed, and they do not hate each other, right? The girl smirked. A thought arose that they can be together again. She took his hands, and Kai thought, what if he let go of the rope? The protagonist looked straight ahead. The constellations looked at him. It was heard that even if he was a master of training, it would not be easy for him. This well arouses and intensifies desires, and the bucket becomes many times heavier. Looking straight ahead, Rob asked if the master of training would be okay, to which Emily replied that the constellations were on a completely different level than nightmares, at least he would not go crazy. Closing her eyes, she added that she wondered what kind of illusions tormented him. There was probably something incredible there, and the cat noticed something and asked to look. The hero kicked loudly. He rested his feet on the well and sighed, and someone turned to him. The protagonist took a breath. He bent his knees. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that it could not be. Kai did squats. It was heard that he was training. He was doing it to strengthen his muscles. The hero clenched his teeth tightly, and the girl said that by using the weight of his own desires, he was thus getting rid of them. He was addicted to training. No wonder he became a constellation. Looking straight ahead, the constellations heard that there were 5 more approaches, and the cat said that this was too much. The constellations stood in bewilderment. The thought arose that the essence of the training was that he had to pull out a bucket of water, as heavy as his desires. The one who wanted to pull the bucket out of the well would see illusions corresponding to his desires, and the water became heavier. Alfie opened his eyes in surprise and turned. The thought arose that they say, many nightmares have gone crazy trying to complete this training. Standing behind the protagonist, he asked what could he have, did he have any problems, to which the hero replied that he was fine, he just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. Gritting his teeth tightly, Kai thought that most could not lift a bucket, such weak temptations. The figures and food appeared. It was heard that the movie with Superman and Batman, Superman Returns, was so-so. What about this movie? Ramen, you need to watch your diet during training. The girl looked straight. It was said that to start all over again with his girlfriend. Holding the rope, the protagonist thought about the fact that he has such a thing as consciousness. Do you know, even if they get back together, nothing will change. Leaning on the well, he shouted that these illusions are weak. They are just improved squats with weights. Emily grabbed her head and said that she was ready to swear. There are no beings without desires. Constellations are no exception, to be honest. Grinning, she added that constellations are weak in terms of restraining their desires. Why would an omnipotent being restrain itself? The girl sat at the table and said that this is a constellation. He has a good foundation, and she is not only talking about his fighting skills. Is it possible that only a constellation that was previously mortal has this power? The bucket was held by a rope. The thought came that Kai spent most of the day practicing with the Well of Enlightenment. It was heard that he could do cardio training with light weights if he cleansed his heart, and strength training if he gave in to desires. The hero stood in front of the guy. The thought came that the rest of the time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with Alfie. Going down the stairs, Emily said that she thought it would be difficult for him to stay here for a long time, but apparently he was having a good time. To which the protagonist replied that it was not that he had a reason to refuse training when he could, that he was unlikely to change anything just because of his haste. He looked away, hearing that he was a human army and a combat constellation, but he might have potential in raising avatars and founding his own kingdom, to which he asked again. Lowering his head, the girl said that yes, raising avatars, he was first and foremost a master of training. Clenching his fist, Kai said that he was fine alone, to which she replied that after training with him, Alfie had become much stronger. She, as his owner, was very grateful to him. Lying on the floor, Rob said that he would not do anything like that again. He opened his mouth and added that he was done, and now he could take the items. The protagonist looked surprised, exclaimed, and Emily said that she assumed that this was the end of his carefree training. Kitchen utensils appeared. The thought arose that these were orichalcum cutlery created by the famous Constellation blacksmith. The protagonist smiled and said that he could easily prepare any ingredient with this. It was a sharp blade that could be used as a weapon. He looked away and said that why not then? Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The girl covered her face with her hands and asked what he was doing. Holding the knife in his hands, the protagonist apologized and said that he was just testing it, to which she said that it was a knife sharpened by a Constellation blacksmith. If he did not handle it carefully, it would smash everything around it. The constellations put on their glasses and said that they were ready. After the orichalcum cutlery came the turn of the adamantium utensils. The protagonist looked back. Clenching his fist, he said that he would gather some Kai. Suddenly, he struck the wall. The girl exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist looked forward in amazement. The entire room was covered in smoke. The objects were not affected. It was heard that amazingly, after the attack of materialized Kai, there was not a scratch on them. The dishes appeared, and the cat said that these utensils were stronger than even magic armor. Holding the dishes in his hands, the protagonist said that he would like them to be bigger, and the cat replied that it was the fault of the one who provided the materials. Grinning, Kai said that this is not bad either, thank you very much. The protagonist stood in the abyss. A short break in the world of nightmares was over. Although he was a man when he stepped here, he left as a constellation. The hero turned around, hearing that he asks him to visit the kingdom of the hostess again someday. They will wait for him. The creatures disappointedly said that they want more of his delicious gukbap, well, at least one plate. Kai raised his hand up. A scream was heard. The thought arose that but how did the nightmares remember the invincible master of training as the master of gukbap? The hero held the food in his hands and said that he made some food with the help of new items. This is gukbap from Hydra meat. Emily asked again, surprised. The protagonist grinned and said to call more nightmares. He had a lot of meat, so he made as much as he could. It was difficult to make portions like in a cafe. Alfie looked at the soup. It was heard that he could run away if he thought he couldn't eat it. Hydra meat contains deadly poison. There is no need to expose yourself to such danger. Emily frowned and turned to him. Alfie grinned and said that it was incredible. It warms him up so much, he can feel his stats growing, and it's so delicious. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that they should let him try it too, and him, the nightmare's obsession caused a fuss. The situation was resolved only after the hostess's intervention. Walking through the cave, the protagonist said that he was able to practice cooking and increase the power of the essence. But he was a little uncomfortable. As a result, because of him, her avatars made this ugly scene. Looking away, he thought that it seems that ruling the kingdom is not so easy. A notification appeared that the serpent bearer of plague and darkness was indignant because he invaded his territory. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He froze and said that so this territory is ruled by the serpent bearer of plague and darkness. This territory really suits him. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Kai asked what he could do. Use a little power of the essence so that this gloomy guy does not bother him. Bright rays appeared around him. A message appeared that he hid his essence from the world. He disappeared from the visibility of the constellations. The hero grinned and said that the world had become so quiet and calm, he couldn't believe that he was being blown away by a stream of messages from the constellations because he couldn't do something so simple. The beams flew up, and it was heard that the serpent bearer of plague and darkness was ordering all the avatars to find the invincible training master. Monsters peeked out from behind the trees, and someone shouted that when they found him, they should not fight alone. They would never be able to defeat him. slime began to spill. It was said that they should not try to use force, they should remember that knowledge is power. The hero looked away, hearing that he was addressed. A huge skeleton, standing in front of him, said that he had invaded his master's territory. Such impudence would not go unpunished, but his master was magnanimous. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, hearing that he should become his master's avatar. If he joined him, he would forget about his disrespect. The monster added, widening his eyes, that he recognized him as a valuable subordinate. Kai chuckled and said that I see, it really does seem like a benevolent constellation. The hero looked at the monster, thinking that Kai did not yet understand what was happening. The avatar tried to deceive him. The constellations of the abyss were well prepared for such scenarios. The monster extended his weapon forward. It was heard that if he refused this offer, his eyes lit up and he added that his master would come and deal with him. He should stop hoping that his master would not come. Covering his nose with his hand, the protagonist thought that the smell of rot, and the skeleton said that now. Standing in front of the monster, Kai told him to show himself, to which he replied that he should quickly obey. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted that he had stopped hiding behind his avatar and showed himself, to which he asked that he still did not understand what situation he was in. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that he was still there. The skeleton hesitated, and Kai asked what he was doing. Let him call his master. Clenching his fists tightly, the hero asked that he was not showing himself, then he would make him do it. The monster opened his eyes in surprise and shouted about the purulent shield. A huge sphere appeared in front of him. An explosion occurred behind the skeleton. Bones flew up. It was heard that he should show himself. The monsters fell to the ground, and the hero shouted that how much longer would he hide behind this weak avatar. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that if he did not show himself, then, standing on the rock, Kai said that he would consider himself a coward and ran away. He can't even protect his territory. The thought arose that the meaning of such statements is absolutely clear. The protagonist frowned. A notification appeared that the skill Good Giant Fighter was activated. In case of victory, the power of the entity will be strengthened. The skill Master of his craft was activated. In case of victory, the power of the entity will be strengthened. A declaration of war, a battle between two constellations. Looking to the side, the hero saw that the mistress was stunned in trying to stop him. The kitten said that this was madness, to which he said that it was true. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that they could watch him. He completely forgot about it. A notification appeared that the mistress said that challenging a mid-ranked constellation to battle was recklessness. He stretched out his arms to the sides, hearing that he was doing this because he was angry that the messenger tried to deceive him, to which he replied that it was not. Kai clenched his fist tightly, adding that it was because of something more important. It was because he had to return to the origin. Flashes appeared in front of him. A notification floated out that the basic level of the space Tunguska had been added to the divine space art. The monsters looked at the hero. The thought arose that the original motive of the training master, even after he fell into the abyss. Kai was never a force to be reckoned with. As a weak person, he always fought with hostility. From the perspective of the powerless, he did everything he could. The protagonist looked at the stars. The thought arose that, however, after he became a constellation, something changed, although he himself was not aware of this fact. Eyes appeared in the air, and Kai thought about how he had always been hiding from the elder constellations. Like the last coward, he remained in neutral territory, away from the curious eyes of the constellations. Looking up, the protagonist said that he had lost the point of fighting. He must follow his own path, living as a constellation. Emily shuddered and said that she understood. Let her calm down first, and he said that he would put it on the line and fight the messenger of plague and darkness. Looking straight ahead, Kai said that the fact that his opponent was a constellation did not change anything. A slime appeared above him. The hero looked away and grinned. Emily, her eyes wide, said that he really came. A huge monster appeared, and the kitten screamed that it was too late to run. Creatures with red eyes appeared. The protagonist looked at the slime in amazement. The monsters looked at him furiously. He appeared before the avatars and those who were doomed to die. Looking surprised, the skeleton asked that their master had come, and the other said that he had answered their requests. Looking straight, Adam said that he would live long. Let them punish the unbelievers. With his eyes wide open, he thought. The hero stood among the slime, and he thought that his opponent was more insane than he expected. For what reason a constellation much weaker than him challenged him. Lowering his head, the monster said that if he was defeated, he would be completely destroyed, even if he got involved in this battle. Standing in front of the protagonist, he added that he would gain nothing, but if he lost, he would lose a lot. Adam's eyes lit up and he said that, however, if he did not accept his challenge, his status and reputation would greatly decline. Looking straight ahead, he asked what how dare he? A cry was heard that here he is. The protagonist frowned, and the monster said that he should wait. The creatures watched the explosion. The protagonist swung his hand. A thought arose that despite the fact that Kai was the first to challenge, he did not let down his guard. The first battle with the constellation. Raising his hands up, the hero thought that the difference in the strength of their existence was too great. The monster's eyes glowed green. It was heard that he should end this quickly, using all his strength if the fight dragged on. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he would definitely lose. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that he would use all the power of the cosmic fist. Clenching his fist tightly, a cry was heard that and add a little power to the essence. A bright beam flew at the monster. He opened his eyes in surprise. A bright light appeared in front of the hero. The constellations froze in amazement. Green tears appeared on the monster's face. Born as a constellation, he felt pain for the first time, as if his essence was being torn apart. Lightning flew around him. Other constellations, including him, rarely fought personally, and then he said that it was dangerous. This was dangerous. Adam's eyes widened, asking what kind of technique was this? This crazy technique? Was this magic? No, how could it be called magic? Beams flew at him and he wheezed. Frowning, Kai thought that his attacks were working. He could not miss this chance. The protagonist swung both hands. He struck the monster and it wheezed. Adam screamed in pain. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if he was pretending to be weak so that he could attack unexpectedly later. An explosion occurred in the air, and the monsters said that this was a battle of constellations. Looking up, the skeleton said that although the glow resembled the end of the world, it was so beautiful. A bright light appeared in front of the constellation, and it was heard that how dare such a pathetic constellation resist their inimitable master. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The protagonist landed on the ground. Standing in the smoke, Kai said that he could still smell the rot. It would not be easy. The monster's hands trembled and he said something. Stretching his hand forward, Adam said that he gave up. The hero stood in front of him, listening to his requests to stop. Lying on the ground, the monster said that he had lost. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he gave up, to which he replied that he did. Striking, Kai shouted that such a trick would not fool him, to which Adam replied that he really did give up. A blow flew at him and he added that his territory, his avatars, he gives everything to him. The constellations looked at each other, hearing that he swears on his life, asking them to stop beating him. Kai frowned, hearing that he really surrenders. The constellations can't lie about swearing on their lives, to which he asked what he meant. Why would a constellation surrender? The protagonist looked at the monster, and Rob said that if a constellation was badly hurt, it could surrender, to which he asked if that was true, and Adam said that he surrendered. Really? Grinning, the hero said, well, okay. A notification appeared that Adam swears on his life and submits to him. The protagonist clenched his fists. A notification appeared that the skill Good Giant Fighter was activated. His essence power increased slightly. The skill Master of his craft was activated. His essence power increased incredibly, to which he replied that he can fight. Stretching his hand forward, Kai said that his martial arts work even on constellations. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Mountains of mucus appeared. It was heard that he feels rivers of pus and buildings made of rotten tumors, a kingdom of plague and darkness. The faces of the monsters blurred. It was said that he feels each avatar. The creatures stood still. It was heard that his new kingdom and new avatars. The protagonist exclaimed in fear and turned to the monster. Adam looked surprised, hearing that to be honest, he gives him the kingdom and back, let him not thank, to which he asked again. From the monster's mouth poured out. It was heard that yes, he did not need his kingdom, he was enough. The hero walked straight, looking at him. Adam was confused. The monster struck the creature. The thought appeared that battles between constellations are dangerous. Both sides risk in them. The winner takes everything from the loser. The monster began to crumble. This happens in order to prevent a future threat from the loser. The complete erasure of the loser's existence is a common thing. But looking straight, the constellation said that although he spared his life and left him a kingdom with avatars, although he is glad. The protagonist flew forward. It was heard that but this feeling of loss, that this bastard, who is his new master? Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard that he had never seen anyone take a constellation as an avatar. He thought that putting the kingdom and avatars was a mistake, to which he replied that he didn't care, he wouldn't be able to control it. Rob looked at him. It was heard that the technique he came up with in the battle with Alfie was the biggest gain, to get so close to the enemy that he couldn't use magic, not give him a chance to use the power of the essence, and then defeat him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he can fight, even if he meets a much stronger constellation. He can fight. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist heard that he defeated Adam. The monsters held weapons in their hands. It was heard that he didn't think he would come here, but it seems that he has no fear at all. His preparations are already finished. Holding the sphere in his hands, the monster said that he would not be defeated so easily. Like a rotten weakling, he should prepare to face his entire kingdom. Kai frowned. A notification appeared that the skill Good Gigantist Fighter was activated. His essence power increased incredibly. The skill Master of his craft was activated. His essence power increased incredibly. Rushing forward, the hero shouted that this was what he hoped for. He would defeat him with all his might. The thought arose that after hearing rumors about what happened to Adam, they prepared for all sorts of scenarios. The monsters flew up. The thought arose that, in other words, now. The protagonist flew forward and thought that he had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom. He struck the monster. The thought arose that it took him 200 years before he appeared before the constellation and won. The monster looked down and asked that he was the same incredible master of training, fighting the constellations. Defeating him would not be so easy. There would be no point in their battle, so he proposed to find a compromise. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked that he wanted to make a deal he personally wanted. Smiling widely, he shouted that he would kick his ass and his avatars with all his might. The thought arose that after 150 years of fighting, he emerged victorious. Standing in front of the protagonist, the constellation said that he was a sinner. He thought the other constellations would leave him alone. Stretching his hand to the side, it added that their unwavering alliance would destroy him. He felt Rob's strength complimenting him, and he happily greeted him. The protagonist smiled and gave a thumbs up. The monster was defeated, thanks to the kitten. Kai won in 6 hours. Emily was lying on the lounger and said that she did not envy the battle constellation and other high-level constellations. And the hermit who unties the knot left his territory and ran away, and the kitten bragged about who brought this constellation. The protagonist was sitting by the fire. It was heard that she was sorry that she still had not found a way to return to Earth, but it seemed that he was in no hurry to do so, and he said that he had not been to his territory for so long. The hero held a spoon in his hands. A notification appeared that the skill B rank mid-level abyssal cooking had turned into a skill A rank high-level abyssal cooking. His essence power had increased incredibly, and he said that having met a constellation, he would fight it. Having met a monster, he would eat it. Constant battles and cooking. Kai drank the soup and said that what kind of manhwa did he read there? Exactly, a well-worn noob. Sitting on a rock, he asked when he would return to Earth. The protagonist looked away. A thought arose that the gate that had accidentally appeared in the abyss had become a way for him to meet new opponents. Standing in front of the portal, the hero said that who knows, maybe this is a gate to Earth. It's like a lottery, you have to try. A rift appeared, and he said that it looked like it wasn't Earth, and what kind of constellation would she meet next? High mountains appeared, and the protagonist exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, he said that it couldn't be. Clenching his fists, Kai asked what was real. Earth, did he win the lottery? A view of the forest opened up. A notification appeared that the kitten was bragging about who brought this constellation. It was heard that it looked like it was so, they would find people first. Looking at the village, the protagonist said that it did not look like Korea, and Rob was surprised and asked if there were many kingdoms on Earth, to which he replied that there were kingdoms on Earth, but it did not matter. The protagonist's eyes widened. The goblins looked at him, and he asked if it was possible that during his absence, people and goblins disappeared. A view of the planet opened up, and the kitten said that although it looked like Earth, it was not it, it was the goblin planet, to which the protagonist replied that it was clear. Walking through the village, Kai said that although he saw goblins in the dungeons from time to time, he thought that they were ordinary monsters. Contrary to his expectations, they were able to create a real village. The hero looked ahead in surprise. People were standing in front of the portal. The thought appeared that although the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, it was much closer to the abyss. This means that portals appear here much more often. The goblins raised their heads up. It occurred to them that the goblins of Ephesus had been fighting the monsters of the abyss for much longer than humans, and therefore had a much better system for fighting monsters than humans. The monster was climbing out of the portal, and the hero thought that, however, this system only worked when they encountered ordinary monsters. The monster looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the creature hit the ground. It raised its head up and roared. Buddy froze, looking at the sky. Flying past him, the dragon asked that this was the end. Ephesus was really destroyed. It occurred to him that the appearance of a monster whose power was comparable to the constellations. This world had come to an end. Sitting on the creature, the goblin said that he could not come closer, it was dangerous, to which he was told not to stop him, although he was the king, but he was also the strongest magician of Ephesus. Looking at the monster, the goblin said that Ephesus's last day had come. If he did not fight him, how could he look his people in the eyes? Cliff frowned and said that he was not a coward, he would not run away from his duty. Rays appeared around him, and he added that even if this was the end for Ephesus, he would at least leave a scar on him that he would never forget. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. Looking to the side, the Goblin King asked what was going on. The monster raised its head, and he asked what kind of light it was. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it was expected. It surprised everyone with its appearance. Stretching out his hand, he thought that he only had one chance in terms of combat power. This wolf was comparable to a mid-level constellation. It was not a constellation because its existence was not focused on one thing. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he had a chance to stop it right now. The monster looked at him, and he added that he would use everything he had. Buddy shouted loudly, and the hero shouted that in one attack he landed on the monster's head, a notification appeared that the skill kind giant fighter activated, his essence power was increased. The skill master of his craft activated, his essence power was increased, to which he said that fortunately, everything went according to plan. Kai looked away and thought about how he always felt a sense of crisis when faced with constellations or monsters comparable to them, strong creatures that mortals dare not confront. The monsters begged for mercy, the thought appeared that they have an incredibly low pain threshold. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist heard that such strong creatures have practically no experience in fighting an opponent equal to them. He praises him for using such a strategy. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist said that thank you, but if he had withstood his last attack a little longer or had been prepared in advance, this battle would have lasted for centuries. Looking down, he added that there were still many things he was weak in. The goblins looked at him in surprise at his address. Descending to the ground, Kai thought that they shouldn't attack him, right? Especially after seeing this battle. Looking at the goblin, the hero exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened, thinking that they still wanted to attack him. The goblin fell to his knees. Sitting in front of him, Max said that when the other constellations were busy and doing nothing, he was the only one who came here and helped his people. Bowing, he added that now he is his god and his master. The hero looked at them in surprise, and the king swore allegiance to him. The kingdom is now under his control. A glow appeared around the protagonist. Notifications appeared that his constellation power was increasing depending on the number of souls that worshipped him. The world resonated with him. The goblins exclaimed, and his constellation power was increased. Kai opened his eyes wide. Messages appeared that his constellation power was awakening. He received a constellation skill. The territory belonged to the invincible god. He is now a mid-rank constellation. Looking at his hands, the hero said that his essence power was strengthened, and the kitten said that he was so full in his consciousness. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard that it would be nice if everything went the same way with Earth, to which he replied that he did not think that people would be so simple. Earth is different from this planet, where there are only a few hundred goblins. People looked at the screen. It was heard that if he defeated the huge monster on Earth, he would just become famous. This was how it was until he left. That was all. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist said that humans are not like goblins. They will not obey. The reality is that they are constantly trying to destroy and subjugate others. There have been many such cases. Looking straight ahead, Kai heard that he also belongs to this species, to which he asked what he wanted to insult him, and the goblin shouted that they would go with him. He would stand by his side. Turning around, the hero said that he thought he said his name was Max, to which he replied that he was very grateful to him for remembering his name. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he was heading into the abyss. It would be difficult for mortals like him to follow him. With wide eyes, the goblin said that it did not matter, he would follow him even into the darkest depths of the abyss. Bowing, he added that he was the Goblin King Max. He was not like the gnomes who broke their promises because of difficulties. If he and his people did not repay their savior, he would live with even more regret. Looking at him, the protagonist thought. The king looked at him and said that he should give the order. A thought appeared that the magical power surrounded his entire body. Even compared to earthly hunters, he was a powerful force to be reckoned with. Walking forward, the protagonist said that his abilities as a magician would be very useful to him. Good, but he should not regret it later, to which the goblin replied that thank him very much, he would give him his all. Kai looked straight and heard what he wanted to find in the abyss, to which he replied that a planet called Earth. Had he heard anything about it? To which the king said that he was asking for forgiveness. It was the first time he heard this name. They walked along the ravine and the hero said that they should arrive on time, to which Max replied that it must be far away, and he added that he still does not know. The protagonist stood in front of the monster and thought that the story of today was how he became an invincible training master, and that's how the Goblin King became his subordinate. Looking away, the goblin asked that he get rid of the remaining meat. They are all magnificent monsters. Their meat is better than even Lupus's meat, to which the hero replied that it can't be helped. The spatial necklace has limitations. A bright sphere was flying in the air, and Max said that he can also use spatial magic, to which the protagonist asked why he told him about it only now, and he apologized. The Goblin King looked away and said that there was a very strong magical storm nearby. They should find shelter. Holding a knife in his hands, Kai said that he already knew about it. He was waiting for it to move to a greater distance. The goblin hesitated. Hearing that he had spent too much time fighting 3 monsters at once, he should use the storm to move faster. Rays emitted from the sphere, and Max said that it was clear. He agreed to it. He would go where his master went, even if he died. The sphere attracted stones to itself. Rays spread around. The sphere expanded. The thought appeared that a piece of land, the size of a continent, was destroyed in an instant. The goblin looked in surprise, and the hero thought that although the magic storm is not so rare in the abyss, but this one was very strong. Standing still, he asked that he had already traveled using the magic storm, to which the protagonist replied that if everything is done correctly, then it is a very fast and good way to travel in the abyss. It is very convenient. Looking straight ahead, the goblin said that usually even the constellations avoid him, to which the hero replied that probably. The sphere attracted everything around. It was heard that he understood. Max will follow him even to the ends of the earth. Kai spread his arms to the sides. The Goblin King said with his eyes wide open that this was a magical storm. Looking up, the protagonist asked what, was he disappearing, to which the goblin replied that no, it was. The sphere began to fade. It was heard that the magical power was concentrating and transforming. How good, he thought he would die here. Looking to the side, the hero turned to the goblin, and he objected. Looking at the rays, the Goblin King said that since the size of this magical storm was too large, it would produce a lot of byproducts and would disappear, to which the protagonist asked again. A huge portal opened. It was heard that many places in the abyss were actually byproducts of the magical storm. This magical storm left behind a dungeon. A purple portal appeared. The thought arose that the dungeon, a part of the abyss, had special rules. Some dungeons are connected to other places. People were standing in front of it. The thought arose that the monsters of the abyss appear exactly there. If they are not dealt with, then they will simply wipe everything off the face of the earth. Holding the papers in his hands, the guy said that this dungeon is called the Mirror Illusion of Chaos. The entry limit is 10 people. Looking ahead, he added that there are 2 weeks and 11 hours left before the monsters come out, to which the man asked if they have information on these monsters, to which he responded approvingly. He clenched his teeth tightly and said that as expected, he does not like it, a devilish joke. Looking at the portal, the man said that it was the sacred right of humans to name things, but since when did they have dungeons, monsters, and constellations? To which the guy replied that according to the Federal Dungeon Analysis Department, this is a C-rank dungeon. Fortunately, this dungeon rank is quite popular. The cars were driving on the road. He was heard to say that this dungeon rank is popular. If a B-rank hunter appears, the danger is greatly reduced, and the rewards are quite large. The man put his hands out to the sides. It was said that right now, a team of hunters named Hands has received permission to raid and is on the way. This is not like the games he played when he was little. Let him wait. Hands. The guy grinned. An approving response was heard. He looked straight ahead, and someone said that the newly formed team of the son of the founder of the Parker Foundation, the same controversial team. A portal appeared in the air, and the thought arose that since the magic and monsters of the abyss penetrated the earth, people's lives had changed greatly. The stone flew out of the body. It was the core of the monsters with magical power. The columns appeared. The thought arose that it had become the most environmentally friendly way to obtain energy on earth, thanks to the connection of the earth with the abyss. Humanity received a new, environmentally friendly way to obtain energy. Parts of the monsters appeared. The thought arose that, in addition, other parts of the monsters were also very useful. Thanks to all this, the level of biology and other sciences rose greatly. A view of a huge building opened up. The thought arose that against the background of these numerous opportunities, the Parker Foundation was developing rapidly. The Kaiser Pharmaceutical Company, the Pablo Artifact Company, the major players in the Abyss industry, all of them belonged to Parker Industries. Richard leaned out of the hatch. He took a step forward. Being a B-rank hunter, he was also the youngest son of the second chairman of the Parker Foundation. Looking to the side, the guy said that he had come. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, Richard said that Team Hands had arrived, starting a raid on the Chaos Mirror Illusion dungeon. In other words, he was a third-generation keyball hunter. Looking at the documents, the guy said that he saw that there were 8 people in their team. This dungeon could accommodate 10 people. He was sure he wanted to enter, to which the hunter replied that he had already added a couple of members. Let them check. The man looked to the side, hearing that he would check now. It was Clinton. The guy widened his eyes, asking what, but that was okay. Clinton's rank was E+, he was just a newbie. Richard smirked and said that they had 7 C-rank hunters, and he, with a B-rank hunter like him, was that a problem? Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that even if they only had 1 C-rank hunter with them, according to the rules, they could still clear the dungeon, to which the guy responded approvingly. He looked away in fear and wondered whether the other team members agreed with this or not. That was another story. The man was carrying a backpack on the ground. The thought came that E-rank hunters could only use 1 or 2 circles of magic at most. They wouldn't even be able to deal any damage to the monsters in the C-rank dungeon. Items appeared. The thought came that the C-rank dungeons had very large rewards. If they were lucky, they could get items worth tens of millions of won. These rewards usually went to E-rank hunters who hadn't made a significant contribution to the raid. The people were standing in front of the portal. A notification appeared that permission had been granted to enter the Chaos Mirror Illusion. Let them prepare. Looking straight ahead, the guy grinned and said that he was counting on him, to which Richard replied that he shouldn't worry and just do the job he was hired to do. The man put his hands behind his back and said that he must be a porter for the leader, to which the boy asked again, and he added that yes, probably the leader just hired him for money. He will not get a reward until they return from the dungeon. People entered the portal. It was heard that he hired him to carry their luggage. As expected, being rich is great. The people watched the portal. A notification appeared that the countdown of 2 weeks, 10 hours, and 32 minutes temporarily suspended. The status of the dungeon changed to raid. The guy widened his eyes and said that everyone had already entered. Looking at the glow, the man asked what was going on. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that it was impossible. The monsters will come out right now, to which he replied that it did not look like it. Suddenly, spikes began to appear. There were more and more of them. The monster looked up. Looking at him, the man said that it would be better if they were monsters, but as it is, well, yes, they will all die. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what was going on, to which he was told that as he saw, the dungeon had grown, to which he added that it was impossible. The portal expanded. It was heard that there must have been an error in assessing the dungeon rank. This is not a C rank dungeon, it is in a rank. Richard walked straight with the team. It was heard what will happen to Hans's team, aren't they in danger? He frowned and said that it was too late. They would not have time to do anything. This is not something that county government officials can handle. The hunter froze and said that this was a ruin type dungeon, to which he was told that he was so glad it was not a swamp type. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man said that he should send a report to the dungeon control team, to which he replied that yes, and the man added that and also, gritting his teeth, he added that after he sent the report, he should call the Parker Foundation, just in case. The gate opened. It was heard that but even if they did, it would be hard to save them. Looking scared, the guy said that over there, to which Richard asked why he was screaming. The creatures looked furiously, and someone said that it was because of these monsters. The hunter walked straight and said that there was a lot of space here, somehow suspicious. It was better than a dark and slimy underground tunnel. The guy looked to the side. Standing in front of the ruins, he said that it looked like a temple, asked that it was destroyed. Looking to the side, the hunter asked that maybe they would first find a way out, to which Richard replied that okay. He turned his head and said that he should look, to which the man asked that he was alone, and he added that yes, and they would find the boss for now. Looking to the side, the guy replied that he understood accepted. Walking straight, the hunter said that they should definitely look between the ruins. Monsters can jump out from around the corner. Let them scout the surroundings, gives permission to use enhancement magic, to which they responded approvingly. The man walked through the ruins. The thought arose that there were 2 exits from the dungeon. The first was connected to the outside world. Looking down, the guy said that low rank reflection enhancement, light, and the other said that low rank speed enhancement. The thought arose that the second was to kill the boss guarding the center of the dungeon. The hunter walked straight, and the hero thought that in the C rank dungeons, instead of looking for an exit. Suddenly, red eyes appeared in front of him. It was said that it was better to immediately find the boss. The hunters turned around, hearing that he had discovered monsters, to which they said that they were here. This is an ambush. Stretching his hand forward, Richard said that they should line up and not be nervous. Their movements will be easy to predict. The soldiers stretched their spears forward. Richard looked in amazement. The monsters were standing in front of them. It seemed like ghouls. Looking at the creatures, the hunter said that they were scared of F-rank monsters that weren't worth a dime, to which he was told that he would deal with them. A shot flew at the monster. It seemed like a flaming arrow. Looking to the side, the hunter said that the magic of the second circle would be enough for them, to which the guy said that they were attacking from the other side. The hunter used the flaming arrow again. Shots flew at the creatures. It seemed like they were still attacking. Let them get ready to attack. Standing behind the squad, the man asked that they didn't think there were too many of them, to which he was told that they were just ghouls. They would deal with them with just a couple of area of effect spells. Looking straight ahead, Richard told them to get ready quickly. Suddenly, an explosion appeared in front of the creatures. Clutching his head, the squad member said that the mana was depleted. A shout was heard that they were continuing to advance. David looked to the side and shouted that if this continued, they would not last long. They could throw a few more flame arrows and that would be the end. Richard gritted his teeth when he heard that if they attacked with magic, they would suffer from mana depletion and vomit, to which he replied that they should not worry, he would take care of it himself. Rushing forward, he shouted for them to hold on. The thought of a C-rank dungeon arose. Blows flew at the monsters. It was said that it was only possible to pass if there was at least 1 C-rank hunter or higher in the team. The guy gritted his teeth. It was easy with him. Richard raised his eyebrows. The thought arose that however, the members of Hens. The monsters stretched out their hands forward and made a sound. The squad was completely surrounded. It was said that they realized that something was wrong here. The view of the ruins opened up. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. A bright sphere appeared. The protagonist and the goblin landed on the ruins. Putting his hand to his face, Max said that he felt sick as always. He apologizes. Now, the hero looked at him, hearing about the spell from nausea. The Goblin King opened his eyes in surprise. The thought occurred to him that after going through all this and moving in time and space, he was as calm as expected from his master. The protagonist looked down and turned to the goblin. Max flew up, hearing that he smelled rot. These were ghouls, to which he replied that he would check now. The The goblin smiled, hearing that magic was really convenient, to which he replied that if the master needed to learn magic, he would help him learn it. Covering one eye, Kai said that no, let him check the area he had just flown over. Looking down, Max responded approvingly. His eyes widened. The hero's eyes lit up, as if the observation in the game constellations can see through the eyes of their avatars. Hovering in the air, the goblin asked what he meant by this place, to which he was told that yes, let him check in the shadow of the building in front of him. There were objects on the ground. It was heard that he should look carefully. Yes, this is it. A book with an underground ration appeared. It was heard that something unusual. There are some symbols here. The protagonist stood still, and the goblin said that if you look closely, you can tell that it was used to wrap a special magical weapon. Most likely, it was made by the same tribe that built this temple. The hero's body trembled. A question was heard that he saw this. Looking straight ahead, Max said that his predictions were correct. Flying over the square, he added that he should look, a huge horde of ghouls, a couple of thousand for sure. Looking down, the protagonist heard what they should do. He looked up and asked what he said, to which the goblin replied that if he wanted, he could kill them all. Smiling widely, Max said that with the 7th circle area of effect spell, he could wipe out the pathetic ghouls in the temple in one fell swoop. He added, widening his eyes, that by turning them into ashes, they could take care of the boss, who was hiding somewhere, asking, so he could prove to him that he was his proud avatar. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the goblin heard him calm down, since the ghouls were crowding there. Did that mean that they had surrounded someone or something? To which he replied that it was not surprising, and the protagonist added that it was enough flattery. Rushing forward, he said that he would be there now, he must save those who were trapped, to which Max responded approvingly. Kai jumped up. It was heard that if his intuition was not deceiving him. The monsters looked furiously. It was said that those who were inside. The creatures flew to the sides. It was heard that it was likely. The protagonist bent down to the ground. Looking straight ahead, he said that they would lead them to Earth. The monsters opened their mouths. Someone asked what he said about the Earth, and he was told that it was true. Suddenly their heads were torn apart by a blow. The hero put his fist forward and said that what they found in the square was earthly protection. There was a book on the underground diet on the ground, and he was asked that seriously. It was food. It was too difficult for him to understand human tastes. To which he received the answer that enough about food, and whether Max could turn into something with the help of magic. The hero walked and blew up the heads of the monsters, saying that if he appeared in this form in front of those who were stuck there would be a lot of problems. The goblin's eyes lit up. The thought arose that not all goblins in the abyss appear as adequate creatures. Hunters from the earth have already gotten used to meeting goblins in the dungeons. Max put his hands out in shock and asked how he could be considered a monster. Kai closed his eyes and replied that people are like that, asking to understand this and whether he can reincarnate. A huge flash appeared in the sky, and Max continued to say that he can use the magic of the 6th circle, polymorphism. Kai looked at the goblin hanging in the sky and said that a guy was hovering in the sky, and Kai asked that he was handsome. He called him sir. Max smiled and continued to say that he did not want to brag, but among the goblins he was known for his beauty. Kai widened his eyes and replied that it was clear and that he looked like an ideal person. Then, looking at the goblin's hair, he said that by the way, such hair looks a little, and that he should try not to lose his vigilance. Emily opened her mouth in admiration. It was heard that when he returned to Earth, he should definitely hide his identity. Kai stood still and said that it was better to return to his previous appearance. Monsters surrounded a huge mountain, and someone said that they just surrounded the hunters and did nothing. I wonder what kind of boss is here. Maybe he is hiding somewhere nearby. The creatures tried to climb the mountain, and it was heard that perhaps this is not so, and that if he had intelligence, he would not just surround them. Claws left an imprint on the stone. Someone said that it is possible to constantly send ghouls, all he can, and does not know why. Max stood next to the hero and said that there is a possibility that the ghouls are controlled not by a really strong black magician, but by a monster called Taran. The monsters greedily opened their mouths, and the man continued to say that in the abyss they are known as the kings of the ghouls. An image of a huge monster appeared, and the hero thought that the king of ghouls, a monster made up of thousands of ghouls, those who see only ghouls and try to find the one who controls them, risk suffering from a surprise attack. The guys approached the monsters, and Max said that because they were ghouls, they did not pose a particular danger to most, but those whose skills were at an average level were overwhelming in number. The walls of the dungeon were cracked. Bob opened his mouth in bewilderment. Someone broke a cracker, and it was heard that he cut it carefully so that not a crumb would be lost, and that now all they had left to eat were gloves and boots. Richard leaned against the wall in silence. A group of hunters were sitting on the ground. It was the 28th day of the raid on the dungeon of the Mirror Illusion of Chaos. The monsters ran after the soldier. He shouted that he was captured. The thought arose that on the very first day they lost some of the provisions, but they found shelter underground in which they were able to hide from the ghouls. Suddenly, a beam pierced the body of the creature. The guy turned around and shouted that his food. Richard shouted to drop it, let him run here faster. The soldiers quickly ran after the captain and shouted to the boss that it seemed they could seal the passage. He replied that great. Everyone quickly inside. The passage began to close. A moment later, it closed and pressed itself against the monster. He raised his paw and reached for the guys. The captain created a magic circle in his hands and pointed it at the enemy. Richard pressed his hand to his forehead and someone shouted a spell of a flaming arrow. Sweat rolled off the man's face. The thought arose that fortunately, there was no other way out. The hands team spent a whole month without the ability to do anything. The man raised his head. Someone called E rank and asked why he was doing this. It was rude. The man looked at the guy telling his partner that there might be food in his bag. Bob added that at this rate they would all die here. The guy looked up in fear and said that this would cause problems. He had a contract. Someone called Bob. Richard stood in front of the guys and said that he gave permission. Let him show the team members the contents of the bag. The soldier responded in agreement. The man raised an eyebrow and continued to say that when they looked, let them take what they needed, and that in such a situation, there was little that would help them anyway. The soldier smiled and replied that he would do as he said. Bob added that he would not refuse such an offer. The men opened the backpack and the guy exclaimed in shock. Bob said that he had taken a lot of things for the C-rank dungeon. The man picked up the containers and asked what was written on them. Food? They told him he was a stupid ignoramus. It was in French. It was skincare lotion. Bob held the bottle up and shouted if anyone wanted a collection of Shakespeare's works, and that if they read Shakespeare to the ghouls maybe they would cry and make way for them. Bob turned to Richard and continued saying that of course he was right. Wasn't it obvious when he hired the porter? The captain asked, and what did he mean by that? Bob pointed his spear at Richard and said that it was because of the leader of the group that they were in this situation, so it was up to the leader to answer. Didn't their great leader know that? Richard asked in bewilderment. The man leaned sullenly against the wall and was asked if he had anything to say to their seniority. David? The man replied that they should do what they wanted. He would not take sides. Everyone looked at him and David continued to say that in such a situation, internal conflict is a direct path to the death of the entire group. They need to calm down and focus on surviving until the rescue team arrives. That's all he can say as the second in command. Bob's eyebrows were furrowed in fear and told Mr. David that there will be no rescue team. Only 10 people can enter here. The monsters opened their mouths wide. It was heard that because their leader took a useless porter, the rescue team can only consist of one person. How one single hunter will defeat all these ghouls? Richard looked at the team, who screamed to throw the leader to the ghouls and make him clear the way. They will see a B rank in action. He is the leader. He is responsible. The man shouted at them that they are bastards. Richard bared his teeth and shouted that they were just sucking up to those with money and power, thinking they could make him do what they wanted. The soldiers clenched their teeth in anger. Someone shouted that he had to. Bob angrily shouted that he thought he could take on 6 C-rank hunters on his own. A bright sphere began to grow in his hand. Richard raised his hand up and cast the spell of Arthas's high-speed ice bullet. Bob said that he was crazy. The thought arose that it was a spell of the 5th circle, which at a certain distance attacks the enemy with ice bullets. Richard spread his arms wide and invited the girls to dance. It flashed through his mind that he had received this skill with the help of Richard's family. The man grinned and said that if they wanted it that way, he would kill the first 3 who attacked him. Magic surrounded the man and the soldiers said that it was the magic of the 5th circle and for the leader to calm down. Richard frowned, called David and asked why he hadn't said anything yet. David asked again, and the man said that they all thought that about him. The man grinned and asked if he would listen to him if he had said something, and would not fire him. Richard pursed his lips and said that he was right. After all, he was a narrow-minded leader. David lowered his head and said that but he was still a decent person. It seemed that after this he would change. Richard replied that there was no need to praise him. He did not understand anything until the very last moment. The soldiers were sitting in the dungeon. He heard that he would die here anyway along with these assholes. They answered him not to give up so easily. Richard said that they held out for almost a month, which means giving up easily. Magic circled around the guy and Dave said that if a rescue party arrived right after he gave up, wouldn't he regret it? Richard told him that it was a good joke. Then with a grin he continued to say that if someone really came, he would lose all his fortune. The guys turned sharply at the sound. The entrance to the cave suddenly opened. The protagonist looked around and asked if there was anyone from Earth. Debris was falling from the passage and a question was asked if there was anyone from Earth. Richard and Dave opened their mouths in shock. Someone's footsteps were heard and someone said that in silence. Kai clenched his fists and asked if they were from Earth. Richard's eyes widened and he answered that they were, but it occurred to him that he had answered without thinking, due to the absurdity of the situation. The soldiers asked in bewilderment that there was a rescue team. Someone shouted that it was a rescue team. The guy enthusiastically shouted that they really had come to save them and that they were saved. Dave angrily stepped forward and called them idiots and to get ready for battle. The man frowned. Someone asked the gentleman what he was doing. Was he completely crazy? He replied that he was an idiot and that he should not dare to discuss the orders of his superiors. If he said to jump, they would jump. If he said to fight, they would fight, and let him think with his head first. Someone pointed a finger at the hero and exclaimed that the entrance to the dungeon would only let one person in. How could there be two here? Kai rubbed his head and replied that there was a limit for one person and apologized for this misunderstanding. The soldiers looked at the hero, and he continued to say that he did not get here through the entrance to the dungeon. Dave asked if not through it, then how? Max and Kai stood nearby, and the hero replied that they got here through the abyss. Those who disappeared in the abyss were drawn into a whirlpool. The thought arose that after the opening of the gates, accidents often happened. Many were drawn into the gates or dungeons, where they disappeared. The man stood on a piece of boulder, and the hero thought that most did not return, but there were lucky ones who did. Dave put his weapon in front of him and said that how could they believe it? They are not monsters or illusions. They really are from the abyss. They answered that it does not matter whether they believe them or not. Kai knitted his eyebrows and said that even if they do not believe, do they have a choice? Dave remained silent. The thought arose that two energetic individualists of an unknown level of strength who could have come here from the abyss. The soldiers stood still, and the hero thought that the exhausted, conflict-torn hunters, starving for a long time, simple hunters below B rank. The man lowered his spear and said that he was right. Kai thought that even if they do not believe, in such a situation, they have no other choice. The protagonist approached the team and said that they shouldn't be so suspicious of their saviors. In any case, they were all from Earth. They answered that it was true. The hero opened his mouth and asked if it was true, to which he received a positive answer. Kai shook in fear, and someone asked who was with him. Dave looked at him and thought that this reaction, so many emotions, maybe he really was lost in the abyss. Richard frowned and said that one moment, what about the ghouls? Kai asked again about the ghouls. The monsters were lying on the ground, and Kai continued to say that they were all dead. The guys asked again in shock. Max smiled. It was heard that it was incredible. The hero with a smile said that this guy was a great magician. Emily and Rob looked at the protagonist. The thought arose that Kai remembered the plan to return to Earth, which he shared with his allies without attracting the attention of the earthly constellations. To quietly expand the number of his supporters, instead of attracting excessive attention, he was going to carefully reconnoiter the current situation on Earth. The protagonist spread his arms. Dave asked that this was also lost in the abyss. Kai answered that yes, he had an even more tragic story than his, and that he had lost his memory. Max closed his eyes. It sounded like he had lost his memory, and at such a young age, the goblin thought that these worthless people dared to pity him. The man looked at Kai and asked that it turns out that he was also a magician, right? And that he could not have defeated all those ghouls on his own. The protagonist smiled and said that he used martial arts. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at Kai. Dave clenched his teeth and said that martial arts. Kai looked at them in confusion, and the guys said that he uses martial arts. The first time he sees such a thing. How long has he been in the abyss? The soldiers looked at the guy in shock. He asked why they were staring at him like that, and Dave answered that no, they haven't seen a martial artist for a long time. The hero raised his hands and said that when he got into the abyss, martial artists were not held in high esteem at all. But what year is it now? They answered that it was 2039. How long has he been in the abyss? Kai said that it had been 30 years. The soldiers looked at the guy, and Bob asked what the biggest record was there. The man said that it was 28 years, but this man is now in a mental hospital. Bob asked again, isn't he the author of that book, a bestseller, I think, and that it was probably the man who disappeared for 26 years. The guy behind the soldiers fell to the ground. It was heard that the talk of martial arts in dungeons was not so important now. The man put his hand on the stone and asked Max to give him a light. He answered in agreement. Kai pursed his lips and interrupted him with the words that he told him not to call him sir. Max called the guy, and Kai agreed. Suddenly, with one blow, he threw the boulder into the air. His knee flew quickly to the stone. Then he smashed it with another blow. Dave exclaimed in shock. Someone chuckled and asked that they had never seen such a thing before. The guy picked up the cut stone with one hand and said that apparently they really don't have martial artists there. Everyone gets a plate. There was cut meat on the stone, and someone asked whose meat it was, and someone was watching to survive at any cost. The soldiers looked at what was happening in bewilderment, while the hero said that this was a very useful TV show that showed that a person can eat almost anything, and let them watch it. It will come in handy in life. Bob thought that this was a TV show for special forces. Kai handed them a piece of meat, saying that thanks to it he survived in the abyss. Juice flowed from the steak of meat. The man sniffed the emanating aroma. The men were drooling, and Bob asked who would get the food first, to which the protagonist replied that there was enough meat for everyone, so let them be patient. Kai laid out pieces of meat on the stones and said that it was ready. Let them take a plate for themselves and wished them a pleasant appetite. Richard looked at the piece of meat in surprise. The thought arose that at first the people doubted whether it was worth eating the meat that the one who returned from the abyss gave them. The knife cut the steak and the hero thought that, but the enchanting aroma of the meat quickly convinced them. The man took his first bite, and the thought occurred to him that for those who had been one step away from starvation for a month, this was a real feast. The soldiers looked at their meat in bewilderment. The hero put his hand to his mouth and whispered to Max that it was strange that they were so quiet. They realized that they had given them low-grade meat. Max answered the master that that was why he had told them to throw it away. They looked at the soldiers eating, and Max whispered that dry meat with almost no magic took up so much space. Such food should not be on his master's table. There were sounds of chewing. Bob chewed with tears in his eyes and said how delicious it was. Dave ate silently, leaning against the wall. The soldiers cried and thanked them. The man thought, looking at the meat, that it was unusual and that its magic was being replenished. There was a fire burning around the man, and he thought that usually if he cast a few flaming arrows he would collapse from magical exhaustion. However, now he felt like he could cast a dozen. Dave looked at the protagonist and thought that to save them he gave them special meat. What a generous man. Kai said that they looked so hungry that they would eat anything. Max replied that he said that low-grade meat should be thrown away, and Kai said that they would do so from now on. There were remains of ghouls on the ground when someone said that the dungeon was designed in such a way that ghouls are not only regular monsters, but also a crowd that forms a boss, and that if they defeat everyone, they will clear the dungeon, so in order to get out, you need to finish off the rest. The protagonist looked away when asked how he knew this, to which he replied that he had seen all sorts of things in the abyss. People appeared behind Richard when he spoke of the abyss. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and addressed him, then the captain ordered him to shut up, to which he replied that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, because he was doing what Fred ordered. The blonde gritted his teeth in anger and asked if the man hadn't heard him, and then asked him to disappear. Richard went to Kai, who said that the situation was very tense. Then his follower asked what had happened, to which he was told that it seemed like they had an internal conflict while they were locked up. The mustachioed man put his hand behind his head when the guy suggested that they were probably trying to kill each other. The protagonist looked at Max, who said that the emergence of internal conflict during a crisis situation was unimaginable for the goblins of Ephesus, and then called humans pathetic. He looked shocked when Kai turned to him and asked if he knew that he was also a human, to which he was told that they did not mean to insult him. The guy in the cloak turned his back when he was asked if he was Max. He looked away carefully when he was told that even his name was beautiful. Then the protagonist thought that the C-rank hunters who rebelled against Richard had found another leader. The men stopped in front of the blonde boy when one of them asked Bob about why he was being so familiar with him, and the other told the boy that they would take care of the remaining ghouls. The mustachioed man looked ahead when his comrades began to talk about how sad it was that Max had lost his memories, and about which of them would be more useful to him if he did not mind. Sweat appeared on the face of Kai's follower when it was explained that they were trying to gain favor with a man who could lead them to higher tier dungeons and rewards. The protagonist approached the hunters when Max said that he would let them do what they wanted because the master asked them to be careful, adding that it was disgusting because he knew what they wanted. Then Kai asked what they were doing. David looked at the guy and explained that it was difficult to find a strong hunter who could lead others to high tier dungeons, to which he replied that he was aware of this, and then asked why they were so polite. The protagonist closed his eyes when they told him that, first of all, he was his savior, and that if Kai had been in the abyss for over 30 years, then he was also an old man, after which the guy suggested that only his earthly age be taken into account, which is 28 years. The hunters surrounded the protagonist's follower as he said that he knew that people were trying to show off their best side to strong hunters and that he was just curious as to why they were only bothering Max. Kai turned to David and Richard and asked that even though he was a strong mage, why weren't they approaching him? The guy with glasses twisted his mouth when asked what kind of reaction that was. The bearded man opened his mouth slightly and replied that it was probably because he was a martial artist. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. The man was in a fighting stance when Kai asked him again and exclaimed that even among martial artists, there was a rank hunter named Master Tom who was the hope of martial artists, and then he asked why they were treated so poorly. The dark-haired man folded his arms in front of him as he exclaimed that every martial artist was strong. David covered his face with his hand when the protagonist asked them to wait, and then asked about why they were reacting like that and what was wrong with Master Tom. He imagined the men in their fighting stances as he was told that in 2009, just when Kai fell into the abyss, there were hunters who chose the path of martial arts, even though martial arts were considered inferior to magic, and that most of these hunters went to China where they were most concentrated. Tom stood in front of the banner as it was revealed that although martial artists were weaker, with the involvement of a large number of disciples, the revival of the martial arts era was possible, and that there was also a living legend who had reached a rank, so martial arts had a bright future, or so they thought. An announcement appeared with a photo of a man, reporting the shocking news that rank manipulation had been revealed, and that Tom was involved in a rank manipulation scandal. People looked at the monitor in surprise when they were asked what was so interesting. The crowd stood in front of the billboard in 2011, when similar scandals were revealed in China, Russia, and other countries. Kai looked shocked when he was told that hunters bribed judges and changed their ranks, and that C ranks became B ranks, and B ranks became A ranks and pretended to be heroes. David's mouth dropped open when he was asked about Master Tom. The protagonist fell to his knees when he was told that he was also considered an A rank hero of China, but in fact, he was a B rank, a fake. The guy looked shocked when he said that he even bought his photos and posters and then asked again. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that after that scandal, the reputation of martial artists had been greatly damaged and that many had given up on them, thinking that it was impossible to reach a rank that way. Richard turned to David and said that no one uses martial arts now. Then David added that after the incident, the tradition had disappeared and that there were no more students or schools that teach martial arts. They stood behind Kai, who asked how he could lie about that. A blue aura enveloped the boy as he thought about calming his inner energy, as sadness would only cause muscle atrophy. Human silhouettes were visible as the protagonist said that there was one more thing he wanted to ask, and then wondered if everything was okay on Earth. Then he was asked what he meant. Kai looked away and asked if there was an invasion of constellations there. David stood in front of him when he assumed he was talking about the incident in 2011, adding that it was a disaster, and then asked the boy how he knew, since it happened when the protagonist was already in the abyss. The girl folded her hands in front of her when Kai thought about how the goddess's prophecy came true while he was lost in the abyss, and that he was too late. People were walking down the street in the fall of the year when the rank manipulation case was revealed, when it was said that everything was different that day. The townspeople looked in one direction. A huge portal appeared in the sky. Slime began to flow down. The man covered his ears with his hands and called for help. The creatures destroyed buildings when it was explained that the gates back then were different from the usual dungeon gates, and the monsters had intelligence, and that it was an army. The people were running away from the monster. The dark figures stopped in front of the flames as it was explained that this army had a goal and that this army was following orders and acting according to a strategy to take over the earth. The bone hand held a sphere as it was explained that they were also following a strategy to lay the souls of earthlings at the feet of their constellation. Kai placed his hand on the man's shoulder and asked what happened next and what happened on Earth and if the Earth was taken over by evil constellations. David touched his hand and asked the boy to calm down when he asked if he was too late. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise as he asked where they would be if that happened and then said that they fought back. The boy's pupils narrowed as he asked if they pushed them back. David introduced the armed men as he explained that there were many casualties, but they stopped them. He imagined the monsters attacking as he added that all the countries had mobilized their best hunters, who had stopped the invasion. Kai folded his arms in front of him. He got down on all fours. The boy's mouth dropped open as he wondered if there was nothing else he needed to do then, and why he had wandered around the abyss. The monster raised his hands when 2 years after the protagonist's departure in 2011, the evil constellations invaded Earth. The armed men looked in one direction. The monsters appeared in front of them when it was told that, however, the hunters from Earth had fully mobilized to fight back and had succeeded. The protagonist was kneeling. Horror appeared on his face as he thought about what he should do now and why he was in the abyss in the first place. He imagined the blonde girl apologizing for the misunderstanding and assumed that the goddess's prophecy was wrong or she had miscalculated. The men stood behind him as a system notification appeared, saying that the Overlord was saying that this was very strange. There were dragonflies flying over the grass when he asked again, to which he was told that this was not just a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion of the constellations, and asked if it was possible to stop them at all, even if mortals sent their forces. The insect approached his palm when it was explained to him that it was not just a matter of different levels of power, and that the constellations and mortals were completely different, so even if there were many hunters, they were just like small insects to them. The boy looked forward seriously and said that he understood, adding that now it really seemed strange to him. He turned to David and asked how they stopped the invasion, to which he replied that they did not quite stop it, and that it was more like a truce. The monsters stood in front of the fences when he said that they were not sure about expanding the territory they occupied, and that they would suffer too many losses if they tried to retake the lost territory. The monsters gaped as he added that they were worried about whether the truce would last, and that it was still going on, probably because of the constellations that had promised to guard the land. The beings in white robes stood in front of the humans. The girl sat on the grass as she said that she understood, and that if the constellations were there to begin with, then it made sense, adding that even if the Earth was taken over by new constellations, they could transfer their power to the avatars and make them fight. Kai raised his head, looking up, and said that this was why the truce was still going on, when it was explained to him that unlike him, the constellations rarely fought themselves, but against him they would need to go out and fight personally. The monsters stood in front of the constellations as it was explained that their invasion had changed the hierarchy, and that this was what had caused the abyss to connect with the earth, so to avoid a full-scale war, a compromise was made to restore the balance of power. The guy had his back turned when he asked about what she had said before, and it was explained that while everyone wanted to monopolize souls, the truce was possible because they either didn't want to fight themselves or didn't want to lose their avatars. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he suggested that he had no business being there anyway. The hunters were walking behind him as he said that in order to stop the evil constellations from invading, he had gone into the abyss but had returned too late, and a notification appeared saying that Rob was saying that wasn't true. Emily rested her face on her hand as she answered in the affirmative, adding that while they were a couple of decades late, the situation wasn't over yet. She looked up thoughtfully and said that the truce couldn't last forever and that there were many other constellations in the abyss that could still decide to invade Earth. The animal's eyes widened as a notification appeared, Rob warning the boy to be careful with any new constellations, as they were unlikely to honor the truce agreement. Kai looked down and began to answer. He imagined the silhouettes over the planet, as he realized that this meant that if the situation worsened, the Earth would become a battlefield where the constellations would fight for dominance over the Earth. There was a huge explosion. A monster fell in front of the hunters, and they cried out that it was a good shot, and that Max's magic was truly wonderful. The boy turned to the bearded man and said that it was first circle magic, to which he replied that he had never seen anyone use first circle magic so well. The hunters followed the protagonist's follower, talking about how there was a huge difference between him and other first circle magic users, and how they had never seen anyone like him, including speed, strength, and senses. Then Max thought that they were annoying him. The blonde boy looked ahead and decided that the humans were crazy. The hunters smiled, thinking that if they returned to Earth, it would be amazing, and that if he was at that level, then at least the guy was a B or even a rank. The cloak of Kai's follower fluttered in the wind when someone thought about how great it was that he lost his memories, and how they should convince him to abandon this guy and join them. The hunters looked in one direction, realizing that if they took his place, they would not have to obey this Richard. Max stood in front of the protagonist, wondering if he was okay and that he looked like he wanted to fight. Richard gritted his teeth when Kai asked him if he wanted to fight someone and thought about how that guy looked the same. The blonde looked away and asked again. The protagonist stood in front of him, asking if he should let him fight those guys, to which he replied that he shouldn't and that it wasn't like that. Kai was behind Richard, thinking that he didn't mind him fighting them, but he was shocked and that even if it was a crime for hunters to fight each other in a dungeon. Emily and Rob were sitting on the grass when the guy asked if his thinking had become abnormal after being in the abyss for too long. Then he was advised to be careful, because on Earth, it is not enough to simply hide the power of existence. The protagonist turned away from David when the girl added that there could be a great battle between the constellations and that if he did not properly hide his identity as a training master, he could provoke a conflict. Then Kai said that he would be careful. He looked at the bearded man and asked about what they do with the people who return from the abyss, to which he was told that they undergo a medical examination and are asked about their experiences. The man sat in front of the agents with glasses and said that there was a giant cat with a huge smile, after which he was asked again. Emily and Rob looked forward when someone said what would happen if the constellations reached an agreement. The monster reached out to the guy when David said that he probably did not know that after the invasion of the evil constellations, most countries banned becoming avatars of evil constellations. The protagonist looked away and said that after the war, people became very strict when a message appeared about Rob saying that they are not evil constellations, to which he was told that it is. David turned to the guy and said that in any case, the procedure is not so difficult anymore, and then asked what country he was from, to which Kai replied that he was Korean. Then he was told that he would be offered a new citizenship. A magic circle appeared in front of Max, then he was told that it was a good shot and that he was amazing. Then the man added that maybe everything will be fine for the guy who lost his memories. The protagonist stood behind his follower when he turned to him and said that he received enough information about the situation on Earth, to which he replied that he understood the master. Then Kai said that he was also interested in what level of skill the hunters are, and then wondered if there was a way to find out. Rob looked ahead carefully as the protagonist was told that there was a spell called level estimation that showed the level and stats. The guy then said that it would be enough and asked the mage to use it on them. Emily was sitting behind the cat when a message appeared asking why Kai asked Max to do this, to which he replied that it was because he couldn't use magic, then asked if Rob was asking this to make fun of him. Then a notification appeared saying that it wasn't because of that and that because the guy was a constellation he didn't need to use magic to see the power level. The protagonist looked ahead and assumed that he was telling him to use his essence power, adding that he would then be noticed by nearby constellations, to which he was told that he would not need to use his essence power for this, and that any constellation could easily do it. Kai closed one eye when a notification appeared that he had used the Eye of Sauron. Richard took a step, standing with his back turned. The blonde turned his head to the side. The guy's eye shone brightly. Kai stood behind the captain when a notification appeared that he had revealed the essence of the hunter. A system window appeared, listing the guy's characteristics: level 205, strength 198, dexterity 397, physical strength 200, magic power 202, intelligence 190. After that, Rob reported that it was not that hard. The protagonist stopped behind Richard. Kai bent his arm in front of him and exclaimed that he could train this skill too, when a message appeared saying that if he mastered this ability, he would be able to see much more information. An explosion occurred near the ghoul. Bob looked forward in amazement when a system notification appeared stating that the Mirror Illusion House dungeon had been cleared. Max stood next to the protagonist when the system informed them that the dungeon would soon close. The dark-haired guy looked ahead carefully and said that they were finally heading to Earth. The hunters raised their hands up when a system message appeared stating that the dungeon had been cleared. David turned to Richard when they were informed that the dungeon would soon close. The protagonist tilted his head forward when the system repeated the message. An item appeared in his hand when a system notification appeared stating that he had used the Eye of Sauron. A system window appeared, telling about the adamantium frying pan and listing its skills: magic injection into ingredients, strengthening ingredient magic, sauce change, heat magic change, and others. Then Kai thought that the lava and magma kitten had done a good job, and that it was much easier to cook complex dishes on it. System notifications appeared that the composer skill was activated, and that his life force increases as he uses the Eye of Sauron. The protagonist raised the object above himself, then his follower called him master and said that he was incredible. Spikes protruded from the rock in the Mojave Desert in Nevada in front of the sealed entrance of the Mirror Illusion Dungeon of House. The man with glasses opened his mouth and exclaimed that there was a problem at the entrance to the dungeon. Lightning was coming from the spikes when he asked everyone to make sure that the reporters could go there, adding that the dungeon was unstable and that it was dangerous. Air currents appeared above the entrance. Part of the general body was torn off. Lightning flashed above the entrance when someone suggested that the entrance to the dungeon appeared there. The man in the cap opened his mouth wide and said that this could not be, and then suggested that it was cleared. A bright flash occurred. The guy raised his hand to his head. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was very bright. Above him was the blue sky of Earth. The photo showed the entrance to the dungeon when someone said that the Hands Hunter group managed to clear the Mirror Illusion House dungeon in the Mojave Desert, and that the final rank of the dungeon was C rank. Richard gritted his teeth and exclaimed that this was impossible because there were 1,000 ghouls. Then he was asked about why the results looked like this. In front of the captain sat a man who said that even if they had help from a skilled mage, only F-rank monsters were not much, adding that they themselves knew this. Richard's mouth dropped open when he was told that the dungeon's rank was determined by the strength of the main boss, and that they had considered the trial stats, which is why it was rated C instead of F. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and said that in any case, he congratulated him on his safe return, adding that his father had been very worried. David looked at the blonde man silently when it was explained that since Earth didn't know about the Ghoul King Taran, they didn't know that they had cleared in a rank dungeon. A newspaper showed Richard as someone said that the prince and his group had survived hell, and that he was wondering why there were so many paparazzi, adding that it seemed like their friend was quite the celebrity. The protagonist was lying on the couch when Max assumed that the blonde guy was royalty since he was called a prince, then added that he hadn't given any hint of that. Then Kai replied that there was no way he could please a true king. The dark-haired guy looked down when he said that despite his poor English, he could somehow understand what was written. Then a system notification appeared saying that Rob was saying that the Eye of Sauron could see through existence, and that this told him that it would be strange if the Constellation couldn't understand the language of mortals. People were walking towards them, who reported that their test results had been announced, and that they were completely healthy. Then the protagonist thought that if he tried, he could actually understand English. Kai leaned his hand on the couch when the girl added that she was surprised because she had never seen such a perfect body, and that it was as if God himself had given it to him. Then the guy replied that the only thing you could do in the abyss was exercise. In front of him stood a woman who said that he was also mentally stable, and that he was really lucky. The protagonist sat in front of her when she added that 30 years had passed, and that he would have a hard time with rehabilitation, adding that if he wanted to move to another country, they would help him, to which he replied that he would think about it. The woman turned away from him and began to reason out loud. Then the guy thought about how she was acting like she didn't want him to stay. Kai looked away, thinking about what was on the other side, right next to him. The man with the tie opened his mouth and asked someone not to worry about him losing his memory, because the American government was on his side. The other man smiled and said that America was the richest and most powerful country, and then spoke about the citizens of America. Max was surrounded by people as the protagonist realized the treatment that high-ranking mages received and that martial artists were different. The blonde youth closed his eyes. The bespectacled man looked straight ahead as he said that he had heard the same thing several times and that the answer he could give them would always be the same. He stood behind Kai as he said that he would follow him. Next to the boy stood a bespectacled man who asked what happened in the abyss to make him so loyal to him, to which the protagonist replied that he did not know and that he met him when he had already lost his memories. The bespectacled agents whispered among themselves, suggesting that perhaps it was because he was the first person he had met after losing his memories. Kai looked away as he was addressed. There were people standing behind him who asked him if he had ever seriously considered moving to another country, and added that if he needed anything, the government would help him, because for a hunter, there was no country better than America. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and asked if he could think about it after he got a green card, and he thought about how the attitude was very different from before. The agents were standing near the couch. They opened their palms in front of them when the guy asked what they were doing there, to which he was told that they were talking to each other using a simple telepathy artifact. Max was sitting next to the protagonist when he added that he could easily get inside using magic, and then asked if he wanted him to show him what they were talking about, to which he was told yes. Kai looked up with interest when someone asked if they thought he would stay there after he got his green card, adding that he was currently rejecting their offers, but would soon realize that America was truly the best. Then someone said they were still a little worried. The mage's eyes were closed when the agent said he was sure other countries would try to find out about Max, to which he was told they would place spies near him so others could not get close to him, adding that they would constantly convince him. The boys were sitting next to each other when the protagonist's follower turned to him and said that they would spy on them, to which he replied that they would not. The goblin entity opened its mouth when Max asked if he could get rid of all the spies. Then Kai suggested that he keep things simple, then asked if it was true that he understood everything, after which the mage apologized to the master. A car stopped in front of the field headquarters when it was explained that there were more procedures that the returnee had to go through to get a green hunter card. The man's wrist was bandaged when the test was announced. The protagonist was handed a sheet and called by name, asking him to participate in this survey for 30 minutes, and warned to be careful not to let the electrodes fall while he was being examined. Kai held the sheet of paper in front of him when he was told they were starting. The monster stuck out its long tongue when it was revealed that the first question asked if he had ever made a contract with the Warrior of Madness and Blood Constellation. The guy was holding a pencil in his hand when the second question asked him to write a passage that mocked the same constellation. Then it was explained that it may seem like pampering, but it is the most effective way, because a servant who has made a contract with a constellation will never be able to mock his master. That is, it is the best way to determine whether someone has made a contract with an evil constellation. In front of Kai were people when he called the Warrior of Madness and Blood a pathetic maniac, thinking that they adopted this method after contact with the constellations. In front of the protagonist was a sphere when he was told that they will now measure how much mana he has, and then politely asked the guy to pour mana into the crystal ball. Then he asked about how much, to which he was told that as much as he can. Kai carefully looked at the sphere and repeated the man's words. The crystal ball turned yellow as it was explained that it was a hunter rank refresh after 30 years of Earth time. The man with glasses gaped in surprise. The broken sphere was scattered in pieces. The steps were glowing as the boy said that he still had some mana left, and then asked if he could do it again, to which he was told that they would think about it. The protagonist bent his arm in front of him, thinking that in order to move around more freely, it would probably be better to have a higher rank than 30 years ago, and then he guessed that he was in a rank. The broken sphere was shining as it was explained that the amount of mana contained in the measuring crystal ball was much higher than the average hunter. The man placed his hands on the sphere and exclaimed that this time he would definitely raise his rank. Then it was explained that when hunters taking the exam fill the ball with their mana, it changes color, which allows you to determine the total amount of mana. The man fell in front of the sphere, saying that this can't be and that he is still at the same level. The protagonist opened his palm in front of himself, thinking about whether revealing his power was a mistake after all, and who is to blame for the fact that in the abyss he only met strongmen. Then the guy said that he was a little unusual in controlling his strength, and that, on the contrary, during the exam, he should downplay his skills. Emily opened her mouth and asked if he did it on purpose, to which she was told that you can't attract unnecessary attention because it can reveal his essence, and that the earth is not like the abyss, adding that there are its own rules. The monster loomed over the boy as he explained that in the abyss he could find powerful opponents at any time and fight them as much as he wanted, but on earth such things were done under strict control. Kai opened his mouth, looking ahead as he said that the opportunity to rise to a rank was only given to B rank hunters, and that C rank could not skip a step, adding that in order to reach the hero rank and become famous as planned, he should seize any chance to increase his hunter rank to the maximum. The man with glasses turned to him and said that all the measurements had been taken, and that he should wait in the dorm, adding that the results would be ready soon. The protagonist stood with his back to him as he said that at least he should be given B rank. Then his follower said that human equipment was still low grade. The doctor brought the phone to his face. A sphere sparkled behind him as he addressed the Imbitus clan, explaining that it was him and that he was calling about a case they were interested in. On the screen was a picture of Max, stating that he was a B rank. The boy then said that he hid his abilities skillfully. The protagonist held the device in front of him as he offered to see what rank they gave him, then asked if he should press the right one. Sweat began to appear on his face. On the screen was a picture of himself, next to which was listed a C+ rank and his age, equal to 57 years old. Then Kai asked why that was and what was up with his age, cursing. Behind him was Richard, who asked if they were done yet, when the protagonist suggested that in 30 years the average amount of mana of hunters had increased greatly, adding that he was still 28. Kai and Max turned around, looking behind them. The captain looked ahead when asked what he wanted and replied that he had already told him that he would definitely reward him for saving his life, and then suggested that he had nowhere to stay since he had returned after 30 years. Richard opened his mouth and offered him to go to his house, adding that he could stay there as long as he wanted. The guys silently looked ahead. There were cars driving along the road. The black limousine continued moving when the protagonist was asked if he seemed suspicious to him, then Kai asked in what way, to which he replied that the captain had suddenly become very polite. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest when the guy asked Max if he suspected him because he was human, to which he was told that he did not at all. The mage closed his eyes when he was asked if he remembered how the master repelled the wolf's attack, then he asked how he could forget, and answered that the day of the god of the abyss and his master's arrival was the very moment when despair engulfed everyone on Ephesus. The protagonist looked askance and said that it was true, and that he would not forget it either. He imagined the goblins kneeling before him when he said that they had given him a warm welcome, and that he promised to repay them for saving him. The monsters in front of the guy opened their mouths when the goblin exclaimed that they had prepared a bath of acid slimes, and that it would perfectly exfoliate rough skin and relieve fatigue. The goblins held the babies up, asking the noble Lord Constellation to gladly accept the sacrifice of their noble's children, to which he replied that he was not at all happy, and asked them to take care of their own children. Max looked shocked when he said that this could not be, and then asked if this really caused him inconvenience, to which the guy replied that it could not be helped because there was a difference in cultures. Richard sat with his arms crossed when Kai said that, in any case, this guy must also want to repay for saving him. Then the magician replied that after all, a greedy, annoying, and magic-incapable race is not alien to gratitude. The protagonist looked ahead carefully and reminded that, in fact, he is also a human, then his follower apologized to him. The headlights of the car flashed when the captain was asked his name, to which he replied that the guy probably does not know, but his family is very well known in business circles. Richard turned to Kai and asked what was the matter, to which he replied that it was nothing. The dark-haired guy looked away and added that he was waiting for the captain to give him his entire fortune. Sweat appeared on the blonde's face when he asked again. Then the protagonist explained that he had secretly heard someone in the dungeon promising to give him his entire inheritance for saving him. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and said that he was joking and that he did not need much. The blonde man with glasses opened his mouth and asked him to say what he wanted. Someone was watching the cars driving by when Kai replied that it was a mere trifle and that he needed a place to settle down temporarily until he got settled, adding that he had been in the abyss for too long, so he would not get used to the earth for now. The mustachioed man opened his mouth. The captain spread his arms out to the sides and said that he had immediately told the guy that he could live in his house for as long as he wanted. Kai and Max looked ahead when he added that he was capable of giving that to his savior and that there was no need to look down on him. The protagonist looked at his follower, who turned to him and asked if he was being too arrogant, lending only a house. A red car appeared when he was told that it had always been like that on Earth, adding that, having a huge house, he had the right to be proud of himself and that Earth was not like Max's kingdom. A red car blocked the black car's way. The boys looked in the same direction when Kai asked if he really decided to repay his virtue in this way, to which Richard replied that he did not, and then asked what was going on. The driver turned to the captain and said that some psycho blocked the way with a car, then the blonde asked him again. The protagonist frowned when he assumed that this was an assassination attempt and that some evil constellation found out about his essence. Max looked away when Kai added that this was not so, and that otherwise it would have already appeared on its own. Then his follower asked to let him figure it out, to which he replied that first they would see who the psycho was. The boys got out of the car. There was a man standing behind the red car. When the protagonist said that he did not think he would see such a car in the middle of the desert, and then asked if it could be said that this is quite in the spirit of the Americans. The boys looked in the same direction when Kai asked if Max felt it. Bill adjusted his glasses when he answered affirmatively, adding that he was different. The man's clothes clung to his body when the mage said that he was still mortal, but he could not be put on the same level as humans. Bill had glasses on his face when he added that he was very strong. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, thinking that this man was Asian and that he seemed vaguely familiar. They were standing opposite each other when the man spoke. Richard was standing behind Kai when he asked if it was true that he was Bill's dragon. A man stood in front of the red car, who answered affirmatively, and then asked who the young man was, to which he was told that his name was Richard. The captain opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it was true when he asked if he was the heir of the Pikers. Bill passed the guy and said that he heard that Alex had a lot of worries because he was a hunter, to which the captain answered him that it did not apply to him at all. Then the man said that he was right and that he should do what he wanted. He stopped in front of the protagonist. Kai looked ahead in surprise when the man said that he did not really expect it, but it was really him. Then the guy said that it could not be. He imagined the guy with glasses when he assumed that this was the leader of the Bill clan. The protagonist was standing in front of him when he answered in the affirmative, adding that he had heard rumors that he was there. The man with glasses was standing in front of Kai when he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. There were people standing near the cars when the guy asked if he was right in saying that the man was the leader of the clan. Max looked away carefully. Richard opened his mouth in surprise. The man with glasses continued to look straight ahead. He was standing in front of the protagonist when he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The captain opened his mouth and apologized. He stood between them when he asked the Dragon Bill if they knew each other, to which he replied in the affirmative. Then Kai repeated his name in his mind. Behind the guy stood men in suits who exclaimed that this was indeed the same S-rank hunter. The protagonist looked away worriedly, thinking about what they said, that they heard that Bill got married again last month, and that they said that this was already his 19th wedding. He imagined an image of a lotus with the inscription Clan of the Great and Incomparable when someone said that this was confusing. The man put his hand behind his head and suggested that Kai take it slow, since their strength was not up to a B-rank dungeon. Then the guy wondered if this man was really the leader of the clan he knew. Winged monsters flew in the sky when it was explained that in 2011, attacks from evil constellations broke out all over the world, and that Seoul was no exception. The winged monsters opened their mouths. A beam pierced the monster as it was explained that the period was called the Seoul Disaster, and that all the hunter clans in the city responded. The man raised his hand as it was explained that the leader of the great and incomparable Bill clan also responded, and that he was one of those who tried his best to save the country. The man with glasses held his hand out in front of him. Silhouettes were visible among the rubble as it was explained that thanks to the dedication of hunters like him, the Republic of Korea was able to somehow eliminate the threat of occupation. The man turned his back as he said that they would end there. Then someone turned to him, calling him the leader. Bill opened his mouth and added that they did everything they could, and that they protected everything they could protect. He hugged his comrades and said that they were true heroes. There was a flash as the emphasis was placed on the word hero. On the sheet was a photo of the boys under the caption that the crisis had been overcome and that the government was thanking the hunters on the front lines. Then it was explained that all the hunters who fought the threat were called heroes, and that, as expected, they received nothing more than the title. In the hospital building, someone asked why he couldn't check out. Bill stood in front of the guy, who explained that they couldn't pay because healing magic was not included in the insurance. Then the man asked again and called them freaks. The clan leader opened his mouth and asked about compensation for the treatment of hunters, to which he was told that they said he was not suitable, and that the shrapnel wound did not come from a monster, adding that the man himself understood that it was difficult to find a hunter who would afford long-term treatment. Bill opened his mouth wide and said that it changed him, and that he moved to America because they treated hunters better there. The protagonist looked ahead in amazement when he added that he had received support, and that he had hunted monsters, and then promoted his company and even appeared on television, summing up that it had all happened little by little. The car was parked in the desert when the guy asked how much money he had, which even a rich son couldn't object to. Then the man asked if he knew where he lived now, and then replied that he lived in Hunter's Hills. Bill was sitting opposite him when he asked if he really didn't know that this was the richest area in Los Angeles. The man in glasses opened his mouth and added that the guy hadn't changed a bit, and that, as before, he was still as taciturn. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. There was a letter on the table when the clan leader asked who else was capable of disappearing, leaving behind a letter on a pitiful page, and whether the guy had finished training in the abyss. He remembered his comrades standing next to him when he said that he knew, of course, that he was crazy in training, but he didn't think that he would go so crazy. Then the man standing next to him said that it was worth taking him to the hospital in advance. Max and Kai looked ahead when Bill said that some even wanted to announce his death, because only a few returned from the abyss alive. Then the guy asked if it was true. The man in glasses frowned and said that the guys from the clan were even going to hold a wake for him, and then asked if he knew how surprised he was when he found his name on the list of those who returned from the abyss. Richard's mouth fell open when they addressed him. The clan leader approached him and said that he kept forgetting to ask what this guy was doing in his car. A shadow fell on the captain's face when he answered that Kai saved his life, so he decided to thank him. Bill ruffled the blonde's hair and said that he had thought that he was taking him to his family estate for some kind of autopsy, and here were such noble goals, and then apologized to the guy. Then he thanked him. The cars approached Los Angeles, located in America. The protagonist looked out the window when the driver was asked if he had heard, and then ordered to change the destination from Richard's house to his, to which he replied that he was listening, and that he would deliver in the best possible way. There was a girl on the advertising banner. When Kai thought that 30 years had really passed, that the streets were now teeming with mechanisms. The car stopped in front of the City of Angels establishment. The man with glasses turned his head to the side when it was explained that after the gates were opened, the city had been flooded with rich and famous hunters, all their clan mates, rising stars who wanted to join them, and people who saw the hunters as a business, so it was now the most populous city on Earth. The car was driving down the road when the man said that he would continue the story from the moment he arrived in America, and that he had asked to be the first to hear news of those who had returned from the abyss, adding that he had threatened that if even one name was missed, he would move to another country. The car was passing a tall building when he said that it was funny to watch the FBI and CIA make a report with stone faces. Then he was asked about whether they were even doing this for him, to which he replied that if he changed his citizenship, they would suffer huge losses. Kai looked out the window when he said that his house was cool and that it was the size of an Olympic stadium. The protagonist turned to Richard, who explained that these buildings were for hired workers and servants. Then the guy asked him again, after which the captain said that Bill the Dragon's house was located further inland. In front of the car there was a multi-story building. Kai leaned his cheek against the window and asked what it was. The cars were driving along fountains when he was explained that they were on coupons. Then he asked what kind of coupons these were. After all, this was not a bank. Bill was sitting in front of him when he explained that they needed a ticket to see him at least once. Then the protagonist asked why they were doing this. People were standing in line when the clan leader replied that all these people came to ask for a chance. Kai looked away in confusion and asked what chance he was talking about. The man adjusted his glasses and replied that they were different ones, and that he would have time to explain it to him later. The animal grabbed a plant when the guy cursed mentally and thought about what had happened in these 30 years. Fangs dug into the trunk when he added that you might even think that the clan leader had walked into the abyss and returned. They were standing in front of the pandas when Kai asked if he had stolen them. Then Bill asked him again and explained that it was a gift from the Chinese government, and that they begged him on their knees for him to come and sent it. The protagonist looked at the man remotely. The clan leader snapped his fingers and said that the guy was in the abyss and didn't know when Kai asked what the Chinese government was so worried about. The men in suits rushed forward. They stood in front of the man, who asked if all the secretaries were there, to which they answered yes. Bill opened his mouth wide and told them to select the best teachers for him. He pointed at Kai and explained that he needed to be taught politics, economics, culture, law, modern history, social education, and more. The car's headlights flashed when Richard asked if he was sure they should just leave. Then the man was asked what he was talking about, to which he replied that he wanted to say that this was a great chance to meet the Dragon Bill. The captain's mouth fell open when the driver added that some people waited months for a chance to see him. Then the blonde said that he was from a famous family, and then asked why on earth he had to beg for this chance. The guy's face began to sweat as he added that he also felt like he was aging a year every minute around him. A cry rang out in the multi-story building for them to find him the best teachers in politics, economics, culture, international relations, and modern history. The secretaries looked ahead in surprise when they were ordered to explain to the guy who the current stars were and what was trending, as well as all the humanities and so on. Bill opened his mouth wide and concluded that he had to learn everything. The guy in the suit stopped behind the man and apologized, then asked if it was too much in volume and if he could find out the reason. The head of the clan stood in front of him when he asked his name, to which he replied that he was the 7th Secretary Jackson. Then the man told him that he was fired. The guy looked shocked when the man added that he hired him for a lot of money to give him troublesome work and not to answer stupid questions. Sweat appeared on the secretaries' faces when Bill asked if his words really sounded like a joke. The head of the clan stood in front of the people. When someone answered that they were not, then he asked the loudmouth what his number was, to which he replied that he was the 6th secretary. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when Bill said that he had instructed him to invite all the best models to the party, and he had missed one. Then the secretary began to make excuses to the director. The man in glasses approached him and asked if they would make excuses or start working. Then the guy exclaimed that he would be a great employee, after which the head of the clan told him to go to work quickly. Bill turned to Kai and said that now they could calmly think everything over. Then the guy politely turned to him. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he said that the man had become trash. The clan leader stood in front of him when he asked why. Then the guy asked if that was grounds for dismissal. Then the man asked him if he knew how much he was paying them. He pointed to the employee in the suit and asked the former 7th secretary to come to him, to which he replied that he was listening. Bill stopped in front of him and asked how long he had worked, to which the guy replied that it had been 2 weeks. Then the man asked how much he had earned during that time, to which he was told that it was about $230,000. Kai crossed his arms when he was asked if he understood how much he was paying them. Then the protagonist asked how the salary amount was related to being fired on the spot. Then the clan leader explained that he had clearly warned them before hiring. The secretaries folded their arms in front of them when the man added that he paid the highest salary, but in return he warned that dismissal occurs after one mistake and that everyone knows about it. The protagonist stood in front of the man when he said that this was enough and that he was disappointed. Then Bill told Jackson that he was hired again, after which the guy thanked him. They stood with their backs to the man when he asked if it was necessary to act like this. Then Kai asked why he did not become a role model as befits the leader of the clan. Bill silently looked forward. The spotlight emitted light when someone said that he was a professor at Stanford University and specializes in the science of artifacts and caves. In front of the guy stood a girl, who added that she also had experience working as a manager of 2B rank hunters and won a rank. The protagonist looked forward carefully and said that he once deadlifted a total of 500 in high school. Then she replied that she understood. The girl with glasses opened her mouth and said that she would now briefly explain what had happened in the past 30 years. Kai looked shocked half an hour later when he said that it couldn't be. The girl folded her hands in front of her when the guy asked about the evil constellations occupying China, North Korea, Europe and Latin America, to which she replied that to be more precise, Northeast China, Britain and its regions in Europe, and Mexico and Latin America, adding that he memorizes quickly. The protagonist presented a map with monsters during the period of violent occupation of Northeast Asia, when he was told that his homeland South Korea had not been captured, and that in fact Korea was one of the countries that had resolved the situation relatively quickly. He imagined silhouettes of people on the map when the girl added that after that, many Korean hunters went abroad, and that America seemed especially profitable to many. Kai looked away intently and asked if the clan leader Bill had also moved there at that time, to which he was told that he was right. The boy looked away and sighed. He imagined the man with glasses as he said that the leader was very kind, and then asked about what he had to endure, adding that he was the one who was dumped by women every day and the one who discouraged him from going into a B-rank dungeon. Bill in a black jacket smiled when the boy said that he became a dragon and an S-rank hunter with a lot of money, who married for the 19th time at the age of 70. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed when a system notification appeared, saying that the kitten of lava and magma said that everything turned out well. Rob looked ahead intently when he added that this hunter could become an avatar. Kai turned his head to the side and asked if he was his avatar. Then a system notification appeared that the kitten of lava and magma was asking if this person could not be trusted, to which the guy replied that he could be trusted. He imagined Bill turning around when he addressed him. The protagonist stood in front of the man when he said that he had passed through the abyss to prevent the end of the world, and that while he had been trampling there for a couple of decades, he had become a constellation, and then offered the head of the clan to become his avatar. Sweat appeared on the man's face. They stood opposite each other when Bill addressed the guy and asked if they accidentally indulged in illegal substances in the abyss. The protagonist was sitting in front of Rob when a system message appeared saying that the lava and magma kitten said that there was no need to do that. Then the guy said that maybe he would understand if everything was explained to him in detail. The animal stared ahead when a system message appeared saying that it was asking if something was bothering the guy. Kai looked ahead sadly and answered in the affirmative when he thought about how the leader had not given up trying to find him for 30 years, and that he was someone who could be trusted, so he did not want to drag him into the affairs of the constellations in vain. Clouds were floating above the dome when someone said that there was training equipment there, to which he was told that it looked like a gym in the backyard. They stopped in the passage. The protagonist stood behind the man when he said it was a backyard gym, but it looked more like a concert hall, and then suggested that he invited pop stars to parties there. Then Bill replied that he had a cooler place for that. The clan leader snapped his fingers. The walls behind them darkened. The guy's foot left the ground. They were floating in the air when a system notification appeared that the kitten of lava and magma exclaimed in surprise that this is the magic of the inside of the world, and that he says that it is most likely a very popular magic among the constellations, and that mortals do not know how to use it. Then the man said that as he expected. Kai immediately reacted. Then the guy asked why he was so surprised and that it is some kind of complex magic. The protagonist landed deftly when someone exclaimed that the stabilization of the inside of the world is complete. They stood opposite each other when Bill explained that even if you get injured in the inside out, it won't be reflected in reality, and that, roughly speaking, this magic is like a super advanced VR technology. Then Kai thought that the constellations must be using it to train their avatars. Rob appeared behind the guy when a system message appeared that the kitten of lava and magma said that most often the constellations use it as a playground to relieve boredom. The protagonist turned to the clan leader and asked if the constellation taught him the magic of the inside out, Then the man asked him again and answered that this magic is known to many. Bill put his hand to his chin and added that if you think about it, there is a chance that the constellation initially gave the technique to someone, having come up with some vile plan. Kai smiled awkwardly when the man summed up that no one knows how vile the constellations can be. The guy stood in front of the clan leader when he said that with such training equipment to prepare for war, all the hunters on the planet will be fully armed. Then Bill asked him again. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise, who asked what kind of horrors he was talking about, and then added that it was for sports training. Then the guy asked what sport he was talking about, and that they really play football with such magic there. The clan leader put his hand in front of him and exclaimed that this was the last century. The protagonist was surrounded by silhouettes. People dressed in equipment appeared when Bill explained that hunting sports are now at the forefront of the entertainment business. The players put their weapons in front of them when the man added that the 6-Star League is a competition in which 6 hunters gather in a team to measure their strength against a team of opponents, and that there is the extermination of monsters, time attacks, mortal fights, and so on, as well as an immeasurable number of rules. They attacked the monster when the system notifications appeared that the red team successfully exterminated the weekly boss, and that 5 points were awarded for the victory. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise when Bill asked him if he agreed that it was interesting. Then the system reported that they had entered the inside of the world, and that he must limit his strength, otherwise the inside of the world could be destroyed. Kai looked down with interest, thinking that since magic was created by people, of course it would not be able to fully match a creature of the constellation level. The guy lowered his hand when the system notifications appeared that strength, agility, and health were limited. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides when he said that he felt somehow uneasy, as if his whole body was hung with weights. System notifications appeared that the strength and victory over oneself skill was activated, and that in the conditions of a battle with limited strength on the inside, the creature increases its real strength. Kai looked in front of him carefully. He smiled when he realized what that meant. He turned to Bill and said that this was also training. Then the man asked him what he was muttering under his breath. The protagonist stood looking forward and asked again when the system notifications appeared that the kitten of lava and magma suggested that this was a great chance, and said that other constellations cannot see him in the dungeons in the underworld, so he can use his abilities to his heart's content. Kai looked at the animal and asked if he was really talking about revealing his essence to the leader and making him an avatar again. Bill spread his arms out to the sides when the guy reminded him that he had already said this, but decided to repeat that he had a great life and that he did not want to drag him into this again. The protagonist attacked the monster when he added that if it came down to it, he was not suitable for the role of a leader who controls avatars, and that he was more used to playing the role of a fighter and participating in battle himself. Rob stared ahead as the system messages appeared, saying that the lava and magma kitten was saying that in the competition with other constellations, there would definitely come a time when he would need avatars, and that he dared to point out that it was not in the constellation's nature to personally engage in combat. Kai twisted his mouth and asked him to just keep that in mind. The clan leader smiled widely and asked the boy why he was just standing there, and whether SSL had really shocked him that much, and then added that he had looked completely different half an hour ago. An image of the players appeared in front of him, when the protagonist replied that thanks to the underside of the world, training for a hunter seemed to be happening in reality. Then Bill asked him how many times he had to tell him that this was not training at all. The man in the helmet fell to the ground when the man explained that it was a sport, and the most popular in the world. The clan leader turned to Kai, who asked if the hunters didn't train in a dungeon but just fought each other, to which the man replied that it was because it was a competitive sport. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he wondered if people really looked at it like football or baseball. Bill had glasses on his face as he asked him again and replied that comparing them was just ridiculous. Kai looked away in disbelief. The hunter crossed his arms in front of him as the man explained that the most that could be compared was UHC, and that of course it was also a sport for hunters. The boys clashed in battle when the clan leader exclaimed that the strongest hunter was chosen through one-on-one fights, and that once he watched UHC, all other sports fights would begin to seem insanely boring. In front of Bill and Kai, men were fighting when the clan leader asked the boy what he thought about it, suggesting that the story alone was already stirring up blood, to which the protagonist replied that he had never done so. Then they asked him about the fact that he simply knew that he was the strongest. The dark-haired boy had his back turned when he said that, to be honest, he was a little confused. Monsters towered over the buildings when he explained that he was worried that Earth was in danger. Kai imagined himself fighting monsters when he added that, spending all his time training, he was afraid to find out that he was already too late, and that he was constantly overcome with anxiety while trying to find his way back to Earth. Rob positioned himself above the boy when he said that eventually the planet's hunters became sports stars and asked about when they caught monsters. Cursing, then a system message appeared saying that the kitten of lava and magma said that something was bothering him. He introduced the various monsters when he added that SSL and UHC were pretty common for constellations, and that for him, a training god who doesn't take avatars under his wing, this might be new, but for constellations with an army of avatars, this looks like a proxy war. Rob and the protagonist looked in the same direction when system alerts appeared that the lava and magma kitten suggested that this might be related to the spread of the underside of the world on Earth. Kai stood behind the man who said that this is why there are many hunters lately who have never even defended a dungeon. Then the guy thought that in that case, they deliberately shared to find candidates for avatars. They were opposite each other when the protagonist asked about why they became hunters, to which Bill replied that, of course, for the money and that they were chasing glory. He imagined a line of people when he offered him to choose the type that he liked, adding that by succeeding as an athlete, he would be able to earn money that he would never spend in his entire life, and explaining that the line that had formed in front of his house was just waiting to get this chance. Kai looked down when the clan leader suggested that they stop talking about him and asked about what happened to the guy in general, and why he rushed into the abyss to train. The protagonist stood with his back turned when they asked him that he had not been deceived. The boy sat in front of Bill, who asked if he was right, to which he replied that it was a long story. The clan leader stood behind Kai as he said that before he explained everything, he had a request, and the man asked what it was. The dark-haired boy looked to the side and asked if Bill could increase the power of the inside out, explaining that his power was too limited and that it was very inconvenient. The man with glasses opened his mouth slightly. He bent his arms in front of him as he exclaimed that this room was aimed at a rank hunters, and then asked what rank the boy was, to which he replied that it was C+. The clan leader's mouth was wide open as Kai said that he had no chance to show his fighting prowess, so he just smashed the internal energy meter, but apparently that wasn't enough. Bill was standing behind the guy when he asked about whether he was still assigned to C+, and whether they were overpaid. Then the protagonist asked him again, and the man replied that they would talk about it later. The clan leader opened his mouth and said that it seemed like he had become much stronger since he was uncomfortable being there, to which Kai replied that you could say that. Kai looked ahead and said that it was a long story. When he was asked about why he went into the abyss, then the man asked him to explain it simply. The protagonist clenched his fists, standing in front of him. The dark-haired guy confidently looked ahead when he said that, to put it simply, it was all for the sake of protecting the Earth. Bill's mouth fell open in surprise when he apologized to him and asked him to tell him more. The clan leader stood looking ahead when he said that he wandered through the abyss and became a constellation, and now he returned to protect the Earth. Kai nodded when he finished speaking. The man with glasses opened his mouth and wondered if it really meant he was older than him. Then he was asked if it was important now. The protagonist looked at Bill indifferently, who asked if he really thought it was easy to believe, to which the guy replied that he thought his elder would believe. Then the man wondered if he really had to do it right away. The clan leader raised his head and asked if Kai knew how many of those who had returned from the abyss had gone crazy. The dark-haired guy bent his arm in front of him and asked if he would believe it if he proved it with his strength. Bill looked ahead. They stood opposite each other when he asked if the guy had planned it from the start and therefore asked to remove the restrictions. Then the protagonist replied that he didn't care about the others, but he would like to share it with him. The clan leader took off his jacket and turned to Kai, warning him that no matter how strong he had become, he had never encountered an S-rank hunter before. The bespectacled man smiled and asked if he had any idea how many times he had encountered them. The protagonist stood in front of him when he said that with his last breath, he had obtained the A+ rank skill level up by death. The dark-haired guy smiled and said that the leader was a big fan of fantasy novels, and eventually became the protagonist himself. Bill hovered in the air in front of him when he exclaimed that Kai himself was not far behind, and that he was not a fan of martial arts novels to talk about it. The man frowned deeply and asked him about fighting once, calling him a fan of martial arts novels. The clan leader opened his mouth and asked the guy if he had ever heard of artifacts in the form of tattoos. A mark lit up on his wrist. The protagonist raised his head and thought about the artifacts in the form of tattoos. Shining balls appeared next to Bill. Arrows rushed forward when he used the skill magic projectiles. Kai frowned, looking ahead. The man in glasses opened his mouth and asked if he could dodge it. The guy bent one finger and said that he did not see the need. He put his hand in front of him. A beam of light rushed towards the head of the clan. It passed near his face. Bill frowned, looking ahead when he thought about how, as the first UHC champion in his time, he understood that the opponent in the ring must be forced to focus on defense, attacking first and not giving him time to catch his breath. He landed, resting his hand on the ground. Red streams appeared around him when he realized the magic of the sixth circle lava path. He stood in front of the protagonist, who asked him when he learned this type of magic, and the clan leader assumed that he was looking down on him. A fire weapon appeared in his hand. A stream of energy appeared in front of Bill. Kai put his palm in front of him when he realized that he had used the magic of the sixth circle for the second time. The protagonist clenched his fist. He put his hands out to the sides when he used the skill Protective Barrier of Internal Energy. A stream of lava crashed into the shield. Puffs of smoke appeared in front of the guy. The clan leader opened his mouth wide and asked if it was because of this skill that false rumors appeared in China. Kai stood in front of him, who asked what he was talking about, and he was told that there was a viral fake video with a similar skill to his. The protagonist imagined the guy clenching his fists when he said that even something like this can be faked. He lowered his attentive gaze. Kai looked at his palm, thinking about how the barrier had eaten up a fair amount of energy, and that at this rate it would be completely empty, and that it was probably necessary since he had a power limit. The silhouette was chained up as he realized that he needed to control his power to make sure he didn't destroy the reverse world, adding that it was a huge headache, and that it had been a long time since he had fought like a human. The protagonist's eyes widened as he decided to show his best. A glowing sphere appeared in front of him. A blue ball appeared in his palm. The guy aimed it at Bill when he used the enhanced explosion skill. The clan leader gritted his teeth, using the rapid teleportation technique. A sphere appeared in front of his face. An explosion occurred in front of the man as system alerts appeared stating that his magic had been destroyed by a powerful aura, that rapid teleportation had been cancelled, and that he was taking damage from the hit. Bill clenched his fists in front of him as he thought about how it had been cancelled before it could be activated and how he could use the skill so quickly. The clan leader folded his arms in front of him as he decided that he had no choice but to strengthen his body with magic. Then he began to chant. Someone grabbed his wrist. The protagonist appeared behind him. The guy held the man's hand as he asked him if he was trying to get into close combat with someone who used martial arts. Then Bill wondered if he was always so assertive. The clan leader was upside down as he said that he was confused because he didn't usually fight martial artists. A tall building could be seen through the glass. The man with glasses sat with his arm folded as he asked about how martial arts levels worked and if the guy had reached the highest level in martial arts. Kai was in front of him when he replied that it was not quite so and that he was of the highest level, adding that if he took a step further in development, he could go beyond the boundaries of a mortal. The clan leader put his finger to his forehead and asked him if he really was a constellation, to which the protagonist answered in the affirmative. They were sitting opposite each other when Bill asked if he could even imagine how ridiculous it sounded. Then Kai replied that it was ridiculous for him to look at how his honest brother with such kind eyes had changed. The dark-haired guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that he could say the same when the clan leader exclaimed that he was successful. The man with glasses tilted his head forward and said that it was true, suggesting that the guy say that he was a constellation, and then asked what he wanted from him. Kai looked straight ahead and replied that he actually wanted to ask him for help. Then it was explained that he had taken it upon himself to explain the situation in detail. He imagined the beings above the planet shaking hands when he said that, firstly, although the constellations had agreed to a truce, the treaty was only temporary, so new constellations could emerge from the abyss at any time. The guy imagined horned monsters when he added that, secondly, the constellations that had concluded a truce might be plotting to take over the Earth behind their backs. The protagonist closed his eyes when he said that the other constellations already had many servants on Earth, and in general, many people knew about them, and that, on the other hand, he had to start from scratch, so he was at a disadvantage. Bill opened his palm in front of him and asked him to wait, and then asked what the guy meant by what he had said initially, and that he really wasn't going to ask him for help. Kai looked warmly in front of him and replied that he was already living his own life, so he didn't want to drag him into trouble. The clan leader looked in front of him in surprise. He tilted his head forward, thinking about how the youngest of the clan had been protecting the Earth, fighting in the abyss for thousands of years, and he was just trying to be cool just because he was older. He slammed his fist on the floor. Bill was sitting in front of the protagonist when he asked why he was worried, because he should be the one worrying about him, not the other way around, and who else would help him if not him? Then the guy replied that he shouldn't worry. The clan leader approached Kai and exclaimed that he would help him, and then asked if he was in a position to refuse his offer of help. Then the guy asked him if he was sure, to which the man replied in the affirmative. The dark-haired guy closed his eyes and said that he would allow it if he said so. System notifications appeared, saying that the lava and magma kitten was very pleased with his negotiation skills and thought that he had really lured him over brilliantly. The protagonist opened one eye, thinking that these were his true feelings. The bespectacled man looked serious as he thought that he didn't want the person he knew to be drawn into the battle between the constellations, but it didn't seem like he would back down. The protagonist smiled slightly, thinking that there was nothing to do, and that old man Bill had always been this kind of person. A system window appeared asking if he agreed when Kai said that he accepted his offer. System notifications appeared, saying that the Invincible Training Avatar Constellation wanted him to accept the invitation to become his servant, and asking if the man agreed to it. A system window appeared in front of the clan leader when he asked the guy if he would have to serve under him. Then the main character asked if he was a constellation there, to which he was told that he probably was. Bill pressed his finger on the button, thinking that he would have to obey someone younger than himself, and then said that his system notifications appeared that he had become a servant of the invincible training avatar and that his soul was tied to the constellation, and also that if he disobeyed the order of the constellation, he could be punished, and that, as a servant of the constellation, he would become even stronger. The narrative of the story moves to the Dragon Coffee Shop. Inside, Bill was sitting right across from Kai and saying that he would never have thought in his life that he would make a pact with the constellation. With his head down, the man with glasses thought about making a deal with the constellation, saying that it was tantamount to selling them his soul. Looking at the boy sitting in front of him, he asked that if he made this deal, he would be able to spy on him and his clan whenever he wanted, and he replied that if it was annoying, they could just not do it. Hearing this, Bill asked what the plan was and how he could help, and the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, explained that the plan was to hide the fact that he was a constellation before starting, since it would be a big problem if he was discovered. Also lost in thought, the man with glasses concluded that this meant that the constellation was forced to hide its power, which Kai did not quite understand. With his hand out in front of him, the boy noted that he was going to continue increasing the number of servants anyway and was hiding the fact that he was a constellation for now. So he would need servants when he encountered others, and his boss agreed with this, asking him to trust him. While a glass of coffee was on the table, the protagonist asked him to tell him if he could definitely defeat the great demon one-on-one, and Bill asked that he hadn't fought him in the abyss. After which, looking at his allies, he explained that hunters always act together and it was pointless to try to defeat the monster in a duel, and Kai understood that he was not sure, and drank coffee. Then the man in glasses asked that he hadn't just thought that he could lose, and the confused boy explained that, honestly, he hadn't completely denied such a thought. Bill imagined himself towering over the bandits and said that in SSL and UHC, whether it was a solo or team game, he was confident and wasn't afraid of any of it, so whether he had to fight against the constellations or something else, he just had to leave it to him. Closing his eyes after hearing that, the protagonist thought that the magic that was often used in sports was called the upside down magic, and it was also often used by the constellations. Lost in his thoughts, Kai thought that it was very strange that people who participated in hunting competitions used this magic, while the system announced that the lava and magma kitten agreed with him, and the reason why this magic was so widespread was because the constellations fought in this way. After a moment, the boy imagined the bluish energy emanating from the battles of the constellations. He visualized the battles of beings of different energies and said that the servants of the constellations went to the upside down to fight each other, continuing to recall the bluish energy emanating from their battle. The protagonist added that there was a good chance that the constellation intended to popularize hunting competitions like SSL and UHC, imagining a pedestal in his mind where the winner would stand while being filmed by drones with cameras. Kai's mused that this was all to make it easier for them to win servants based on their strength. The boy asked with a puzzled look that this wasn't too much for such complex speculation, and he seriously said that the constellation was looking at such nonsense, while the system announced that he claimed that it would be quite entertaining for him to watch, and the kitten of lava and magma added that one should not underestimate the boredom of the constellations. While he imagined the constellations going crazy in their worlds, the system announced that even now, most of them were in agony from boredom. Immediately after that, the protagonist, looking at his former boss, stated that in any case, if the servants fight like in the hunting competitions on Earth, it can be a great help for him, because he participated in such battles and is a champion hunter. Imagining in his head how different creatures are bowing right in front of him, Kai added that how many servants they will have also depends on this, and he should become an object of envy. Holding a glass of coffee in his hand, Bill stated that he understood what he was talking about and asked if he needed to become famous as a hunter, and the boy sitting right in front of him believed that it was. Remembering the portal that was guarded by the military, the protagonist thought about the strongest hunter and that with such hunters everything is always very interesting, because as soon as the A-class gate opens, the government of the country will beg them on their knees for help. While the image of the man in the suit flexing his fists appeared in his head, he thought that although people claimed that their side's hunters were the strongest, everyone knew in their hearts which hunter was the best, and that led to their faith and loyalty. Sitting at his place in the coffee shop, Bill understood everything and thought that his friend certainly had incredible power, and another thing was how they would demonstrate his power in the game. After some thought, the protagonist's former boss, sitting in front of him, declared that they would introduce him to the clan, and Kai asked what it was super ultra strong and invincible, while he explained that it was disbanded and it was worth talking about. Remembering the huge number of businessmen standing in charge of the city, Bill asked that he even knew how many groups there were. He replied that it was not just one clan, because, to his knowledge, the clan's profit in the VIA group of companies goes beyond this world. Sitting at his place, surrounded by artifacts and money along with jewelry, while his subordinates were bowing right in front of him. The protagonist's former boss was telling him that all the cores and items in the dungeons were bought by the company, including support, bonuses, and the like, so with only loyalty, he could be generously rewarded, but he couldn't get to them, and it was infuriating. Looking at his friend in surprise, the boy wondered why he was telling him to join the clan, because he could do it himself. Bill slammed the table menacingly, saying that he was going to hide the fact that he was a constellation. So why did he need all this? And he needed to hide his power properly, and a slightly frightened Kai confirmed that he was right about that. While releasing a small amount of his energy from his hand, the boy explained that he had decided to limit his power to the highest possible level, so as long as he could control it, he could fight an S-rank adventurer or monster. His words about such a level pierced Bill, who was sitting opposite him. Leaning on the table, he explained that he was however being sent to a clan that accepted the best candidates, so he should please look for some gems there, since he could take them as servants if they proved themselves useful enough, and the protagonist responded that it wasn't a bad idea. Looking directly at his former boss, Kai clarified that they wouldn't mind if he, a C+ rank who specialized in martial arts, joined their clan, and the protagonist, slightly bowing his head, explained that they definitely wouldn't like it. After hearing this, the boy drank his coffee with a dejected look, and Bill, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, did not understand what he wanted from him, and simply told him to raise his rank. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist reasoned that once he became an A-rank adventurer, he would immediately be listed as a strategic weapon controlled by the state, and only those who achieved high results could receive an S rank. Imagining Bill and other strong people in his head, he thought that if he thought about it, it was really cool that his friend had such a rank, because less than 10 people in the entire world received this title. Suddenly, the protagonist's former boss pointed his finger straight ahead and suggested that they start and do everything they can, offering to go to the UHC selection round now. Looking at him in surprise, Kai asked again about the selection round. Bill sipped his coffee and asked if he had any idea how many hunters wanted to participate in the UHC, explaining that he needed to pass the preliminary round and win to be accepted as a professional in the league, although he didn't exactly understand how much everyone wanted to get in. With a serious look straight ahead, the man with glasses told him to go to the preliminary round in a week, and in the meantime, get used to it. Kai, dumbfounded by what he heard, didn't understand what he needed to get used to, and his friend asked if he even knew what a smartphone was. Holding out a phone towards him, Bill explained that it was something that was used for almost everything, including watching the news, and the boy holding out his hand in return asked what it meant he would be able to watch Korean news too. Bringing the previously unknown device closer to his face, the protagonist asked how to use this thing. When a bright light appeared in front of him, Kai was very surprised. On the smartphone screen, he saw Korean news. Looking at the new device in surprise, the boy asked if it was the deputy leader of the clan and his trainer. Immediately after that, the story moves to a building where there were a huge number of stands with books. Sitting at his workplace, Bill told his subordinates that the hunter department should immediately bring the equipment for evaluation because they needed to re-evaluate someone, and they obeyed the orders. Then he added with a thoughtful look that they would also need a reliable manager. The clan manager declared that they were not suitable, which greatly upset his employees. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bill suddenly remembered his daughter and asked where she was, and the subordinate standing in front asked which one. Angrily tapping his finger on the table, the man in glasses said that it was probably the 10th or 11th, in general, the one with the worst character. At this time, the girl was deftly destroying the red energy with a movement of her hand, and Bill's subordinate said that he was talking about the class manager. While Lauren was menacingly looking at the defeated enemy, her father asked to bring her to him, but he was not sure that she would show sympathy to Kai. He also looked difficult to cope with. At this time, the hunter got up from the floor and could not understand how this happened, and lost control of the third circle magic. Standing right in front of him, the manager explained that just because he had a lot of mana did not mean that he could handle high-level magic, and therefore had to thoroughly study the first circle magic. And the man kneeling right in front of her declared that the hunter was a C+ class and had already received an offer from other large clans. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the hunter asked how she could force him to repeatedly practice first circle magic and what kind of magic arrow was that she had just caught with her bare hands. Without saying anything in response, Lauren simply glared at him, after which the girl would walk out of the training room, where her subordinate would greet her with a bow. Walking forward, the manager would state that the hunter did not deserve to be trained, and she did not want to take care of him anymore, so she asked him to take care of him themselves, and the man standing behind would apologize to her for this. Immediately after that, he would enter the training room, and the hunter there would tell the manager that this woman was something strange. Coming closer to him, the businessman began to kick him, calling him a stupid idiot and asking if he even knew who she was, and he tried to defend himself, not understanding what he was doing, and asking if she was just a manager. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the leader pointed at him, calling him an idiot, and explained that it was Miss Lauren, a B-class hunter, a famous A-class manager, who is the person who turns the worst rookies into diamonds in their clan, and he did not say anything because she did not like her identity to be revealed. when he said that he had let himself down so much and asked if Bill's daughter understood it. With a look full of seriousness, she walked forward, and the story told that she was a special class manager and a B-class hunter, and the second daughter of the clan manager. Kai confidently took a step forward. He came to the UHC stadium. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy realized what it meant that the qualifying tournament would be held here. At this time, a hunter was getting out of an expensive car to the side of him. On the other side, there were people in rags watching this. Sighing heavily, the protagonist reflected that both then and now the habits of hunters do not change, and asked if there was anything in the professional league, even if only the winners of this tournament, and what else he needed to know besides this. Next to him stood a man in a business suit and explained that the qualifying round of the C-rank league, but many D or E-rank hunters would also participate, and there would still be a chance, so there was no need to overload yourself and perceive this as a new experience. Confidently looking ahead, Kai thanked him and noted what he would mean. At this time, Max, in the form of a man, was poking at his smartphone. He was playing a mobile game where you need to go through obstacles as a goblin. Puzzled, looking back, the boy called out to him and told him to stop playing, announcing that he was moving forward, and he agreed with him and almost called him the master. Seeing off his master, the goblin in the form of a man told him to come back quickly because he was waiting for him, and the protagonist, scratching his head, said that he had been playing the game all day and was it really that addictive. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to the recreation area of the stadium where the participants of the competition were. Kai was sitting on the couch and silently looking around. Journalists were sitting to the side of him and talking about something among themselves. At the table were operators who were checking their equipment and setting it up, when suddenly a question was asked that this was a way of recruiting into the clan. Puzzled, scratching the back of his head, the employee complained about the boss and did not understand what kind of incredible hunter should appear in the selection that he sent him here. Suddenly his colleague, sitting opposite, said that at home it was the same and anywhere they would have to wait until they themselves were eliminated, and maybe someone would show up, noting that he had not seen him before, and asked where he was from. Looking at his laptop screen, the man replied that he was from the clan, while the story told that he was a scout of the Ambitious clan. The scout looked ahead warily, hoping that the evaluator had not fooled him. At this time, the man heard from the phone that it was just a bomb, and he even ground the measuring device into powder. While in the office, the employee could not believe that he had broken it and suggested that perhaps they had simply slipped him a defective one, to which he received the answer that not at all, and this time he was not lying. At this time, Kevin was sitting next to him, studying the information that all the tests had been checked and no deviations were found. And his boss was interested in the fact that he had gone into the abyss for 30 years and his head was still in order. Surprisingly looking at the screen of his smartphone, Nate said that if he lived 30 years ago, it was understandable why they use martial arts, and the clan scout, despite him, asked that he could send someone to recruit. With a thoughtful look, the man was thinking that it was possible to break a measuring device, and they weren't paid to talk such nonsense, saying that a martial arts user, no matter how you look at it, was very expensive. Looking at him, Kevin asked that maybe they should just ignore it then, and Nate gave a negative answer, explaining that they took the money and would hardly have contacted them if he was useless, and perhaps, even if he didn't break it, it could be that he had a huge supply of mana. Pointing a finger at his subordinate, he added that he should go and check everything personally. If only there was an excess of mana, then he should offer him to master magic, for example, and the latter, raising his head in surprise, asked how. With an arrogant look, looking straight at Kevin, the man explained that this was already his job, because he didn't just get a scout's salary for nothing. Kevin, very confused, realized that this would be very difficult. While Kai was getting permission from the system to enter, the clan scout was thinking that he would see what he could do with his martial arts, this one who had returned from the abyss. Right after that, the boy would go out to the stadium. When he passed through the barrier, the system would notify him that he had entered the inside of the world and that he should not forget to limit his power, otherwise it could collapse. Hearing this, the protagonist would gather his power in his fist, and the system would notify him that he needed to limit it even more. Concentrating, Kai would concentrate a huge amount of energy inside, thinking that it was logical, because his friend had an A-level thing at home. After finishing this, while in the arena, the boy would receive notifications from the system that he had successfully entered the inside of the world, and his power was limited along with his agility and endurance. Clenching his hands into fists, the protagonist thought that he could still use hand-to-hand Kai, but in a limited way, and he could also use Fist Whirlwind. While the system announced that the power and self-defeat skill had been activated and that in the conditions of a battle with limited power on the reverse side, he would increase his true power. Then the system announced that he had undergone colossal restrictions and his real power would be increased many times over. And Kai, who heard this, with a smile on his face, declared that the more difficult it was, the higher he would rise, and this sounded logical. The opponent standing right in front of him asked what he was muttering under his breath, and assumed that he was crazy, and he replied that he simply thought that this was a good experience. Hearing this, the man became angry and, looking menacingly in front of him, said that he was probably going to die. Stopping them with his hands, the referee suddenly shouted that they would be instantly disqualified for fighting without a signal and that they already knew the rules, but he would remind them that they could use any skills without restrictions. While the referee added that if he wanted to give up or was no longer able to fight, the fight would be stopped, and the boy yawned and stretched. People were watching all this from the stands. The camera also recorded everything that was happening in the arena. It was recording a live broadcast of the UHC qualifying match, and the people watching this in the chat window could not believe that he had just yawned. And even if it was a bluff, you have to try really hard to interest him, because today's hunters lack entertainment, and they were waiting to please him. Then in the chat under the live broadcast, someone said that this Korean had recently returned from the abyss, asking how long he had spent there, while the plot explained that the viewers of the broadcast had not seen a martial artist for a long time. Showing us prehistoric creatures, the plot also added that in their eyes, the protagonist was no different from a living fossil. At this time, in the waiting room, there were workers who were checking documents. Reading the information, the man said that Kai was a C+ rank and it was worth taking a look at him, and his colleague sitting next to him added that a little more and he would have reached a higher rank when he suddenly noticed that he was a martial artist. Hearing this, the guys sitting opposite could not believe that they still existed and could not remember the last time they had seen them. At this time, in the arena, the boy got into a fighting stance, preparing for battle. With a serious look looking straight at him, his opponent thought that he was using martial arts, and it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He was also going to increase the distance as soon as they started and use the second circle of hovering in the air magic, and then release the strengthened magic projectiles, because he still did not know that he had a passive skill of pursuing arrows, while the referee standing between them raised his hand up, announcing the start of the fight. Then he started counting down from 3, and the protagonist looked menacingly in front of him, waiting for the start. When the referee said the number 2, his opponent was also focused on the upcoming battle. Finally, the referee reached the number 1 and, having said it, waved his hand. A moment later, he announced the start of the battle, and the muscular man immediately jumped up. With a malicious grin on his face, he declared that he was faster. Then the protagonist instantly appeared next to him and swung his fist. Without thinking twice, Kai would strike his opponent right in the face. The man was thrown back after taking so much damage. The sorcerer lowered his head after hitting the barrier. The people in the stands were dumbfounded as they watched what was happening. The referee in the arena opened his mouth wide in surprise and couldn't say anything. While the boy stood in the middle of the battlefield with a confident look, the referee would announce that the fight was over and that Hunter Kai had won. Looking away, the protagonist couldn't believe that they were already done and noted that it was somehow too weak. The referee would announce the winner by raising his hand up as the injured sorcerer was carried out of the arena. The cameramen in the stands would silently open their mouths in surprise. Immediately after that, Kevin would take out his phone and say that he needed to report this. Calling his boss, he says that the appraiser was right and that it was a diamond, and polished, and would immediately become their driving force. Hearing this, Nate said with a happy expression that it was amazing, and asked if it was really possible to find treasures among martial artists, noting that it would be difficult to expand his boundaries, but he still had to try to recruit him, and his subordinate obeyed the order. With a puzzled look, the clan scout ended the call, realizing that he had to succeed if he did not want to lose his job. After some time, the next candidates fought in the arena, and the girl rushed forward using the shadow of illusion. Kai watched them in the waiting room through the TV and heard someone activating the release of a blast wave. The boy drank water when he suddenly heard a question about whether he was the hunter who had just won. Turning around, the protagonist saw the man and asked if he was a scout of the plan. Kevin couldn't understand how he knew, while he explained that they were immediately visible. Holding out a business card right in front of him, the clan scout came closer and said that he knew that he had a keen eye and that he was fundamentally different from the current hunters, and Kai couldn't believe the truth of his words. With a smile on his face, Kevin explained that he should already know, but the current hunters are not fit to hold a candle to the past because in a real fight they can't even be called hunters. Holding a glass of water in his hands, the boy noted that at first he thought the same, but now it seems to him that everything is not so bad, because what difference does it make where you train if your strength will be the same in the end? The protagonist also added that he would advise caution, because his old man's judgments could be heard, and the thoughtful scout of the clan asked him if he knew why he was there. Scratching his head, Kai stated that the scout came to recruit, and could not believe that there could be another reason, and Kevin, standing behind him, confirmed the correctness of his words, saying that he came to hire him, and asked if he knew about the Ambitious clan. Hearing this name, the boy turned around sharply. The clan scout put his hands together and noted that he obviously didn't know, and the hunter sitting opposite him gave a negative answer, adding that he was hearing about it for the first time. After his answer, Kevin simply kept silent with a fake smile on his face, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, the protagonist, imagining himself walking through the abyss, said that he would start by saying that he had recently returned from the abyss, and not much time had passed since his return, and he simply couldn't hear about it, which the clan scout confirmed. Kevin, spreading his arms out to the sides in confusion, assumed that this must be why he was having trouble getting his bearings, and he was overcome with anxiety about what to do next and which team to join, and concluded that there was no need to even worry about it because their clan would help at all. Having imagined the strongest members of the clan in his head, the scout stated that they guarantee a share of 1.5 people with a percentage ratio and rate, and also, in addition to this, provide great support, and he will be personally trained by top-level mage hunters. After listening to him, Kai turned to him and stated that he was only used to fists, and Kevin, dumbfounded by such an answer, noted that he could go to the dungeon together and ensure his growth, thereby acquiring new skills. With a smile on his face, the boy still concluded that he should look for a clan with martial arts users. Leaning slightly towards him, the clan scout said that in no way was he downplaying his potential, but he was still a C-rank hunter and leveling up was not that easy. Hearing this, the protagonist thought about it, and Kevin, who was standing next to him, asked if he would sign the contract, to which he received a negative answer. After these words, the scout of the plan was very dumbfounded and, after a short pause, declared that he would regret it. Having looked at him with only one eye, Kai wanted to inquire about the reason and asked if he could ask a question. After which the boy declared that both the fee and the distributions were quite impressive, but they had only seen him in the selection, so he asked if Ambitus was too generous and put Kevin in a stupor. The squad scout abruptly turned back, pointing straight ahead, and declared that this was the reason for the strength of their clan, that is, the courage they were looking at him trustingly. The protagonist noted that this was more of a trick than courage. Kevin waved his hands in denial, not understanding what kind of dexterity was being discussed, and Kai, standing in front, explained that, for example, they had gotten information about him from somewhere in advance. Having imagined in his head how the appraiser received a huge sum of money, the boy told that this had often been done in the past, and clans kept rookie hunters for themselves, bribing certain people until the clan scout understood what he was talking about. With a self-confident look, the protagonist could not believe that he was wrong, and apologized for it, asking not to take it to heart, and Kevin, standing opposite, hiding his gaze, asked not to do this. Immediately after this, a girl entered the room and told the hunter to prepare for the next fight, and the clan scout, moving towards the exit, turned back, saying that he would also go and support him in the next duel. When he left, Kai stretched and thought about how to deal with this now. There was no need to reveal himself, and besides, Bill would call a new appraiser to increase the rank. Realizing this, the boy punched his palm. With a look full of self-confidence, he realized that he should first show what B rank can do. Then the narrative of the story shifts to the battle arena. Concentrating his energy within himself, the protagonist thought that before entering, he would put 90% of his internal energy into speed, and he should limit the sea of martial arts, while the system notified that a new B rank martial art had been successfully formed, and asked him to give a name to the new technique. Looking at the system notification window in surprise, Kai thought about the name, and since it was incredibly fast, he would call it Light Dispersion Mastery, and the system notified that his life lived was in accordance with nature and his strength was increasing. Immediately after that, the boy, clenching his fists, was thinking that his true strength was steadily growing, but the speed was too slow and was thinking about a way, when suddenly he received notifications from the system that the kitten of lava and magma considered this nonsense and asked what speed he wanted, and said that a good solution would be to recruit avatars and prepare a temple of constellations or to increase the number of believers. Entering the battle arena, the protagonist thought that he couldn't even argue with this, but first he would deal with the qualifiers and then think about it. The judge asked if the fighters were ready, spreading their arms out to the sides, and they gave a positive answer. At the same moment, Kai looked forward menacingly, intending to check his level. The skill activated and analyzed the archer's essence, showing information about his name and characteristics. Looking at his opponent, the boy thought that he was close to C rank and specialized in close combat, so he was looking forward to it, but he didn't understand why he needed a bow then, but he didn't really care. At that moment, the referee announced the start of the fight and began the countdown while the guys were preparing for the upcoming battle. When the referee announced the start of the fight, the archer immediately prepared to release an arrow from his bow. The protagonist, seeing this, immediately jumped back. A moment later, he was right next to his opponent, which greatly stunned him. Noticing this, the archer jumped back and did not understand where such speed came from. Then he activated his skill, preparing to immediately move to close combat. A moment later, the archer struck with his fists made of mana. Kai dexterously dodged each of them. The people in the stands watched in surprise and could not believe that this was a martial arts user's step technique, but they noticed that close combat with Gregory was dangerous in itself. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and was very stunned. At that moment, Kai, who was right in the battle arena, struck with his fist. With this blow, he threw his opponent back. The archer, having received such damage, collided with the barrier surrounding the arena, after which he fell unconscious. The screen showed a broadcast of what was happening inside the arena to the people sitting in the stands. The operator was stunned by what was happening and thought that he was a monster, not understanding where this hunter was from, and his colleague, standing next to him, explained that they said he returned from the abyss, until it became clear to him now why no one had seen this martial arts user. Kevin grabbed his head looking at the battle and reasoned that he had to sign a contract with him by any means, not understanding how to explain everything to the clan now. At this time, the operator said that if you think about it, he finished all the fights with one blow, and his colleague noted that these are C-rank qualifiers and nothing surprising, while he added that it is still rare to see all the fights end with one blow. On the streets of the city, banners showed Kai's face and people discussed him, saying that he returned from the abyss and therefore uses martial arts and looks cool, not understanding why hunters do not study them. While in the stands, the guy looked at his phone and said that he is certainly not bad, but he cannot defeat everyone with this, because among the participants in the competition there is a hunter Eugene, a newcomer to the Strickland clan. Looking at his photo on the smartphone screen, he added that he specializes in one-on-one fights, so he does not go on raids, but fights exclusively against people, and meeting him only means losing, so it is even a little sad, because it is not often you meet a martial arts user. The punch landed right on the man's chest. Kai sent his opponent flying into the barrier while the plot explained that the independent D+ rank hunter had been defeated. The man was picking up his unconscious head while the plot explained that the C-rank hunter from the Franklin clan had been defeated. Eugene was being carried away on a stretcher while the plot explained that he had also been defeated by his opponent. The people sitting in the stands were extremely dumbfounded by everything that was happening, their mouths wide open. The fans watched the protagonist's fights and called him a psycho who had even taken out Eugene. The plot announced that Laurels from the Rainbow Clan was waiting for him in the finals, and he was just walking up the stairs, thinking that his moves were obvious. Kai dodged every magical attack from his opponent, and the hunter couldn't understand why this was happening. As he flew back, he wondered why he couldn't block it. Immediately after that, the judge would raise the boy's hand, the winner of the C-rank elimination round would be announced, and he thought it was very easy. The people watching all this in the stands could not believe that the martial artist had won. Showing the opponents that the protagonist had to face in the abyss, the plot told us that he had been practicing for about 10,000 years there alone, and his level allows him to determine the enemy's tactics only by his breath, and even hunters, considered specialists in single battles, seemed like a mere trifle to Kai. After some time, the boy stood on a pedestal with a golden cup. Suddenly, he received a notification from the system that the kitten of magma and lava said that the professional destroyed the beginners, and the boy, who looked away, did not understand where he even learned this phrase. Then the protagonist walked along the red carpet and thought that he was surrounded very quickly, while a huge number of journalists stood nearby and congratulated him on his victory in the qualifying round, asking him to look at the camera. Right in front of him, Kai saw people with sparkling eyes, each of whom was going to lure him over to their side by any means necessary, and thought that they were serious. Looking to the side, the boy saw several notification windows of the system, which notified that some constellations had turned their attention to him and were showing a gesture of goodwill, and he thought that they had already found out about it so quickly, while the plot noted that it was really difficult to receive an offer from a constellation. Showing us a crystal that hands were reaching for, the plot also told us that, however, even in the C-rank qualifier, beating all the participants was a significant event, and in the eyes of the constellations, Kai looked like a real treasure. In his consciousness with the kitten of lava and magma, the boy looked up in surprise. Constellations towered right around him, and the system notified that Rob was saying that this is why she advised him to hide his power, and he could not believe that they had already made contact with him. At this time, the warrior, covered in madness and blood, warned the kitten of lava and magma with anger on his face so that the constellations that do not have an earthly agreement do not interfere in the affairs. Pointing his finger at him, the great entity heard Rob say that the contract for the avatar has nothing to do with the agreement, so he can do whatever he wants, and he warned that he can attack the constellation that does not have an agreement at any time. Showing him the middle finger, the kitten of the head and magma sent him to one place and said that if he wants, he can come to his territory, and the warrior, covered in madness and blood, answered that he really thinks that he cannot. At that moment, a crack appeared in the abyss caused by the squabble of the constellations. As Rob and the powerful being glared at each other, the plot explained that although it was just a message exchange, the pressure was deadly, and the kitten was responding to the warrior with such confidence because no one knew where his territory was. Then the warrior, covered in madness and blood, clenched his hand into a fist and warned that he would never forget this, declaring that he would wash himself in the blood of his avatars. With a heavy sigh, Kai addressed this majestic being, which greatly surprised him. Looking menacingly forward, the boy declared that he was not going to make a contract with such a loser, so he asked him to get lost. Falling into a rage, the warrior, covered in madness and blood, asked the mortal that he even understood what he had just said, and that he knew that all arrogant mortals would inevitably face punishment, and he wondered if he was really proud that he stood as a constellation and cheated death. With a confident look, the protagonist asked the question that he could not even cause mayhem in front of the other constellations, but still called himself a warrior wrapped in madness and blood, and repeated once again that he was not going to make a contract with him, so he asked him to leave. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the majestic being called Kai a bastard and said that he would regret it. Immediately after that, he left, and the monk pursuing glory admired his words, while the warrior of sweat and blood said that he could smell excellent sweat, and the kitten of lava and magma mocked the warrior wrapped in madness and blood, while the boy, with his hands on his hips, thought that he had enough of angering him already. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist did not know about the rest of the mortals, but he would have to fight him someday, and the plot explained that he did not see any particular need for ceremony. Then the system announced that the lava and magma kitten, impressed by the mortal's answer, was handing him 10 soul fragments, and the other constellations were in shock from this, while strange crystals appeared out of nowhere. Catching them with his hands, Kai did not understand what he was doing, while Rob whispered that this was part of the strategy, so he should accept it. Then the plot, showing us money, gold, and soul fragments, told us that they act as currency among the constellations, and now the lava and magma kitten had given them to the boy on purpose to provoke the other constellations. The system announced that he needed money if he did not want to be looked down upon, and the protagonist, looking at the soul fragment, thought that up until this point he had only cared about strength, and he had not even thought about such things. After which Kai would add that he was grateful anyway, because without him he would have gotten into trouble, and Rob would scratch himself with his hind leg and importantly declare that he understood that this was only for now. Then the story, while telling, would move to the clan building. The man would bow and ask for forgiveness from the master and try to justify himself. An angry Bill would get up from his seat and say to quickly grab this damn appraiser, and his subordinate would continue to bow, explaining that an investigation was currently underway to catch him. Grabbing his hair, the clan leader could not understand where this idiot was from, and the clan worker would answer that he could assume that Ambitus was involved, while the latter would say that it would depend on how he looked at it, and that they were not too bold. Showing the leaders of the two clans, the plot told us that Ambitus, although considered an influential clan, is not comparable to Dragon Industry, because it is an influential clan empowered by the government itself, while the previous one is just a newcomer who is just starting to gain strength. With a thoughtful look, Bill thought about their plan, arguing that they know that in their current situation, dealing with them is dangerous, and perhaps this is a very obvious provocation. Directing his serious gaze forward, the man in glasses suggested that perhaps Ambitus has enlisted the support of another influential clan, which is trying to oppress them. At that moment, a girl entered his office and told the director that the results of the selection round were known. Then she added that the hunter Kai won the selection, which greatly surprised Bill, who was standing at his desk. After receiving the information, his subordinate bowed and said that he would immediately call the appraiser to assign a new rank, and if there were any problems, he would take full responsibility, and his boss said that he was thinking correctly and was finally hearing what he liked. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when the boy put his hand on the measuring device. After measuring the indicators, the man in the business suit declared that the measurements were finished and assigned a B rank. Hearing this, Bill shouted out in displeasure that he was really blind and there was at least a B+, and the appraiser, confused, told Mr. Hunter that this rank was also worthy of admiration. Besides, he knew that martial arts users perform in real combat, and it would be better to start with this level. After his words, the leader of the Dragon Industry clan menacingly rushed towards him, and Kai stopped him, asking not to embarrass him, while he asked not to hold him back because he would figure everything out himself. Leaning towards him, the boy whispered that he needed to be more careful, because the constellations had started to show interest in him, and there was nothing wrong with moving slowly. After listening to his friend, Bill calmed down a little and scratched his head, saying that in any case, B rank also satisfies the basic conditions, and the protagonist asked what conditions he was talking about, while he called him an infiltrator and could not believe that he had already forgotten. Imagining the emblem of the Ikaros clan in his head, the leader of Dragon Industry asked, didn't he say that he would drag him there? With his hands on his waist, Bill said that if he was a C rank, he would be looked down upon since all the members were B rank, and he alone would be a C, and Kai, who was standing next to him, noted that a martial artist of even that level would be ignored. Patting him on the back, the man with glasses said that he didn't care about it, since in the end he had to be able to show a bunch of weaklings what he was. The boy asked if he could really beat them up, to which he replied that he just had to not overdo it. Opening the bag, Bill also noted that he had a good weapon in his collection, and he decided to give it to him, and the protagonist did not understand why he needed it at all. Looking at his friend in surprise, Kai asked if he was really afraid that he would be humiliated, and he said that he was not at all, because he would just look cooler with it. Finally, finding the right artifact in the bag, the head of the Dragon Industry clan took out the blade. Looking at it, the boy received notifications from the system that it was a sacred moon sword with the ability to use the skill-burning feelings of vengeance and uniting enemies in a moment of danger, which gives mana recovery after dealing with an enemy. Holding the gifted artifact in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was much better than he expected. Suddenly turning to Bill, who was standing behind him, Kai asked if it wasn't a Chinese rank artifact, and he replied that it was given to him there. The boy glared at his friend and said that all thieves said that, and he said that he was telling the truth and that the Chinese government had given it to him as payment for his help, while he concluded that it was impossible for him to be given a weapon of that rank, to which he received more words that he was not lying. Then the plot, showing us a city engulfed in flames, told us that at that time China was on the verge of destruction due to the invasion of evil constellations in the north, and several extremely problematic dungeons were discovered at once. Introducing us to a raven, an orc, and a white tiger who had furious eyes, the plot also added that these 3 rank monsters had broken out from there. After which Bill, remembering how he fought with these monsters, said that he went to help and received this as a gift, and the protagonist asked since when he helps strangers, while his friend explained that he just has a factory there, but he did not hear and asked him to repeat, to which he replied that he says that he has a factory in China. Then the head of the Dragon Industry clan coughed and said that it was better to forget about it, explaining that, in general, he wanted to introduce him to the manager, and Kai did not understand why this was necessary. Turning his back to him, Bill explained that in their time even a dog and a cow have them, and there is no need to worry about abilities because she is his daughter. And the boy who heard this looked in his direction in surprise, wondering if it really turns out that she is his niece, while he answered that he should decide for himself and left. Using a knife, Kai deftly chopped onions. At this time, 2 pieces of bacon were frying in a frying pan. The boy, together with Max in human form, was preparing dinner. Finally finished, he put all the ingredients on a plate and brought it to the table, after which the protagonist asked to try it, noting that he fried it well, and Lauren, sitting at the table, expressed her gratitude, getting ready to start eating. Then the girl began to cut the meat, wondering if he really made a contract with the meat constellation, and she eats everything that is given to her, not understanding what she is doing at all. A moment later, Bill's daughter brought a small piece of meat to her mouth. Having tried it, the manager was very dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. Showing us the image of Lauren in awe, her thoughts about meat, the plot explained that her favorite dish is Texas barbecue, brisket. Those hefty pieces of meat that are marinated in spices and then smoked for a long time. But this spicy brisket turned out to be much tastier, even tastier than her father's dishes, cooked with magic. Visualizing the protagonist, who poured his energy into the meat, the plot explained that the secret of taste lies in magic, and in fact, there is a special magical taste that cannot be compared with other tastes or aftertaste, because unlike Bill's dishes, the meat that the girl was given was full of magic, which is a fundamental difference in ingredients at the level of the abyss. Watching the manager tremble, Max whispered to the owner what was wrong with her, and he answered that perhaps the meat had gone bad, although it should be the best meat in the constellation. At the same time, the girl, gritting her teeth, was saying something. Looking admiringly straight ahead, Lauren declared that he should become a chef. Standing up from her seat and slapping the table, the girl asked if he had thought about opening a restaurant, declared that she would become its investor. And Kai said that he didn't even know because he liked Korean food more, while she was surprised by this, but noted that it was quite popular now. Extending a bowl of rice towards her, the boy noted that he had opened it just in case and asked if she wanted to eat together. A moment later, the manager took a piece of rice with chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Putting the cereal in her mouth, Bill's daughter was extremely delighted, imagining rice in her head as a plant and cooked, thinking that it was very tasty. Each grain was cooked perfectly. Along with this, there was also a strong magical taste. Sitting at the table, Lauren explained that she seriously doesn't eat carbohydrates at all, and the guy sitting opposite laughed, explaining that so much food won't hurt, and she's very thin, just skin and bones, so she should eat more and he'll fry some more. While in the Dragon Industry clan building, the girl said that she can't because she'll get fat, and the protagonist, who heard this, didn't understand what it meant because she had a great appetite. After some time, the manager ate all the food that was given to her, putting the empty dishes down. With a smile on his face, looking at this, Kai laughed, saying that he saw that she ate everything, and Bill's daughter silently wiped her mouth. Watching Max clear the dishes from the table, Lauren said that they needed to get back to business and that she would be his manager from now on, asking if he knew what her duties included. And the boy assumed that something like monitoring the schedule and movements, while she answered that it was, but a first-class manager is a little different. Having imagined the analysis of the hunters in her head, the girl asked what level the abilities of this awakened were and what needed to be done to make him stronger, explaining that analyzing all this was the duties of a first-class manager, and the protagonist, hearing this, understood everything, wondered what it meant that she was exactly that kind of manager. Making a negative gesture, Bill's daughter said that she was a top class. Sitting at the table opposite Kai, the manager noted that she liked the confidence with which he led a real fight, and she and her father thought that they needed a real team for raids, and he asked what it was to protect the land. Lauren, surprised by the question, stated that of course it was for profit, that they could make a huge profit from it, while the boy listened to her silently and with a serious expression. Getting up from the table, the girl said that she thought he wasn't very informed yet, but he knew that the government had handed over this city to Dragon Industry, explaining that this was their world now, and that somewhere there was even a guild that had received an entire country. Approaching the huge panoramic window, Bill's daughter explained that in any case, the Ikaros clan was full of psychos, but their abilities were quite consistent with the dress they received. Staring menacingly ahead, the manager added that if he was going to join them, he should undergo training to match it. Holding out a business card in his direction, Lauren explained that her number was written on it, and if he needed anything, he could call, and Kai extended his hand, thanking him for his concern, while she noted that this was not it at all. Immediately after that, the girl approached the exit and took hold of the door handle. After going out the door, she leaned on it, thinking that, as Dad said, he looked too normal for someone who had returned from the abyss and did not understand where such enormous self-confidence came from. With a serious look, Bill's daughter reasoned that first of all it was worth teaching him to resist magic users. Walking along the corridor, the manager realized that he would soon have to face monsters from the B-Rank League. While in the training room, Kai was working out with dumbbells, while Max, playing on his phone, told the owner that if there were any psychos in this so-called clan, he would grind them into dust. Closing his eyes after hearing this, the boy noted that he had told him to call him senior, which had greatly frightened his subordinate, and added that he should call him as conveniently as he liked, because he could not be corrected anyway. Looking happily towards his master, the reincarnated goblin asked if it was really possible. The protagonist sitting opposite said that he thought that there were enough psychos among hunters, so such an address would not embarrass anyone. Then Kai, looking menacingly at him, added that if he wanted to kill someone, he should first ask their permission, and Max told the owner that it goes without saying. Having finished his workout, the boy put the dumbbell on the floor. Sitting on the bench press, the protagonist was going to conduct a test. After which, Kai closed his eyes and concentrated on meditating, enveloping himself in purple energy, and the story explained that this meditation allowed him to join the broadcast of the Constellations, the game of stars. The story explained that this was in order to study and advance the countless constellations that he would encounter in the future, and the protagonist's soul was in the abyss, and he read the information from the system notification windows about the constellations that were currently active. Concentrating yellow energy in his fist, Kai was going to try it once, until the system notified that the Constellation Invincible Training Master was looking for a constellation to fight. In the pitch-black wasteland of the abyss, there was only silence. Enveloping himself in energy, the boy asked what it meant that they were ignoring him, when he suddenly received notifications from the system that the constellation Lava and Magma Kitten said that only constellations on the same level were responding. At the same time, the plot, imagining the battle of the king sitting on the throne, with the help of chess pieces and boxes of jewels, said that the battle of the constellations is when two constellations choose an avatar and compete, and the loser pays the corresponding price, so, of course, the constellations must be at the same level. And since the name of the training master is unknown to anyone, there is no reason to accept a fight from a constellation that has nothing to take. Being in the abyss, Kai was puzzledly scratching his head and thinking that all that remains is to declare himself and collect avatars, noting that he still lacks a lot. Remembering the image of the virtuous goddess of Libra, the boy wondered why there is no news about her even here and was worried because something could have happened. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the morning of the next day to the training base of the Ikaros clan, which consisted of several buildings. The man in the suit pointed at the house and explained that there were private training rooms and a dormitory there, and Kai asked about it again. Standing right in front of the private room, he couldn't believe that there were so many of them, and the clan worker explained that since everyone had their own set of abilities, they didn't all train differently, and in any case, he should let them know if he needed anything. Looking at Max standing behind him, the boy said that he planned to go straight to the training room and asked what he would do during that time. Hearing this, the goblin in the form of a human showed the screen of a smartphone with the game on and explained that he would do that, and the protagonist, who saw this, asked about the game Golden Escape, assuming that he must really like it, to which he received the answer that it was just so he wouldn't get bored. Walking away from his game-obsessed subordinate, Kai thought that he was really hooked on it, and was going to start with muscle strength training, perhaps. Immediately after this, the story moves to a gym for physical training with a huge number of exercise machines. Entering the gym, the boy suddenly saw something in front. It was a huntress, who with her last strength squeezed the barbell from her chest. The muscular girl was doing an approach with a huge weight on the bar. Coming closer, the protagonist watched her, thinking that there was already someone here, and saw a weight of 5 tons, assuming that this was a strong close combat hunter and, perhaps, even a tank. A moment later, the barbell was placed on the mount. Having finished the exercise, the girl wiped the sweat from her face. Getting up from the bench press, the huntress said that she saw him for the first time and asked if he was a newbie and perhaps he had some business with her. Standing right in front of her, the protagonist explained that he was simply amazed by her training, and the girl, hearing this, laughed, saying that flattery would not work on her. With a serious look, she extended her hand forward, greeting the newcomer, and said that her name was Elizabeth and offered to try to get along. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was greeting, her name was Elizabeth, offered to try to get along. Having shaken her hand, the protagonist introduced himself and said that he relied on her. She frowned, looking at him. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared between them. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He grinned slightly. Suddenly, the girl removed her hand. With wide eyes, she said that this was the first time she saw someone stronger than her. He was also a melee mage. Standing in front of her, Kai said that no, he was a martial arts user, to which she asked again. Grinning, the hero asked what, surprised, to which Elizabeth said that how could he not be surprised? To meet a B-rank martial arts user, he can also participate in fights. Where did he learn? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that while he was wandering in the abyss, 30 years had passed, to which she replied that this is why he mastered martial arts, and he added that she should not jump to conclusions. Clenching her fist, the girl asked that martial arts really weren't that useless, said that she was able to master everything that could be used. Elizabeth hit him sharply with her hand. Kai looked surprised to hear that boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, muay thai, she learned all the arts she needed. It's not very pleasant when monsters breathe in her face, to which he replied that yes, it will work with monsters, and will be great in a fight against others. Looking away, she asked what, he doesn't know her, she is from the UHC ranked league, and, by the way, in 19th place, to which he thought that this is supposedly a cool league. Elizabeth raised her hand and said that great, they will check what is so good about martial arts, behind her. A view of the hunter's training hall opened up. The guy looked away in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard who the guy next to her was, to which she replied that their newbie, a martial arts user, cool, let him agree. The guy adjusted his hair and said that this body's name was Anthony, although, of course, he was familiar with him, to which the hero asked who he was, and the guy added that he was not pretending not to know now. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he cleared the dungeon of the Siege of Akarash, set a new record for night raids, and rose to rank B in the shortest time. He returned from the abyss. How could he know this? Gritting his teeth, Anthony said that that's how it is. Well, nothing can be done until he leaves. He will explain something, so let him listen carefully, to which he was answered that no need. The guy grinned and said that he was an ace from the aces of the clan. The rules of the clan were very simple. He had to trust him and obey him in everything, and then all the problems would be solved. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he was crazy, to which the girl replied that he was always like that, let her try not to mess with him. Grinning, she added that okay, forget it, offered to fight, to which Kai agreed. He took a step forward. The hero and the girl stood in the ring. Taking up arms, she asked what they would start. Clenching his fists, he replied that yes, he was watching, she was very interested in martial arts, he would teach her one thing. Swinging his leg, the protagonist said that she should never come close to a martial arts user. The girl clenched her teeth and wheezed. Swinging her sword, she thought that so this is what martial arts are. Kai frowned and thought that was a great reaction. Elizabeth deftly parried the blows. It seemed that no matter how fast the magic was, it was still inferior to the blows of a martial artist. She smirked and asked what if they just seasoned the blow with magic power. The girl frowned angrily. The hero dodged the attack. She swung her sword sharply. The protagonist widened her eyes and thought that this was quite a good attack speed for a magic user. It would be nice to recruit her as an avatar. He swung his foot sharply and thought about the milky strike. The girl frowned and widened her eyes. Swinging her hand, she thought that she should use a protective maw. Elizabeth clenched her fist tightly. Suddenly, the hero struck her. Falling to the floor, she asked how his blow went through. She definitely activated magic, to which the protagonist replied that he uses a different force to strike. It is different from strengthening muscles with magic. The girl raised her fist and said that she was not done yet. Suddenly, she was hit again. Kai smirked and asked, well, did you get a feel for martial arts? After demonstrating his abilities, he will be able to recruit her into the avatars, but something tells him that it will take several stages. The girl lowered her head, and he thought that he had overdone it. She opened her mouth and said, again. Smiling widely, Elizabeth shouted, one more time. A bright light appeared. Falling to the ground, she screamed, to which the hero asked that was enough. Looking straight ahead, the girl said, yes, he really is different, for the last time, to which he asked that he was not going to fight until he won. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that she chose the wrong opponent, to which Elizabeth asked what that meant. Kai's eyes lit up and he said that he should forgive her, but she liked such persistence. The guys looked at him in surprise. The man's eyes widened in amazement. The sword stuck into the floor. The girl knelt down. She lowered her head and asked if maybe they were done for today. Raising his hands, the hero asked if he was being weak-willed and that the fun was about to begin. He suggested having another full-fledged training session today. The blue sky appeared and a scream was heard asking for her to be saved from this psychopath. The girl was drinking water. Sitting on a bench, she said that she hadn't been this tired in a sparring session for a long time, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't know, that training wasn't enough for him. Well, what did he think? She was interested in martial arts. Elizabeth looked away and said no, she would knock him down on her own, she would train more and become stronger, so let him wait. Holding the jar in his hands, Kai said that but with the help of martial arts she could remove the shortcomings, to which she replied that she did not want to, it was a matter of pride, and he asked again. The hero looked surprised, hearing that pride, not allowing to learn from the enemy, from now on he is her enemy, of course, when they meet they will greet, but will not accept help from him, understood, to which he replied that not really. Waving her hand, the girl said that anyway, she went. Standing behind the protagonist, Rob said that he should take better care of the opponent, to which he replied that no, well, he could not lose to her on purpose, is it really so difficult to look for avatars? The next day, the training hall appeared. Looking to the side, Kai asked that he was too early, said that he was all going. The guy grinned slightly. The girl turned her head to the side. Richard raised his eyebrows, hearing that he. Raising his hand, he said that he was glad to meet, to which he asked that he also joined Ikaros, and the guy added that well, that's how things turned out. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that circumstances, he says, the Parker family does not have a clan. Ernest, looking straight ahead, asked that everyone was gathered. People stood quietly in front of him. Putting his hands on his hips, the man said that he was the mentor of the Ikaros Ernest clan. He sees new faces, hopes that they will become worthy hunters. Looking to the side, he added that he repeats this every time, but what is the most important weapon of a hunter against a monster? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist answered that he himself, to which he was told that it was true. The protagonist trained, the thought arose that the power of unshakable faith in oneself, without it nothing would have happened. Thanks to the faith that he could become stronger, Kai also lasted many years in the abyss. The guy grinned and thought that it was a great mistake, but it sounded right. He stretched his arms forward and shouted that he should stop. He had said something different last time, to which the coach replied that believing in oneself was also considered the right answer, and that his belief was sincere. The girl closed her eyes, hearing what the two newcomers were thinking, to which he replied that he was a strong creature that could help her. Richard put his hand to his face and asked what he could do. Teamwork. Hunters appeared, and it was said that it was true. A hunter's weapon that could fight off monsters was neither magic nor items. The most powerful weapon was unity. Even an S-rank hunter would not go into a dungeon alone. Looking at his hand, the man said that even if he had awakened, or if he had a high rank, people were inherently weaker than monsters. No one knew what could happen in a dungeon, so one had to be prepared for anything. Suddenly he raised his hand up. The students looked at him in surprise. A glow appeared around them, and it was heard that today would be a pair training. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it was good that Max was nearby. Suddenly, he froze in bewilderment. The guy grabbed his head and said that he was. Raising his head, Anthony asked why he was nervous, but he shouldn't worry, this body would solve any problem with its magnificent magic. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he was actually a constellation. Why did he need to be paired with this weirdo? And the guy said that he understood everything. Great. The man stretched his arms out to the sides and said that since everyone had confirmed their pair, then they would begin. A purple portal appeared behind him. A monster began to emerge from it. He looked forward furiously. It was heard that it was a wyvern. The thought appeared that it was a strong monster, defined as B rank and above. Kai raised his head and remained silent, and the guy said that there were so many of them. Frowning, the man thought that the newbies were not hesitating. Of course, the chairman would not advise just anyone. Stretching his hand forward, he said, and now let them dodge. Looking to the side, the player shouted that their tactic was breathing, suggested putting up a shield, to which the guy asked what he was joking about. It was too late. Let him dodge. He knew the radius of breathing. Let him put up a shield. He was using auxiliary magic. Looking straight ahead, Anthony thought that despite the wide radius of breathing, his magic would allow him to dodge. Suddenly, he used third-level magic. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought that the bastard, since they were connected by magic, would drag him after him, very presumptuous. He abruptly hit the acupuncture point. The guy opened his eyes wide. The monster opened its mouth wide. The protagonist abruptly took the guy aside. Turning his head, the man asked if martial arts could develop such speed, to which the coach replied that they were superior to magic in terms of speed and evasion. This guy was the most outstanding martial artist he had ever seen. Maybe it was the influence of the abyss. Kai looked away. He heard that the power of his skills was incredible, regardless of rank. Such a hunter was strong in real combat. Now he understood why the chairman liked him so much. The guy furiously shouted what he was doing. Why didn't he follow his actions? To which the hero replied that he was too slow, and he added that this was nonsense. It was he who was slow. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that then next time he would have to move even faster. Let him listen, then he would be at a disadvantage, he would use magic, and he would adjust and follow. Frowning, the guy shouted that he was a newbie. He had to listen to him, let him listen to what this body was telling him, and the girl asked what they were doing. Snapping his finger, the man said that it was great, let's stop there for now. The man raised his hand and added that everyone who dropped out should leave the site. The students, looking straight ahead, heard that there was another attack. The hero looked down in surprise. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered what was below. Pressing the guy on the back, he said that he was slowing down. They jumped up. They heard that the impudent newbie. The monster opened its mouth. A loud scream was heard. An ancient sand monster in the form of a worm appeared. It hides in the ground and, having caught the vibration, attacks and devours its prey, a terrible predator that lives in the dungeons of B rank and above. The man shouted in amazement that the Stone Eater was right after the Wyvern. Wasn't that too cruel? To which he was told that he wouldn't even meet one in a B rank dungeon. The training menu was clearly too much. The trainer crossed his arms and said that if they couldn't even react to that, they had no right to be called hunters. Instead of grumbling, they should focus on training. The hero's foot slid along the ground. He stopped in front of the monster. It was heard that of course, something like that should be expected at the training of the Iscaro clan. Such an experience was to his liking. People were sitting on the ground. The players looked at each other. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he would be allowed to ask a question. Putting his hands in his pockets, Joe asked how he guessed that the monster would crawl out from below. Looking at him, the hero said that he understood from the sound, to which he asked that it was all martial arts. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what was what, interested in helping him, to which the man replied that no, it was not necessary, and the coach shouted that the next ones should get ready. Kai and the students ran straight ahead. The thought appeared that this was how the clan training continued. The next was dodging for 3. The hero stretched his hand forward. This was training in resisting magic. He twisted the guy's arm. The thought appeared that it was holding back comrades who had fallen under the influence of illusion magic. The students were breathing tiredly. They looked surprised when they heard that okay, the warm-up was over, let them rest first, and then according to the plan, clearing the dungeon, and they thought that this damned psycho. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what the dungeon was. They would really enter the dungeon, and Joe said that in their time, the dungeon could be modeled on the inside of the world. Putting his hand to his face, he said that it was like that, like a sport for hunters, to which the man replied that although he had returned from the abyss, he must have seen a lot. What team did he support? Waving his hand, Joe asked what twins were, said that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. They were definitely talking about escaping from a dungeon, well, a sport where there is a team of 6 hunters. The athletes appeared. The thought arose that, exactly as he said, baseball and football have completely lost popularity. Among team sports, hunting takes first place, the rest of the sports exist only nominally. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that, by the way, he is also a close combat fighter, studying the personality of the opponent. The characteristics of the man appeared. The thought arose that he is stronger than he thought. Putting his hand to his face, Kai thought that yes, you should not judge by appearance. By the way, if he is going to recruit him as an avatar, information about skills is needed. It is inconvenient that they are not visible, and Joe asked that he can really teach martial arts. Few hunters will agree to share their knowledge. Leaving, the hero said that even if he teaches, without effort he will not achieve anything. Out of 100 people about 1 achieves success, to which the man asked that to that extent. Looking away, the protagonist added that it would also take at least 100 years to master the highest category, to which the man said that it was a curse, so slow, and the power of martial arts was not as easy to increase his mana, to which he said that he was more familiar with martial arts than he thought. Stretching his hand forward, Joe said that well, he was a fan of martial arts as a child, to which Kai asked why he didn't study it then. Turning around, the man asked if he was serious, said that in his time almost all first-generation martial arts users had retired, there was nowhere to study. The hero smiled and said that it was wonderful, if he wanted to learn, he would become his mentor, and then thought that he only had to show his abilities, and the prestige of martial arts would rise by itself, and Rob said that he liked to see this evil smile. The training center appeared, someone addressed him. The man's eyes widened, and he asked that he would continue to whip him. Standing behind him, the protagonist said that he should be silent and feel the flow in his body, to which he replied that no, and yet. Squeezing his face, Kai said that he should hold the pose. Raising his eyebrows, he asked that magic users do not use mana to strengthen the body, to which Joe replied that but it is not carried out through the body. Using their own mana, they attract magic from the outside. The hero raised his head and said that so that's how it works, it's somehow complicated. You can just start the circulation of your own mana, to which the man said that for him his method is even more important. Putting his hands on his back, the protagonist said that in any case, let him not rush, if he cannot control it, he will restrain it with his nigong, to which Joe asked that this is possible, and he added that of course, although it can lead to rupture of blood vessels and entrails. Closing his eyes, the man said that he will trust him. Lightning began to spread across his body, a notification about mana cultivation appeared, the manifestation of martial arts using mana instead of nigong. The higher the user's level of understanding, the lower the chance of failure. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he decided to take a risk because he thought that mana and nigong were similar, but fortunately, everything worked out. Standing in a pose, the man asked that the mana consumption was simply huge, there was no other way, to which the protagonist replied that this was the best way for a magic user to master martial arts, and it was okay that such a large consumption was needed, the main thing was that the blow was done right. Joe stretched out his hand forward, he received the skill of a blow enveloped in mana, it strengthens the blow with mana, replacing nigong. The higher the user's level of understanding, the lower the chance of failure. Looking to the side, the man asked what worked, he succeeded, it was just something, the sensations were completely different from a simple blow. Kai raised his head and thought that using mana in martial arts, it's cool that he mastered the technique but the skill level is too low. Well, a low rank does not mean that he can't use the skill. A little while later, the inner training hall appeared. Clapping his hands, the man said, okay, attention, the break is over, let them get ready for the next training. Holding a tablet in his hands, the coach said, well, he will briefly explain what kind of training awaits them. The rules are simple, 6 will form a group and enter the dungeon, their task is to quickly and safely clear it. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he will prove himself in this training and will definitely enter the first team, and the other thought that not adding a hunter like him to the first team, he will make them regret it. Looking away, the protagonist said that there was such ferocity in his eyes, to which Joe replied that in their clan only the first team participates in real battles. If they show themselves in training, they can get there, to which the protagonist asked, well, that's how it is, and he is a member of the first team. The man closed his eyes and said that he was not assigned to it, but he often participates in real battles, to which Kai replied, well, that's how it is, well, there is no need to be ashamed of weakness. Putting his hand on his back, the hero heard that he was not weak at all, and he had nothing to be ashamed of, to which he replied, that's right, he is great. He compensates for it with his efforts, and the man added, no, he is not talking about that, and the protagonist interrupted, yes, he understands. The coach snapped his finger and said that then they will begin to form groups. Pointing upward, he added that that was all, let them find members of their group and start training. Max stretched out his hand, the thought arose that they do not intersect with him in any way, I wonder if this is intentional. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that why exactly this group, the cleanup is doomed to failure, to which Kai replied, what is the expression on her face, she offends him, and Joe said that exactly, in fact, it is offensive. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that the hunter who has not yet recovered from the return of the abyss. Richard frowned, hearing about the rookie hunter. Anthony smiled, and someone said that the guy who has no team spirit at all. Charlie and Joe froze, hearing that the sneak and the only adequate one. Elizabeth sighed and said that she had never been pushed out of the first team, but this time it is worth worrying, to which the guy replied that he himself will clean everything. Let her just trust him. The man closed his eyes and said that apparently Anthony was trying to take the leadership position. No one was against it, to which the protagonist said that well, if he liked to point it out so much, to which Anthony said that keep it up, a newbie, and he was pretty insightful, that's all true. Looking to the side, the hero said that by the way, how are his abilities? To which the girl replied that in fact, he is a universal, he likes long-range fights, but he also excels at close range. The guy adjusted his hair, it was heard that, apart from a super strange character, he has pretty rare skills, but the character of course, okay, he understood, he may not continue. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he did not plan to recruit him into avatars, so he wanted to skip, but it is better to check everything himself, he studies the personality of the opponent. The characteristics of the character appeared. It was heard that this, and Rob said that the eyes of the Constellation had improved. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Anthony said that they should just trust him, to which Kai replied that, by the way, he was a natural psycho. The guy put his hand to his face. A thought appeared that the force used by the hunter could also be honed through certain training. He had two skills. Mind protection and narcissism clearly surpassed rank B. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that apparently both skills were aimed at maintaining mental control, but the man took a step forward and said that wow, he was a martial arts user, simply unbelievable. Grinning, the guy said that his name was Charlie, he was just looking for friends, let them take care of him, to which Joe said that he should get lost, and the girl added that he should get lost, she did not even hope to stick with them. Looking at him, the hero asked what and what was wrong, to which Elizabeth replied that this guy only knows money and divides people by profit. Grinning, the guy said that he was not so bad, asked that he was familiar with the principle of mutual concessions. The rest simply could not accept it, but if you get something, then you need to pay an equal price. Standing in front of him, Kai said that this makes sense, to which the man said that he should not let himself be fooled. Stretching his hand to the side, the man said that when he was in the first team, he pretended to be a good guy, and when he dropped to the second, he was thrown into the blacklist. It was heard that they what? Grinning, Charlie said that although he was a B rank, but a rather valuable healer, he would team up with him, and he can help him during training. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he did not really need it, to which he asked again. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that he was good in battle without it, to which the guy replied that he should not say stupid things, he just never tried. Charlie raised his finger and said that he should listen, he would use magic anyway. He would help once, to which Kai replied that he should forgive, but really no need, and he added that it would cost him twice as much later. The guy raised his head and frowned. Walking forward, he thought that apparently he still hadn't realized reality after so many years of wandering in the abyss, but he would understand everything soon. Smoke was flying in the middle of the dungeon. People were walking on it. The girl stretched out her hand and said that she had never even heard of the Crossroads test. The rules were to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, avoiding a fight with the opposing team. Clenching her fist, she added that there would be enough provisions and essential goods for 2 weeks. They would divide it among everyone and carry it, to which Anthony replied that this body should be concentrated on magic, no luggage, and he was told that he didn't want it, he could throw it away and get out. Walking straight ahead, the guy said that he would go ahead, asked that in her opinion this body could not cope with such a trifle, to which Elizabeth replied that he should not talk nonsense, that if they were attacked and had to engage in close combat, she was an expert in close combat and should be in the front line. Frowning, Anthony said that she herself promised to obey his orders, to which the girl replied that only if he did not talk nonsense, he would yield to her in close combat. Pointing at the girl, he said that no, he was better than her, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about, just the possibility of comparison with him made her a great hunter. Clenching her fist tightly, Elizabeth thought about what she wanted to hit him with. The guy closed his eyes and said that he would go ahead, and they would be behind to catch up, to which Joe replied that the guy ignored his words and simply walked away. Looking at the protagonist, he said, what is he doing? The chameleon stuck out his tongue. It was heard that the stone chameleon, carefully. The hero abruptly struck him. People froze in amazement. Looking to the side, Kai asked what they were stuck for. They were not going to go. Rushing forward, Anthony said that he should stand still, he would cover, and then activated the detector. Looking at the chameleon, he said that he had found it. Running forward, the guy shouted about acceleration. The arrow flew forward rapidly. It abruptly flew at the chameleon. Pulling the weapon forward, the hero thought that the sword could reach far. A necklace appeared. The thought arose that Kai had modernized the necklace of subspace received from Onyx and attached it to his belt. The pocket hung on his pants. The thought arose that thanks to this he could get the item he needed at any time. Looking at the weapon, the hero thought that things would go faster with the sword. The guy looked at him and shouted furiously that it was his. This body was the first to detect the monster, to which the protagonist asked that he shouldn't save his strength for a meeting with a stronger monster, since he was an ace. With his eyes wide open, Anthony thought that this was perfect logic. Stretching his hands forward, he asked what he would give him to catch him when he showed up, to which the protagonist replied that they would see about the situation. Running forward, the guy shouted that he should stop. The hero abruptly struck the chameleon. The beam struck the beast. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Kai was walking among the corpses. Closing his eyes, Anthony thought that this body had power it would not lose. Grinning, the guy said that from now on he was determined it was worth showing him the abilities of this body, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. They rushed forward. A shout was heard that they were crazy. Where were they going together? What should they do? The girl clenched her teeth and said that in this regard, only Anthony worried her, who knew that there were 2 crazy people. The coach was standing in the operations room. Someone turned to him. The man crossed his arms and asked what was the matter, to which the guy replied that he was going to leave Anthony in the first team. The guy stretched his hand up. It was heard that, speaking objectively, doesn't Anthony have outstanding, comprehensive, undeveloped abilities? That's true, but he is seriously lacking in team spirit. With his participation, the team game will simply collapse. Looking at the screen, the guy added that, in addition, his progress has slowed down significantly. It is clear that he has no desire to give his all on training, and he was told that his transfer to the second team could have the opposite effect. Standing in front of the screens, the coach said that they were watching him for a little while longer. He would make a decision personally if there were no changes. It was heard that it was. Ernest looked down and asked what was going on. Some team had already fallen, to which the girl replied that it was better for him to see for himself. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked that it looked like it was just a trifle they would break through quickly. Looking straight ahead, Joe said that it was great, especially with Charlie's neutralizing magic. The guy gritted his teeth and said that they were approaching from the front, to which Elizabeth said that she could not believe that she was acting together with Anthony. She looked at him with different eyes. The entire squad was rapidly running forward. Stretching his sword in front of him, the protagonist said that there were 3 monsters in front of him, let him take on one from the side, asked if Anthony could carry out an attack, to which he was told that he should trust him with it. The hero grinned, hearing that for cooperation he would give him a couple of kilos, to which he replied that of course. The guy held his hand out and shouted that he had grabbed him first, to which Kai replied that more were approaching, let him concentrate. Joe closed his eyes and said that there was another one on this side, let him catch him, to which the girl asked what he was thinking of ordering. She would catch him without him. Looking straight ahead, the coach asked that what they were seeing now was teamwork. He was right. The chameleons were lying on the ground. It was heard that it was convenient with such a team. The girl sighed and thought that who would have thought that with such a composition the raid would go like clockwork. Putting his hand to his face, Anthony said that of course, Kai secretly thought it was a great idea to trust him with the rear, to which Elizabeth replied that she was glad that he was comfortable. The squad walked through the dungeon. Stone spikes appeared. Turning around, the girl said that they would make a halt. They still needed to restore mana. Looking straight ahead, Joe said he was coming. He and Charlie would line up on Karao. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist shouted that the enemy had surrounded them. Let them prepare for battle. It was heard that this was nonsense. Looking to the side, Anthony said that he should move. She hadn't heard that the enemy was approaching, to which Elizabeth thought, wait a second, since when had he been listening to others? The guy smiled and said that he should watch carefully, to which the protagonist asked what was what, and he added that now he would show him what he was capable of. He closed his eyes and said that he should just not lose heart. Of course, he was still far from him, but he was also cool. Suddenly Kai struck. Frowning, the girl asked from which side did they attack, to which Anthony asked that she was not familiar with this monster, a stone gargoyle. The monster's eyes glowed red. The thought appeared that the stone gargoyle, a chameleon monster of demonic appearance, having enormous strength and endurance, this opponent causes a lot of trouble with its ability to completely merge with rocks. People went into the dungeon. It was heard that there was nothing to worry about. They were cowardly and would run away at the slightest thing. They had already retreated. This guy was just incredible. Who is he? Looking up, the girl said that she could handle Anthony, and the guy added that he could not believe it. Looking straight ahead, the coach thought that he was a natural leader, a power worthy of the chairman's recommendation, but it was a pity that he was a martial arts user. The guy with glasses raised his head and said that this team quickly clears the dungeon. But isn't it dangerous? To which Ernest replied that he was sure they were not doing it thoughtlessly. Besides, the destruction would also be a lesson for them. And the girl said that nevertheless, the first team to clear this dungeon was in a very unfavorable situation. Covering one eye, he added that luck is also an ability. The monsters were standing behind the people. The thought arose that the Crossroads test was one of the secret dungeons, to storm which 17 years ago China hired a rank hunters. Despite the fact that the dungeon monsters did not exceed B rank, its complex structure with many pitfalls pulls a rank. Looking away, the girl said that they would hardly cope with the trap, to which he replied that well, Joe was still with them, and she added that Charlie was of course a good healer, but in such a situation he would not help. Looking at the screen, the trainer thought that it would start soon. Looking away, the protagonist said that he was approaching. The monster pounced on him and screamed. He parried his blow. The hero struck back at the monster. Ernest crossed his arms. It was heard that the hell blocked. Apparently, he knows what a gargoyle is. The man frowned and asked that maybe he had already dealt with them in the abyss, to which he was answered that it looked like it. Experience was felt in his reaction, and he asked how long he had been there. Looking to the side, the girl said that she surrendered, only that it was a trap. Maybe it would be better to set up a camp instead of going straight ahead, and at the same time study the area. A view of the dungeon opened up. It was heard that it sounded good, although they are open from all sides. But if something does not work out, they will have escape routes. By the way, about these stone gargoyles, they can attack without even moving. The squad examined the dungeon. It was heard that when how, he does not know exactly, and yet there is no need to worry much about them. Why, he will be able to feel if they come closer. The girl frowned and looked at the protagonist, and he asked what is surprising here. If you do not lose calm, then the monster can be dealt with quite well. In strength they do not exceed rank B, lowering her head. Elizabeth thought that the route was also part of the training. Judging by the level of difficulty, they were simply sent to their deaths. Would anyone even stay? The roof of the tent inflated. She stood in the middle of the cave. She heard that this was a tent, and before they assembled everything manually. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked what they were looking at. Pulling the drone forward, the girl asked that then he did not know this either, to which he replied that he knew it was a drone. Crouching down, Elizabeth said that they could install it and use it as an alarm signal, to which the protagonist replied that he did not think it would work on the gargoyles, and she added that it was still better than nothing. The guy used radar magic. A dome appeared around them. Looking away, Charlie said that this barrier would detect the life energy of an approaching creature. Let him appreciate how useful it is, to which the girl asked that he used magic once and was already proud. What is he? Anthony. Grinning, the guy said that he can heal, he can buff, he can even be an alarm clock in the camp. Outside of battle, a hunter like him is simply irreplaceable. To which Elizabeth replied that he should not even hope. He will not relieve him of guard duty. There are 3 of them on duty, who are in the rear. The guy yawned and asked who she took him for. He did not even think of shirking, to which she asked again. Looking straight at him, she said that he is a psycho, obsessed with money, and Joe said that he is a guy for whom only money exists, and Anthony added that he is trash, to which Charlie shouted that they are too rude to him. Let him agree. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, he said that he should just ignore them. Those who scold their comrades are bad people. To which Elizabeth asked what he was doing suddenly, and Joe said that he must have seen his value during today's hunt. Probably. Kai walked straight. The thought appeared that today's raid allowed everyone to feel who played the biggest role. The main character was he who led the team on the front lines, the same martial arts user who returned from the abyss. Grinning, the guy said that he should not build iron walls around himself, that he, for example, likes, to which the protagonist asked again. Kai did an exercise. It was heard that he liked the bench press, to which he was asked what, and besides that. The hero held dumbbells in his hands. It was said that dumbbell lateral raises. Looking to the side, the man said that the tent was set up. They would go first. They sat in a circle. The protagonist looked at the food. Looking at the cover, he asked what and why he felt ashamed. Joe looked down and said that this was the most delicious dungeon food in the world. He couldn't wait to try it, to which Anthony replied that this food was not suitable for such a perfect hunter as him. The guy started eating and said that it tasted disgusting, but he would not raid without food, to which Elizabeth replied that at least there was beef in it, and Kai thought that it seemed edible. The hero leaned on his knee and said that okay, if they can't eat, he'll cook something, to which the girl asked what he'll cook in the dungeon. Sitting in front of him, the man said that this was unrealistic. There weren't even any food products here, to which the protagonist asked what not. They got a lot of them. The chameleon was lying on the ground. It was heard that he meant these chameleons. Turning around, Charlie asked what he was offering to eat the stone chameleons, and Anthony said that he understood that he had been in the abyss for a long time, but this was too much. Grinning, the protagonist said that they could be eaten. He would figure it out, to which he was asked again. A monster appeared on the screen. The man watched the events. It was heard that the other teams were also approaching the center. The gargoyles were slowly starting to move. I wonder if the other teams would be able to stop them. People were lying on the ground. It was heard that Sidset's team was destroyed. The guy was running away from the monster. It was said that Agnes's team was also half destroyed. They were retreating. Looking at the screens, the man asked what he could. He chose too high a difficulty level, to which the girl replied that it was too harsh. The guy raised his head up and said that since the rest of the hunters were retreating, the rest would have a hard time, especially this team. Asked what they were doing. Food flew up in a frying pan. The protagonist pulled it out in front of him. Looking at him, Elizabeth said that it looked good, to which Joe said that he should think like a normal person. It only seemed that way, and she asked that he would not eat it then, to which the man said that he did not have to be so categorical. The protagonist smiled and said that meat was not the end. The container with food was warming up on the fire. Looking at it, the guy asked what risotto, paella, to which the girl answered that in Asia rice is the main dish, and Joe said that he had seen something like this in a movie. It looked very appetizing, although there was enough meat. A tasty dish seemed. A question was heard that everything was ready, you can eat. Looking to the side, Kai asked when he said that to share, to which they asked again, and he added that they said that monster meat is such an idea, so he decided to show them. Anthony grinned and said that he should stop. He did not say such a thing. Adjusting his hair, he added that therefore he has every right to eat. He did not say this, but he highly appreciates his abilities. If the second hunter after him said this, then he will succeed in cooking. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes when he heard that. Well, in that case, it would not be a pity to share, to which he thanked him. Anthony tried the rice. Looking at the dish, he said that it was delicious. It really was delicious, to which the protagonist replied that he had a pleasant appetite. Lightning struck the guy. Notifications appeared that thanks to the dish eaten with a high mana content, his mana was replenished, and he said that even mana was restored. How is this possible? Kai grinned and thought that the other side of the world is a virtual reality. Maybe the used products will be restored, then he will use more. Fry rice with meat. The protagonist began to cook. Raising her hand up, the girl shouted that a second. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that Joe said these words, not her, and Charlie asked that he had already removed him from his friends a long time ago. Could he eat? Pulling the dish forward, the protagonist said that everyone should just come and eat. Stop picking on Joe. They already felt sorry for him, to which the man replied that he had no one but him. Everyone else was just trash. Looking away, Elizabeth asked that he didn't think Joe was overdoing it, to which the guy replied that he definitely did. It was too much, to which the man told them that he didn't want to hear it from them. The guy raised his head and asked what the hell they were doing, setting up a cafe in the dungeon. Looking at the girl, the coach said that the guys were amazing, to which she asked that shouldn't they be stopped. Suddenly there was some kind of poison there. The people sat in a circle. It was heard that they would eat something unfit for food with such an appetite. If there was poison there, they would have already spat it all out. I'm sure he has a rare skill for cooking monsters. Looking at the man, the girl said that he must have acquired it while wandering through the abyss. There is nothing to eat there. To which he replied that the abyss is simply abundant with mana, so there is no special need for food. And the guy asked what he could. He had been there for so long that he got bored. The fire flared up brightly. The guy raised his head and sighed. Coming out of the tent, the protagonist asked what he was sighing about. The squad was fast asleep. The question was heard that he had not slept after mastering martial arts. He only needed to take a short nap. Something happened while he was on guard. No, that's not the point. It's just, Kai put his hands on his hips and asked him if he felt depressed being surrounded by hunters stronger than him, to which the boy asked where that was from. And he continued that it bothered every hunter, so he should stop thinking about it and start training. He thinks he doesn't train, he also trains a lot. Richard raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that he meant a few hits of magic on the weekend. He doesn't know why he's here, but if he wants to be active, then doing what he did before won't be enough. He lowered his head and thought that such words had never been said to him before. On the contrary, his family nicknamed him a genius. Grabbing his weapon, the protagonist said that he should stop and wake up the guys, to which the guy asked what was going on. Suddenly, the hero shouted loudly that there was an attack. Everyone rise. Joe squinted and asked what was going on, to which Anthony asked that attacking him would not work. Walking forward, the protagonist said that apparently there were more than just stone gargoyles here. Frowning, he added that something bigger was approaching. The monsters rushed forward. It was heard that the stone gargoyles were leading the dungeon boss here. Looking up, the coach said that the stone gargoyles were smart. Apparently they realized that they could not cope with this team, especially with Kai alone. The monster raised its head. The thought of a stone predator appeared, having the form of a huge worm. This monster has a power an order of magnitude higher and is able to break through the earth and stones. Its main food is stones, but it can also tear hunters to pieces. The monster appeared from under the ground. It was heard that apparently even they will not go further. Yes, it was a shame with this training. Besides, the gargoyles did something to piss off the boss at such a pace. Kai frowned and said that he was approaching. The monsters screamed furiously. The protagonist used the moonwalk. Beams flew at the monsters. They were hit one after another. The guy gritted his teeth and said about the high-speed ice bomb of Achilles. He exclaimed in fear, hearing that from below. The hero abruptly grabbed the guy up. Holding the sword in his hands, he asked what onyx was. Suddenly the creature screamed. It was heard that it should get out of there. It was the boss. The monster attacked them. The protagonist jumped up. He stretched out his hand and wondered if he should catch it without using the sword's aura. A glow appeared around the weapon, and he added that okay, the sword's Kai would do as well. A blow flew at the monster. Cracks appeared on its body. Several lightning strikes flew at the creature. Raising her head, Elizabeth wondered if what she was seeing now was the ability of a B-rank hunter. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that they would finish with one blow. The monster's head was cut off. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he had just now, and the coach replied that they had seen it themselves, but Kai was far from being some kind of uncut diamond. The protagonist stood still. It was heard that he could already be called a hunter who had reached the perfect limit. How the hell did the chairman bring such a hunter? A view of the apartment opened up. The man took a step forward. Entering the room, the coach turned to the chairman. The man grinned and said what kind of people, asked what, how did he like the boy's abilities. Looking at him, Ernest said that it was worth saying. He recruited on a rank hunter. Holding the mug in his hands, the chairman said that one would think that he believed him. Putting his hands behind his back, the trainer said that it was true, but in the future it might cause some difficulties with the government since they did not report the rank hunter, to which he replied that it was not their fault, that they themselves overlooked it. Besides, it is easier to persuade a person if he regrets the omission. Looking to the side, Ernest said that it would be troublesome to confirm the rank, but it was only a matter of time. Once he showed the results, but he was worried about whether a hunter of this level would continue to work for him without showing greed. The chairman smiled broadly and said that he did not even need to worry about it, to which he asked again. The man frowned and said that he should trust him. Putting his hands behind his back, the coach said that it was fine, he would believe him, to which Bill replied that it was wonderful, and then thought that he was under his command, who would work for him here. The lobby of the clan building appeared. People were standing in front of the screen. Squinting, the guy asked that the martial arts user was in the first team, how well he had shown himself, to which he was asked what, maybe, he was simply dragged through. Closing his eyes, Anthony said that insignificant people, they themselves lacked abilities, so they slandered others. How could a hunter think so narrowly? The guy angrily asked what he said, to which he was told to put up with it. It was better not to mess with him. Walking down the street, the guy thought about what kind of losers they were. The newcomer Kai was the only worthy opponent for him. Grinning, he added that he should help him in a friendly way in honor of joining the first team. The car drove quickly along the road. Looking at the phone, Max said that he immediately saw his abilities. He speaks honestly, to which Charlie replied that he had already told how the chairman once approached him with a request, begged him so much to be a model just once that he even felt awkward. A lost game appeared on the screen. It was heard that he needed to go on a raid and could not refuse. That's it. Gritting his teeth, he said that he should listen, maybe just keep quiet. Looking away, the guy said okay, let him forgive, and then thought that he should not think about this idiot. The main thing is to maintain good relations with Kai by any means. The protagonist was training. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that here he is. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he came to train, to which he replied that no, that's not why he came. Kai put his hand on his back and said that that was true. The longer he pumped up his muscles, the more the training resembled a game. They would start with the leg press, to which Charlie replied that no, not in that sense. The guy started doing the exercise and said that he should stop. That's not what he meant, to which the hero asked again and said that he understood, and he added that finally, then they would finish there. The protagonist bent down and said that he would have said that he wanted to do deadlifts. Then they would start with 30 approaches for a warm-up, to which the guy replied that hell no. Charlie fell to the ground and sighed. Grinning, he asked why he didn't want to go for a ride around the city now, said that after all, he had recently returned from the abyss. The protagonist did pull-ups and replied that no, he was not interested in that at all, to which the guy replied that he should quit. He would show him everything, let him think about it properly. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought. The car was driving along the road. It was heard that this was a city of hunters. There was literally everything connected with them. Sitting behind the wheel, the guy said that they are considered aces of the Ikaros clan, asked that he understood what it meant. Wherever he goes, they will be received with honors. Putting his hand to his face, Kai said that the title of hunter does not grant a special status, to which he was asked how so. Of course he will, they are the aristocracy of this time. Max gritted his teeth and asked if he could hit him once, to which the hero replied that he should leave him. With such a life he will kick the bucket himself, and the guy asked that the two of them are not overdoing it. The car stopped abruptly. Getting out of it, Charlie said that they arrived. Chinatown begins from here. It is known for its black market. Standing in front of the entrance to Chinatown, the protagonist asked that the government simply turns a blind eye, to which the guy replied that the main thing is not to sell abroad. Then the government will not touch, even organizations trading on the black market live by the laws. The seller was standing in the shop. It was heard that another advantage of the market is that it is easy to get very dubious artifacts here. They were standing at the shop. The man's eyes lit up and he asked what it was, to which he was answered that it was definitely. People looked straight at him angrily. It was heard that how this insignificance dared to humiliate their master. They would wash away his shame with blood. The man frowned and said what kind of constellation of a warrior, shrouded in madness and blood. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that he should listen. Max and Kai were holding bags in their hands. It was heard that where so many products came from, they went to the supermarket. Looking at him, the hero said that the same fate awaited them as the dish they tried, to which Charlie replied that for sure, he was able to cook the monster meat. Well, he bought everything. They will go to the auction. A huge building appeared. It was heard that it was here. It would be necessary to go underground. Serious magic? The imposed magic was of a high level. Putting his hands behind his back, the guard asked that Mr. Charlie was from the Ikaros clan, let him take him out. Frowning, the guy said that they should rent costumes, to which the protagonist asked again. The gates opened slightly. It was heard that the basics of etiquette should be observed. In addition, there are still a few rules. Do not talk about them outside the walls, do not confess even if caught, and do not make a fuss. The rules must be followed. A view of the fountain opened up. People were playing poker. The auction participants were talking. Holding a glass in his hands, the guy said that he would have to wait for the auction to start, but they could while away the time playing roulette. He would understand everything himself when he saw it, but he was a real roulette master, he had never lost. Looking at him, the hero wondered if he was bragging too much about being a hunter from the Ikaros clan. The guard put his hand to his ear and said that 3 hunters from the Ikaros clan had arrived and was told to be careful with them, not to cause trouble. The man asked who exactly and heard that there were more. It seemed that 2 were new. Max and Kai looked at each other, and it seemed that they must know the hunter who won the UHC qualifiers and debuted in the major league, and it is worth noting that he is a martial artist. The view of the building opened up. The Huashan School, which currently runs an illegal auction, as a representative clan of Chinese martial arts. Even in the era of the decline of martial arts, they have steadfastly maintained their position, and in such a situation, they could only admire the hunter of the Ikaros clan, a martial artist. Looking away, the guy said that maybe he should go up to this hunter and ask what martial arts he uses, to which the guard asked if he was crazy or something. What are we talking about? He wants everyone to know who is running the auction. Let the auction start instead. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked when the auction would start, to which the guy replied that it was about to start. The man stood on the stage. It was heard that it had started. Let him watch carefully what lots would be presented. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man shouted that it had been sold for $50,000. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the spear looked cool on the outside, but was completely useless in terms of effectiveness, and for that, $50,000. Pointing at the knife, the man said that they were presenting the next lot. The protagonist looked in surprise. He heard that, come on, what a platitude. Maybe it seemed that way because of the spear, but he thought that it was. A dagger of thunder flame appeared. It was heard that the skills he needed would be useful. Opening his wallet, Kai wondered what he would buy, but would there be enough money? It was heard that he of course gave him this card. Holding out the card, the man said that he should take it, to which he asked what it was. Sitting on the couch, Bill said that it was an unlimited black card until he received the clan's money. Let him use it if he needed anything, to which the protagonist replied that he would not need the money anyway. Having risen, the man turned to the hero, to which he asked again. Taking him by the shoulders, the chairman asked why he was trying to be good here. He must refuse. It was easier for him, to which Kai replied that okay, nothing, if he accepts, he will take it. Raising his hand up, the host said that $7,000. Whoever has more, the thought appeared that since he said to use it, why not? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked why no one was giving more, to which the guy replied that it was simply not a very good item. Mostly people with a keen eye and the appropriate skill were gathering here. The man held a sign in his hands. It was heard that great, then he would buy it, let it stand. Why? He had a lot of reasons not to take it. The auction was overflowing with goods. The hero raised the sign up, and someone said that it was $8,000. The bid was $8,000. Whoever was higher, sold. Looking to the side, Charlie said that even if it was cheap, it was still a waste of time, to which Kai replied that he felt calmer when he had one such artifact in reserve, and he asked what else was calmer, where he would use it. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. Looking at the man, the hero asked who he was. With his eyes wide open, the man asked that he thought he would be able to leave unharmed after insulting the gentleman. Red particles appeared around. A scream was heard. What the hell? Frowning, the guard shouted for them to not move. The man struck and said about the bloody gift. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he had risen to rank B, and the warrior does not act rashly, sent them to avenge that incident. The man grinned and said that he should try to survive if he can, to which the protagonist thought that considering how he was hiding behind, the warrior was a complete coward. Taking a step forward, he added that they should stop. This was his chance. Stretching his hand forward, Kai shouted that in the name of the constellation of the invincible god of training, he was challenging him to a fight. He, as an avatar, would deal with him in an instant, to which Max thought that he would go for such a deception. The warrior clenched his teeth and ignored the call, as he had never heard that name. It sounded like he was really scared. A one-on-one battle sent the killer away like a cowardly chicken. The monster clenched his teeth. The man's clothes began to tear, and he said that he would accept the battle of the constellations if he survived here. Suddenly the lights in the room went out. The man raised his hand and asked what was wrong. The electricity was cut off, and someone shouted to get him out of here already. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he should move. Suddenly they jumped onto the stage. The man stretched out his arms to the sides and said that now he was locked here with them, they would have a feast on his blood. Grinning, the protagonist replied that no, he was locked here with him. Raising his hand, Max said that no, they were locked here with him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist said that thank you, of course, but they would save his strength, to which he objected. Suddenly, Kai used the Milky Finger skill. People parried his attack. Suddenly, the hero rushed towards the warrior. A blow flew at the enemy. Raising his head, the guard thought that these were martial arts, and of the highest level. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing laughter. Grabbing his hand, the warrior said that they would take his blood. Turning around, Kai asked that, and that was all. The hero took his hand. A thought arose that dreams and desires awarded him this right. Grinning, he added that even if this power was used in reverse. Suddenly, the protagonist struck. People stretched out their hands forward and shouted that they should stop him. Kai deftly dodged the blows. The warriors began to attack the hero. It was heard that they should get closer and destroy. The protagonist struck them. People fell to the ground. A notification appeared that the warrior could no longer watch this and gathered the power of the avatars. He concentrated the power of the avatars in one. Archie descended to the ground and began to control the killer himself. He collected the splattered blood and increased the power of the avatar. Frowning, the hero thought that he controlled the avatar, having inhabited his body quite harshly. The man's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that by the collected mana alone he surpassed an rank hunter. Even if he left him, he would self-destruct, so the best option would be to avoid the fight, but then the people present here would die. The protagonist extended his hand forward. It was said that the skill Good Giant Killer was activated. If he did not avoid the warrior's avatar and clashed with him in battle, his strength would be increased. Suddenly, the enemy rushed towards the hero. The sword was approaching his fist. Kai stood in front of the enemy. A notification appeared that the divine space art skill perfectly repelled the enemy's attack. A blue beam appeared. The protagonist struck the enemy. The warrior raised his head and wheezed. He fell to the floor. The protagonist raised his head up. A notification appeared that the warrior recognized his abilities. Thereby accepting the Constellation battle, he pointed to him as an avatar who would take part in the Constellation battle. Emily and Rob were sitting on the loungers, and he said that everything was going according to plan, to which the girl asked if it was too reckless. Maybe they should have first become a top-level constellation and then entered the battles, to which he added that everything was fine. People were passing things to each other. Bowing, the guy said that he was asking for forgiveness. It was the auction's fault that they did not properly check anything and allowed strangers to enter. To which the hero replied that nothing, everything was fine. They would keep it a secret so they could leave already. The guard hesitated at what he heard. Kai looked surprised when he heard that he would like to ask him a few questions about martial arts. If you don't mind, could he spare him some time? People in suits were standing near the entrance. The protagonist and Max were sitting on the couch. Looking to the side, he said that it was difficult to meet martial arts users lately. Maybe he should ask why he started studying them, to which the guy replied that he knew about it. The protagonist frowned and added that he apologized. He asked a tactless question. He was just glad to meet martial arts users, to which the guy asked that but how was he? Someone entered the room and said that he should allow him to personally answer his question. The man closed his eyes and asked that maybe he had heard of a clan called the UHC School. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked if this wasn't one of the Chinese clans that was famous 30 years ago. The master was also from, and then thought that, and yet his face seemed very familiar. He stood up abruptly and said that they should stop. It couldn't be. He was the master, to which the man replied that yes, that's right, thank you for remembering. Kai froze in amazement. Pulling the paper forward, he asked if he could get an autograph. Looking to the side, he asked what, he can't get an autograph, to which he was told that not at all, let him take as many as he wants. Grinning, Tom said that he was not the one who should give autographs, to which the hero replied that finally, it took 10,000 years to meet in person and even get an autograph. Stretching his hand forward, he asked, so it turns out that there are UHC school hunters present here, to which the man replied that it is true, and he added that he had some business with him. Looking straight ahead, Tom said that they would like to learn martial arts from him. The man was kneeling. The thought arose that China was merciless to hunters who did not obey the government. The Great Invasion became a reason to leave China for many hunters who dreamed of self-affirmation or revenge. The UHC school gathered such hunters under its wing. The people stood next to each other. It was said that they were determined to become stronger in order to return, but the reality was not so simple. The founder of the UHC school, Master Tom, lost an arm and a leg during the invasion. Moreover, the martial arts themselves began to decline. The man clenched his fists and shouted loudly that it was too late to switch to magic. They must go with martial arts to the end. The level of the great, if only they could raise a master of the level of the great, but even the master could not rise to the level of the great. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward, and at that moment he appeared. The hero struck, and the elders who ran to the noise could not believe their eyes when they saw Kai's fight. Putting his hands out to the sides, the master said to bring this man immediately, to which he was asked if he was sure, and he added that they could not bring him now. Standing in front of the protagonist, Tom said that he was the strongest martial artist they knew, to which he thought, what else? Master Tom was the only one who had reached the perfect level. But this turned out to be a lie, after which the number of martial artists significantly decreased. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked if he was by any chance an avatar of the constellation of the invincible god of training, and the man added what to do to reach his level. Kai closed his eyes and said that the god of training was not much of a help to them in mastering martial arts, to which Rob asked what he was doing. He looked away, hearing that even if it was not so, he should answer that he would help and lead them. Someone like the god of training was quite closely related to martial arts, to which he thought that he was right, the number of avatars should be increased. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that, although, in principle, he could help. He clenched his fists tightly, a notification appeared that faith in the god of training increased, his strength increased. Looking at his hand, the hero thought, interestingly, other constellations gain power in the same way, quite invigorating. But he knows nothing about anything at all, and Rob said that the road of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Frowning, the master said that they were not just asking to be trained, in return they promised them unconditional loyalty. Looking at him, Kai thought that loyalty, he said, was exactly what he did not really need, and then said that it was too unexpected a proposal, he could think about it and give an answer later. Standing in front of him, they answered that yes, they would wait. A view of a huge building opened up. Pointing to the side, the girl said that welcome back, the chairman was already waiting for him. Leaning on the table, the man asked why he had come, he just wanted to know if he had managed to settle down in a Karos, to which the protagonist replied that well, yes, so, little by little. Looking at the chairman, he said that there were quite a few strange guys there, to which Bill replied that of course, he thought he was keeping up with them, the bastard. The man smirked when he heard that he thought he was keeping up with them, to which he replied that he was not. Sitting on a chair, the chairman asked what he was doing, reading his soul with the power of the constellation, to which the hero asked again, what for? It was written all over his face, and he added that in any case, for what reason? Sitting in front of him, the protagonist asked that he remembered a clan called the Huashan School, and he said that it was not that ancient Chinese clan of martial arts users. The people looked up, it was heard that they were supposedly defeated during the first wave of the Great Invasion, when all of China was on its ears. The residents looked at the screen, it was said that later, the master forged the rank and was defeated in the second wave. Perhaps the rank manipulation was the work of the government, he himself would not have done this, why did he remember them? He finally decided to go looking for Master Tom. The man asked again in surprise, hearing that no, he met him here. A view of the chairman's office opened up. Putting his hand to his face, Bill said that there was no news about him, and he decided that he either dissolved the clan or died, and he was here, it turns out. To which the protagonist replied that for the owner of this city, his awareness is small, and he added that he does not understand everything so thoroughly. Pointing to a stack of papers, the man shouted that he should look here. These are the reports he receives during the day, important political issues of America. Reports on the situation in other large clans, pressing city problems. He can at least listen. He is talking to him, to which the hero replied that he apologizes, it is just so boring. The chairman was having lunch with the man, it was heard that he should know, the day before yesterday he ate with the American president, they even went to the sauna together. To which the protagonist replied that okay, he admits that he is incredible, just don't tell him any lies, and he added that he is telling the truth. Stretching his hand forward, Bill said that in any case, let him use him if necessary, if not then just drive him away, he is ready for this himself, that is why he offered, he does not need his concern, to which Kai said that he will not argue. Looking at the man, he said that he and the warrior had also agreed on a fight, to which the chairman asked what, already, but he was his only avatar, in his opinion, they were not ready yet. Kai grinned and said that it was okay, he did not know that he was a constellation, so he would personally take part in the fight, to which the man thought, what a cunning, calculating bastard, and then said that well, he was a little worried, but since he would personally participate, then let him consider victory in his pocket. The next day came, the Star Games. The protagonist stood still and accepted the application for the fight. A dark sky appeared, notifications appeared that the type of competition should be fair, all constellations guarantee the fairness of the constellation fight. The hero pointed forward, he proposed a one-on-one duel, the avatar that the god of training would send, Kai. Archie grinned and announced the fight to the other constellations. The watching constellations exploded with a joyful cry. He placed a bloody fortress, in case of victory the hero can get it, to which the protagonist thought about it. The monsters rushed forward and growled. They raised their hands up, it was heard that blood in the name of the warrior, they will raise blood spells for him. Kai covered his nose and thought, what is this, the land of orcs, so disgusting that he does not even want to receive, and Rob admired the high cost of the land, and Emily said that only constellations of at least a high level can have this territory. Looking at his possessions, the protagonist thought that such good possessions are really, by the way, he has absolutely nothing to put, he should put everything he has to match the scale. The hero put everything he had. He grinned, a message appeared that two constellations came to an agreement was drawn up. Archie crossed his arms, a notification appeared that if one of the parties loses, its influence will significantly weaken. Looking straight ahead, the kitten said that he should defeat such a trifle, to which Kai replied that it was well said, he thought so too. A flying island appeared. Clenching his fists, the hero thought that this was his opponent in battle, and the warrior put out an avatar. Looking at the orc, he thought about his name. The monster held an axe in his hands. He looked angrily ahead. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that the berserker type, if he has high magical defense, then the sword's Kai will be nothing to him. With powerful regeneration, he will be good in close combat. The constellations he defeated appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Archie thought that this bastard was stronger than he assumed. He crushed other constellations. He smiled broadly and added that but they were all just weaklings. Besides, his avatar, although he fought well, was barely above level 300, he would never defeat the monster. The orc's eyes lit up. It was heard that let him destroy him, take his lives and trample his corpse, he would show all the constellations watching the fight his strength and power. The outskirts of the abyss appeared. The monster was sitting in a jacuzzi. Raising his head, he thought that he was just in despair when he was defeated by the god of training. But it was not so bad. He was quite magnanimous, since he did not take away the avatars and did not start demanding the land. Adam smirked, adding that it must be that they misunderstood him. Suddenly, notifications appeared in front of him. The monster looked at him in surprise and thought what was happening. What the hell did this mean? He shouted in amazement that how did this happen? If he decided to fight, he should have called them. He could have lent him his avatars. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he completely forgot about them, and his avatars scared him a little. He could not lend them. Standing in front of the monster, he added that he should not worry. He would return victorious. Constellation, looking at Archie, said that he would not get any problems if he entered into subordination to this idiot. The monsters raised their hands up, and it was heard that they were asking, pleading. A notification appeared that the Battle of the Constellations had begun, and the battle would continue until one of the parties admitted defeat or died. The protagonist grinned, and the collector of noble crowns came to see what all the commotion was about. The orc looked at him furiously, and the demon looked at what was happening with interest. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered what he was attacking. The orc struck with an axe. Kai deftly parried the blow. Suddenly, he found himself behind the enemy. He began to dodge his blows. The protagonist stretched his sword out in front of him. His eyes widened. He thought that he had planned to prevent him from counterattacking. The orc raised his hands up and shouted furiously. He abruptly hit the ground. The protagonist landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the monster thought that he had dodged something like that. He swung and shouted, to which the hero thought he was approaching. Kai pulled his hand back. A notification appeared that he had reflected Ben's magic with the divine space art skill. His hand approached the weapon. Suddenly the hero struck the monster. Bloody splashes appeared. Ben clutched his chest and shouted, and Rob said that he admired his skill, and the constellations complimented this scene. A bright beam appeared. It was said that the warrior was laughing at his honest efforts. The orc grabbed the axe. A notification appeared that Ben had quickly restored his health by using the Scarlet Resurrection. The hero stretched his hands forward. Messages appeared that the orc had been cursed with madness due to the Scarlet Resurrection. With the curse of madness imposed, the Scarlet Resurrection skill is strengthened. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that the more he hurt him, the stronger he was. If compared to the hunter, then he was an S rank, although considering the difficulty, it might be even higher. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the monster screamed furiously. He swung his axe and used the 6th-tier magic skill. The hero raised his head up. After parrying the blow, he thought of the milky finger. The monster stood in front of him. Red beams rushed forward. The protagonist struck with blue beams. The attack flew at the monster. He angrily clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Kai was in front of him. Stretching his arms out, the hero used the great law of absorption. A purple glow appeared around him. Notifications appeared that he began to absorb mana with the skill. The narrator said that this was too reckless. The collector silently watched, and the warrior laughed that he would die from an overdose of power. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wheezed. Messages appeared that he had the skill of Danchin coordination. Pure internal energy of Danchin coordination absorbs Ben's mana. Madness cannot have any effect on him. Grabbing his hand, the orc asked why he could not let go. The hero intercepted his hand. The monster raised its head up and screamed loudly, and he abruptly absorbed his mana. The skill of blood mineralization was obtained. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist thought that he was losing his mind. What a trash skill. He removed his hands from the monster. Ben fell to the ground. He closed his eyes. Grinning, the orc said that if he was going to kill, then let him finish him off. He, Ben, and as a great soldier, the warrior will not admit defeat. Looking up, Kai asked what to do with him. The fight will end only after he finishes him off. Archie looked at him. A notification appeared that the demon agreed with Kai's words. He said that the fight was over. The fighter of sweat and flesh also agreed with what was said. He offered to finish the fight with dignity, and the collector was for. The constellation furiously clenched its teeth and announced its defeat. Many notifications flew around the hero. His strength increased significantly. He looked at the object in surprise. It was said that the bloody fortress erected by the warrior passed into his possession. He transferred his first battle of the constellations. Now he is included in the rating of the earthly constellations. The constellations located on the Earth will collectively determine his place. Seeing that he was 127th in the rating, the protagonist thought that the rating of the constellations, what is this? Looking at the message, Kai thought that so she was alive. Looking at the girl, he added that if you think about it, it all started with her. A sign for the unification of constellations appeared. The constellations stood behind the stands. Rob closed his eyes and asked to speak. He warns that one should be careful with stupid constellations. Emily adjusted her glasses and said that she would agree with what was said, no matter how you look at it. And Themis clearly lacks intelligence. It was heard that he himself knew they would stop with empty chatter. She extended her hand forward and asked that they want an alliance with her. As she had already said, she liked the idea of an alliance, but they should be more careful. The absence of evil intent does not mean that she does not pose a threat, and therefore, before going to Themis, let them remember one thing. The protagonist crossed his arms and heard that if he suffers losses from contact with Themis, it is better to forget about the alliance, to which he replied that okay, he understood that. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that there was a high probability that the goddess would guess his true nature. It was worth trying to lure her, at least for the sake of the future, and Emily said that she was not saying that it was necessary to abandon the alliance at all. They could first agree and then betray at any moment. Looking straight ahead, she heard that for sure he was included in the rating of constellations. Both of them knew something about it. They sat silently at the tables. Stretching his hand forward, the cat said that he suggested asking Themis about this, to which Emily replied that she supported it. Suddenly it would be useful, to which the hero thought that it was with them. A bright glow appeared around the hero. Opening his eyes wide, he asked what. A view of the goddess's domain opened up. Light was heard from there. Kai flew up and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. This was definitely the goddess's domain. He landed on the domain. Looking straight ahead, the hero wondered where all the avatars and subordinates had gone, and Rob asked if it was a trap, and Emily assumed that the goddess's affairs were not going well. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that they would not rush to conclusions. The absence of subordinates did not indicate a deplorable situation. It was heard that they could be busy with something. He stood in front of a huge gate. Suddenly they opened slightly. Themis stood by the statue. She lowered her hands in front of her. The protagonist stood silently in front of him. Scratching his head, he thought about what to say. The girl bowed and said that she should forgive him. She should have sent him straight to the tower. Stretching his hands forward, Kai heard what and why she had only transferred him to the vicinity. She should have dropped him off right in the training tower. To which he replied that okay, everything is fine, it is already in the past, and she asked what is true. The creatures around her shouted that she said she would find him, but suddenly he harbored a grudge. That's why it was necessary to immediately make him an avatar. What was this strange contract for? Only unnecessary problems. Grinning, the girl said that she saw that he did not feel hatred at all. She understood people. Themis, standing in front of him, said that by the way, the invincible training could not say anything about his visit here, to which he thought that she thought that he was an avatar of the god of training. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he was very generous and courteous, so he gladly allowed him to meet her, to which she replied that this is how. Looking straight ahead, Themis heard that, frankly speaking, there was another reason for his visit, to which she asked again, and he added that his master wanted to cooperate with her. The girl raised her hand and asked that he had recently arrived on Earth, probably from the distant lands of the Abyss, to which the hero replied that everything was true, and she added that it must be so he suggested something like that. Looking at her, Kai asked what she meant, and she replied that she would tell him honestly. In any case, he would find out everything. The goddess hesitated, and the hero looked at her in bewilderment. Grinning, she said that she had been badly burned. Themis sat on the throne. She was a strong constellation among the constellations of high and highest level. Even other constellations, wanting to know their future, bowed their heads before her and donated untold wealth. Each such time significantly increased the power of her influence, but this story is in the past. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. A thought arose that now she was barely maintaining the level of the lower constellation. It was heard that, why this happened. Sitting on the stairs, she said that she always lost in the battle of constellations, to which the protagonist thought that this fight was a terrible thing. Even strong constellations in the blink of an eye can lose a level after a couple of losses. Grinning, Themis said that she sent the strongest angel to look for him, and because of this she always lost. And when she realized what the problem was, it was already, to which the hero thought that rather, her stupidity was to blame for everything. Leaning on the railing, he added that it turned out that her situation was pretty lousy. Kai extended his hand forward and said that his master still preferred those he could trust over strong constellations. She raised her head. The thought appeared that in the world of constellations, where they judged only by strength and authority, the goddess was touched and at the same time felt jealous, and then asked that this constellation did not have any traits that she liked, for example, a bad character or strange habits. Kai lowered his gaze and said that he was the ideal constellation. He was noble, he protected avatars and was impeccable in battle, to which she replied that it was understandable. Closing his eyes, the hero asked that she did not like the proposal of an alliance, to which the goddess replied that she was not against it. She just did not know what the god of training wanted from her. She was worried that they might disappoint each other. Besides, her ability to foresee the future was now greatly weakened. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it did not matter. His master wanted her to give instructions on how to participate in the battle of the constellations. Moreover, although she was weakened, she still had the ability to see into the future. The goddess bent down and thought about what a powerful constellation was. For some reason, she had a feeling of defeat, and then said that in that case, she would gratefully accept the offer. Shaking her hand, Kai said that she made the right choice. The monsters stood in front of the portal. A thought appeared that the constellations had been arguing over the land since the first passage opened on this planet. About 10 billion souls became a real treasure that could not be caught up with anywhere else, but the dispute of the constellations could not be resolved so easily. The eyes of the constellations were glowing. It was said that in the end, under the leadership of the strong constellations that stood at the origins, new rules were introduced. Since the strongest constellations took an oath, putting their existence on the line, the rules gained incredible power and they cannot be broken under any circumstances. Walking through the domain, the girl said that in other words, this rating distributes according to the places of the constellations located on Earth, to which the hero asked that the constellation that took the first place will become the owner and who is now in first place. Standing in front of him, she said that the first place is still empty. This is not the only condition, but the other constellations are also not very informed. One can only assume that for this you need to have incredible power of influence. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what then who is in second place, to which Themis said that the constellations cannot know about the places of others, but she guesses who it could be, the owner of laziness and silence. Kai visualized the monster and thought that it was a powerful evil constellation that had captured the northern lands of China. How many battles did he need to win to rise to second place? Closing his eyes, he asked what and what place she had, to which she replied that she was 198th, and he added that well, the ranking was not that important, right? Looking straight ahead, the goddess said that she, finally, if the god of training allows, can she share her rights with him? Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what the Lord God said that he did not mind, but she was sure, to which Themis replied that yes, let him accept this as an apology. A glow appeared around her hand. Kai looked in surprise. A notification appeared that he had received the goddess's ability to predict the future. He opened his eyes wide. A prediction of the future appeared. The protagonist flew forward. Looking straight ahead, he asked what they thought of the goddess, to which they replied that she was not as bad as the constellation. The goddess had existed since the beginning, and she also had the gift of seeing into the future, so she was more trustworthy than they thought. The constellation sat at the table, and the protagonist said that last time their words sounded exactly the opposite, to which Emily replied that she was a bit stupid, so she would not be capable of betrayal or trickery, and he added that it was a bit of a sad assessment, but he was a winner in any case. Raising his head, Kai heard that it seemed that the goddess did not like the unrivaled god of training at all, to which he asked again. Emily closed her eyes and said that it was obvious. He took the man the goddess planned to make her avatar, to which he replied that but it was a hopeless situation, and she said that it was possible, so she didn't say anything, but he wouldn't be surprised if she was seething with jealousy inside. Looking straight ahead, the constellation said that in any case, he found an advisor, but let him not forget that he needs to increase his faith and followers. They are far away and are unlikely to be able to help. There is nothing to be done about it, to which the protagonist asked that why don't they also participate in the battles of the constellations? Nightmares would be enough too. Flying forward, Kai saw that Rob pretended not to hear anything, and Emily did the same, to which he thought that she seemed to be on his side, but some suspicious hatred. The hero walked into the room. The man looked at the screen in surprise. Standing at the door, the protagonist turned to him. The chairman grinned and asked if he had won. Kai sighed and replied that he had. Patting him on the back, Bill said that he knew it. He believed in him, to which he replied that his face wouldn't tell, and he added that he should tell the details. A window appeared in the office, and someone shouted that this warrior was a fool. Slamming his glass on the table, the man said that he had never been very smart, to which the hero asked that he had already encountered the warrior. Stretching his hand forward, the chairman said that of course he had never crossed paths with the constellation personally, but had dealt with its avatars and followers. Well, so what would he do now? To which the protagonist replied that he needed to check what he had received, save up his strength and prepare for the next battle. Naturally, it would not take place anytime soon. Bill smiled and replied that he could lend her his power then, and Kai said that he should tell her what happened, to which he added that this was the case. Raising his hand, the guy shouted that they couldn't do that. Entering the office, the girl asked why he wasn't picking up the phone. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man asked when he hadn't picked up the phone, to which Lauren replied that it wasn't him, but him, her client. Crossing her arms, she added that yes, she had tried to contact him so many times, to which the hero asked again. Grinning, she thought about his question and shouted. Pointing at the protagonist, the girl said that if he didn't want to work with her, then let him say so, why ignore the calls? Kai took out his phone. He handed it to the girl and said that he would forgive her. He forgot to charge it. Lauren closed her eyes and replied that okay, if so, then nothing can be done. She called about the fight schedule, to which he asked again. Standing next to him, the girl asked what was surprising. He passed the UHC qualifiers and entered the main team, of course. He was included in the fight schedule, to which the hero replied that she was talking about this, and she asked what and what he was thinking about. Looking at her, the chairman said that he should stop. He also wanted to ask him for one favor, to which she asked what about what, it was important. Stretching her hand forward, Lauren said that he should forget. Hunter Kai is currently busy with his career. Let him bother someone else. Nothing will happen. They will go. He will explain everything on the way. The man raised his hand, hearing that he should call if something urgent, to which he replied that he should stand. He does not use the phone. Okay, he will figure it out himself. A view of the buildings opened up. The protagonist stood by the car. Looking at the ship, he was surprised. The people bowed and said that they were welcome. Looking away, the hero thought that Bill really had become rich, a whole yacht just for having dinner. Walking behind the girl, he asked what and how often they ate in such a setting, to which she answered that yes, she usually came here when she needed to talk in a quiet setting. They began to sit down at the table. Pointing at the cook, Lauren said that this was the chef. Well, he was the chef of Antipasto, but today she called him here. Maybe he knew it, and it's okay, let him forget. In any case, his skills are at their best. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Notifications appeared that he had spied on the dormant skills of an ordinary person. His power of influence was increased. The more he improved the vision of the constellation, the greater his power. The analysis of the true nature of the cook began. Sitting in front of the girl, Kai said that he had excellent abilities, to which she asked what he had heard about him. The cook began to leave, and he said that no, he could understand by looking at his posture and energy, to which the girl asked what nonsense. Could martial arts really do this too? And he replied that it was not the matter, rather just his intuition. There were many dishes on the table. The hero began to eat. He opened his eyes in surprise. Notifications appeared that he ate dishes cooked with the high-level Italian cuisine skill. A recipe was added to the high-level Abyss kitchen, to which he thought that it was worth trying new dishes to come up with a recipe. Interesting. The girl leaned on her hand. Looking at her, Kai asked what was not to his taste, to which she replied that no, it was not that it was tasteless, it was not tasteless, but... Approaching him, Lauren whispered that it was boring, to which he asked what it was. The proportions were perfect and the taste was excellent, and she added that but there was no mana in it, to which he said that and she about that. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that if he cooked this dish, she would eat it with a greater appetite, to which the hero asked what to feed her next time. Turning her head away, Lauren said that no, that wouldn't do, they had to stick to a working relationship. If the manager allowed the hunter to treat himself, it would immediately be a disqualification, to which he replied that she had found something to worry about. He would just treat his niece, and she asked again. The girl, looking at him, said that one way or another, it was time to talk about work. She had already mentioned that a schedule of fights had been drawn up. Usually newbies rarely participate in fights, especially for hunters who had not yet managed to become famous. Frowning, the hero asked what then why him, to which she replied that he should just not get angry and listen to the end. A screen with his face appeared. It was said that at the moment among athletes and fans there is an opinion that his rank is rigged. She means that he has abilities that can compete with B rank, but deliberately hides behind C+ rank. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that's what she was talking about, to which the girl asked that she wasn't surprised at all, and he added that he was no longer at an age where something like that could confuse him, and then thought that besides, he was really lying about his rank. The girl, holding a fork in her hands, said that it would sound strange, but he had the natural character of a star, to which Kai replied that that was great. He was supposed to become a star. She added that she really didn't think that something like that could interest him. The press conference hall appeared. Photographers were taking pictures. Clenching his fist, Patrick asked that he didn't have the courage to participate in the B rank qualifiers, so he decided to take the easy way out and move up from C rank. He looks at that damn Asian ass that came back from the abyss. He gritted his teeth and continued that if he rejected the fight with him, the whole world would know that he was a coward. It would be better for him to accept the challenge and accept the loss. Looking at the tablet, the hero asked what his next opponent was. By the way, about elves, there are many of them on Earth, to which the girl replied that not so much. But after the passage opened, they can be found quite often, and yet it does not affect him. The elf raised his hand up. It was heard that this athlete cursed him and humiliated him. Of course, when they meet, he will tear him to smithereens, but now there is no need to be angry. Lauren smiled broadly and said that right, an excellent idea. The bastard who is insolent in such a way should be beaten half to death, to which he thought that she was definitely Bill's daughter. her character. The ship slowly sailed on the water. It was heard that, well, so in the fight, if you agree, will be appointed within these 2 weeks. Until that time, she will collect information on him and send it to him, to which the hero replied that good, he will be grateful. Kai's tie was adjusted and he felt uncomfortable in the suit, and Lauren explained that it was because his muscles were much stronger than she had assumed, after which the guy asked what he needed to do. The workers were bustling around, and the girl explained that the protagonist would have to go out, listen to questions, answer moderately provocatively, meet his opponent's gaze and pose for the camera a little. The protagonist stepped onto the podium. He sat down at the table where Patrick was already sitting. The elf looked at Kai with displeasure, and the host asked the journalists to ask questions in the order of the established queue. The cameraman did not stop taking pictures, along with which the first question was asked, how does the protagonist think a martial artist can last in the B-rank league? And he answered that they will only know if they try. After which another journalist wondered if he intends to defeat the hunter Patrick, who occupies 21st place, and Kai nodded in response. The guy was illuminated by flashes of cameras. The middle-aged reporter stood up from his chair, pointed out the controversy about the trick for the B-rank qualifiers, and asked what the protagonist thought about it. But Kai asked for details, and then the man explained that the protagonist allegedly intentionally lowered his rank, and that after the C-rank qualifiers, he was measured again. The guy folded his hands on the table and calmly said that if that was the case, then the fault lay with the one who miscalculated the rank. So he believed that the one who did the measurements should be asked about it, and then suggested moving on to the next question. The reporter sat back down and said that with such behavior, there was nothing more to ask, and his reporter agreed with that. Patrick frowned, called his opponent shameless, and accused him of looking down on the league by rigging the rank. He pointed his finger at Kai and stated that a guy as cunning as him would never leave evidence of his deception, which is why he called the protagonist to personally punish him, and concluded that this match would be a sentence, not a test. The protagonist crossed his arms and noted that the elf could have attacked already if he had a complaint, but Patrick did not understand him. The guy glanced at his opponent and explained that if he was so unhappy, he could have found him and beaten him up already instead of showing his anger after the match schedule was set, and then asked the elf if he was really that angry. He stood next to Patrick and gave him one chance to fight, but not in augmented reality, but right then and there. The paparazzi began filming the moment. Kai put his hands on his hips and interrupted the elf when he objected that this was against the rules, surprised that his opponent was angry but still followed the rules, and then admitted that if he were Patrick, he would have already hit him. The guy turned to the audience and asked if everyone had seen that he had given his opponent a chance to fight, but that idiot chickened out and ran away. After which he said that the elf didn't even have experience in clearing a dungeon, and advised him to be ashamed and not to brag. The city's screens showed the main character, who declared that he was not going to dodge or run away, and allowed everyone to boldly come if someone doubted his abilities or was unhappy with something. He confidently said into the microphones in front of him that he would fight anyone not in the other side of the world. But in reality, Lauren watched the interview and thought it was somehow barbaric, believing that it was worth telling the guy to simply curse his parents, since she believed that since it happened like this, the other side would also try to humiliate him, which meant that Kai must win at all costs, by any means necessary. The girl walked down the corridor with her assistants. A man with glasses and a phone told her that they had contacted Rita, who promised to come immediately and help, and Lauren urged her to keep in touch. The assistant approached from the other side and clarified what about Jason. But the girl thought he was joking, because Jason did not look like Patrick at all, which meant they needed to find someone faster and more agile. Bill's daughter tilted her head forward, thought that if they edited the training match and spread the information, it could improve Kai's image, and decided that she would have to use everything she had. The protagonist scratched his head in the waiting room, apologized, and said that it would be better if they did not schedule a training match. Lauren turned to him and asked why, to which the guy replied that it would not help him in any way and that he would only waste his time. She came closer and asked to think again, because even if the protagonist has a lot of experience in battles, a fight with a hunter is different, but he assured that everything was fine and asked to cancel the match. The girl closed her eyes and agreed. Kai left and waved his hand at the end, thanking the manager for being so understanding, then said that he would train alone until the match and said to call if he was needed. The assistant stood to the left and right of the boss and thought that the guy needed to be stopped and that entering the arena without a training match with a similar type of hunter was strange. But Lauren decided to trust Kai since he himself did not want to. The girl stood in a thoughtful pose and thought that in this case it was necessary to detain him and make him listen to her opinion, but then changed her mind, thinking that this does not work with this person. The next day in the settlement, Kai entered the Ikaro's gym. Anthony smirked, admitted that he had seen the protagonist's interview, and remarked that it was bold, just like his opponent, and Elizabeth also thought that this provocation was cool and masterful. The protagonist stepped on a dark tile and asked Anthony if he had been waiting for him, to which the guy hesitantly replied that he was too big for that, but the girl said that she was also surprised when she saw the blonde guy there. Anthony waved his hand and said that he was not going to help, but simply wanted to give a few tips for Kai's growth, who interrupted him and thanked him for it. He stood next to Elizabeth and considered that in any case he was better than her, so he could reproduce Patrick's fighting methods as is, and the girl got angry and noted that the blonde guy did not even fight him, while she was able to defeat him. The protagonist, without turning to them, apologized and said that he planned to train alone until the match. Elizabeth turned to him and clarified whether he really did not need their help. The guy closed his eyes and made a circle with his fingers. He climbed into the ring and explained to his confused colleagues that he was using his imagination. Kai made a hand pass. Then he got into a fighting stance. A giant, ethereal demon appeared in front of him, and the system reported that the image drawn in his head had been successfully transferred to another. The monster spread its wings, and the system added that the power of the constellation had increased by 1 step, and that the principle of spiritual training had been studied and the associated rank skill had been obtained. The girl looked towards the red glow, not understanding why she could see it too. A golden thread stretched from the demon, and Elizabeth recognized this technique as illusion magic, which was even too high a level. The monster grabbed a golden whip. He struck with it, but Kai managed to jump back. The protagonist began to quickly move around the arena, dodging attacks. The time was approaching 9. The protagonist in a torn t-shirt was meditating. The demon began to dissolve. Anthony looked at Elizabeth, not knowing what to say about such training, and then asked why she was silent. The girl smiled and admitted that she was amazed. The Hunters Stadium, the day of the competition. Lauren stood in front of Kai and asked if he had a good breakfast, because he should not skip breakfast, even if he is afraid that the food will not be digested, and reminded that in the other side of the world the body will retain its original shape, to which the guy replied that he ate. The manager put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and urged him not to be nervous in any case, but he was absolutely calm. Kai walked out into the light under the falling confetti. He looked at the stands and noted that their number was impressive. The protagonist looked at the translucent complex in front and thought that in the past, hunters died in battle with monsters, and now they have become celebrities. The angry spectators waved their fists and shouted at him to get lost, because he belonged in the Sea League if he dared to use tricks. They jumped up from their seats and called on Kai to take the scammers with him and leave, and generally wished for his death. Suddenly, one person stood up from his chair and supported the protagonist. The guy put his hands to his mouth, wished him luck and asked him to show his martial arts strength, and Kai recognized him as a member of the Huashan clan, with whom he had not even signed a contract yet, but it was still nice. The protagonist climbed the stairs, inspired to fulfill the guy's request, and decided that today's match would signal the revival of martial arts. Screens surrounded the arena and the host welcomed the viewers of the fight between Patrick and Kai, after which he admitted that he was very happy to work here as a commentator, and his colleague agreed with this because they would be able to see the match from different sides. The elf in the photo seemed confident, and the hosts thought that he, as a star, hardly needed an introduction, because now he was aiming for the top 10 and his popularity was simply amazing. The protagonist took a rather ordinary photo and was introduced as a rookie hunter who had recently passed the C rank league and currently had a B rank. The younger commentator smiled and noted that there had been a lot of debate about this, and then asked his colleague if he also thought that Kai had inflated the rank. But the man thought that this was not the case, because after all, this hunter had returned from the abyss after 30 years. The man imagined the protagonist floating in the space of the abyss and decided that after spending so much time there, it was not surprising that he had all sorts of complications, due to which the oddity with the rank measurement could also have arisen, and concluded that if the guy defeated the elf, this would be proof, to which his colleague agreed. Kai walked tensely up the stairs as the announcers announced that the match was about to begin and that a martial artist would be entering the arena for the first time in a long time, and then stated that they were looking forward to this confrontation. The protagonist stepped over the glowing barrier. He stepped inside and looked ahead. Kai noticed that he was in the ruins of a city and was surprised that the organizers had actually implemented virtual reality. He put his hands forward and thought that this fight was going to be interesting. The audience was noisy, looking at the screens on the sphere, and the host was counting down. Patrick gritted his teeth and decided that he would definitely defeat this hillbilly from the abyss. The guy jumped up as soon as the start of the fight was announced. The elf's pupils narrowed. He jumped high into the air with the help of flying magic. Patrick tensed up and darted to the side. He stood on the top floor of the ruined building, and the announcer exclaimed that the archer had increased the distance, but the martial artist was not far behind. The elf hid behind the wall, not understanding where such speed came from, and realized that Kai would have already grabbed him if he had not immediately taken off. The protagonist stood still and did nothing, although the presenters believed that this was not right and that he should act. Patrick looked out and fired a bow. A hail of arrows flew at the protagonist. The projectiles were approaching Kai, who figured out that this bow was fast, had excellent penetration and a homing function, and assumed that the weapon belonged to a constellation, which was too cheating. He created a protective sphere around himself with the help of divine space art and reflected all the arrows aimed at him, which the system reported. The guy put his palm forward, at which the system warned that his actions angered the constellation elf of ambitious light and that the kitten of magma and lava wanted to shame Patrick, and the virtuous goddess of scales secretly supported him. The archer drew his bowstring with 5 arrows, shocked that his opponent dared to parry them. The protagonist met the elf's gaze, spotting him. Patrick released another wave of arrows. Kai dashed. The arrows surrounded him from all sides. The guy parried them with his hands and feet without slowing down. He jumped up onto the building where his opponent was hiding. The protagonist landed on a narrow surface. He looked at the elf, who was now below him. The crowd of spectators exploded with screams. In the broadcast chat, Kai was simply called a psycho and wanted him to hit Patrick hard in the face, and in general began to support. The protagonist beckoned the archer to him with a gesture, urged him to attack again, and declared that he would parry all attacks. The elf raised his bow up and called his opponent a fool for falling into a trap. A green circle appeared above Kai's head. A hail of arrows rained down on the guy. Patrick opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was finished. Arrows flew from the left and right. The protagonist began to make passes with his hands and called the attack too slow, and the archer not agile. He swung his arms around himself, deflecting some of the projectiles. Then he raised one hand to his face and deflected another part. After that, the guy turned around and knocked down the rest of the arrows. In the end, he created a repulsive flow around himself. The elf trembled, cursed Kai, and thought that it was impossible. His legs buckled when the system said that he had depleted his mana. Patrick barely stood on one knee and cursed the situation, and that was how the first round ended. The protagonist threw up his hands in surprise, forgetting that starting with the B-rank competition, rounds appeared. He waved to his opponent and wished to see him in the second round. The elf was sitting in front of his manager. He pointed to where Kai went, exclaimed that he was a real monster and called to check him, because he probably used a trick. His manager put his hands in front of his chest and asked him to listen to him carefully, then advised him to forget about the bow and keep his distance, focusing on recovery, and then asked how much mana was restored, to which the archer replied that not even 10%. The man put his hands on the elf's shoulders and said that he should forget about the magic of the 4th and 5th circles, trying to hold out with the help of the 1st and 2nd circles. But Patrick did not understand how he could do this against such a guy. The archer jumped up from his seat when the manager shouted that this was better than losing, because without a victory, Patrick was nothing, and called the man to shut up since the constellation itself chose him as an avatar, but his interlocutor said that he could only brag after winning. The fighters stood opposite each other, and so began the second round. Patrick rushed away from the guy using acceleration. Kai raised his leg. He stepped on the ground and got into a fighting stance, then called on his opponent to finish this before he completely disgraced himself. The protagonist lifted his heel off the ground. In an instant, he matched the archer's acceleration. To the elf's surprise, he easily overtook him. The senior commentator almost jumped up, recognizing these movements as steps, one of the movement skills in martial arts, after which his colleague asked if they were always so fast, and he admitted that he also saw such speed for the first time. Then they both agreed that Kai was too fast. The protagonist cut off Patrick's path, who screamed, not understanding what was happening. The guy raised his leg and hit the elf in the face with it, using a milky strike. The archer involuntarily threw his head back. He fell to the ground a few meters from the protagonist. The junior announcer shockingly announced the knockout and that the newcomer, Hunter Kai, who had just broken into the league, had finished Hunter Patrick in the second round. The guy stood up to his full height in the ruins, and the commentator said that the top 10 hunters should start worrying, because they had a new opponent with truly outstanding techniques, and then wondered why the martial arts users had disappeared. Kai appeared on the screen and the host announced that he was ready to give an interview, and then eagerly waited to hear how the hunter felt, having returned from the abyss. The host with a microphone approached the guy, praised him for a perfect match in which he did not receive a single hit, finishing the second round with a knockout, and then asked how it felt. The main character, passing by the commentator, said that there was nothing special, the opponent was just too weak. The spectators from the stands joyfully shouted that he was the best, as well as his provocations, although they hated him before the fight. The system informed Kai that he had lived a life befitting the Constellation name, had activated the skill strength in defeating oneself, and that crowds of people were chanting his name, and because of all this, the power of his essence had grown. The protagonist looked at his muscles and understood what was meant by gaining popularity, feeling that, albeit a little, the power of the essence had definitely increased. His eye lit up and he felt something unusual, after which the system warned about the activation of the skill predicting the future. The guy closed his shining eye, sincerely not understanding why the goddess's skill was suddenly used. He saw the ruins of a city engulfed in flames and recognized them as Las Vegas. People were running away from the monster in panic. The protagonist watched as the monsters destroyed the remains of houses and assumed that they all escaped because they failed to clear the dungeon in the limited time, and realized that this was a disaster. In the skyscraper, in his office, Bill laughed loudly. His subordinates were standing outside the door, looking awkward. The man was watching a clip of Kai's short interview after the fight, admitted that he hadn't had such a blast in a long time, and noticed that the protagonist was having fun. One of the guards came in and told the chairman that he had received a personal call. Bill turned his head and asked which of his ex-wives it was, and reminded them that he had told them he would give them pocket money without asking questions. But the man in the suit hesitated a little and explained that the caller had introduced himself as a Korean hunter named Rick. The boss's mouth dropped open in shock, and he remembered that they had had a fight when he moved to America and hadn't contacted each other for a long time. He reached for the phone and asked for it, and then thought that Rick had seen Kai's match, so he had gotten in touch first. The man put the phone to his ear and asked who was calling, to which he received indignation that he had not said that the main character had returned. But Bill could not remember them being so close, especially after Rick had scolded him before his departure. Rick looked at the ceiling, suggested to forget about it, and asked to pass the phone to Kai. The boss gritted his teeth and sent his former comrade to call him himself, especially since he was not nearby now. Rick touched his head, upset by the answer, since he knew that his interlocutor could connect them if he wanted, after which he clarified what Bill wanted from him, and Bill demanded that he earn forgiveness by apologizing for what he said before his departure to America. Rick bent over the phone and shouted that he would never do it, after which the boss wished him luck in contacting him himself and blocked the interlocutor. Bill gave the phone to his subordinate, not understanding how difficult it was to apologize, and wondered if the children were already on their way. Lauren and Kai walked down the hallway. The girl's face darkened, and she decided that she should be stripped of her managerial rights, since she couldn't even determine her client's abilities. But then she thought that the guy was very confident, and she thought that she should have trusted him more. The protagonist turned his head to her and asked what the odds were of him winning, and she answered that it was 9-1 that he would lose, and the guy was amazed at such low numbers. Lauren sank into even greater despair when Kai assured her that she had not had the opportunity to see her in action, and she decided that this was a double fiasco. Two men in cassocks stopped the protagonist. They fell to their knees. The guys bowed low and asked to be taught martial arts. Kai looked down and admitted that he had already seen them, the students of the UHC school, and then asked why they needed him if they were supposed to have a teacher. The guys raised their heads and began to explain. The red area near the main residence of the UHC school. The old man stood in a fighting stance and explained that from the Dichong position you need to go straight to the 5th position, then jump back, step on the air, make a circle and return to the place, which is called the 100 circle walk, and one of them wrote down that they should change their stance and then jump back. The teacher pointed his finger at him, was indignant. How can you say that in martial arts, and called the students shameless who have no foundation? To which the guy said that the 100 circle walk is actually also a skill. The old man said that they drank rotten water. The guys looked tiredly at the teacher, who shouted that this is called a movement technique. So the students burst into tears and admitted that they wanted to study martial arts, but the elders' teaching was too outdated, or rather, traditional, so they begged Kai to teach them. The protagonist put his hand to his chin when he realized the problem, and noted that training these guys was a chance to increase his faith and authority. To the surprise of Lauren and her subordinate, he agreed. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and sent the students to go and convey his words that he was the avatar of the invincible god of training, and that he would teach martial arts to those who became followers of his god. The guys got up from the ground and assured that there was no problem with this, since they really wanted to learn, because the clan was originally founded because they loved martial arts. And after that, the system reported an increase in the number of followers of the constellation and an increase in the power of the essence. The next day, Kai flew to the bloody fortress obtained in a duel with the warrior shrouded in madness and blood and was convinced that it was a vile place. He remembered how his constellation received this domain after a fight with the warrior. The guy imagined the orcs chasing their prey and noticed that it was the first time he had set foot on their territory. He flew past the planets, wondering if Max was coping there and reproaching himself for being too busy, so he entrusted everything to him. The goblin threatened the students with an axe and shouted at them for not being able to learn even such a simple spell, cursing along the way, and the protagonist realized that he was not coping. The protagonist jumped to the ground, and Max noticed the arrival of the owner. Kai stood in front of the crowd and decided that teaching magic would not bring any results, which meant that it was necessary to simply teach the goblins martial arts, after which he asked if they all liked using axes, and they answered that their hands were used to them. He took the weapon from Max's hands with a smile and agreed to teach them how to handle it in a simple way. The protagonist swung the axe hard and fast, using the C+ rank martial arts skill Green Dragon Axe technique, after which the system reported that the essence's power had increased again. Kai looked at the goblins and asked if it was easier to learn this way, but they just remained silent. Two of them looked at each other and wondered if they should jump forward or backward during the process and from which side they should swing the axe. The protagonist assumed the appearance of a saint and decided that nothing could be done, and since they did not understand with words, he would have to master it with his body. The screen turned off, not wanting to show how Kai yelled at the goblins, ordered them not to even think about dodging, and advised them to master the formation, repeat and feel it, while the students coughed and asked him to just leave them, but the guy believed in them. Drops of blood began to fall from the wounds, and one of the goblins, between screams of pain, noted that they were unlucky to meet a Psycho Master. The green-skinned man raised his axe. He attacked Kai from behind in a rage. The protagonist caught the blade. The goblin's weapon glowed green, and the system reported that he had successfully mastered the skill he had been learning, and the essence's power had increased again. Harry was swollen and bloody, but the boy praised him for finally doing it. The other goblins lay on the ground and cursed at Harry, then came up with something mean to do to rest longer. The big goblin turned to the defeated ones, who assured their master that he could continue and that it would be lonely for him to just watch, and tried to protest. The monsters smiled evilly when Kai smiled at Harry and said that they would make the technique a little more difficult this time, but the boy did not want it anymore. The bloody fortress shook from the protagonists and goblins' cries of support for Harry and from his awkward objections, and so this territory forgot about the quiet life under the rule of the constellation of the god of training. Beaten monsters lay on the ground and snorted. The protagonist looked at the red planet and said that he wanted to build a training base here. He looked somewhere up, and the deity noted that the construction would take a long time, so if he wanted to quickly get buildings, he should visit the Constellation store, namely, that deals were available in the Game of Stars. The protagonist found himself in a dark space and received a notification about joining the Game of Stars. Windows appeared in front of him with text about the storyteller who loves rumors and explanations selling new information, and the hunter for endless delicious food looking for ingredients for delicious dishes. The protagonist ran his finger over the windows in search of constellations that sell buildings, although he was not sure that such even existed. He noticed a message that the drinking and dancing snake said that it was selling a beautiful building. Kai opened his mouth and asked to look at the house. A portal opened, and the system transmitted that the constellation would be honored. A woman appeared, and the guy immediately noticed that she had the body of a Lamia and that she was drunk, and the system added that she would show her special building so that he could take a good look around. The constellation spread her arms and showed a white snake tower for 100,000 points, a pit of poisonous snakes for 85,000, and a pond with life-giving alcohol for 75,000. The protagonist stepped back, because his personal property was 18 soul stones, which was sorely lacking, although it seemed to him that he had earned a lot. He touched his head and apologized for not buying anything, and the snake asked if the product didn't impress him, and the guy replied that he just didn't have enough money. The woman lay down and slowly said that she had already decided that the guy didn't like the buildings she made at all, and the protagonist was shocked by how incoherent her speech was. Kai noticed the pond with life-giving alcohol and said that he liked it anyway, after which he asked to wait until he got enough points. The snake of drinking and dancing handed the guy a gift, a bottle of excellent rice vodka 8 sins, a sip of which will heal all wounds, but the protagonist did not understand why. The protagonist took the alcohol in his hands and thanked the constellation, who also slowly explained that many people do not like her goods, after which she clarified whether he was a new constellation that fought with the warrior. The snake waved at him through the portal and wished him luck. Then the portal collapsed. Kai stood in a thoughtful pose and noted that the problem was not solved, and his points were unlikely to be enough for any purchase. The boy looked at the screen when he received a message that a wandering merchant selling fates was asking if he was looking for something. The hooded creature smiled. The protagonist spread his hands and said that he was looking for something, but that he was currently short of soul stones, and the system relayed the words of the wandering merchant that he didn't need to worry about that, because he was looking for what was needed for all constellations, from the highest to the lowest ranks. The merchant opened his cloak, from under which a light began to shine, and then the kitten seemed suspicious. He showed 3 boxes with random chaos buildings from low to high levels, worth 1,000, 15,000, and 2,000 points. The protagonist's face darkened when he saw the gacha mechanics. The wandering merchant's eye flashed and he swore on his name and reputation that there was no deception here, after which he promised to give a discount of 200 points for the purchase of the first 2 boxes. Kai touched his chin and decided that he could try. He extended his finger to the button to buy the 2 cheapest boxes and said that he would gladly take advantage of the offer. 2 cubes approached the guy, and their seller wished the buyer to use the goods for a long time. The protagonist returned to the bloody fortress. He touched one of the boxes, not knowing if he was doing the right thing. The cube lit up when he opened it, and the system warned that chaos had broken loose, deciding Kai's fate. A stone building with a golden halo appeared, which was an ancient and dilapidated warrior's sanctuary and was a model of a small temple type, if installed. All inhabitants would receive the skill Ancient Warrior's Strength, but due to the dilapidation of the building, it was supposed to collapse in 30 days. The guy reached out to the second box, deciding that the first one was not so bad. The light from it was much brighter, and the system announced that the power of the protagonist's fate had increased and that his certain fate had been raised by 1 level. This building was white stone with yellow inserts and was called the Temple of the Shining Elf. If installed, you could learn the skill Shining Elf Bow. Kai remembered Patrick and thought that this was the building of his constellation, Elf of Ambitious Light, because this skill is magic that the deity gave to his avatar. He put his hand forward and immediately decided to install the building, concluding that the constellation sold it because it was no longer needed. The white pantheon stood on the red soil, and the installation was complete. The protagonist looked up when the kitten said that there was a huge problem, and assured him not to worry about it being an elven temple. Rob pointed out that goblins were unable to master the Shining Elf Bow. The building sparkled beautifully, and the guy thought that it couldn't hurt that it was there, because it could be used later, after which he remembered to tell Bill what he saw in the future. Day, Los Angeles. Kai opened the door and announced that he was back. The boss spread his arms, loudly called the newcomer the Star of the Korean Fists, and asked for an autograph. The guy walked further onto the carpet and asked what kind of title that was, to which the man replied that it was his new nickname, which sounded pretty cool, but the protagonist disagreed. Kai sat down on a chair, and Bill praised him for his efforts this time, but advised him not to relax too much because the top 10 are real strongmen, and most of them are avatars, but the guy was sure that he would somehow figure it out because he is also a constellation. The chairman shocked the protagonist with the news that Rick called. He crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that the guy was glad to hear from him, after which he reminded him that he was the one helping Kai now, acting under the name of his avatar and providing financial support. The protagonist looked at Bill with disappointment, calling him petty and pointing out that he did not say anything about it, to which the man hesitantly denied his greed and asked not to be friends with Rick since he is a bad person. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin, thought that Bill looked like a child and admitted that he came for another reason. Kai, gesturing wildly, told the boss in detail what he had shown him as the goddess's gift, namely Las Vegas in flames and the invasion of rock drakes. The man leaned forward, interested, and the guy promised to deal with it personally if he was given support. Bill showed the protagonist an open palm and said that Las Vegas was out of the question. The protagonist thought that the chairman wanted to send him there when the city was in ruins to make a bigger splash, but Bill was offended and indignantly stated that he hadn't even thought about that, but the guy was still interested in what was going on. The man put his hands on his knees and admitted that Las Vegas was not under his jurisdiction. He rose from his chair and said that all they could do was go there now, explain the situation, and try to convince the locals. Kai couldn't believe that a man who had gone to a sauna with the president had no influence, but the boss reminded him that the hunters were crazy and wouldn't listen to anyone. Bill put his hands on the guy's shoulders and said that it would be even better if the protagonist went instead of him, since no hidden intentions would be found in his appearance. After which Kai noted that he should have lived a more righteous life, but the man resisted and said that he simply organized a merger of enterprises and got divorced a couple of times. That's all. The protagonist lowered his head, sighed, and agreed to talk to them himself, and Bill thought that a newcomer to the ranks of hunters would definitely be less suspicious. Sunny day, Las Vegas. Hunter Matthew hid his hands in his pockets and clarified with Kai whether he really came from the Icaros clan. Then the guy confirmed and said that he wanted to see the head of the Black Cactus clan, a large clan that controls Las Vegas. Matthew stepped forward and stated that even if the protagonist was from Icaros, he couldn't just come and see the leader because they had to set up a meeting first, and Kai responded that in that case, they should set up a meeting right away. The hunter got angry and demanded that the insolent guest state his name. The protagonist looked him in the eye and calmly introduced himself, surprising the guards. Matthew began to admire Kai, who he knew had defeated Patrick at UHC, and noticed that the guy was really handsome. He gave the protagonist a thumbs up, exclaimed that his fight was simply killer, and admitted that he really regretted not going to the match, after which one of his assistants asked if he was okay, to which Matthew replied that if he wasn't, Kai would have destroyed everything here. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if the clan leader was in the building, after which the hunter apologized for being a bit overexcited and confirmed that the boss was inside, as he was often busy receiving all sorts of garbage. Matthew pointed to the entrance and relayed the leader's words to Kai that they could enter, after which he offered to escort him. Insults were heard in the Black Cactus building, followed by apologies. The guild leader hit Matthew on the head and said that the fact that he was a hunter did not allow him to do whatever he wanted, after which she asked if he would be held accountable if the guests, seeing him, got scared and left, and the culprit apologized again. The protagonist watched this scene, thought that the clan leader was a girl with character, and wanted to measure her level. The girl turned to Kai and changed the subject, asking what a person from Ikaros was doing there, and the guy learned that her name was Roxanne and that she was level 288. She lowered the makeshift club and allowed to skip the formalities and get straight to the point, and the protagonist agreed, after which he remembered the girl's level, deciding that she could be useful. Kai looked the clan leader in the eyes and stated that he was here to offer help, because they would lose to the monsters. Roxanne raised an eyebrow, not believing what she heard. She created fire. Matthew was scared, seeing how angry the girl was, and Roxanne herself called for him to repeat what this meant and asked if the protagonist meant that they could not clear the dungeon. Kai warned that a portal would open in the vicinity and cause an explosion of a dungeon of rank B or higher, which worsened the situation. Hordes of monsters come out of the dungeon. If it is not cleared within the allotted time, this means its explosion, then the released monsters become nothing more than a natural disaster for human society. Roxanne asked and clarified if Kai had found out about the appearance of a dungeon that they didn't even know about, to which the guy replied that he had used the latest magic of dragon industry. She glanced at the protagonist and asked if this meant that Ikaros would destroy the portal, completely ignoring them, but the protagonist assured that they were not planning anything like that. Kai closed his eyes and asked in return to allow him to watch from the outside so that he could react in time if an explosion occurred, because one mistake could lead to the death of many people. The girl folded her arms across her chest and remembered that the guy had returned from the abyss where he had been for 30 years and thought that he could be called a first-generation hunter, after which the protagonist asked what she meant. Matthew spread his arms and explained that most first-generation hunters were considered heroes who had always been on the side of the people, but Kai was unsure about this title. Roxanne turned sideways to the protagonist and asked if he really would just watch, and the protagonist replied that he would intervene if they couldn't close it, and Matthew thought that they could handle the B-rank dungeon themselves. The clan leader turned around on the spot and, after thinking for a bit, decided to believe Kai, but warned that she would never forgive those who lied to her. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder and threatened that if he deceived her, she would follow him even to hell to punish him, and the protagonist understood everything. Then the girl allowed him to wait somewhere nearby. Las Vegas Street. Kai and Matthew looked around. The protagonist glanced at his companion and noticed that if the dungeon was B rank, then the boss was B rank, which meant the clan leader would intervene, and asked how she was doing with her abilities, to which the guy in glasses replied that Sister Roxanne was the best. He scratched the back of his head and, to Kai's surprise, asked him to pretend that he hadn't heard this, since he would be finished if the masses found out about their relationship. Matthew picked up the radio, from which a warning was heard about the discovery of a dungeon and the gathering of all clan members. An abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Inside, in the darkness, a portal appeared. The surprised hunters noticed that they were incredibly lucky, and that the guy from Ikaros told the truth, but decided that this was not important now, but the rank of the dungeon. The portal was shining bright blue, and they were sure that with that amount of mana it was definitely B rank, which meant it was a big luck, but they needed to get closer and check first. One of the hunters extended his hand to the entrance, and the system asked if he wanted to enter the dungeon thicket of endless predators with an unknown reward and a little over 6 hours left. The hunters were dumbfounded when they saw the entry limit of 1 person. They sweated, not understanding how it was possible that only one could enter. The guild staff with megaphones announced an emergency and evacuation, demanded that hotels and casinos be closed and go outside, and, if possible, clear an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. There was a traffic jam on the streets. Kai looked at the calm people around him and thought that they should all run instead of continuing to come. The guy smiled and offered the girl to look from here, and she remarked that there should be a cool view. The protagonist leaned against their car and asked if they hadn't heard the order to evacuate. The driver turned to Kai and thought that he was some kind of coward and said that it didn't matter because all the monsters would be caught before it became dangerous, and the girl agreed with him and added that if they moved further away, they wouldn't see anything. The protagonist walked away from the convertible and began to doubt that he was in the vicinity of the dungeon now. Onlookers were happily filming what was happening. Kai scratched his head and answered Rob, who irritably advised him to leave these idiots, that he could not let them die. He turned to the guy in the car again and demanded that he get out of here right now, but he protested because they had a free country. The protagonist scratched the pillar with his nails. He gritted his teeth and repeated his demand. The convertible drove away very quickly as the driver understood the order. Roxanne pointed her gun in the air and threatened to kill those who did not want to evacuate before the monsters. She frowned and shouted warnings and insults into a megaphone. Kai approached Matthew and asked if it was always like this, that there were many people left to watch, and he answered that onlookers were very interested in hunting monsters. The protagonist tensed up and noticed that during this time people had become too accustomed to dungeons, because in his time everyone panicked and tried to escape as quickly as possible. Suddenly the ground beneath them shook. The abandoned building was filled with light. The head of the black cactus looked up, shouted to turn the screen and launch the drone and check the monsters that could not be missed, and in response she heard a report on the activation of the thermal imaging system and the launch of the check. The creatures began to pass through the portal. They ran out of the building and Roxanne ordered to use all artifacts with reconnaissance magic, after which she received a message about the discovery of 5 red poisonous raptors that rose to the surface. The girl was amazed and cursed since there were many more monsters than they thought, after which she asked if they managed to find the boss and urged them to search for him first. The huge monster opened its mouth. Roots grew in all directions from it, and the system warned that the lizardman mage was using the artifact thicket subject to erosion, which would act until the owner was caught. The roots grew between the skyscrapers. They tangled at a sufficient height above the heads of the hunters. The vegetation created a barrier, and people began to complain that it was impossible to break through and that the car could not enter. The guy in the sunglasses turned to Roxanne and asked what they were going to do with the civilians, and she said that there was nothing else they could do, and it didn't matter whether those who hadn't evacuated died or not. Kai approached the girl and offered his help, noting that the clan's headquarters had been significantly reduced due to the barrier, but she urged the guy to go somewhere safe because without an agreement between the guilds, everything could end in a lawsuit. Roxanne waved her megaphone and shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. Matthew grinned and said that it was a shame because he wanted to see Kai's martial arts. Monsters began approaching the guys, then their leader cursed and ordered them to attack. A raptor crashed into a shield set up in front of him. Another was being shot with magic. A paw with 2 fingers stepped on the ground. A C-class monster, a Viagasaur, appeared before the people. Some attacked him with spears, some with ice arrows, some with magic projectiles. The monster roared, having taken damage. Roxanne turned to her subordinate, who warned that 4 more were approaching. She created 3 magic circles and thought that she should deal with the enemies as quickly as possible, after which she used Enos's magic power enhancement. Whips appeared in the girl's hands, and the system announced that her magic power would be temporarily increased. The raptors approached Roxanne, and she responded with Efreet's flame whip. The monsters burned in the fire. Their charred carcasses fell to the ground. Her guildmates behind the girl praised her and said that no less was expected from her. The guy with the tablet warned that 6 more were approaching from behind, and the clan leader decided that it was time for them to leave. She looked at her subordinate and left the Ikaros hunter to deal with him, since they would have a lot of problems if he got hurt. The guy shook his head and did not understand where Kai had gone. Roxanne was also in shock. The raptors almost caught up with the panicking people. One of them breathed out flames. The protagonist jumped up. He covered the fireball with his body. The guy's weapon covered his eye. He struck with his swords crosswise. The monster's legs were cut off. 2 of them lost their balance, losing their feet. The protagonist made a vertical cut. The shockwave passed through the creatures. The people who were watching this exclaimed that it was incredibly cool. They called out to Kai. The townspeople burst into tears, thanked him for saving their lives, and promised to listen next time and leave right away. The guy put his sword behind his back and said that he did not fight for them, and really, he did not think at all about those who refused to evacuate. The saved ones ran to him shouting that he was a hero and with gratitude for helping fools like them. Roxanne came running with her henchmen and indignantly stated that if Kai interfered in the affairs of a district for which he was not responsible and suffered, it could cause a lot of legal problems. The protagonist looked at her, calmly asked her not to worry and promised to take care of the problems in that direction, after which the girl asked if he really thought that Ikaros would forgive them everything so easily because of his words. The head of the black cactus was dumbfounded when he confidently confirmed it. She put her hand to her chin and considered that with Kai's abilities, he could be one of the strongest hunters of Ikaros, and decided that with such a guy she could forget about what happened. Roxanne lowered her hands along her body and officially thanked him for his help as a sign of appreciation, but the protagonist suggested leaving it for later since there were still a lot of monsters here that needed to be killed. The guy ran somewhere, noticing that judging by the movements of the monsters, someone was controlling them all, which meant that it was someone alone. The girl looked after the running protagonist and was surprised at what a reckless idiot Ikaros had, and at the same time wondered where they had found such a person. The protagonist's face was illuminated by fire, and he motioned for the mages to prepare for the monster ahead at the crossroads. The raptor emerged from behind the cars and was immediately met with several magic arrows. None of them hit their target. Roxanne ran after Kai, cursed for missing and ordered to prepare defensive artillery and tanks, but the guy said that it was not necessary. The protagonist jumped to the level of the monster's head. With one blow, he cut the enemy into symmetrical halves. The huge monster crushed the car. It opened its mouth and roared. The people seemed very small in comparison. Matthew and the others were amazed by the size of this giant and assumed that it was the boss of the dungeon. Kai looked up at the monster and remembered that it was him he saw in the prophecy. He glanced to the side, thinking that for such a large specimen to be under someone's control, the owner must be somewhere nearby. The lizardman mage was casting a spell on the roof of the building where the protagonist found him. The protagonist was jumping from skyscraper to skyscraper. When he got close to the enemy, he swung his sword. The blade cut through the air. Then it cut the monster's neck. The giant suddenly stopped. Roxanne leaned forward and ordered to attack now. They began to fire magic at the creature. The girl prepared her spell and declared that the monster was finished. A fiery tornado engulfed the monster, and the head of the clan wished him death. The fire burned the monster to the ground. Only smoke remained on the street, and the system congratulated him on his victory over the lizardman mage and the destruction of the forest of corrosion artifact. The roots began to dissolve. They retreated and nothing obstructed the sunlight again. Ordinary people looked at the sky, watching the barrier disappear. The reporter with the microphone said that he was currently in front of the Cosmopolitan Hotel, the barrier near which had been destroyed in a very short period of time, and said that they would now go and scout out the situation, after which a citizen noticed that people were finally coming out. The blonde man in sportswear admitted that he thought he was finished when the sky suddenly changed color and monsters started coming out from everywhere. After which the journalist asked him how many people had died and if there were any survivors. The man turned to the reporters and said that it seemed that no one had died, and the journalists were shocked because they had seen an explosion there, to which the interviewee said that it was most likely a hunter with brown hair. Kai was surrounded by the media because he was starting to be recognized as an Asian swordsman and was called a real hero and savior. The journalist handed the protagonist the microphone, noted that many people thought he had made an invaluable contribution to closing the dungeon, and asked for some comments. The protagonist replied indifferently that he had not tried to save people at all. The reporter put the microphone to his lips and assumed that Kai meant that it was something natural for a person. Then the guy explained that he got rid of the monsters before they started killing, so it only looked like he saved the city, after which the interviewer added that he really saved people. The protagonist poked him in the Adam's apple, making a point block. The journalist coughed and was unable to speak, and Kai repeated that he did not help civilians. The guy left and, without turning around, demanded not to turn him into a hero, because he hated such things more than anything, after which one of the reporters said that he realized that the protagonist was simply hunting monsters, and the other could not believe that such hunters existed. The protagonist was immersed in thoughts about how he should never become a good person in the eyes of people, otherwise he would be criticized if he did not help even once, and he did not want to show himself as a good-natured simpleton. Roxanne slapped Matthew on the back of the head when he admitted that he wanted to be as incredible as this guy, urged him not to talk nonsense, and pointed out that what had happened was only possible because it was Kai. Martial artists who used their fists in combat were extremely rare these days, and Roxanne understood this, and she also believed that the very existence of this man was unique. Kai cut down huge monsters with a single blow, and the strength that reached the apex as a result of hard training and enormous combat experience made him absolutely unique. The head of the black cactus folded her arms and realized that after meeting the protagonist, she no longer understood why there were so few martial artists left. She looked at the protagonist's back and decided to get closer to the Ikaros clan, and also concluded that there was nothing shameful in becoming friends with Kai. A photo of a recent incident with the headline "Hunter Attacks Journalist" was spread across the internet. Commentators called the protagonist crazy and insane. Bill was reading the news on his tablet in a cafe in the estate and laughing loudly. The guy who was sitting at the same table with him asked what was funny, and the man could only say the word journalist through his laughter. Kai reminded Bill that he also beat up newspapermen, to which the boss replied that there was a huge difference and advised him to look at what was written about the protagonist on the internet. The protagonist, who was drinking coffee, decided that this was not worth his attention, after which Bill said that the Black Cactus clan expressed their gratitude and this time properly shared the rewards for the raid. The chairman waved his hand and said that in fact, we are talking about trillions, accusing the guy of his indifference, and explained that when running a company, every cent counts, but the protagonist did not understand what the problems were because he is not the one running the company. Bill laughed nervously and asked Kai if he ever thought that what he was doing was similar to running a company, but he remembered too late that it was still a secret. The protagonist put the glass on the table and said that it was quite natural to receive a well-deserved reward, after which he suggested moving on to the topic of when his rank would be raised, which the man thought about and honestly answered that after B rank the assessment becomes more difficult and everything comes down to clearing dungeons. The guy stood up and announced that he had to go to teach several students martial arts, and his boss was very surprised, but Kai assured him that he did not need to think about it. Bill wiped a tear, looking after the protagonist, who, as he thought, was preparing the hunters of the Ikaros clan, a futuristic training field controlled by the Ikaros clan. 4 guys hesitantly entered, doubting that they were really allowed here. Then Kai allowed them to feel at home. The students looked around and noticed that they had only trained in the dilapidated gyms, while here, all the equipment looked simply amazing. The protagonist turned his head to the students and allowed them to use the center as much as they wanted when asked. The boys cried with excitement and thanked Kai for everything. A girl came up behind the protagonist, greeted him, and said that she would be under his care. She bowed, explained that she represented the young students from UHC High School, and introduced herself as Iris. The protagonist turned to one of the boys and clarified if this was true, and he confirmed that she was the best of the students. He thought that he and Tom looked alike and assumed that they were related, and the girl said that she was indeed his daughter, but Kai was shocked. He silently leaned towards something. Then he beamed and offered Iris a drink, but she refused. The protagonist touched his hair and apologized for embarrassing her, but the girl assured him that everything was fine, after which the guy remembered that her father had been to Los Angeles once before. The girl and the others felt very awkward when Kai began to recall Hunter Tom's contribution to the incident in China 20 years ago. Iris raised her palm and interrupted his thoughts by asking when they were going to train. The protagonist led everyone and admitted that he had completely forgotten that they were there for training. He stood in front of the barbells and decided to start with squats with them, deciding that since they were all hunters, it should not be difficult for them. One of the guys pointed to the advanced equipment and asked when they would move on to it, to which Kai replied that it was all for training magic and had nothing to do with them. The guys began to exercise disappointedly, although they hoped that they would finally be able to work out on modern exercise machines. The protagonist stood in front of them and announced to the students that they would start with squats, in which they should feel the power of their internal energy and muscles, and the children agreed in unison. Iris also lifted the barbell, like everyone else, and the system reported that thanks to the title of Training Avatar, the protagonist's subordinates would receive an additional bonus during the exercises, and would become stronger at a faster pace. The children gritted their teeth and held the barbells on their shoulders, not even suspecting that the training they were going through was an amazing opportunity for them, because no constellation would suit them as well as Kai. The students thought their new teacher was a strict military commander who seemed to have declared that they would train like madmen without mercy to the body, like no martial artist, but in fact, everything they did was ordinary exercises. The barbell fell to the floor. The sweaty guys collapsed from fatigue. Kai approached them and noticed that they were done with the warm-up, which angered the guys, but the guy urged them not to worry because the next training would be in the mirror world, the glowing dome of the training room of the other world of Icaros. Iris looked around and admitted that everything looked great here, and another student thought that high results could be achieved here. The protagonist pressed something on the virtual screen and said that there was nothing better for training martial arts than to use the terrain. His feet ended up in a puddle. The guys ended up in a swamp and began to complain about the heaviness in their legs and the inability to move, and then they noticed a figure in front of them. It was a wooden dummy that reminded the students of the one in their old gym. They noticed a piece of paper with a dummy's face drawn on it and laughed at how stupid it looked. The piece of wood flew off. It hit one of the guys in the chin at high speed. The loser fell into the water, and the others, a little later, went on the attack. They got hit on the heads. The guys were annoyed and called the dummy a swamp leech, urging it to attack. Kai crossed his arms over his chest and said that they first trained their muscles in the gym and now they will fight against the dummy. Then Iris asked if this was all, to which the protagonist replied that they must go through this step to move on to the next training. The protagonist left the simulation and promised to wait until one of them dealt with the scarecrow, came to him and told him about it. The girl looked ahead in confusion and asked what they should do, but the guys thought that there was no other way out except victory. One of them raised his head and made up his mind. They were inspired and rushed to attack, and each wanted to finish off the enemy first. The scarecrow smiled at the students, and they wanted to avenge their humiliation by breaking his face. Kai, Elizabeth, and Anthony were sitting in the Icaros clan's waiting room. The blonde caught the protagonist's attention and praised him for his excellent work in Las Vegas, although he still thought that he was cooler, and the girl decided that he was crazy if he said that he could have done better. Anthony shook his head and was upset that Elizabeth was twisting his words so much, after which he said that this was why she couldn't become a good hunter, and the girl threatened to strangle him. They both looked at the protagonist, who changed the subject and asked which of them wanted to learn martial arts. The guys changed their surprise to concern and asked if Kai was really going to teach them and if there were any conditions, but the guy asked not to say that, because he wasn't going to force any of them to do anything in return, and urged them to honestly admit if they didn't want to. Elizabeth got up from her chair and agreed, and offered to teach the protagonist something too. Then the guy clarified what she meant, and the girl replied that, of course, she meant magic. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought, and the kitten of lava and magma, mistress of dreams and desires and virtuous goddess of scales, agreed that it was a great idea, since they thought that at this rate Kai would become a dumb jock who knew nothing but martial arts. The guy winked and thought that magic wouldn't hurt him, after which he asked if the guys could guess what he would like to learn. Elizabeth and Anthony approached the protagonist, one guessing that he needed defensive magic, and the other that he needed long-range magic. They were both dumbfounded when Kai said that he wanted to learn healing magic. The protagonist looked at his gloomy comrades and guessed that none of them knew how to use it. He stood up from his chair and wondered who owned it, after which the girl asked where he went. The protagonist headed for the exit, and Elizabeth could not understand why he needed healing magic at all if he was an attacking warrior whose job it was to inflict damage, and this job could be left to healers. Kai thought about Themis and decided that he could ask her for training because she would probably have some healing skills. The territory of the goddess's Constellation. The owner of this place was lying on the table until the guy asked if she was busy. The goddess jumped up and shouted that she had plenty of time. The protagonist contacted her telepathically and admitted that he wanted to learn healing magic, after which he asked her to help him with this, and Themis immediately agreed, guessing that the invincible god of training could not teach him this. The goddess was happy and assured him that he could count on her. Kai saw her translucent figure in front of him, and the system reported that she granted him divine healing of the 5th circle of a rank. He summoned a small green ball and noted that it was not so easy to master such an rank power at once. Themis lowered her head and apologized for not having enough strength to give Kai a stronger power right now, to which the protagonist, choosing his words, said that if it was causing her so much difficulty, then there was no need to strain himself so much. The goddess began to scatter scrolls and asked him to wait for him a little, being sure that she would find something else if she searched well. And all because Kai was originally supposed to be her avatar and she blamed herself for having done so little for him. The protagonist assured her that everything was fine and tried to calm her down, and remembered that there was no need to ask her for help anymore. On the lawn in the main hall of Ikaros the next day, the hunters were talking to each other. Ernest crossed his arms over his chest and gave his subordinate the command to begin. The guy pressed the button on the controller. Suddenly, a virtual sky appeared above them for those who came. An endless tower appeared in front of them, which meant that they had entered a created dungeon. The hunters looked up in amazement and thought that this was madness. Kai also looked up and admitted that this was the first time he had heard of such a dungeon, so he did not understand its popularity. A couple of decades ago, an endless tower dungeon appeared, on the first floor of which slimes, F-rank monsters, lived, but as they ascended, their strength increased, and the final difficulty broke many hunters. On the highest floor, a very powerful monster awaited people, and the dungeon itself, which received a rank, subsequently simply exploded since no one was able to clear it to the end. Ernest addressed the participants and explained that in this training, the winner would be the one who outpaced his rivals and reached the highest floor. He looked at the guys, who instantly darkened, and warned that this dungeon was much more difficult than its original. The hunters looked at the tower with doubt and thought that the 10th floor would be the highest. Ernest waved his hand at the students and went outside with his assistants, wishing them to try hard next month. The three guys next to Kai and Anthony began to think about how they would clear the dungeon, and one of them thought that they could form groups, and another pointed out that the one who suggested it had such a personal record that it was not necessary to form teams. The protagonist looked back at Elizabeth and asked if this dungeon really had such a terrible reputation, and she answered that of course it did, since there was a reason why no one could completely clear it, after which Kai asked if anyone had ever gone there as a team. The hunters looked at the tower but did not set foot inside yet, and the girl answered the protagonist that this had never happened, but they say that it is because the more people there are, the more difficult the floor. The protagonist put his finger to his lips and wondered who created this amazing dungeon, but Rob asked him not to admire such things. Some were warming up, some were preparing weapons, and Kai thought that it was better to go in a group anyway, even if the difficulty increased, since they would gain an advantage in battle when clearing it this way. Anthony spread his hands and noted that it was unlikely that there would be anyone willing to team up, after which the protagonist asked what Elizabeth thought, and she decided to go together. The blonde pointed at the girl irritably and urged him not to trust her, since it was unknown what thoughts were in her head. Then Kai asked if he was going with them, and he immediately agreed. The protagonist turned his head and wondered whether it was worth taking the blonde at all, and Anthony scolded himself for accepting the offer. The protagonist saw something interesting. He noticed a girl in uniform and thought that she was either a schoolgirl or a student. The guy looked at her closely and found out that she was currently a servant of the Constellation, but he couldn't discern her nature. But he did get information that her name was Persephone and that she had the skills of rank Aperon's magic axe technique, rank B plus Demian's blessing, and rank B Sverog's limitless power, and after analyzing he admitted that she had quite rare skills. Elizabeth approached Kai, noticing that he was staring at Persephone, and explained that judging by her clothes, she was made of ivy, but the guy didn't know what it was. The girl imagined a row of dark figures of schoolchildren and, after thinking, explained that lately there were a lot of private schools that taught awakened ones, and the most popular among them was ivy. Anthony struck what he thought was a cool pose and decided that there was no need to hide the fact that he graduated from an ivy school, although the protagonist couldn't remember them asking. Persephone looked straight at Kai, and he realized that they had her attention. She came up and asked something, and Elizabeth started looking for a translation device. The protagonist extended his hand forward, introduced himself and asked if the girl spoke English, to which she said that she did not and asked in return how Kai knew her skill, since he did not have many native speakers. The protagonist scratched his head and lied that he had a suitable skill, deciding that saying that it was the power of the constellation would be superfluous. The girl looked away, and when the protagonist asked if she knew other languages, she said that she spoke Russian, but because of the contract she could not speak it, and also spoke a little Korean, which surprised Kai. The guy was stunned when Persephone said that she adored K-pop and K-trot, and also considered the Confucian culture simply incredible. Elizabeth adjusted her headphones and asked what language they were speaking, but Anthony didn't know, but he could see that the two looked very happy. The protagonist looked at Persephone and politely asked what constellation she served, but because of the contract, she couldn't reveal his name, and then the guy noticed that they had a complicated agreement. Kai pointed to his comrades and said that they were forming a team, after which he invited the girl to go with them, and she responded very enthusiastically as she would like to fight in their group. The protagonist spread his hands and assured that they would gladly accept Persephone, but he decided that it would be inconvenient if they could not communicate with the others, so he suggested switching to Korean, but the girl admitted that she was not very good at it, after which Kai urged her to relax since they had a device for translation. Joe smiled, drew attention to himself, and was surprised that they were forming a team when only personal results counted, without any clan input, and then said that he was the best fit for them. He looked at the four of them and noticed that there were many more people here than he thought, and wondered why, and then Anthony replied that he only joined because he thought it would be advantageous. They turned to the tower, and Joe guessed that the blonde was Atsundir, but he was told that he was just an unusual person, and Anthony indignantly reminded him that he heard everything, because it all translated. The goblins swung their axes in the territory of the training avatar in the Fortress of Blood. Kai appeared in front of a stunned Max and said that he needed the Supreme Mage to go with him somewhere. The goblin trembled with impatience and assumed that since the master finally needed him, it meant that there was a big crisis. He jumped into the portal, ordering his subordinates not to even think about stopping the exercises while he was gone, and promised to return soon. Max looked worried. He asked Kai and Elizabeth, who were standing in front of him, if he was really needed to go through a fake, or rather, training dungeon, and the protagonist confirmed. The magician shed tears, as he hoped that the master would give him the order to cover his back in a deadly battle. He felt humiliated when Anthony called him just a hunter with a beautiful face, and decided that people should be like him, because he is both beautiful and extremely capable in everything, while Elizabeth suggested that Max was disqualified from the previous training. The magician got extremely angry and was about to show them how capable he is, but Kai stopped him. The protagonist introduced Max to everyone and explained that he will be replacing Charlie in the squad, and the guys thought about it. The mage pointed at himself, surprised by this turn of events, and the protagonist asked if he really didn't know healing magic, to which his subordinate replied that he did, but didn't specialize in it. Kai hugged the despondent Max and urged him to just do some healing this time. The team in this composition passed through the portal. The protagonist turned his head to the guys and remembered that before the raid he wanted to show them something. He laid out the books on the basic level of martial arts that his master, the avatar of training, had given them as gifts and allowed them to take those they liked. Elizabeth sat down by the textbooks and noticed their strange names. Joe was also interested. Kai's comrades opened the books and began to read, and he himself conveyed the words of the constellation that if they learned this, he would prepare more, after which Elizabeth hesitantly asked for help in thanking him, and Persephone could not believe that it was really free. Elizabeth looked up from her textbook and told the student that the main character wanted to teach them martial arts for free. But the blonde didn't understand why he did it and whether he had nothing better to do, but the interlocutor had nothing to say to that. The floor was filled with skeletons. Kai stepped forward and warned that he would keep the monsters under control by distracting them. He jumped forward. First, the guy went from behind the skeletons. Then he cut the back row with his sword. Elizabeth hit the enemy from top to bottom. Persephone broke the skeleton's neck. Soon the monsters were lying on the ground in pieces. The main character looked at Persephone, noticed that destroying monsters was much easier for her than he thought, and acknowledged her strength. Joe scratched his head and said with a smile that everyone was so wonderful that he had no work left, and Anthony thought that he himself would have done even better. But this was also not bad, after which Kai announced that they were done with the first floor and suggested going to the second right now. On the second floor, mad boars were waiting for them. The sound of hoofbeats was heard. The whole pack ran to attack the group, and Anthony and Elizabeth did not expect to see this kind of monsters here. Max created the magic great illusion of deception. A disembodied huge demon appeared in front of the boars, which they were afraid of, since the meaning of this magic was to destroy the psyche of monsters. The monsters lay down on the ground in front of the supreme being. Kai ran forward and gave the order to attack. This was followed by many cuts. The protagonist instantly killed many enemies. More monsters with snouts and fangs were approaching. These were huge B-class monsters, special wild boars that were several times taller than a man. The monsters ran around the protagonist. Elizabeth prepared her sword and offered Persephone to stop them together, and she agreed. They put their weapons forward and accepted the attack. The swordswoman was shaking while holding the boar, and since she needed some time to activate the magic, she decided to start with a basic sword technique. She threw the enemy away from her using the technique. Then she created magic and shot it at the monster, hoping to finish it off. Persephone swung. She cut down the huge boar with one blow. Looking around at the corpses of the enemies, they admitted that the martial arts were very powerful and quite easy to use. Kai drew their attention and praised them for their performance, then decided that they needed to get to the next floor without delay. The third floor was cleared of blue lizardmen. The protagonist entered the frozen fourth floor of the tower. The ice wyvern, a B-class monster, roared. Elizabeth and Joe looked at it in shock and were surprised that they met a B-class so early. The wyvern fired magic. The boys closed their eyes and covered themselves from the attack. Their bodies glowed and they didn't understand why there was no damage. Max, who had created the magic, chuckled and asked if it was supposed to be. He lifted the corner of his mouth and explained that it was an ancient magic circle that was very different from what humans used, the king's magic. Kai leaned forward, decided that this was the right moment and urged them to concentrate on the attack. The girls rushed to attack. Anthony and Joe began to cast magic. The protagonist lunged with a sword. Everyone pounced on the monster at the same time. After a short amount of time, it was defeated. The protagonist stood on the carcass and announced that there was a fifth one next, so he urged them to continue in the same spirit. Elizabeth was shocked at how quickly they cleared the tower with Kai, and Anthony thought that the protagonist was good, but certainly not as good as him. The girls looked around, entering the new floor, and Elizabeth wondered who would be waiting for them this time, and Persephone felt unwell. Something flashed in the eye. A girl in a dress screamed at them from the ceiling. This toothy creature was a banshee, and since she was a spirit, she didn't take most attacks, and the guys panicked when they saw her, a class of monster. Kai smiled and admitted that this was great training, and was looking forward to a great battle. Elizabeth pulled out her weapon, and the banshee screamed. Kai and Max looked at their opponent in surprise. Everyone else fell to their knees, clutching their ears, and Joe even screamed. The protagonist got into a fighting stance and commanded the Goblin King to use healing while he bought them time. He jumped towards the monster under the ceiling, using heavenly footwork. The banshee sent a hail of magic arrows at it. The guy moved between them very quickly. He ended up behind the monster. The protagonist put Kai into the sword and it lit up. Then he made a cut. Something happened that he didn't expect. The creature's body was enveloped in lightning and it screamed. Kai returned to the ground and confirmed his assumption that the banshee needed to be finished off with one blow. Max was healing the guys at this time, but he needed the help of a mage. The Goblin King ran to the owner, leaving the shell shocked to silently resent him for simply abandoning the use of his restoration magic halfway. Elizabeth looked at her palm and noticed that the magic was still active, and Joe was shocked that Max was able to use such a high-level sorcery on the move. They looked at the mage's back and decided that this guy was definitely a special class healer, and even thought that he was better than Charlie. Kai, when a subordinate approached him, asked to use amplification magic on him, strong enough to work on the banshee. Max stood behind him and cast glowing sword, illusory clone, spirit strike and damage increase on him, and the protagonist was satisfied. The protagonist jumped up. He jumped again to the monster that was under the ceiling. Then he pierced it with a beam of light. Seeing the result of the attack, Kai noticed that the strengthening magic was stronger than he thought, so much so that he would be able to fight it without any problems even with restrictions. The banshee moved away in fear. The next second, the guy cut her in two. The monster fell back. Immediately after, it exploded. The virtual reality began to disappear, and Joe and Elizabeth could not understand what was happening, while the system reported that the dungeon was cleared and that the alternate world was over. All team members returned to the lawn. The unfamiliar hunters approached the organizer and began to complain, not understanding why the fifth floor was the last one and what was the point of the name Infinite Tower Dungeon if it had so few floors. The man in sunglasses reminded him that he said it would be different from the original tower, and the guys could not answer and only thought that the assistant coach was heartless. Kai put his finger to his lips and agreed that they did not know what would happen in the real fight, but Joe thought that there was no deep meaning here. Ernest crossed his arms over his chest and announced that the hunters who had passed should get ready to go to New York and that a plane was waiting for them. He said that a portal to a new dungeon had appeared there, and since the clan responsible for it had failed, it was Ikaros' turn. Elizabeth was happy to join the real fight, and Joe was glad that he was finally in the first squad. East Coast of America, Lego Long Beach. Important people in suits were at the portal. The journalists prepared their cameras. A step was taken. The protagonist looked around and noticed that there were a lot of people here, and Ernest asked what class the dungeon was. His assistant looked at the tablet and replied that it was originally B class, but the Heirs clan failed, and the mentor concluded that he should not underestimate him. After which he asked how many people were allowed, to which he received the answer that 23 out of a possible 300 were already inside. Kai followed them and activated the skill Clairvoyance. He saw a group of wounded and frightened hunters who were shouting that there was a traitor here. A man with a glowing red eye approached them, and one of them exclaimed that this was the constellation of a demonic god with a crazy follower who made a contract with him, which meant a trap, and the other ordered everyone to immediately run away and evacuate. The villain smirked and raised his hand up, after which only cries of pain were heard. The protagonist became a little nervous, thinking about this person entering the dungeon, who contacted the demon god, and the system relayed to him the request of the lava and magma kitten to be careful. He looked at the portal, and Rob warned him that he would not be able to help inside, but Kai noted that the traitor would not receive help either. The constellation can only watch the follower if he enters the dungeon, and this works even with a strong demon god. The protagonist smiled and urged Rob not to worry about him, when the lava and magma kitten said that even the constellations were worried about this, and all because he, the constellation, was personally going to enter the dungeon. People in military gear and business suits were talking about something in front of the portal. Elizabeth brought beer and offered to drink before entering. Joe handed the glass to Kai and asked if he wanted some, but the protagonist refused, and the black guy did not understand why. The protagonist glanced at Joe and Elizabeth and said it was because he was afraid of losing his muscles. He turned his head to his friends and said it was a joke because he just didn't like alcohol, but if it had been a protein shake, he would have thought about it. Persephone came up behind Kai and asked if these people were planning to come up with a plan. The protagonist glanced at his merry comrades, and when the girl suggested that he teach them a little lesson, he replied that he had no right to teach them. Persephone pointed her finger at the three of them as menacingly as she could and said that they were very rude, and Kai noted that learning Korean from dramas has its side effects. The guy suddenly realized that this girl was a servant of the constellation. He looked at her and wondered if it was possible that she had made a contract with the constellation of the demon god, but he remembered that the clan's scout had checked her. The main character put his hands on his hips and asked her to join them if she wanted, and the girl hesitantly asked if he really wanted to go with him. The system window was glowing brightly, asking the guys if they wanted to enter the dungeon sanctuary of laziness and defeat. Journalists were taking pictures of the portal, shouting that the Ikaros clan was starting to enter. The guys looked ahead with interest. One of the heroes said that the clan was not the only one with a chance, since anyone who cleared the dungeon first would be the winner. One of the heroes pointed his finger forward, shouting to the guys that they would also enter the dungeon in an hour when they finished with the preparations. The clan was standing on some territory, not understanding where they were. Continuing to stand, the heroes began to notice the increasing wind and the system window, which said that the sanctuary of laziness and defeat would check the candidates. Looking ahead fearfully, Kai saw a system window, which contained a message that the wind was separating the contenders. The wind was getting stronger. Magical powers had transported the protagonist through a portal. Looking around, the boy began to understand that he was left alone. A human body was lying on the ground. Looking ahead exhausted, the boy asked for water. Kai began to take a bottle of water from his bag. Lifting the hero with his hands, Kai asked him to drink slowly so as not to harm himself. Starting to drink the water, the hero heard Kai asking him what clan he was from. Looking at the protagonist, who said his name, Bobby answered that he was from the New York Lights clan. Looking at Kai, the boy asked if he had seen the other hunters from his clan. A few seconds later, Bobby looked at the boy fearfully, remembering his famous name. Kai looked at the guy with a calm face, who said that the same Korean hunter and martial artist from Las Vegas was standing in front of him. Sitting next to Bobby, Kai asked the guy what happened and if he could briefly tell the current state of affairs. All the first hunters who just enter the dungeon encounter a separation, and while they are looking for their comrades, they are attacked by various monsters and monsters. Bobby, with pain in his leg because it was broken, was lying on the ground with a lost weapon. Thinking, Kai realized that it could be a two-headed chaos hound, after which it is quite difficult to teleport. Thinking about the teleportation from the outside, Bobby asked Kai if he had seen his rescue team, but the guy replied that most likely no one outside knows about the current situation. Looking carefully ahead, the main character replied that they have no choice now. Running back, Bobby thought that he would be killed, but Kai replied that he would simply heal him. Covering his face, the boy could not believe such open goodwill. Sitting down closer to the wound, Kai replied that he would help set Bobby's leg. A loud cry of the hero appeared on the territory. Looking at the lying guy, the main character answered that it was necessary to use healing magic, but concentration was important there since the hero himself was not so good at it yet. After a while, the guy began to slowly create goddesses of healing. The system windows showed that Kai had healed a person with the help of a goddess, and the power itself had increased slightly. Power was flying around his leg. It was high-level healing magic. Bobby twitched his leg, not understanding how the guy could do this. Touching his shoulder, the main character left, telling the guy to take care of himself further. Surprisingly looking at the leaving Kai, Bobby could not believe that he used healing magic on a person he saw for the first time in his life. Running after the main character, the guy asked Kai if he could join, despite the fact that he knew almost nothing about monsters, but was very well known about the area. Bobby's legs were approaching the hero. Stopping, Kai touched his ear, calling Max. The hero looked into the distance, talking to the master. Looking at the rest of the clan hunters, Max replied that he found them all. Looking at the things, the guy replied that for his own safety, he put magic marks on their things. Walking ahead, Kai replied that he was going to go deeper into the forest, so everyone else needed to be brought to him. The sounds of a monster appeared. The legs went slower and slower. Looking carefully ahead, Kai replied that it was a two-headed hound. Quickly grabbing Bobby by the clothes, the hero dragged him away from the monsters. A huge monster appeared in front of the guys. Looking at the monsters, Kai understood that they were about level 150. Putting his hand forward, Kai confidently began to use the power of the heavenly finger. The hero's magic quickly passed over the heads of the monsters, enveloping their muzzles. Kai took out his sword, holding it tightly. With quick and dexterous movements, the hero cut off the heads of the monsters from the body. Watching the monsters fall, Bobby shouted to the guy that he was very strong. Standing by the body of the two-headed hound, Kai said that knowledge is equal to strength and it is much easier to win with it since you just need to understand its attack and then dodge and attack when necessary. In the guy's hands was the core of the monster. Bobby watched in confusion as Kai cut off the leg of the monster, asking what he was doing. Cutting the last piece, the protagonist answered the guy that he had no supplies left, but they can eat this meat, so there is no poison in it. Looking at Kai in surprise, Bobby understood that being in such a clan is cool because they give valuable information. Feeling how his ears twitched, the guy began to look forward. Turning his head to the side, the hero replied that he felt several hunters to the side. Quickly moving forward, Kai said that he heard someone talking, so they need to move forward. Moving the branches of the trees, Bobby asked the protagonist where the hunters were. In one of the places, there were groups of people. One of the men looked away, hearing Bobby calling him. The boys' clan looked at their assistant, asking what happened, where he was and who was walking next to him. Robin looked ahead in surprise. Everyone looked at the protagonist, hearing Bobby answer that he saved him and healed him. Looking ahead in surprise, people could not believe that Kai did this for free. The protagonist looked up, seeing the system window, which said that he received worship and his power increased. Looking down with interest, the guy thought why it was growing only now. Standing in front of the people, Bobby shouted that Sai used healing magic on him and helped someone who was not connected to him in any way. Swinging his hand, the protagonist looked at the guy, answering that he was very stubborn. The people watched in fear as Bobby lay on the ground, and Kai said that they had to save the one who saved his life. The people looked at the main character with confusion, seeing that he had hit a guild member in front of everyone. One of the guys looked at Kai, asking the guys if he was the one who hit the one who praised the reporters. Continuing to stand in the center, Kai asked the guys why so many people had gathered here. His foot was standing on a cracked slab. A huge golden hourglass was shining brightly to the side. Quite strong magic could be felt from such a strong hourglass in the sky. Kai looked at the hourglass in surprise, hearing Robin answer that this sand had been pouring out since they came here. Remembering various moments, the guy thought that a boss monster might be summoned. Looking at the guild group, Kai realized that there might be a demonic god and a guy who had made a contract with him. Looking carefully ahead, Kai decided to find out at all costs. Some people from the guild illuminated their bodies. Looking at each member, the protagonist realized that he could not detect them even using the eye of the constellation. Looking up at the sky, Kai realized that they would still reveal themselves when the time came. His foot continued to stand on one of the slabs. Memories of one monster appeared in his head. It was a traitor with a poison dagger. It was the name of the constellation of the demonic god who made a contract with the clan hunter. Looking at the face of this monster, Kai realized that he was not such a strong constellation. But despite this, in comparison with a mortal, it was too powerful, and also listened to it was difficult to determine how strong the master was. Ruddy looked to the side and smiled, believing that his master was one of the strongest in the abyss. Looking at the hourglass, Kai understood that when the sand in it finished pouring, the boss would appear and this would be his chance. One of the guild members looked at the martial arts master with distrust. The hero clutched the dagger tighter, realizing that the master himself had given him the dagger. Looking at Kai, Robin began to offer him to join them for a while, since wandering around the dungeon alone was suicidal. Kai thought for a moment, realizing that he would be fine anyway, so all of this was not so important. With a smile on his face, Robin offered the guy to take some food, since he must be hungry. One of the guild members stood next to Robin and Kai, offering to simply give him his portion and deduct it from his share. All the warriors greedily ate their food, trying to eat their rations sparingly. Kai began to rummage through his bag, saying that their meeting was predetermined by fate and that he was treating them all. His hand pulled out a piece of meat from the bag. Robin looked at the food in surprise, thinking that it was monster meat. Kai looked at the guys, saying that one piece was not enough, so they needed to find more monsters. The guild members recalled where the monsters were, answering that they had seen several crimson horned turtles in the nearby swamp. Beginning to recall the benefits of monsters, Kai replied that their eggs were quite useful. A few seconds later, the protagonist began to leave, answering that he would be back soon. The weather was changing, and a little time had passed. Robin looked at Kai in surprise, carrying eggs in his hands. Having put all the food on the stove, the hero said that he had collected everything and could now begin. With quick movements, Kai began to cut everything. The guy's hand took out jars from the magic portal. Robin stood next to the guy in surprise, not understanding how he had a spatial artifact from which he took some spices. The man looked away, realizing that people were adding poison or medicine to food, but Kai meanwhile was adding only spices. The hero's hand emitted the power of fire. Directing all the fire at the raw food, Kai turned on a pure explosion of internal energy. Pieces of meat began to fry. The three warriors looked at the boy, not understanding why he used such magic only for simple cooking. Kai confidently held an egg in his hands. A broken raw egg was poured into the frying pan with meat. Holding the frying pan tightly with one hand, Kai turned the food over and began to salt it with the other. A few seconds later, there was already a ready dish on the plate. Giving Bobby food, Kai told him to try it. Looking at the plate in surprise, the boy wondered if he could really eat it. A few seconds later, a piece of meat ended up in the boy's mouth. Bobby raised his head sharply in admiration. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted that every piece melted in his mouth, and from this dish he restored his magical power. Cooking a new dish, Kai asked if he liked it. Handing out plates with a smile on his face, the hero wished everyone a bon appetit. The warriors looked in surprise at the portions in their hands. With quick movements of his hands, a fork with a piece of meat ended up in Robin's mouth. The shouts of warriors who admired this wonderful food were heard throughout the territory. After a while, the well-fed warriors with smiles on their faces talked to each other. Kai stood next to Bobby. Turning his head, the protagonist heard someone calling him. Palmer extended his hand forward, with a smile on his face, offering Kai to join their clan, since those guys did not even have a healer. Robin stood aside, displeased, shouting that they had a healer and there was no need to lie. Standing between each other, the heroes smiled, although they would fight in a duel between each other. Someone's hand touched his shoulder. Ruddy stood behind Palmer, whispering and asking him if they really needed to take this hunter with them, since there were many other clans here. Remembering how Ruddy gobbled up the food with both cheeks, Palmer asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that the magic power had been restored to the limit of their endurance, and now it would be difficult to carry out a surprise attack. The last grain of sand in the hourglass fell down. The warriors opened their mouths in fear, looking forward at the bright light. The clock began to shake, eclipsing everyone with its bright light. The system window showed that time was up, and now the night of sloth and defeat appears. Robin confidently forward, shouting to everyone that this is the boss and now they all need to get ready for battle. The horns of the monster slowly appeared from the ground. The eyes of the boss confidently looked forward at the guys. A few seconds later, a huge monster with a sword stood in front of the guild warriors. Robin looked up at the boss in surprise, not understanding what kind of monster it was. Ruddy watched the boss in fear, thinking that he needs to attack when they all exhaust their endurance. Looking at all the warriors, the boss answered that he was a knight serving the goddess of laziness and defeat, and someone had to pass the test with him first. Looking at the huge boss, the guy understood that this knight obeyed the constellation. Thinking about the boss and the monster, everyone began to understand that this dungeon was called the Sanctuary of Defeat and Laziness, and it could be a trap of the constellation of the demonic god. For the very creation of the dungeon, an incredible amount of existential power is required. Showing the sword to the warriors, the boss asked everyone who would pass his bridge first. Rain, gritting his teeth, looked at the monster, asking what kind of nonsense this was. With quick movements, a group of guys put their hands forward, creating the magic of the fifth circle secret stone spear. Magic fragments flew at the boss. Around the monster, the forces of the guild warriors began to explode, without affecting the boss himself. Robin looked ahead in fear, surprised that he had exploded magic without making any movements. Kai raised his head up, feeling the existential power of the constellation. Swinging his sword to the side, the boss shouted to everyone that only one person could pass this test at a time. Rain was afraid to dissolve into the portal, hearing the monster answer that he was choosing you. The hero raised his head up and looked at the boss, thinking that this was a forced teleportation. Putting the sword in front of the guy, the monster answered that he was already starting. Magic and power emanated from the sword. A few seconds later, Rain was lying motionless on the ground. Starting the teleportation on another person, the boss told Rain that he had failed the test, so now he would test another. After a while, the rest of the warriors were already lying on the ground. The guild members did not understand what was happening and why everyone had lost. Turning his head to the side, the boss asked the others who would be next. Scratching his head, Rain remained sitting on the ground. The guild members ran up to the guy, asking him if he could do anything about this monster. Looking ahead in fear, Rain replied that he didn't know, because the moment he collided with the boss's sword, his strength suddenly ran out and he couldn't move. Looking at the monster, the heroes thought about what they could do, because if they hit the boss, he would forcibly choose a person to pass his test. Because the monster itself was much stronger than they thought, so it would be better to find a way out. Walking forward, Kai said that he was issuing a challenge. Running up to the protagonist, Bobby asked him not to take risks because Rain survived thanks to luck and Kai himself could actually die. Looking at the protagonist, the boss asked the guy if he was ready. The hand held a magic sword. Standing in front of Kai, the monster said that he was starting the test. Putting the sword forward, power began to radiate. Kai looked at the monster in fear, who used the magic shackles of laziness on the guy. Looking at the chains, Kai began to understand how the boss deprived the warriors of the will to fight. The chains completely shackled all parts of Kai's body. The constellation goddess of laziness rules over laziness. It will be difficult for a mere mortal to free himself from such shackles, but Kai is the constellation invincible avatar of training. Looking into the distance in surprise, the hero thought about something. The guy's constellation has qualities that are completely opposite to his, so he cannot lose in this. Remembering all the moments, Kai began to strain his nerves, shouting to himself that he wants to become stronger. His foot confidently stomped on the slab. With quick movements, the guy broke all the shackles from his body. The boss looked at the hero in surprise, answering that he passed the test. Raising his head to the monster, Kai asked if this was the whole test. The guild warriors looked at the boss in surprise, who said that it was very difficult to free oneself from laziness, and this test showed those who had the will to overcome laziness. Raising his hand with a sword, the monster told Kai that for passing the test he would allow him to meet his master. The sword began to emit new power and magic in the sky. Light surrounded the entire area around the guild members. The system window showed that the power that supported the sanctuary of laziness and defeat had disappeared, and because of this the dungeon would soon disappear. Looking to the side, Kai answered with disbelief that this was very strange. His gaze looked forward in fear. The guy himself felt some kind of presence. Seeing a pack of monsters running towards Kai, the hero asked whether the boss would still allow him to meet his master. Seeing how more and more animals were running, the guy asked the monster if this was also part of the test. Still holding his sword up, the boss looked at Kai, answering that he could already feel that presence, so it wasn't the end. A huge number of monsters were heading towards the boy. Standing to the side, Kai understood that there would soon be a lot of them, so he would have to protect them all. The guild members thought that they could go back with smiles on their faces. The heroes smiled among themselves, talking next to each other. Starting to generate power with his fists, the boy understood that he could avoid such a disadvantageous situation, after which he would have no reason to grow further. Standing completely in power and magic, Kai confidently looked forward. The system window showed that the skills were activated, so if the boy protected the weak, his existential power would grow. Monsters flew and ran towards the guild members. People shouted that they had spotted them 730 meters to the east, drones were destroyed, and heat sources of strange medium-sized monsters were detected in the south. Robin looked ahead confidently, shouting to everyone that this was a special place, so they needed to hold out until the dungeon disappeared and prepare their magic. Preparing their power, the guild members looked away in fear, answering that these were not even waves of monsters and no one expected that there would be such problems here. The guy sighed loudly, shouting throughout the area. Kai told everyone to gather together. Running up to Kai, Robin replied that if they gathered together, they would only provoke the monsters even more. Spreading his arms in different directions, Kai looked at the floor, thinking about what martial arts he could use now. His foot pushed off the ground. Quickly running forward, Kai decided to attract all the attention of the monsters. The monsters were heading towards the guild members. Approaching the monsters, the guy decided to use all his power. Jumping up with his power, Kai let the monsters go ahead. Putting his hand forward, the hero looked at the monsters using the heavenly finger. The power quickly passed through the monsters' bodies. One of the monsters looked away angrily. Quickly running forward, Kai saw monsters heading for him from behind. The magic finger was extended forward again. The hero's magic shards passed through the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, Kai quickly jumped out of the forest. A pack of monsters were heading for the guy's body. Looking back with his peripheral vision, the hero continued to run quickly. Robin looked into the distance with confusion, wondering what was going on. Rain looked at all the guild members, loudly shouting to go and help Kai. Creating magic fields, the heroes began to understand that they needed to use skills since the monsters were gathered in one place and mainly used area spells. Running forward, Kai saw how the monsters behind him began to explode one after another. People looked at the explosions in fear, realizing that something could happen to Kai himself in this way. Quickly running in different directions, the main character loudly shouted for them to continue since he was dodging attacks. Creating a huge flame, the monsters began to burn. Someone's paw was approaching the guy. A huge monster was slowly approaching Kai from behind. Looking forward, Robin loudly shouted at the hero to be careful from behind. Turning back, Kai saw the monster jumping towards him. With the help of a huge explosion, the monster flew in different directions. Despite the strength of the warriors, the monster managed to survive. The laser passed quickly. Kai began to hit the beast with his magic sword with quick movements. The guild warriors looked forward in surprise, their mouths wide open. The monsters continued to explode with the help of the magic of their members. Robin clenched his teeth tiredly, and using his strength, he realized that the martial arts master was much stronger than he thought. The guys stood confidently on the defense. One of the heroes closed his eyes, realizing that thanks to the fact that Kai attracted the attention of the monsters, they were able to focus on the attack. The monster looked ahead. Kai tried to run away from it to the side, but the monster did not lag behind. Jumping to the side, the hero began to use his strength holding the sword. With the help of a strong flow of his energy, the hero rushed high into the air. The paws of the monster lay on the ground. Kai stood calmly, hearing how the monster fell to the ground behind him. The warriors of the guild looked ahead in fear, not knowing how to react to this. Small monsters lay dead on the ground. The lech was filled with dead bodies of monsters. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Kai began to think if it was all over. Looking ahead in surprise, the guy heard loud joyful cries behind him. Running up to Kai, the guild began to praise the hero for being so charming. Behind all the people stood a dissatisfied Reddy. Looking confidently ahead, the guy understood that he needed to kill as many people as he could before the dungeon closed, otherwise his master would be furious. Looking at the silhouette of Kai standing, the guy understood that he first needed to get rid of the most dangerous guy. Holding a knife in his hands, the hero looked around to make sure no one was watching. Standing behind Kai, Ruddy swung the knife. Blood splashed in all directions across the area. With a smile on his face, Ruddy looked ahead, surprised that it was so easy. Suddenly, his gaze immediately changed to a frightened one. Kai was holding Ruddy's hand, in which there was a knife stuck. The guy's own weapon was in his own hand. Kai looked at Ruddy with incomprehension, asking him what he was doing. The knife was still stuck in the hero's hand. Looking ahead with dissatisfaction, the hero clenched his teeth. Looking at Ruddy, Kai calmly ordered him to kneel down and drop the dagger, and then agree to cooperate so that he would not kill him. Stepping back, the guy calmly replied that Kai himself did not even know who his master was. Laughing, Ruddy watched the hero, replying that this was not the end and that he was just a weak hunter. A few seconds later, standing in the center, Ruddy began to shout loudly that Kai had attacked him. The guild warriors looked forward in fear, not understanding who had attacked whom. Showing everyone his wounded hand, Ruddy replied that Kai had hit him. Turning to all the guild members, the main character calmly replied that this man had tried to stealthily kill him, but the dagger had gotten stuck in him because he had managed to fight back. Two guys looked at the camera, but could not see anything since the scene was not visible. Continuing to look at all the people, Ruddy asked them to help him. Palmer looked at the hero thoughtfully, answering that he did not believe that Kai would do such a thing. Looking at each other, the people from the guild answered that this man was always kind of irritated, so most likely he was simply going to kill him out of envy. Holding the warriors by the shoulders, Ruddy asked each one about what they believed because they were only treated to meat. Standing in the middle, Robin loudly shouted at the guy to stop, since they would consider him guilty. With smiles on their faces, the guild members answered that they thought exactly the same. Quickly taking a knife out of his hand, Ruddy asked everyone what they were doing. The entire area was covered in a green poisonous fog that came out of the guy's body. Angrily looking at Ruddy, everyone began to understand that after all, he was guilty and no one else. One of the heroes with a smile on his face and an axe in his hands answered that he would deal with him. Looking ahead, the boy said that he was a B-rank hunter and Ruddy was at best a C, so he was not that strong. Gaining strength, Ruddy gritted his teeth, shouting at the hero that it was too late. Stretching his hands forward, the magic of the fourth circle, Wave Snake Fang, came out of the boy's body. The magic confidently directed at the boy, who was looking straight at the snake. Putting his axe forward, the hero tried to take all the power coming to him. The pendant on the boy's neck shattered into pieces. Looking ahead in surprise, the hero thought about how he would fight without his protective artifact. A few seconds later, the boy fell to the ground, starting to twitch in different directions. Ruddy looked ahead in surprise, glad that the B-rank hunter was writhing in pain because of his attack. Continuing to direct the flow of power, the hero shouted for everyone to die. His feet firmly stood on the ground. Approaching Ruddy, Kai shouted that the end was coming only for him. Looking askance at the protagonist, Ruddy extended his hands forward, including the cursed dagger and challenge. The fragments quickly flew towards the guy. The hero's hand confidently held the magic sword. Training and doing various techniques, Kai understood that the pinnacle of the soft series of martial arts is a complete reflection, and an ideal body for martial arts is a heavenly martial body. There can also be an excellent understanding of the principles of martial arts, or a state of perfection. When all this is combined, the technique of the current sword is obtained. The system window began to show the guy that he created a new martial art and his existential strength is growing. Looking confidently forward, his hands extended weapons with a flow of power. Magic daggers confidently flew forward. Swinging his weapons, Kai put them away in different directions. Looking forward in surprise, Ruddy shouted that this was outrageous, since this skill was given to him by the Constellation. Coming closer, Kai told the guy not to rely so much on his Constellation. Kai used the power of the Soul Origin, putting his palm forward and placing it on Ruddy's stomach. The hero flew away tiredly, not understanding, putting his hands forward. A few seconds later, the guys watched as the guy lay motionless on the ground. Ruddy's body still emitted light. The magical power protected his body, so he was able to avoid his death. With a smile on his face, the hero looked down at all the guys, answering that he would not let it end like this, so he would exterminate as many hunters as he could. Raising his dagger up, Ruddy used the poisonous cloud of life force transmission. Kai looked at the sitting guy, surprised that he had not stopped yet. A few seconds later, one guy began to run towards Kai. Waving his hand, the hero apologized for taking so long, answering that he would sort everything out now. Looking to the side at Ruddy's magical power, the guy asked what it was. His hand was put forward, applying drops of detoxification rain. The magic field rose quickly into the sky. With the help of the power of this magic field, a downpour began to form. The clouds with the downpour took over Ruddy's power, not allowing him to do anything. With tears and defeat in his eyes, the guy covered himself with his hands from the downpour, thinking that this was the real end. The hero's body began to lie motionless on the ground. Ruddy and his assistant calmly watched this, saying nothing. Standing under the downpour, Kai raised his head up, thinking that this was the end of it. Morning was coming. The guild members continued to stand quietly on the territory, talking among themselves. Kai stood with his assistant, asking him if he had many monsters there, since he had arrived much later. In front of the guy stood his own clan, who were saying some of their ideas. The assistant, with tears and fatigue, asked Kai not to leave him with them ever again. A portal appeared in front of the heroes. The system window showed that they had cleared the dungeon, which caused the portal to the original location to be activated. Kai looked at his system window in surprise. The message showed the boy that he was entitled to a dungeon reward because he had passed the test of the shrine. Dungeon rewards are various things that are given personally to the person who fulfilled certain conditions in the dungeon. This is different from the compensation for survival, so this time, only Kai received a reward. Looking at the system window in surprise, the boy understood that as an incentive, he was chosen as the successor of the goddess of defeat and laziness, so now Kaf will inherit the power of the said constellation. The light blinded the hero's face. Kai looked forward, covering his eyes with his palm from the light. Ahead, the silhouette of a goddess with one incredibly bright glowing eye appeared. Being in the sky, the girl looked at Kai, answering that a lot of time has passed since her last awakening. The hero opened his mouth wide in surprise. The goddess, standing next to the boy, asked him not to be surprised. The foot stepped on some surface. Looking down, Kai was surprised because it was soft. Looking at the hero, the goddess answered that she would teach him everything he should do as a servant of the constellation. Opening his mouth uncertainly, Kai said that he was also a constellation. The heroine, saying nothing, sat in her place. Closing her eyes, the goddess held her head, answering that only mortals can enter the dungeon, so the boy cannot be a constellation. Confidently looking forward, Kai answered that she was wrong. Looking attentively at the girl, the hero said that he came here to deceive the other constellations. Looking at Kai, the goddess answered him that he had great ambitions and a delightful constellation. The guy, shaking his head in different directions, asked the girl if the constellations always find successors in this way and pass on their power to them. With a smile on her face, the goddess answered that this place has a very long history. In the distant past, there was one kingdom in the abyss which was ruled by the heroine. The goddess had her own warriors. Despite her desire to lose, she simply continued to win over and over again, which increased the amount of work she had to do. After a while, the goddess sealed herself in shackles as she was tired of victories in her power. Turning away from Kai, the heroine told him that he got mixed up in all this, acting like a mortal, and she herself would say that he was quite an interesting creature. Lying on the couch and watching TV, the goddess answered that Kai did not need her anymore and he himself could gain authority and then increase it. Raising his hand forward, the main character told the girl that he still had many questions. Putting his magic hand up, the guy said that it was said that he inherited the power, but his existential power did not increase. The hero began to think what it could mean. With a smile on her face, the goddess scratched her head, answering that the reason is that he has almost no existential power left, so the hero inherited these crumbs. Continuing to look away, the girl answered that authority is much more important, and there are always ways to increase existential power. Standing further away from the goddess, Kai asked about the fact that shouldn't he be prohibited from getting a reputation for defeat and laziness. Pointing a finger forward at the guy, the goddess began to tell him that he misunderstood everything. Remembering all the moments, the girl answered that victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same applies to training. Kai stood in the ring. The goddess began to ask him whether it would be considered a defeat or a victory if he lost with the intent of cheating. Fantasizing as the hero sits in the hall, the goddess asks him if he considers it training or laziness if he takes a break to recuperate. Showing all her inner strength, the girl answers that the guy is a young constellation, so he needs to train according to his qualities, but then over time, when the guy fully understands what reputation is, it itself will become his quality. Remembering different constellations, the goddess answers that many of them are busy increasing their existential power and unleashing wars. But still, in the end, what is much more important for the constellation is the awakening of its power and its own qualities. Kai looked ahead in surprise, answering that everything is clear to him. The area around the hero began to glow brightly. The system window began to say that he came to understand the qualities of the constellation and his existential power is growing. And the skill of enlightenment was opened, due to which the guy is no longer bound by the qualities of the constellation. Standing behind the goddess, the guy thanked her for letting him know all this. The goddess stood with her back to the guy, hearing about whether he could call her sometimes if he was her successor. The girl smiled, answering that he could do it, but it was better to try without it since Kai was a kind boy. Coming up behind the protagonist, the girl hoped that he would not do it often. A few seconds later, the guy was alone. The system window showed that his meeting with the goddess of laziness was over, so after the guy left the shrine, he would return to Earth. Turning his head back, the guy understood that he needed to think about things on a larger scale and understand their essence. Remembering what he was doing, the guy understood that before he was devoted to his martial arts, but now he was trying himself in cooking, Maria, and other things. Kai's body emitted magic and power. People watched as the boy exited the portal, so they began to ask what happened there. After exiting the portal, Kai understood that training is not just a small part of life, since everything that happens in everyday life can be considered training. Turning his head forward, the hero began to understand that his thinking should become more flexible and then he will train without restrictions. Keeping his hands in fists, Kai understood that he can become even stronger. The door led to the corporation of the Alliance of Small Constellations. The girl excitedly walked around the room. Kai, standing behind her, began to greet her. The heroine looked at the guy, answering that they lost contact with him as soon as he entered the dungeon. The room was glowing. The heroine thoughtfully sat at the table, thinking that this was a servant who had made a contract with the constellation of the demonic god and a contract with the constellation of Sloth. The girl waved her hands and answered that if the contract was valid, there was nothing wrong with it, so when Kai could figure it out, it would become his strength. Kai waved his hands and answered with confusion that he still had no idea how he could use reputation when it came to defeat and laziness. Sitting with the guy, the heroine began to suggest experiencing defeat due to laziness. Kai, looking at the heroine, decided to end the conversation, asking her if they had found anything about the traitor with the poison knife. The girl, sitting dissatisfied on the chair, answered that it did not seem like the traitor was strong enough for the constellation, since in terms of rank in the constellation war, Kai was about on the same level with him. Remembering the traitor, the heroine answered that there were rumors about him, that he specialized in various schemes and tricks, and he was also a real nuisance, since his servant or subordinate could arrange a surprise attack. The heroine waved her finger and replied that the hero's name was beginning to be mentioned in the Constellation game. Memories and the cat's words appeared in her head, which certainly attracted the attention of the constellations. The system windows showed Kai's constellation rank, and the guy himself began to understand that he needed to be more careful from now on. City, a bus was stopping. clan members confidently began to get off. The heroes stood to the side in surprise. Kai looked around the place, asking the guys why they had to eat here, despite the fact that they could eat anywhere. The heroes confidently walked into the restaurant, answering Kai that he, being in New York, should go to George's Hunter. George's Hunter is one of the few restaurants in the world that cooks monster meat. The clan entered the restaurant. The guys looked ahead in surprise and anger, hearing one person complain about the food because something was missing. The guy sat at the table, displeased, answering that the meat should drip oil when bitten. The guy from the clan looked at this and laughed, since of all places he chose to complain to Hunter George. The guy looked at the guys with displeasure, asking about them being from the Ikaros clan. The heroes slowly approached the guy, answering that he was a Rain. Shaking Kai's hand, the guy thanked him for what happened in the dungeon. After a few seconds, the guy began to think about something. Remembering the dish that Kai cooked for them then, Rain answered that he asked to recreate it, but the cooks could not do it. The chef looked at the guys in surprise, not believing that Kaf cooked a dish from a monster. The chef looked away with displeasure, realizing that cooking monsters is a very rare skill and only the chef himself can cook only dishes from monsters, and people with the same talent, but a different vision aroused real interest in him. Approaching Kai, the chef began to ask him for one favor. Looking at the main character, the chef began to ask him to create a master class on the dish that he cooked in the dungeon. A few seconds later, the guy was already standing in the kitchen. Closing his eyes, Kai thought that he forgot here and shouldn't he learn from the chef how to cook food. The chef looked closely at the main character, answering that he was counting on him. Preparing with thoughts, Kai told the chef that he did not know how to cook as well, so you cannot expect something large scale from him. Looking at the meat, the guy asked if it was a minotaur, to which the hero received a positive answer from the chef. Kai began to slowly cut the meat. Holding a piece of meat with one hand, the boy channeled his power and magic into it to soften the ingredient. After a few seconds, his hand stopped touching the now soft minotaur meat. The chef looked at the soft piece in surprise, replying that they would normally have to accumulate mana for several hours. Ruck took the knife. Putting it forward and filling it with power, the guy watched this with confidence. With quick movements, the pieces began to be cut. Suddenly, pieces of minotaur meat fell from different sides. The perfect pieces all flew up. The cooks looked up in surprise, watching all this. Kai began to add seasonings to the meat, asking the cook for permission. Holding the pieces in his hands, the chef said that he would use magic to create a unique flavor. Looking sideways at the cook, Kai said that his approach was very similar. The flame of the true fire of Samaji appeared from his hands. A few seconds later, a piece of meat lay on the plate. Watching all this process, the chef told the guy that he was incredible. Meat was carried around the restaurant. Rain ate the meat with admiration, answering that this was the same as in the dungeon. Kai removed his apron and looking at the cook answered that he learned a lot from him. The chef with a smile on his face told the guy not to thank him. The system window showed that the chef admired his unique culinary abilities, so Kai's existential strength was growing. The hero's body began to glow brightly and burn again. The system window showed the guy that the advanced cooking of the abyss had become stronger. Skyscraper. Kai sat opposite the guy, telling something. Remembering all the moments with the guy, the man could not understand how he became like this, if before he was a kid who ate chicken breast on top of chicken breast sauce. The hero looked at Kai with displeasure, answering that his question was about the dungeon. Thinking about what was in the dungeon, all the encounters with monsters and all the difficulties, Kai answered that there was nothing and he was simply attacked by a servant of the demon god Constellation, who was not very strong. Looking closely at Kai, the man understood that he had done an excellent job. With a smile on his face, the hero looked at the guy, answering that he called him at the right time. Turning his head to the side, Kai began to look at someone. The door handle opened. The president of the dragon artifact entered the office. Looking at Kai, the man asked if he had an idea of what the dragon artifact does. Watching the guy, the hero asked Kai if he knew what a monster core was. Thinking about scientists, the heroes said that this is a collection of monster mana and now many companies are developing their energy business. Many scientists are starting to make various artifacts from mana. Many things are various decorations, trinkets. Calmly looking into the distance, the man answered that among all this, there is one of the leading companies in the field of artifacts, made from the core as their company, the Dragon Artifact. Kai sat on a chair with incomprehension, thinking about why they should get acquainted, but hearing in response that having more connections is always good and useful, since the development of artifacts requires a hunter who will help test them. The man looked at the two guys, answering that they should all cooperate for his sake. The two guys were walking down the street. Laughing, the man looked out the window at Kai, answering that later he will ask him to become president. The heroes were walking down the street. Looking at the president, Kai asked him what he should do regarding the development of artifacts. Thinking about the competition, the hero answered that there are many people who are interested in this business and what happens behind the scenes is quite cruel. Kai looked in surprise at the man who asked him to help them find a researcher. There is one outstanding artifact researcher in the world who has successfully developed the latest third circle magic in an artificial artifact, which means that he has techniques that have exceeded existing limits. Waving his hands, the president replied that their company tried to sign an official contract with him, but unfortunately they lost contact. Among all the people, the developers of the legend artifacts are becoming increasingly suspicious. Looking at the man, Kai asked him what he needed so that he could go to the legend and pick up the researcher from there. A few seconds later, the guy began to leave, answering that he would be back soon. Stopping in surprise, Kai said that he was walking alone. Looking at the time on his phone, the guy decided to take advantage of this to have the opportunity to teach them. With a smile on his face, the president was glad that Kai was behaving normally. The Legend Research Center guards stood at the fence, protecting the territory. A clan of people sat in the bushes. Looking forward, Kai told everyone that they would penetrate forward and pull the man out. Turning his head back, the guy replied that not all of them could enter, so he would only lead those who met the requirements. Hands went up. Looking sideways at the guy told everyone to raise their hands if they were sure that they would be stealthy. Looking at the two guys, Kai said that they would follow him, and even if they did not like it, he did not need loyalty that would put their lives at risk. The girl calmly looked at the guy, answering that they would go because they wanted to. A few seconds later, the guys started running. Running forward, the heroes thought about how they were going to get past the guards. The other members, who were in the bushes, thought that Kai probably already had a plan for this, since he may have prepared some special equipment that could disable the protection. The alarm started working. Kai and the guys looked at him in surprise. From the territory, the guards' screams were heard, wondering what was going on and where to go. Kai looked to the side and asked everyone to stop. Closing his eyes and putting his hands forward, power began to appear. The ears began to hear more and more clearly. The guards ran forward, shouting to catch the one who signed the contract with the Master of Twisted Illusions. Kai thought about the Master of Illusions with his eyes closed. In the world, this is a powerful constellation of an evil god that captured Mexico. Sighing, Yi threw his head down, answering that he occupies 127th place in the ranking and it would be difficult for him to cope. The TV worked slowly. The goddess of laziness was lying on the couch. Kai entered the girl's world through the portal. Turning her head displeasedly, the heroine answered the guy that he should only call her once every 1,000 years, and she herself told him not to come when he needed to. But then the guy asked where the Master of Illusions was. Seeing through the portal, the goddess who was lying on the couch, answering that he was snotty. Remembering her constellations, the goddess answered that during her active times, she was always attentive to what other constellations thought and watched the various constellations around her. Suddenly, the goddess unexpectedly remembered the actor of slowness and silence. This is one of the most famous constellations of the evil god on Earth, although it did not commit any noticeable actions, but at the same time, he captured northern China during the Great Invasion. Thinking, Kai understood that the Master was a very strong constellation and, moreover, he was a subordinate of the Master of Silence himself. Looking at the goddess, the hero asked her if he knew anything about the Master of Silence. Laughing, the heroine answered that now only the Master of Illusions was important, so you need to focus on him. Displeased, the goddess saw how the guy answered that he would always call her until the battle ended. A thoughtful Kai stood on the territory. Looking to the side, the guy answered that someone was confronting the legend hunters and in the meantime he would take someone. Approaching the gate, the guy asked them to hold out. Looking askance at the guys, Calf answered that he was planning to run with him in his arms. Grabbing the heroes by the bodies, the guy confidently walked to the gate. The head looked up. Looking at the high tower, the guy began to understand that there was someone hostage there. The heroes looked up in surprise. With the help of the flow, the heroes rose up. Two people looked forward in fear, not knowing how to react to this. The leg confidently stood on something solid. The hero's body, with the help of its already magic, goes along the glass. The head confidently looked forward. The girl looked into the distance in fear, answering that this is a real art of movement. A few seconds later, putting the guys down, the guy said that they had arrived. The hero's hand began to radiate magic and light. The heroes stood on the building, doing nothing. A few seconds later, the glass broke into small pieces and fragments, letting the heroes through. A man with a rag over his eyes was sitting on a chair. The man asked fearfully who they were. Coming closer to the guy, Kai answered that they were all from the dragon artifact, and then asked if he was the same person with whom the contract was supposed to be. We are transferred to the man. He has a blindfold over his eyes, and he fearfully asks who is here. The protagonist appears in the room with his comrades. He says that they are from the dragon artifact, to which the man replies that they came to save him. Let them take off this blindfold. The guy bends down, removes the blindfold from the man, to which he replies that there is still a battle outside and that they used all their forces. He then imagined the mages attacking each other, saying that no, those people weren't them. Anyway, they were going to sign a contract with the dragon. They could definitely see for themselves that he was brought here against his will. The protagonist pointed behind him, saying that was great, then they would take him out of here right now. The man turned around and told them to stop. His friend was in the next room. They couldn't save him either. Kai pulled out a golden sword from the portal, saying that of course. Then he swung it and cut the wall into pieces. A blindfolded young man appeared in front of him. Looking at him, Kai asked that it was his friend. The man rushed towards him, saying that it was him and that they had come to save them. The boy asked how he got here. The protagonist's eye turned blue, and he thought that he was a Korean. He should check. The guy turned around in surprise at the protagonist, and a system message with his characteristics appeared in front of Kai, after which he thought that he was a hunter. Could he be? A second later, he put his sword to the guy's throat. Looking menacingly ahead, he said that he knew that he was a hunter. He had 3 seconds to say his goals. The guy put his hand on his chest and shouted that he also came here to rescue his friend. The protagonist put his sword away, asking that he was also an industrial spy. He did not believe that Korean clans also have industrial spies. It was surprising. The man, displeasedly putting his hand out to his friend, shouted that weren't they friends. Looking at them, the protagonist replied that they should talk about it later. For starters, it would not hurt them to get out. A second later, the ground shook and everyone turned around in fear. Someone shouted what was going on. Looking at the street, they saw a skyscraper fall on a neighboring building. A large crystal appeared in the sky, and we were told that it was a servant of the Master of Perverted Illusions. Kai, looking at the crystal, shouted that they needed to be more careful, after which he thought that, having found itself in a difficult situation, the constellation of the evil god decided to summon a servant. The crystal aimed at them, after which it rushed down at great speed. Kai, looking at it, frowned, after which he struck the enemy with all his might with his sword. Everyone in the building raised their hands in fear, dodging the fragments. The crystal was thrown back. The girl, looking around, shouted that the building was collapsing. Kai, looking at her, answered that everyone should follow him. They would get out. Fragments began to fall from the skyscraper, and then there was a loud explosion. The wall of the house broke off and fell to the ground. The protagonist ran out into the street to the 2 guards. The guys, looking at them, shouted who they were, and Kai, clenching his fist, thought that in the end they were caught anyway. The guy, looking in their direction, shouted for them to identify themselves. The girl stood up, wondering if they would really have to fight. The protagonist raised his hand, answering that now they were being threatened by the servants of the constellation. They were here to help. The guy, clenching his fists, answered that they had no idea who they were and why no one reported them in advance. The protagonist answered that because there could be spies among them. Hearing this, the guy frowned with displeasure, asking how this was possible, and then thought that although he looked very suspicious, he spoke quite confidently. The protagonist looked at the girl, asking if he was serious. She answered something. He was going to use the constellation servant from the very beginning. The guy looked at the crystal, then asked what they did that this thing appeared. The girl answered that they themselves do not know. Strangers performed a ritual, and it appeared. The protagonist raised his head. A system message appeared in front of him that the summoned servants will not last long, after which he thought that he was sure that after some time it will definitely return back. The only question is how long it will take. A dark aura appeared around the crystal, after which it began to fall down. In the last seconds, Kai dodged. The crystal quickly soared into the air. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered why it was now aimed at him. He imagined himself rolling in his head, and a system message appeared in front of him that, apparently, he was being kept under control, since he had been receiving a lot of attention lately, and also, it seemed, he was of interest to the constellation. The crystal began to glow brightly. A dark aura appeared around it and a system message that the god wanted to know what the protagonist was capable of, and if Kai was capable, to provide him with a place among the lower servants. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist said that he was determined to be one of those who recruit people by insulting them. It was necessary to protect their comrade. The crystal rushed down at great speed. Kai put out his sword, covering himself from its blow. Sparks began to fly in all directions, after which the protagonist managed to throw the crystal back. But he himself was thrown back too. He tried to stay on his feet, putting his hand in front of him, after which he pushed off the ground with all his might. They approached each other at great speed. A fierce fight began between them. Explosions were visible everywhere. The protagonist, holding out his sword, blocked the crystal. He watched the sparks, frowning menacingly. Suddenly, he noticed how the crystal began to crack, after which a strong explosion of mana occurred, pushing Kai back. chains began to come from the crystal. They tied up several people, and they screamed in fear, asking what this was. It was the protagonist who screamed in fear, asking what kind of skill this was. The goddess answered him that it seemed to be the power that makes others temporarily betray their allies. A huge crowd of people in suits headed towards the protagonist. They all smiled as one, laughing maliciously, and Kai wondered if this was really the power of the constellation. The guy rushed at his ally, and he screamed in fear, asking what was happening. And the maddened people pounced on their comrades, and they began to scream. What was wrong with them? They were fighting in the wrong direction. The protagonist extended his hand towards the girl, shouting for her to signal everyone to come in. A yellow aura appeared around him, and a system message that the skill suppress the strong, help the weak was activated. His power increases. If he can defeat all the hunters in this area, the skill overcome yourself is activated. After that, the guy rushed at the man. Suddenly, someone's finger appeared behind him. The protagonist stabbed it into the enemy's neck with a precise blow, thinking that it was a point block. The guy flew back a few meters. The other infected looked menacingly in front of them. A second later, the protagonist, like lightning, struck everyone. Turning around, he saw people falling to the ground dead. The monk, clenching his fist, opened his mouth, thinking that it was incredible how long he trained to reach such a level. The guy, looking at the protagonist, told him to stop because he could hurt him like that, to which Kai replied that he shouldn't worry. He was being extremely careful. He looked at the crystal, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the radiance of the illusion was delighted with the protagonist's ability, saying that Kai was good enough to become his servant. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned in displeasure, thinking that he would take especially good care of his master during the Battle of the Constellations, after which a blue aura appeared around his sword. Frowning, he thought that he would pierce him with one blow, gathering all the energy of the sword. After which he swung. A huge wave rushed towards the crystal. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. The crystal exploded, causing a bright flash. For a moment later, people saw that everything was fine with him. There was a magical barrier around him, and Kai thought that he had not caused him a single scratch. Remembering the infected people in his head, he saw a system message that she was not bad at all, and he was demonstrating the power of his master, a red hallucination. The protagonist looked in surprise at the hands in which the sphere appeared, wondering what this sudden gift was for. The crystal addressed him, saying that they would have to say goodbye, after which Kai raised his head in displeasure, seeing his opponent enter the portal. Looking at him, he shouted for him to stop, but a second later, the crystal disappeared. The protagonist lowered his head in displeasure, wondering what it was. He simply said what he wanted and left. The guy, watching from behind cover, said that he drove away the servant they tried so hard to summon. A second later, looking at the people, someone shouted that they should not worry, because the hunters had fought each other, now they only needed to finish them off. The warriors in dark cloaks rushed forward, adding that they could handle it even without the help of the Constellation servant. The protagonist stepped forward, telling them to form a line behind him. He looked menacingly forward, after which he surrounded his comrades with an aura. A system message appeared in front of him that he had trained and led the mortals. He had awakened a new power. He had opened the skill sword formation. After which they rushed at the crowd of opponents. A system message appeared that these people believed in the author of the training. In addition to the skill, they also received additional bonuses. The protagonist's allies began to push the opponents one by one. Two guys teamed up and hit their common enemy with a fist, after which the guy, swinging, hit the warrior in the stomach. Looking at his comrades in fear, he shouted why they were able to counterattack. Another, running away, added that they were using some strange combination of attacks, they needed to retreat. Meanwhile, the protagonist with a slight movement of his hand neutralized one of them. The girl clenched her fist, after which she delivered a precise blow to the back of her opponent. We are carried to the gate. People look at each other in surprise. Someone is dragging the wounded. The guy, smiling, stretches out his hand, saying that this is amazing. From what he heard, it seems that the protagonist is a hunter, and he came to help his friend. Since they are from the same clan, the protagonist answered something like this, to which his new comrade said that I understand, then he will give him a reward later. Turning to his guard, he asked how many losses were not suffered, to which he replied, none. The guy, looking at his guard in surprise, asked that this is impossible, let him check again, to which his comrade replied that the information is reliable, they just fainted, but no one died. Hearing this, the guy, looking at the protagonist, thought that then everything looked more like some kind of aimless rampage. He can't believe that he didn't kill anyone, maybe he was just lucky. The big guy quickly ran down, stopping. He looked menacingly in front of him, asking if everything was okay. Kai silently looked in front of him for a few seconds, added what he was doing here. The guy, smiling, raised his hand, saying that he had a great friend. He said that he came here to help, because he knew that there would be an ambush here, that this couldn't be true. Kai looked at his friend, asking if they could step back for a second. We are carried to the fence. Someone shouts what he just said. The big guy grabs the protagonist by the collar, discontentedly saying that he wants to kidnap him. He's completely crazy, to which Kai replied that those guys kidnapped him first. The big guy furrowed his brows and added that he even heard the protagonist answer what the problem was, as if a war had started. Stepping aside, the guy scratched his head, answering that this matter was actually entrusted to him by the chairman, his father. We are transported to a skyscraper. Someone shouts that what is the point of all this? The man, looking at the city, says what he has achieved with his power during all this time. Turning around, he adds that he should stop talking nonsense and let him return to the family. He has already prepared a place for him. Let him consider this his last chance, because he is a useless brat. The guy looked ahead in fear for a few seconds. We are transported back. Kai, looking at him, asks that if he is being treated so badly, then why is he staying? The big guy answered that he really thinks that everything is that simple. Kai put his hand on his shoulder, answering that he will give him advice as his clansman. Looking at the guy, he added that if he can't stand firmly on his feet, he will soon reach the limit of strength. If he wants to break all ties with his family and stay in the clan, his comrade will help him. The big guy asked in surprise what he thinks. He will do this for him. It's just ridiculous. The protagonist, stepping aside, raised his hand, answering that why does it seem so to him? Let him think about it carefully, and they are returning. After which Kai slammed the car door, and they quickly drove away. And the big guy clenched his fist, clutching his head. He laughed, asking what he should do. We are transferred to the main control of the dragon artifact. The man comes outside in surprise. A car appears in front of him. Looking at it, he asks in fear what it is. The car slows down. A guy appears inside. The man runs to him, smiling broadly, to which he says he created problems for him. Coming closer, the man asks if everything is okay, to which his friend replies that everything worked out thanks to the people he sent. Looking ahead in surprise, his friend says that he was worried about the appearance of the servants of the demon god Constellation. Kai, looking at him, was about to say something. Then he pointed his finger back, adding that everything went smoothly. These guys also helped. They should be rewarded. The man spread his hands and replied that, of course, by the way, since they are already here, would I like to watch in company? The protagonist, looking at the skyscrapers, replied that it sounded good. They went inside and followed along the corridor. Passing by people, the protagonist, turning around, thought that so this is where artifacts are created. It is something like a forge. A system message appeared in front of him that the kitten says that he can't wait to see human blacksmiths. Smiling, he grabbed a frying pan and a knife, and the protagonist asked that he was also an outstanding blacksmith. He replied that he asked not to forget who made his equipment. The man pointed his hand forward, adding that they create prototypes here. Let him pass. The door slowly began to open. Inside, they saw a huge device and many scientists. The mechanism was forming an artifact. The protagonist, approaching, asked what it was, to which the man replied that he wanted to take a closer look. Kai, looking at the device, saw a crystal. Folding his arms, he thought that this was incredible. He thought that blacksmiths worked here. The kitten opened its mouth in displeasure, shouting that these were not blacksmiths at all. He imagined blacksmiths in his head, adding that a forge is a place where craftsmen work right in front of a scorching flame, and these vile people dare to use robots. This is wrong. Raising his hammer, his eyes sparkled and he said that he would show these people what a real forge is. Kai replied that he was going to show them, decided to come here and create a couple of artifacts with them. Having lowered himself, the protagonist thought that maybe creating artifacts would be interesting. After which he turned around and asked if he could come in and try to create an artifact. The man replied that he did not understand why he needed to do that. Smiling, the protagonist said that he just wanted to try at least once. It would be great if he allowed it. The man replied that if he insisted, then fine. Kai approached the machine. The scientists, looking at him, wondered what he thought. Creating artifacts is so easy. Next to him, the guy continued to think that he seriously puts on so much airs just because he is a hunter. The protagonist raised his fist, surrounded by mana, after which he hit the pedestal with all his might. Seeing this, the scientist opened his mouth wide, thinking about what he was using his hands for this. The guys ran up to him, saying what he was doing, warming up. The protagonist replied that they should not worry. If he broke something, he would compensate for everything. To which he began to inflict a huge number of blows. Several bright flashes occurred. The man, watching this, thought that this was an incredible martial art. Next to him, his comrade also thought that this is how to use the Azure Iron Stone. The protagonist continued to strike, and the kitten said that his art is very useful. He says to strike a couple hundred more times. Kai continued to hit the stone. Suddenly he stopped, looking menacingly in front of him. We were told that a fist imbued with internal energy is stronger than any blacksmith's tool. It will not be difficult for him to turn any metal into dust. A sword appeared in front of Kai, from which smoke came out, and the kitten said that he treated its abilities too frivolously, and it would be nice to fill it with attributes. The protagonist stretched out his hand to his creation, thinking that the Azure Iron Stones have an ice attribute, so he uses martial arts with ice energy. Frowning, he thought about what he needed to confirm. He looked at the artifact. A system message appeared in front of him that it was a short blue ice sword. Durability 200 out of 200, attack power and ice energy 120. The skill of Blessing of the Storm, ice energy can be used. Raising the blade, Kai said that it seemed to be finished. Someone approached him, asking that he had done this before. He put his weapon forward, answering that it was the first time. They should not be surprised. First they will check its characteristics. The man, raising the sword, replied that there was no need for even a check. Everything is so clear, it is simply incredible. Handing the blade to his comrade, he added that he would tell him more after the assessment. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. The man brought it to his ear, saying that Kai was currently inspecting the company to wait a second. Then he handed the phone to the protagonist. A mustachioed guy appeared in front of us, putting his hand on his belt. He asked if Kai was still excited by the amount of money their company was earning. Looking around, the protagonist calmly answered that he was not very. Looking away, the guy said that they should stop talking about it. He had received an invitation from one person. Stepping aside, the protagonist replied that it was from the chairman. What did he need from him? The guy did not answer. He himself did not really know. After which Kai, frowning, asked what he wanted to avenge for the incident. The guy said that he didn't think so. They were the ones who kidnapped him first, so this is their compensation. That's all. Although this old man is still a villain. He imagined the guy with a side of wine in his head, adding that not a day, then a new plan. Kai looked away and said that if something went wrong, wouldn't it be better for him to destroy them on the spot? He thought it was better not to send him alone. The guy replied that it would be better for them to think about it the next day. We are transported to the Icarus clan a day later. The protagonist in a suit is walking down the steps. Suddenly, what about you? He notices and stops. A tall girl appears in front of him, opens the door, tells him to sit down. The car starts to hum and move. The protagonist inside turns around and asks that his friend hates the Parker family. Is he really that evil? The girl replied that she couldn't say for sure. She grabbed the bottle, and Kai continued to say that aren't all chairmen the same. She replied that they are all greedy, heartless and cold-blooded. Maybe he invited him just to find out what he is capable of. She poured 2 glasses of wine, adding that rich people hate to feel curious. Then she pulled out a glass with a smile, adding that he shouldn't worry, because she would be with him. She would show him how to behave and show others. We are transported to a party. A man, smiling, approaches an old man, and someone says that that man is the president, and the one in front of him is the president of another clan. The protagonist, watching them, replies that this means absolutely nothing to him, and the girl adds that, to put it simply, they are extremely successful presidents of their company. Then, frowning, she added that they all belong to the same company. Kai replied that okay, he would just remember them as rich guys. After which someone approached them from behind, apologized. He asked if he was by any chance the hunter Kai. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them, bowed, said that their chairman would like to talk to him, let him follow him. After which they walked along the corridor, in which there were many guards. The guys looked ahead with displeasure. Looking around, the protagonist thought about how many guards he had. He understood that they were needed for security, but this was too much. The man pointed towards the door and said that they were coming this way. After which he knocked and added that he had brought the hunter Kai. The door slowly opened. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He saw a man sitting on a chair. He raised his hand, asking him to wait a little. The protagonist looked ahead in silence for a few seconds. He felt a strong energy from the man, thinking that he could not believe that he felt such a level of magical power from an ordinary person. It seemed that he had no problems with artifacts. A fat guy was sitting in front of him. He said with a smile that in that case he would trust him. Looking at him, the chairman raised his glass and replied that he could go, and the guy, bowing, replied that he was grateful. After which he left the office upset. Kai looked at him and studied his statistics. He was not awakened. He has the chairman's mask, capable of hiding a person's true intentions. Watching him leave the office, he saw another system message that the constellation with which the contract was concluded, a traitor holding a poison dagger. Looking at him, Kai thought that he made a contract with evil constellations, and even with 2, it was quite fascinating. A girl leaned towards him, whispering that this was another president, to which the protagonist replied that he understood. After which he averted his gaze, thinking that why was he able to see through him? Shouldn't his information be hidden by the mask skill? The goddess, lying on the bed, laughed, saying that this was her power. Then Kai, standing in the office, said, okay, and the man extended his hand, adding that they should sit down. The girl sat down in a chair and thought about what to say informally to the chairman. The man poured coffee into a glass, saying that Kai had recently been nicknamed the First Star. The protagonist replied that he had heard that he had been called that lately. The chairman pulled out a glass of coffee, replying that in any case, he had called him here to thank him. He continued to say that he had not only saved his research lab from the attack of the demon god Constellation, but, as he had heard, had saved his hunters. Kai pulled the glass towards himself, replying that he thought he really should be thanked for that, and the girl thought with displeasure that it was he who had infiltrated his lab. Then the man smiled, raised his hand and said to bring it. The guy slowly rolled something towards them. The protagonist turned around and saw a sword in a frame. He saw the system message that it was a divine sword, 360 attack power, can use the skill path of the divine sword, passive skill perfect plan. When the user does what the sword wants, its magic power is restored. He thought that although it is not the Nine Heavens Moon sword, it is still a high-level artifact. Looking at it, he frowned, saying that he heard that this artifact was used by a Chinese hunter before. The chairman replied that it was true. This is how he expresses his gratitude to him. Hearing this, the girl frowned in displeasure, thinking that he should refuse it. She imagined the chairman glaring at the protagonist, thinking that once he takes it, he will become a puppet in his hands. Maybe he should tell him to refuse. Kai looked ahead for a few seconds, thinking. Then he stretched out his hand towards the ball, replying that since he decided to give it, he will gladly accept it. The chairman smiled and extended his hand, saying that he was glad that he liked the gift. In that case, he would have a small favor to ask. The dragon was deceiving him. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, and the girl slapped her face with her hand. The chairman imagined the man in his head, saying that although he was an amazing person, when it came to his future, he should be more cool-headed. He then extended his hand to the side, and a purple crystal was placed in front of him, and he told Kai to take a look. Holding the crystal forward, he added that this core was obtained 20 years ago through revolutionary purification technology. Its frequency is 88%. He imagined a group of scientists in his head, adding that the company that made this had received endless offers to buy it, but they were all rejected. Smiling, he continued to say if Kai knew what happened to him as a result. The protagonist asked what. The chairman then presented several stones and a frightened man in his head, saying that the following year they provided technology that could achieve 89% purity, and a little later they even reached 90%, but in the end they went bankrupt. Pulling the crystal forward, he added that this core is here. People from all over the world are actively looking for it right now, but no one knows what will happen to it tomorrow. Putting it on the table, he asked if Kai understood what he was getting at. The protagonist, folding his arms, replied that he should choose a place where he was more appreciated. Looking ahead with displeasure, he added what he needed such a thing for. The chairman replied that, firstly, it was for the development of martial arts users. He imagined the protagonist training soldiers, adding that Parker wanted to use the niche to raise many martial arts users. Martial arts were not as good as magic, and the slow growth of those who studied them, the protagonist's greatest strength was going beyond that. After taking a sip of coffee, he continued to say that martial arts were definitely very useful. One of the biggest advantages was that they could be used everywhere, and if he could stop the monopoly on them, he would definitely benefit greatly from it. The protagonist, looking at his interlocutor, thought that this man was surprisingly very knowledgeable about the benefits of martial arts. Suddenly, someone leaned over to the chairman, saying that they had to go. He replied that he was very sorry. He stood up and extended his hand, saying that in any case, he hoped that Kai would think about it carefully because it would bring him unprecedented benefits. The protagonist replied that he would keep that in mind. He and the girl went out into the corridor. The girl turned pale and then asked if he was serious about running to another camp. Kai laughed and replied that he had never even thought of such a thing. She looked at him and said that he had just. The protagonist interrupted her, replying that if he had rejected his offer to his face, the negotiations would have ended there. He needed to give him at least a drop of hope. The girl approached him with displeasure, saying that he had decided to play games with such a person. Kai replied that why not. Then he suddenly stopped in surprise, seeing a system message that the kitten was urgently calling him. He wondered what had happened. Raising his head, the kitten replied that the Wishing Dream constellation said that he needed to prepare for the Battle of the Constellations. He asked fearfully who his opponent was. The kitten showed a monster with one eye, replying that it was the chairman holding a poison dagger. He was challenging the unborn training avatar constellation to battle. Kai looked ahead in surprise, wondering that he had finally made his move, but what was the reason for such a rush? An entire universe appeared before us. The protagonist focuses on the system notifications. Looking ahead in surprise, he said that a sudden battle of the constellations. He realized what was happening. The goddess, lying on the bed, replied that nothing of the sort. He was just angry with him. Frowning, Kai looked away and asked why. She replied that he was the one who pinned his intermediary to the wall. The guy in the cape also clicked on the system messages. We are informed that the Battle of the Constellations must be held fairly. All the constellations of the Earth guarantee this. The monster clenched his teeth in displeasure, thinking that it is impossible to engage in a frontal attack. It will be beneficial to the training avatar. Kai aimed at the system notification. He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, asking what this is a traitor's conspiracy. Two guys appeared in front of us, and we were informed that traitors' conspiracies are a battle of constellations, where victory is determined by him in convincing the servants of the constellation to betray them. Of course, this type of battle is most beneficial to the traitor constellation. A huge number of system messages appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked at one and read that the Warrior of Madness and Blood says that the training avatar is not the kind to accept such a ridiculous offer, after which he asked what he is doing here. The guy counted the system notifications with dissatisfaction. It was written that the traitor made the constellation battle private, so now other constellations cannot watch it. The constellations insult him with dirty words. Kai raised his hand to his face and thought he read the message from the traitor. Was he scared? The protagonist thought that the traitor's conspiracy is to convince the enemy's servants to go over to his side. Then he opened his eyes wide. His comrades appeared in his head, and he thought that the people who directly entered into a contract with him were only the Goblin King and the man. After that, the guy who left the chairman appeared in his head, and he thought that more importantly, he already knew the person who entered into a contract with this constellation. A huge worm appeared behind him, and he said that he agreed, and as a bet he put the strength of blood. The traitor looked at the system message with fear, thinking that he agreed to this. Smiling widely, he continued to think that the idiot, he really thinks that the conspiracy of traitors can be won by one or force. A golden chest appeared behind him and a system message that he puts the storage of the faded relic, and as a bet, both sides made equal bets. The fortress chest was surrounded by a yellow barrier, and a system message appeared that the agreement of both constellations was a contract. In the event of a defeat, the existential power will be greatly weakened, and there is also a chance to lose the title of the constellation. Kai raised his head, thought that he was putting the territory, and that thing, but the contract was already concluded. Apparently it is a very powerful thing. He looked at the chest, continuing to think that he wondered what it was. Then a yellow portal suddenly appeared in front of him. The traitor looked ahead with a smile, saying that he was grateful for accepting his offer. Laughing, he stretched out his hand, continuing to say that the betrayal of his minions was predetermined in advance. Then he vanished, saying that they would watch him stop it. The protagonist, stepping forward, thought that he was very confident. He also could not hesitate. We are transported to a mansion. Someone gets out and gets into a car. A fat man, sitting in the back seat, says that he wonders when this old man will kick the bucket. The guy behind the wheel replies that he is grateful for his efforts. After which the car starts moving. It drives quickly along the road, but suddenly someone appears in front of it. A policeman waves his baton, and the man asks what this is a check. The guy rolls down the window. The policeman, bending over, says that he exceeded the speed limit. He asks him to get out of the car for a moment. The man in the back seat asks discontentedly what the matter is, and his guard replies that they will sort it out quickly, after which he gets out of the car, asking how dare he stop him. Suddenly someone grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. The guy took off his glasses and added that he was making a mistake, let him say his name and where he lived. The protagonist quickly stunned the attacker with an acupuncture block with his finger. The guy fell to the ground. Kai opened the backseat door. After that, he got into the car, telling the driver to go. The man, seeing him, poked him with his finger, discontentedly shouting that he would regret it, to which the protagonist replied that he would be here if he did not know this. The president, frowning discontentedly, added that he needed money. If he lost, then hunters would pursue him. Kai lightly hit the dissatisfied man on the neck, answering what was the point of so much noise. The man raised his hands, thinking about the fact that he could not make a sound. After which the protagonist pointed his finger forward, adding that he should drive, or he wanted an extra hole in his body. The guy answered fearfully that he was going to. We are transported to the road. The car quickly drives in a straight line. Then the protagonist rolls down the window and tells him to stop. The car braked. Then Kai hit the driver on the neck, after which he abruptly stunned the man. Grabbing his neck, the president asked what he wanted. The protagonist, frowning, asked why he betrayed his constellation and made a contract with another. The guy, fearfully lowering his hands, answered that how did he know about this, who sent him, could it really be the chairman? Kai answered that he did not. He imagined a dark entity holding a book, and the man answered fearfully that in that case it was a demon of contracts and orders. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, answered that it was not him, and he was here to recruit him to the constellation he serves. He imagined a muscular man in his head, adding that it was an invincible avatar of territorial proclamation. The man's eyes widened and he said that the constellation was an invincible avatar of training. He sat next to the guy and asked what kind of constellation it was, and the guy replied that it was an amazing and powerful constellation. The hero turned to the man and replied that he had no choice. He twisted his arms across his chest and continued to say that if he refused, he would kill the constellation he served. Whoever it was, the man closed his eyes. He lowered his head and thought that he knew that he served 2 constellations at once, and he said that he understood he would trust the avatar of training. A glow appeared around the hero and the scoreboard said that his existential strength had increased. The car was driving along the road and it was heard that perhaps the killers would come for him due to the sudden change of sides, so he would take care of his protection for a while, and he was thanked. The man covered his face and thought that he had already contacted 3 constellations as soon as it came to this. A call from an unknown person appeared on the phone and the guy thought who it was. Then Kai got out of the car and picked up the phone. They asked him if he didn't want to take everything that the dragon had. Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that this was the traitor constellation. He smirked and continued the thought that apparently he called him without knowing that he was a constellation. A spirit appeared behind the protagonist. The thought arose that everything was so. The only known servant of the training avatar is Kai. That's why the traitor constellation called Kai to force him to betray the training avatar. The traitor constellation looked straight. The protagonist stood still and the thought arose that the traitor constellation would never guess that Kai was the training avatar. The hero thought about it. The voice on the phone said that he asked him to think about it. The dragon's enormous wealth. Kai thought that, but he was his servant. The protagonist stood still and replied that his master said that the constellation battle was over. The man smiled and replied that Kai should stop bluffing. The training avatar asked him to say it. The fist rose up. The scoreboard wrote that the training avatar declared his victory. The hero was surrounded by magic and the notification wrote that according to the rules of the constellation battle, which all the constellations swore to abide by, the training avatar won. The constellation battle was over. The monster opened its mouth and exclaimed how he did it. He grabbed his head and screamed how he could lose. A huge skeleton stood on the ground. It was a fortress of blood. There was an energy sphere hanging in front of Kai. Then the sphere turned into a chest and the board said that the possession of the repository of faded relics, placed as a bet in the battle of the constellations, was now transferred to him. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he would open it later. The notifications wrote that his rank among the earthly constellations had increased. Now he was in 125th place. It was heard that he was so weak and that he had only risen 2 places. Portals appeared in space. A monster from one of the portals screamed that it was impossible, like him. The hero turned around and the creature continued to say that he was able to find out who was who, otherwise it was impossible. Kai snapped his fingers and asked why he should answer him, and so that he got lost, the monster exclaimed for him to wait. The hero looked around and began to say that, by the way, workers were working in the field. Goblins were digging the earth and it was heard that the smell of sweat calmed him. The workers were putting the plants into the cart. It was hard to believe that this was once a terrible orc fortress. Max really tried. The hero walked and looked at the orcs. Someone asked the follower why the orcs were plowing with their axes. Kai answered that it was probably part of their training. So touching. Suddenly the workers raised their heads and someone exclaimed that the owner. The goblin approached the protagonist and said that he was welcome. Someone shouted that the owner had returned. The guy looked at them and answered that it must have taken a lot of work to make this place like this. The orc said that not at all, it was just a great training. The second added that now he can collect stalks of grain with one swing of the axe. The workers enthusiastically shouted that they wanted to work even harder and that they would cultivate even more land and collect even more grain. Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that the guys, He looked at the workers and thought that at first they were not very trusting, and now they began to train so hard. Kai raised his hands and shouted that good. They will increase the sowing and harvest even more. All this is training. A shout was heard. The protagonist glanced sideways at the plants and thought that first he should test this rice in cooking. Someone ran forward and called the owner. The goblin fell to his knees in front of Kai and said that he would like to make a request. Swearing an oath with his life and honor, Kai asked Harry what he had. He exclaimed furiously that he wanted to raise animals. He was asked again about animals. A huge monster appeared in front of him and it was heard that he meant something like a Hydra, and he was answered that no, Max once said that his race fattened and killed cattle for food and that they would like to try it too. Kai thoughtfully asked what they needed, chickens, cows and the like, and thought that by the way, it could be a good experience for them. Kai looked at the goblin and replied that it was fine, he would get a couple and give them to them. He asked again in shock. The workers began to raise their hands and shout that his kindness knew no bounds. They swear their loyalty to him. Kai replied that they did. The protagonist stood with a chest in his hands. He looked at it and thought that he could see what was inside. Suddenly, he threw the chest away. There was a flash and the board said that the seal was removed from the storage of faded relics. A sacred necklace containing the power of light appeared in space. The board said that it was a sacred object containing the power of an elf of ambitious light. Someone exclaimed that it was a sacred object. The necklace glowed. The thought arose that it was a sacred object, an object created for the servants of the constellations so that they could use their powers. Such artifacts work as clones since they contain part of the existential power of the constellation. The hero looked at the jewelry and asked, but where did the traitor constellation get it? After all, the light elf is quite a strong constellation. The monster turned to the mountain of gold. Someone told the follower that the constellations do not really think as much as he imagines, and that it is likely that he simply stole it and was not noticed. Kai clasped his hands and said that it turns out that this is the temple of the ambitious light elf. Then he threw the necklace into the portal and thought that he will take this necklace and do something with this territory. There is something for the orcs here. He looked at the scoreboard and thought that he will bring cattle from the earth. Maybe check his soul stones. The board said 82 rubles. Kai thought that was a lot, and he heard that although the traitor constellation did not put many soul stones. Suddenly, dozens of inscriptions appeared in front of him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would return the ones that the goddess gave him. She was already quite poor. There was a portal hanging in space. Kai thought that although he now had more of them, it was not nearly enough, and that he would like to give the orcs a building to use. Suddenly, a man appeared in the portal. In the notification they wrote that a traveling merchant selling destinies asks what he is looking for. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked that he was that same Greg. The girl opened her mouth and asked that this guy was still in business. The merchant asked with a grin if she knew him, and received an answer that it seemed to her that he stopped doing business since he made too many enemies, but apparently she was wrong. There was a chest hanging in the air. Greg asked. He wasn't selling illegal goods. The girl answered. Why would he need it? It was just business. Kai silently thought about the fact that, well, he had already made a deal with him in the past. He thought everything would go well. He looked at the portal and asked what he had for him. The merchant held out the chest. The board wrote that the traveling merchant selling destinies recommended him a decent box of servants, which he had just received. The thought of a box of servants, middle class, chaos, 10,000 euros. The night sky was filled with stars. It was heard that he needed a building. The notice wrote that the traveling merchant said that he just needed servants who were good at building buildings. Kai's eyes widened and said that, indeed, the girl had called for a successor. She watched Kai and said that, to be honest, even the thought of orcs becoming farmers was already ridiculous. The guy turned around and asked what was wrong. Would a servant who could teach orcs to build buildings harm him? The girl looked ahead and thought that if you think about it, the orcs became able to farm thanks to the power of the training avatar. The orcs worked in the field. It was heard that thanks to the power of the training avatar, truly incredible strength. Kai closed his eyes and said that, but he did not have enough money. The guy looked at the merchant with the chest and asked if he could get a discount. Greg opened his mouth. The board wrote that the traveling merchant was confused by his question and asked if he had just won the Battle of the Constellations. What discount did he want? The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that he could not give more than 77 for it. The traveling merchant was shocked by his shamelessness. The hero smiled. The board said that the traveling merchant said that he was providing such a service only this time. The merchant handed him the chest and Kai thanked him. Suddenly the portal disappeared. The hero looked at the chest and said that now he could open it. Kai began to open the chest. Bright energy poured out of it. Smoke from the magic rose up. Kai looked up in shock. A stone figure stood in front of him. A notification about the appearance of the golem of the wonderful mountain appeared. He heard that the golem, well, not bad. The golem looked ahead and the board said that the kitten suggested calling him Rocky, to which Kai said that it seemed to him that even the most devoted servant would hate such a name. The protagonist thoughtfully closed his eyes and continued to say that good, from now on he will be called the Heavenly King Keeper of the Weather. He pointed his finger at the golem and exclaimed that this means that he will be the Heavenly King guarding the weather. The golem covered his mouth in embarrassment and the board said that the Heavenly Weather King was touched by the name given to him. Kai looked up and asked the golem what skills he had. A notification appeared saying that he said that he could control stones. Kai smiled and replied that stones, great, and could he teach the orcs how to build buildings with them. The golem thought about it. The board said that he was stunned and that he was asking if he really wanted him to teach the orcs. The Heavenly Weather King looked at the field. Kai thoughtfully said that, well, yes, why not? The sun was shining on the buildings. The next day, the hero was sitting at a table with a girl in a cafe inside the Ikaros clan building. The girl congratulated him and said that she heard that he was promoted to B rank. Kai replied that I understand. She asked in confusion why he was not happy, to which the hero replied that with age he stops being happy about promotions. The partner smiled and said that it was strange to hear that from a person who looked so young. They turned back and she continued to say that, and there was also a request for a match. The hero asked what kind of match. The girl handed him the tablet and said that what else could it be? Of course from NC, but she thought that this time he might refuse. Kai asked why. The protagonist looked at the tablet in surprise and the girl continued to say that it was because it was obvious that this time they just wanted to get even for Patrick. And this time the opponent would be a hunter who had signed a contract with an elf of ambitious light. He looked at the photo and the girl said that it was Christopher, a B rank hunter. He was not yet in the rating since he had become a B rank relatively recently. He looked closely at the photo and it was heard that he might refuse since they had offered the fight suddenly. Kai looked out from behind the tablet and replied that he agreed since it would only be a plus for him if he won. The girl replied that she thought so. The protagonist extended his hand and said that this was not just a match, he also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to promote martial arts. The girl asked again about martial arts, about him. This was Kai's plan. Before the fight he would tell people what skill he was going to use in the arena, and then he would use it to win in the arena. This would make people excited and interested in martial arts. Kai looked at the girl and asked her what she thought. She replied that she thought it would greatly increase the crowd's interest. He didn't think many people would analyze his skills. The guy closed his eyes and said that this would also need to be taken into account. They asked him if he could do anything about it. Lauren grabbed her head and replied that it was fine, he wouldn't listen to her anyway, and that she would prepare everything that was needed. Then looking at the guy she continued to say that he couldn't train alone, and asked if he had anyone in mind. Kai smiled and replied that of course he did. The Ikaros training center was empty. Elizabeth asked about the training with a smile and said that of course she would help. The hero looked at her and said that it was not just training, they would film her and use her for advertising purposes. The girl said that it was fine, she was fine with it. Footsteps were heard and the girl then suggested going to the ring. The hero stood in the ring opposite Elizabeth. She took a fighting stance and told him to take a close look at how much she had been training all this time. Kai silently clenched his fists and thought that it seemed she realized that she would be badly beaten if she closed the distance too much with a martial artist like him. They stood at a distance from each other and the hero asked why he was not going to approach, to which Elizabeth said that he was better. Kai put his hand in front of him and said that it was fine, he was coming. Suddenly, he rushed sharply at the girl. Elizabeth parried the blow with her sword and thought that he was too fast. She clenched her teeth from the effort and continued to think that she was lucky and was able to block the attack, but the push was still too strong. She threw the sword over her shoulder and the thought occurred to her that she needed to come to her senses and calmly start the magic counter. Increase the blow. The girl cut the air with a blow and thought about cutting the ground. Kai extended his hand, in which magic was formed. Their forces met in a crushing fight. A sword appeared from the smoke from the blow. Elizabeth swung and thought that, as expected, it did not give anything. Someone exclaimed that since she did not have time for magic, she needed to transform the remaining magical powers into martial arts. She struck another blow and a flash illuminated the space. The hero's eyes widened and he wondered what it was. His hands grabbed the hilt of the sword. The guy grabbed the girl's sword and she widened her eyes. The hero smiled and said that it was not bad at all. A sharp swing of the sword seemed. The main character struck the girl. Elizabeth leaned back. A notification appeared that the alternate world was closed. A rest room appeared. Clutching her head, she shouted that she was sure that this time she would definitely win. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why she was so upset. Looking away, he thought that he would look at Ka. Blue particles appeared around the girl. Her characteristics appeared. Holding a kin in his hands, Kai said that the martial art of rank F had already become B. Had she been eating and training all this time? Grinning, the girl asked how he knew. Did this really become visible when reaching a certain level in martial arts? To which Kai replied that well, something like that, and then thought that although these are more likely the eyes of the constellations. Looking away, Elizabeth said that it is clear there were messages that the target is overwhelmed with respect for him. She hides it for the sake of her own pride. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that he did not believe that they were telling him this too, so what did it mean he was a constellation? He looked to the side in surprise, hearing the question that he was Kai. The guy smirked slightly, the thought that he was an elf. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he said that he was glad that he could meet him like this, and the girl said that he was a mortal who had made a contract with the elf of the ambitious light. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that let him introduce himself, he was Christopher, to which Kai asked that this was the private territory of the Ikaros clan, he had permission to enter. The guy smirked and said that he did not have permission, but since they were fellow hunters, there was no need for it. The protagonist frowned and asked, that is, he was one of those who thought that he could do whatever he wanted since he was a hunter. Stretching his arms forward, Christopher shouted that no, he would never, he was a nobleman with dignity, to which Kai asked again, what kind of jokes? There is no nobility in America. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was true, he was a nobleman from the United Kingdom, he was a count. Putting his hand on his side, the hero asked, what's good, anyway? What was a hunter from Great Britain doing here? And the girl said, the United Kingdom is one of the places where the constellation of the demonic god rules. Putting his hand to his face, Christopher said that he could rejoice. Stretching his hand forward, he added that his master wanted to see him as his servant. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked again. Smirking, Christopher said that he understood how surprised he was now because he most likely thought that he was unworthy of his master chasing beauty, to which Kai asked that he was now trying to compete with him, and Elizabeth said that it looked like that. The man lifted weights. It was heard that more importantly, he already has a master to serve. He knows, an invincible avatar of training. Yes. The guy stretched his arms out to the sides and said that his master didn't care at all, to which the hero asked. That is, he was now asking him to betray his constellation. Christopher looked at him and said no, because it was possible to have two masters, of course, if his constellation agreed to it. The protagonist frowned and said that he wasn't sure about that, asked why his constellation was ready to go so far for him. He stretched his arms out to the sides, and someone heard what it was. The monster looked at the screen, and someone said that it was because of his previous battles. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he liked the aesthetics of this fight. Kai practiced his blows, and the thought appeared that it was true. The martial arts that he had honed for over 10,000 years possessed the highest quality beauty. The elf of light, who appreciated beauty, noticed them. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked but would he get anything from the help of the elf of light, to which he was told that there is no useless power from constellations. Standing in front of the guy, he said that fine, he accepts the offer, to which he asked again. Smirking, Christopher said that he couldn't become a servant right now. First he needed to show his beauty in a battle with him, which would happen soon. The protagonist looked surprised and asked what his beauty meant, and Elizabeth said that she herself didn't understand what he was talking about. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that maybe he was asking to beat him half to death like he did before, to which the girl replied that it was highly likely that this was the case. Turning around, Christopher said that now it was time for him to go since all their differences had been resolved. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he should wait a minute. Smirking, Kai said that he had come just in time, he needed his help with filming, to which he asked again. A view of an office in Korea opened up. There was a monitor on the table. Holding a shield, the man said that they were getting closer, to which he was told to continue to anger them. Suddenly, a blow flew at the guy. Frowning, the man asked how this was possible, and the guy shouted how he could use magic like that. Pointing to the side, he shouted that he said for someone who was just watching from behind, and he was told that in front of him. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked what and how this could even be called a team. Gritting his teeth, he added that at the top, in the middle, below, they are everywhere, these participants simply have zero teamwork. Putting his hand on the mouse, the man asked what is this? Looking down, he said the basics of martial arts. A video appeared on the screen, and the author was heard to be Kai. The man pressed play on the video. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would like to take this chance to tell people interested in martial arts what it is and how to practice it. Looking away, Christopher heard that his opponent would be from Europe, to which he replied that he should wait. He was from the UK. Grinning, the protagonist said that okay, then they will begin. First he will show the basic techniques of the brushes, to which the guy said that he should wait a minute, he will be beaten up now or something. The man, wide-eyed, asked that he really teaches such things for free. The head of the clan, what is he doing? At the same time, a voice was heard in the house, what is it? To which he was asked again, what is he talking about? Looking at the tablet, the chairman said that about Kai's training video. He raised his eyebrows and added that how could he publish something like this for free? Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that well, what's done can't be undone, it will become part of his image and advertising. Positive comments about the video appeared. Someone from the audience asked that maybe he was just teaching them useless martial arts. Looking at them, Bill said that they took it pretty well, to which he was told that the interview about the fight was about to start, let him watch it if he wanted. Reporters took photos of the hero. Holding the microphone in his hands, the guy said that he published a martial arts video right before the fight, asked if this meant that he was confident in his victory. Clenching his fist, he added that, surprisingly, the hunter Christopher also appeared in this video, the two of them know each other. Looking at him, the protagonist said that yes, he was looking for him to help him with the video, to which the guy thought that he should wait, what the hell is going on here? A view of the press conference opened up. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked why he chose Kai the hunter, didn't he have a huge choice of opponents? The guy smirked and hesitated. Looking away, the man with the camera asked what revenge this was for Patrick, to which the man replied that they even filmed together, he was paid for all of this. The protagonist calmly replied that it was simple. Crossing his arms, he added that he wanted to learn from him. The guy asked in surprise that this was true, let him answer. Christopher clenched his teeth and thought that he couldn't say anything because his constellation didn't want to. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The thought occurred to him that they would still see how good he was during the fight. The UHC arena appeared. People were supporting the players. Putting his hands on his hips, Kai asked why. Looking at the arena, he asked why there were so many people here if this fight was announced at the last minute, to which Lauren replied that he should be happy, it speaks volumes about his popularity. The hero clenched his fist. Notifications appeared that he felt a huge fluctuation in loyalty. If he won, he would be able to maintain this loyalty. The protagonist took a step forward. A thought arose that this was Kai's advantage over the other constellations. He could receive loyalty from mere mortals. The girl grinned and said that he should do everything as usual. In any case, his opponent was nothing special. A glow appeared around the hero. The guy was standing in front of him. People were watching the screen. Looking away, the guy asked that he saw the video uploaded by Kai, to which he was told that yes, he tried to repeat after him, and it was even too easy. Grinning, the guy added that he liked the footwork techniques. He thought they would be effective in dodging monster attacks, to which the man replied that he liked the finger technique, which allows you to use one hand to be on the alert. The screen appeared. It was heard that, but why did he reveal this to the public? He said that it was out of love for hunters and humanity. The countdown was heard, and the viewer asked if he believed in it too, and where did he even see the point, to which the guy replied that it was starting. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that he couldn't relax. Christopher stood still. Grinning, he said that he was a beautiful mortal. They would see how he would pass his test. A notification appeared that he could use limited existential power. A bright glow appeared around him. He used a fragment of light. He was granted the power of the constellation. He raised his finger up. Grinning, the guy said that it was a great baptism of light. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, rays flew at him. A whirlwind of light bullets was heard. The hero flew to the side from the blow. The guy looked surprised and asked what kind of incredible attack from Christopher was, to which he was told that it was a new technique. Was Christopher really that strong? The protagonist slid along the ground. The guy looked at him in surprise. A bright light appeared around him. Suddenly it evaporated. Christopher flew up above the hero. Grinning, he said, "What a dazzling and beautiful speed." Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist thought about what he said, that this is a test. He borrowed the powers of his constellation, but his powers are limited. He has not fought with interference for a long time. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that it is his turn. The protagonist deftly dodged the attacks. Looking to the side, he thought that he was wondering what the power of the elf constellation is. Now he sees that it is quite complex and has a number of applications. He is definitely better than a warrior. Particles appeared around his fist. A thought appeared that perhaps there will be small problems with it. However, since this is not magic, but a borrowed existential force. Suddenly Kai hit the ground. Stones flew up. Bright rays quickly flew down. The fragments flew over the protagonist. Their shadow appeared. Suddenly the rays from the attack died out. Standing still, the protagonist thought that this is what half of the existential force is. The guy looked surprised and thought that he used the shadows to compensate for the power of the light bullets. Hanging in the air, he shouted that what a quick wit in a dangerous situation. How beautiful. Stretching his hand forward, Christopher said that enough with the light bullets, now they will look at close combat. Grinning, he added that he hopes that he will also pass that last test beautifully, to which he was asked that maybe it is enough to say so. Suddenly they rushed towards each other. They clashed fists. A yellow beam hit the hero's hand. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that the constellation sword, as expected, is powerful. Even if so, in the abyss he had enough of such battles. Gritting his teeth, the hunter wheezed. A bright blue light appeared in front of them. The protagonist looked away. Kai delivered a sharp blow. Closing his eyes, the guy winced in pain. Looking at him, the hero said that the sword might be powerful, but his body was weak in comparison. He swung his arms and legs. The guy received many blows. Grabbing his head, he thought that it was impossible. He couldn't believe that his recovery speed couldn't keep up with him. With wide eyes, Christopher added that this was how powerful martial arts were, and the Elf of Light said that it was beautiful. Grinning, the guy said that it was incredible. He never would have thought that he would win so gracefully. Frowning, the protagonist thanked him. Looking at him, Christopher shouted that he should stop. It was over. The guy fell to the ground. Grabbing his head, he wheezed. Holding his shoulder, the hunter said that he did not remember the fight itself, asked why his body hurt so much, to which the hero thought, well, as expected, he did not remember anything. Stretching his hand forward, Christopher said that his master recognized his beauty. A notification appeared that he passed the test of the Elf of Ambitious Light. Those watching his match were delighted. His existential strength increased. The protagonist looked in surprise. A message appeared that the Elf of Light grants him the nobility of light. It was written about the skill. Looking down, Kai said that the skill is a rank, thought that he is generous, but to protect his beauty and dignity. A view of Bill's office opened. Putting his hand to his face, the man thought. Looking at the screen, he said that the inevitable has come. Lauren looked into the office and asked what he called him. Looking at her, the man replied that Korea contacted them, to which she asked what about what. Looking away, the girl said that he should not say that the Korean government was asking for Kai back, to which he replied that no, that was not it. They asked them for a sparring match. People from different countries showed up. The thought arose that international sparring. During the great era of hunters, countries decided to work closely with each other. America and Korea became so close that they even held clan sparring matches. Looking away, Lauren asked that they ask for a fight with Kai, to which the man replied that they did. She crossed her arms and added that well then they should just decline their request. No, to which the chairman replied that about that, there was one reason. Looking straight ahead, he thought that it would be good if he came. After all, it was a good opportunity for him to increase his existential strength. Lauren raised her hand and said that well, since there was a reason, then he should just go ahead and accept the offer. Wasn't sparring necessary for both sides to learn something from it? The man raised his eyebrows and asked what if he got too close to those people, to which she asked why he was acting like a child. The view of the Ikaros clan's domain opened up. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist heard that he understood everything. Let him not get too close to them, to which he replied that it was okay. He smirked when he heard that he should try there. She believed in him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about sparring, and he hadn't been to Korea for a long time, but it would be great if someone went with him. Looking away, the girl asked what, said no thanks. She was busy practicing her new skill. Smirking, Joe said he liked Korea, but he couldn't go this time. Kai put his hand to his face and said that seriously, he thought there would be someone who would go with him. How unexpected. Standing behind him, Anthony shouted that he wasn't going to ask him. Looking away, the hero clarified that he was waiting for him to ask him, to which the guy indignantly asked that he thought he was such a simpleton. He smirked and said that if he invited him, he wouldn't refuse, and he wanted to show him the results of his martial arts training, to which Joe said that was great, let him take him along and make sure he tried Sanakji and Pajangmachu. Clenching his fists, Anthony asked what it was, to which the man replied that he would know when he tried it. It was a mysterious food that increased the magical power of hunters, and the hero asked how he even knew about Sanakji. Raising her hand up, the girl shouted that it was her. Let him take her along. Forget about this annoying guy and take her. Looking away, the protagonist thought that taking Persephone along might be a good idea, and she spoke a little Korean. The guy pointed to the side, hearing that it was okay, then they would go together, to which the girl said that it was great, even though she didn't like one of them, to which he asked that she had just insulted him in Korean. The plane was flying among the clouds. Persephone grinned and asked that but the sparring was on Jeju, so why were they flying to Seoul, to which Kai replied that he needed to stop somewhere first. She widened her eyes and asked again that he needed to stop somewhere. North Korea appeared, the Seoul National Cemetery. People were standing in front of the graves. Looking to the side, the guy asked that it was a national cemetery. Why did they come here? Looking up, the protagonist said that it was because he needed to meet someone first. He was holding a bouquet in his hands. There was a bouquet on the monument. It was a monument to the hunters who died during the Gate Invasion. Looking down, the protagonist thought that most likely, if he had not gone into the wasteland, he still would not have saved them, but their death would forever remain a heavy burden on his heart. Putting flowers on the monument, he added that someone had already come here and left flowers. Suddenly, someone approached them. Anthony looked to the side and exclaimed. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that this was a first-generation A-rank hunter, an Iron Blood Ice Emperor. Looking to the side, Kai said that an Iron Blood Ice Emperor, who could have such a great name? The man stood in front of him. The hero said the man's name, and he turned to him. Rick, standing in front of them, said that he did not choose this name for himself, to which the protagonist replied that it was good. Kai stretched his hand to the side, listening to the fact that quite a lot of time had passed, suggested that they skip the trashy talk, asked why he came to Korea, and the guy said that he was an Iron Blood Ice Emperor. The guy put his hand forward and asked what it was, to which Rick asked that he was Kai's friend. A huge monster appeared. It was heard that he still clearly remembered. The man rushed towards the monster. It was said that the same blow that killed the demon during the invasion. Grinning, Anthony said that it was the most beautiful blow in the history of hunters. Looking at him, Rick said that thank you. However, could he talk to an old friend whom he had not seen for so long? Looking at his hands, the girl said about the dragon. Looking straight, she added that he said that she should prevent their conversation with the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood when they meet. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked that he was waiting for a meeting with him, to which he replied that no, it was just a coincidence. He did not even know that he was in Korea. Gritting his teeth, Rick asked that he wasn't thinking about returning to Korea, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't sure about it, he hadn't thought about it yet. Frowning, the man said that just in case he did decide to, he shouldn't come back. Looking at him, Kai asked what that meant. Looking straight at him, the man said that he was just saying that since he was doing well in America, there was no need to return to Korea. Turning around, he added that with the power of his clan's leader, it would be much more comfortable to live in America. Looking at him, the protagonist said that but he would still come to his aid if needed. Smirking, Rick said that he was in a rank here, so on the contrary, he should help a B rank. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the man continued that in any case, he hoped that everything would go well with the sparring. His martial arts would be a good experience for the Korean hunters, to which the protagonist thanked him. The hunter waved his hand and said that they would meet again if the opportunity arose. The view of Jeju Island, Jeju International Airport opened up. People were talking to each other. The protagonist looked away. Raising her head, the girl asked what they should do in an international battle, to which he replied that he had no idea, and Anthony asked that they had not participated in international battles before. The man was fighting against a monster. It was heard that usually each clan or their hunters share a video of one of their raids. The people put their hands out to the sides. It was said that they can choose to show or not their skills, but most just show a small part. The dragon looked furiously, and the guy said that there are many cases where important skills were hidden, so negotiations are used. Looking at him, the hero asked what negotiations, to which he replied that yes, using things like money, artifacts and skill information that he has, he can exchange them for whatever he wants. The man behind the protagonist asked if he was the hunter Kai. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was Ethan, to which the hero thought about him. The guy raised his eyebrows. The thought occurred to him that he looked familiar, that he looked like Rick in some way. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that he had something in common with the hunter, to which he replied that yes, he was his father. They asked in surprise that he was his father, to which Ethan asked that something was wrong. The guy looked surprised, hearing that nothing, he just looked very much like him, by the way, that he was here. Standing still, he said that although his father asked him not to do anything extra, he wanted to say hello to him, to which the protagonist replied that I understand, thanks for that. Turning around, he asked that he had already eaten, to which the guy replied that no, and what? Grinning, Kai said that then let him follow him. A view of the cafe opened up. The girl closed her eyes. Looking at the protagonist, she wondered who the hell he was. The hero smirked and said that he should let him borrow her kitchen for a while. She opened her mouth and thought that she let him use her since he gave her money, but would it really be okay? The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of the pot. A thought occurred to him that usually, in order for the soup to have a deep flavor, it needed to be cooked for a long time. Looking at the flames, he added that he wouldn't need that if he used martial arts. Pouring rice, the hero thought that now he should cook it. The rice was boiling, and he added that he could finally taste what the orcs had grown there. The people sat silently at the table. Pressing his lips together, the guy wondered why it was so awkward, why everyone was silent, when would Kai return. Carrying the dish in his hands, the protagonist said that it was ready. There was food on the table, words of gratitude were heard and that he had waited for this for so long. With his hands on his hips, the hero asked why he was so hungry, to which Ethan replied that no, that wasn't it. Looking at the rice, he said that thanks for the food. He brought the food to his mouth. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that it was so delicious. Sitting in front of him, Anthony said that it was worth coming here for, to which Ethan replied that it was really cool, and the umami taste was just superb. Frowning, the girl asked what the hell he did with the rice, to which the protagonist replied that he was glad she liked it. Looking away, the owner of the establishment thought that what they were making so much noise about, it didn't look very good. Scooping food onto a plate, she added that they would check. The woman tried the dish. With her eyes wide open, she shouted that they should wait. The people left the establishment. Bowing, Ethan said that he was very grateful to him. He didn't expect him to cook such delicious food, to which the hero replied that, well, he could just consider that he fed his nephew. Looking down, the guy said that thanks to his food, he felt an increase in strength, to which he was asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was impossible. A glow appeared around the people. Notifications about the blessing granted by the land of training, rank B+ appeared. The working monsters appeared. The thought arose that the training ground was his territory. Let them not tell him that it was because they ate the food he made from that rice. The orcs were putting away plants, and he added that their abilities grew from eating food. Raising his head, Kai heard that this was the power of the constellation. It was common for things created by the constellation to affect others, to which he replied that it was understood. The man stretched his arms out to the sides. It was heard that he should keep this in mind. The power of the constellation has no limit. Turning around, the guy said that he had business in his clan, so he would go, to which the hero replied that it was good, in any case they would see each other again. Looking at the guy, he thought that he was very polite, just like Rick. Frowning, the protagonist asked that then they should go too, to which the girl asked where they were going now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed. A notification appeared that clairvoyance was activated. A huge monster appeared in the middle of the port. It was looking straight ahead. It was the underwater dragon Argo, a dragon monster that would cause great damage to the coast of East Asia after breaking out of the sea dungeon. An eye appeared in its background. The thought appeared that this was a wild monster sowing destruction, so it was at least a B+ class, the size of an A class or higher. People were scared. Shouts were heard that there was an emergency. An underwater dragon appeared near the Jeju International Airport. Let them call the hunters. Radio waves were not working well due to the weather changes near this dragon. Damn, does no one understand that this giant from the sea is coming here? Suddenly, the monster screamed loudly. The ground around shook, and people screamed for them to run away. Containers began to fall down. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that this spawn had even attacked residential areas. First, he needed to let Rick and Bill know about this, and Persephone asked that he was okay. At the same time, in Bill's office, he heard a call. Messages came to his phone. A tall building appeared. A scream was heard about the underwater dragon Argo. He sent it to an international battle. What the hell was going on there, and why was he sending such important information in such a simple manner? People were sitting at tables. Stretching his hand out to the side, the guy said that this time their raid team was able to clear 15 dungeons, to which he was told that it was hard to believe that he was bragging about the number. They cleared a B+ dungeon. Pointing at the hunter, the man said that they had an ranked hunter on their team, to which he replied that if he thought it was unfair, then he should go and hire one. Looking away, the protagonist thought that the hunters were arguing, nothing new. The guy looked away and thought. The hero walked straight, heard that he should look there. Isn't that Kai? Yeah, he became famous thanks to UHC and his martial arts videos. The protagonist looked at the man. He extended his hand forward and said that it was nice to meet you. He was Kai, right? Shaking his hand, the hero thought that he was a melee damage dealer and then said that he was glad to meet you. The man squeezed his hand tightly. Looking down, the hero thought that he was a bastard. Morgan looked down in surprise. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, they unclenched their hands. Standing in front of the man, Kai said that he was very strong, to which he replied that he was quite strong himself. As he left, he added that they would see each other later. Standing behind Morgan, the guy asked why he was frowning now, to which he replied that he imagined it. Looking away, Ethan asked if everything was okay, said that he shouldn't worry about him. He likes to show off his strength, to which the hero turned to him. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist asked that he didn't know what the international battle would be this time, to which he replied that no, he wouldn't know until the clan leader said something. Putting his hand to his face, Kai asked that it was clear there was a chance that it would be climbing a mountain, to which the guy asked again. The people at the table laughed. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero asked what was so funny, to which the guy replied that of course, it was complete nonsense. Looking away, the hunter said that if it really was like that, then they would climb the mountain naked. The man took a step forward. The man frowned, looking straight ahead. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if this was by any chance the leader of the Piranhas, the team that was holding the international battle this time, to which the guy replied that yes, it was the Azure Dragon Sword. The man raised his weapon up. It was heard that in battle he could be called an artist. He uses dozens of types of magic with a sword, tearing monsters to pieces. Closing his eyes, Kai thought that Alex, in his opinion, he had already met him in the past, the guy who wet himself in the dungeon. The man stretched out his hand forward. It was heard that, and what kind of hunter is this standing next to him? He remembers that he returned from the abyss, but let him be kind enough to remember at least a rank hunters. The girl stood still. It was heard that a rank, Julie, a hunter who received a rank at an early age. The man looked at her, and someone said that it was incredible. He only looked 20, but he had a feeling that he had seen her somewhere before. Her twin sister was fighting in the UHC B-Class League. Looking away, the protagonist said that no, he didn't mean that. She looked quite familiar. Looking straight ahead, Alex said that on this wonderful day, he wanted to thank everyone for participating in the international battle. Now he would explain the events that would unfold in this battle. Grinning, he added that he asked everyone to look out the window. Pointing to the mountain, the man said that it was called Hallison. Monsters appeared in front of it. The thought arose that it was a beautiful spiritual mountain of their people. This was until the gate appeared. When the gate appeared, the mountain was affected by the abyss and began to seem strange. The man smiled and said that climbing the mountain had always been an excellent training, so he would like to announce the first event as climbing the mountain. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked what he just said. Looking at the hunters, the man asked how they liked the idea, to which they replied that it was excellent, as expected of the hunter Alex. That's why the Azure Dragon Sword is so famous. Looking away, the protagonist asked that they didn't forget what they needed to do with their clothes before starting the climb, right? The boys hesitated at what he heard. Putting his hands on his hips, Kai asked that they would go too then. The girl stood in front of them. The protagonist froze and asked if something was wrong. Looking at the hero, Julie asked that he knew her, right? The protagonist widened his eyes and asked that Julie was an A-class hunter, to which she replied that she didn't mean that. The hero looked down, hearing that he really didn't know her, to which he replied that he didn't understand what that meant. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that there was no way. Anthony looked out from behind the hero and wondered why he was so worried he did something to her. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that her mother's name, to which she replied that it was. Let him not make any wild assumptions, she was not even 30. Kai sighed and thought that well, at least they were not the same age. Kate turned around, she was the hero's ex-girlfriend. Putting her hand to her head, she said that she understood that she confessed to him first, but he did not think that drinking a chicken breast cocktail was too much. A thought appeared that these were her last words before leaving him. Flowers lay on the monument. He heard that he should just not say that she left flowers on her grave. Let him wait, he was at her grave, and yes, she left them there. The girl smirked. He heard that it meant Kate, to which he was told that her mother died when she was little. The hero, his eyes wide with surprise, asked if that was so. It was a pity to hear that, to which Julie replied that it was all right, no need to say that, she just came to say hello, since her mother had talked about him a lot. As she left, she added that she would go then. Standing behind the protagonist, the guy said that he certainly didn't understand the situation, but it seemed he was mistaken, to which he replied that it would be a little difficult to explain. The girl was leaving. It was heard that she was definitely not his daughter, to which he replied that she was definitely. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that she was Kate's daughter, although he didn't know what she told her there. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if he could really climb that mountain, and the girl said that if it was difficult, then let him tell them, they would rest. A view of Mount Hallison opened up. People were walking to the entrance of the mountain. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it definitely resembled an abyss. It was hard to believe that Hallison was in such a state. Walking forward, the protagonist said that okay, they will continue, everyone stay alert, this place will not be given so easily. People walked in the fog. The drone flew in the air. The control room of the international battle appeared. The girl looked at the screen. Approaching her, the man asked if the hunter Kai knew him, said that he saw her talking to him at the hotel, to which Julie asked that he didn't know him. It felt like they had known each other in the past. Smirking, Alex said that, well, he thought he knew him a little, met him a couple of times in the dungeons. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked that well, what kind of person he was, to which Alex asked again. Lowering his head, he thought that he was obsessed with training. Scratching his head, the man said that well, he had always been a hunter who puts in all his efforts in everything he did, and he had a good character, to which the girl asked that that was so. Closing her eyes, she said that it sounded like what her mother said, and he asked again. The protagonist looked away and heard that, well, her mother often praised him for taking care of his body and for his strong sense of justice, and they asked her if she really said that. Julie smirked and asked if she really did. He said that he knew him, said that next time they would all meet together and talk, maybe tell him what was good about her and all that. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what was good, to which she was answered approvingly. People were walking towards the entrance to the mountain. Looking at the phone, the guy said that the Gwainamsa path seemed better than the Sungpanak path. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero said that yes, he also thought it would be better. The hunters flew up. Raising her hand, the girl said that over there, someone was flying, to which the protagonist said that it was flight magic, but he did not think that was a good idea. A strong whirlwind arose in the air. Covering his face with his hand, the guy wheezed, and the other shouted that the spatial magic here was too strong. Pointing forward, the girl said that they were falling, to which Kai replied, which was to be proved. He took out his sword. Suddenly, the hero made several sharp swings. The log fell into his hand. Suddenly, he threw it up. The protagonist jumped up sharply. A blue glow appeared around him. Pointing at it, the guy shouted that someone was jumping in the air, and the girl said that these were air steps. He was at the level of air steps. Kai watched the people. The thought appeared that air steps, one of the highest level martial arts, the owner of which is able to walk on air, but he simply used his endless internal energy to fly in the sky. It was walking on air. Suddenly, people began to fall down. The hero abruptly caught them. He landed on the ground. Looking away, the protagonist said that he understood that the competition was important, but they should refrain from flying in such unstable places. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he thanked him, asked that he had just used the air stages. Looking down, Kai said that no, something else, and that they should not dare say anything strange about it, to which he was told that of course. The guy looked surprised, hearing that he did not believe that he could use the air stages. Such a thing is only possible for a person who has reached a level incomprehensible to them. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what he was mumbling about, said that he should move away, at least let them pass. The man froze silently. Smiling widely, he said that they came just in time. His eyes lit up, and the guy said that he should wait a minute. Who the hell were they? Looking amazed, he asked that he just not say that he was getting rid of the other teams by force. Raising his weapon up, the hunter shouted, "That's right, let him die." Putting his hand on his chest, the man wheezed. The hero looked at him and said that it seemed like his mana flow had reversed due to the flight magic. It would be better for him to take a break, to which he objected, and the protagonist continued that it was just a friendly competition. Why get injured here? Crouching down, the hunter asked, which is good, but he is not a hunter Kai by any chance, to which he asked what and what. Grinning, the man said that it is clear he has heard a lot about him. Thank him very much. Notifications appeared that the skill was activated. His existential power is growing. He has received more light power. Looking down, the hero thought that this is the dignity of light. This is the skill of power that the elf of ambitious light gave him. Why did it suddenly activate? But more importantly, how? He looked surprised when he heard that it seemed to be a creation skill, which the protagonist thought was creation, but that wasn't his specialty. Holding the sword in his hands, Kai thought that it would be difficult to make a sword right away. What would happen if you put light on top of the sword? Standing on a hill, a man shouted that they had a problem. Someone was fighting up there, to which he asked again. The hero took a step forward and asked what monsters were there. People were lying on the ground and making sounds. They were unconscious. It was heard that they seemed to be Japanese hunters. He didn't think that monsters had tried here. Why? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was simply impossible to survive if you lost to a monster. Most likely they were fighting Chinese hunters. Crouching down, Anthony asked that he was able to understand who their opponent was, to which Kai replied that there were wounds left by martial arts. Covering one eye, the guy said he was right. They were attacked by Chinese hunters. They suddenly went against them. Raising his eyebrows, Anthony asked, "That is, this is how they eliminate competitors," and then thought that it was very clever. Taking the guy's hand, Kai said that he can't just leave them. He will give them first aid, to which he asked what he was going to do. He has healing magic, to which he added that something like that. Holding his hand, Kai thought about the fact that it seems like it's just a fracture. The magic of the goddess used would be too much. The guy opened his eyes wide. He wheezed in amazement. A loud scream was heard on the mountain. The guy fell to the ground, and the hero asked what he had just thanked him in Japanese, said that he should help him with his leg. Stretching out his hand, he said that he should forgive him, but he does not speak Japanese. Kneeling down, the protagonist said that although it hurt a little, it would get better later. Now the next one. Grinning, the man shouted that he was fine. It didn't hurt at all. And the other said that he was also fine. It was heard that he shouldn't hang noodles on his ears. His arm was bent. He would help. Loud cries for help were heard near the mountain. People were running forward quickly. Grinning, the man said that now there was no one better than them on the UHC Trail. Standing behind him, the guy turned to him, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he said that the man had appeared again, to which he was asked what that man was. Morgan was running forward quickly. Looking up, he asked what the air steps were. The protagonist was flying up. Looking at them, he shouted that these were not air steps, to which the man asked what he said. The protagonist stepped on a tree branch. He frowned. Kai gritted his teeth. A thought appeared that he was a man who began his training with the mana tornado of the abyss. Some kind of space magic would not be able to hinder him in the air. Surprised, the man asked what the hell he was doing. Rushing forward, he shouted that he was behind him, to which he was answered approvingly. A view of the Pennictam crater opened up. The hero landed on the ground. The crater was empty. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that no one had reached here yet. I wonder where Ethan is now. The guy turned his head and asked what the heavenly lake was, to which Kai replied that it was the Pennictam crater. The crater appeared. He heard that, but he heard that it was usually dry. Why now it was suddenly filled with water, he does not know. Perhaps it is because of the influence of mana. Suddenly bubbles appeared on the water. The hero looked at them in surprise. He stretched his arm out to the side and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, someone appeared from the water. The monster raised its head and shouted. The protagonist stretched his arm back. Argo suddenly struck him in the direction. People grabbed their heads. A cry was heard that this was the dragon's flame. A glow emanated from the hero's mouth. Sound waves emanated from it. The two attacks collided. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked if this idiot could do that too, to which the girl said it was a class monster and they needed to retreat. Looking up, Kai thought that this was where it came from, even though it was unexpected, but it needed to be stopped here so that civilians wouldn't get hurt. Looking at the monster, the hero said that they would kill it, to which the guy asked if he was crazy. There were only 3 of them. The hero clenched his fist and said not to worry, he would use the power granted by the Constellation, to which Anthony asked again. Frowning, he said that he would fight too, to which they answered that he could retreat, but the guy replied no. Standing behind the hero, Anthony thought that although it was dangerous, since they had the power of the Constellation that Kai served. Smiling widely, he thought that he was overwhelmed with curiosity. Suddenly, the guy used 3 skills. Flying up, the protagonist said that great, his turn. Argo looked at him furiously. The hero abruptly struck him. Looking up, the guy said that they should wait. It was certainly very powerful, but wasn't it too simple for the power of the Constellation? To which the girl replied that no, let him look at Kai's mana reserves. Anthony's eyes widened, thinking that it was detection magic. Frowning, he added that how was that possible? A glow appeared around the protagonist. The thought appeared that the mana reserves that only a rank hunters possessed, that is, the power of the Constellation gives an increase in mana, and not something pretentious. Kai clenched his fist tightly. The monster raised its head up. A blow flew at it. Looking at it, the hero thought that it was more difficult than he thought, but there was nothing that he could not kill. A glow appeared around his hand. He swung his hand at the dragon. Raising his head up, Argo shouted loudly. The hero hit the wall. The thought arose that the technique of internal destruction, an advanced martial art that destroys the insides, ignoring muscles and armor, Kai had to learn this technique to survive in the abyss. Looking to the side, the dragon roared. Pentagrams appeared around him. He summoned an ice storm and a huge whirlwind. Red lightning appeared in the sky. Covering his face with his hands, the guy said that the weather was getting really terrible. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was probably trying to destroy the surroundings and return to the sea to recuperate, but he would not let that happen. Clenching his fists, he added that he was using the existential power of the Constellation, the capture of the territory of the invincible avatar of training. A bright light appeared. Notifications appeared that he used the capture of the territory of the invincible avatar of training. His existential power was changing this world. Argo looked at the light. Messages appeared that using the name and existence of the avatar, an honorable stage for a one-on-one duel was created. No one can leave until the battle is over. The monster's eyes lit up and he roared. He looked around in surprise. Taking a step forward, the hero turned to him. Grinning, he said that he should try to do the same thing again. People quickly ran forward. Frowning, the girl asked why exactly climbing the mountain, to which the man replied that how could he know that a rank monster would be hiding at the top of Hallison. Looking straight ahead, she added that such things need to be checked. Running forward, Julie said that this was too problematic a situation. She did not think that a couple of Ikaro's clan hunters could stop him. Alex breathed heavily and said that it was difficult to call Chuck normal. He did not think that he would escape. We need to help them quickly. They were approaching the top of the mountain. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Suddenly they jumped up. The man stopped abruptly. His eyes widened. He asked what? Squinting, Persephone said that he should stand in some other way. The photo was not very nice. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked what she could take off already, to which the guy asked what, but it was for memory. He understood. Alex and Julie froze in amazement, and he asked what they were taking pictures of in front of. The monster was lying on the ground. His name was Herd. The man looked at him in surprise, and the girl asked how they were. Running up to the guy, Alex asked that it was possible that they defeated Argo. Ethan pointed at the protagonist and said that the hunter Kai did it alone, to which he was asked that he dealt with Argo himself. Grinning, the guy said that he was a little late, so he did not see everything, but he was truly amazing. Putting his hand on the monster, the hero said that he borrowed power from his constellation. Looking at it in surprise, the man thought that he could still defeat a rank monster on his own. Looking away, the protagonist said that he would tell him everything later. First he needed to cut it up, to which he was asked what to cut up on his own, and he answered that he did. Taking the sword in his hands, Kai said that he was used to cutting up monsters. The hero touched the dragon with the sword. He made a small cut. The protagonist took the monster's skin in his hands. The man froze, thinking that it was surprising that he had even succeeded in this. Was he a professional monster butcher? Kai looked at the monster's insides in surprise. Putting his hand inside, he asked what it was. Looking at the gem, the hero thought that it was a soul stone, to which he was told that the constellation had definitely put it there. Shiny stones appeared. The thought arose that the soul stone, a product of the condensed energy of the constellation, could only be used by the constellation. The monster stood in front of the dragon. The thought arose that the constellation controlled Argo with the soul stone. It was heard that the stronger the monster of the abyss, the more difficult it is to control. Most likely, someone was going to use this monster somehow, but eventually abandoned it. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought that something was wrong. For starters, he will finish cutting. The dark sky appeared. The sword stuck in the ground. People stood in front of the dragon skeleton. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he would feed this to those who worked hard. People walked straight. Pointing forward, the guy said that he should take a look. Morgan turned around, hearing that those bastards, they finally found them. The man held his hand out and asked what the hell they had recovered so quickly and had come here to have them break everything again, to which the guy replied that he should watch his language and wanted to do it again. They both clenched their teeth in anger. Yellow smoke was flying around the man. Looking to the side, he asked what that smell was. It seemed to be coming from the top. The guy turned his head and said that it was like someone was frying meat. A growling sound was coming from the man's stomach. Looking to the side, he said that they would postpone their fight, to which the hunter replied that of course, they first needed to check where the smell was coming from. The people quickly ran forward. Looking down, the hero exclaimed. Turning around, he asked if they had already arrived, to which they asked again. Standing by the flame, the protagonist said that it was just in time. There was a lot of meat, so he thought it would be nice to share it with everyone, to which Morgan asked what that was, what the hell was going on. Holding the dish forward, Kai said that there was a monster here, and this was its meat. Looking at the food, the man asked him what he wanted him to eat, the monster's meat. The people were sitting on the ground and eating, and the thought occurred to him that they were already gobbling it up. It was so good. Holding the food out to his mouth, Morgan said that he would try it first. He began to chew the food. Suddenly, the man looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Alex asked what was going on here. The people were happily eating the meat. Looking to the side, the man said that they had just fought each other, just like that, to which the protagonist replied that they had made a truce to eat. As soon as they finished, they would most likely fight again. Grinning, Alex said that it was still incredible and asked if he could have some. The hero handed him the dish and he exclaimed in admiration. Holding a plate in his hands, the protagonist said to give this to Julie, tell her to strengthen her body with this. A thought appeared that let them wait, and why did he not get anything? A view of the international airport opened up. People were standing with luggage in their hands. Looking at the hero, the girl said that this time the international battle was interesting, to which he replied that well, although an rank monster suddenly appeared, it seems that everything ended well. Someone stepped forward and asked that he was the hunter Kai, right? Frowning, the man said that he was from the Korean Hunter Affairs Bureau, asked that they could talk for a while. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that the Korean Hunter Affairs Bureau, he is a high-ranking government official and a hunter at the same time, to which he replied that yes, that's right. Grinning, the man said that he came here to resolve a misunderstanding, to which Kai asked again. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that they knew he hated Korea. He was here to talk about it. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked him that he hated Korea. What did he mean? The man held out his hand and said that he was talking about the Great Invasion in the past, because their country did not take any serious countermeasures. The dragon and other great hunters left here. The chairman looked angrily. It was heard that there was no excuse for how the government acted back then. They admitted and repent for their mistakes. The protagonist looked away, hearing that but now everything is different. The system has completely changed. Looking at the man, Kai said that he was sorry, but he did not need anything, to which he asked again. The man looked surprised, hearing that of course he was very sad to see his former clanmates die or be denied compensation, but to begin with, he was not even in Korea at the time. Putting his hand to his face, the hero heard that then why is he with the dragon? The man winced when he heard that he was with him simply because he had returned to America and they were close, to which he thought that was all. Adjusting his glasses, he added that he needed to resolve any misunderstandings and build a good relationship with him, but he didn't even hold a grudge, so how could he persuade him? Turning around, the protagonist said that he would go, his flight was soon, asked what they had finished, to which the man replied that yes, he hoped that in the future they would also work together. Looking to the side, Kai thought that this was some kind of strange person. How could he even rise to this position? A view of the dragon's industry office opened up. The door opened slightly. The hero looked into the room and said that he was back. The man grinned and exclaimed. Looking at the hero, he said that he had tried his best in Korea, asked how he was, to which he replied that overall it was pretty good. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist said that some things have changed and some have remained the same. Looking at him in surprise, Bill asked what it was like, although now something else is more important. What happened to the monster Argo? There was coffee on the table. Putting his hand to his face, the chairman asked that the monster was sent by the constellation of the demonic god. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist answered that he thinks this is most likely. He believes that it is necessary to study this as best as possible, to which he said that okay, let him say if he needs anything. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that for sure, one hunter wanted to meet him, to which he replied that well, he is not against it, but who is it? The door opened slightly. Stretching his hand forward, the guy greeted and introduced himself, said that he was glad to meet them. He looked to the side. Mackenzie is a B+ rank hunter from the United Kingdom, a promising first-class hunter, occupying 4th place in the B rank league of the UHC. The man smirked and said that he would leave the two of them alone, to which the boy replied that he was fine, thank you. He closed his eyes and said that he had been watching him the whole time, to which the hero thanked him. Holding the ticket in his hands, Mackenzie said that he probably knew what it was. Putting it on the table, he added that it was the right to challenge the B-ranked champion of the league. The man grinned widely. This was Glenn. When it came to the most admired hunters in America, he would always be at the top of that list. Although all the participants wanted to fight the champion, the UHC was a place where the fight took place only with the consent of both parties. The man stuck out his finger forward. The thought occurred to him that this meant that in order to fight the champion, one had to be chosen by the champion. The man smirked and said that due to special circumstances, he could provide him with this ticket. The hero crossed his arms and asked what but why he needed it. Frowning, Mackenzie asked that he was also aiming for a rank. Yes, if he used this chance and became a champion, it would greatly help himself in achieving a rank. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that indeed, defeating monsters alone would not bring him a rank, and then asked what he wanted. The guy looked at him and replied that he should participate in a 2-on-2 constellation battle with him, to which he asked again. Sitting in front of him, The protagonist said that for starters, everything would be clear. He serves the constellation, to which Mackenzie replied that yes, his constellation is a fighter of sweat and blood. Putting his hand to his face, Kai thought that a fighter of sweat and blood, he heard that he personally does not often show himself. Pointing to the ticket, the hero said that although he wants to accept the challenge and help him as much as he can, but participating in a constellation battle without knowing anything is a bit much. The room appeared, notifications appeared that the fighter was promising him a huge amount of soul stones. He said that he would tell him who was behind the incident with Argo. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that he would pay for everything needed for the Battle of the Constellations. With his eyes wide open, he thought that he did not lose anything from these conditions. He was even going to tell him who was behind the incident with Argo. Apparently he really wanted to win. The guy looked surprised when he heard that and what this battle was about and who the opponents would be. Two monsters appeared. It was said that it would be a race. Their opponents would be endless explosions, and an observer who returned from a cold place, they would fight with their minions. Putting his hand to his face, Kai thought that a race out of nowhere. I wonder if the goddess knows anything about this. Looking at the screen, she said no, nothing. Maybe it was a suggestion made by a constellation that had taken possession of a useful toy for fun. The monster was riding a horse. The idea came up that a constellation race. Each of the constellation minions would strive for the finish line, and whoever reached it first would win. A simple rule. However, not only is it difficult to even run in the abyss, but it is also possible to attack other participants in various ways, although direct attacks are prohibited. Looking at the protagonist, the goddess asked what, but he has nothing to ride, does he not? To which he replied that well, he can just run, and she asked if he was serious. Sitting in front of him, the guy asked what and what his answer was, to which he thought about it. Mackenzie smiled and asked again, hearing that good. He will participate in this 2-on-2 constellation battle. Clenching his fists, he said thank you very much. He will contact him as soon as the exact date is confirmed. The day of the Battle of the Constellations, the dimension of the abyss. The guy and the hero stood next to each other. The girl and Connor looked at them. A monster appeared. The thought arose that the ice dragon, it must be from the observer. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that in the other. The robot was sitting on the dragon, and he added that the mechanical dragon, and this one, apparently, from endless explosions. Connor looked straight. The thought arose that although he had never seen mechanical civilizations of the abyss more advanced than Earth, so impressive. Looking at him, the guy asked that his constellation did not give him anything for riding, to which he replied that yes. Mackenzie grinned and said that I understand, then they will try, to which the hero said that of course. Looking at the guy, he said that his constellation hated him or something, to which the guy asked what he was talking about. Mackenzie was sitting on a pig. It was heard that his animal was a little. The pig grunted, and Mackenzie said that although it did not look very fast, in fact it was not so. Looking away, Connor said that they, humans, weak flesh, bones and fatigue cannot defeat them. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that it must be fun for the constellations, but the servants are serious, and then said that good, then he will be serious too. A dark sky appeared. Messages appeared that both sides placed equal bets. The contract was drawn up. His existential power will not decrease even if he loses the Battle of the Constellations. They prepared themselves. It was heard that the battle was about to begin. 3. The guy frowned. The number 2 was heard. The protagonist put his hands on the ground. It was said that one. They rushed forward sharply, hearing the signal. The protagonist ran behind everyone. With his eyes wide open, he thought that they should wait. This pig is much faster than it seems. Looking at the dragons, he added that but the other two beasts are also quite fast. The girl was rapidly riding forward. The robot looked away in surprise. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that it turns out that this is a match between the three of them. That martial arts user cannot be counted. Kai ran forward. A thought arose that it was hard to believe that his constellation did not give him anything for riding. How heartless. Turning around, Connor thought about what it could be said that he was already out of the game. Lightning appeared in the sky. Meteorites began to fall on the hero. Looking up in surprise, he thought that the boulder rain of the abyss. The stones were flying down rapidly. The thought arose that it was a boulder rain, a phenomenon of the abyss in which clouds from other areas appear and pour down a rain of boulders. Looking straight ahead, the boy shouted loudly. Blows came from behind him. A turret appeared. Open fire was heard. Suddenly, missiles flew forward. Explosions flashed in the air. The robot froze in surprise, hearing that it was surprising. The protagonist sat behind him. Looking at him, Connor asked what the hell he was doing. Grinning, the protagonist said that they would go together. It was so cozy here. The robot began waving his arms and shouted that he should go away. His master gave it to him, to which he asked that violence was not prohibited. Looking at the screen, the constellation said that he should get rid of him. The dragon opened his mouth wide. He began to shake his head from side to side. Kai grabbed hold of it tightly and said that the hell. The pig and the dragon ran quickly. It was heard that he should concentrate on the race, otherwise he would be dragging himself along at the end. Looking to the side, Connor said that he could not do anything here. Sitting on the dragon, the hero thought how convenient. The robot looked surprised, hearing that a danger zone had been detected. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what the poisonous fog of the abyss was. A green fog appeared ahead. Dodging him, the guy asked what and now also poison. A blue sphere appeared from the dragon's mouth. He abruptly struck forward. Looking straight ahead, Connor heard that the analysis was complete, there was no threat, there was a chance that he could get rid of the intruder. His eye lit up and he said that great, they would start now. The dragon abruptly began to run forward. Turning around, the robot thought that he should have fallen by now. The hero crossed his arms, a question was heard, what, but how? The protagonist's analysis began, it was heard that the intruder's skill was confirmed. He has the skill of resistance to poison, to which he said that a person who is immune to the poison of the abyss, this is impossible. The monster stepped into a puddle. The dragon froze, it was heard that a trap was detected, to which Connor asked what the hell and a swamp. Having hit the dragon, he said that he should do something about it, increase the engine power, to which he was told that he should not blame others. Looking at him, the hero thought that it seemed that this was all. He suddenly jumped up. A blue glow appeared around him. His feet were on the surface of the water. The protagonist jumped from side to side. Looking at him, the robot asked how he did it, how a weak human body is capable of such a thing. Kai ran forward quickly. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise. The dragon was trying to catch up with him. The girl was sitting on him. The thought came that quickly to cross this area by air. Gritting his teeth, Kai thought that he could use a little internal energy to break away, although this would lead to exhaustion, and the kitten asked him to look ahead. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Fragments of stones were flying in the air. Suddenly, a huge blue typhoon appeared. Looking ahead in amazement, the guy asked what the Mana tornado was, what the hell it was doing here. The protagonist smirked slightly. Looking up, he thought that something familiar seemed to have appeared. Suddenly, the dragon was sucked into the tornado, a loud scream was heard. The guy looked away in surprise and turned to the protagonist. Kai ran into the tornado. Suddenly, he disappeared from sight. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that it looked like what he had encountered before in the abyss. Rushing forward, he added that he would follow the flow and break out ahead. Camilla and Mackenzie stopped in front of the tornado. The guy looked into the vortex in amazement, not understanding why the hunter Kai jumped in there, because it is incredibly difficult to survive in the storm of the abyss. The outline of the protagonist's body was visible among the flow. The protagonist calmly jumped out. Ares, seeing this through the screen, could not hide his surprise. Kai was diving to the ground, and the Constellation could not believe that he had escaped from the tornado. The guy's eye lit up blue and the god realized that he had also increased his mana capacity. The protagonist landed on his left foot. He prepared to dash. The protagonist left behind only a flash. He rushed forward at the speed of light. Camilla and Connor were dumbfounded when they saw this. Mackenzie's mouth opened in surprise, amazed by this incredible speed. The finish line was in sight. Kai approached the gate, then calmly ran through it and won the Battle of the Constellations. The guy braked himself with his heel. Clouds of dust spread out from him to the sides, and the system transmitted that the constellation of explosions recognized his abilities, and the observer who returned from a cold place was delighted with what he did. Kai glanced to the side and did not react very emotionally to his first place. A system window appeared in front of him. Ares contacted the guy and happily thanked him for the victory, since he did not want to lose to the others under any circumstances. He extended his hand and, since he could not give much, since he himself had little, hoped that such a number of soul stones would be enough as a reward for the protagonist. The guy pressed the accept reward button, interested in how much God gave that he said so. A bag filled with soul stones appeared in front of him, worth 50,000. The protagonist was dumbfounded, since he did not believe that such an amount was little, remembering how much he had done to get at least a couple of thousand. After which the system reported that Rob wanted to go cry into his pillow from the difference between the rich and the poor. Ares raised his hand and remembered that he had promised something else as a reward. Kai tensed up when he said that the constellation that called Argo to Jeju Island was the collector of noble crowns, or monarch. He knew that this deity burned down Great Britain and destroyed the hunters of Europe. The protagonist rubbed his chin and admitted to himself that he wouldn't be surprised if it was the constellation of a demon god, but he couldn't understand why a constellation from Britain would attack Jeju. He listened to Ares, who wanted to add one more thing. The protagonist forgot how to breathe when the god told him that the opponent that the boy's follower would have to fight was the human champion, Glenn, who served the monarch. Kai was amazed that this smiling man with sideburns, a B-rank champion, had made a contract with the constellation of a demon god, since this was very bad. The protagonist looked out the window and thanked Ares for the information when the constellation warned him that he had to be extremely careful when fighting Glenn, since his powers were both incredibly powerful and evil. Dragon Industries Twin Towers. Kai got out of the limo. Nate spread his arms and congratulated Kai, as he had heard that he had won the Battle of the Constellations. They shook hands. The guy thanked him for the praise and asked why he had asked him for a meeting so suddenly, and the man admitted that he had something for the hunter. Nate pointed to the entrance and suggested that they first go to the lab. Scientists in lab coats were examining something. In the box in the middle of the room was a frosty blue short sword. Nate and Kai approached it, and the man said that this weapon was several times stronger than all other artifacts made from existing Azure iron rock. He looked at the main character and asked how he was able to create something like that. The guy looked down and thought, concluding that martial arts would not explain everything. He crossed his arms over his chest and lied that he was taught by the constellation he serves, and Nate accepted this answer. The man literally beamed and suggested that the deity truly loved the protagonist since he created such an artifact in the first place. Kai scratched his temple and hesitantly said that it was probably true, even though he was the deity. Nate turned his head to the protagonist and said his name. Then he shook the guy's hand sharply. The man smiled widely and suggested that the protagonist was destined for a path in creating artifacts. He let go of Kai, who thought it was bad since he was a constellation, and asked to look at something else. The guy easily answered that this huge city fed the monster's core with energy when Nate asked about it. The man lit up and exclaimed that he knew that being a hunter made everyone proud, but he said that the civilization they lived in depended on technology from the labs. The kitten of lava and magma cried from the touchingness of what he said. Nate raised his fists and thought that Kai should create artifacts, believing that this way he would do more for humanity. The guy lowered his head and apologized. The man froze when the protagonist admitted that he was not going to quit his job as a hunter. He became despondent and said in a quiet voice that he assumed that it would not work. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and added that he could still help out from time to time. Nate perked up and asked if this was a joke, to which Kai replied that it was not difficult in any case. The guy thought that he should try different options for pumping Kai, for example, cooking or goblins, since killing monsters does not achieve much. The man handed him something that looked like a business card, asked him to take it and admitted that he was very happy, after which the protagonist asked what it was. Kai picked up the document and read his name and the word CEO on it, and Nate explained that it was his name card that he could use wherever he went. The protagonist was in complete shock and wondered why he was in such a position and when they had managed to make it, and the man noted that he was the co-CEO. The protagonist remembered a conversation with Bill, who said that when Nate wanted something, he would do anything to get it, and that he was the one who assembled the research team, but he did not think that it was that serious. The man raised his fist and urged the guy not to worry since he only wanted one thing, and Kai clarified what he meant. Nate placed his palm on the box with the sword and asked to create artifacts like this, which are highly valued on the market. The protagonist looked at the screen pulled towards him and considered that if we are talking about production, then it should be mass, after which he wondered if human technology would be able to copy what he did. But Rob said that this was impossible because it is impossible to repeat him perfectly. The snake contacted the boy and said that she remembered the past, and Kai wondered if she was also a blacksmith. The goddess thought about the mysterious person with the staff and explained that this was not the case, and that she was talking about a very long time ago, namely about her servant. An outstanding black magician who controlled an army of skeletons was her follower. One day, he simply sat on a mountain of bones, and since servants tend to resemble their masters, this necromancer also became lazy. He walked on the skulls of dead skeletons, and he simply ordered the living workers around him to do work and take care of food, and he himself could not cope with many tasks. But one day he realized that the undead cannot be used for simple things. Kai got nervous and guessed that the skeletons went crazy, and Rob was also shocked. The boy assumed a thoughtful pose and remarked that the undead, who neither died nor aged, must be quite an efficient workforce, and then asked what had become of that servant. The goddess lay down on the floor, thought for a moment, and admitted that she had kept him away because he was useless and annoying. The protagonist was simply dumbfounded, and they were silent for a while. The reporter, who had one eye closed, shouted that the film had been shot. He praised the crew around him for their excellent work and announced that filming had ended. Glenn, who was putting on his cloak, laughed and admitted that he was flattered when the man in the suit said that he had been simply magnificent in that drama. The man called the hunter to look at the admiring crowd. Glenn smirked and wondered when he should offer to participate in the raid for the first time in a long time, because it might attract even more people who would scream even louder when they saw him enter the dungeon. The hunter glanced at Vermin's assistant and noticed that he was quite talkative. Someone started running. It was a happy boy who exclaimed that he was a fan of Glenn. He handed over a paper with a pen and asked him to sign. Vermin picked him up by the collar and said that he was not allowed in there, but the hunter asked him to wait a minute. The man pointed with his hand and told the boy to go in there and promised to sign, assuring him that everything was fine. The woman, seeing this, cried and thought that Glenn had a great character, and the bodyguard was amazed that he was #1 in the B-rank league, but remained modest. The fan received the signature and thanked him loudly. He ran away and promised to root for the hunter. Glenn waved at him with a smile, which was annoying but necessary to maintain his popularity and reputation, and then he received a message that the noble crown collector was pleased with his attitude. Vermin caught the hunter's attention and reminded him of the challenge ticket he had given to the younger Mackenzie. He touched his cheek and said that the boy had given the ticket, and Glenn asked who it was. Kai was overflowing with power and was considered a rising martial artist, but Glenn thought it was better that way since a rank 20 was easier to fight than a rank 4. The bodyguard folded his arms, and when the man asked why Mackenzie did that, he suggested that there was some kind of deal going on behind the scenes. The hunter put his finger to his chin and fell silent, but Vermin urged him not to worry since Kai was only talked about because he was a martial artist, so he was sure that Glenn would easily defeat him. The man smirked and looked surprised at these words, and then assured that he fought with all his might in every battle, no matter who the opponent was. Vermin put the phone to his ear and left, saying that there was no need to be so modest, and suggested that they organize a fight in this case to show this arrogant guy how big the difference was between him and the champions. Glenn silently watched the bustle of the camera crew. He made a facepalm and wondered if it was worth wasting his time on these games, and decided that he would need to completely destroy Kai. The man's eyes flashed and added that it was all for the monarch and just for fun. UHC Stadium, the day of the fight. The spectators sat in anticipation in front of the dome. Then he waved their fists in displeasure and shouted that Kai was a coward, that he should fight fair and square, and also accused him of a dirty deal with Mackenzie. Anthony leaned on his hand and asked why the protagonist became a villain, and Joe noted that even though there were many, there were still those who were rooting for him. The protagonist noticed the discontent of the crowd and assumed that they did not like the fact that rank 1 was fighting rank 20. He walked to the steps. He stepped on the bottom one. The guy saw a figure in front of him and thought that he just needed to win this fight. Glenn raised his hand, greeted Kai, and hoped for a good match. The protagonist glanced at him and agreed. They took fighting stances opposite each other. There were 5 seconds left on the countdown on the scoreboard, and the host announced that the match for the B-Rank League champion title was about to begin. Kai confidently held his hand out in front of him. His opponent smiled reservedly and released dark magic from his palms. The protagonist frowned, and Glenn assumed that this idiot most likely did not know that he had made a contract with the constellation of a demonic god. The blonde spread his legs and hoped that his opponent had made the necessary preparations, and then the fight began. Glenn rushed to attack with his fists. He gritted his teeth and thought that now he would make all the preparations meaningless. Silence fell on the stadium. The spectators opened their mouths in surprise. The commentators forgot that they were supposed to comment. One of them took the microphone and wondered how this was even possible, and then admitted that it was an incredible match. Elizabeth and the guys were also shocked, and the host admitted that he had never seen such a match in the B-Rank League, and he didn't even know how to say it, because, contrary to expectations, it was not Glenn who did it, but Kai. The blonde was lying on the ground. He was completely lost, and Vermin's screams could not bring him to his senses. The man shook and sweated because he could not understand how he, the servant of the monarch, lost and then lost consciousness. Shocked, Lauren jumped up from the couch. The protagonist stood up in the arena, and what he did was incredible. One of the hosts frowned and made an analogy that this match was like a spear versus a shield. He remembered Glenn's first attack and noticed that he was a bit aggressive, but his balance of attack and defense was almost perfect. The hunter broke the stone surface of the arena, which was visible in the slow-motion video. He smiled and accumulated magic in his hand. The man began to fire at Kai, and the commentator analyzed that while he was attacking, he was simultaneously using defensive magic on many parts of his body, which created a perfect balance of attack and defense. The protagonist dodged everything by moving only slightly, so Glenn did not hit him with a single projectile. The hosts carefully watched the recording and were amazed at how Kai dodged everything, but they were not entirely sure if martial arts were capable of such a thing. The protagonist moved behind his opponent, which happened at the same time that his opponent was tired and stopped for a moment, and made one quick and instant movement. Glenn was punched in the face. He flew into the air and passed out, and the host noticed that Kai easily and casually attacked from a blind spot. And because his opponent did not see where the attack was coming from, all his defensive magic was useless, so the outcome of the fight was decided in an instant. Glenn was carried away on a stretcher. The audience looked at each other, not understanding what it was and thinking that the protagonist was just lucky. The senior commentator leaned towards the microphone and noted that it was very unexpected that in a fight between B-Rank Top 1 and Top 20, the latter won, and his colleague added that no one can know for sure what will happen in the match. They turned their attention to the unconscious Glenn and wondered if he would be able to recover. Lauren gritted her teeth and called the host stupid, because she thought they should have just said that the blonde would have lost even if he was twice as strong as he was now. The girl looked at Kai, who was showered with confetti, and wondered what kind of hunter her father had introduced her to. A sign said waiting room. The protagonist opened the door. One of his students and Iris congratulated him on his victory with a smile and called his fight great. The guy accepted the flowers and thanked them for it. Joe came up and remarked that it was incredible and amazing, and Anthony chuckled and said that his opponent must have at least that much power. Kai silently looked at the cheerfully chatting boys. He remembered how strong Glenn was, whose stats were now higher than his own, although he assumed that he would not be that powerful, and since he did not think that the fight would be easy, he simply sent his opponent flying with one blow. The protagonist imagined demonic deities encroaching on Earth and assumed that Glenn was not the only one who had a contract with such a constellation, and most likely there were many more servants on the planet who would be stronger. Suddenly, light appeared. The guy looked ahead and realized that it was a vision, then the clairvoyance was activated. The bodies of people were lying on the ground. A booted foot stepped on one of them. It was a maddened Glenn. He put his hand on his face with a smile. Then he threw his hands up and laughed. Kai came to his senses, but remained in shock. He, looking into space, thought that although the vision may be unclear, it never just happens, and if this is true, then he needs to stop Glenn immediately. The protagonist distracted Joe and Anthony, who were talking. The guys turned to him in surprise when he said that they should prepare for battle. The journalists were waiting outside the waiting room for Glenn. The hunter sat with his head in his hands, and Vermin tried to calm him down by saying that his fans were still rooting for him. They just had no information about the opponent this time. The bodyguard smiled and offered to leave, get well prepared and take this first place back, but Glenn did not answer. The hunter's eyes glowed purple and he did not hear the questions. In his vision, he was kneeling before the collector of noble crowns. The monarch leaned his head on his hand and the system transmitted that he was very disappointed with the loss of the servant to the subordinate of the low-ranking constellation. The man, worried, assured the master that he simply did not know anything about the opponent and asked for another chance, and then said that it was difficult to find a person as talented as him. The god threw his hand to the side. He rose from the throne and disagreed with Glenn, believing that since he was of no value, he should at least entertain the master. The hunter raised his head and asked what the monarch meant. The constellation released a thin stream of power from its eye. The man was hypnotized. He stood up and looked at the ceiling while Vermin tried to shout into his consciousness. Glenn glared at the bodyguard and cursed him. The suited guys pulled back, unsure of what had happened. The hunter was enveloped in an ominous aura and stated that he had lost because of trash like the two of them, since it would never have happened otherwise. Vermin spread his arms out and hesitantly said that he understood that Glenn was upset, then asked him to calm down, take a break, and then talk some more. His colleague agreed with him and added that they were both rooting for the man. A terrifying-looking sword appeared in the hunter's hand and he called for the guys to be quiet. His subordinates began to run away in panic, and Vermin tried to stop the madman once more. The monarch smiled, and although he was happy, it was not enough for him. There were still people left in the stadium, so he ordered Glenn to grant him more victims. Kai, who had brought Iris and Elizabeth with him, was tense. He sensed the evil energy of the collector's follower in the hallway, and he realized that it had already happened. He turned to the girls and told them to go to the arena and evacuate the people. The guy frowned and added that Anthony would deal with the people in the audience, but suddenly he was interrupted by noise. Iris approached the protagonist and asked what happened, and he replied that Glenn was going crazy. The explosion knocked down the door. Smoke poured into the corridor. The madman grabbed the wounded Vermin. The veins on his face bulged. He threw the bodyguard, but Kai caught him. A black ball formed in Glenn's hand. The protagonist noticed this and shouted that this was bad, and then called Anthony. The ball began to grow. It broke through the ceiling of the utility rooms and flew outside. The audience panicked, not understanding what it was. The projectile ricocheted off the magic shield. The people were in a state of shock, but unharmed. Anthony stood in front of them, supporting the barrier and wondering how this could have happened. Elizabeth ran past him and he asked her why Glenn was suddenly so angry, but she didn't know and just called for everyone to be evacuated as soon as possible. Kai stood in front of the already defeated opponent and cursed. He jumped up. Then he prepared his fist for an attack and said that since the man had lost, he should have just quietly gone home and slept. The protagonist hit Glenn with the force of a cannon and added that he shouldn't have started smashing everything here. The monarch's follower went flying. He slid his head along the ground. The protagonist was surprised to find wounds on his hand. Glenn grinned and said that it was useless. Kai grabbed his bleeding fist with his palm and clicked his tongue, and the goddess warned him that this mana contained existential power and that he should be careful. He used healing magic and activated unquenchable regeneration. The guy looked at his hands, and when the constellation noticed that he was too weak now and needed to raise his level, he replied that he already knew it. He glanced at the enemy and added that if he did this and started fighting, there would be a chance to hit the others. The stadium was empty, and Kai wanted to know if the evacuation was over. His students were actively helping people get out. One of them threatened with a civilian fist if they did not move faster. Elizabeth put her finger to her temple and informed Kai that they had evacuated everyone. The protagonist took out his sword and decided that he could finally begin. The weapon glowed blue. The student was amazed and drew Iris's attention to this. He did not believe that there could be such pure and great energy from the sword. Glenn smiled and asked what it did. The protagonist grabbed the hilt with both hands. He swung the blade from top to bottom. The blonde, who was approaching the shock wave, chuckled and said that it would not work. But the wave knocked him down. The man knelt down, receiving a wound on his chest. Blood flowed down his palm, and he admitted that humans are wonderful and interesting creatures. Glenn frowned and asked Kai if it was because he returned from the abyss or because of the constellation he had a contract with. Before he took another hit, he said that it was really nice. The protagonist released a beam of energy, not paying attention to the words. Glenn was behind him in an instant and noted that interrupting him while he was speaking was quite impudent. The boy dodged his attack and thought that using acceleration with existential power was despicable. He counterattacked his opponent. The madman was protected by a barrier. A bead of sweat ran down his face, but he still called Kai an arrogant idiot. Glenn gained distance. He created a magic circle on the ground and began to summon. Something began to emerge from under the floor. Finally, someone's feet stepped on the tile. The protagonist saw 5 people in front of him, dressed in different clothes, and assumed that the monarch had summoned the rest of his servants. He looked at this in confusion and wondered why this constellation would go to such lengths for Glenn. The recently defeated hunter raised his hand and his supporters went on the attack, but Kai came to the conclusion that the deity was doing this for its own pleasure. A swing of the sword. The guy defeated the first of the attackers. The aristocratically dressed man fell back. Then the protagonist switched to the samurai. Their blades met. Glenn smirked and asked if Kai knew who he had just killed. The guy looked at him in surprise when he said that it was one of the members of the British royal family. The madman drew the protagonist's attention to the fact that all of these summoned servants were people. The collector, using tyranny, now rules the United Kingdom, which he also mentioned. Glenn tilted his head forward and asked what it was like to kill people. Kai's mouth fell open. His opponent's katana cracked. He pushed through the samurai's defense and noticed that sooner or later people die, which simply amazed the madman. 2 more jumped towards the protagonist. The guy calmly glanced at them. The protagonist ran from side to side in a flash and cut everyone. The samurai decided to attack him from behind. Kai dodged. Then he swung his sword at his opponent. The samurai's blade broke. Then he fell. Glenn narrowed his eyes and admitted to himself that he thought the hero in front of him was a kind person, but he didn't even hesitate, after which he wondered if this guy was completely heartless. The blonde clenched his fists and noted that this was not bad. He extended his hand and asked if Kai really thought that he would be afraid of his master, whose name almost no one on Earth knows, just because of this. The madman grimaced and laughed. His dark aura grew, and the protagonist remained on guard. The power from the defeated people went to him. Glenn collected everything in his palms. The protagonist, whose face was shadowed, asked what just happened. He watched as the ceiling crumbled. Elizabeth and Anthony saw that something gigantic appeared, taller than the stadium. The huge creature looked at Kai with its sparkling eye, and the guy doubted that it was still Glenn. The sun shone through the broken ceiling. Elizabeth and Anthony looked up in amazement, and the people around screamed, seeing the giant. The girl, behind whom stood a dumbfounded Joe, guessed that it was Glenn. The blonde man's body turned black and a crown appeared on his head, after which he said that this happens when all the servants' powers are gathered together. He swung his fist and exclaimed that today this land will clearly hear his name. Kai's mouth opened in surprise. A powerful blow occurred. A certain guy approached the protagonist's comrades and asked them to help, because if they did not stop the giant right now, then everything here would be completely destroyed. Elizabeth looked at him doubtfully and noted that, of course, she wanted to help, but she did not know what they could do with someone of such size. The protagonist landed behind Iris and urged her not to worry. He calmly looked up and after he was noticed, asked if everything was safe. The student ran to him and hoped that he was okay, and the guy confirmed and said that there was something more important. Kai turned to the Hueshan hunters, wanting to ask them for something, but warned that they could refuse and that it was not necessary. Glenn placed his palms on the arena's debris, and the protagonist asked if the students would come with him to end the problem. The boys nodded to Iris. The girl slammed her palm into her fist and replied that they agreed. Anthony pointed to himself and asked if he didn't need them, to which Kai replied that no one asked them and they were definitely coming. The protagonist rushed to the giant and called for everyone to move forward, not giving Anthony a chance to grumble about his arrogance. He looked ahead and shouted for the Hueshan hunters to form a sword formation and stand in the Azure Prison sword formation. Iris and the others followed him, accepting the order. The students stood around Kai in a hexagon. This was called the Azure Prison sword formation, which the protagonist had invented specifically for martial arts users to increase the strength of the weak several times so that they could fight the strong. The protagonist frowned. so did Iris. Kai and the hunters, at his command, jumped towards the giant, enveloped in energy, after the system reported that the invincible training avatar was leading the mortals and activating the Azure Prison Sword formation skill. They all carried out quick attacks together, to which the enemy did not have time to react. The giant raised his fist, then he slammed it into the ground. The next attack was aimed at Kai. The impact caused an explosion. Glenn opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist calmly blocked the attack. The students stood in stances behind him on both sides. The giant looked at the confident opponent in front of him and guessed that this was also martial arts. Kai went to attack, and the guys who followed his order to maintain the sword formation jumped after him. The protagonist's blade caught fire. The target was the leg. He calmly separated the shin from Glenn's body. The giant fell to his knee and roared. The protagonist looked back and called out to Iris. The girl ran up, responding. She took the sword in both hands and rushed to attack with two comrades. Her sword also caught fire. Iris flew like an arrow and pierced the other leg. The servant of the collector raised his head and screamed. He fell on all fours. The monarch, seeing this, sweated, not understanding why simple martial arts could create so many problems and how it happened. Anthony leaned forward and decided that this was the right moment to attack. He and the other magicians began to fire. Glenn could not move and took all the magic projectiles. The giant slammed his palm on the ground. He grabbed the asphalt and broke it, still taking damage. Kai looked at this and clicked his tongue. He rose into the air, ending up behind the giant, and called out to the real Glenn. The protagonist frowned and urged him not to listen to that monarch bastard. He barely dodged the huge fist. Anthony and the others stopped casting when they saw Kai. The collector watched the protagonist jump between his servant's fists and wondered what trick he was trying to use this time, but he still doubted that his servant would hear the guy. The protagonist stuck his weapon into the giant's forearm. His opponent gritted his teeth and raised his hand. The guy looked up and asked Glenn what he thought the monarch was doing to him now, and clarified that if he really was his master, wouldn't he have helped much earlier. He held the sword tightly and asked if a hunter like him wasn't offended that he got involved with some strange character. The giant tried to swat Kai like a fly, and the monarch was shocked that the boy dared to say such a thing, since he used a huge amount of existential power. The protagonist in flight stated that someone like Glenn would probably achieve more if he only made a contract with another constellation. The giant raised his head to listen, and Kai asked him to prove that he was not wrong. The monarch became nervous and tried to force the servant not to listen to the boy, but to listen to him. Glenn calmed down and agreed. The protagonist frowned and asked again if he thought that losing all his glory like this would be a waste. The blonde's eyes flashed blue, and he realized that it was not too late. The hunter broke his chains, realizing that he was simply being used by the collector. He came to his senses and admitted that Kai was right, that he was the victim. Glenn opened his mouth wide and called for him to stop. He put his hand forward and said that he had regained control of his body and that he would no longer destroy anything, so he asked not to attack him. The protagonist relaxed and asked if the demon god constellation had really disappeared. The giant looked at him and confirmed that it had been controlling him all this time. Kai clenched his fist, and the blonde asked him to stop hitting him and promised that he would pay for his sins all his life. He darkened and thought that since he had built up quite a good reputation for himself over the years, he definitely had a chance to justify himself by blaming the monarch for everything. The protagonist cracked his knuckles and considered this nonsense. Glenn broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the guy approaching. Kai lifted his heel off the ground. He punched the giant and asked if he really thought that everyone would forget what he had done. The protagonist kicked Glenn in the chin and said that it was stupid to use the constellation as an excuse. The blonde lost consciousness, then he collapsed to the ground. Then he began to shrink. Kai approached him and noticed that he was completely exhausted, and added that while they were holding him back, he could get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, Glenn woke up. He rose into the air and dark energy came out of him. The guy's mouth opened in surprise. Streams of darkness burst out of the hunter's mouth. Elizabeth covered her face with her hands and asked what was going on. The body of the former servant of the collector sparkled with lightning. All his demonic mana gathered into a ball. Glenn himself passed out again. The hem of his cloak opened. Kai raised his hand to his face, after which he realized who he had encountered. The gray hand took the ball of darkness and addressed the guy as a servant of the training avatar. The monarch himself appeared in front of him. His purple eyes sparkled and promised that from Jeju Island until now, he would never forget what happened. Then he dissolved into space. Kai looked at the last remnants of the constellation and thought that he cannot interfere personally. He looked up and decided that he would definitely finish it off someday. Dragon Bill's mansion. The boss and his subordinates threw a party, congratulating Kai on becoming an A rank. The guy picked the confetti off his head, thanked him, but thought that it was too fast for a promotion. Bill put his hand on his shoulder and agreed that this was usually the case, but pointed out that this time the scale of the incident was too big, and if not for the protagonist, a big disaster would have happened, so the media reacted to it quite well. The man pointed to the civil servant who had come to officially present Kai with the certificate of promotion to a rank hunters, and the clerk also congratulated the protagonist. The civil servant handed the protagonist his new hunter card and documents and asked him to look at them. The protagonist glanced at the papers and decided to read them later as there were too many. The guy in the suit bowed and hoped that Kai would continue to serve humanity and civilization, and the protagonist replied that he would do his best. The door closed. Bill sat down in the chair and was amazed that the guy was already a rank, and then said that he had finally become a real hunter. The man showed 2 fingers and added that this is how many dreams hunters have. Kai sat down opposite and was surprised when the chairman said that the first was to reclaim all the territories of the earth captured by the constellations. He raised his palm and noted that even if the demon god constellation did not intervene personally, there were still enough of their servants among the people, so he doubted that it was possible to reclaim those lands. Bill adjusted his glasses and reminded them that there was a battle of the constellations. He placed his hands on the armrests and admitted that this was what he wanted to talk about, because now that he was in a rank guy, people would ask him to participate in the constellation battle, and he wanted Kai to refuse at any possible opportunity if that happened. The protagonist looked the boss in the eye and asked why, and the boss replied that most such offers were just garbage. Bill took out his phone and said that while the protagonist was gone, the number of specific idiots in the world had increased. He handed the device to the guy and offered to take a look. Kai saw the website of the Knights of the Sacred Temple on the screen and asked who they were, and the man noted that the word sacred was usually added to them. This group of knights, warriors of light, consisted of hunters of the exiled royal family, who founded it after the demon god constellation took over the United Kingdom and set themselves the goal of taking back Great Britain. The protagonist read all this information from the site and said that he did not see anything wrong with it, after which Bill explained that they kidnapped the US president and tried to fire nuclear missiles at their own country, and the guy fell silent. The man adjusted his glasses again and added that this was just an example, and warned that Kai needed to be careful since those who had not been interested in the protagonist before, like in B rank, would now line up for him. The protagonist handed over the phone, remembered the advice and asked what the second dream was, and the boss answered that it was a raid into the Gates of the Abyss. The Gates of the Abyss are a huge portal that appeared in the middle of the earth, connecting it to the Abyss, where most raids failed. Bill summoned a virtual window and said that these raids are one of the businesses that his company had previously invested heavily in. He also created windows for Kai to use them to show everything they managed to get from the small amount of information obtained from the failed expedition. The boy looked at the article with pictures and text and thought that among the territories of the Abyss that were being watched, the first would be the Kingdom of the Abyss. He noticed a photo with red sand and fangs growing out of the ground. The protagonist assumed that this was the land of the warrior of sweat and blood. Later in the evening, the Ikaros clan. The hunters were talking to each other. Joe looked around and thought that there were too many hunters today, and Elizabeth also did not know why they had gathered here. Persephone, with a phone in her hand, assumed that they were waiting for Kai, who had been promoted to a rank since it was high time for him to return. Joe pointed his finger at the protagonist, noticing him in the distance. The protagonist, with a towel around his neck, wondered what all the commotion was about. Elizabeth asked him in disappointment if he had really left the car and run here himself. The guy wiped his sweat and admitted that he thought he had relaxed a little, and so he decided to practice a little because he honestly didn't understand what was wrong. Elizabeth smiled and didn't know what to say. She patted Kai on the back, realized that this was nothing new and congratulated him on his new rank, after which Joe congratulated him too. Persephone, putting her palms together, joined in the praise, and Anthony deigned to allow him to rejoice this time, but warned that the protagonist should not relax. The main character smiled slightly and thanked his comrades, although he thought it was unlike them. His clanmates were happy with his promotion, and Kai thought that it would be cool to have the support of at least 2 more rank hunters for the raid on the Gates of the Abyss and the Battle of the Constellations. The guy clapped his hands and asked everyone to pay attention to him. Elizabeth and Anthony were surprised by his speech about how now that he was in a rank, he couldn't help but feel a great responsibility placed on him. The hunters smiled widely when Kai stated that he would therefore use all his strength to help the other guys from Ikaros become stronger. He grinned and hoped that in exchange, they would strictly follow his commands. One hunter raised his hand and clarified if the protagonist meant orders during the raid, and the answer was negative. Kai calmly stated that from now on, he would lead the Ikaros clan, which shocked the hunters and asked if this meant that the protagonist was now the head of the clan. Joe and the others were dumbfounded in shock when he said that Bill had delegated authority to him and that they should now be prepared for the consequences if they did not show up when he asked. The guy's companions looked at Kai standing proudly and thought that they would be in a very bad way under the leadership of this madman. The Ikaros clan hunter dormitory. The protagonist walked out of the building and was immediately called out to by someone. A guy in a suit turned to him and warned him that a guest had arrived. The man took a loud step and admitted that he had been waiting for Kai and that he really wanted to meet him no matter what. He was almost 3 heads taller than the protagonist, who noticed this difference and introduced himself as a rank hunter Wayne. The guy peered into Wayne's face, one of the main rank hunters in America, nicknamed the Ominous Rock. Kai reacted calmly when the guest said that he needed his help. He pointed to his room and offered to talk there, and Wayne did not mind. The door swung open. The protagonist pointed to the sofas and offered to sit wherever he wanted, after which he apologized that he could not offer anything now, but the guest assured that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it. Wayne sat down and congratulated Kai on his appointment as the manager of the Dragon Artifact, and then admitted that he was currently working with the Parker family, and the guy asked him about it again. The man smiled slyly and noted that it didn't matter how good a hunter was, because all the power was still in the hands of the companies. Kai assumed a thoughtful pose and agreed with this, but could not understand why the guest brought up this conversation. Wayne seriously said that it was because he wanted this power too. The protagonist began to get nervous, and when the guest said that he never received the company shares that he was promised, he replied that he was not treated the same way. Bill threw Kai a phone and admitted that he picked it up from the floor. The protagonist saw a pie chart on the screen and the boss explained that these were his company shares, after which he asked not to misunderstand him because he was not giving them to the guy because he was somehow biased. The protagonist, without taking his eyes off the display, noted that he didn't need it at all, but Bill asked him to just accept it and that's it, since he had already paid the gift tax. Wayne was shocked when he admitted that he already had his shares. He grabbed his head, cursed, and said that Park Energy had said they would give him the shares and made him work for them, and now they were just paying him hundreds of millions of dollars so that he would have no claims, but Kai thought that was a lot. The man looked up and explained that this was why he wanted to work with the protagonist and fight, but he didn't think he was being treated so well. He put his hand on his chest and offered half of his Parker shares for his help, and Kai saw no reason to refuse. Wayne's chairman seemed an unattainable figure, so the protagonist asked the man how he was going to convince him. The guest put his hand in his pocket and replied that he had his own way of negotiating with them, although he admitted that it would be difficult. He took out the papers and offered to take a look. The protagonist looked at them and guessed that this was information about the dungeon. There were marks on the map, and the Ominous Rock added that this was a guide to the White Dungeon. Red dungeons have restrictions on the number of people and time. In the white ones, you can relax like in the forest, because they are much safer due to the lack of any restrictions or prohibitions. In such, you can hunt monsters at your leisure, not paying attention to time and other conditions. That is, their value is that they are real gold mines of monster cores. Wayne waved his hand and explained that this dungeon has a B rank, and Kai realized that this is an almost endless source of money. The man looked into the protagonist's eyes and said that Park Energy illegally acquired this dungeon and uses it to finance their factories. He glared and said that he wanted to raid him to negotiate with the company, and since they had already committed many crimes, he thought they would try to solve the problem quietly. Kai handed the card back and asked what the problem was then. Wayne explained that there was a woman and a rank hunter who was guarding him. He folded his hands between his legs and admitted that even for him it would be difficult, and so he decided to ask for help since the protagonist was an expert in fighting against humans, after which the guy asked if the man knew who the guard was. The evil rock said the name of the long-haired girl, whom he thought Kai knew, Julie. The protagonist was very surprised, since he did not expect her to guard the Parker family's white dungeon. Wayne flinched when the guy admitted that she was his friend's daughter. The protagonist stood up, walked towards the exit, and said that he would have to forget about the fact that they had such a conversation at all, since he did not want to interfere with her work. The man jumped up from the couch and asked him to wait and think it over again, and Kai asked what else he wanted to add. The guest smiled and suggested including Julie in the share and splitting the shares 3 ways. The guy turned to him and asked if he really liked it, to which Wayne replied that in any case there was no big difference between splitting the shares 2 or 3 ways, because the reward would still be a lot of money. Kai raised an eyebrow and agreed that if Julie joined them, their chances of success would increase. The protagonist took out his phone and urged him not to get his hopes up too much, because if the girl refused the offer, the idea could be forgotten. He dialed Julie's number. Wayne understood everything, but did not think that she would refuse. The girl's phone rang. She put it to her ear and answered. Kai put his hand on his hip and admitted that he would like to work with the girl on one case if she agreed. Julie was delighted and immediately agreed, despite the fact that it would be, promised to come right away and asked to wait, and the protagonist did not even have time to tell her anything. Wayne laughed and noted that he was right, and Kai was shocked that Julie did not even listen to him. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and concluded that this was a great opportunity for her to show the protagonist her abilities. She went to the meeting with a smile and decided that she should make a good impression. The story takes place in the building where Kai's office is located. Sitting on a chair, the boy explains to his allies that this is their approximate plan. Looking at Julie, who is sitting to the side, the protagonist asks how she likes this idea, and she, with an admiring look, notes that she thinks it's very cool. Putting his hand forward, Kai says that if she doesn't want to, she should just let him know, and she gives a negative answer. With sparkling eyes, the red-haired girl says that 10% of Park Energy shares are worth at least a couple of $1 billion, so it would definitely be much more profitable to participate, and the men silently look at her with a dumbfounded look. Taking out her smartphone, Julie says that she will then break the contract with the Parkers. Looking away in confusion, the boy says that, of course, this needs to be done, and he cannot believe that this can really be done through a phone. Immediately after this, the story moves to the night at the Energy Park building. Looking around, standing in front of his allies, the protagonist clarified that this is the place. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. There were 2 guards standing right in front of him, and Kai was talking about it, suggesting that it seemed like he would have to enter the territory when suddenly he was asked to wait a minute. Confidently stepping forward, the red-haired girl explained that you can just go in, which greatly surprised the boy. When the guard saw Julie, he immediately asked to see her ID, and she was just getting it out. Seeing the hunter's ID extended in his direction, the guard said that this was the hunter Julie and 2 visitors with her, confirming her identity. When the gates were opened, the red-haired girl went inside and, turning back, told the others to go through. Puzzled, the protagonist couldn't believe that everything was so simple, and Wayne, who was standing next to him, assumed that apparently these people hadn't been told about her contract termination yet. Then the guys all entered the territory together. They walked one after another when suddenly they saw someone right in front of them. Suddenly looking at the ominous rock walking behind, Kai wondered what the price meant. This plant was processing from the material of the White Dungeon. Inspecting the building located on this territory, Wayne said that the most amazing thing about this plant was that the dungeon was right inside it, which greatly surprised his ally. Julie, who was walking ahead, said that the gates of the dungeon could appear anywhere and even on the wall of something at home, and the boy agreed with her and looked around. Suddenly, the ominous rock intervened in the conversation, saying that he would understand when he saw everything, and such a thing could very rarely be found anywhere. After some time, the guys arrived at their destination by elevator and the door slowly opened. After that, the allies all came out of it together. The guard standing there was telling the hunter Julie that he was glad to see her, and she, looking at him, asked where the director was, while he answered that he was talking to the CEO right now. Hearing this, the protagonist turned towards Wayne standing next to him and whispered that by CEO he meant the first son of the Parker family, and he, looking at him in response, answered that this is exactly it, and it is quite unexpected to come there so suddenly. Looking at his ally, Kai continued to whisper that does it matter, because they can just knock them out and take whatever they want. And he explained that it is so, and more importantly, if they leave right now, they will arouse suspicion on themselves. At that moment, Julie, who was standing in front of them, was punching her palm and saying that everything was fine and that the plant was illegal anyway, so nothing would happen to them for this. Then the guys were approaching the meeting room when suddenly a security guard standing near the entrance saw them. Putting his hand in front of him, he tried to stop them, saying that a meeting was going on right now, so entry was prohibited. Without thinking for a second, the red-haired girl hit him right in the stomach. His colleague standing next to him was extremely scared by what had happened. A moment later, Julie looked at him with a smile on her face. Immediately after that, the red-haired girl kicked the door with her foot and told everyone not to move. Looking ahead, the guy was suddenly very surprised by something. Right in front of him, people in business suits and several hunters were tied up, trying to steal something. The guys were in the meeting room and silently looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. At that time, 2 clan leaders began to moan because they were tied up. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, one of the hunters fired his magic gun. Seeing this, Wayne immediately jumped forward, enveloping himself in energy. In an instant, he erected a stone wall and blocked the enemy's shot. Looking at this with a dumbfounded look, the boy concluded that this was an unusual guard and that they needed to take the dungeon and get out of there. Then Julie entered the fight, concentrating energy in her hand, and declared that they were not going anywhere. With the help of her power, she inflicted damage on one of the robbers. After that, he dropped the cabinet that was on his back. Seeing this, the hunter gritted his teeth in displeasure. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, the boy pointed the gun towards the head of the company and told them not to move from the spot, otherwise he would kill them both. Standing right in front of him with a serious expression, Julie asked him what he was threatening her with, not understanding why she cared if 2 old idiots died, and the hunter did not understand what she was even saying. Then Kai would intervene in the conversation, stopping his friend, putting his hand on her shoulder, and saying that they needed to clarify something. Looking at the cabinet lying on the floor, the boy asked why they needed it at all, to which he received the answer that it was because it was a dungeon. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the protagonist clarified that the cabinet really was a dungeon, and the ominous rock standing next to him confirmed this, explaining that the dungeon's spatial gate was inside. Looking at the boy who was holding two company executives hostage, the protagonist asked what he meant by being an industrial spy, and the boy with a confused look answered that he would spare their lives if they handed over the cabinet. Hearing this, Kai scratched his head in confusion, explained that they had also come there for him, which greatly shocked his opponent. Then he added that he could do whatever he wanted with them, because they only needed the dungeon, and the company's executives who heard this cried and moaned loudly. Suddenly, everything around began to shake, which greatly frightened the guys. Right in the middle of the plant, a fire broke out at that very moment. Looking to the side in surprise, the boy assumed that it was an explosion. Then he asked if it was really their doing, and the thief, looking frightened, gave a negative answer, explaining that even quietly getting out of there was difficult and they had no need to arrange an explosion. Suddenly, the protagonist saw an incomprehensible liquid flowing right down the window. Carefully examining it, Kai assumed that it was a monster, and did not understand how they managed their factory so that a monster would end up on it. Focus on looking straight ahead, the boy suddenly realized something. Looking at his allies standing nearby, the protagonist said that it was coming towards them, and everyone should follow it to the exit. At this time, right on top of the building they were in, sat a huge slime monster. Its body slowly rolled down from the roof of the building. After some time, the guys, having taken everything they needed, together with the people, left the building and went outside. Suddenly stopping with a stunned look, Kai did not understand what he had just seen in front of him. In front of him was a liquid slime, which greatly surprised the boy. The protagonist silently raised his head up, looking ahead. He did not understand how the slime ended up right on the roof of the building. At this time, the slime it was made of slowly flowed down. One of the drops fell right on the road ahead. The guys looked puzzled at something happening right in front of them. Concentrating energy in her hands, Julie declared that she wanted to attack first. A moment later, she summoned an advanced mana wolf, creating a red magic circle. A monster ran out from there at great speed. It hit the slime on the roof of the building and flew to the side. The slime did not receive any damage from the blow. Dumbfounded, the red-haired girl looked straight ahead, not understanding how this was impossible, and there was not a scratch on it. Then she looked at the surprised Kai standing behind her, puzzled, and said that she was not that weak, so she was going to try again. At that moment, the boy took her hand and pulled it back, saying that she needed to be careful. A moment later, a drop of slime fell on the place where she was. It began to corrode the tiles on the ground. Looking at his ally, the protagonist told her to concentrate, and she, coming to her senses, agreed with this. Concentrating. Looking straight ahead, Kai wondered what it was, and he had never seen it even in the abyss. Looking at the huge slime on the roof of the building, the boy suddenly heard the voice of Themis, who suggested that in this case, maybe this was another intrigue of another constellation, and he agreed with this opinion. Suddenly, the narrative of the story was transferred to the cores of the processing plant, the reactors in which were covered in slime. With the help of an appendage, the slime was pumping energy from there. The huge slime was located right on the roof of the main building of the corporation and continued to pump energy into itself. After some time, the monster began to swell sharply. The boy standing below, watching this, raised his head up, thinking that he was getting stronger with the absorption of the energy of the core. Suddenly, Wayne, who was standing behind him, held out his phone, saying that something terrible seemed to have happened, and he looked at him in surprise, asking about it again. Showing photos of slimes that surrounded a huge number of buildings around the world, the ominous rock explained that the core factories everywhere were attacked at the moment. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist thought that he did not know who was behind this, but they were very smart, and Wayne at this time explained that since the summoned monsters become stronger if they are summoned at the core factories. With a look full of seriousness, Kai gave him the phone back and stated that something must be done about this and quickly end it. And the ominous rock standing behind him wondered if he really had any skills that were useful in fighting them. Taking out a blade from your subspace, the boy said that he would discharge it until it died. Looking at his ally in confusion, Wayne didn't understand anything and wanted to believe that he was joking. At this time, the protagonist got into a fighting stance, enveloping himself in energy. A moment later, he suddenly rushed into the attack, saying that he was already on his way. Kai rushed forward at great speed, enveloping himself in blue energy. Immediately after that, the entire territory of the plant was visible sword cuts, after which slime flew in all directions. Small pieces of the monster lay right on the ground and twitched a little. After some time, they dried up and were destroyed. Looking at the territory of the plant, which was all strewn with pieces of the slime, Wayne wondered if it really died. Suddenly, a guard ran right up to the boy, saying that they had come to help. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that they were too late because he had already dealt with him, and the stunned hunter did not believe the truth of what he had heard. Looking at the dead remains of the monster, the guard said that this was surprising because in other regions there was currently a fierce battle. At the same moment, Julie held out her phone towards Kai, addressing him, and asked him to look at this. There was a broadcast with a helicopter flying over a burning building, and the voice was talking about the American Port Arthur nuclear plant, the Garyville nuclear plant, and the Korean Ulsan nuclear plant. After which the news anchor, holding a paper with information in his hands, said that this also affected the Shandong plant in China, and it was confirmed that all of them are currently being attacked by monsters. The protagonist, holding the phone in his hands, was extremely stunned by everything he saw, when suddenly the device in his pocket vibrated. After receiving the call, Kai brought the phone to his ear and heard Bill's voice asking if he had seen the news and what kind of pigs they were, and he wondered if he didn't know either. With a serious look, looking away, the boy replied that he had never seen them before and thought that this was the work of some constellation. Hearing this, the head of the Dragon Industry clan with a dumbfounded expression asked what kind of idiot could do this, because now the stock prices are flying into some kind of abyss. Very angry, the man in glasses said that he was talking now and asked to stop bothering him, creating a huge number of mana circles, directing his magic at the enemies. Under the influence of the high temperature of the fire, the slime was defeated. Coming closer and examining it, Bill assumed that, it seems, in order to defeat them, you need to burn them until they stop regenerating, asking that he also tried it. In response, the man heard from the phone that he simply cut him until he died, which shocked him greatly and thought that he was very reckless. Continuing to talk on the phone, Kai asked to inform him in any case if any new information came in, and his friend answered that he would do so and asked where he was currently fighting. Dodging the answer, the boy said that he was in a bit of a hurry now, so he would call back later, and the head of the Dragon Industry clan, who heard this, with a look full of displeasure, asked that he had not caused any mischief anywhere there. At that moment, Julie pointed her finger to the side, saying that she thought it would be best to go to Korea now, and the protagonist, who heard this, answered that, of course, this is so, and thanked him for his help, explaining that he would send her share as soon as they finished sorting out all this mess. Hearing this, the red-haired girl with a smile on her face declared that she was not really there for the reward, but would gladly accept it, while Wayne, who was watching this, could not understand whether she had always been like this. Looking at the closet behind him, Kai concluded that it was time to clean it up. Immediately after that, he loaded it along with the ominous rock directly into the car. Looking at his ally, continuing to load the portal with the dungeon, the boy said that after all, who would have thought that it could be in the closet, and he answered that he himself could not believe it until he saw it. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered something. Right next to them on the ground, two company executives were sitting and moaning with their mouths tied, and Kai said that they saw that they still had not been untied. Having finished with all the business, the guys finally freed the executives. When the blindfold was removed, the man in the business suit expressed his gratitude and asked how they knew that this would happen. Pointing his finger at Wayne, who was standing next to him, the protagonist explained that they had received some information through their sources, and Wayne had asked for their help in defending themselves together. The company director, smiling as he looked at the ominous rock, expressed his deep gratitude to him, and Wayne said that he was simply doing what he had to do. With a benevolent expression on his face, the man explained that he was truly sorry for being so late with his promise, and promised that he would definitely be able to convince the other directors to give him his shares. After his words, Kai, approaching Wayne, whispered to him that he knew that this was just smoke and mirrors, since there was not an inch of sincerity, and Wayne asked, puzzled, that he was really serious. Suddenly, the plot, showing us the image of the constellation of the invincible avatar of training, explained that it was true, that Kai was a constellation acting as a mortal, and he was able to recognize Jacob's lie as soon as he said those words. With a serious look, the boy gave a positive answer, explaining that advanced martial arts users are able to read their opponent's thoughts, and his ally, who heard this, said that it sounded amazing. Looking at the ominous rock standing right in front of him, the protagonist said that they were already completely finished there anyway and therefore should leave, and he agreed with this. Immediately after, their car slowly began to move. Then the guys drove away in it. The company executives, who remained standing in the middle of the plant's territory, still had their hands tied. The narrative of the story shifts to the union of minor constellations, where the kitten of lava and magma were located along with the girl. Suddenly, Kai teleported right to them. Looking at his allies, he greeted them, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and they greeted him in return. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the boy asked what kind of urgent reason they were talking about. At the same time, Rob, who was sitting opposite him, was shouting that there was a big commotion among the constellations, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Recalling the huge slime that attacked the nuclear processing plants, the kitten of lava and magma explained that a reward was set for the head of the constellation that caused all this chaos. Looking at the system notification windows, Kai asked again about the reward and thought that it was because the agreement was broken. Imagining the soul stone in his head, he reasoned that since they were rare to get, it would be great if he could catch the constellation that caused this. Then the boy turned to the girl standing next to him and asked how they were going to look for him and whether he should really look for him himself, and she answered that there was no need for that. visualizing a huge number of system notifications coming to some constellation that was already afraid of it. Emily explained that the participants in the agreement were constantly spamming him with challenges to a constellation battle. Looking at his ally in surprise, the protagonist asked that it couldn't just refuse them, and she answered that, of course, it could, but a constellation that avoided battles for too long risked losing its chance to stay on Earth. Looking thoughtfully at the system notification windows, Kai said that he was thinking about fighting him head-on, and the Mistress of Dreams and Desires clarified that he knew how rare it was in the abyss. Suddenly, the boy heard the voice of Themis in his head, who said that no one would agree to put their life on the line, because it was some kind of stupidity, and unless the constellation did not seem impudent or reckless, which greatly confused him. Thinking back on his countless battles against the enemies that stood in his way, the protagonist thought that he could be called reckless. With a slightly puzzled look, Kai coughed and asked that in any case, was there any more information about him, and Emily called up the system window, telling him to look there. In the system notification window, there was a picture of a shapeless comprehender piercing everything, and the boy who saw it noted that it had a very pretentious name for a stupid lump of mucus. Sitting in his dimension, she did not say that it was a very cruel constellation, and wondered if he was originally a monster, while the protagonist suggested that he thought he knew Earth too well for a monster. With a serious look, looking at the system notification window, Kai suggested that perhaps there was a constellation from Earth that was helping him. Then, looking at his allies, the boy told them that he would go check out the Constellation channel. Immediately after that, the protagonist found himself in the abyss in the form of a constellation. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, which surprised him greatly. It contained information that the snake of drinking and dancing was furious with the shapeless constellation, and therefore a reward was posted. At the same time, several more system notification windows appeared right in front of him, notifying that a huge number of constellations were posting a reward for defeating the offender, and Kai, who saw this, thought that everyone was only talking about him. Suddenly, in the large amount of information about the constellations, the boy noticed something. On one of them, it was written that the virtuous goddess of Libra was requesting a meeting with him. After reading the information on the system notification window, the protagonist was surprised to ask why she was doing this all of a sudden. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the territory of the goddess of Libra to the island levitating in the air. The Da family seemed to sparkle and was covered in apple blossoms. Her dress fluttered beautifully in the wind. Surrounded by a huge number of beautiful flowers, the virtuous goddess of Libra asked how she looked. Ray, who saw her, declared that the word perfect was created only to describe this day, while the angels standing behind them, dumbfounded, thought that the same answer to the same question 145 times, and did not understand that they were not tired of it yet. The red-haired angel, who returned after a 1,000-year search for Kai, clapped her hands, saying that this was truly excellent. Themis, with a smile on her face, looked at herself in the mirror, and which one of her servants and asked that he would be able to participate in the battle of the constellations this time, to which she received a positive answer. Then the virtuous goddess of Libra added that she would also have a servant of the avatar of training with her, so she would have to give it her all, and Ray, surprised by what she heard, said that, of course, it was so, but she had her doubts. Suddenly, the red-haired angel asked if she still wanted that servant so much, and the one who heard this suddenly froze in place. A little confused, the virtuous goddess of Libra turned around, asking what she was talking about, saying that she did not feel anything like that for him, while the acolyte standing behind her simply looked at her silently. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifted to the goddess's garden, where the leaves of the trees were fluttering in the wind. Inside, at a small table under an umbrella, Kai was sitting, waiting for his friend. Suddenly, Ray took a step forward on the carpet. The boy, holding a cup of tea in his hand, noticed this, looking forward. Right in front of him was the red-haired angel, who was walking forward with a serious look. The constellation with purple hair, looking at Ray's expressionless face, said with admiration that she had not seen such strong servants for a long time. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if she was really that much about the goddess who was having fun in her dimension, eating chips, explained that he would not be surprised if other constellations tried to grab her, but it would only pass if she wanted it herself. At that moment, Kai saw white feathers falling right in front of him. Immediately after that, the virtuous goddess of scales appeared to him, waving her large wings. Looking at the smiling Themis, who noted that they had not seen each other with the servant Kai for a long time, the boy thought that she was not the same as before, but still with a powerful existential force. Slightly raising his head, the protagonist declared that it was an honor for him to meet her again. Moving his hand to the side, the virtuous goddess of scales asked if he knew why she called him, and he answered that perhaps it was because of the formless to comprehend or. Sitting down on a chair, Themis explained that this was all true, and although all the constellations were hunting for him, few would risk challenging him to a battle of the constellations, because they didn't really know anything about him. The virtuous goddess of scales also added that since the reward offered was quite substantial, it would only be better for them if they won, and Kai, who was sitting opposite, agreed with her words. Holding out her hand in front of her, Themis declared that she would therefore like to join hands in order to participate in the battle of the constellations together, and, of course, she needed his constellation's permission first. Suddenly, the notification window of the system notified that the kitten was saying that this could be a trap, and the constellation with purple hair asked him that he really thought that some impudent constellation was capable of pulling off such a scheme, while the boy, crossing his arms over his chest, thought that it seemed that the goddess was being slightly underestimated. Raising his hand to his face, the canister discussed that although it was not her style to do something like that, he said that he would ask his constellation about it. Hearing this, Themis stood up from her seat and with a smile on her face asked if it was true, and her friend answered that he would most likely agree. After his words, the virtuous goddess of scales took Kai's hand. With an admiring expression on her face, Themis said that this was a relief for her, and the angel standing behind, watching everything that was happening, mentally asked the goddess to control herself. Sitting back down in her seat, the virtuous goddess of scales told that the shapeless constellation accepted the challenge to the battle of constellations, and asked that he knew SSL, and the boy sitting opposite asked about it again. Imagining in his head how hunters fight each other, the protagonist wondered if this was a sport in which people fight 6 on 6, and Themis answered that it was also a type of constellation battle. Surprised, looking straight ahead, Kai noted that he was not very familiar with it, thinking that it was because he had not watched it since the entire Korean team was defeated, and the virtuous goddess of Libra, who heard this, was very surprised. With a thoughtful look, she suddenly remembered that he had not been on Earth for 30 years, and did not understand what to do now. Looking at the boy sitting in front, Themis suddenly offered him to participate in a training match. After hearing this, the protagonist's voice was heard in the goddess's garden, asking about the training match. After some time, several silhouettes, shrouded in blue energy, flew up above the territory of the goddess of Libra. It was the Onkayo that Kai was following. Suddenly looking down, the boy saw something there. Looking through Themis' domain, consisting of several islands with angels flying between them, the boy thought that there were definitely more cool-looking buildings and strong servants there, and it was a little different from what he saw last time. Flying up to another unknown structure, the angel suddenly informed the protagonist that they were there. Approaching the island, Kai saw Rei standing on it. The red-haired angel smiled widely, turning to the hunter, and stated that she had been waiting for him. Rei, with a look full of goodwill, looked after the hunter Kai. She put her hand on his shoulder and said what she had not managed to tell him earlier. Looking at him with an admiring look, the red-haired angel added that she was very happy to have met him, which greatly surprised the boy. Remembering how she was on a stone island in the abyss, Rei said that she really wanted to meet him. Then memories of talking with beings from different places in the abyss appeared in her head, and the red-haired angel noted that it was a journey that lasted for centuries. When she flew over stone cliffs, she spoke of unprecedented tears. Wiping them from her eyes, Rei declared that she was so glad that she was able to meet him. Turning her back to the protagonist, the red-haired angel proposed to start a training match. The story took place at the servant battle, the starting point of Rei's team, where a statue of a goddess stood in the middle of the island. Suddenly, Kai heard the angel's voice off to the side that in the servant battle, the participants' powers were greatly limited, and looked there. Moving her hand to the side, Rei explained that not all skills were allowed and that there were restrictions on characteristics. Imagining a battlefield in her head, divided by 3 lines, upper, middle, and lower, the red-haired angel talked about this. Visualizing how the hunter destroyed the enemy and absorbed energy, Rei stated that the restrictions would be gradually removed after killing monsters and leveling up. Remembering the devastation that the battle had brought, the red-haired angel said that after leveling up in this way, he attacks the enemy base, and the first team to destroy the Constellation Sanctuary will win. After hearing all this, Kai thought with a thoughtful look that this is how it turns out. He needs to kill monsters, level up, and smash everything in sight. Then the boy opened a huge number of system notification windows in front of him, realizing that he needs to select a skill. Poking at the Heavenly Strike skill, the protagonist thought that nothing like this should happen with this. Looking towards Rei, who was standing next to him, Kai declared that he was ready. She noted that it was great and suggested that they start right now. Looking at himself in surprise and losing internal energy, the boy received notifications from the system that his internal energy had dropped sharply and the effect of unquenchable regeneration had been greatly reduced, so now he could not use the great absorption technique. After what happened, the protagonist looked at his hand in surprise, noting that it felt like he had become an E-rank hunter again. The red-haired angel standing behind him explained that he just needed to take the upper lane, and Kai, walking away from her, said that they would see each other again. When the boy got into a stance, Rei said that there was one more thing. A moment later, the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot with great force. Then he rushed forward very quickly, which greatly surprised the red-haired angel who was watching him. Despite Kai running away from her at a fast pace, Ray noted that she wanted to give him some advice. As the boy quickly ran across the battlefield, she said that since this was a training match, it might be better for him to experience everything on his own skin. The protagonist moved forward at great speed, pushing off the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him. Right in front of him was a monster standing on the grass. The enraged ghouls used to level up ran straight at him with a furious look. Noticing this, Kai stopped abruptly. Jumping towards the monsters and concentrating energy in his fist, the boy wondered if there was something, killing them would raise his level. After which a huge amount of blue energy fell right on the ghoul's head. Leaving only splashes of blood from his opponent, the protagonist thought that since he primarily needed to conserve his internal energy, he would not waste it on skills. Looking at the enraged ghouls running towards him, Kai reasoned that in this case the only thing left for him was to destroy his opponents with punches, adding that it was to rely on the muscle memory of his body. Immediately after that, the protagonist walked through each monster he encountered at great speed, and the system notified that he was restoring internal energy thanks to the kills. Suddenly, Kai heard an unknown growl behind him and turned around. A ghoul immediately jumped on him, and the boy looking at him thought that he had missed one after all. Suddenly, a blue crystal nearby activated. A moment later, the lightning force it caused destroyed the monster, which greatly surprised the protagonist. After this attack, the ghoul was redeemed. While the monster's corpse was falling right in front of Kai, he looked out for the tower on which the very blue crystal was located. The boy looked straight ahead with great admiration. Inspecting the blue crystal, he said that he thought it was some kind of street lamp. It turned out to be quite useful. Warming his fist, looking at the horde of monsters approaching him, the protagonist was going to meet them. A huge number of ghouls with a furious look ran straight towards him. Enveloping himself in energy, with a malicious grin on his face, Kai declared that you can have some serious fun there. At this time, the stars were sparkling in the night sky. The corpse of the monster unconsciously fell straight to the ground. Looking at his fist, enveloped in energy, the boy wondered if he had made good progress, while the system notified that he had restored internal energy and the effect of unquenchable regeneration increased. Standing in the middle of the battlefield on a high stone, the protagonist wondered what would happen after so many murders. Looking at the dead ghoul lying next to him, Kai noted that since he had absolutely no experience, he could not even understand whether everything was good or not. Looking at the battlefield, standing on a hill, the boy did not understand where all the enemies were. A huge cloud of green energy was rapidly moving forward. It hit right on the monster's head. This magic belonged to an angel who destroyed the enemy with his attack. Looking smugly straight ahead, he noted that the leveling was progressing well. With a smile on his face, the angel said that since his opponent was a human and a complete newbie at that, he thought he should not linger for long. While he was saying that although this was rather too fast, Kai was rapidly approaching him. Noticing his opponent right in front of him, the boy said that here he is. Immediately after that, using energy, he approached him at great speed. Having come as close as possible, the protagonist thanked him for the experience points with a smile on his face, and he tried to stop him. A moment later, Kai's fist hit the angel right in the face. After the damage received, his head flew back. Having finished the first attack, the boy inhaled air to continue. Immediately after that, he dealt a huge number of blows to his opponent. After some time, a yellow beam appeared above the statue with the red crystal. This unknown energy rushed straight to the ground. Suddenly, an angel appeared right from it, breathing heavily and not understanding what it was. Covering one eye with his hand, the goddess's servant asked if he had just died and been reborn and was unable to do anything to that person. At this time, Kai was warming up, and the angel wondered, although he had relaxed, if this person was really a newbie. The monster growled menacingly, looking forward. Kai, without thinking twice, hit him with his fist, hitting him right in the stomach. Suddenly, the boy saw a cloud of orange energy appear next to him. The energy ball then asked the hunter if everything was okay, and the protagonist, who heard this, realized that it was just communication magic. Ray used this ability to contact him, and said that since this was his first time in a servant battle, she decided to contact him in case of problems. Continuing to confront his enemies, Kai said that he had just killed some angel, and right now he was clearing out ghouls, which greatly surprised the red-haired angel. Using communication magic, Ray asked with a stunned look that he had already killed an angel, and he asked what was wrong with that. Looking at the magic ball flying right in front of him, the boy wondered if this was really against the rules, to which he received the answer that it was not quite so and rather the opposite. The red-haired angel would then use communication magic to explain that it would be better if he continued like this, and the protagonist would smile widely, saying that it was a great relief. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, he was about to say something. Seeing the angel in front of him, who was rapidly approaching him, Kai would declare that he had come for more. Flying closer, the servant of the goddess would land right on the grass. Looking at the angel right in front of him, the boy would ask if he had really returned, noting that he looked weak. Stretch his arm, the protagonist would suggest that perhaps he was simply fearless. Pointing his finger at him, the angel laughed and asked him if he thought he would run away with his wings tucked in because he had hit him a couple of times. Spreading his arms majestically and opening his wings, the goddess's servant declared that he was going to try again and wanted to see if he could do anything to him this time. Taking a step forward, Kai released a huge amount of blue energy, and he was curious about how he got such a skill in provocation. Seeing him, the angel gritted his teeth in fear, thinking that he had no chance in close combat anyway. Using the magic trap skill, reducing speed, and placing it right on the ground in front of the boy, the angel thought that he should just trap him and restrict his movement. The goddess's servant stared ahead, waiting for his opponent to advance. At this point, the protagonist was already taking a step forward, preparing to step into the trap. Suddenly, his entire body froze right in front of the trap. The angel was very happy that his plan came true. A moment later, he was very dumbfounded when Kai objected to him. Pointing his finger in his direction, the boy explained that instead of such stupid provocations, he should learn to control his emotions. Enveloping his finger in blue energy, he used a heavenly skill. Immediately after that, a huge number of arrows of blue energy were directed towards the servant of the goddess. Trying to hold back the onslaught of his opponent, taking all his blows, the angel thought that he had just recently swung his fists, and now he uses long-range attacks. Flying back from the damage received, the servant of the goddess reasoned that this was definitely some kind of cheating. Then the narrative of the story moves to the middle lane to the tower of the enemy angels, where the red crystal was located. The ghoul's corpse fell straight to the ground. Several angels stood in the middle of the battlefield and looked at the fallen enemies, while one of them said that everything seemed to be fine there. Suddenly, the angel heard a familiar voice when a bright white light appeared behind him. Phil was heading straight towards him at great speed. With tears in his eyes, he approached his allies, asking for help, and they did not understand what was happening. Then the angel crashed right into his friend, and he tried to catch him. Having fallen to the ground, Nicholas held his friend and did not understand what was happening at all. Looking at Phil in surprise, his friend asked that he should be on the top lane, and another angel wondered what was wrong with the newbie human. Suddenly, Kai was next to them and said that, thinking this, it would be difficult for him to answer them. Warming his fist, the boy said that he simply asked him to show him the way and at the same time talk to him along the way. Taking a fighting stance, seeing the enemy, the angel asked what he was doing there, and Nicholas noted that it was impossible. Seeing a destroyed tower with a red crystal right on the road, the servant of the goddess could not believe that he had already captured the top lane. Opening his mouth wide in surprise, Nicholas thought that, and not only that. Looking at the protagonist, seeing a huge amount of energy in him, he reasoned that this was an insane amount of mana and how could it be possible to reach such a level so quickly. Kai looked down at his opponents and did not understand what they were waiting for, asking if they were going to fight. Having not received an answer, the boy enveloped his fist in blue energy. A moment later, he rushed forward at great speed, declaring that he would start the fight himself. Seeing this, the angels were very scared and screamed in fear. Continuing to head towards them, the protagonist hoped that this time there would be less empty chatter. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, which surprised him greatly. Looking straight ahead, Kai was extremely dumbfounded. The system notification window said that the training match had ended with the consent of both parties and he would soon be teleported out of the arena. Immediately after that, the boys looked away in surprise as they were enveloped in yellow energy. The story's narration shifts to the outside of the arena building, where a beam of yellow energy hit. Looking around in surprise, enveloped in an unknown mana, Nicholas asked what was happening. The boy stood in place and looked straight ahead with a puzzled look. Suddenly, he saw Ray running up to him, distracting him. Standing right in front of the angels, the protagonist asked why the training match ended so abruptly and what happened, and they did not have any answer. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him. It said that the formless encroacher that pierces everything had surrendered, which greatly surprised Kai. Reading the information from the system window, the boy could not believe that he had decided to surrender because they had just started training. Then he looked at the red-haired angel standing next to him and asked if this happened usually. She gave a negative answer. With a confused look, Ray suggested that perhaps this was some kind of plan of the goddess, and the boy who heard this noted that she was the best. At the same time, system notification windows appeared right in front of them, notifying that the virtuous goddess of the scales was asking if the formless encroacher had surrendered, and the piercing one was wondering with great surprise what was happening. At this time, the protagonist and Ray silently watched this. Watching them through the system notification window, Rabu and Emily did not understand what they were expecting at all. With a thoughtful look, Kai wondered what to do now when suddenly a system notification window appeared in front of him. It was a notification that the formless comprehension that pierces everything was requesting a meeting, which surprised the boy greatly. Remembering the huge slime that was on the nuclear processing plant building, the boy wondered what that bastard was planning. Kai recalled the image of the huge slime that was on the roof of the Park Energy Company building. Looking ahead in surprise, the boy could not understand what his opponent was planning. Looking up in surprise, the protagonist received a notification from the system that the lava and magma kitten was saying that this could be an attempt to negotiate due to feeling cornered, and he mused that he thought it was quite possible. Sinking into his consciousness, Kai realized that if he did not try, he would not know. Immediately after this narration, the story is transported to a place in the abyss that looked like a desert. In an instant, the boy and the virtuous goddess of scales were right there. Looking at the protagonist in surprise, Themis asked if the training avatar had sent him instead of coming in person, and he replied that it was so. Looking at her with a smile on his face, Kai explained that his constellation trusted him in many ways. Looking ahead, the boy saw an incomprehensible silhouette of a monster. It was the formless perceiver piercing everything, who greeted both constellations with a smile on his face, which the plot also told us. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist declared that he was not going to spare him since he gave up, and asked if he was aware of the damage he had caused to the earth. The formless perceiver piercing everything towered right above Kai, saying that he had no other choice to contact the constellations that had established themselves on Earth, and Kai, standing below, asked him to try telling this to the constellations that were pursuing him, and he was curious what they would do to him. Slightly downcast, the comprehender said that it was unfair since he had not planned all of this alone, and the virtuous goddess of scales, who heard this, was surprised that he had not pulled it off alone. Looking intently ahead, the boy noted that he had thought so, and since he wanted negotiations, he had to reveal his accomplice, and Themis did not believe in the truthfulness of his words. Then the huge slug, looking upset, recalled the image of the collector of noble crowns, saying that he was not going to hide anything, and persuaded him to go to this very constellation, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Looking at the huge slime monster, Kai declared that it seemed that he had been set up in a big way, and he had used him to anger the other constellations, which surprised him. Very angry and trembling with rage, the formless comprehender piercing everything muttered that he had known it, after which the great constellation began to cry, and the boy who saw this was extremely dumbfounded. The protagonist watched everything that was happening, puzzled, while the formless perceiver who pierces everything said that the other constellations did not even talk to him, and begged him for help, while he thought that he was a little stupid, and wondered if this was due to the fact that he was a monster. With a thoughtful look, Kai reasoned that, nevertheless, if he could take revenge on this bastard collector, then it would be great. After which the boy answered that he would help him, and the formless perceiver who pierces everything who heard this was very surprised, as were his 3 constellation friends. At that very moment, the virtuous goddess of scales approached him, spreading her arms wide, and asked him to wait a second, asking if he really needed help, because if he got into a battle with the constellation of the collector, he would not take on any problems. The protagonist answered that she could not worry about it. With a look full of self-confidence, Kai declared that he was not going to participate in other people's battles, and Themis, who heard this, asked what he was going to do then. At this time, Emilia looked at the kitten of lava and magma in surprise, while the boy said that if she really wanted to know, then he would ask an acquaintance for help. Hearing this, Rob pointed at himself in surprise and asked that it was really about him. Immediately after there, the narrative of the story is transferred to an unknown part of the abyss. Kai rushed forward at great speed, studying the information in the system notification windows. At this time, the system announced that his current rank was 98, and the boy who saw it said that it was finally a double-digit number. Continuing to fly further with a smile on his face, the protagonist noted that soon it would be possible to target high-ranking constellations, and the purple-haired goddess replied that there was no need to try to climb Olympus so quickly, otherwise the others would not be happy. Then she added that it would be better to take a break for now, and Kai suddenly stopped, noting that he was thinking about taking a look at his territory, which is why he came there. Towering directly above the huge territory where the orcs live, the boy did not even know how to say it. While his subordinates grazed cattle in their fields, he wondered if it seemed to her that a lot had changed. Looking at the cow, the protagonist assumed that it seemed to be the one he dragged. Suddenly, Kai noticed something flashing past him. Looking at the unknown bird that flew past, the boy asked if they raised them, since he brought so many chickens. Suddenly, the stone golem located below noticed his presence. Peering out from behind the trees, the guardian king of the sky pagoda greeted him, and the protagonist, turning back, thought about him and said that he was glad to see him again. Pointing his finger to the side, Kai asked if he really did all this since these territories had changed so much, and the guardian king of the sky pagoda said that it was not him, and shook his head in denial. Then the system announced that the stone golem said that most of it was done by the orcs while they were just working in their fields with the help of cows, and the boy who heard this was very surprised by this. Looking down in shock, the protagonist concluded that, frankly, if he had been told that the orcs were an agricultural tribe, he would not have believed it. Immediately after this, Kai was descending, landing on the ground, when suddenly one of the monsters noticed him, turning back. At that moment, the orcs gathered around him and were happy that their master had returned and asked to see how much they had achieved. With a smile on his face, looking at his subordinates, the boy said that he had already seen everything while flying there and declared that it was an excellent job, and the monsters thanked him for it. Then the protagonist pointed his finger at the animals behind him and asked that they were the ones who raised the cows and chickens that he gave them like that, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at the muscular body of the cow, the orc explained that they raised them so that they would be strong and suit his reputation, and Kai understood everything. The boy clutched his head in confusion and said that he had thought about cooking them into something, but they had put so much effort into raising them, which had surprised his subordinates. The orc looked straight ahead with a dumbfounded expression, asking if they could really kill them, and the master replied that he thought so, and that was it. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that all their efforts had been in vain, and the orcs standing in front of him seemed to have caught fire with this idea and were going to kill everyone to hell. Immediately after this, the monsters began to furiously destroy all the livestock they had, and Kai, watching from the side, wondered if it was really okay to eat the animals they raised. The story continued to take place in the same place in the abyss. After some time, only bones and dirty plates from under the food remained of the cows. The orcs were lying on the ground with their bellies full and saying that they couldn't take it anymore. One of them was giving a thumbs up and telling the owner that it tasted simply divine, and the boy was taking away the plates and remarking that he was glad that they liked it. Suddenly, the protagonist, looking away, thought that there was something strange about this. He saw how the monsters got up from the ground and were enveloped in blue energy, saying that they needed to help the owner with the cleaning. Kai, looking straight ahead, puzzled, assumed that it seemed that they were now emitting a stronger energy than before and did not understand what was happening at all. At the same time, the goddess of laziness was saying that since her servants had become lazy, it was logical that he had influenced his own in a different way. And the boy, watching the orcs who were cleaning up the dirty dishes, thought that thanks to his influence, they became stronger while they worked and ate delicious food. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a portal opening next to him and thought that he was not exactly a farmer, but that was not bad, although still a little. With the help of this very portal, a traveling merchant selling destinies contacted him, who with a smile on his face said that he was looking for a meeting with him, congratulating him on his victory in the Battle of the Constellations. Then he showed a box of advanced chaos buildings for 100,000 shards and said that to celebrate his victory, you can buy something that gives a new building, and Kai, who heard this, was puzzled, asking why he decided to suddenly look for him and beg him to buy something. Looking at his balance of soul stones, the boy thought that there were not very many of them. The goddess of laziness said that since it was time for him to start defending his territory anyway, it would be nice to buy some kind of building. Agreeing with her, the protagonist stated that it would be awesome, which greatly surprised the traveling merchant. After which, with a serious look, Kai would state that he only had 98,000 shards and ask for a discount, to which the constellation would ask in shock if he was a thief. The boy would shrug and turn his back on him, and the traveling merchant would be displeased with him for constantly trying to lower the price, holding the artifact out in front of him while he told him to forget it, since he was the one who decided to appear out of nowhere and start selling something. The traveling merchant would cry while making a deal with him and give him a box of advanced chaos buildings, saying that it wouldn't work next time, and the protagonist would thank him for such a quick deal. Immediately after that, the merchant's portal would slam shut. Holding the artifact with the new building in his hands, Kai would think that it looked rather ominous, considering that he had given away all his money. Looking at the building box, which emitted an incomprehensible energy, the boy reasoned that perhaps he had been too hasty in purchasing it. Throwing his new artifact forward, the protagonist said that he should forget about it, because he had already bought it anyway and would not soon find out what was inside. Suddenly, the building box opened, and a bright yellow light came from inside, while the system announced that his fate was being decided as chaos flowed out of it. Illuminated by the bright glow, Kai looked ahead in admiration and did not understand what it was. When the artifact opened and a bright light burst out, the system announced that a great warrior's barrier was appearing. Kai looked in surprise at the unknown source of the bright light. With a look full of incomprehension, the boy wondered what it was. At the same time, his territory was enveloped by a great warrior's barrier, which protects from the storms of the kind and grants strength to servants, and the plot told us that it is possible to pass on the skill of this artifact to your followers. Watching everything from her dimension, The goddess of sloth noted that it was quite good, and the protagonist, examining his new acquisition, asked what was really so good, until she answered that the barriers were very useful in business, because thanks to them he can protect his territories even when the constellation is not nearby. Then Kai was very embarrassed when his friend added that nothing could be better for his golden successor, who constantly feeds at the expense of other constellations from Earth, and thought that it felt like she was insulting him. Watching a huge chicken fly over the field, the boy thought that in any case, it is a sin to complain about a good thing. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the mansion of the Dragon Bill, which towered in the middle of the city. Looking at the graph, the head of the Dragon Industry clan asked only to see how the price of cores has increased, and this is true bliss. As if blazing with rage, the man in glasses noted that although the prices of his shares were asking for a lot because of this stupid slug. At this time, Kai was sitting right in front of him and studying the chart, saying that he didn't know if this would calm him down, but he was currently getting it in the neck from other constellations. And Bill, hearing this, asked if it was really summer and answered that he was feeling much better now. The boy drank water from a glass and remembered the kitten of lava and magma, thinking that he was helping him a little, but only because they were using him against the constellation of the Collector. Then the protagonist remembered his meeting with Emily and Rob at their place of residence. Pointing at himself in surprise, the kitten of lava and magma asked in shock that he really expected him to spread these rumors, to which he received a positive answer. With a serious look, Kai explained that the surprise attack at the core factory had harmed not only the good constellations, but also the demon god constellation. With a menacing look straight ahead, the boy added that so if rumors spread that the Collector constellation was behind all of this, his position would definitely be shaken. Thinking about what she heard, the mistress of dreams and desires understood everything, saying that it sounded like a great plan, and an angry Rob stated that he got the gist of it, but did not understand why he had to do this. After his words, the protagonist explained that it was because he was their gossip expert, and the lava and magma kitten, who heard this, silently shuddered. Sprawled right on the table, he did not deny it, and Kai, who stood up from his seat, said that then he would leave it to him. Imagining a collector receiving a huge amount of insults from different constellations in his head, the boy thought that this would make things much more difficult for him now. Returning to reality, the protagonist was suddenly surprised when a breaking news alert appeared in the notification window. The reporter, sitting at his place, said that a moment earlier, a rank hunter Hugo announced that he would participate in the raid on the Gate of the Abyss. Hearing this, Bill furiously slammed the table and asked what this crazy guy just said. Coming closer to his friend, he said that he needed to listen to it. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the press conference hall, where the same hunter was just making an announcement. Standing in front of a huge number of microphones, Hugo said that humanity had been under the control of the constellations of the Abyss for too long, and they were constantly attacked by monsters. Recalling the large number of monsters that burst out from behind the portals, he added that the reason for all of this was the Gate of the Abyss, and for quite a long time, they had been avoiding the truth at all costs out of fear. In front of a large number of journalists, the rank hunter assumed that it might be too late, but he wanted to fulfill his duty as a high-ranking fighter. Slamming his hand on the table, Hugo said that he was at this press conference, after which, with a look full of seriousness, the man declared that he would go to the Gate of the Abyss. While a large number of journalists were filming him, the rank hunter added that, of course, he would not be able to do it alone, and that was why he would need help from others. With a look full of determination, the man declared that he would fight together with other hunters of the same rank and above, and the rest would be responsible for support. Kai and his friend watched the press conference through the system window while Hugo said that if they had a sense of duty as a hunter, no matter what rank it was, they should join in. Clenching his hand into a fist, the rank hunter proposed that they liberate their planet together. At this time, the people in the city square who heard this rejoiced. Watching everything that was happening through the system notification window, Kai noted that he was quite passionate, which Bill, who was standing next to him, agreed with. Standing right in front of his friend, the Dragon Industry clan leader asked if he really thought that he had never thought of something like this, and the boy looking at him asked what the problem was, to which he received the answer that everything was a problem. Imagining the construction in his head with a huge number of people, Bill explained that the costs were simply astronomical, and they would need to hire civilian technicians to install the main facilities in the Abyss and people to guard them, so there were just a lot of problems. Visualizing Hugo with a sinister look, he added that the biggest one was that he was not the kind of a rank hunter who would care about civilians or a low-ranking one, and in fact, he would rather use them as bait to achieve his own personal goals. Turning back, the head of the Dragon Industry clan said that therefore it was not worth getting involved in this, when he suddenly noticed something. Looking at the protagonist, whose eyes seemed to be sparkling, he asked what was wrong with him and whether he was really going to do whatever came into his head again. Immediately after that, Kai stood up from his seat and stretched, saying that, of course, it was unpleasant that Hugo was such a vile person, but his success would be useful to everyone as long as Bill, who was standing next to him, agreed with this. With his back to him, the boy waved his hand, telling him not to worry because he was going to take care of him if he tried to do something stupid. And his old friend, who was puzzled, said that if this happened, then their company would definitely show itself in a good light. Suddenly, the protagonist asked that, besides, wasn't he interested? And the head of the Dragon Industry clan, who heard this, asked what he was talking about. Imagining Hugo in his head, behind whom stood the silhouette of an unknown person, Kai stated that if everything was as he said, then who was driving his personal goals, and the fact that he decided to act meant that he was confident. After hearing this, Bill paused for a moment with a thoughtful look, suggesting that this was possible. Then the protagonist added that there must be a reason for this confidence, while the narrative of the story shifted to the headquarters of the Parker Group, the building of which towered in the middle of the city. While scrolling through the news about Hugo's recent performance, someone stated that it seemed like he had blown up the press. Hearing this, the rank hunter drank water and thanked him for the compliment. Sitting to the side, the unknown person asked that it seemed like some countries were unhappy with him being the leader, and Hugo replied that it didn't matter since he wasn't planning on taking command of the foreign hunters. Placing his empty glass on the table, he explained that he simply needed them to join the raid and distract their enemies, and while they were busy doing that, he would carry out his plans. Afterwards, while the image of Ares appeared behind him, the rank hunter said that his master, the iron-blooded general who was stirring up the battlefield, and he would carry out their plans. Hearing this, the unknown person smiled widely, concluding that the dungeon raid plan the Constellation had told him about was the dungeon raid plan the Constellation had told him about. With his legs crossed, the chairman of the Park Group, Oscar Parker, declared that no investor would miss such an opportunity. With his hand outstretched, the head of the organization said that in return, if there was anything valuable in the raid, when suddenly Hugo, interrupting him, declared that his master swears to share everything, which pleased him very much. Immediately after this, with a look full of seriousness, Oscar called out to Jackson, who immediately obeyed his father. Then the head of the corporation said that he wanted him to take care of the support this time, and upon hearing this, the boy said that he would not let his father down and smiled broadly, bowing to him. Still sitting at his place, Oscar asked not to think of this as a simple raid, because this battle would go down in history, and his son, standing behind him, said that he would keep this in mind. With a serious look straight ahead, the head of the Parker Corporation pointed out that while they were hanging around there, he would be thinking about what to do with this land and slowly making plans for it. Hearing this, Hugo silently turned his menacing gaze to the side. Immediately after that, the story's narrative shifted to the Abyss Gate, to the headquarters of the leadership, where a huge number of people were. Kai, with his arms folded in front of his chest, looked straight ahead at the real fighters there. With a serious look, he suddenly began to say that it was not that he would not look after them at all, since he dragged them there himself, but he asked if everything would be okay with them. Looking at the UHC Sect Hunter clan members standing right in front of him, the boy explained that they could all part with their lives. After his words, Iris, with a look full of determination, declared that it did not matter, and wherever he went, they would fearlessly follow him. At the same moment, the rest of the sect followers supported her, and in one voice the guys repeated that they would follow him. With a smile on his face, turning back, the protagonist agreed with this, saying that then they would go there as a small group of elite hunters. After which, he and his subordinates quickly approached the gates of the abyss, saying that they were leaving and it was time to conquer it. Looking at the tablet, the man spoke about the hunter Kai and the UHC sect, stating that their identities had been confirmed. Pointing his hand to the side, the man said that they could enter, and the boy, hearing this, thanked him and walked forward. He took a confident step, heading towards the portal. A moment later, the protagonist walked inside with a serious look, and the system announced that he had entered the first kingdom of the abyss with an unknown reward, where there was no limit on the maximum number of participants in the remaining time. The narration of the story began to take place in the abyss. Kai, raising his head up, looked straight ahead with great surprise. Looking around, where construction was in full swing, the boy realized that he was in the first territory of the abyss. Along with the rest of the clan, Iris looked around and was silently perplexed. Suddenly turning to the side, the girl heard that they should not worry. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist looked back, declaring that since they trusted him and followed him there, he would do everything to protect them. Hearing this, the guys immediately smiled and were happy with such words of the hunter Kai. At the same time, the boy pointed his finger forward at a newly erected building and asked to look there. This house belonged to the Ikaros clan, and the protagonist said that this was a raid base built by Dragon Industry. With a sly grin on his face, Kai enveloped himself in energy, telling the entire UHC sect to gather in the training room there, and he was personally going to train them. Iris, looking at him in surprise, clarified that right now. Immediately after this narration, The story moves to the American Expedition Command base, where the American flag was flying on the flagpole. Inside were workers, led by an officer, while hunters stood nearby. Looking at Hugo, who was sitting at his place, the man said that the guys were asking when the raid would begin. Closing his eyes, the rank hunter told him to ask them to wait for now, since the time had not yet come, and he asked how it had not come yet and what he was talking about. Looking at the broadcast displayed on a huge screen, Hugo explained that there were many more other expeditions there than he expected, meaning there would be many people he could not control. Watching the hunters battle against a fortified city of monsters, the commander also said that it was better to let them act on their own than they would deal with the orc forts in the vicinity. Fixing his menacing gaze ahead, Hugo concluded that as soon as all the obstacles in their path were gone, they would appear. At this time, the broadcast screen showed the man who had conquered the monster stronghold. With a look that showed his seriousness, the rank hunter also added that he did not think he would have to wait long. Immediately after this, the story moves to the Dragon Industry base, which was made for the Ikaros clan. In the main room, Kai was looking thoughtfully straight ahead. Looking at the broadcast displayed on the screen, the boy said that the hunters of other countries were doing better than he thought, while Elizabeth appeared behind him, asking if it was normal for them to be hanging around there doing nothing. Moving her hand to the side, the girl wondered if there were any useful items there, and the hunter standing next to her agreed with her, noting that it would be too late if everything was snatched up before them, while the plot told us that this was the Ikaros clan, who joined the protagonist a little later. Kai continued to look ahead with a thoughtful look, answering that even though this was the territory of the Abyss, he did not think that there would be anything valuable in the orc forts. Still standing in the middle of the control room, the boy said that it was better to watch for now because he was waiting for something, and Joe, standing behind him, asked his friend if he had any kind of plan. After the question, the protagonist gave a positive answer, noting that although it was not like he had come up with one, when suddenly the narrative of the story shifted to the building of the Dragon Industry clan towering over the city. Pointing his finger upward, Bill told his friend that they only had one plan. With a look full of self-confidence, the man in glasses explained that it consisted of secretly observing what Hugo was doing and then using it against him. Standing right in front of the Dragon Industry clan leader, the boy said that he already understood it, although it was a bit mean, but this way they could reduce the number of victims, but it was still mean. Hearing his opinion, Bill was extremely dumbfounded and asked if it was really necessary to present everything in such a way. Returning to the events of the present, the protagonist with a serious look, looking straight ahead, explained that in any case, it would be better to just wait for now. Looking back sharply, he added that if they heard anything about the Korean expedition, they should report to him. At that very moment, a warning notification appeared right in the middle of the room. The guys were extremely dumbfounded that a huge number of warnings appeared as if out of nowhere. Approaching the leader of the Ikaros clan, Elizabeth asked what it was and whether the monsters had really united, and Kai, who was watching this, answered that it looked like it. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the girl suddenly noticed something. Watching the situation through the broadcast on the screen, where a horde of monsters was shown, she assumed that it seemed that this was not all and could not understand how many of these monsters were there at all. Sharply turning and passing by his friends, the boy said that now they definitely cannot just watch and asked them to prepare to go out, which surprised them. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that in times like these, they must help each other. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the plain where a huge horde of monsters was moving forward. Among them were enraged orcs. Seeing them, the frightened hunters asked to wait a minute and thought about the possibility of retreating. Suddenly, they shuddered, hearing an unknown voice that told them not to retreat. On a small hill behind them stood a man who shouted that all this was expected and they need to get into line without panic. He then said that they first needed to activate defense magic, and if they got through there would be nothing left of their base, and the sorcerers immediately obeyed his order, activating magic circles. The scarred-faced hunter looked straight ahead in confusion, thinking that although this was indeed expected. Watching the huge horde of monsters that were moving towards the wall that the sorcerers had erected, the man wondered if there weren't too many of them, and what should they do in such a situation. Suddenly, Kai appeared out of nowhere, declaring that the Hueshan sect would be maintaining the formation. Flexing his fist, he moved towards the dumbfounded commander, saying that they only had numbers on their side, and they were too weak to break through their defense. With a look full of seriousness, the boy declared that he would take care of their leader himself, and his subordinates immediately disobeyed the order. As the protagonist passed by the hunter with the scar, the latter looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing, because if he wanted to fight together, he should form a line, and the latter told him to forget about it and just keep maintaining the magic. Preparing to push off the ground with his foot, Kai explained that it was faster for him to go alone. The commander asked him with a puzzled look what he was talking about, when suddenly the boy rushed forward at great speed, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy. Seeing this, the hunter with the scar on his face looked at him in surprise, saying that this was complete madness. At this time, the protagonist continued to move forward rapidly, enveloping himself in magic. Gathering energy in his fist, he thought that there was no point in delaying this. Suddenly, the orcs who were about to attack the people were very surprised by the light they saw in front. A moment later, it struck them, throwing them aside. The remaining monsters were very scared by what happened. Right in front of them was the protagonist, who was rising from the ground and asking them to tell him now. With a crazy look, enveloping himself in energy, Kai wanted to know where their leader was. The man opened his mouth and said that great, and now let them tell him. He held the monster's head in his hand and asked where their leader was. The goblins spoke furiously in an incomprehensible language. Kai extended his finger forward and thoughtfully said that it seemed like they would have to deal with the small fry first. The protagonist struck and thought about the heavenly finger. The blows hit the monsters in the face and they screamed. The goblin turned around abruptly and someone said that he had just looked away during the battle. The hero was flying at him, saying that you could die because of something like that. The monster flew to the side from the protagonist's blow. Kai frowned and thought that great, he would continue in this spirit. He dealt blow after blow and thought that he would drive them into a corner. The hero looked at the scoreboard and thought that now he needed to find their leader. It said that the warrior of madness and blood was impressed by how he had surpassed his own army, and the protagonist thought in bewilderment. There was a huge spirit behind him and the thought arose that the warrior of madness and blood, well, this was his territory. Kai made a sharp lunge. The girl said that she had assumed this, but did not think that he would say it openly. Kai replied that he was not all there either. Suddenly the monster behind the guy's back growled. A huge axe cut the air. The goblin attacked the protagonist and he flew back from the blow. His foot slid along the ground and the hero said, "Oh my god." Kai stood in front of the monster and said that even by its size you can tell it is the leader. The goblin growled angrily and said that he would kill the intruder. Then he swung his sword and shouted that he would kill him, to which the hero replied that he praised his attitude. A magical wave flashed through the air. Kai extended his sword to the monster's neck and said that but unfortunately. Then he cut off the goblin's head and continued to say that he was the only thing that could be praised about it. The head rolled on the ground. The other monsters looked at it in bewilderment. The goblins screamed in shock that their leader had fallen. Footsteps were heard and the monsters shouted that they needed to run. The protagonist looked around thoughtfully. Dozens of goblins were lying on the ground and Kai said that he thought that was all, after all. The guys fought the goblins and the hero said that they could take care of the rest. Kai turned around and said that in that case, the flag was fluttering in the wind and it was heard that he would go and take a look at that place. Loud explosions were heard. People put up magic shields in front of them. The hand tightly clenched the sword and a scream was heard. A bright wave cut the bodies of monsters. A rank hunter of the Korean expedition kind frowned. Sweat was pouring from his face and he thought that he had already personally cut down 100. It was heard that there was no time to even rest. Suddenly someone's footstep was heard. A goblin appeared behind Kine and swung at him. A moment later, the guy parried the monster's blow. The sword began to break under the onslaught of the axe. A bright flash blinded and Kine and the goblin rolled away from each other. The guy bared his teeth and thought that he was definitely stronger than the other monsters, and he must be the leader. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that he would kill a man. Then he swung again and shouted that he would kill him. Kane frowned in confusion. Suddenly the sword stuck into the monster's body and it grunted. Kane thrust the weapon and the goblin asked what it was. The monster fell to the ground and blood spurted from its back. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that he was glad he was not late. He exclaimed that it was the hunter Kai. They approached each other and Kane asked that he was here to help them. The protagonist asked what he thought. An explosion flashed behind them and the protagonist said that he had enough nonsense and suggested that they first finish off those monsters. He had already killed the leader, so the rest would be easier. The guy agreed. The guy turned around abruptly and someone said for everyone to listen. Kane pointed at Kai and shouted that the hunter Kai had just killed the leader of the orcs, and to take advantage of the moment and push them back. All the guys shouted joyfully. The sky was filled with stars. The orc fell to the ground and opened his mouth. The hero exhaled and said what he thought. Looking at dozens of lying orcs, he continued to say that everything was here too. The guy bowed to the hero and said that thank you. He can't believe that he personally came to help them. Kai replied that it was nothing like that, and that they should help each other. The man raised his head at him and the hero asked if he was by any chance Kane. He asked that he knew him. In the memory, a fist hit the guy and Kai replied that yes, he was part of the representative team of SSL Korea and thought that he had already seen him before because of him, and that he was always beaten. The ruins of the building were smoking and it was heard that, by the way, his base seemed to be badly damaged. Will everything be okay with him? To which he received the answer that yes, everything is not so bad. The guy raised his hand and said that their technicians did it. He was interrupted by a running soldier shouting that the hunter Kai, they have a big problem. He ran up to the guy and he asked what the big problem was. He found some orcs who were hiding. The guy tiredly answered that not really. The guys looked at him in shock and asked again. The protagonist thought about it and Kine exclaimed to say it again. What kind of nonsense was this? A huge portal hung in the air and someone exclaimed that the gates of the abyss connected to the ground were completely blocked. People looked at the huge portal. Someone reached out to it. The protagonist abruptly threw his hand back. He widened his eyes and said that they really were blocked. How did this happen? Kine sighed. The orcs stretched their paws to the portal and the guy said that apparently, while the orcs were attacking their base, several of them secretly penetrated here and cast some kind of spell. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, thought, and Kine said that perhaps their unexpected ambush was part of a sabotage. The hero examined the portal and thought that he did not believe that they blocked the gates with magic. Was it even possible? To which Themis said that of course, if it was temporary, some magic could block them for quite a long period of time. The hero rolled his eyes. The girl continued to say that moreover, magic of such a level, Kai thought that the warrior of blood and madness was involved in this, to which he heard the answer that this could not be ruled out. The spirit behind the hero smiled and the thought arose that he thought that the warrior was just a fanatic, obsessed with battles, did not think that he was capable of such tricks. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and continued the thought, what if he tried to break through using force? Themis answered that she was not sure, they did not know what could happen to him in this case. The girl smiled and said that in this case it was better to either defeat the creator of the spell or take the warrior out of this area. Kai thought it was easy for her to say. The hero turned to Kine and said that he would return to the base for now. As soon as everything returned to normal, they would need to gather and discuss this matter. The guy thanked him. The Dragon Industries base towered over the ground and someone exclaimed. Elizabeth stood in a fighting stance and shouted that the gate was blocked. Kai replied that yes, it looked like it. The girl stretched her hand forward and said that this was not some minor problem, but what about food? The hero looked at her in surprise and she continued to say that they had hunters and technicians here. Too many people needed to be fed. The guy said not to worry about it. The hand reached towards the portal and it was heard that since he was responsible for everything here, as a leader, he would not let his comrades go hungry. Things flew into a huge funnel. The boxes landed on the ground and someone exclaimed, what was this? Where did these mountains of provisions come from? Elizabeth looked at what was happening in shock and asked why he had been carrying them with him all this time. Kai replied that cooking was just his hobby, and the girl asked who carried so many things for a hobby. People looked at them in bewilderment. Someone said that in any case, let the hunters, who had nothing to do, move everything inside, and the technicians will fix the base. The guy agreed. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that he should also prepare a message for the Korean Expeditionary Force, and let him say that they can use their base while they fix theirs. Elizabeth asked in bewilderment, what about the Korean Expeditionary Force? Why do they need it? The building's rubble was smoking and it was heard that didn't she say that the Korean squad suffered the most from the attack? Since they fought together, they should help each other, because they are neighbors. The girl smiled. Someone said that they couldn't believe it. That she asked something like that. Was she completely heartless or something? Elizabeth asked again. Everyone looked at the protagonist and he said that he also knew that they would not do this, but if at least someone dared to humiliate the Koreans or bully them. Kai turned around and continued to say that he would perceive this as disrespect towards him because he is also Korean, of course. The guys raised their hands in fear and said that of course, no discrimination, they will accept them with open arms, no need to worry so much. Kane opened his mouth and said something like that. Elizabeth closed her eyes from a smile and said that the Korean hunters are welcome. There was a sign on the wall that said welcome to the Korean squad and someone said they hoped they could get along while their base was being rebuilt. The man walked up to Kane and handed him something saying they tried it and it was kimchi fried rice package for use in the dungeons and the guy agreed. Then he smiled and wondered what all the cheering was about. Elizabeth waved at the guys and said, that well, they'll go for now, have a good rest. The man added to call if they need anything. Kane thanked him. The man put his hand to his face and asked why these Americans were greeting them so well, to which the guy replied, how would he know? Then he turned to him and continued to say that well, in any case, they needed to rest for now, he would go and look around the base for now, to which the guy replied that he understood. He looked around the corridor and said that he was interested in how well everything was arranged here, so that they would be able to receive hunters from other countries. He walked and said that this place was really just gigantic. He had been wandering for quite a long time, and there was still no end to it. Suddenly he stopped and said that this place. Looking at the tall doors, he asked if this was a training center. Someone came up to him from behind and said that he was here. The hero smiled, the guy called him, and Kai replied that he didn't think he would meet him here. The boy bowed to the protagonist and said that thanks for inviting him. He should have gone to greet them as soon as they arrive. The hero replied not to worry about it, they only invited them to share resources, so he shouldn't worry about it. Kine happily raised his hands and the hero said that but it was just a training center. He came here to train. The boy apologized and said no. Looking at the doors, he continued the thought that he wandered in here by mistake, to which the hero replied that it was true. Well, he thought he should rest after that difficult battle. Kai passed by and offered to train together later. Kain replied that, to be honest, he is not the type to train a lot. The protagonist abruptly stopped and asked again. He looked at Kain and asked what he meant. Why doesn't he train? The boy replied that because. The protagonist's eyes lit up and the boy continued to say that he is already quite strong, even without additional training. The man at the table grabbed his head. A thought occurred to him that he was wondering why the squad was constantly failing and why people were criticizing him. The fire in the hero's eyes flared up and he thought that it was all because of people like him. Kain called the hunter and asked why he was looking at him like that. Suddenly, the hero grabbed the guy by the shoulder. Kai held the guy and said that he was going to train with him right now, and he could stop only when he allowed it. Kain apologized. The gates began to close and Kain yelled to wait a minute, Hunter Kai. The flag fluttered in the wind at the American base. People were thoughtfully looking at something. The man looked at Hugo and said that these orcs are extremely cunning. He thought about it. Looking at the camera footage, he said that they move in small groups to steal supplies. They are much smarter than usual. Hugo frowned and it was heard that at this rate they would run out of provisions very quickly. The man handed the tablet back, saying that there was nothing he could do about them, that they couldn't be distracted from their plans. He walked past him angrily and continued to tell him to contact each country's expeditionary force and inform them of their offer. The man asked what offer. The boy turned to the soldiers and heard them say that they should begin preparing for the final assault on the orcs. Hugo bowed his head and said that if they promised to follow their orders during the operation, they would give them all their supplies. The man asked in confusion. He raised his hand and told Hugo that they didn't have enough of them themselves, to which he replied that it didn't matter, and that they just needed to reduce the number of mouths to feed in the form of low-ranking hunters and civilians. He frowned furiously and said that they didn't have to keep their promise about the supplies, because they just needed them to join the assault. The man asked in confusion. Hugo clenched his fist and continued to say that they only had one goal, as long as there was still at least one worthy hunter. The orcs filled the area and it was heard that they had to conquer this orc fort located in the center. The entrance to the rest room appeared. The guy was breathing heavily. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that there were no words. He really thought that his opponent would just stand there and wait for his high-level magic to fly at him. The hero sighed and continued that he had to learn to make him open up in order to keep the enemy under control. He literally had zero experience in one-on-one fights. Kai's eyes lit up and he said that, well, in that case there was no choice. Until they returned to Earth, he would undergo special training with him every day, to which the guy shouted that anything but that. The girl ran into the room and shouted that important information had just arrived from the American base. Frozen, she asked what they were doing here, to which the hero replied that he should not think about it, and continued. Frowning, he asked what the American expedition squad had said, to which the girl replied, what about this? The exit from the room appeared and it was heard that they were summing up. Sitting on a chair, Kai said that in order to get supplies from them, they would have to join the final attack and follow their orders without question. To which Elizabeth replied that that was exactly it. It was more like a threat slipped under the guise of an offer. Lowering his head, the hero said that, well, apparently they were slightly underestimating them. I would never have thought that they would so openly treat him as a non-entity. Stretching his hand forward, the girl asked what and what they would do, to which he asked what and what else. Since they had received an offer, it was worth giving a respectful answer. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should make sure that he conveyed everything exactly as he said, word for word, and that he should send a reconnaissance party to observe them. A view of the American expedition squad's base opened up. People were looking at documents. Looking at the tablet, the man asked what the squads from the other expeditions had said and what they had said, to which he was told that most had accepted their offer. The people were sitting among the ruins. It was heard that they seemed to have suffered greatly. They responded almost immediately. Apparently the offer of help worked perfectly. Raising a finger, the man said what about the rank hunters from Germany and France, with whom they had contacted through a special channel. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that Theo and Adeline had accepted his special offer, to which he replied that great, everything was going just fine. He lowered his head and asked if all that was left were China and Korea, and Dragon Industries, to which they replied that yes, China was usually quite closed off, so they didn't expect a positive answer. The staff member looked away, hearing that the others would most likely answer later, to which he replied that they had just received an answer from them. Leaning on a chair, the man asked if it was true they had accepted their offer, to which he replied that Dragon Industries and their ally, Korea. The protagonist crossed his arms. It was heard that they would join the final attack, but since they already had enough supplies, they wouldn't listen to orders from someone like them. That's what they said. The man frowned, hearing that however, if they wanted to follow them, they would show mercy and consider it. The employee, clutching the paper in his hands, shouted that he was such an insolent piece of trash, to which he was told to forget about it. It seemed they had prepared well thanks to a good investor. As he was leaving, the man said that he should say that they could do whatever they wanted. Nothing would change if someone like them refused to join, to which he was answered approvingly. Frowning, he continued that he should also tell the expeditionary forces that had accepted their offer to gather and bring their hunters here. The employee looked furiously and said that as soon as everyone gathered, they would begin the final attack. The protagonist stood on the ledge of the mountain. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked that they had quite a lot of people. The people were sitting on the rocks. It was heard that although they did not look very good. Looking down, the protagonist asked if they would be able to fight at all in such a state. The girl extended her hand to the side and said that Ikaros and the Hueshan sect had finished their preparations, and the guy said that the Korean expedition squad was also ready to move out, to which Kai replied that it was good, great job. Frowning, she asked what he was thinking about, to which the hero replied that it was just his curiosity and concern. A building appeared, and he heard that in his opinion they already had quite a lot of people, so why hadn't they moved out yet? Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if there was any news from the reconnaissance. Suddenly, a blow flew at the barrier. It began to break, and a question was heard about what was going on, this sound from the Great Fortress. Running forward, the guy shouted that the Expedition Alliance had begun their operation. Looking at him, Kai asked again what he was talking about. They hadn't even moved out yet, to which the guy said, "What about that?" He closed his eyes and said that it was a bait and switch strategy, and was asked again. The humans were running away from the monsters, and it was said that the low-ranking hunters who made up the vanguard would be baiting the orcs. The hunters attacked the monsters, and it was heard that once the orcs were surrounded, everyone else would deal with them all at once, and they would soon move out to set up an ambush. Elizabeth frowned and asked, "But with such a strategy, most of the vanguard hunters would die, wouldn't they?" Looking at the explosions, the hero said that it was their own choice. It was not for them to say. Orcs were pretty simple creatures, so it might work. The humans were attacking the barrier, and it was heard that, how can I say it, the orcs were acting too quietly despite the fortress gates being attacked like that. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it felt like there was no one inside. A multitude of creatures appeared on the mountain. Looking at the forest, the orc said that they were stupid humans. Grabbing the axe, he said that as the master had said, they would all gather there. Frank looked to the side and shouted that great, forward, loyal servants of their master. The orcs rushed forward. A cry was heard that they should kill every single one of them, these vile humans who dared to desecrate this land. Looking to the side, the guy exclaimed. The monsters were approaching in a crowd. A question was heard. People looked around, and someone said that why were the orcs here? It was an ambush. The orcs had set up an ambush for them. The monster grabbed the axe tightly. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Looking at the screen, someone said that what idiots, they don't even know the basics of war. Grinning, the Constellation said that they really thought that the stupid orcs would not understand that they were lying in ambush so openly, and that they had let their guard down. Archie put his hand to his face and said that they had no idea that there were a lot of his spies among them. The monster swung an axe. It was heard that, well, it would not be worse for him in any case, because the more deaths they brought with their stupidity. The Constellation stretched out his arms to the sides and added that the stronger he would become. Smiling, he said that let them fight more, even more. The squad quickly ran forward. A question was heard, who these people were, where they came from. The hero frowned, and Archie asked what that bastard was again. The people ran forward. They quickly moved towards the battle. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked how they found out all their plans. Looking at him, the guy asked if it would be wiser to retreat in this situation, to which he replied that it could. The orcs were fighting with the people. It was heard that but without them, all these hunters would die. Running forward, Kai said that in this case there would be fewer of them, and the fight would ultimately be much more difficult, to which he was answered that it was clear, he understood it. They ran through the forest and the guy asked what but why he was going around the battlefield. They were not going to help them. Grinning, the hero said that well, blows flew at the barrier. It was heard that all because since ancient times the house should be stormed while it is empty. People attacked the dome. It was heard that why this barrier is so strong. The man looked scared and asked what in these orcs, why they are not moving at all. The man held a paper in his hand. It said that if they screwed up or ran away, not only would they not get supplies from that bastard, but they would also have to pay compensation for disobedience and breach of contract. The entrance to the fortress appeared. It was heard that at least the fortress gates needed to be destroyed, since they couldn't lure them out. Why was this happening? The hero took a step forward. The protagonist clenched his fists and asked why they still couldn't break through the fortress gates, to which the man turned to him. Looking to the side, he said that yes, they attacked as much as they could, but the barrier was too strong, to which Kai replied that it was clear, they tried hard, let them rest for now. Standing in front of the gate, the hero said that he would finish here. A glow appeared around his hand. He swung his fist sharply. A huge explosion appeared in front of him. The thought of a heavenly strike appeared. The men stood there in confusion. thinking that he had destroyed the barrier with one blow. That was what an rank hunter could do. Turning around, the protagonist said that was great, now they needed to destroy the gate and quickly break through. Compared to the barrier it was nothing, to which the man asked that they were going to go to the fortress right now, and the guy said that but the other hunters could die. Looking away, Kai said that they shouldn't worry about them, he was going to help them so they could rest. A view of a mountain in the middle of a forest opened up. People were fighting monsters. The man screamed furiously. A blow landed on the orcs. Gritting his teeth, he said that damn fucking orcs, asked how the hell they knew about their plans. The monsters were attacking. It was heard that it would be best to retreat, but the base was too far away. They would die while they were getting there. Frowning, he asked what he should do. The protagonist stood still. He was on the roof of the fortress. A yellow glow appeared around him. Standing on the roof, the hero shouted that the great fortress had been taken. A notification appeared that existential power was being used. Looking straight ahead, Kai said that those who want to live. Everyone looked to the side. It was heard that they should quickly run here. The hero raised the flag up and shouted that he was repeating, the great fortress. The man looked to the side and asked what he was doing. When did he get there? He wasn't even here, to which he was told that this was their chance. The monsters looked at the fortress. It was heard that all the orcs were shocked by the conquest of the great fortress. They seemed to be stunned. The orc turned his head and shouted that it was enough to stand there like a pillar. They would easily take it back after they killed those bastards. Frank turned around, hearing what they would do if the master got mad at the surrender of the fortress, to which he said that they were idiots. He gritted his teeth, hearing that if they just left these people here, they still needed to retake the fortress first. Standing next to the hunter, the man said that he was asking for an order. Hugo gritted his teeth in anger. Raising his hand, he shouted that attention. The boys looked away, hearing that they should stop fighting immediately, retreat to the great fortress before the orcs came to their senses. The people began to run. They heard that they were retreating. They were ordered to retreat, running to the great fortress. A view of the roof of the fortress opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that by the way, he met him in person for the first time. He was glad to meet them. Standing in front of him, the man said that he was glad to meet him. Frowning, he said that while they were fighting there, he was able to stealthily and brilliantly capture a great fortress. Looking at him, the protagonist said that well, simple gratitude would be enough for him. After all, in such situations they should help each other. They stood in front of each other in silence. Hugo closed his eyes and said that they would put this aside. What would they do next? To which Kai asked what they would do and what did it have to do with him. The man asked again in surprise, and he continued that he would assign regions to each country, so let him make sure he defended as well, that's all. Frowning, Hugo asked that he was serious. He was not going to take control of the fortress, despite the fact that he captured it, to which the hero asked why he would do that. He did not think he would listen to him. Looking at him, he added that but he needed something from him. The people looked at them, hearing what he heard from the hunters in the vanguard, that the reason why they risked their lives in the vanguard. The man looked surprised, hearing that it was because he threatened them with astronomical fines. He shuddered and asked who dared to frame him. This operation was agreed upon, to which the protagonist said that he must have wanted to talk to everyone. Well, he didn't care about it. Digging into the affairs of the past was not worth it. Looking away, he continued that but if he tried to somehow dodge right in front of him, he would throw him out of the fortress in an instant. Let him keep that in mind. Looking at him, the man said that it was good. He would take it into account, to which Kai replied that it was excellent. The hero put his hands on his hips and shouted that now everyone in their places. The hunters looked at him in surprise, hearing that he knew it was hard for them, but he didn't think there was time to rest now. Gritting his teeth, the man asked why the ground was shaking, and another one clarified that maybe it was the orcs. The monsters were running forward in a crowd. It was heard that yes, it was them, based on how strong the tremors were. The orcs' eyes lit up. It was said that most likely they decided to attack with everything they had. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what the orcs were attacking en masse, to which they answered that, damn, they had been fighting non-stop all day and hadn't even eaten anything. No one had any strength left. The protagonist looked at them silently. The guys turned around, hearing that someone was hungry. Raising his hand up, he said that they had transferred their supplies to the base, so there wasn't much here. But suddenly, food poured out of the portal. Pointing at it, the protagonist said that if it was okay, they could take one before leaving. He makes these rice balls as a hobby. Looking at the food, the guys thought that he did so much just for a hobby. He isn't a rank hunter. The guy looked ahead in surprise, hearing that and also, the rice in these balls is special. The balls restore mana. Grinning, Kai said that so it is better to eat before they move out, because they are better than most potions, to which he was asked what, rice that restores mana. Standing in front of him, the hunter asked that it is hard to believe that he is sharing something so valuable. Why does he need it? To which he asked again. The hero winked and said that didn't he say that, at times like this they should help each other. The guys began to cry and turned to him. The man lowered his head and said that now this hypocritical bastard was playing the saint, to which he was asked that but it seemed that he had lured people to his side. Frowning, Hugo said that it was only better for them as long as all the hunters' attention was focused on him. Images of the hunters appeared, and he continued that he would quietly approach them, with whom he had made a deal for priority in receiving the reward for the raid. Raising his hands, the man said that they would carry out the plan, the General of Blood and Steel, as he had planned. The monsters stood in front of the fortress. Raising his weapon up, the orc shouted. They began to hit the barrier. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted that the barrier was falling. Everyone focus. Looking to the side, he added that anyone who could use protective magic should go forward. Everything was just like Hunter Kai said. Now we need to help each other. The monsters ran forward rapidly. It was heard that everything would be fine for them if they broke into the fortress. Looking to the side, the girl said that the orcs seemed quite ferocious. Looking down, she added that seeing how excited they were, it seemed like they wanted to finish with one blow, to which the hero replied that perhaps that was so. The orcs hit the barrier. It was heard that for them they were rats, driven into a corner. Looking down, the protagonist said that but still, such a coordinated movement for orcs who never listened to anyone. The constellation stretched out its arms to the sides, and he continued that he thought a warrior was behind this. The orcs were guarding the tent. It was heard that over there, behind, there was probably a boss who received orders from him. Gritting her teeth, Elizabeth said that if the constellation was behind this, then getting out of this mess would be difficult, to which Kai said yes, that's why. While warming up, he said that he would personally go and finish him off. Looking at him, the girl asked that he wanted to kill the boss himself, was it even possible? To which the hero replied that of course, in fact, it would be even better if he went alone. Looking down, he said that if he took the useless hunters with him. People ran forward. It was heard that those guys. The man frowned. It was said that they were up to something again. The orcs were guarding the tent. Grinning, the monster said that stupid humans, let them fight as much as they want. Igor, sitting on the throne, said that even so, they will still dance to the tune of their master. He began to stand up and said that as soon as they lowered their hands, he would personally break into the fortress. Raising his hands up, the leader shouted that he would crush their heads and increase the reputation of their master. His eyes lit up and he laughed. The constellation looked at him and said that it was amazing. Smiling widely, he added that making him the boss was a great decision. The monsters stood around the barrier. It was heard that let them rage as much as they want, because these simple humans would never harm them. Looking straight ahead, Archie said that this time the impudent humans would definitely be completely defeated. The leader looked outside. The man was sitting among the bushes. Looking at the orcs, he whispered that they relaxed, just like the man said. Frowning, he asked that they were ready. Sitting behind him, Theo said that yes, he was in his best shape, to which Adeline replied that she was too. Looking straight ahead, the man said that great, then they would run through the plan one last time. The humans attacked the monsters. It was heard that as soon as he gave the signal, Adeline, who was good at magic, would attack the guards near the orc boss. The man was fighting the orc. It was said that after Theo, a melee fighter, quickly landed to him and used his power to delay him. Hugo gritted his teeth and said that and finally he would follow Theo and use the artifact he received from his master, which had the effect of instant killing. Clutching the weapon in his hands, he added that he would use the poison of extinction to suck the life out of him. Looking at him, the hunter asked that just one blow would definitely be enough, yes, to which Hugo replied that of course, this dagger is the same as the cloaks they received from their master. The man looked at his hand, hearing that hasn't he yet felt their power on himself, to which he replied that yes, the stealth skill of this cloak is simply amazing. The people ran past the orcs. It was heard that thanks to them they were able to go all this way without using magic, as if they became invisible. The hunter lowered his head and said, naturally, the owner said that this artifact cannot be revealed unless there is a constellation nearby. The orc stood still. It was heard that he was calm then. This orc is definitely not a constellation. Theo grinned and said that there is not a single constellation in their world or in this world. After all, other constellations are only busy fighting for territory. Looking at them, the hero said, well. The man raised his finger up. The thought arose that he did not think his plan would work. Standing on a tree branch, the protagonist thought about how he had not expected this even in his dreams. Looking to the side, the man said that let them remember this. A glow appeared around the monster. It was heard that if this boss has the blessing of the constellation. Pointing back, Hugo said that he would see him if they approached him too quickly. The man was attacking the chieftain. It was heard that if they screwed up because of this and his guard was strengthened, then they would not have a chance to kill him anymore. Looking away, he added that the operation must be successful on the first try. Understood. The hunters nodded their heads at him. Holding the staff in her hands, the girl heard that great, then begin, to which she replied that she understood. A bright light appeared around her and she said that she was finished with the preparation. Suddenly patterns appeared above the monsters. Frozen, one of them asked what was happening. Stretching her hands forward, the girl shouted about an ultra-magic projectile. The chieftain turned around and asked what was happening, to which the orc replied that it seemed like the people decided to attack them from behind. Suddenly, a blow flew at him and Igor asked again. Attacks flew at the monsters, and the man said that great, now it is him, to which Theo replied that he knew. Rushing forward, he said that he went and used a rocket dash. The orc grabbed his head and someone called out to him. The man began to fight him. He smirked and said that he heard that he was the orc boss who was only good in strength. His body trembled and the hunter said that he wondered if he was really that strong. Frowning, the chieftain asked how dare such a vile rat compete with him in strength. They clasped their hands tightly. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that his arrogance had no limits. Gritting his teeth tightly, Theo wondered how he could fight off his attacks so easily when he was under buffs. Looking away, he shouted that damn, he was much stronger than he expected. If they did not end this now, it would be very dangerous later. The man swung his sword, his name was heard. Gritting his teeth, the hunter said that he shouldn't worry, he would send him. Suddenly, a sword pierced the monster. A green glow appeared around the weapon. Looking to the side, the chieftain asked in surprise. Standing in front of Theo, he said that this was his strength leaving him. Suddenly, the orc fell to his knees. Sitting on his back, the man said that great, the poison got into the body, now you just need to wait until the poison spreads. Notifications appeared in front of the constellation. Looking at them, he said that this blade, considering that it is covered in a disgusting existential force, must be the general of blood and steel stirring up the battlefield. The man grabbed the weapon. It was heard that indeed, in the entire abyss it is difficult to find such a monster who can withstand such poison. Most likely they can be counted on the fingers. The constellation held a sword in his hands. It was said that to think that he would give such a valuable item to a mere human, the general decided to give it his all this time. Smiling widely, Archie said that although I am sure he does not know something. The monster stepped on the ground. It was heard that Igor is the strongest of that handful of monsters. He clenched his fist tightly. It was said that he is a warrior with the strongest life force. Looking at him in surprise, the man asked what. The orc grabbed him by the neck and said that he, the servant of the warrior. Throwing the man aside, he added that he would never fall until he died. Theo and Hugo fell to the ground. A blow flew sharply through the tree. The man was breathing heavily. Running up to them, the girl asked how they were. Sitting on the ground, Theo said what the hell, he said that he would die from one blow, so why was this monster still alive and full of energy, to which Hugo said that his master told him so. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. It said that it didn't work, they should better run from there. They all froze from what they read. Clenching his fist, the hunter screamed at his mother. The sword fell to the ground, and the monster asked what, were the tricks over. Swinging the weapon, he added that if so, it was time to pay for their stupidity. Grinning, Archie said that he would bring down even more power on them, let him finish them all off. Igor grinned and said that he thanked him. The hunter's eyes widened in amazement. The orc rushed forward and shouted that in gratitude for the blessing he had bestowed upon him, he would cut off the heads of these rats and present them to him as an offering. The man turned around and shouted that the devil needed to retreat immediately. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he had said, that he would not fall until he died. The monster glared at him. Standing on its back, the protagonist said that great, then he could fall with peace of mind. The orc's eyes widened in amazement, realizing that he had ended up behind him and he hadn't even felt it. Kai abruptly cut off its head. The man looked up in surprise. The constellation froze in amazement. The hero landed on the ground. Archie and Hugo glared and asked what the hell. The protagonist slung his sword over his shoulder, and it was heard that he was again. The monster fell to the ground. A notification appeared that the great leader of the orcs had fallen. The constellation trembled, seeing that it had lost. He raised his head up and shouted that it was impossible. A message appeared that the first kingdom of the abyss had become the territory of the earth. The hunters asked in surprise, seeing that the orcs had been expelled from this territory. Holding a spear in his hands, the guy asked that he was serious, and someone shouted that they should look there. A bright glow appeared around the orcs. They began to evaporate. Someone shouted that the orcs were disappearing. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what was going on. Elizabeth grinned and asked what else. The creatures were disappearing. It was said that he thought he gave them a thrashing. The hero threw his sword over his shoulder. It was heard that they're professional. Gritting his teeth, the man asked how the hell he got here. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that they were probably both thinking the same thing, although his distraction made it easier for him. Stretching his hand forward, Hugo shouted that he didn't admit it, he just snuck in and grabbed all the cream for himself. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he thought they would just leave it that way, to which he thought that he didn't think he would figure out his plan. He was pretty smart. The man clenched his fist tightly and thought that he couldn't let him take the title of the one who cleared the first territory of the abyss alone. Kai smirked. The thought occurred to him that this was almost equivalent to giving him the rights to all the resources of this territory. Looking at him angrily, Hugo thought that since he was alone, he could intimidate him with their force in order to share these rights, and Theo asked what he was talking about. Looking straight at him, he said that he had no complaints, to which the girl said the same. Turning around, the man asked again, to which the hunter replied, well, let him think about it himself. The monster lifted him up. It was heard that because of the irresponsibility of his master, they were so fucked, if not for him, they would all be dead by now. Taking a step forward, the man asked how he could talk. Standing behind the hero, he continued that he appropriated all the cream, and the girl said that she completely agreed. He was so ungrateful. Looking at them angrily, Hugo thought about what happened to him all of a sudden. Smirking, Theo said that he would apologize for being a little late with this, thank you. It seems that today is not the first time he finds himself in his debt. To which the protagonist asked that it was not the first, wasn't they the first time they met? The man closed his eyes and said that well, he ate one of the rice balls that he shared with them. Thanks to it he was able to significantly replenish his energy. The girl lowered her head, hearing that he heard that many of Adeline's companions survived only because of them, to which she replied that it was true. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hunter said that he wanted to repay him when the opportunity presented itself, so he was glad that he could help him, to which the man asked what nonsense. Frowning, he continued that he was ready to give up the rewards for the raid because of some rice ball. He was crazy. Looking away, Theo said that he did not want to hear this from someone who threatened others with supplies. Standing in front of the man, he continued that if he was unhappy with something, then he should have prepared better for the boss fight. Why was he now blaming others? To which Hugo asked what he said. The hero was distributing food to people. The man looked down and thought that just don't tell him that all this game of kindness and mutual assistance was needed for something greater, specifically for this moment. The protagonist looked away. The thought occurred to him that he was a cunning bastard. Looking at the man, he thought that he didn't know why they were arguing with each other, but the fortress appeared, and Kai continued that everything seemed to have gone as planned. A couple of days later, the Ikaros clan. The news about the protagonist appeared. Holding the tablet in her hands, the girl said that so that's what caused such a commotion. Looking straight ahead, she added that he had become a hero again. The protagonist stood on one hand. A cry was heard that and why he was training again instead of resting, to which he replied that for him training was already like rest. Sitting down, he said okay, they'll put training aside. What happened? Wasn't she doing business related to the abyss? To which Lauren replied that she was going to invite him to eat. Kai put his hand to his face and asked what to eat. She felt lonely because she was eating alone, to which the girl replied that no, not with her. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that she was talking about a regular banquet where the directors of Dragon Industries gather. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the banquet was with the directors. Smirking, Lauren said that strictly speaking, he was also one of the CEOs of Dragon Industries. She had not invited him until now because she was not sure that he and such meetings were a good combination, but handing him a tablet, the girl said that he had performed one of the greatest feats, so, because of this, people became more interested in the artifacts of their company. The news about him appeared. It was heard that this is why he was invited to eat and at the same time discuss a couple of topics. Looking at the screen, the protagonist asked if she was sure that this was not an excuse, just to see if he could be a CEO, to which the girl said that to be honest, it was possible. Putting her hand to her face, Lauren said that a lot of aggressive questions would fly at him as soon as he sat down. She tried to refuse until the very end, to which he replied that everything was fine. He would start preparing right now. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if he was serious, to which the protagonist said that yes, he already had everything planned, so he didn't have to worry. Looking away, he continued that to be honest, he couldn't wait. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that they were wondering what the CEO of the top global corporation was like. The man looked surprised, hearing that the company had already said this, but he wanted to say it again. Luke grinned and said that congratulations on the successful raid on the gates of the abyss. The men looked away and said congratulations, to which the chairman thanked them all. The men threw papers around. Bill frowned, thinking that they should just look at these snot-nosed brats. All they were doing was raising questions about efficiency and squabbles, calling it business advice. The men sat around the table, thinking that why were they suddenly quiet? They were all on the same side today. Luke smirked and said that the recent successful raid was a huge opportunity. They could dominate the market for the next 20 years. The protagonist fired at the monsters. It was heard that it was impossible to agree that the hunter had contributed the most to this. The hero swung his sword. There was a huge explosion. It was said that to think that such an incredible hunter would do such a thing for them, he was simply amazed at how well he understood people. Looking away, the man said that he was curious if his skills would be useful in business. They should find out like his colleagues. Looking at the chairman, he said that he was sure he himself knew about it. What happens to businesses when people trust the reputation of a famous hunter and hire them as CEO? Raising his hand up, Bill said that this happens in the case of small and medium-sized businesses. Asked if it was different from their situation, to which he was told that but the dragon artifact, the main branch responsible for the equipment needed in other industries. That's why they need a professional. If something happens to that company, it can cause serious damage to the entire corporation. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that he should think a little more, to which he thought that these bastards want to get to him. A room appeared. A thought arose that it would be great if Kai came and talked to them. Where the hell is he? Food flew up on a frying pan. The cooks watched in amazement. Raising his hand, the guy asked that it was him, to which the man replied that it seemed so, and he added that but what was going on here. The hero held the frying pan in his hands. It was heard that a rank hunter was cooking in their kitchen. Someone knocked on the door. Behind the door, he heard that his food was ready. Could he start setting the table? To which the man asked in surprise that it was ready. Smirking, Bill said that it seemed that everyone was a little nervous because they had not eaten anything yet. They would continue their conversation after the meal. Closing his eyes, the man said that he had no appetite, and the other said that the skills of the chef here were quite good, but he was too seasonal. He did not like this. Standing in front of the door, the chef heard that he should come in first quickly, to which he replied that yes, he was coming in. The door opened slightly. Sitting at the table, the man exclaimed. The chef was pushing a cart. A question was heard. What kind of cast iron pots were these? Frowning, Bill asked why he suddenly decided to bring them. Didn't he ask to cook some Western food? To which the chef replied that about that, he did not cook all this. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he personally prepared these dishes. Smirking, he added that he thought it would be wrong to come empty-handed, to which he was asked if he was the hunter Kai. Leaning on the table, Bill asked what he was doing here, to which the hero clarified that he had not invited him, and he continued that he really did not understand what he was talking about now. Frowning, the chairman said that he should have come here immediately. Why did he cook when he did not ask to do so? The men looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was because of the directors who had gathered here. Looking away, the director asked that he was late because of them, did not understand what he was talking about. Closing his eyes, Kai said that anemia, hypertension, chronic fatigue, insomnia. The men looked at him in surprise, hearing that is there anyone here who does not have at least one thing? Looking away, Luke wondered where he learned all this from, and the director thought that information about their health and illnesses was strictly classified. The hero looked down and said that there was nothing surprising about it. Portraits of the directors appeared, and it was heard that when studying martial arts, it becomes easier to get information about the environment and people with just one look. Standing next to the cook, the protagonist said that since he learned all this, he could not just leave it like that. Taking hold of the lid, he continued that the future of the company directly depended on their health. The directors turned around, listening to him say that therefore, in order to capture their first meeting, he prepared dishes that could help with their problems. Kai lifted the lid, and it was heard that it was spicy beef soup. Holding the plate in his hands, the hero said that it could be called a unique medicine. Pouring the soup into the bowl, he added that bracken helps with insomnia and heart problems. Bean sprouts remove toxins from the body, beef strengthens the immune system and prevents anemia. Standing by the pot, the protagonist said that what if we also add rice, which he specially grew. The dishes were on the table, and he added that it would create a perfect combination with the spicy beef soup. The cooks put the dishes on the table. It was heard that they should hurry up before it cooled down. Let me know if they wanted more. Looking at him, the man said that he was grateful to him for his concern, but they had not gathered here for the food. Looking at him, Kai asked that he was Luke in Dragon Motors, so he asked how he knew, and he added that among the directors he had the most outstanding business acumen. The hero looked away and added that since he occupied such an important position, shouldn't he first of all take care of his health? The man gritted his teeth, hearing that if something happened to him, their company would suffer huge losses. No. Putting the plate on the table, the protagonist said that so, he hoped he would eat everything. Asked that they do all this to continue living and eating? No, to which the director replied that he would be sorry, but he does not like Korean cuisine. Inhaling through his nose, he thought that he should wait. Saliva flowed from his mouth and the man added that he had never felt such a pungent smell. It filled his nose. The dishes were on the table. A thought occurred to him that it was impossible for him, who never finished food even in Michelin restaurants. He swallowed saliva and thought that saliva was flowing. Grinning, the hero asked what he thought now, still does not want to eat. Holding the spoon in his hands, the director replied that it smelled good. He had no appetite, but he would eat it because he had put his effort into it. Extending the spoon to the soup, he added that he would just try it, just a little bit. Looking at the food, the directors said that it was worth trying. The man brought the food to his mouth. His eyes widened. He thought, what the hell? The ingredients appeared. A thought arose. The vegetables were so soft, and the tender beef complemented this delightful aroma, and this hot soup, and altogether it went straight into his mouth. The red liquid rose up. The man closed his eyes and thought about the explosion of spiciness. Holding the spoon in his mouth, he thought, spicy in that case. The director scooped up some rice. Then he took a spoonful of soup. The food steamed. A thought arose. He would eat some rice after it, so that it would not feel so bad. He grinned, thinking, what is this? The man closed his eyes and said that it was so delicious, and the other said that he couldn't tear himself away. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero thought that they reacted even better than he imagined. The orc walked behind the cow. The thought occurred to him that he knew that cows and plants that orcs grow have a mana restoration effect, but a glow appeared around the people, and the protagonist thought about the fact that to think that they also help ordinary people restore energy, he thinks the taste is also excellent, since even picky rich people eat with such pleasure. Putting his hand to his face, he added that thanks to this he now has a lot of useful information, an experiment, that is, how great that he cooked all this and was able to learn something. Bill brought the glass to his face. Sitting at the table, he said that he ate too much. Grinning, the chairman said that he had not eaten so deliciously for a long time, to which Kai replied that he was glad that everyone liked it. He looked away, hearing that it was simply unbelievable. If he worked in the food industry, he would definitely find success. The man wiped his mouth and said that but he was the director of the dragon artifact, simple cooking skills were not enough for that. Holding a napkin in his hands, he said that so they would like to know about his future plans. Standing in front of him, the hero said that he was worried that the company would fall in value if an ordinary hunter like him took over, to which the director thought that he did not say that. Closing his eyes, he continued that delving deeper and deeper into the details would be meaningless, so he would promise one thing. Suddenly, the protagonist stretched out his hand. Frowning, he shouted that if the new artifact they would soon release did not take first place in sales, he would personally resign as CEO. Looking at him, the man thought that this was a really bold decision, and the other thought that he was indifferent to business. He had a plan. Frowning, Bill thought that this brat had an ace up his sleeve. He didn't think he could convince them otherwise. The hero stood still. A thought occurred that but still, first place, it's not that easy to do business in this industry. What is he thinking about? A view of the Parker building opened up. The door to the office appeared. People looked away. The man frowned, sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, he said that no one expected Hugo to screw up. Sitting in front of the people, the man said that he hoped the people gathered here would not talk such nonsense, right? To which he was told that of course. The man stood up abruptly. Hearing that great, then they would discuss the countermeasures they had prepared, to which he responded approvingly. Adjusting his glasses, the employee said that here are their countermeasures based on Parker's research artifact. People stood in front of the portal. It was heard that recently, the number of hunters entering the abyss to gain combat experience has been steadily increasing. Looking away, the man said that they expected that there would be a high demand for other artifacts soon, so based on this information, they were going to release a new product. Looking at him, the chairman said that he liked it, but what exactly he was going to create, to which he replied that they were in the process of discussing it. The men looked away, listening to how about production. They couldn't give an exact time, and what the advertising strategy would be when everything was ready. The man frowned, hearing that there were too many factors to consider before they could come to a decision. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting that they were idiots. Gritting his teeth, Oscar asked what they meant, that this plan without a single detail was their countermeasure. Clutching his head, he said that he doubted that it was worth listening to the rest of them, since the plan of the one who had volunteered to speak first was so bad. Lowering his head, the chairman said that they would end the meeting for today. Frowning, he added that he hoped that by the next meeting there would be at least some valuable plans. He didn't have to talk. The men unanimously agreed, hearing what would happen otherwise. Waving his hand, the chairman said that now let them get lost. He didn't want to see any of them. The men left the office. Closing his eyes, the man asked that wasn't the chairman the one who signed the contract with Hugo, why should they take the rap now, to which he was told that it seemed that the artifact team would have to work night shifts from today. Wiping his face, the employee thought that they were walking on thin ice. He looked in surprise, hearing that the meeting was already over. Max was standing by the wall. He heard that it was him. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked why he was standing there in the open, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry. He thought those guys could see through his secrecy. Looking away, Max said that if he was so worried, he could send him back. How much longer did he have to protect him? Crossing his arms, he continued that he knew his master ordered it. But so many days had passed, to which the employee said that he could not leave. Who knows when the traitor will come for him? The goblin held the staff in his hands. The thought arose that it was true. He was appointed as Jerry's bodyguard after he betrayed the traitor. Max, who wanted to follow Kai everywhere, was very unhappy, but it was unthinkable for him to disobey his master's order. Taking him by the shoulders, the man said that if necessary, he would steal all the company's top secret files. Just let him not leave him, to which Max replied that okay, he got it, let him go already. Looking away, he thought about the fact that he should participate in great battles with his master, so why the hell was he hanging around with him here? A view of a high-rise building opened up. The thought arose that the master was probably doing something incredible right now. The hero held a glass in his hands. Bill, looking at him, said that this is what he wanted to say. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. It was heard that all that piercing speech in front of the directors was a simple bluff. Sitting in front of him, Kai said that well, not exactly like that, more like. Grinning, the hero said that he shared his ambitions, because he strives to become the best, but he does not have a plan yet, to which the chairman replied that this is a bluff. Putting his hand to his face, Bill said that thanks to this they were able to calm those guys down a little, and since they having Jen, then there is not exactly no plan. Stretching his hand to the side, he continued that he is sure that he has already sketched out at least something in his head, so for now he will trust him, let him do whatever he deems necessary, to which Kai replied that it is good. Looking to the side, the hero thought that if it does not work out, he will just leave, that is all he thought about. The sword appeared, and he continued that he was not exactly a newbie in creating items, he thought that something would work out. Bending down, the protagonist said that they would put it aside. Many hunters began to visit the abyss, to which the man replied that yes, after all, in the abyss, hunters have a lot of opportunities. On Earth, they can't just get into the dungeons. Monsters attacked people. It was heard that people mainly go there to raise their stats, but in the end they get stuck there and die. People quickly ran forward. It was said that on the other side there is an abyss, the entrance to which is always open to them, so much so that they can fight only with those monsters that are within their power. This is the best environment for hunters to gain experience. The constellation stretched out its arms to the sides. It was heard that if they show themselves well, then they can even be noticed by the constellation. No ambitious hunter would refuse such a thing. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was obvious, but shouldn't they stop them? Underestimating the abyss was a bad idea. The man smiled and asked what? Well, has he ever seen a hunter accept advice? Said that he would try, and they would brand him a monopolist of the abyss, to which he replied that yes, most likely they would. Looking straight ahead, Bill said that that's why he thought it was worth sending their hunters too, so that they could gain combat experience there. He sat up and added that he definitely didn't want to go along, he didn't have to worry about finances, to which Kai replied that it sounded very tempting. A dark sky appeared. It was heard that, but more importantly, first he needed to check something. The hero was flying down. Looking at the notifications, he thought that they had gone completely crazy, as he thought. A bunch of windows appeared around him. He froze, looking at them. It was written that the warrior complained several times, to which the protagonist asked what and all these messages about the warrior. Archie gritted his teeth and complained that he lost because of other constellations that taught people magic. The constellation sat in front of the notification. Messages appeared that the elf asks why he keeps repeating this. He ridicules the warrior for whining a lot after losing, to which he asked what he blurted out there. The warrior grabbed his head. Many notifications appeared, smiling, asking if there really is a constellation that can lose to people like that. What kind of damn loser is this? Asking not to tell anyone that the warrior is a constellation. Putting his hand to his face, Kai thought about the fact that he wondered if the constellations would be wary after his defeat, but it seems that they do not care much. Probably because they are eccentric natures. Looking away, he said that's enough for now, for now. The hero looked at him in surprise and said that it was finally. It was written that the six-winged angel was asking the collector to explain the rumors that he was behind the attack on the nuclear plants, to which he said that it seemed that the rumors had finally taken effect. The image of the constellation appeared, and the thought appeared that the six-winged angel, as he was considered strong among the good deities of the constellations and had an aggressive character, was one of the strongest good deities of the constellations. Looking down, the protagonist thought that a truly strong constellation had swallowed the bait, and did not think that the other constellations would now leave it so easily. The monarch waved his arms and tried to come up with an excuse, saying that he did not know anything about it, to which the angel asked him not to avoid the question and to answer clearly. He grabbed his head, hearing that the snake also wanted to know about these rumors, and the demon demanded the truth. Putting his hands on his hips, Kai said that it looked like they would soon start a fight, at this rate, if the constellations fought among themselves. A notification appeared that the angel could not stand it any longer. He grabbed his weapon and said that he was attacking the collector's territory on Earth. A notification about the attack appeared. The hero looked at it in surprise and asked what was attacking his territory on Earth. He said that it turned out that their servants would fight right in the middle of the cities. The constellations stood opposite each other. It was heard that this was very bad. Yes. Price drops appeared. As Kai expected, the war between the constellations had serious consequences. People threw papers up and shouted that their shares had fallen in price again. The news about the declaration of war appeared. Looking at the phone, the guy asked that at this rate the Earth would be destroyed. Anxiety was growing on Earth. People looked at their phones, anxiety, because of which many problems bordering on a global crisis occurred. A blue portal appeared. The thought arose that but the worst thing in this situation was because of the battle between the constellations. More and more portals appeared. The idea appeared that no one went on raids into the dungeons. The creature swam underwater. It was said that the monsters that came out of them did too. The monsters swam forward. They began to rage. The girl turned back. People ran away from the creatures in fear. The monsters fought with people. It was said that the first sparks of this universal catastrophe were in England, on the territory of the collector, who was declared war, so many thought. A view of the building opened up. The idea appeared that, but in fact they began in the neighboring country of France. Looking at the screen, the man asked if he was the only one who didn't understand what was going on. George leaned on his hand and asked why the monsters that came out of England's dungeons were attacking their territory. Looking at the man, he said let him explain, to which he replied that it was based on their analysis. Looking down, the Minister of Defense said that the monsters felt threatened by the conflict between the two constellations and fled to the territories closest to them. The hunter shouted something. It was said that that's why they sent all their hunters to the sea. They fought against the monsters. It was heard that fortunately they were all only C-rank monsters, so their hunters could deal with them for now. Looking at the tablet, the man said that the problem was that they sent all their people there, so now there is no one to protect the city. He extended his hand and added that if an A-rank monster appeared and broke through their defense line, then in such a situation, to which the president replied that they would stop being pessimistic, which would be the end result. Looking to the side, the minister said that they had contacted various clans overseas and asked them to send their hunters to help defend their territory. The man put a pencil to his face upon hearing that in order to prepare for the worst, they had also asked for the A-rank hunters to be sent out of the country, to which he asked that why they needed their help when they themselves had 3 A-rank hunters. An image of a girl appeared, and it was said that the only A-rank they were in contact with was Adelina. The president stood up abruptly and said that these people were living in the most luxurious conditions for A-rank hunters, but at the same time, they could not be contacted when needed. Sitting down on a chair, he asked what would happen when the A-rank hunters from overseas came. Even their own hunters did not listen to them. The minister grinned and said that although most of the A-ranked hunters refused to help them, one hunter happily agreed. The hero looked to the side. It was heard that they received a report that he would be arriving soon. However, he happily agreed to help. The president asked in surprise that there was such a worthy person among the A-ranked, to which he was told that he was sure he remembered him perfectly. A view of the airport opened up. It was said that the person who achieved great success in the recent raid on the Abyss. The protagonist took a step forward. It was said that combining competence and an excellent character, he is now the most popular person in the world. Grinning, the guy said that he was welcome. Kai looked surprised, hearing that they were waiting for him. Taking a step forward, the guy said that he thanked for the long journey, to which the hero said that he got here comfortably because they paid for his business class ticket. Looking away, he added that they should apologize for coming alone, to which he was told that it was not necessary, and he continued that he wanted to take his clanmates with him. The people were fighting monsters. It was said that but they were too busy in the territory of the Abyss, so he had to go alone. The guys smiled, hearing that he hoped they would understand their situation, to which they replied that they were already grateful that an A-rank hunter like him had come to help them. Walking forward, the protagonist asked what was required of him. Just go kill monsters, to which he was told that they would first stop at the hotel that they had prepared especially for him. Looking away, Kai asked what the hotel was. They were having a strategy meeting there, to which the guy replied what about it. A view of the hotel opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the hell was going on. The hunters were sitting at the tables. He heard what kind of mess this was. The people were having fun, and the protagonist asked, wait, aren't they getting paid for helping? Why are they having fun instead of working? The guy turned around and exclaimed. Walking forward, he asked who they have here. Is that Kai the hunter? Standing in front of him, the hero asked that he was here too, to which Rain replied, just think, here is a ranked hunter I never expected. Grinning, the guy said that he had wanted to pay off his debt to him for a long time. It worked out great. He would buy him a drink, so they would have a glass over there. To which he replied that no, he didn't need a drink, let him ask something. The hunters were sitting at the table. It was heard what they were doing here. They were not going to kill monsters. To which the guy clarified that what was he talking about? They were the saviors of this country, who made a great decision to help them. Looking away, he continued that if it were about special monsters from which they could get excellent materials, but France could take care of small fry like C-rank monsters itself, couldn't it? Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that they could only kill those who entered the city, to which the hero thought that the French government would be furious when they found out about this. Looking straight ahead, he continued that there was some feeling that this would not end so easily. People were standing in front of the entrance. Someone flew up to them. The monster smiled and asked that they were the guard dogs of this place. Looking away, the guy asked who it was, to which he was told to look over there. Purple lightning appeared in the sky. Looking up, the man asked what it was, and the other said that they should just not say that these were all portals. Skeletons began to crawl out of the portals. A cry was heard that the dead were passing into their world, an ambush. The monster's clothes appeared. He held a weapon in his hands and said that it was great. Gritting his teeth, Markadil asked where their king was now. Looking at the tablet, the president said that they were eventually able to get support from foreign hunters, and they also had an A-rank hunter. Sitting at the table, he added that now there would be no problems, to which the minister replied that yes, he He thought they had taken care of all the pressing problems, and he continued that then there was nothing more to discuss. Leaning back in his chair, George suggested ending the meeting here, saying that his head was already bursting at the seams from all these thought processes, to which the man replied that they would go then. A purple glow emitted from the weapon. The minister looked away in surprise. The president shuddered, hearing that His Excellency, "Be careful." Suddenly, an attack flew at the building. Lying on the floor, the man asked if he was okay, to which George asked what the hell. He looked away in amazement when he heard that he should raise his head. Looking at the man, the monster said that his master had business with him. It would be great if he would listen to him obediently. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted about an emergency. The hunter, sitting on a chair, heard that all hunters should prepare for battle, to which he replied that here we go again. Looking away, the man asked that didn't he already say why all this farce was going on over C-rank monsters, to which he was told that monsters were not the problem right now. Clenching his fists, the guy shouted that their president had been taken hostage by a collector's servant. Leaning on the table, the man said that it was like this, and the other said that in that case. The hunter frowned and shouted that now was not the time to fool around, and that everyone should gather quickly. The guy asked in surprise, hearing that they should gather all their things and return to their country as quickly as possible. Raising his eyebrows, he asked again. Looking at the hunter, the guy asked what the hell they were carrying. Even if they left, they should first save their president, to which the man asked that he had no conscience at all. Pointing at the guy, he shouted that wasn't he the one who said that there was a servant sent by the Constellation, and how should they fight him if he was on a completely different level? Waving his hand, the man said that if they wanted to send hunters to save him, they should send their own. To which the guy said that he would like to do the same, but they had no warriors at all right now, and he added that it was none of his business, of course. Looking to the side, the hunter said that in a situation like this, unless there was an A-rank hunter here, they were doomed. Taking a step forward, the hero said that it was no problem. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that there was an A-rank hunter here. Turning his head, the protagonist asked that if he was at the forefront, they wouldn't complain, to which the man asked again that he was going to sort this out. Axel extended his hand forward and asked that but wouldn't it be dangerous for even an A-rank hunter to confront a servant of the Constellation, and the guy added that they didn't come here to give up their lives. Looking at them, Kai thought, damn, these guys are even more shameless than he thought. Frowning, he added that he needed people to take care of the small monsters, but due to the lack of any reward for it. The girl smirked and told them to fight, not to run away. Hovering in the air, she continued that her master had seen the hard work of these lands firsthand and had personally sent her here. Looking down, Elafel said that she was a servant of a six-winged angel who hunted dragons. The people looked at her in surprise when they heard that she had come here on her master's orders to help them deal with the collector's servant, to which Axel asked what she had just said. Looking up, he wondered that wait, so even the six-winged angel who hunted dragons had sent her servant here, and the boys thought that it was no surprise since they were currently feuding. But wasn't this battle too big? After landing, she said that she would fight the collector's servant. The angel smirked and added that she was asking them to take care of the small fry, to which the hunter asked again. Frowning, the boy shouted that she shouldn't make him laugh, and Axel said that she might be a Constellation servant, but that didn't give him the right to give them orders. Pointing to the portal, Elafel told them not to worry, she had prepared a large reward for their help. Weapons began to fall from the portal. They heard what it was. Items fell to the floor, and someone shouted that these were all artifacts. A bright light emitted from the objects. The thought appeared that he felt mana from just one look, and for each such artifact you can buy a whole building. Axel asked in amazement, hearing that these treasures were granted by her master. If they join them, they will give them the honor of owning them. The hunters froze, hearing that in exchange she will choose who will choose the items first, in the order in which they swear to fight her. Looking to the side, the guy said that in that case. The hunters rushed forward. A cry was heard that great, he will be the first to swear allegiance to her. He will save France, since he is here anyway, let them not make fun, he was the first. Putting her hand to her face, the angel thought that people are so simple, just like the master said, they join, blinded by their greed. Looking down, she added that if she used these people to get rid of the collector's servant, then they could greatly reduce the enemy's ranks without much loss. Standing behind her, the hero asked what exactly she was going to do. Turning around, the angel asked again, and he continued that the president was already being held hostage by the collector. If he escaped into the abyss, there would be no way for them to get him out of there. She gritted her teeth, hearing what her plan was, since she was so actively calling for hunters to join her, to which she thought about the human being so calm in front of all the treasures of the master. A glow appeared around the protagonist. A thought appeared that he was somehow different from everyone else here. Well, even if so, a person will always be a person. Stretching her hand out to the side, Elafel said that there was no need to worry about it for now, to which he asked what for now, what she meant. A portal opened behind her, and the angel said that rather than explaining with words, it would be easier for her to show him everything. The portal opened above the building. It was heard that this is the current situation in the Elysee Palace, so the black body is the Elysee Palace. The monster was holding a weapon in his hands. It was said that this is a barrier set up by a servant. It is needed to use the magic of return. Markadil gritted his teeth. It was heard that he absorbed a lot of mana to connect the earth and the abyss, so he uses it to buy some time. The hero put his hand to his face, hearing that so, whether he wants it or not, he will have to stay here for now, to which he replied that it is clear. The man ran forward. It was heard that then what is he going to do? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what happened to the president, and the guy shouted that they should listen. They turned around, hearing that there was an urgent alarm. Monsters had just appeared in the city, to which Kai asked again. Skeletons were walking the streets. A question was heard that the monsters were right in the city. The wolf growled loudly. Raising his head up, he exclaimed. Looking at the monsters, the hero asked that weren't they the dead? He didn't meet them often. Frowning, he added that where the hell did they come from? To which the angel replied that they must have been brought here by the collector's servant. Looking straight ahead, she added that well, such monsters won't be much of a problem. We need to go straight to the Elysee Palace, to which the protagonist replied that no, we need to get rid of them first. Looking at him, the angel asked what he was talking about. He wanted to spend time and energy on them, to which Kai said that if everything was left like this, there would be casualties. She angrily shouted at him not to make her laugh. It was much more important to get rid of the collector's servant than to protect anyone. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that she was a servant of the six-winged angel, and he was an avatar of training. His eyes lit up and he asked why he should listen to her orders. Clenching his fist, the protagonist continued that he should let her get lost if she understood everything. She was starting to get on his nerves. Looking at him in surprise, the angel thought that she felt pressure. A bright light appeared around the hero. A thought arose that it was from the aura of an ordinary person. Looking up, Axel asked what was going on here. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked that the hunter had just defeated the angel, to which he was told that he had done this to the servant of the abyss, personally sent by the Constellation. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what and why they were cooling off. Let them get ready, to which the angel asked what was what. Turning around, he said that from now on, the hunters will exterminate the dead in this area and move towards the Elysian Palace. The hunters looked at him in surprise when they heard that he would be distracting the undead and they would just need to support him with magic, to which the man asked that an rank hunter was going to fight the undead. Walking forward, he continued to ask why an rank would need to do such a trivial job, to which Kai replied that just so they knew, he was the type who hated people who shied away from their own work. Turning around, he added that if anyone had any thoughts like that, he advised them to change their minds quickly. Grinning, the guy asked what shied away from. What nonsense, and the hunter added that how could they when the rank hunter himself was commanding them. Patterns appeared in front of the mages, and they heard that he would start casting a light element buff, and he a fire shield, to which the hero said that he was glad that everyone had decided to work together. Frowning, he added that well, then they would take advantage of this moment. The hero suddenly rushed forward and shouted that they would quickly end everything. The guy, opening his eyes in surprise, shouted that he should wait for the buffs first, even though he was in a rank hunter, but it was too reckless to rush in like that. A glow appeared around the protagonist's hand. The dead man shouted in amazement. The protagonist suddenly struck him. The monster fell to the ground. Stretching his hand forward, Kai said that damn corpses, they should have stayed in the ground. Looking to the side, he continued that it was time to return to their graves. The hero began to run forward. He struck the dead men. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise. The monster swung sharply in front of him. A red glow appeared around its paws. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. Frowning, he asked, so he was the boss here. Suddenly, Kai used a heavenly strike. The monster flew to the side. He slid along the ground. The hunter looked at him in surprise and said that it didn't look like recklessness at all. The hero looked away. The hunters shuddered when they heard what they were doing. They weren't slacking off, were they? The guy grinned and shouted that no, they would never do that. All of them, let them gather. There was no time to relax. The people rushed forward. A cry was heard that they would take advantage of the moment and kill all the dead. The view was not the Elysee Palace. The monster grinned and said that he thought that everything humans had was just low-grade trash, but holding a glass in his hands, he continued that while he was collecting mana for the magic circle, this alcohol must admit it brought him real pleasure. The monster grinned and said they are far from being that bad. The men were tied up, and he said that it was not often that he praised the little people so much. They might think that this was the greatest thing that had ever happened to them in their lives. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that he had been addressed. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that he was stupid. He thought he could just leave after causing all this devastation in France, to which the minister said that he should evaluate the situation. The servant grinned when he heard what he had said wrong, what they had done that they deserved this, to which he replied that it was shameless. He would continue to pretend to be ignorant. Putting the glass on the table, the creature said that the servants and subordinates of the six-winged angel who had invaded the territory of England, the territory of his master. The men were fighting monsters. It was heard that I was sure they already knew that they had come here to rest while they were fighting them. So, sitting in front of the people, Markadil said that if he only wanted, he could take over their country. They, pathetic little people, were able to maintain their autonomy only thanks to the generosity of his master. His eyes lit up and he added that they dared to be ungrateful and side with the good gods. What shamelessness. Frowning, the president thought that he was doing all this out of fear that the other constellations would unite against him. Raising his glass, the monster said not to worry. Despite their shamelessness, his master's generosity would remain unchanged. Smiling widely, he continued that all his master wanted was to talk to him. George looked surprised to hear that he needed to wash his brain to get rid of these indecent thoughts, to which he asked again. Snapping his finger, the creature asked what was interesting. Black particles appeared around the man. It was heard that in this case he would give him a little taste. The president looked away in fear. Gritting his teeth, he asked what this abomination was. Looking at him, the monster said to stop resisting and just accept it. The effect was not yet complete because it had temporarily borrowed power from its master, but even so, it would be much quieter. Frowning, the president shouted that he thought he could get away with it that easily. He was the president of France, a member of the G20. The monster sat up, hearing that right now, the hunters and servants of the constellations of their allied countries were already heading here, to which he replied that it did not matter how many pawns came here. A dome appeared above the building. It was heard that this barrier covering the palace was drawing on the existential power of its master. This was the barrier of the ominous night. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the servant said that after all, inside him, he had absolute power. Grinning, he asked what kind of warrior would come to his aid. The whole city was covered in flames. It was said that whether they were low-class hunters or servants of arrogant gods, they could call them here as much as they wanted. The skeleton was lying on the floor. It was heard that until a real constellation appears here, his current one. The hero smashed his skull. A scream was heard that no one could win. The protagonist was picking his ear. Looking back, he asked why his ears were suddenly itching. Someone was remembering him. Flames enveloped the city. A man on the news said that he had to tell the people of Paris urgent news. The guy ran down the street and heard the reporter say that the Élysée Palace was currently closed by a barrier installed by the servant of the collector. The president and other important people were being held hostage, and new monsters were also appearing from this place. The stranger continued to run from the werewolves and asked to save him. Turning around, he noticed how the monster's hand was enveloped in dark energy. While watching the werewolf, the guy heard the reporter say that if they were in a threat zone, they were asked to evacuate immediately, and if they couldn't get out, to wait for the hunters to save them. The guy started screaming in fear. The protagonist pounced on the monster. His fist was covered in blue mana. Kai delivered a powerful blow to the monster. He pressed its head into the ground. The guy was surprised by what he saw. Looking at the protagonist, the stranger asked if this was the hunter Kai. Looking at the running guy, the protagonist said that it was too dangerous to walk the streets, so he should go into the building. Kai turned his gaze to the guys who called out to him. They ran to the protagonist and said that they had studied the whole situation there, to which they received the answer that it was a good job. With his hands on his hips, Kai said that they seemed to be following directions very well. He was surprised because he thought they were a bit lazy, after which the guy stated that they initially followed because they were a bit scared. The guy remembered the man who bowed to him. He pointed out with a satisfied expression that killing monsters and saving people without calculating the profit and loss was not so bad. Looking at his comrades, the guy said that since they were in this business, they should finish it like professionals. Angel flew in the sky and thought that these guys were literally drooling over treasure just now. The girl with a puzzled expression wondered if people put their own comfort above others, noting that they followed that guy, doing useless things, and did not even complain. Looking at Kai, she asked if he had any kind of declining skill. Frowning, the angel noted that she did not like him. The girl flew towards the protagonist and loudly asked how much more time he was going to waste. Pointing her finger, she cried out that she no longer felt the energy of the dead in this area, so they would proceed with her master's instructions. Kai, with a displeased look, said that she had too much of a vile character for an angel. He heard her, so she could calm down. Looking around the city, the protagonist said that he was already thinking about visiting there. The building was surrounded by a purple barrier. Kai, with a calm look, said what it was. The girl, with a serious look, thought that she felt the existential power of the collector from this barrier. It seemed to her that it would be more difficult than she expected. Holding his chin, the protagonist listened that in order to defeat the servant inside this barrier, he would need to use existential power quite a lot. So much so that people would be able to tell that he was a constellation. after which Kai stated that it would put him in a difficult situation. Inspecting the barrier, the girl said that fortunately, the barrier was so powerful that it seemed to block the sight of the constellations from the outside, except for the collector. If he used his existential power inside, he did not think that the other constellations would know about it. However, he would need to avoid being seen by that angel. The angel landed behind him. She asked him with a serious expression what he was doing there. Turning around, Kai mentally asked if he could just gouge out her eyes. He began to move forward, saying that since there was no more time to waste, he would enter. He passed through the barrier. The monster drinking wine was surprised. Frowning, he assumed that they had guests. The monster began to spread dark mana and asked if he should go through the formalities and meet them in person since he was the new owner of this place. Markadil suddenly disappeared. The man watched what was happening and asked his master to be careful. Kai stood in front of the building. The protagonist, taken aback, said that it was much quieter than he expected. The monsters were walking around the estate. The angel walked next to him and cried out that there were no traps there. Looking at the destroyed roof, she noted that either Kai had killed everyone outside or the main part was inside the palace. Turning her gaze to the protagonist, she noted that it was even better this way. She would go straight to the servant, and Kai should just follow her and cover her. The ground beneath her was shrouded in dark energy. Red eyes appeared from the ground, asking if she was one of the servants of the six-winged angel. Dark streams of mana were directed at her. The monster grabbed her and screamed that he would get rid of her first. The dumbfounded girl thought that this was the power of the collector's servant, and she did not even feel his presence. Flapping her wing, the angel noted that she needed to get rid of him first. The monster held her back and said that it was a pity that she was trying to escape. Grinning, the demon clarified if she really thought that he would let her just fly away. Pink mana struck the angel. She screamed with a frightened look that she could not move. Kai extended his hand. Swinging his fist, the protagonist asked her to bend down. Stunned, Markadil asked what it was. Watching Kai, he thought that this was an ordinary person. He put his spear in front of him and repelled the attack of the protagonist. The demon tried to hold back Kai's attack. He thought with a dumbfounded look that he did not believe that he was losing in strength to some person. Taken aback, he noted that it was impossible. A powerful explosion was heard. The monster managed to dodge the powerful attack. Extending a finger from which energy emanated, Kai said that it was the perfect distance for long-range combat. He sent streams of blue energy into the sky. Touching the ground, the monster began to release energy in response. Their mana streams collided. Frowning, Markadil reasoned that in addition to incredible strength, he also had an excellent sense of combat. He was not at all open to attack and did not believe that such a person existed. The monster began to disappear with the thought that that servant of the angel was not a problem at all now. This was too unexpected. He needed to retreat. The dark energy suddenly disappeared. Looking at this, Kai assumed that the monster quickly assessed the situation, and he fought very well. Turning to the guy who asked to look at the angel, the protagonist thought that it would really be difficult to deal with him, as expected from a servant of the abyss. Dark energy infected the angel. Kai ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The dumbfounded girl told him that the fool's mana was absorbing her energy. Looking at her hand, the angel added that although he was much stronger than she expected, this sinister energy was definitely a necromancer's control magic. If this continued, she could become that bastard's puppet. The dumbfounded guys asked again. The guy held his hand in front of his mouth and whispered if it would be better to kill her now if she was right. The angel listened to the words of the guy, who said that if she became a corpse, then they would have one more problem. Lying in front of Kai, the girl said that he was right and the protagonist should kill her. The enraged girl screamed that she was a Laphael, a servant serving the six-winged angel. She would die if necessary, but she would never become a toy of the demon god's constellation. A smile appeared on Kai's face. He put his hand on Laphael's shoulder and said that it was cool. She made an incredibly strong-willed decision. Staring at her, the protagonist said that as he said, he did not intend to listen to her orders, so he would do it his own way. Surprised, Laphael asked what he meant by his own way, after which Kai asked if he could not simply use even more power to erase that bastard's mana from her body. Holding her by the shoulders, the protagonist listened that it was not that easy, even she could not do anything with this mana. Kai released streams of light energy from his hands. Enveloping the girl in mana, the protagonist asked her to use her internal energy. Kai imagined Laphael's body, filled with mana, and told her that there would be a clash of completely alien forces in her body so she could experience excruciating pain, but it was still better than just dying. The dumbfounded angel asked him to wait a little. Powerful mana surrounded them. The surprised guy noted that it looked much more painful than death. The frightened monster watched what was happening. He looked at Kai and thought that he was refining his mana. Even though it was only a part of his master's power, it still contained his existential power. While the protagonist tried to heal the angel, the monster reasoned that he needed to have a strong body to use the Dark Knight. He did not believe that someone like that could exist. Smirking, the demon stated that he would do everything possible to get this mortal. The monster suddenly disappeared. Putting his hand to his forehead, Kai sighed and said that it was difficult. Elaphael sat on the floor, dumbfounded. She said with an exhausted look that she survived thanks to the protagonist. The guys behind Kai discussed that the girl had become more meek and they thought it was very painful. She looked at Kai and stated that she would listen to him now, and then asked what he was going to do now. To which he replied that since their goal from the very beginning was to free the hostages, if they just stormed into the central area where that bastard was. Dark energy was floating in the sky. The monster appeared behind him and thanked them for the journey they had made. With glowing eyes, he said that he wanted to make them a very tempting offer. Looking at Markadiel's head, the boys discussed whether it was his magic. How dare he appear there? He asked with a satisfied look if they were there to save the king and his loyalists that he had captured, to which he answered in the affirmative. The dumbfounded boys listened as the monster stated that in that case, they could not risk their lives because he would free them right now. Pointing his finger, the demon emphasized the fact that he had one condition. He wanted them to sacrifice the man who had just fought him. Kai was dumbfounded by what he heard. The protagonist calmly asked if the monster was talking about him, after which he heard that it was so. If the guys handed Kai over, then he swears on the name of his master, he will return both the hostages and them back safely. Holding his hand in front of him, the monster noted that then they would all become heroes who saved the king of these lands, and they would be able to bathe in glory and honor. The guys silently looked at the demon. Elaphael was puzzled. Grinning, the monster reasoned that it was wonderful to see his shocked face. This was his perfect strategy for defeating people using their ambitions. Markadiel imagined how people began to drag the protagonist and added that now his comrades would grab him and throw him into a terrifying hell as a living sacrifice. Holding his hand in front of his mouth, the demon thought that he would just have to look down on everything, but suddenly he heard that the guys did not agree with this. The monster was taken aback and asked what they had just said. The guy asked with a serious face if it was too brazen to exchange politicians from another country for a rank hunter, since even a truckload of these politicians would not be enough to buy the nail of the hunter Kai. The dumbfounded demon asked if the king was important to them. A blue aura enveloped the protagonist. Looking at him, the monster wondered if he was a being that surpassed even the king. The collector's servant watched as the guys began to discuss how George Montand was a real bastard and they had heard that half of France couldn't stand him. The guy asked with a serious face if it wouldn't be better for the French to elect a new president. Kai stepped forward and declared that he agreed with such a condition. The monster was taken aback by what he heard. Elaphael stood behind him and asked if he wanted to fall right into his trap, after which the protagonist asked if it was not an excellent solution to end this farce at once. The frightened girl screamed that it was too dangerous. He was not an ordinary servant, even Kai would have problems. The protagonist asked not to worry, because he had a plan, and the girl put her hand on her chest and asked who said that she was worried and did he think that she would worry because of a certain person. The satisfied monster said that he knew that he had spotted the right person. Looking at Kai, he cried out that this was very impressive and this is how heroes should sacrifice themselves to save the king. A magic circle appeared in front of the protagonist and the monster said that he hoped they could create a truly strong relationship. Looking at the magic circle, Markadiel asked to step on this symbol, noting that after that he would immediately meet him. People started to crawl out of the dark space while the monster said that as he promised, he would immediately free the king of this land and his subordinates. Kai stepped on the magic circle. Dark mana rose above it. The guys watched the protagonist. Kai turned around and said that he would return. The mana absorbed the protagonist. He found himself in a different place. Kai was surprised. He imagined a huge corridor in front of him. He stood quietly and asked about the core of the barrier, adding that he of course expected it to exude darkness, but not to this extent. The monster sat on the throne behind him and said that it was a little sad to hear him say that. He had put a lot of effort into stealing this place. Standing up from the throne, the demon suggested that despite his fighting skills, he lacked style. It was sad, but no matter. He stated with a satisfied look that once he made him a Death Knight, everything would be perfect. Standing in front of him, Kai asked if the monster wanted to turn him into an undead and that was why he brought him there, to which he received the answer that it was true, although he did not initially plan to turn people into Death Knights. The demon recalled how he tried to hold back the protagonist's blow and noted that he was able to surpass even the warriors of the abyss. From that moment, Kai's power attracted him. Stretching out his hand, the monster emphasized the fact that because of this, he decided to free the hostages just to transfer him there. Holding his hand in front of the protagonist, Markadiel said that he hoped that he would decide to become his soldier without tricks. Pleased, the monster reasoned that although he promised to free them, no one said that he could not capture them again. Standing in front of him, Kai asked what would happen if he refused, to which he received the answer that he could refuse. Waving his hand, the monster said that this place was created thanks to all the power given to him by the master. It was created especially for him. The demon spread his arms and said that even the constellations could not see there, it was completely isolated there. Releasing dark streams of energy at the protagonist, the monster asked him to simply give him his body. Looking around, Kai thought about the words that this place was completely isolated from the outside world. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was simply gorgeous. Powerful yellow energy began to emanate from him. He destroyed all the gusts of dark mana. The dumbfounded demon asked if the protagonist had blurred the shadows created by the power of his master. Looking at Kai, he asked where a simple man got so much existential strength. The protagonist seriously asked why he should explain anything to him, because he was going to die soon anyway. Standing in front of Kai, the monster reasoned that everything was going completely differently than he expected. His body began to go through the dark energy. The protagonist rushed at him. Taken aback, the monster wondered if Kai was faster than his shadow teleportation. The protagonist raised his fist and asked if he thought he would just be let go. Kai delivered a powerful punch to the monster's chest. Markadil was taken aback by the damage he had received. He flew away with destructive force. Looking at the fist, the protagonist asked if he had used too much existential force after a long break. The demon was lying wounded against the wall. Looking at him, Kai asked if he was still alive. Standing over him, the protagonist said that in that case, he would finish him off with his next attack. The frightened monster thought that he could not handle him, but he could not stop him either. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Touching the ground with his hand, the demon thought that among the shadows he could summon, there was a strong shield that would stop even him. A dark portal appeared under them. Looking at the magical shadow, Kai asked what this time and if he still had an ace up his sleeve. The monster laughed with satisfaction and stated that even he would be powerless there. He began to pull Elafiel out of the dark space. The girl was dumbfounded and asked what was going on. A dumbfounded Kai asked the monster to stop. He looked at Markadil holding Elafiel in his arms. The protagonist stood in front of them. The monster asked with satisfaction if he had underestimated his power just because he had stopped the erosion once. He began to disappear and apologized, noting that anyone who had ever touched his shadow would not be able to escape his control. Dark energy began to surround the angel. Smiling, he told Kai to leave there, otherwise his partner would be finished. Holding his head, the protagonist wondered if he was ready for everything. A dumbfounded Elafiel screamed that Kai already knew that she was ready to die for her master. The protagonist calmly reasoned that she had been dying all day. He prepared to dash. Standing in a fighting stance, he said that he understood her and would do everything in the best possible way. The dumbfounded monster asked if he was serious. Kai rushed into battle. Angel closed her eyes in fear. His fist stopped in front of her face. Gusts of wind enveloped her. Dumbfounded Elafiel asked what was that. Looking at Kai, she called him an idiot and asked why he stopped. The demon, with a satisfied look, began to shout that he knew it, he was just pretending to be cool. But in reality, the most ordinary weak person who is controlled by affection for his allies. A blue aura enveloped the protagonist's body. Dark energy began to spread from the demon and he declared that Kai can become his soldier along with his partner. Dumbfounded Elafiel screamed for him to run. Holding his hand in front of the girl, the protagonist asked her to hold on as it would hurt a little. Using the heavenly finger, Kai began to emit a powerful gust of light mana. The angel began to scream in pain. The dumbfounded Markadil thought that this was not mana absorption, because not only mana was depleted, but also the power granted to him by the owner. The protagonist absorbed dark mana with a serious look. The shadows came off the girl's body. All the dark mana was directed to Kai's hand. Gathering energy, a message popped up that this was the absorption of power, Shadow Crown. The girl was kneeling. She suddenly fell to the ground. A notification popped up that the Shadow Crown absorbs the opponent using the shadow that has power. The absorbed opponent becomes a loyal servant when stealing a skill. All subordinates also pass to the new owner. If he stole this skill, then he will need to actively use it to maintain control of the previous owner, otherwise the effects of power will weaken over time. The demon was shocked by this. He lay on the ground while Kai thanked him for such a wonderful gift. The protagonist grabbed the monster by the throat. Swinging his fist, he wondered if he should give him something in return. Kai dealt many blows to the demon. He hit him in the face. Markadil flew into the wall. He was dumbfounded by what happened. Frowning, the monster came to the conclusion that without the power of his master, he had no chance of winning. The demon created several magic circles on the ground and emphasized the fact that he needed to somehow escape from there. Monsters began to appear on the battlefield. Several skeletons emerged, ordered by the demon to stop this brutal man threatening their master. Standing in front of the monsters, Kai clarified whether he was trying to buy some time to escape, noting that it was useless. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that if his assumption was correct, then he would no longer be able to play the master for them. Taken aback, Markadil asked what Kai was talking about. The protagonist began to shout loudly to address the shadow soldiers. Pointing his finger, the protagonist ordered the skeletons to grab Markadil. The dumbfounded demon asked again. The skeletons grabbed the monster, who asked what they were doing. Walking towards him, Kai stated that they were simply following their master's orders. He calmly asked if Markadil had not fully understood the essence of the power given to him by his constellation. The protagonist presented a description of the skill and said that when the skill is stolen, all subordinates will also transfer to the new owner. The demon was shocked by what he heard. The protagonist took out his blade and asked the monster not to be too upset, because he did not care much about his puppets. Enraged, Kai said that he would simply finish him off along with them. Looking away, the protagonist looked at Alaphael. While examining her, the protagonist thought that she was unconscious due to the art of absorption, so there was no need to worry about her too much and use existential power. Light mana enveloped Kai's body. The energy began to increase. The dumbfounded Markadil asked who the protagonist was, adding that even the Lords of the Abyss did not have such power. Kai swung his blade. A powerful stream of energy cut the demon and his minions. He watched as the monsters' bodies flew apart. The protagonist said with a serious look that he had already told him earlier that he was not going to explain this to someone who was going to die anyway. The demon's head began to disappear. Markadil had disappeared. The boys raised their heads and read that the owner of Markadil's power had been killed. The dark energy began to disappear. The barrier that surrounded the building collapsed. The surprised boys asked what happened. Holding the monster in his hands, the guy said that first the angel suddenly disappeared, and now this. The stranger pointed his finger at Kai and asked him to look there. The protagonist with the girl in his arms were walking in a cloud of dust. Looking at Kai, they shouted that he had returned. The angel woke up and looked at the protagonist. Rubbing her eyes, she asked what the noise was. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she had woken up. Frowning, Alaphael clarified what had happened, since she had been grabbed by the collector's servant, after which Kai asked her to calm down since he had defeated him. Joyful Kai asked her not to worry. Confused, Alaphael asked again. She tried to break free from Kai's arms, screaming that she was not to worry and could walk on her own. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist wondered what kind of angel this was. Raising his fist to his mouth, the man said that he was glad that Kai was okay. The protagonist looked at him and replied that they were also great, after which he clarified whether all the hostages had been returned. To which he received the answer that this was true. The demon kept his promise. This was quite unexpected for the servant of the demonic god. Looking at the president, the man said that everyone was safe, the healer had already taken care of them, so everything was fine. Examining the president, the stranger said that he was still in a strange state, but this was expected because he almost died. Stretching out his hand, the man noted that it was impossible not to admit that this was the greatest success. Kai turned around. Looking at the purple spheres, the protagonist said that he was painfully curious about what kind of cores these were. Looking at Kai examining them, the man said that they fell from the dead they killed while he was gone. They did not pick them up due to the confusion, so there should be many more. Holding the core in front of him, the protagonist stated that he was not sure about the quality, but it would be a shame to just throw them away. Alaphael stood in front of him and said that people are greedy. She was suddenly taken aback by Kai's request to look for more, and if they find it, bring it to him. The guy knelt down and brought his hand to the core. The girl suddenly took the core. She stood in front of the guy. Looking at the sphere, she wondered why her body was moving on its own. Angel began to walk away. Kneeling down, she gave the core to the protagonist. Confused, Kai asked what was wrong with her and why she was giving it to him. Looking at Alaphael, the protagonist mentally wondered if she was playing the silent game. He touched his finger to the projection. Looking at the ability description, Kai assumed it was because of the power he stole from that scumbag, but when Markadil used it, the effect was not as strong. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist heard Themis, who told him that it was because the user's power level had changed. She told him with a smile on her face that Kai had gained a very useful power while she was unable to observe him from behind the barrier. Watching the protagonist, Themis suggested that the contract of this servant only works at full power when used by a constellation. She imagined the demon standing between the magic circles and said that this is why that collector guy tried to drag the president into the abyss. Kai imagined the monster tying up the president and saying that the brainwashing could not be done with the contract alone. He wanted to bring back the brainwashed president and use him to drag France into a war against the six-winged angel. Themis replied with a smile that she thought so too, and probably he would never have thought that Kai would eventually steal this power from him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Looking at the angel, the protagonist asked how he should deal with this situation, to which he received the answer that he could only wait until the effect wore off. Themis asked to accept this core first, because Alaphael would come to her senses because she would carry out his order, after which Kai took the core from her. The girl suddenly woke up. Standing in front of the protagonist, the angel asked what it was. Looking away, Kai replied that he had absorbed Markadiel's power, and in the process, apparently, the power over her also passed to him. The angel was shocked by what she heard. Looking at the protagonist, she ordered him to stop this, but Kai said that he did not know how to do this. Looking at the frightened Elafiel, the protagonist said that it was said that the effect would wear off over time, so she could calm down, and the girl screamed for him to not give her orders and not force her to calm down. The angel flapped her wings. She flew away from there with a loud scream. Closing her eyes, Elafiel thought that this man had seen her in all her worst states, and now he was commanding her. Flying away, the girl emphasized that nothing worse could be imagined. Puzzled, Kai reasoned that the distance between them was a great way to solve the problem. The man approached the protagonist. Extending his hand, he said that he was the president's advisor. Looking at the president, the man said that he was collecting every core he came across. Looking back, the advisor said that he felt like he was acting like that angel, so. Remembering how the president was surrounded by dark mana, the advisor said that he felt like the servant of the demon god could do something to their president. Looking at the old man, Kai wondered if he could control the president of France. Holding his chin, the protagonist reasoned that if he said something wrong, an international conflict could start. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that this problem would be a real pain. Kai suddenly extended his finger. With a smile on his face, he asked not to worry because everything would be fine. The man clenched his fist and said yes, since the rank hunter said so. The hero thought that at least he should be fine because he was not going to order the president to do anything. Kai turned to the man and thought that was right. A thought arose that the protagonist had not yet imagined. The man bowed his head. The hero continued the thought that the shadow crown has an additional effect. It creates strong feelings around the user and its servants. The flag fluttered in the wind and a thought arose that this would be the starting point of unprecedented decisions that would go down in the history of France for a long time. A huge crane towered above the ground a few days later at the Élysée Palace. On the screen was a photo of Kai and the inscription that the true miracle of the dead. How is this possible? The achievements of the American rank hunter Kai, where the hunters of France were. Someone held a tablet in his hand and thought. French President George frowned and said that all the media are chattering about this, and ordinary people too. The man in front of the president smiled fearfully. George asked what he thought that meant, and the man replied that well, that incident was very serious. The man abruptly put the tablet down on the table and exclaimed that no, that everyone realized how useless and selfish the hunter of France was. He spread his hands in confusion and continued to say that this is why he always said that he was pointless in his reverence for the hunters. The guy closed his eyes and thought that the president was complaining about the uselessness of the hunters again, although now it seemed to be even worse. In the memories, the girl stretched out her hand forward and he thought that although it made sense, considering that besides Adeline, no one from the ranks had appeared. The hand pointed to the photo of the protagonist and the guy continued to think that but this is not his only change. Recently he became, George said that at the same time. The president was furiously poking at the tablet with his finger. The guy thought that he was also a fan of the hunter Kai. The man was shouting about how cool their hunter Kai was. Images of the battle appeared and it was heard that he came from another country to protect civilians and risked his life to defeat the servant of the demon god. The hero turned around with a smirk and someone exclaimed that this is a real hero. The guy extended his hand in front of him and replied that this is why they prepared the most honorable medal of France. The Legion of Honor. The president slammed his hands on the table and shouted that no, this is not even close. He stood up and continued to say that giving a simple medal when he saved him, a representative of the nation, yes, it is a shame for all of France. The guy apologized to him. The door opened behind him. The guy asked what he wanted to do. A man appeared from behind and apologized to the president. He then frowned and continued to say that the preparations for the medal ceremony were complete. The hunter Kai had also arrived. The president stood up and asked to say that he was on his way. The guy turned around and thought he had a bad feeling about this. His gaze fell on the chandelier. There were people with cameras everywhere. The man bowed to the president. He picked up the medal and said that as a thank you to all the foreign hunters who protected the citizens of France. He hung the medal on Kai's chest and said that from the monsters in the incident that happened, they award the representative, the hunter Kai, with this medal. The protagonist shook the president's hand. George smiled at him and said that the incident with the monsters was without victims. All the hostages were saved. Even the owl hero would not be enough to describe the hunter Kai. The hero replied that he was just doing his job. The protagonist pursed his lips and George replied that he was too modest. He could not compare with these hunters thieves of theirs. The guy asked again in bewilderment. The president closed his eyes from smiling and Kai asked if it was worth talking about such things right here. The man replied that well, what can you do? Comments with similar texts are teeming on the internet. He thinks he feels it too. Kai thoughtfully put his hand to his face. The president said that now he is very famous in France. Kai thought that this is true, so his existential power increased several times. George shook his head and said that this incident convinced him that the hunters of his country are inferior. He looked straight into the cameras and said that, so he made a decision. The president raised his hand and continued to say that to offer him, their hero, a business on which the future of France will depend. The journalists asked again in shock about the business. George put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said his name. All the cameras were pointed at them and the president asked to take on the construction of the French base in the abyss. The cameraman began to say that he heard right and that the foreigner will be responsible for the base in the abyss. Everyone was filming the hero and shouting that this is madness. Kai thought in fear that Bill said not to create problems, but things already smell of kerosene. The era of abyssal raids, which began with the arrival of the Earthlings to the first territory of the Abyss. The construction of any country's base in the Abyss was of great importance, be it a clan or a business, not only because it required the best people and machines and guaranteed fabulous money, but also because the person responsible for the construction receives privileges for more convenient abyssal raids. Therefore, bases in the Abyss are always entrusted to national clans or enterprises to reflect the power of the nation. The Dragon Industries building was illuminated by the sun. It was heard that he had broken this tradition. The man threw his leg on the table and said that he had received a contract to build a French base in the Abyss. The man looked at the tablet in bewilderment and asked Kai if this was definitely not a dream. The hero rubbed his head and replied that, well, yes, I think so. He looked at the man and asked what he had done wrong. He said that he had done wrong and that he was like this. Bill grinned and said that he was a dumbass. He spread his arms and shouted that of course not, that was great, it would bring in so much profit. He looked at the hero and continued to say that thanks to his prank, several of their branches would not need to do anything at all to exist. Kai asked in bewilderment, what so much money? He thoughtfully continued to say that maybe then it was worth giving up some gifts. Bill asked what and is there anything else? The protagonist smiled and replied that he had doubts because the offer was too strange. People with boxes began to enter the room and it was heard that the president took him to the museum, took out several things and gave them to him. There were exhibits on the boxes and the man asked again what was it? Bill adjusted his glasses and exclaimed what was it? His gaze fell on the exhibits and it was heard that they were artifacts of the cultural heritage of Korea, which France did not allow them to see. Bill got up from the table and said that France believed that any cultural value was their property, and how he managed to do this. The hero thoughtfully answered that the thing was that the sun was shining on the Louvre Museum in France. Someone grabbed the man by the leg and exclaimed that please stop, Mr. President, these are treasures of immeasurable historical value. The man was lying on the floor, holding George by the leg and shouting that they were obliged to preserve them. The president replied that he should shut up, these are the treasures of Korea. Kai stood up straight and listened to the cries that the only right decision would be to give them to the Korean hero. Wants to continue to embarrass him in front of the hero and asked Mr. President. The hero thought that he was not really an American, but perhaps he would keep quiet. He approached Bill and said that this is what happened, to which the man replied that was that president always so grateful. The artifact lit up and it was heard that, well, in any case, this is great. Bill leaned over in front of the thing and said that his passion as a collector makes his heart beat faster. Suddenly, someone grabbed the artifact and said not to even think about it. He will return them to Korea, the man asked perplexedly. Kai held the thing in his hand and Bill, shocked, said that he will simply return them to Korea. And what is good about that? The hero replied that what difference does it make? He will simply return them to their rightful owner. He smiled and continued to say that he also had a great idea about what he could do with them. The man asked in confusion what a good idea was. What was he talking about? To which the hero replied that it was nothing special, it was just that Rick's image in Korea wasn't that good, was it? Bill's mouth dropped open in shock. His gaze fell on the tablet and he heard that as soon as the SSL team's match began, he would definitely be criticized by Korean citizens. The hero smiled and continued to say that if they returned his image, then all this criticism would at least die down a little. He looked at Bill and asked what kind of look that was. The protagonist's face stretched in shock and he heard the answer that he knew how much he loved antiques, but all he did was talk about his Rick. Bill turned away and exclaimed to forget. Because he just liked him better, Kai replied that for such an old man, he was behaving too childishly. The man turned around sharply at the words that, well, that's what he decided to do with him. What a pity, considering how much profit was made from the station in the abyss. Bill put his hand on Kai's shoulder and he said that maybe he should go to another company. The man replied that he thought that this side of him that valued relationships truly painted him in a good light. The protagonist turned around with a smile and said that he didn't mind giving everything to Rick, so the man replied that of course, let him do what he wanted. Kai looked at him seriously and continued to say that since they were talking about the station, the outpost of their base was already finished. Bill spread his arms and replied that, well, he wanted to take a look. The people there were also wondering if he would like to. Kai asked if there was some problem, and the man said that it was easier to show than to tell. A huge street spread out before his eyes and he heard that he would understand as soon as he saw it. the entrance to the temporary station of the territory of the Abyss. A photo of the protagonist appeared on the tablet. The protagonist stood behind the tablet and someone told Kai that the identity was confirmed. The man looked at him and said that it was an honor to meet him. He was at the temporary station for the first time, to which he received the answer that yes, he was told that he could use the teleporter here. His gaze fell on the device and it was heard that everything was correct. Let him just go into the magic circle and then tell him the place where he wanted to be sent. The protagonist began to climb the teleporter, saying that he wanted to be teleported to the Dragon Industries outpost. The man said that he understood. Everything around the protagonist lit up and it was heard that the teleportation was about to begin. Suddenly Kai disappeared. A bright flash illuminated the Dragon Industries outpost. The protagonist stood still, surrounded by a bright light. Then he opened his eyes wide. He looked around and said that this was a new outpost, more like a city. Someone approached Kai and said that he was welcome. They were waiting for him. He looked at the guys and said that Elizabeth and the Huashan sect were here too. The girl leaned over and said that she hadn't seen Hunter Kai for a long time. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked Elizabeth why she was here with the Huashan sect. Where were the other members of the Ikaros clan? The girl replied that they had gone to scout the territory, so they were quite far away. There were none of them here, so she was here in charge. Elizabeth looked at the building and said that, by the way, how did he like the station? Isn't it cool? To which she received the answer that yes, especially the barrier, it was impressive. Looking at the barrier, Kai said that he couldn't believe that a barrier of such strength could be constantly maintained. It used their company's mana accumulator. Elizabeth replied that yes, it seemed so. Suddenly the hero raised his head and the board said that the kitten of lava and magma was impressed by human technology. The thought arose that even the blacksmith kitten was impressed. The technology of Dragon Industries is truly amazing. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that they would see how strong the people here were. He looked at the girl with the guys and said that he heard that he was trying to become B rank. Their internal energy had noticeably increased. Kai told the girl with a smile that he was proud of them, to which she replied that after their training they should have become stronger at least this much. The guy looked away and continued to say that everything was fine with the station. He did not see any problems, so why did they need him? Elizabeth frowned in embarrassment and replied that the problem was not in the station at all, but in the visitors coming to look at it. Kai asked again about the visitors. There was a sign hanging above the cafe. The protagonist looked out the window and said that I see, so the problem is. Looking at the people passing by, he continued to say that those inhabitants of the Abyss, it is not surprising that they come, although traveling through the lands of the Abyss is difficult, it is not impossible. The villagers looked at the man behind the counter and heard that they were seeing human civilization for the first time, so there was nothing surprising in their curiosity. Elizabeth looked back out the window and replied that it was not only curiosity. The protagonist asked what happened. The girl put her hand to her face and said that yes, and quite a lot. The villagers were fighting with people and the girl said that they were constantly getting into fights and were at odds with earthlings. There was a devastating explosion. Elizabeth said that not long ago they had secretly entered some establishments and tried to rob them. They sat opposite each other and the girl said that if she had her way, she would have completely banned them from entering. But the hero interrupted her with words about how this would deprive them of the opportunity to learn about the Abyss and their technologies. The girl answered that it was true. She frowned and said that in truth, fighters and robbers are not such a big problem as information dealers. The gaze fell on the map and the girl said that at first they bought information about the location of the dungeons from the inhabitants of the Abyss at a rather high price. The guys looked at the field and heard that when they came there was nothing there at all. Elizabeth brought her eyebrows together and continued to say that now, although they do not fall for their tricks so easily, they are still afraid of deception. The hero replied that apparently, the inhabitants of the Abyss are as good at lying as the inhabitants of the earth. Kai held a cup of coffee and said that he cannot worry about it anymore. He knows one person for such a problem. The girl exclaimed in shock that really, who? The hero took a sip and replied that he will see, the one who knows the Abyss better than anyone. The sun's rays fell on a tall building and Kai said that he is also very obedient. The man exhaled and looked out the window. He asked discontentedly what the hell he was doing here. He was supposed to travel through the Abyss with his master and participate in endless battles. He turned around and thought that he couldn't believe that he had to protect this pathetic idiot. The man cursed and said that nothing came to mind. The director of Pask Food, Jerry, looked at the tablet and said that he could make up for such a big loss. Then he threw the gadget on the table and exclaimed that wait, why did he have to do all this alone? Jerry grabbed his head and said how it could be his fault that the hole in the finances was due to stupid embezzlement of funds and accounting fraud. The guy grinned and thought it was his fault, because he was the one stealing this money. How the hell did he become the owner of this company? His gaze fell on the phone screen and the man exclaimed in shock. He opened his mouth and shouted that the owner, that is, a message from Hunter Kai. Jerry turned around and said that Hunter Kai, why should he get involved with him? The guy smiled, called the director and said that it was still difficult. Well, of course for him, not Jerry. The director stood up and asked again what was still difficult. Why was he talking like it was all over? The man put his hand to the window and apologized. A moment later, he broke the glass and said that but he needed to hurry. Max climbed into the window. Jerry called him and asked what he was doing. He replied that he had already said everything. He needed to hurry. Tears poured from the director's eyes and he said that where was he going without him? Max smiled and asked where else. The voice on the phone told Max to return to the abyss and the guy continued to say that to his master, that is, to the Hunter Kai, who was waiting for him. Huge barriers appeared before his eyes and he shouted that he was going to a great battle. The man grabbed the guy by the leg and shouted that he should stop. He couldn't do this, and what about him? Max turned around and said that what about him? Let him continue stealing money like he did before. Tears appeared in Jerry's eyes and he asked that didn't the Hunter Kai, whom he loved so much, tell him to protect him? How could he so irresponsibly abandon his mission? The guy raised his leg up. Gritting his teeth, he said that so what does he want him to do? Looking at him, the man said that if he really needed to go, he would go with him, to which he asked again. Max frowned and said how could a Parker Group board member go to someone else's outpost, and if he got caught, the man replied that he shouldn't worry, he could brush it off as a business trip. He grinned and added that no one would suspect him that way. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought that he was quite cunning. Well, dragging him there wouldn't be that hard anyway, maybe he could do that. He put the man in the bag. The thought occurred to him that then he could get rid of him at any moment at the owner's command. Maybe he would finally be able to get rid of this nuisance. Gritting his teeth, Max said okay, he would go with him, to which Jerry asked if it was true, and he continued that he would be quieter than water and lower than grass, and, most importantly, his eyes lit up and the guy said that if he dared to stand out in front of the Hunter Kai more than he did, then he would be punished, to which the man replied that of course. He smirked and continued that he didn't want to attract attention at all, so he shouldn't worry, to which Max thought that everything would definitely go smoothly. A view of the building under the dome opened up. Holding the tablet in his hands, the protagonist said that manipulating financial statements, embezzling funds, and all the stolen money went to shares of other companies. It was hard to believe that such a thing could be done with the Parker Group. Frowning, he added that he was much more talented than he thought. Smirking, the man said that he thanked him, and Max thought that how dare he receive praise from the owner. Putting the tablet on the table, the protagonist said that, in any case, he was a good man for coming here. He would provide him with housing and security, so let him stay here as long as he wants, to which Jerry thanked him. Smirking, he added that he would probably take a walk here, breathe some fresh air, and think of a couple of ideas. Max frowned when he heard that he would leave them alone. Looking at Kai, he asked if maybe he should just throw him out, to which he replied that it was not worth it. He was spying for their competitors, and also ruining everything for them. Putting the glass on the table, the hero said that enough about that. The guy grinned when he heard that it was time to get down to business, to which he replied that yes, and what would they do? People were standing in front of a portal. It was heard that they were going to an unknown dungeon. The protagonist rushed towards the monster. It was said that, or perhaps a raid on a super powerful boss. Clenching his fist, Max said that whatever it was, his servant was ready to give his life for him. Smiling widely, Kai said that how encouraging. He thought he was the only one he could tell this to. Looking straight ahead, he said that this was an incredibly important mission, the outcome of which could determine the future of their station. Frowning, the guy asked what he was entrusting him with. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the hero turned to him, to which he shouted that yes, he could entrust him with any task, he would do everything. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he should get rid of the traitors. The guy froze and asked again. A couple of days later, the creatures were standing in line. Grinning, the toad said that here, let them see for themselves. The crystal of the fire spirit buried here is simply amazing. The crystal appeared. It was heard that he didn't need it. Max, sitting in front of him, heard that he could give him a map. In exchange, let him give him his mana accumulator, to which he replied that it was funny. Pointing forward, he asked how a fire spirit crystal could be underground and wasn't it just a fire lizard's gallstone. The merchant looked at him in surprise and asked how a mere human could know such a thing. Suddenly, the guy grabbed a stick. Hitting him on the head, he told him to disappear. The merchant fell to the ground. Frowning, Max told them to immediately throw him out, blacklist him and forbid him from entering, to which the man replied that he understood. Putting his hand to his face, he wondered how it was possible that everyone who came with great offers turned out to be scammers. The creature got a bump, thinking how many of these he had already caught, 42. But this was the master's order, so he needed to work hard, although the word offer was already driving him crazy. The guy looked up, hearing the address. He frowned, hearing that he had a great offer for the Hunter Kai. Grinning, the man said that this was an opportunity for mutual assistance. Suddenly, a blow flew at him, and the guy shouted that they were damn traitors. Swinging his stick, he continued that all the idiots of the abyss decided to show up here. Why the hell are there so many of them? The man grabbed his head and shouted that he was from the abyss. What was he talking about? He was an official from China. Suddenly, the guy froze and asked again. The official slightly rose. It was heard that stop, so he was a man, to which he replied that of course, and what, it doesn't look like it. Looking at him, Max said that he thought he was just disguised as a man, let him accept his apologies, he should have reported this earlier. To which the man asked that did he have the opportunity, let him just wait, he will file an official complaint. Grinning, the hero said that and walking straight, he continued, what did an official from China forget here? Bowing, the guy said that he was welcome, to which the protagonist said that he was a good boy. Standing in front of the man, Kai said that it seemed that his subordinate had shown disrespect, asking him to understand, he had overexerted himself a little. He extended his hand to the side and shouted that but he had attacked him. He would file a complaint with the American government. Extending his hand forward, the hero said that perhaps this was not enough, but they would talk about his proposal over a cup of tea. A view of the entrance to the room opened up. It was heard that this is what he wanted to say. Sitting in front of the official, the protagonist asked that he had made a deal with the distant flame of the star and received information about the B-rank dungeon. Looking at the tablet, he added that so he wanted to raid with him and share the rewards. Grinning, the man said that just as he saw it, the contract was very profitable, to which he replied that it was obvious. Frowning, the protagonist thought that but that's exactly why everything is so suspicious. Holding the tablet in his hands, he continued that the Chinese Hunters Association, which he knows, would never take personal losses. The official smiled broadly. The thought arose of what these scumbags were up to. The hunter shook his head. The thought arose that in the current world of hunters there is a customer whose requests will be rejected even by the most money-obsessed hunters. The man crossed out the rank. The thought arose that starting with false information to attract ignorant newcomers. The man covered his ears. It was said that and ending with a contract, leaving them with a bare thread. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that the infamous and strange requests coming from the Chinese Hunters Association. The man smiled, and the hero thought about the fact that the Chinese government is behind them, and they still go for such an offer. Something smells here, but looking at the tablet, he continued that it would be a pity to just give up a B-rank dungeon without any evidence. People looked straight ahead, and the thought arose that this would also be a great opportunity to find out how strong the Huashan sect had become. Putting the tablet on the table, the protagonist said that, well, okay, he accepts his offer, to which he was asked if it was true, and he added that however. Stretching his hand forward, Kai said that if he tries to pull something off, he can immediately prepare for the worst. The man smiled and said that how could they do that to an A-rank hunter, it was simply unthinkable. Shaking his hand, he continued that he should not worry, something like that would never happen, to which the hero replied that it was great. Grinning, he added that he would rely on him then. A view of the forest opened up. Standing next to the protagonist, the girl said that she came at his request, but looking to the side, she asked what it meant. These Chinese hunters would go on a raid with them. For sure, they were plotting something against them or the elves. Looking down, Kai said that, well, that was also possible in principle. Putting his hand on the girl's head, he added that in this case they would create enemies for themselves in the form of first-class American hunters, so they would be afraid to take such a step. It would be better to focus on gaining real experience. Raising his finger up, the guy said that it was the same. It was heard that well, since he said so, he thought there were no problems. The buses were moving forward. It was said that the Chinese hunters had arrived. Suddenly the bus stopped. Looking at them, the girl said that she knew that they would appear. Looking at her, the hero asked that he knew them, to which she replied that of course, these hunters practically represent China. The guy grinned. It was heard that they were Shaolin hunters. Frowning, Iris said that they would unconditionally carry out any order that came to them from above. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the watchdogs of the Chinese government. Taking a step forward, someone said that they hadn't seen each other like this in a decent way, and she was spreading vile rumors about her comrades. Smiling widely, the guy said that it was all because she went to America. Turning her back on her native country, asked that she still hadn't forgotten her manners. Frowning, he continued that although, he must admit, it was obvious that she had achieved some success, considering that she was included in such an important mission. Looking at him, the girl replied that she was definitely doing great, unlike them, the government's dogs, combining some pseudo-magic and fake martial arts. The guy clenched his teeth furiously and said that such a policy had been a great help to them for quite a long time. Thanks to it, they were able to learn both magic and martial arts. Iris frowned and said that from now on, let him tell you in more detail, or he forgot that they didn't even properly hone one skill. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that he had never seen Iris so excited, as if they were the worst enemies. Stretching his hand forward, he said that enough empty chatter, they would finish later, it was time to get to work. The guy bowed and said that he should forgive him for his rudeness, and a ranked hunter should not see such things. Stretching his hand forward, Leon introduced himself, to which the protagonist replied that he hoped for him. Grinning, the guy said that their client was not far from here, they could discuss it in more detail on the way, to which Kai responded approvingly. A dark sky appeared, a question was heard, what an elf? Looking to the side, the hero asked that their clients from the abyss were elves, to which Leon replied that yes, they had recently arrived from another territory and were planning to settle in this forest, but the monsters glared at the elves. It sounded like they realized too late that there was a dungeon in the center of the forest, and although they wanted to raid it. Following the guy, the protagonist asked if they lacked resources for this, to which the guy replied that they did. Frowning, he said that but such a good place was hard to refuse, so they decided to hire them. The elves looked at the camp. It sounded like their camp was set up on the outskirts of the forest for now, because they did not have access to the center. They wanted to finish the raid as soon as possible. Pointing to the side, the guy said that but they also had things to do, so they lacked hunters, so they turned to him. Looking to the side, Kai thought that it was strange that they were trying so hard to please others. Maybe they wanted to form an alliance with the elves. The mage's eyes lit up, thinking that well, elves are one of the strongest races after all, given their vast knowledge and excellent magic, if China could form an alliance with them thanks to this opportunity. The elves smirked, thinking that the dungeon reward would seem like child's play. Looking at the guy, the hero asked if this information was reliable. He heard that there were a lot of scammers among the inhabitants of the abyss, to which Leon replied that they had to sweat because of them. Smirking, he added that this is why they usually do not take requests from the inhabitants of the abyss unless it is 100% reliable, like this time. Standing behind him, the protagonist asked why they were so sure about him. Was there a reason for that? To which the guy said that he had already said it before, and he asked again. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that the clients were elves after all. Kai's eyes widened and he asked what was what, and they asked him that he didn't know anything at all. Leon grinned and said that the elven race valued honor above all else. They wouldn't lie, everyone knew that. Well, it's okay, everyone might not know something. The elves showed up, and he thought, what the hell is he talking about? Among all the elves he met in the abyss, you can count the honest ones on the fingers of one hand. Frowning, the hero thought that the true form of elves without a drop of doubt is to deceive any other races, just like they deceive foreign hunters. Looking to the side, the guy asked if something was wrong, to which the protagonist replied that he just thought he was incredible. Walking straight, Leon said that it was nothing. For the hunters of the Chinese Republic it was nothing. Well, they'll hurry up, I'm sure the elves already know they're here. The hero sighed and thought that well, not all elves are swindlers, so he can relax for now, although the situation is already a little tense. A view of the camp in the forest opened up. The elf entered the tent. Frowning, he said that a report from the patrol had just arrived. Looking at the map, the elder heard that the human hunters had arrived. Looking to the side, he said that finally. Taking a step forward, the elf said that then it was worth going out and greeting them personally, to which he was asked what would go personally. Stretching his hand forward, the elf said that they themselves could handle it, to which the elder said that he should not say so. After all, they were important guests. Looking out of the tent, he added that for the sake of the new home of their tribe, they would enter the dungeon on their behalf. The monster raised his hands up. It was heard that they would sacrifice their miserable lives. They were very important guests. The people stood in front of the tent. The elder extended his arms forward and said that he was welcome. He was the chief of the tribe, Gregno. Shaking the boy's hand, he said that he should accept his gratitude for what he was doing for them. It was hard to express all that he felt for them, to which Leon said that for Chinese hunters it was nothing, not worth gratitude. Looking away, he said that before the raid he wanted to ask something. The boy grinned and whispered that he would keep his promise about the rewards, to which the chief replied that of course, everything as agreed if they cleared the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, he continued that China would receive absolutely all of their knowledge, to which Leon replied that it was great. The hero looked at them. Frowning, he wondered what was waiting for him here since the moment he said that he would go introduce them, but these elves were too suspicious. The elves were talking to people, and it seemed that the warriors near the elder were quite strong, at least comparable to B-rank hunters, and there were several of them. The elder looked at the guy, and it seemed that they were asking for help from other races because they themselves lacked the strength to clear the B-rank dungeon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that maybe this dungeon was hiding something more dangerous. The creature raised its hands up, and Kai thought that, well, things weren't that bad, it would be able to train the UHC sect well. Looking straight ahead, Gregno asked but who was this person? He had some kind of different aura. The hero looked at the girl. The man frowned and replied that it was clear, hearing that he was their reinforcements, he could not worry about him. A blue glow appeared around the hero, and it seemed that this person had an incredible body. Even in the abyss it was rare to meet such a thing. The elder grinned and thought that this would go even smoother than he thought. Looking at the boy, he said that by the way, while exploring the dungeon, they found something, to which Leon asked what and what. The monsters attacked the elves. It was heard that, as they said, mostly beast-like monsters live there. For the most part, they like to attack from the rear. Putting his hand to his face, The guy asked what ordinary monsters and such cunning ambushes, to which the elder replied that yes, so if they go to the dungeon, then they should put the Chinese hunters in the vanguard. Frowning, he added that so that they could all save their strength and succeed in the raid. Shaking his hand, Leon said that he understood, thanks for the advice, he will not forget his help, to which the man replied that you are welcome. Waving his hand, the guy said that then they are heading to the dungeon. Leaving, he said, they will be back soon, so they can already prepare to move. Looking away, the elf asked why he told them this. Usually they attack from the rear, but it usually attacks head-on. Grinning, Gregno replied that the reason is the same. The guy raised his hand and said that they will go ahead. It was heard that the weaklings in front will become bait. Turning around, the protagonist asked what the rush was for. It was said that the strong would keep their strength and take care of everything. Well, isn't that great? Looking straight ahead, the elf said that for all of them. The protagonist walked through the forest. He frowned and thought. The guy looked away, hearing that why they had moved so far away. Turning around, he asked why they were yelling like that and what if the monsters heard them. Looking at him, Kai said that he shouldn't worry, if anything, he would take care of everything. Asked why they were so far ahead. Frowning, Leon replied that since they were the main team of the raid, they should take the main risk on themselves. The hero looked at him and said that a sense of responsibility, to which the girl replied that definitely not, they have no place for such sentimentality, I'm sure they are up to something. She frowned and added that there was an ambush somewhere at the end of this path, to which the protagonist said, what a terrible thought. Looking straight ahead, he added that they couldn't lag behind any longer because dangerous situations would be much harder to deal with. Standing in front of the squad, Kai shouted that he should finish there and go here with his team. They needed to maintain formation. Clenching his fists, the guy replied that he shouldn't cross the line, he had no right to order them around. Turning around, he continued that he was offered this raid. That's why they were in charge, so if anyone was going to give orders, it would be him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he couldn't believe that he was reacting like that when he was simply offering to slow down. Okay, let them do what they wanted. The monster's tentacles appeared. He opened his eyes in surprise. The guys stood still, and a thought arose, what kind of something? The tentacles were underground. A thought appeared, what under them? Frowning, Kai said that let them listen. It would be better to come back here. Raising his hand, the guy asked how much more he needed to repeat. He would be the one giving the orders. Suddenly the hero stamped his foot on the ground. Taking a step forward, he said, well, okay then. Suddenly the protagonist rushed forward. Approaching the guy, he said that now he would do it. Leon looked in surprise and thought that he was of course a ranked, but he couldn't even keep up with him with his vision. Patterns appeared in front of his fist, and he continued that not all was lost. After all, his clothes had high-ranking protective spells, so he could withstand at least one blow. Suddenly a blow flew at the guy. He winced in pain and thought that it didn't work. Leon fell to the ground, and someone shouted about him. Lying on the ground, he heard that he had lost like that, even though he had expensive artifacts on him. Clenching his fist, the hero asked what and now he could give orders. Looking straight ahead, he said that they should all immediately return back if they did not want to die. Grinning, the guy said that he understood, and the other added that they would return, just let him calm down. Something began to crawl out of the ground. Huge spikes rose sharply upward. Turning around, the guy asked what the people began to fly up. Cries for salvation were heard. More and more tentacles began to appear. The hero jumped up sharply. Falling to the ground, he said that damn, he was too late. Frowning, the protagonist added that he knew that the elves were hiding something, so that's what it was. The monster raised his hands up. It was heard that a rank monster carnivorous tree. The creature's eyes lit up. The thought arose that it was a carnivorous tree. The combat abilities of the main body were around B or B+ rank. Kai clenched his teeth and thought that but because of one of his problematic abilities, his raid class was raised to A. The guys were grabbed by tentacles. The thought arose that this ability allows you to steal the energy of living organisms that come into contact with it, after which it regenerates. The guy clenched his teeth from suffocation. The monster raised its hands up. The thought of absorbing energy arose. The hero landed on the ground and thought that damn elves, why did they have to hide such information? They were afraid that China would not take on such a thing because of the complexity. Looking at the monster, the goddess said that it could be so, but most likely they needed bait, to which he asked again. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that the carnivorous tree, although a monster, was surprisingly quite cautious. It would not appear in front of an enemy that was stronger than her. The eyes of the people lit up. It was heard that if the elves had revealed the real level of the dungeon, a ranked squad would have come here. The people looked around. The thought appeared that the carnivorous tree would not have even shown itself, and the raid would have been pointless, to which the girl replied that it was. The guy stood in front of the elder. It was said that perhaps they were walking ahead for precisely that reason. The elf smiled widely. The guy turned around angrily. The hero looked at him. It was heard that the elf said something to them. The guy was strangling the tentacles. The thought arose that the elves had planned to use them like this from the very beginning. Swinging his weapon, the hunter asked what kind of vile tree. Everyone prepare for a general attack. Flames appeared around the sword. The thought of calling the sword of fire appeared. The people rushed towards the monster and shouted forward. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that the sword of fire, so that's what they meant by combining magic and fire. The people ran forward. It was heard that, well, this is interesting, though they look bizarre. Their martial arts are just garbage, to move in such a straight and predictable trajectory. The man's legs were wrapped. It was said to run straight at the enemy when he attacks from underground. The people suddenly flew up. The man gritted his teeth and asked what the, and another shouted stop. Looking at them, the protagonist asked how they were beaten so easily, what, and the girl turned to him. Looking away, he asked if everything was okay, to which she replied that yes, thanks to their training in detecting energy and footwork, they were able to avoid death. Smirking, Kai asked that so it was thanks to training. Great. Looking at the monster, he said that they would then test how strong they had become. How about showing themselves? The hero frowned and said that they would show these pseudo-warriors what real martial arts were, to which they replied that they definitely did. Looking down, the man said that he had no strength at all. He looked to the side and added that at this rate they would simply be killed. People were running quickly towards the monster. The protagonist ran ahead, and it was heard that Hunter Kai and the UHC sect were there. They were going to save them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that in order to defeat the tree, it was necessary to deprive it of the ability to use energy absorption, otherwise it would simply regenerate endlessly. The monster held the people, and it was heard that, in other words, first they cut off those branches with the shale and fighters. The roots of the plant appeared, and the protagonist said that then those roots that absorb energy, and then they kill this damn tree. Looking straight ahead, Kai said that as soon as they were saved, they should stand and wait for his signal, to which the girl replied that she did not want to save them, but since he ordered, then go ahead. A glow appeared under the people. A thought arose that the formation of the Azure Jade Sword increases the internal energy of the users several times. The people jumped towards the monster. Looking at them, the tree exclaimed. Suddenly, he stretched his hand forward. Iris quickly ran forward and said that such attacks can only work on the fools from Shaolin, who do not even know how to move their legs. Jumping up, she added that it does not work on them. With wide eyes, the man asked what. The man bounced off the root. It was heard that in the UHC sect. The girl swung her hand. It was said that they know how to move like that. The hunters began to strike the monster. The tree turned around, hearing that this log was getting on his nerves, paying attention only to them. A glow appeared around the hero and he asked what and what about him. The girl landed on the ground. Frowning, Iris said that everyone else was saved. The protagonist took a step forward, hearing that it was time to finish. He extended his hand forward and thought about the increased energy of the sword, and then said that they could prepare. Suddenly, Kai struck him. The monster opened its eyes wide and screamed. The hero rushed towards him. He raised his fist and said that it was not over yet and used a heavenly strike. The monster screamed loudly in pain. Its body fell apart. Frowning, the protagonist said that it would be faster if he fell to the ground and put down his roots. He would regain his health faster. The guys gritted their teeth. It was heard that so before that happened. The girl opened her eyes wide, hearing that he needed to be chopped into pieces. Suddenly, people ran forward. The hunters jumped up. It was heard that they should finish him off. Numerous blows flew at the monster. The girl swung her hand and screamed. A bright blue beam appeared from the sky. The man looked up in surprise. Grinning, the hero said that yes, that's it. The monster was defeated. It was heard that this was real martial arts. The creature lay on the ground. Looking at him, the guy said that this was crazy, to which the other asked, how is the UHC sect so strong? Putting his hand to his face, the guy said, yeah, screw it. He no longer believes that they will let these traitors from the UHC sect take all the credit. The man's eyes lit up. It was heard that if the association found out about this, then they would all be finished, and what would they order to do? Looking to the side, the hunter asked what and why they were worried. In such situations, the leader should take responsibility. Looking down, the guy asked what was right, to which the other said, well then. Leon was unconscious. It was heard that there was only one way out. Looking to the side, the protagonist turned to him. Frowning, he said that it seemed that when he woke up, his entire back would be in wounds and bruises, to which the girl asked what he was talking about, to which he added that yes, just talking to himself. The girl looked away. It was heard that more importantly, they were ready, to which she replied that yes, no one was hurt, so the preparation went without a hitch, and they also collected everything that was possible. The hero flexed his fists and said that great, then they were going back. Looking straight ahead, he added that their precious client had a lot to explain. A view of the camp opened up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that apparently his prayers had reached the heavens. Grinning, the elder said that their heroes had returned safe and sound. The guy was dragged along. It was heard that unfortunately, the hunter Leon was not in his best shape right now, but still, raising his hands up, the elf said that he was glad they were okay. Looking away, the guy asked what the hell, weren't they trying to deceive them, to which the other replied that but their reaction seemed quite sincere. The elves clapped enthusiastically, hearing that maybe they really didn't know about the carnivorous tree, he thinks. Standing still, Kai thought that he couldn't believe that they had fallen for it again, and the girl thought that now it was clear why the elves had decided to deceive them. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that well, it was none of his business, and then said that thank you for such an emotional greeting. Grinning, he added that he would like to discuss the distribution of rewards with him personally. He doesn't mind, to which the elder asked what he wanted to talk about. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that they had obtained several amazing items. He thinks they were all about S rank, to which the elf asked if that was true. Raising his hand, he asked what kind of items, equipment, grimoires they were, to which Kai replied that he thought there were too many prying ears here to reveal such information. Putting his hand on the elder's shoulder, the hero asked if he and a few clan members could move to a more secluded place, to which the elf replied that he understood, then they would go to his tent. A view of the camp opened up. It was heard that it was cast with isolation magic, so there was no better place. The protagonist turned his head to the side and said that great, follow him. The elf grinned and thought that not only were they able to clear the dungeon, but they also got S-rank treasures. They should make the most of this situation, leaving them a couple of grimoires. A bright room appeared. Stretching his hand to the side, the elder said, "Here, let them sit down. I'm sure this conversation will not be short." Grinning, he said that they were going to discuss S-rank treasures after all, to which the hero replied that they were. Let him forgive him, but he lied about that, to which he asked what he said. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was a lie. The elf looked away, hearing that as in. Suddenly, he slammed his head on the table. Kai looked at him angrily, saying that the information about the dungeon that he gave him, to which he asked what he was talking about. What did it mean to lie? The hero looked down and asked that he knew that there would be a carnivorous tree in that dungeon, right? That's why he used it as bait. He grabbed the elf's head and said that he already knew everything, so let him stop lying. The slightest trick, and he can say goodbye to his head, to which the elder replied that it was a misunderstanding. Frowning, he added that although he knew about the existence of the carnivorous tree, they used Chinese hunters as bait. The elder smiled widely. It was heard that this was why he told them to go in the vanguard. The guy shook his hand. It was said that so that their squad could calmly finish the raid. Lying on the table, the elf said that that was it. He was not hiding anything anymore, asking to believe him, to which Kai replied that as he thought. Letting go of his head, he said that okay, he would let go for now, because it did not look like a lie, to which the elder said that thank you. Crossing his arms, the hero said that he really did not understand how he had the courage to go for such a deception. Looking straight, he added that if the Chinese Association found out about this, they would definitely take revenge. What his tribe was going to do with it. Grinning, the elder said that there was no need to worry so much about it if they dared to break in here. The elves aimed at the people. It was heard that their warriors would quickly stop them, taking advantage of the terrain. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that people are not adapted to moving through the forest, so they are sure that they will be able to stop them, no matter how many hunters come, to which he replied that well, I understand. The elf extended his hand forward, hearing that but he does not even know how many of them there are, to which he replied that well, since they are a large enough country. The girl looked surprised, hearing that maybe a couple of hundred fighters, well, at worst, 2,000, yes. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he hoped that he would be wrong. Well, alas, if it were some kind of tribe of the abyss, then yes, it is unlikely that a couple of thousand warriors would come for his head. The elf asked again in surprise, hearing that but the population density on Earth is completely different, especially in China, there are more than 1 billion of them. Standing in front of the hero, he asked that 1 billion, this is some kind of joke, to which Kai replied that since awakenings have reached 0.1%, then they will have to deal with. The elder looked at him in surprise when he heard that there were about 1 million hunters. He slammed his hands on the table and asked if it was even possible to give birth to that many people, to which the hero replied that, well, that's how people are. Grabbing his head, Gregno thought about 1 million, even if they mobilized everyone they had, if so many hunters came here. The people swung their swords furiously, and he added that their tribe would come to an end. The elf leaned over and wondered what they should do, to which the hero thought. The man looked at him in surprise when he heard that he wanted them to protect them. Raising her hands up, the girl asked if he was serious. Why would he do this for such deceivers as them? To which the protagonist replied that, well, they could be used. Items appeared. It was heard that if they could monopolize their knowledge of magic and the production of artifacts, then they would become an extremely useful asset. Iris gritted her teeth when she heard that since they had gone through so much trouble to cover up their lie, shouldn't they take the reward? To which she replied that it made sense. But, smirking, Kai asked what about him. Would he make a contract with them? To which the elf replied that if he protected them, they would share everything they had. The elder smiled widely and thought that such a strong person would be behind them. Maybe he could be used. No, he would definitely be more useful than those Chinese hunters. Leaning on the table, the hero said that, but first, he thought he should clarify something. Veins appeared on his palm. The protagonist slammed the table sharply. The elf froze in amazement, hearing that he shouldn't even think about cheating, just because it was a contract with people. Frowning, Kai said that, as he said, if he dared to do something like that, his head would say goodbye to his body. The boy sat on a log. Gritting his teeth, he asked what they wanted to say, that while he was unconscious, everything ended. Lowering his head, the boy asked what, and as a result, all the honors for the raid were taken by Hunter Kai and the Huashin sect, to which the hunters replied that yes, that was it. Looking away, the guy said that judging by the way the Hunter Kai was talking to the elf leader, it seemed like he was trying to monopolize relations with them. Leon frowned when he heard what they should do about it, to which he asked what else. Raising his hands up, he shouted that they should get out of here. Turning his head, the guy thought that he would like to say that, but it would be better to refrain from doing so because everything could turn against him. Frowning, he added that it was more important. The guys looked at each other. A thought arose that they had been continuing to look at each other for quite some time, somehow suspiciously. Standing in front of them, Leon said that the situation was clear. First they would return, and then think about what to do. Looking at them, he added that they could take a break for now. He needed to think carefully about what had happened, to which the guy replied that it was okay. I understand. The guys went their separate ways. Holding the object in his hands, Leon thought that he didn't know what they were planning there, but whatever they did there, they would still remain in the palm of his hand. Precious objects appeared. The thought arose that he had placed listening devices in their artifacts for situations like this. The guy stuck the earphone in his ear and added that he was sure that a lot of slop would be poured on him there, so it would be impossible to use it in the report, but he needed to listen. He froze, looking straight ahead. Leon opened his eyes in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth tightly and said that these were disgusting bastards. The guy put his hand to his face. It was heard that how could they have conspired against him while he was unconscious. Leon was lying on the ground. It was said that they would betray him. Clenching his fist, he said that they needed to know that he was not some kind of idiot. Angrily looking straight ahead, the guy added that they should get ready. Soon there would be nothing left of them. A view of the tent opened up. Holding the contract in his hands, the hero said that it was good. It looked simply gorgeous. Looking at it, he asked if he was unhappy with something, to which the elf replied that he was not yet. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was great, then he would go. Opening the tent, someone addressed him. Kai turned around and asked that the Shaolin hunters, to which the guys replied that this is where he was. The hunter began to cry and said that he should save them. Looking ahead in surprise, the hero asked what was going on. The people were sitting on the ground. Looking down, he asked that Leon was forcing them to take responsibility for the failure of the raid. The guys shook their heads, listening to him accuse them of disobeying orders during the mission and leaving the battle, and at the same time he was broadcasting all the mortal sins on them, which they did not even commit. Looking at them, the protagonist asked why they couldn't just disagree. He was just one and there were many of them, to which they replied that they hadn't thought of that. Leon's eyes widened, and it sounded like he had already contacted the association and told them a few stories, that they were already expected there as deserters. The girl's eyes widened, and she said that he was quite capable of that he was sucking up to his superiors quite a lot, to which Kai asked if that was true. The guys closed their eyes and said that that was why they were asking him to talk to him, that they had been on a raid, after all, and even the association couldn't ignore an unranked hunter. Looking straight at them, the hero wondered how they could say that when they had actually betrayed him, but holding them responsible for the raid when they couldn't even make decisions was a bit much. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was good, to which they asked again, and he replied that he would help them, and after all, there was nothing complicated about it. Stretching his hand forward, the hunter asked what in that case, how much would he ask them for it, to which the protagonist asked again. Looking straight ahead, Kai asked what was the point. He would just tell the truth. The guy raised his hand up. It was heard that he was certainly already annoyed by all their antics, but they were just following Leon's orders. People ran towards the monster. It was said that, besides, they were fighting this carnivorous tree to save their comrades, right? He didn't even try to escape. Grinning, the protagonist said that he didn't need anything. He would just tell the truth. If they really wanted to repay them with something, they could help them later at the station. The guys looked at him in surprise, hearing that they would definitely need help there. They closed their eyes and thought he was a real saint. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the hero. It was written that they had fervently believed in him, for which he had received existential strength. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that they had fervently believed, and who it was. The camp appeared, and the thought arose that this was how the raid from the elf village came to an end. Kai stood in front of the man. He acted as a witness and refuted Leon's story, which he told the Chinese association. People pointed at the guy, and the thought arose that the association was looking for someone to blame and make a scapegoat for, so they blamed Leon for everything. The guy raised his hands. It was said that what happened to him after that, no one knows. The planet appeared, and the thought arose that after a few days everything calmed down, and a new legend began on Earth. A view of the headquarters opened up. A sign for the laboratory appeared. The man extended his hand and said that he thanked them for their time, to think that he got to meet two such famous hunters. The girl began to speak, hearing that it was such an honor. Sitting on the chair, she said that it was nothing special. The man smirked and said that as he told them, they were invited here to test their artifact. The guy held a sword in his hands. This was an artifact test. He swung the sword. It occurred to him that before putting an artifact on the market, hunters were usually invited to test it. Looking away, Julie asked that shouldn't the manufacturer test it, why was he doing it, to which Louis replied that it was usually like that, but this was different. The man crossed his arms. It was heard that Hansen Energy was not only impressive in its main production, on top of everything else, they also had a lot of contracts. Looking down, the hunter said that so they conduct these tests to get a better contract for themselves. The girl put her hand to her ear. She heard that shouldn't she know this, considering that she is one of the successors of the Hansen group, to which she replied that well, she is not particularly interested in this, she only came here because of her grandfather's request. Looking away, the man said that well, they will begin their show. This time their contenders will be these two. There were two items hanging on the stand. She heard what they were. Rising up, Julie asked what it was, a bracelet from the Parker Group, and the man said that it looked sophisticated. The Parker Group is good as always. Looking at the sword, she added that the other artifact also looked good, the new artifact Dragon Artifacts, to which Louis replied that it was true. Looking down, he asked what wait, Dragon Artifacts, didn't Hunter Kai become their director? To which the girl asked again. The image of the hero appeared. She heard that is, this is the first artifact that Hunter Kai made. The end of the first season. The sword appeared. It was said that the artifact was created by him. The girl grinned and said that they would simply summarize that the dragon artifact had won, to which the man replied that she should stop talking nonsense. Julie turned around and asked what was wrong and said that the hunter was incredibly popular now, to which the man asked what and how this related to the completion of the artifact. It should be decided at least after testing the functions. Putting his hand to his face, Louis said that no, let them just watch. This time he would conduct a test to remain objective, to which he was told that here is a boomer. Standing in front of the man, he asked that the product was being tested for the first time, to which he was told that it was, since ordinary people are not able to test its power. The items appeared. It was heard that the products were selected by the candidates based on the technical characteristics specified in their documents, well, and because they have better contract conditions. The man put on the bracelet, hearing that they would also see its functions for the first time, was looking forward to it, to which he replied that it was clear. Pointing to the entrance, the man said that okay, they would move to the testing room. The dummies had already been prepared. The dummies appeared. It was heard that this model had the strength equal to B-class monsters. It should be suitable for testing artifacts. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they would watch from the observation post, to which the man responded approvingly. Taking a step forward, the man said okay, then. The man raised his hand up. It was heard that they would start with the Parker Group. The mannequin was melted. Looking straight ahead, he said that to be honest, it was better than he expected. Standing in front of the dummies, the man said that just think, such power. Smoke was flying throughout the room. It was heard that he understood that if the main targets were partially destroyed, but there was also significant damage to the surrounding units. Looking at his hand, Louis said that such power requires very little mana, and the skill activation process is also quite stable. Turning his head, he added that it looks like the Parker Group has gone out of their way this time, to which the girl replied that this is very good. Looking at the tablet, the man said that now we can consider the issue resolved, to which he was told that even though it was Hunter Kai, it would be difficult for him to show the best result. Looking at them, the hunter thought that they had already decided everything, well, as expected. A glow appeared around the hero. A thought appeared that he really is an incredible person, but just as a master of his craft, creating artifacts is another matter. The girl hit the mannequin. A thought appeared. What else can be said if even she, who is crazy about Kai, cannot disagree with how magnificent this artifact is, to which she said that the bastards from the Parker Group, how much money they poured into this. The man took up the weapon. The thought occurred to him that he should finish testing. Louis raised his sword up. Covering his eyes, Julie shouted at him not to be greedy, to use more mana, to show the power of the boomer, to which he replied that he was annoying. A glow appeared around the sword. It was heard that no matter what she said, he would be fair. The man swung the sword. He looked away in surprise and wondered what it was, the power of another dimension. Suddenly Louis hit the floor. An explosion was heard throughout the room. A huge typhoon arose. People looked in surprise. The mannequin raised his hand up. Covering his face with his hand, the man asked what the. A pile of smoke appeared in front of them. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that thank you for listening to her, but it was too obvious, to which the man replied that he did nothing like that. She asked again in surprise, hearing that he swears he used the same amount of mana. Looking at the man, they asked what he saw, to which he replied that he thought there was nothing more to discuss. Closing his eyes, the director said that yes, it seemed that no matter what happened. Ice appeared in the room. It was heard that this time they needed to sign a contract with Dragon Artifacts. It was thought that on that day they announced that they would sign an exclusive contract with Dragon Artifacts. The hero raised his hand to the man. It was thought that after that, both companies were able to successfully cooperate without any problems. Weapons were being manufactured. It was thought that thanks to this, Kai's artifact had successfully moved into mass production. The hunters looked at the weapons. Soon the grand work of the A-rank hunter began to appear on the hunter market. A little later, the headquarters of Dragon Artifacts appeared. A view of the CEO's office opened up. It was heard that, frankly speaking, he was not particularly sure. Holding the tablet in his hands, the hero said that in the end, they were dealing with. The image of a man appeared. It was heard that the company that always occupied the first place in the artifact market, Parker Group. Looking at the screen, Kai said that so when they received an exclusive contract, he was already satisfied with the result. Looking at the news, the hero asked what is it in the top sales with a stunning result? The average rating is 5 stars out of 5. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked why so. Someone bought a lot of artifacts without his knowledge, to which the girl replied that of course not, asked that they look like those who are capable of such a thing. Smirking, she added that well, if he really wants to know the reason, she will assume that 80% of the matter is in him, to which Kai asked again. Hunters appeared. It was heard that yes, many hunters left reviews on social networks, an incredible case. Pointing at the tablet, the girl said that hunters usually do not share their opinions unless they are sponsored, so they looked into this matter closely. A multitude of notifications appeared in front of the hero, and it was heard that he was the cause. Hunters were crying. It was said that starting with those with whom they shared food during the last expedition. The protagonist grinned. It was heard that an ending with the Shale and Clan hunters who cleared the abyss with him. Kai put his hand to his face, hearing that everyone who left a review were hunters who fought with him. The girl closed her eyes and said that it might sound a little strange, but his good deeds. Kai raised his hand, hearing that they bore fruit, to which he replied that damn, and really cringe. Grinning, she asked that how he, maybe a little proud of himself. The protagonist raised his finger and said that it wasn't really, it was more like a bunch of money, to which she replied that she knew he would have that reaction. A notification appeared in front of him and he heard that it was therefore moving on to the next question. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he had an urgent call from Ikaros, to which she asked if it was true something had happened. Elizabeth furiously asked where he was, to which Kai asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he was at a company. He was having a meeting, to which she said that there was no time, just something had happened, to which the protagonist asked what was the matter. Frowning, the girl said that there was a warning about the discovery of a large wave of monsters. The protagonist asked again in surprise, hearing that the location was also in his homeland of Korea. His eyes lit up brightly. The thought appeared that the wave of monsters, when the monsters of the abyss invade the earth through a crack in the dimensions, a phenomenon similar to a breakthrough in the dungeon. Lightning appeared around the creature. It was said that the only difference was that the monsters emerging from the crack were at least S-class. A huge portal opened. It was heard that a sign of a similar wave was found in the Yellow Sea in Korea. People were talking on the phone. It was said that the Korean government promised to generously thank every corner of the world that would send them their hunters in the end. People were taking pictures on the beach. The hero looked at them. Gritting his teeth, he said that he did not expect so many foreigners to arrive just because of the wave of monsters in Korea. Looking away, the protagonist said that apparently the world is full of sneaks, to which Elizabeth replied that she did not think that in his position it was worth surprising he was the first to rush here. The guy showed off his muscles. It was heard that, frankly speaking, most of them are here because of the monetary reward from the state or out of thirst for glory. Grinning, the girl said that he came even before the government made a request. Looking away, she added that he even gathered the elite of their clan and brought them here. Placing her hand on the hero's shoulder, Elizabeth asked him if he thought he was doing everything he could because this was his homeland, to which he replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. He was just taking part in the cleanup. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he wanted to take the opportunity for them to gain experience, to which the girl replied that of course she was sure that was true. Looking away, Kai said that it was not. Waving her hand, the girl turned to him. Standing in front of him, she asked that he was here. She searched for him, to which the hero replied that it was her. Julie smirked when she heard that Julie and Kane were there too, to which she asked again. The protagonist held out his hand and said he was glad to see them, to which the girl replied that she was wondering who was stomping around there. Looking away, she asked him what he was following her, to which he clarified that she had only just realized. Looking at her, the guy said that they had worked together a couple of years ago, to which Julie shouted that the artifact he had released onto the market was amazing. Closing her eyes, she added that she worshipped him, Because he was good even at this, she gave it 5 stars, no one asked her to do so, and even took a photo, uploaded it to her social networks and made all her hunter friends buy it. The guy looked surprised when he heard that she had recommended it, but all thanks to his hard work, to which he thought that he saw that this was definitely the same Julie. The girl swung her hand, a thought appeared that she behaved like a mad dog when she was even a little upset, and beat everything out of everyone who caught her eye. The hero shuddered, and the guy thought that but this is not a mad dog, rather a tame one, she has changed since their last meeting. The girl looked away sharply. Her eyes lit up and she said that if he dared to do something stupid and get in the way of the hunter Kai, he would not leave her even in class squinting. The guy thought that she was still the same. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that it was not necessary, he had already been with them in clearing the abyss. Looking at the guy, he added that he was surprised that he came himself. Frankly speaking, he was a little guilty before him, to which Kane asked what in what sense. The hero's eyes lit up. It was heard that looking back, he thinks he was too rude to him. The guy smirked when he heard that he therefore admitted that he would be uncomfortable when they met. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that but if he came himself, asked that he liked his methods of education, to which Kane replied that well about that. Smirking, he said that in fact, a view of the building of the six-eyed demon opened up. Holding a glass in his hands, the hunter asked again. Sitting in front of the man, he continued that he wanted to attach him to Hunter Kai in this wave of monsters. What did he mean? Mason frowned and asked why he was so surprised. The guy smirked, listening to how strange it was that he wanted him to fight alongside the most competent class, a hunter of the modern era, to which he replied that it was not at all. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he remembered how he complained about how difficult Hunter Kai's training was during the last raid of the Abyss. Looking at the flames, Kane heard that he shouldn't say that he was just afraid to go through it again. He was not a weakling, to which he replied that of course not, he would try. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he couldn't admit it. Grinning, the guy said that after going through their training course last time, he realized how lazy he had been. Raising his hand, he continued that that's why he wanted to be with him, watch him fight and learn, to which the hero replied that Rick would be happy to hear such a thing. Julie glared at him, hearing that he was in a good mood. The protagonist frowned and said that since they were here, they would try. A notification appeared that the number of constellations gathered to bet on the wave of monsters. The thought appeared that this bets on the wave of monsters. Looking at the message, Kai wondered what it was about, to which he was told that it seemed like they were competing to see who would contribute the most among the servants participating in the raid. Looking at the hero, the goddess said that since almost all of the constellation servants would be involved this time, it was a big event. Many notifications appeared around the protagonist, and it was heard that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to see whose servant was the strongest. Putting his hand to his face, Kai asked why they were so bored, to which the goddess replied that it was not bad considering how passionate they were about this bet. The hero touched the notification, and it was heard that they were betting enough soul stones, to which he thought that he should join in as well. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he could not miss this rare opportunity to get a bunch of soul stones. Stretching out his hand, he said that okay, they are gathering here, now they have more people, so they need to discuss the strategy again. Kai looked in amazement. A huge dragon towered over the city. The thought arose that this feeling, a vision. The monster growled angrily. He opened his mouth wide. The thought arose that this monster, one of those who would appear during the wave. Frowning, the hero thought that something was wrong. People were lying among the ruins, and he continued that the place was not even close to the sea, and if this was Korea, then the man was lying on the ground. The thought arose that why were people on Earth Chinese hunters? Clutching his head, the protagonist asked what it was, to which Elizabeth asked again, and Julie clarified what had happened. Looking to the side, Kai said that he had just seen something. Suddenly the ground beneath him shook. Lowering his head, the hero asked what this trembling was. Suddenly an explosion arose in front of the people. Raising his hand, the hero said that it seemed there was no time to be distracted by extraneous things. The monster stepped on the ground. It was heard that he was expecting something like this, but the hunters froze in front of the creature. It was said that a really huge monster appeared. A volcano appeared. The thought arose that a mountain turtle, an extremely strong shell that covered all vital organs. The entire city was covered in flames. It was said that a huge body that can destroy buildings, a giant monster that broke into the A-class. Raising his head, the hero said that this is not an S-class because she does not have special attack skills, and she moves very slowly. But all the hunters who fought her complained about her category. The hunters looked at him. It was heard that because of the incredible size, people looked at him in fear. It was said that it was difficult to fight her at close range. The man raised his hand, hearing that they were trying to attack her with long-range magic, to which he said that everyone should gather and prepare fire magic. Blows flew at the monster. A cry was heard that they were hitting at the same time. People stretched out their hands forward, and someone shouted that great, it works. They were striking the monster. The guy stretched his arms forward and cried out in fear. The creature hit the ground. A cry was heard that they were running. The turtle's eyes lit up, and someone asked what was going on. Not a single scratch. The creatures were flying in the sky. The thought came that in addition, the monster looked to the side. It was said that monsters live in the holes of the mountain turtle's shell, which pounce on frightened prey. People ran away from them and shouted, "What kind of creatures?" The thought came that monsters of Class C and above, bird monsters. The creatures began to attack, and someone shouted that they were running. Looking straight ahead, the hero said, "What a mess," to which Julie replied that it really was. The hunters struck the monsters, and the protagonist thought about what he heard when she appeared before. Even the hunters blessed by the constellations and leading the attack had difficulties. The guy grabbed his head. It was heard that they did not have a fighting force comparable to this. The high-class hunters were playing it safe. Walking forward, Kai said that he would like to study the situation a little more, but at this rate, everyone would die. He looked to the side and said that the Ikaros clan members would deal with the birds. If even one escaped, it could entail colossal casualties, to which Elizabeth replied that fine, let him leave them to them. Looking at the monster, the hero said that for such a large A-class turtle, clenching his fist, he added that they, the A-class, would deal with it. The monster grabbed his weapon. Swinging his sword, the man said that damn, they are already fighting with all their might with these idiotic pigeons. How can they stop this turtle? The man took a step forward. It was heard that they should retreat first. Walking straight, the protagonist said about passing. They abruptly rushed forward. Looking at them, the guy asked what the hunter Kai was, and the other replied that Julie was here too. The man gritted his teeth and asked what A-classes finally started to move, to which the guy replied that but still. The hunters ran forward. A question was heard about what the three of them could do. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that killing a mountain turtle was actually easier than it seemed. A stone appeared inside the monster. It was heard that the source of energy moving the huge body, a vital organ hidden deep in the shell. The stone was destroyed. It was said that after the legs stopped moving, they would deliver a powerful blow to one point and break through the defense. A glow appeared around the protagonist, and he said that he wanted each of them to take on a leg and immobilize it for a while, and he would do the rest. Grinning, Julie said that they understood, to which the guy replied that he could handle it, but how was he going to break through the shell alone? Glaring at him, the girl shouted that he had a plan. Stop complaining. Let him do what he was told. What's his name? To which Kine replied that he heard her. Let him stop yelling. They were approaching the creature. Julie ran forward at a rapid pace. The guy was going around on the other side. The wolf ran forward. A cry was heard about its summoning. Swinging his sword, Kine shouted that the art of the dimension sword, dimension rupture. The monster raised one paw up. Suddenly, he hit the ground. A bunch of gray smoke appeared around. Standing in front of the creature, Julie turned to the hero. The protagonist jumped up and thought about air steps. He swung his hand and thought that in fact, a raid on a mountain turtle, for him the experience is not new. Kai frowned and added that because he had fought with her so many times in the abyss that he was already sick of it, and then said that now it was his turn. Suddenly, he stretched his hand forward. The hero stood in front of the creature. Of course, he had never had any difficulty fighting it. He clenched his fist tightly, applying a little extra existential force. A glow appeared in front of the protagonist. He becomes so strong that he can break the shell with one blow. The monster looked away in surprise. Kai was flying down, but this time he applied too much force. The hero looked away. He decided to combine it with his own martial arts. He clenched his fist tightly. The protagonist used the art of enhanced energy to protect the body and pour power into it. Kai was approaching the monster. He increased the weight of his body by increasing the mass and increased the speed of falling several hundred times. The fist approached the monster and the hero said that he should disappear from these actions. The protagonist flew forward rapidly. He, one might say, became a projectile. A bright beam was aimed at the turtle. Gritting his teeth, the hero addressed her. The blow flew at the monster. It was heard that it was time to look at what was on its back. The creature raised its head up. A hole appeared on its shell. Gritting his teeth, the guy screamed loudly. Looking straight ahead, he said that God, I didn't know he was capable of such a thing. Stretching his hand forward, Kane asked that he seriously killed a turtle alone with one blow. The hero clenched his fist. It was heard that this was the power of his martial arts. He looked at the notifications in surprise. It said that the trust in martial arts and faith in him had increased significantly. His existential strength had increased. His current rank was 61. Looking to the side, the protagonist saw that he had received the territory of martial arts. From now on, any faith and trust in martial arts will be converted into his power, to which he asked again. A glow appeared around his hand. A thought arose that the territory, a medium, which becomes the source of the power of the constellation. The man held a staff in his hands. It was said that it could be a sword, a spear, or any other weapon. The warrior stretched out his hands forward. It was heard that even something like magic or magical arts. People were kneeling. It was heard that they had in common that the more people believed in the power of the medium, the more power of the constellation he would have. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that but he did not have followers of martial arts or anyone interested in this, so there was no territory for this. People raised their heads up. It was heard that it seemed that this fight made a strong impression. Messages appeared around the protagonist and he said that judging by how the constellations were seething, the Abyss was also interested in martial arts. It was written that the warrior expressed respect to him. It was heard that but that's what's strange. Grinning, Kai said that well. Looking at the people, he added that it was not so bad. Clenching her fist, Julie said that it was so. She shouted in admiration that it was so cool, to which the hero replied that it was, thank you. Taking the girl by the head, the hero said that it was thanks to the fact that they followed the instructions exactly, thank you, to which Kane replied that he did all the work. Frowning, he asked what and what now, he was going back, to which the protagonist replied that he was not sure, he had planned it from the beginning. The image of a dragon appeared. It was heard that but now something was bothering him. Looking straight ahead, Kai said that he wanted to check, and Elizabeth shouted that they had problems. Looking at her, he asked what happened again, to which the girl replied that a report had just arrived. The hero looked surprised, hearing that a wave of monsters had also been discovered in China, even more than in Korea. Gritting his teeth, he asked how this was possible. Monsters were here just recently, to which the girl said that well, there are cases when breakthroughs happen in several places, so it is not particularly surprising. Raising her hand, Elizabeth said that this was an unprecedented case, 2 waves in a row, to which the protagonist asked what the Chinese Hunters Association was doing and what they were doing. Looking at the phone, she heard that they had also sent out a request for help, to which she replied that they had not yet. The wave appeared at the same time as it was discovered. It seemed that they wanted to study the situation better. The protagonist thought about it, hearing that the hunters were also doing this. People were talking among themselves. It was heard that during a monster wave, there was a good chance to increase their value. They knew that it would be hard for them to fight something like a mountain turtle several times in a row. Looking away, the girl said that what was worse, the Chinese Association, which is known for exploiting hunters, only needed help unless they promised a really attractive reward. To which Kai asked what it meant. They were not going to take the initiative. Looking straight ahead, he thought about what he saw in the vision. Only Chinese hunters were lying on the ground, because, putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that they would also wait and deal with the monsters that came out with the turtle, to which the girl replied that she understood. Looking at the notification, he said that they would take a break for now. A message appeared that the warrior was making an offer and requesting a private conversation. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with the demon god Constellation. The constellation raised its head up. A thought appeared that given that he did not have the most positive attitude towards him after the last expedition into the Abyss, what could he need from him? Sitting on the throne, Archie heard that he was very busy. What kind of trick did he want to pull this time? To which he replied that there were no games. This was an offer that was also beneficial for his master. Grinning, the warrior added that if he really trusted him. Looking straight ahead, Kai heard the warrior swearing by his true name that he would not harm him. Frowning, he thought that while it was normal for constellations to break promises to humans, swearing by a name was a different story. The monster shook hands with the human. The thought arose that this was a guarantee tied to their existence. If they broke the oath, they would lose a huge amount of existential power. Looking at the notification, the hero thought that it seemed serious, and Archie said that if he agreed, he would use his own existential power to invite him to his territory. Looking at him, the girl asked if something was wrong, to which the protagonist replied that there was none. As he left, he added that it was time for a break, to go get some fresh air, to which Elizabeth asked why he was suddenly leaving. Where? Looking away, Kai said that he was just. A view of another dimension opened up. It was heard that he needed to meet a madman. A bright glow appeared. The hero appeared in the place of light. Suddenly he looked in surprise. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist thought it was him. Grinning, the constellation said that they finally met in person. Looking at the hero, he added that what he did last time was truly magnificent, to which Kai replied that enough chatter, let's get down to business. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he was busy. What was his proposal to him? Looking at him, Archie said that he was on his territory, and still the same arrogant, a warrior who over time begins to want more. Raising her hand, he added that okay, let's get down to business. The hero asked again in surprise, hearing that he wanted to propose an alliance with his master, the invincible avatar of training. Standing in front of the constellation, he asked why he needed this, to which the warrior replied that he should not worry, as long as he called it an alliance, they should only. Smiling, he added that he would continue to punish the demon gods as before, to which the protagonist asked what benefit he would gain from this. The constellation gritted his teeth. It was heard that after the Earth stole his territory, the other constellations were laughing at him. He extended his hand to the people. It was said that the thing was that because of this, his followers on Earth began to go to other demon gods. He understood what this meant. Hitting his fist, Archie said that these cunning demon gods dared to steal his followers while he was in decline. Clutching his head, he added that they were taking the opportunity to throw him out, the strongest in the abyss. How dare they? The warrior looked forward angrily and said that it was decided, even if it meant he would have to ally with his former enemy. A glow appeared around him and he added that he would destroy all the demon gods who dared to interfere with him and bring back his followers, to which the hero wondered if they hadn't left him because he had become weak after losing the territory. He looked surprised when he heard that he should take a closer look. Smiling widely, the Constellation said that this was his first gift to him as an ally. Palm trees appeared around, and it was heard that the second territory of the abyss was connected to Earth. Kai imagined the dumbfounded monster and noted that after Earth gained its first territory in the abyss, another gate was discovered on the outskirts. Scientists gathered near the portal. They stood near the scientific equipment, while the protagonist told us that the countries and clans in the abyss soon sent experts to analyze the energy of the gate. Looking at the news on his phone, Kai added that a little later they announced that the gate was another passage connected to another territory of the abyss like the one on Earth. The citizens looked at their phone screens, and the protagonist emphasized that because of this news, society was wondering who would be the first to be sent to the territory of the second abyss. People were puzzled by what was happening, and Kai continued to tell us that in the end, the pioneers were those who were already in the territory of the abyss and were watching the others. No one dared to take the initiative or act too aggressively, because a raid into the abyss is not something so elementary that you can go there without any information. Everyone learned this well in the last expedition. The upset guy sat on a stone. The protagonist thought with a serious look that if they want to get more territory of the abyss, they first need to collect data. This is the business of hunters. Standing in the rainforest, Kai added that no one would have thought that he would get them like this. He looked at the huge lizard and assumed that Archie of Madness and Blood created this landscape with magic, which is surprising, then asked if this is really the territory of the second abyss, to which Archie replied that it is, the lands beyond the second gate. What is curious to them, Earthlings, the territory of the demon of contracts and orders. Kai imagined the demon and asked again. In his imagination, a picture appeared of the demon touching the planet with his hand, and Archie reported that this is a powerful constellation of the demon god that rules the African continent. It seems that this time the territory will be very difficult. Standing in front of the monster, Kai stated that for the land of the demon god, everything seems quite normal. He expected something like burning sulfur. Pointing his finger to the side, Archie said that in front of the protagonist is a view from the outside and he should take a closer look there. Kai noticed how the demon's servant was collecting contracts with monsters. The monsters were standing in a row at the pond, and Archie told him that he was making contracts with the condition of giving permission to drink from the pond. The monster smirked and emphasized the fact that all demons loved contracts, but this one was obsessed with them, so everything in his territory had to be sealed with a contract. His first gift would be this spectacle. Archie snapped his fingers and said that he spent a lot of effort on the next gift, the personalities of other demon god constellations and the people they had made contracts with. Many projections appeared around Kai. Looking at the faces of the people on the screens, the protagonist asked if this was the full information about the demon gods and their contractors and if there were that many of them. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that even in a class hunter from China, Tim, was there. No one would have thought that such a famous person served a demon god. Kai thought with a puzzled expression that just knowing about another territory was already a lot. He couldn't believe that he shared this with him. Holding his head, Archie stated that just thinking about other demon gods going through something like this already excited him. The warrior began to laugh with a crazy look. Taken aback, Kai said that he was a complete psycho, after which a notification popped up that the cat also claimed that he had never seen anyone so crazy. Frowning slightly, the protagonist noted that this would work in his favor. He returned to the beach. Elizabeth turned around and greeted Kai, then asked what was wrong with his face and if he had gone on a raid alone. The protagonist answered with a serious face that it was not so, it was just a meeting that had squeezed all the energy out of him. Elizabeth pointed her hand at the people and said that they came because they wanted to talk to him about something. Looking at the boys, she told them that they were the servants of the six-winged angel who hunts dragons. Kai approached the boys and asked what business the servants of the angel might have with him. His gaze fell on Julie, whom he asked what she was doing there and what was wrong with her hair. Julie stood between them and said that it was not Julie, but Clara. Looking at Clara, Kai asked if she was a B-class hunter. Elizabeth imagined Julie being taken away by men and told her that she was escorted out by Hunter Alex. It seems the Korean government called in a class hunters. The confused protagonist apologized to Clara, to which he received the answer that everything was fine and such things happen from time to time. Holding his chin, Kai thought about what he heard that Clara was much calmer than her sister, and this turned out to be true. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked what they needed. He looked at the blue sky. Kai sat down on a rock and asked if they meant that the angel wanted to form an alliance with him and thereby gain some points. He asked seriously why, noting that they were technically rivals, to which the man replied that while that was the case, in situations like a monster wave, forming an alliance would be much more effective, and now that he had single-handedly killed a mountain turtle, it would be very difficult for them to take the lead. The man imagined a powerful stream of energy piercing the turtle. Pointing his finger, he stated that in this situation, the gentleman had decided that it would be better for them to ally with number 1 and guarantee themselves second place, and also the angel trusts him and Alaphael had also really grabbed him. Taken aback, Kai asked again about Alaphael. He remembered walking next to the girl and wondered if they were talking about the tough angel who had taken part in the French raid. The man introduced the confused Alaphael and said that she said that even though Kai served another master, she would gladly lend him her shoulder in battle. Holding his head, the protagonist said that they needed all the help they could get, so nothing bad would happen if they teamed up with a good god. Pointing behind him, Kai said that in that case, they would form a patrol of 4 and deal with the hidden monsters on the islands along the way to China. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist noted that they could only wait until they received information about the wave of monsters in China, and the man said that this sounded great, then they would let him form squads. Kai, with a serious expression, said that he would look into it. The plot takes us to a lonely island in the middle of a yellow sea called Gi. The ship arrived there. Clara's face was calm. Holding his chin, the protagonist reasoned that in order to form squads, they at least need to communicate. That's not much. Looking at Joe, Kai reasoned that he brought him there to negotiate for him, but he was completely useless. The protagonist watched as Joe tried to talk to Clara and emphasized that there was nothing to be done. Even when he asked questions to find out what topics she would be interested in, she only nodded or shook her head, remaining silent. Looking at Clara's face, Kai added that they had no choice then. If they continued to force her, the situation could become even more awkward. Turning around, the protagonist asked her to stop. The girl lowered her axe. Standing behind her, Kai said that Aaliyah had become much more capable since their last meeting. He did not know who her master was, but he was sure he was proud of her. Looking around, the protagonist said that he did not know who the leader of her clan was and it seemed that she wanted to keep it a secret, so he did not ask too much. Looking at the aura surrounding Aaliyah, Kai thought that the energy coming from her did not look like that of a demon god. He was not entirely sure. The protagonist, with a slight smile on his face, said that he thought so, then he would not need to interfere. The ships were sailing on the water. They were heading towards the island. Holding his hand in front of his face, the guy said that he could not imagine that another ship had docked on that island, but he did not know what clan they were from. Jaredi, with a cigarette in his teeth, said that if someone got to where he was going before him, then they should prepare for a fight. There were warriors behind him. The ship was sailing on the sea at great speed. The guy stood at the edge and asked what they should do. He looked around the island and said that the ship that docked, judging by the tower, was the ship of the Ikaros clan. He introduced the men who examined the blades and said that their clan's sponsors, the Parker Group, were very upset when they lost to dragon artifacts. Smoking a cigarette, Jaredi said that if they defeated the scumbags associated with them, he would be in their good graces, after which the guy said what if Kai was with them. Enraged, Jaredi said that the guy was a fool. He grabbed him by the throat and asked what if the main character was there. Shrouded in blue mana, Jaredi clarified if the guy meant that he was inferior to this stupid jock. He threw the guy aside and yelled at him to shut up and do as he was told. With his back to him, Jaredi said that if he got on his nerves, he would send him to be food for the fishes. Kai and his comrades killed many monsters. Joe extended his hand and asked if the protagonist thought they were staying too long on this island and if they should move to another place, to which he received an answer that this was not the case because Kai still sensed the presence of many monsters. Taken aback, the protagonist said that they needed to kill them all first. He noticed several ships and asked what kind of vessels they were. Watching the ships, Kai assumed that there was a chance that they would collide with their ships. Apparently, these hunters were not familiar with the rules of etiquette of hunting grounds. Joe introduced Jaredi and told that they were Western Shieldmen, a large American guild sponsored by the Parker Group, so they often conflict with them. Joe introduced a man enveloped in energy and told that the one at their head, an A-class hunter, Jaredi, he is an arrogant healer with powerful buffing and recovery skills. Joe imagined Jaredi controlling the puppets and noted that he controlled his colleagues with his incredible support abilities and was also infamous for making them fight until they were on the verge of death, for all of which he was nicknamed the Puppeteer of Death. Looking at Kai, he added that if they entered into a conflict with them, it would be hard. Looking at Jaredi, the protagonist suggested that they first establish a dialogue. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the man said that he knew there was someone there because there were ships off the coast, but he did not expect to meet such big shots. His gaze fell on Kai. Approaching him, Jaredi said that he was pleased to meet him, after which he introduced himself, and Kai replied that he did not need to introduce himself because he was not interested. Looking into Jaredi's eyes, the protagonist stated that he wanted to hear the reason why they had landed on this shore. Even though it was obvious that they were there, to which Jaredi replied that they were rivals, it was normal for them to intercept each other. Jaredi's men began to run towards him. They surrounded Kai and his companions, while the man said that it would be nice if they even crossed paths by chance and could detain them. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked what kind of tricks this was, after which Jaredi replied that they didn't have to worry, they were just holding them back, just until they dealt with the monsters on the island. He said with a smirk on his face that it was just a small thing to take their points. Looking back, Kai thought that Jaredi was cunning, but he could scatter them all. Looking at the guy with the phone, the man said that the protagonist can't joke with them. Because they are broadcasting live, this situation is already being transmitted to headquarters. If they attack first, he will send this video to the media. They will edit it so well that no one will guess how it really was. He imagined how many people pointed their fingers at the protagonist and said that he is a good person. If the material is made public, his reputation will be tarnished, and he will not be able to become a hero. Joe stood behind Kai and asked how a high-class hunter dares to make such a dirty threat. Putting his hand to his mouth, Joe began to whisper that he can very well do it. They will be at a disadvantage if they act rashly. Grinning, the protagonist said that he doubts it because they will be in deep trouble if they do so. Kai made a dash. He hit the man in the face. The guy flew away from his blow. His comrades were helping him in the battle. The protagonist struck the guy right in the forehead. The dumbfounded Jaredi asked what it was. Pointing his finger, he asked if Kai cared what would happen to his reputation, after which the protagonist asked not to worry about him. A blue aura enveloped his body, and Kai said that he would simply say that he dealt with the servant of the demon god and his subordinates. The protagonist rushed at the man who said that this was some kind of nonsense. Swinging his fist, Kai replied that it was. The protagonist's fist flew past Jaredi's face. He stopped. The man turned around and looked at the guy. The enraged guy called Kai a bastard. Pointing his finger, the guy clarified how the protagonist knew this, noting that the gentleman said that no one would guess. Waving his hand, the protagonist replied that a bird sang to him. He remembered standing surrounded by projections and remarked that she was a bit eccentric, but her abilities were quite useful. Kai imagined a monster behind the guy and stated that he even knew that his master was the greedy master of the treasury. The protagonist imagined a demon and noted that this constellation, which owned the territory of greed, was still quite ordinary. But after the abyss became connected to the earth, it swallowed the greed of the crowds of the capitalist society and began to grow at an alarming rate, becoming a powerful demon god constellation. Kai imagined the monster swallowing a lot of gold. It sucked in people along with the gold, while the protagonist reasoned that unlike other demon gods who loved destruction and superiority, it preferred to sow chaos in the world of money with economic resources, also known as the constellation of capitalism. Turning around, Jaredi asked since when his accomplice was a servant of the constellation of capitalism. The boy suddenly pulled out a blade. He screamed in anger that he had no choice but to immediately begin executing the plan. Standing next to Kai, Jaredi ordered the protective barrier to be activated. The angry boy began to throw Jaredi's men around. Kai got into a fighting stance. Swinging the blade, the boy screamed that he was only there for one. Jaredi was scared. The confused protagonist wondered if the boy had come for him. Observing the situation, Kai asked what was going on. Jaredi was trying to block the boy's attacks with the barrier. Scared, Jaredi asked what Mike was doing and if he had forgotten how much he cared for him all this time. Mike screamed that he hadn't, landing multiple attacks, and then asked if Jaredi called, forcing him to toil for him during raids non-stop caring. Mike held out his hand, declaring that he was fed up with this. Confused, Jaredi asked him to stop. Standing over him, the guy wished him death. Kai calmly said that he did not know what was happening, but they had to stop right now. His fist flew at Mike's face. The guy flew back from the powerful attack. Stopping, Mike asked where the protagonist was going and whether he knew that Jaredi was his enemy. Covering the man with himself, Kai said that he was not helping him. He simply decided to subjugate the servant of the evil god standing in front of him. Mike created several portals around himself, from which weapons appeared. Directing streams of mana at the protagonist, he declared that they would fall together. Frowning, Kai assumed that the guy had received a lot from the Lord of the Treasury. The protagonist rushed forward and said that among these gifts, there was probably no artifact that granted additional lives. He flew at Mike. Kai swung his fist. He hit the guy in the face. The protagonist pressed him into the ground. The guys watched what was happening with fear. Looking at the wounded Mike, the people said that Kai defeated this monster with one blow. They did not even have time to stop him. The main character stood over the defeated enemy. The guys behind Jaredi's back began to whisper while he thought that he had disgraced himself in front of his subordinates and was now completely helpless compared to him. Kai approached the man and asked if he was okay. The puzzled Jaredi replied that everything was fine. Thanks to him they avoided a catastrophe. He could have figured it out himself. The main character put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he was glad that everything was so. Jarati was suddenly taken aback. Kai threw him into the sea and said that this was their place. The man fell into the water. The guys were taken aback by what they saw. They looked at the dumbfounded leader. Kai approached them. He flexed his fists and declared that they should take him and get out, and if they got in their way again, he would do the same to them. The boys started running away, screaming that they were leaving. Joe approached him and declared that Kai had once again dealt with everything cleanly. Turning around, the protagonist noted that they had done a great job too. Clara was puzzled. Looking at Joe, Kai asked if Clara had admired him when he had saved them. Joe answered with a serious expression that it was not quite so. She asked why he was helping these bandits. Clara had a smile on her face while Joe was saying that when the protagonist threw Jarati, she was happy. When he helped them, she was so upset, but now she feels much better. Watching the girls, Kai said that everything is clear to him. He introduced Julie and noted that he knew that Clara was not like her, but they are really completely different. Holding his chin, the protagonist suggested to deal with the remaining monsters and quickly return because they need to rest. Pointing to the radio, Joe said that he doubted that there would be time to rest because there was an urgent call on the radio. Standing in front of the guys, he said that China finally contacted the foreign clan and other countries. They promised a very attractive reward. They want class hunters to be sent to them. The plot takes us to the headquarters of the Chinese Hunters Association, which stood under the blue sky. The people were standing in front of the association leader's office. The men's faces were serious. The stranger folded his arms and said that he couldn't believe that they had to bow to other countries because of some monster, and the plot introduced us to the leader of the Chinese Hunters Association, Tom. The guy sitting opposite him said that it couldn't be helped. The monster that appeared during the wave was none other than an S-class dragon monster, a torch dragon. A picture of a monster burning down a city appeared in his mind. Tom slammed his fist on the table and shouted that if it was just that, they would have no problem. He pointed out with an enraged look that the real headache was that he was heading to where the foreign corporations were. He introduced the city and added that he was talking about the heart of China's market, Suzhou. Holding his head, Tom said that if it weren't for that, they would have let him destroy as many villages as he wanted and head to other countries. Sitting at the table, he noticed that things were only getting worse. Frowning, the leader inquired about the response from the countries and leaders they had contacted and whether they had agreed to send out class hunters immediately. The boy extended his hand and replied that they had agreed to the reward offered, but wanted them to show their sincerity first. The boy stated with a serious expression that since they were sending out class hunters, they wanted them to match their efforts and send him. Tom was taken aback by this. Standing in front of the leader, the boy asked what they should do. Tom slammed his finger on the table and said that they had no choice in the matter. Extending his hand, the leader ordered that this be conveyed to the clans and countries that had made the demand. If they sent out class hunters, they would reciprocate and send the strongest hunter, the symbol of the first generation hunters, the S-class hunter, Drake. He introduced a man shrouded in a blue aura. We are transported to the sunny city of Suzhou a little later. A crowd of people gathered at the gathering point for overseas hunters. Looking at the warriors, Kai said that no one would have thought that so many rank hunters would gather there, when usually there are none. He seriously noted that he thought it was normal. China was not only offering an attractive reward. Crossing his arms, the protagonist stated that this was also an opportunity to meet Drake. Julie looked at him and asked if Drake was that good, noting that she had heard his name, but mainly. To which she received the answer that he was exceptional among the first-generation hunters. If he were a martial artist, he would have knocked his idol off his pedestal. Puzzled, Julie suggested that this hunter really was incredible. Turning around, Kai said that he heard that Drake's whereabouts had been unknown for over 10 years, and then asked if the Hunter Association was hiding him, to which he was told that they were not hiding him, but simply protecting him. The car drove down the road while the guy said that he couldn't even imagine what an S-class hunter needed to be protected from. The dumbfounded guys looked at the car. The car stopped. The man got out. Looking at Drake, everyone was shouting his name. He listened with a serious expression as the hunters discussed him. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that he thought he was much weaker, although there was talk of returning, but the huge amount of mana he emitted was like in his prime. Drake's body was enveloped in an aura. Holding his chin, Kai wondered why he needed protection if he was so strong. Walking through the square, Drake asked for a second. Looking at the guys, he said that he had not seen them before. The guy extended his hand and said that they were sent there to help. They came to help deal with an S-class monster. Drake was confused and asked who it was. Looking around, he clarified whether he was in China. The guard ran to Drake and asked him to be quiet. Drake, looking dumbfounded, asked who he was. The people around were shocked. The protagonist was confused. Looking at Drake, Kai asked what was going on there. He imagined the old man sitting on the mountain and told us that his senses were heightened by magic so that no one could follow him, a strong and perfect body from endless training. On top of everything, he has a noble heart, he prioritizes the lives of others. Someone can say that all his characteristics have reached their peak. A picture appeared in Kai's mind of a powerful energy surrounding Drake, after which he declared that he was a legendary first-generation hunter. The dumbfounded protagonist said that he couldn't wrap his head around it. Looking at the old man, Kai assumed that he had dementia. The guards began to whisper that they thought Drake was sane and that he was fine in the morning. The guy approached him and asked him to come to his senses. Frowning, the guy cried out that Drake had come to take part in a raid on a monster, on orders from the Hunters Association. The enraged old man asked again about the orders from the Chinese Hunters Association. He furiously asked how they dared to lie to him and whether he looked like the type to listen to those rotten bastards. He suddenly calmed down and said that he understood everything now. Pointing his finger at the guys, Drake assumed that they were spies from the Hunters Association sent to kidnap him. An aura enveloped his body and he said that he would not let this happen. He slammed his finger on the ground and threw the people away. Surprised, Kai said that it was unbelievable. Watching Drake beat up the people, the protagonist reasoned that he was completely out of his mind but could move like that. Top-class hunters were on a completely different level. Drake launched an attack at the boys. The man stood next to Kai and said that at this rate, all the hunters who were gathered with great difficulty would die at the hands of an S-class hunter, not a monster. The man turned his gaze. Drake was flying towards them. Kai caught his fist. A powerful explosion of mana was heard between them. The protagonist held back the attack and asked the old man to calm down. Raising his hand, Kai said that they were not kidnappers from the Hunter Association. In fact, they were rescuers from abroad who came to get him out of there. Taken aback, Drake asked if they wanted to save him. The protagonist pointed at the wounded guys and asked to look at them. Looking at the warriors' faces, Kai said that there were many foreigners there. Smiling, Kai began to whisper that they were under the cover of a squad to fight the monster, and after the battle they would take him with them. The protagonist held his hand in front of his mouth and said that therefore, Drake should cooperate with them. They would not only save him, but also feed him delicious food. The old man, looking satisfied, said that in that case they would first kill the torch dragon. People watched what was happening and asked what Kai said to the hunter Drake, because of which he calmed down so quickly. The man smiled and said that he himself did not know, but it worked. He suddenly received a call. He was shocked by this. The stunned guy began to shout for them to speed up. Pointing his finger at the phone, he noticed that there was an urgent call from the office. The dead guys were lying on the ground, while the man was saying that the first Chinese squad sent to stop the torch dragon had been defeated. The monster was enveloped in fiery mana. We were transported to the office of the Chinese Hunters Association. The tanks were firing many shots, while the story was telling us that the plan to defeat the torch dragon was simple. Using world-class anti-aircraft weapons and gathering high-ranking hunters in and out of China, they divided into the first, second, and third attack squad to gradually weaken it, leaving no chance. The hunters were surrounded by powerful energy. The monster was being attacked from all directions. The corpses were lying on the ground, and we were told that, however, the plan had failed even before the overseas hunters gathered together. The first squad that quickly set out to stop the torch dragon was destroyed. The monster was flying towards them. Watching the dragon, Kai said that he did not know whether this was good or bad. Looking at the people surrounded by the barrier, he said that he thought they were all dead, but some of them were captured alive. The guy stood behind the protagonist and said that this is called spatial confinement, one of the most powerful spells. It captures the victim and absorbs their mana. He can't believe that the dragon is able to use it on multiple targets at the same time. The monster's eyes were shining brightly. The man extended his hand and asked what they should do, adding that there were a lot of hostages. Looking around the army, he noticed that the A-class hunters would not be able to attack, and China would not be able to use anti-aircraft weapons. Holding his head, Kai thought that this was a pain in the ass and that he shouldn't have accepted their offers. We are transported to Seju an hour ago when the protagonist was looking at the blue sky. Standing in front of the guys, he asked if they wanted him to lead the raid. The happy guys said that they were saying this very seriously. Standing in front of him, they said that it was truly unprecedented for a foreigner to command. But they had no other choice since the Chinese hunters had been eliminated, and while they did not know what to do, he was the only one who could hold Drake. They remembered how the old man danced in front of Kai. The protagonist looked at the old man and listened to the guys say that that was why the Chinese Hunters Association had decided that he was perfect for this task. They bowed and asked Kai to take charge of the raid. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, said that there was nothing he could do since he had already agreed. Turning around, he said that the hostages needed to be freed first, only then could they focus on the dragon. Looking at the guys in the barriers, he said that he wanted to get closer first and remove the spell. Looking at Drake, Kai asked if they could handle it together, to which he received the answer that it sounded great. The happy old man said that as soon as they killed the worm, they could get out of this damned country. The protagonist replied happily that it was true. Kai looked at Julie and asked her not to worry, noting that in such operations, when it was important to act quickly, the fewer people the better, so they should be ready to attack. The guys listened to him silently. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that those who knew how to use flight magic should catch hostages. He and the old man prepared to dash. They suddenly took off. The guys were heading towards the dragon. The monster opened its mouth. It released a massive magical discharge at them. Smiling, Kai said that this was a fast movement. This is exactly how a dragon should act. Drake stopped the protagonist and said not to do anything. The old man crossed his arms and said that he would do it. He repelled the monster's attack. Looking back, Kai noted that it was impressive. The protagonist moved next to Drake and said that he was incredible. A magical projectile was flying at the old man. Drake stretched out his hand to the cloud of energy and said that if Kai wanted to see something impressive, it should at least be something like this. He reflected the dragon's attack. His face was serious. Drake sent red mana back to the monster. A powerful attack hit the dragon's face. The old man flew next to the protagonist and asked him to take the chance and get closer. They flew around the dragon's head from different sides. The dumbfounded hunters asked if the guys had come to save them. Kai and Drake were enveloped in mana. They released their spells. They freed the hostages. The joyful guy said that the shackles were broken. The guys fell to the ground. The hunters began to catch them. All the hostages were caught. Julie raised her head and screamed that all the hostages were caught. The guy carried the stranger away, saying that they were preparing to attack. The monster concentrated mana in its mouth. Drake pointed the chain at him and asked him where he was looking. He fettered the monster's mouth and said that his opponent was there. Smiling, the old man emphasized that to be more precise, his opponent was above him. Kai was flying above the dragon. He concentrated energy in his hand and said that it was curious, the turtle that appeared with him fell back with one blow. The protagonist performed a heavenly strike and asked if the monster could withstand it. A huge stream of energy hit the dragon's head directly. The monster was very puzzled by the damage it had received. A moment later, it began to fall rapidly downwards and roar loudly. The hunters below said that it was falling and saw this as their chance. Without a second's hesitation, they activated the magic circles and heard the order for the mages and anti-aircraft guns to fire. After the command to begin the attack, a huge number of military tanks fired directly at the falling dragon. Noticing this, the huge monster roared with displeasure and opened its mouth. Several projectiles hit its body directly, causing damage. The dragon continued to fly down, enduring a huge number of blows coming at it. In an instant, the huge monster fell straight to the ground. Watching this with a smile on his face, the hunters deactivated their magic circles, saying that it was cool. Looking at the torch dragon, who was trembling from not understanding the situation, everyone said that it was defeated. Realizing that there was no need to worry anymore, since it seemed like it did not even have enough mana to fly, the sorcerers activated their magic circles and used their skills to attack the monster. At the same time, they received the order to continue attacking, and a huge number of magic projectiles hit the dragon straight. The rank hunter, watching everything, with a puzzled look said that everything went better than expected, and the association representative agreed with him, noting that now even the torch dragon will not survive their attacks. Then the man in the suit gathered energy in his hand and was about to help the others. Suddenly, Kai appeared right in front of him with Drake and said that they needed to wait because something was wrong here, and the latter was surprised by his appearance. Looking at the commander of the operation, the association representative asked in what sense, and the latter sternly directed his gaze to the side, explaining that the dragon's scales were famous for their durability, and although firepower was quite good at tearing them off. Continuing to look forward, the boy added that it was hard to believe that the dragon was no longer capable of fighting, because they had dealt with it too quickly, which surprised the man in the suit standing next to him. Looking at the huge monster that was under fire, the association representative asked that he really wanted to say that it had not fallen under their blows. Seeing how a third eye appeared right on the dragon's forehead, the man in the suit realized that it was all because he himself had decided so. Immediately after that, the huge monster released its energy. The nearby hunters immediately fell to the ground under the pressure of the force. The rank hunters were also pinned to the ground by the onslaught of the enormous energy. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the boy asked if this was a restriction of space, and Julie, who had already completely fallen to the ground, said that this could not be, since it was impossible to use this kind of magic on such a large area. The association representative was overwhelmed by the energy and, gritting his teeth, thought that he should not be told that this was the plan from the beginning, and that was why he came down. Looking at the dragon torch, the man in the business suit realized that all this was in order to delay them and slap them with one blow. Trying to get up from the ground, the association representative stated that things were very bad, and if this continued, the slightest fiery breath would destroy them. which made him very angry. The red-haired girl, lying on the ground due to the overwhelming energy, was telling the rank hunter next to her to do something, calling him an idiot, asking if he was a professional in spatial magic, and he asked with a displeased look, didn't she see that he was unable to move? He then wanted to know how to act while being held down, and Kai, who was right in front of him, was wrapping himself in energy while standing on his feet. With his strength, he was able to resist the pressure of the monster. The boy wrapped himself in a huge amount of blue energy and held on without falling. Julia looked up and saw him and was very surprised. A moment later, the protagonist pushed off the ground with great force and flew forward, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy. Approaching the surprised dragon, he said words of gratitude to him. Focusing his energy into his fist, Kai explained that he was worried about losing muscle mass because he hadn't had a chance to work out lately, but now it was the perfect weight. Immediately after, the boy used the energy-enhanced Art Dragon Ascendant Uppercut, aiming his attack straight at the huge monster. As the scales fell off the dragon's body, the protagonist noted that the bombers had done a great job of chipping away at the scales in some places. Then Kai would take out a blade from his subspace, talking about this state. At the same time, he would make several swings of the sword, concluding that death was guaranteed. After completing his attack, the boy would appear behind the enemy, cutting it into several pieces. To confirm the situation, the protagonist would turn around with a menacing look. The huge monster would fall straight to the ground with a crash. The nearby hunters were extremely dumbfounded, watching what was happening and could not say anything. The association representative and the rank hunters also watched the battle with their mouths open, not saying a word. Preparing to step on the body of the defeated enemy, Kai would receive notifications from the system that he had defeated the wave of monsters. The existential power had increased significantly. Standing right on the corpse of the huge monster, the boy would hear cries of jubilation that the dragon torch had been defeated. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the building of the Chinese Hunters Association, on the roof of which a flag was fluttering. With a serious look and looking straight ahead, Nick asked how much longer he should wait. Looking at the subordinate standing next to him, the head of the Chinese Association wondered if it hadn't been long enough since the attack squad had started fighting the Torch Dragon, and the latter agreed with him, explaining that he needed to be patient for a little while longer. Lowering his gaze a little lower, Nick heard the words that it was a great monster and it was impossible to deal with it quickly when suddenly a voice rang out calling for the chairman. On the screen right in front of him was a live broadcast, in which a man in a business suit was saying that the attack squad had sent a video report, and the head of the Chinese Association, who heard this, did not believe the truth of his words. With an interested expression on his face, Nick asked what the outcome of the battle was. In the main conference room, he asked just don't tell him that everyone was destroyed, and the reporter, who was on the battlefield, told the chairman that there was no need to worry. Showing the protagonist standing on the corpse of the defeated monster, the reporter said that the report confirmed that the hunters had defeated the dragon. Hearing this, the workers of the Chinese Association raised their hands in joy, while their colleagues said that this was a great victory for the attacking squad. Nick stood up from his seat in surprise and asked if this was confirmed, and the voice from the broadcast gave a positive answer and congratulated the chairman. Sitting back down in relief, the head of the Chinese Association said that he could finally relax, and his political career would be at risk if the mission failed, even though he hired overseas hunters. Looking at Kai, who was shown on the broadcast, Nick said that this hunter was participating in everything again, and they were in his debt, so they needed to thank him properly and give him a gift. With a smile on his face, looking at the subordinate standing next to him, the head of the Chinese Hunters Association asked what he was doing now, and was he really getting ready to leave, and he did not know how to explain it to him. Not understanding anything, Nick looked away in surprise. Then he asked again what he was doing now, while at this time the protagonist was cooking the meat of the defeated dragon right on the battlefield. The head of the Chinese Hunters Association could not believe that he was cooking, and Kai at this time used his frying pan to fry the monster's meat. Immediately after this formation, the story is transferred to the same time somewhere in the dimension of the abyss among a huge number of planets. We are transferred to a city of an unknown constellation, where a huge number of tall buildings towered. Being in one of the skyscrapers, the voice of the constellation said that it was a very difficult fight. It was the collector, who was watching Kai through his magic and asking that this man was a servant of an invincible avatar of training, and where this constellation even found him. The monarch placed his hand on his magic staff and said that things were bad, and he was very upset that the good constellations were growing like this. The collector grinned maliciously and said that there was nothing he could do, and it seemed like he needed to give them a good beating once. A large number of hunters were standing right next to the dragon's corpse while others were riding it into pieces. Suddenly, Kai brought a plate of food to Drake, saying that everything was ready, and Drake, lying on the ground, was happy that it had finally happened. Putting the plate of food right in front of him, the boy explained that it was crispy fried dragon loin, served with a special sweet and sour sauce and pork. He then poured broth into the noodles and explained that it was braised dragon neck with black bean sauce and homemade noodles, dragon dushai. Holding 2 plates of excellent dishes in his hands, the protagonist stated that this is what they call the dushai dragon set. With a smile on his face, the old man prepared his chopsticks and said that it looked fantastic. While stirring the noodles, Drake noted that a rank hunter with such culinary skills was a surprise. Turning around, Kai said that it was nonsense. Looking at Julie and the others sitting with plates of food, the boy wished them a pleasant appetite and asked them to tell him if they needed more, and the red-haired girl thanked him for this one. Looking away in surprise, the protagonist thought that he didn't even expect this. Watching the hunter bring the noodles to his mouth, Kai reasoned that it seemed wrong to him to leave them without food, so they are with them, but he didn't expect such a wave of admiration. The guys who tasted his food said with admiration that it was delicious and did not understand what kind of paste it was, which was incredibly spicy, noting that the sauce was perfectly distributed throughout the noodles. At this time, other hunters who were eating another dish looked at the plate in surprise, saying that the fried meat was simply divine, and no matter how much you eat, it is still juicy and delicious, not understanding what kind of dressing it was with such a sour and sweet taste. The man was enveloped in an incomprehensible energy and looked at himself in surprise, noticing that it was not only about this, and I am talking about these dishes. Hunters received a blessing from the training base, looking at themselves in surprise, and declare that they just ate and felt so cheerful, which is very incredible. Suddenly, they all realized that this is really the power of Korean cuisine, and the guys made amazed faces, imagining the flag of this country. Watching them from the side with a serious look, the boy thought that this was Chinese cuisine. Watching Drake try the noodles, the protagonist reasoned that it made no difference, even the Chinese did not mind. Immediately after this, Kai was also about to have a snack when suddenly a system notification window appeared right in front of him. He was very surprised to read the information that the virtuous goddess of the scales wanted to convey something urgent to him. Seeing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded. Puzzled, looking at the system notification window, the protagonist did not understand that this time, while the system was notifying, the virtuous goddess of the scales said that she saw the future, where their abyss was attacked. Then the narrative of the story shifted to a bloody fortress where orcs were tending their fields. A moment later, the protagonist found himself right on this territory. Turning back, Harry noticed the My Lord and was surprised by his arrival, and he, approaching him, said that it was necessary. Looking at his subordinates, Kai said that it seemed as he ordered. Then he added that everyone was well prepared, and the leader of the orcs, beating himself in the chest, gave a positive answer. Looking at his master, Harry asked why he did not look like usual, but like a simple man, and, scratching his head, the boy explained that this was a disguise because the more secrets he had in the cruel abyss, the better. Pointing at himself, the protagonist added that in this form they should call him Hunter Kai and not Master. At that moment, Ray came to his territory, while he explained to his subordinates, especially in front of strangers. Then the angels greeted the hunter, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boy who turned around remembered this voice. Looking at Ray hovering in front of him in the air, the protagonist was surprised, and she asked how he was doing, while the plot explained to us that this is a servant of the virtuous goddess of scales. Throwing his hands out to the sides, Kai asked what brought her there and whether she was sent by the goddess of scales, and the red-haired angel answered that she was worried that trouble could come to the realm of the avatar of training. Hearing this, the boy noted that she was too kind and a simple notification was enough, and Ray agreed with him, awkwardly scratching the back of her head because she thought so too. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred a few hours ago to the realm of the goddess of scales, consisting of several islands levitating right in the air. Ray with a surprised look asked that she really needed to go to the realm of the avatar of training and help the hunter Kai. Looking at the virtuous goddess of scales sitting on her throne, the red-haired angel wondered if it was really necessary, since he could definitely handle it with his abilities, and she replied that it had to be done anyway. With a smile on her face, Themis noted that who knows how the future might change, and as allies, they should offer as much help as they can. Ray, with a clearly displeased look, silently looked straight ahead, and her mistress asked what kind of reaction she was having. Then the red-haired angel, spreading her arms out to the sides, explained that she was afraid to say it, but it was not very good to show such interest in someone else's services, and the virtuous goddess of scales, who heard this, did not understand what she was saying. Then Themis justified herself by saying that she was not trying to impress the hunter and had no intention of currying favor, while the other angels, puzzled by this from the sidelines, thought about what she really wanted and was definitely going to do. A little confused, the virtuous goddess of scales pointed her finger forward and said that enough talk was enough, and she should go to the hunter and be sure to tell him that it was she who sent them. Returning to the events of the present, Ray, awkwardly scratching the back of her head, said that it was a surprise and an attack on the kingdom of the Constellation. Then the angel asked if he had any suspects, and Kai, looking straight ahead with a serious look, said that there was no one in particular, but he thought he understood why it was necessary. Remembering his victory over the Dragon Torch, the boy said that lately their lord's affairs were especially good, and it seemed that one of the envious constellations was trying to put an end to this. Perplexedly looking at the protagonist standing in front, Ray noted that this was very pitiful, and he, turning back, declared that in some way this had to happen, because the mice were running into a full barn. With a serious look, looking back, Kai noted that it was good that at this level of preventive suppression, the constellation itself did not need to do anything. While a huge army of monsters was moving forward at a high speed straight across the field, the boy assumed that they must have sent a special squad that would be good for good. At this time, the wheels of the carriage quickly turned over, moving forward. The protagonist thought that this squad would be their strongest servants, while the skeleton warrior rode on the chariot, and the plot explained that this was the servant of the constellation, the dark mage Ganonbiel. With a malicious grin on his face, the monster said that in that kingdom there were only a bunch of impudent orcs, and he assumed that it would be easy, but such a course of events is beyond imagination. Approaching the territory where Kai's subordinates were, the skeleton warrior stated that they had gotten so close to the fortress and had not yet encountered any resistance. Raising his blade, the constellation servant, the dark mage, ordered everyone to prepare, addressing the city of their master's warriors. Walking forward with a smile on his face, the skeleton warrior said that at his command, they were to smash this newcomer's domain to pieces. At this time, a young boy was watching them from the sky. Seeing his opponents, the protagonist smiled widely. Looking at the red-haired angel behind him, Kai said that a special squad led by servants of the evil constellation sounded majestic, but in reality, there was nothing special. Looking at the skeleton commander and his subordinates, he added that in the end, they were just a bunch of rabble that relied on brute force alone. With a serious look, looking away, the boy added that when meeting such idiots, you first need to do one simple thing, and Ray, standing next to him, asked if this was really a foregone conclusion. The protagonist was going to start with the loudest one, when suddenly the commander of the army of monsters noticed a bright blue glow in the sky. It came from Kai, who, enveloping himself in blue energy, rushed forward. Seeing this, the skeleton warrior was extremely scared. A moment later, the boy's hand reached his head. With great force, pressing him straight into the ground with his energy, the protagonist thought that he first needed to destroy the loud one. Kai held his hand on the head of the subordinate of the dark constellation, and he did not understand what it was. With a crazy look, standing right above him, the boy addressed the general and asked that he was the one in charge there. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of energy, the protagonist, smiling, asked him to answer who sent him. The skeleton warrior, pinned to the ground by his hand, called his opponent a bastard. Wrapping his blade in dark energy, he asked how he dared to touch him, the great Mickey, with his filthy hands. Throwing the boy back with his power, the skeleton warrior called himself the pinnacle of black magic. Looking straight at him, the protagonist asked if he really thought so. Landing next to him, Kai believed that the servant of the abyss was on a completely different level, and it must be worth the time. Holding his blade straight in front of him, Mickey asked the pathetic human how he dared to speak to him so arrogantly. Swinging his sword, he declared that he would die in agony. Immediately after, a huge horde of monsters rushed forward when they heard the order for their great lord's warriors to attack. When a huge wolf approached the boy, the skeleton warrior told him to tear off the limbs of this impudent little man and bring them to him. With a smirk, the protagonist asked that they really wanted to take him by numbers, and thought that this was to be expected from a group fight. Looking at the traps in the ground, through which red eyes were visible, Kai asked only not to tell him that they had already forgotten. When an orc's hand suddenly appeared right out of the ground, he offered his deepest apologies. A moment later, hordes of monsters appeared right in front of him, obeying him, and the protagonist declared that this was his territory. Mickey, who saw this, was very scared, and Kai told him to beat it into his skull. With a look full of seriousness, the boy declared that this is what happens if he shows off on someone else's land. Immediately after that, the enraged orcs rushed to attack. The skeleton warrior's subordinates were very scared by what was happening. Suddenly, the orcs caught up with them and were about to attack. Watching everything with fear on his face, Mickey did not understand what was happening and that the stupid orcs had set up an ambush. Continuing to look ahead, the skeleton warrior wondered what was going on. Watching the orcs throw his subordinates left and right, Mickey did not understand why they were so advanced. Seeing an orc who was destroying a normal skeleton with his power, the commander of the monster army thought that he had heard that they could use martial arts, but he had not heard that they were so strong. Shrouding his hand in dark magic, the skeleton warrior noted that, for some reason, he was also unable to use mana normally. Looking at his hand shrouded in power, Mickey assumed that he was in their territory. Suddenly, he raised his head up, shouting that anything but that. In the sky, he saw an angel flying. Looking at it closer, the commander of the army of monsters wondered if it was her doing. At the same time, the plot showed us the barrier of sacred light and explained that the user imposes positive effects on allies and negative ones on enemies. Watching everything that was happening, Mickey declared that it was incredible, and that an angel was able to impose effects on such a large area. When the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot, the skeleton warrior reasoned that he had not heard of anyone like that here. At that moment, Kai appeared right in front of him and noticed that he had relaxed, asking if there was really time to get distracted. Without thinking twice, the boy struck his hand, shrouded in magic, right at the enemy. From the damage received, the commander of the army of monsters jumped back. Then he landed on the ground and far behind. Holding the blade right in front of him, Mickey was clearly unhappy with what was happening. The protagonist in front of him approached him and said that now each of them had struck once. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of blue energy, Kai asked that maybe they would put an end to this. Looking back at his subordinates who were destroying the monsters, he noted that it seemed like they were already finished. Looking at his opponent lying on the ground, the boy asked whether he preferred to attack first or start by himself. Losing his temper, the skeleton warrior released his dark magic, sending the enemy, and told his elite warriors to come out. Immediately after, more skeletons rose from the darkness he had summoned. The armored monsters, having received the order to kill him, rushed to attack. Looking at the Death Knights approaching him, the protagonist was dissatisfied with this. Leaning forward slightly, Kai noted that he had seen a lot of them already. At that moment, he destroyed them with one blow, moving forward, and said that they were already sitting in his liver. Slowly approaching the commander of the army of monsters, the boy asked if he had finished his antics. Mickey looked at him in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening. Noticing how his opponent was destroying the skull with his fist, the skeleton warrior thought that he had created these Death Knights with the life force of his master, and he dealt with them so easily. Looking at the protagonist, who was wrapping himself in blue magic, the commander of the army of monsters did not understand what kind of territory he had and what was going on there, because there were very few monsters. Trembling with fear, Mickey reasoned that he was unable to do anything, so he needed to turn to the master and return with an army 2 or 3 times stronger. Immediately after that, the skeleton warrior lowered his hands to the ground, realizing that such a strong warrior would not let go of the enemy. Leaning down right in front of his opponent, the commander of the army of monsters asked the man to stop. Mickey raised his head and said that he surrendered, and Kai couldn't believe that he was doing this. The boy then listened with a displeased expression as his opponent begged for mercy, and in exchange for this he wanted to tell him everything he knew, and even share who his master was, and he was surprised that this was how it was. Taking a step forward, the protagonist stated that this way he would be able to find out who was behind all this. Approaching the defeated skeleton warrior, Kai asked him to tell him what kind of bastard had caused him trouble. At that moment, the commander of the army of monsters had an idea that he had let his guard down and was allowing him to come closer. Activating a paralysis magic circle on the ground, which immobilizes the target it comes into contact with, however, the stronger the target, the less effective it is. Mickey thought that he would then paralyze for a short time and take the opportunity to escape. Looking straight ahead, the skeleton warrior thought that his opponent would take just one more step. At that moment, Kai was just about to take that most cherished step. Realizing that this was his chance, the commander of the army of monsters rushed towards the boy. Suddenly, a bright golden light flashed right in the sky. Rushing down with great speed, it destroyed Mickey's arm. It was Rei, who cut off the skeleton warrior's limb with her spear. Bowing her head right in front of the protagonist, the red-haired angel asked for forgiveness from him because he asked her to simply cover from behind, but she unknowingly stood up for him because his opponent's plan was obvious. Then the girl looked to the side and once again asked him to forgive her mistake. Looking at his severed arm with displeasure, Mickey did not understand how this idiotic angel dared to do this. When he said about his severed arm, Rei immediately rushed towards him. Emitting fire magic from her hand, she directed it towards the skeleton warrior. Enveloped in the power of the red-haired angel, the commander of the army of monsters screamed in pain. After a while, he fell to one knee. Standing directly in front of Rei, Mickey asked her what she did to him. At the same time, Kai approached the red-haired angel and asked if this was secret sealing magic, and she replied that now it would be difficult for him to move. Moving her hand to the side, the girl said that she thought it would help to talk to him calmly, and the boy who heard this agreed with her. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that he knew that she was capable, but who could imagine that she calculated everything so far in advance. Remembering several minions of the gods that he met earlier, Kai came to the conclusion that compared to others, Rei really was. Covering his face from the glow emanating from the red-haired angel, the boy concluded that she was the embodiment of light. Continuing to look straight ahead, the protagonist heard the words of the goddess of sloth asking if she was simply following her master's orders, and thought that she did not know what she was talking about, because an angel could carry out the order of a constellation. But a servant like her, who did everything possible and impossible, was extremely rare. While the purple-haired Constellation was in her dimension, observing the events through the magic circle, Kai told her that she did not understand how this world worked at all, and she thought that he had no idea about it. Remembering the virtuous goddess of scales, who seemed to sparkle all over and asked that this way she would definitely be able to win her favor, the goddess of sloth began to pity her. At the same time, Ray, holding a spear in her hand, asked if she would need his help if he interrogated her, and the boy refused, explaining that he was in no hurry, because he was sure she had a lot of things to do, so he did not dare waste her time anymore. Remembering how Mickey had sneakily attacked him, the protagonist noted that it was more important that he decided to fight back, although he could have given up, and it would hardly be easy to loosen his tongue. Looking at the exhausted skeleton warrior, Kai declared that he was thinking of leaving him for now until he got tired and told him everything himself. Well, of course, he would not let him enjoy the comfort. Immediately after that, the boy called out to the orc standing behind him, and he, scratching his head, asked the master how he could help. Then the protagonist would notice that he had said that there were problems with monsters while cultivating the land, and Harry, scratching his cheek, would give a positive answer and ask what then. Then Kai, pointing his finger at Midia, would declare that it was perfect and ask to take him to the fields and put him up as a scarecrow, which scared him very much. With a sly grin on his face, the boy would say that he was a high-ranking undead and would definitely scare away monsters with his appearance alone. And the orc who supported his idea would accept the master's order, while the skeleton warrior nearby did not understand what was happening. A moment later, the orcs grabbed the prisoner and led him forward, and he, shaking his head from side to side, asked to stop and did not understand how they dared to touch the pinnacle of black magic with their paws. The boys watched as the monsters took Mickey away, who was shouting at Kai that he was an idiot who ordered them to do all this. Then, right in the fields where the orcs were growing crops, the voice of a skeleton warrior was heard, asking to just kill him quickly. Immediately after this, the story moves forward to a few days later at the airport in Pudong, China, where a huge number of planes were parked. The landing gear of one of them was accelerating on the runway. The huge plane was rapidly gaining speed to take off. Inside was a boy, who was saying that they were finally taking off. Remembering the events of the recent past, when he had to attend several celebratory banquets and a press conference held by the Chinese Hunters Association, the protagonist mused that he thought it was because he had to listen to their nonsense, but he felt more tired than usual. While sitting on the same plane with his friends, Kai would state that, however, thanks to them allowing him to fly with them on a private flight, he could return to Korea in comfort and would thank Hunter Kane, who would awkwardly scratch his head and say that it was the least he could do. Looking straight at the boy sitting in front of him, the rank hunter would remark that it would be nice if he helped him with what he asked, and the boy would agree. Imagining the hunter's training in the gym in his head, the protagonist would clarify that he wanted him to visit the six-eyed demon clan and take a look at his clanmates upon returning to Korea. With a serious look, Kai would conclude that it would be easy, and Julie, who was sitting next to him, would displease him by noticing that she didn't like him and asking what was wrong with allowing others to fly on the clan's private jet. The red-haired girl shook her head from side to side and said that he was trying to order an rank hunter around just because they gave him a free ride and people from big clans were not familiar with shame. And Kine, taken aback by such words, explained that of course they were going to repay him generously. The rank hunter stood up from his seat and said that if she was going to continue saying nasty things, she could continue. And he didn't understand why she was following him and whether she was asking for trouble. And Julie, fixing her hair, replied that who knows what else he would do to Kai while she was gone. Then the red-haired girl looked at the boy sitting next to her with sparkling eyes and concluded that she had to hold him close and protect him, and he explained that everything was fine and he had business in Korea, so he asked for a ride. Then the protagonist added that it was also good for him to communicate with other hunters, so there was no need to be angry. Julie, who shuddered from hearing what she heard, could not believe the truth of these words. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the red-haired girl noted that if so, then good, and as if burning with anger, Kane thought that she was very annoying. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking straight ahead, said that such a large clan must have a quality training system and asked what advice was needed. A little confused, the rank hunter explained that ordinary hunters have it that way, but he needed help with something else. Then Kane explained that this was about the participation of the SSL, which greatly surprised Kai. Looking to the side, the boy wondered where the SSL came from, and Drake, who suddenly appeared behind his seat, asked what it was and whether it was food. Seeing him, Kane and the representative of the association were extremely dumbfounded. Getting up from his seat, the rank hunter asked the old man what he was doing there. He did not give an answer to the question and picks his nose asking if it was tasty. Immediately after this, the story moves to the Chinese Hunters Association late at night. The head of the Chinese Association leaned back in his chair and said that they had finally finished the reports, and the subordinates standing next to him thanked him for his work. Then the worker also congratulated the chairman, and Nick looked at him in surprise and asked what it was about, while another colleague explained that it was about the successful cleanup. With a smile on their faces and looking forward, the subordinates of the head of the Chinese Association said that, to be honest, all of this was only possible thanks to his decisions, and his colleague standing next to him noted that the government should know about it too. The guys also said that, apparently, his influence on the continent will reach another level, and Nick, listening to their words, scratched the back of his head, saying that they were flattering. Then he smiled broadly and declared that they were right in any case. With a joyful look and looking forward, the head of the Chinese Association said that only he could act so aggressively and call a rank hunters from abroad for the safety of the citizens, and others would not have a chance. At this time, his subordinates standing nearby with puzzled faces were thinking that this was a lie, and if the dragon torch had not flown away to Suja, he would not have lifted a finger, but they would play along, because soon he would gain even more influence in the political arena. While the guys were thinking that they needed to kiss his ass as often as possible, a frightened worker ran down the corridor. Suddenly bursting into the chairman's office, he declared that they had a problem, and the latter, looking at him, asked what was going on. Sitting in his chair, Nick wondered if things were really so bad that he didn't even knock, and the wrapped-up man was talking about a hunter. Then he declared that the hunter Drake had disappeared, and the surprised-looking straight-ahead chairman of the Chinese Association asked about it. Looking away, Nick tried to remember who he was, and for a moment there was silence. A moment later, the head of the Chinese Association opened his mouth wide in fear and asked if this was their S-class hunter Drake. Nick slammed his hands on the table with great anger, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about and where the decrepit old man could have gone. Then the head of the Chinese Association said that he would be loyal to them as long as they fed him, but suggested that perhaps he had been kidnapped, and his subordinate searched for something in the inside pocket of his jacket, answering that he doubted it, because it was impossible to kidnap a hunter of such a level. Handing over a piece of paper to his boss, the man explained that he had left a note in the room where he was staying, and his boss took it in surprise. Nick wanted to know what was in it, and opened the note, which said that they did not have sweet bean combo there, so he was leaving the country. After reading the information written there, the head of the Chinese Association did not understand what kind of nonsense it was. Nick was looking at the note left for him with anger, asking about this sweet bean combo. At this time, Drake was eating noodles on the plane, saying that this was definitely it. Holding a plate of food in his hands, the old man stated that he couldn't forget the taste, so he snuck in, and right in front of him were Kai and Julie, who were silently watching what was happening. Looking at her friend with a puzzled look, the red-haired girl asked if this was possible, since this old man was a legendary S-rank hunter, and he assumed that it was probably yes. Watching Drake happily eat noodles, the boy explained that he left the country of his own free will, although it was funny that the reason was so simple. With a huge confusion in his eyes, looking straight ahead, the protagonist added something else about the person in charge of the raid, stating that it seemed like his career was over. The plane flew through the sky while the chairman of the Chinese Association clutched his head, wondering what kind of sweet bean combo it was. The story moves to the building of the Six-Eyed Demon Clan, one of the top 3 clans in Korea. Showing us the hunters training inside, the story tells us that it is famous and hard-working, and also boasts a good training system, but there is something that even talented hunters who train under the Six-Eyed Demon system cannot change. At this time, Kane, along with Kai, watched the hunters training from above. Watching the guys sparring with each other and honing their skills, the boy asked if this was really the SSL. Looking at the rank hunter standing next to him, the protagonist wondered if this was a raid clan and why they were training hunters for the SSL, and the latter, scratching his head, explained that it was because it had become wildly popular. Imagining a pedestal in his head with the hunter at the top, Kane added that it was so popular that all the ball game leagues combined were losing to the SSL in terms of the number of spectators. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the rank hunter said that even raid clans had started training hunters because of this. Standing right next to him, the protagonist said that they only needed to drag a couple of people and bring them to the market, and then the revenue would be huge, and Kane, admiringly turning in his direction, agreed with this. Looking at the stands, the rank hunter explained that this is why they invested a decent amount of money to build this training ground. Looking at Kai standing next to him, he asked him what he would say and whether a training ground of this level would be suitable, to which he received a positive answer. Lowering his gaze downwards, the boy noted that in such a beautiful environment, watching the 2 hunters sparring with each other, he added that why were they acting like this, because he heard that stats and skills are neutralized at the beginning in the SSL arena, and he thought it was hopeless. Kane, looking ahead with a puzzled expression, stated that they specialized in raids, so they were not used to it yet, and the boy explained that this was not the problem, because they had too many bad habits. With a serious look, the protagonist assumed that it seemed like they relied on skills and ignored any kind of basic training, and this laziness, depending only on their talents, reminded him of the popular Kane, and the rank hunter wondered why he always said such things to his face. Watching as the hunter punched the other in the face, Kaya concluded that they were no match for the SSL anyway and would simply beat each other up because they couldn't use their skills. Imagining the boys standing on top of the rock formation while the others looked down on them in fear, the boy explained that once they were allowed to use their skills, all of the allies' towers would be destroyed and they would lose, and Kane, who heard this, asked if it was really that bad. Looking at his friend, the rank hunter asked how he knew since he said he had never participated in this competition. Recalling his fight with the angel, the protagonist said that he had tried it during the servant war under his master's orders, and his opponent was much more dangerous. Placing his hand on Kane's shoulder, Kai noted that, however, if that was all they had, then there was nothing he could do since they didn't seem to have any talent for martial arts. As he turned and walked away, the boy said to just continue using them as raid hunters since it would suit them better, and the rank hunter, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, didn't know what to say. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist reasoned that if SSL was so popular, it could help him gain subscribers. Remembering the last incident with monsters attacking his territory, Kai thought that he wanted to increase his existential power. As he walked away from the six-eyed demon clan's training ground, he realized that maybe it was worth trying. Suddenly, the story's narrative shifted to the dragon industry building at the same time. Bill, with a smile on his face, said that it was beautiful. Looking at the sales chart of the dragon artifact, he added that the incredibly beautiful rise was simply a work of art. Recalling his anger after what happened at the plant, the management company stated that he could recoup tenfold what he had lost then. Joyfully recalling Kai, the man in glasses said that he always pretended not to care, but gave him such surprises. Bill also understood that he had to give him a big gift, when suddenly a window with a call from his dear Constellation appeared on the monitor screen. Having accepted it, the managing company was very surprised to see a guy on the screen who asked if he could talk, and he answered that it was okay for him to ask such a thing, and wondered what it was about. Imagining a trial in his head, the man in glasses declared that if his dear friend called, he would pick up the phone, even if it was a hearing about his 19th divorce, and he asked not to exaggerate. Sitting at his desk, Bill asked why he was calling at all, and the protagonist, in the car, explained that nothing special, he just wanted to ask. With a serious look, Kai concluded that he was thinking about creating a separate clan for SSL and asked his opinion, and a voice came from the monitor that it was very sudden and, in principle, possible. Surprised, looking at his friend through the screen, the company manager asked what was happening suddenly, and was it really because of the Constellation War? While the boy explained that it was because of that too, but if everything was done correctly, he would be able to benefit from it in different ways. Then the protagonist asked that their company also had a SSL clan and how it was created, and the man in glasses, slightly puzzled by such a question, explained that it was not complicated and only money was needed. Imagining in his head a training hall and hunters handing out leaflets, Bill explained that, first, it was necessary to purchase equipment and create a new clan, and then recruit hunters. Then the company manager visualized the conclusion of a transfer agreement between clans and said that it was possible to transfer members from another organization. While at his workstation, the man with glasses noted that the second would be easier, and said that if he wanted, he would recommend a couple of American clans, and Kai refused this and said that if he decided. Then he added that he wanted to do this in Korea, and Bill, who heard this, suddenly shuddered, asking about it again. Then he asked with great surprise why so, because in America the rating is much higher, and the guy with a look full of seriousness answered that then he will be able to visit there from time to time. Continuing to drive in the car right through the city, the protagonist noted that he also wants to hire someone as a coach, and his friend was interested in what kind of coach it is in Korea. With a look full of incomprehension, the manager of the company someone understood and asked not to say it. Then he wondered if he really wants to find him, when suddenly the narrative of the story transferred to the building of the Korean village of Hunters SSL. A moment later, we find ourselves in the coaching room. Putting a mug of tea on the table, someone said that this was all he could offer him, and if he had warned, he would have prepared something. Then he apologized to Kai, and Kai, waving his hand, explained that it was not necessary and everything was fine. Looking at Oliver, who was sitting in front, the boy asked how he was doing, and he answered with a smile on his face that it could not be better. Recalling the events of the past about meeting him, the man explained that thanks to the artifacts that he brought back after the raid in France, they are considered a cultural heritage of Korea. Then Oliver said that when he returned them to Korea, he was awarded, and recalled how he stood together with another important person at a conference dedicated to the return of the artifact. Introducing a huge number of correspondents on social networks, the man explained that relations in the media field had improved, and people stopped writing angry comments about him. Looking away, Oliver noted that the Korean team had lost several matches in a row anyway. Looking at the huge stacks of papers lying on the table to the side, the man explained that he had to quit coaching. Looking straight at him with a serious look, the protagonist said that he had heard about it, but did not suspect that it was true. And Oliver, sitting opposite, replied that nothing could be done, and no matter what reputation a coach had, skills were more important. Looking away, the coach noted that it was a bit of a pity that he had so many methods that could not be applied due to objections from the higher-ups. Suddenly laughing, the man declared that, however, he was still glad that it turned out this way, because it was high time to leave, while Kai, sitting opposite, was thinking. Looking at his old acquaintance, the boy asked if he had decided what he would do after finishing his career, and he answered that he had not really, and was thinking about taking a little rest. Then Oliver would add that if there was an opportunity to work, he would agree, and the smiling protagonist would conclude that this was great and ask him to help him. Then Kai would announce that there was a perfect job for him, and the coach, who heard this, was happy and said that he was ready to work with him. Immediately after this, Oliver would laugh and ask that he was not going to offer him to become a coach of the SSL team, and the guy pointing at him would also laugh, explaining that in fact, this was true, and that he was creating a clan of SSL. Then the protagonist would ask him to be a coach there, and the man who heard this was extremely dumbfounded. Suddenly taking on a more serious look, the coach would ask if he was really creating a SSL team, to which he would receive a positive answer. Hearing this, Oliver would clench his hand into a fist. Standing up from his seat, the man would ask why, and Kai, who was right in front of him, would notice that he had scared him. Waving his hand to the side, the coach asked him why he didn't learn from his mistakes, explaining that the SSL sucks out the soul. Then the boy listened with his eyes closed to Oliver's words, who said that he was doing well as is, and did not understand why he would do something like that now. A moment later, the protagonist activated his true power and his hair began to turn white while he was about to say something. At this time, the coach looked in surprise straight ahead at an unknown light that appeared out of nowhere. Covering his face with his hand, Kai declared that he was actually a constellation. Reaching out for a mug of hot tea, Oliver said that he experienced all of this while he was in the abyss. Sitting in his place, the man noted that although it was hard to believe what he said, he would not lie. Despite Kai releasing his true power, the coach noted that his appearance and energy were also difficult to comprehend, and he apologized for telling about it only now. With a look full of seriousness, the boy explained that he did not intend to hide it, but could not find the right moment to share, and he, waving his hand, said that he understood why he kept it a secret, so everything was fine. Hearing this, the protagonist awkwardly scratched his cheek and turned to Oliver. Then he asked if he was disappointed, and the man, looking away, chuckled, declaring that he did not know what he was talking about. With a look clearly hiding his displeasure, the coach asked if he really thought that he would be disappointed, because he revealed his secret only to Bill because he was not a child, and Kai, looking at him, immediately understood everything. Remembering his former boss, the boy thought that they were always in conflict with each other, but when it came to such things, they were exactly the same. Immediately after that, Oliver, with a puzzled look, asked if it was difficult for him to use so much existential power and if other constellations would notice him. Remembering that a special barrier was erected around the building, the protagonist explained that there was no need to worry about this, because before the visit, he asked someone for help, and from that moment on, other constellations were not able to track this space. Sitting right in front of his old friend, Kai added that so there was nothing to worry about, and the latter said that he could tell him then. Filled with seriousness, the coach declared that he also wanted to become his servant. A little puzzled after hearing this, the boy stated that he had expected such an outcome and asked if he really did not mind. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist explained that he was not such a big shot in the constellations, and Oliver, who had stood up from his seat, did not understand why he was being modest, because he was not only an influential hunter, but also a constellation. Stretching his hand forward, the trainer asked only not to say that he was thinking of refusing him, because he was about to retire. With a serious look, looking straight at him, the protagonist said that, of course, he did not want to. Then the guys shook hands, and the system notification window announced that Oliver had become his servant, and his existential strength had increased significantly due to his incredible faith. Having concluded a contract with his old friend, Kai offered him to omit the formalities, and therefore now he is looking forward to working together. Carrying his things, Oliver walked down the hallway with the boy and asked him how he was going to create a clan. Looking away, the trainer noted that even if he joined it, it would be difficult to gather worthy hunters. The man then asked if he had a plan, and the boy looked at him with a smile on his face and explained that he asked about it for love and instead of forming a clan from scratch. He then added that he thought it would be much easier to buy a worthy one, and Oliver, surprised by such an answer, noted that it was easy to say, but if you calculate how much equipment and hiring hunters cost. With a look full of fear, the trainer said that it would be clear that ordinary citizens like them could not handle such a thing. Then he looked at the protagonist, who seemed to glow with a green light, and realized that he was an A-class hunter, and also the CEO of Dragon Artifacts, so he must be rich. Immediately after that, Oliver, pointing his hand forward, said that in this case one place comes to mind and whether he remembers the Doxini clan, and his friend asked again in surprise. Remembering the members of this organization, Kai wondered if they were not one of the best SSL clans of the first generation. Carrying a box on his shoulder, the boy asked that he really thought that he could buy out such popular guys, and the coach said that he just had an idea because there would be problems with this. Hearing this, the protagonist looked away and asked about the problems. Immediately after parting, the story moves to a few days later to the building of the Doxini clan's training ground. A man with a hairband stood next to his ally and said that he no longer cared. Looking at the other guys in the training hall, he wondered if their clan would be okay. The guy in the red jacket standing next to them explained that this would never happen because they were losing tournaments and investors were leaving. Looking at several hunters leaving, he added that even the best players quit. The Doxini clan member, looking straight ahead, said that they were only alive because of the huge fan base they had, otherwise they would have been disbanded a long time ago. The man with the hairband looked ahead at his allies and thought that the main problem was them. Looking at Eric, who was sitting on a weak ally, and the other guys were standing next to him, he said that these were the highest ranks among them. When the Mohawk guy's henchmen looked at each other, their ally said that they thought they had influence, so they showed off and ruined everything. While the strongest of the Doxini clan laughed, mocking the weak, the man with the hairband noted that they also constantly humiliated the newcomers they had so hard to recruit. And now all the newcomers avoided him, asking how they would be ordered to work properly. While Eric smirked maliciously, continuing his bad behavior, his ally stated that if he could be fired, the effectiveness of training would double. But the problem was that they could not, because no matter how he behaved, he was the face of their team. Putting his hand on his belt, the man with the hairband concluded that he was the most experienced of the remaining hunters, and also had the most fans. And the clansman standing next to him said that if they wanted to kick him out, they would need to find an equally good fighter. A member of the Doxini clan was saying that it was impossible in the current situation, and his friend standing next to him was saying that only if some rich guy didn't throw them some money. Suddenly, a voice came from the speaker making an announcement to everyone in the building that they needed to stop all training and gather in the training arena. The unknown person also added that for their information, this was the first instruction from the new clan leader and the trainer who bought them out, and raising their heads up, the Doxini clan members were asking what he said and what kind of nonsense was this in the middle of training. A moment later, the voice from the speaker repeated that all members of the clan without exception needed to be gathered immediately, and Eric and his henchmen, who heard this, did not understand why anyone would buy a clan that was on the verge of collapse, and did not understand who did it at all and what kind of nonsense it was. While the boys were still wondering who could possibly do something so stupid, Kai and Oliver were waiting for everyone in the training hall. The boy looked down with a serious expression. A hunter was coming to the training arena, picking at his spirit. Looking at the small number of clan members who had come to the designated place, the protagonist declared that most had finally arrived. Kai folded his arms over his chest and asked how long it had taken them to gather, and the trainer, looking at his watch, answered that it had taken about half an hour. Imagining the path from the training ground to there, the boy concluded that it should have taken about 5 minutes, and that they were slower than snails. Watching the Doxini clan members from above, the protagonist declared that they were such slowpokes and were once the best of their generation. Kai looked at Oliver standing next to him and asked him if this was definitely the best option they had, and Oliver responded with a puzzled look that among the clans that could be bought with money and with a large fan base, this one was the leader. The boy moved his hand to the side and asked why the fans were still with them, since according to statistics, they were losing fights in drove. And the trainer, holding a tablet in his hands, explained that it could be considered a mystery in the world of sports. He then imagined fans in his head who thought that sports in Korea were all about the quote, that they would eventually win, and continued to root for their favorite team, and said that once the fan base was formed, most people would just find far-fetched excuses for themselves that everything was fine, even though the team's results were terrible. Then the coach would say that they had reached some sort of nirvana, and the protagonist, hearing this, would look dumbfounded and imagine monks in his head saying that victory had no purpose, and he would understand everything. Looking down, Kai would conclude that since he was saying that this was the best option, when he would suddenly notice something in front of him. The boy's gaze was drawn to 3 hunters, and he would ask who they were and why they were walking so slowly, even though they were the most late. Looking at them, Oliver would explain that it was Eric, who was the most experienced fighter in the clan. And the protagonist, hearing this, would note that he looked more like a scumbag who only created problems. Recalling his negotiations with the previous owner of the clan, the coach would say that he had heard about him from former members when he took over the organization. And having become the face of the team, he would begin to ruin the atmosphere, and it would be almost impossible to control him. Having imagined Eric in his head, who seemed to tower over the clan leader, Oliver explained that, however, they could not kick out the main fighter because there were already very few of them, so he had become a real disaster. With a puzzled look at his friend, the coach said that if they wanted the team to function normally, they first needed to deal with him, and Kai, who heard this, smiled maliciously, having thought of something. Looking at the yawning hunter, he declared that he just wanted to get people to run fast. At the same time, Eric kicked a clansman standing next to him with his foot and asked if the new clan leader had not yet arrived, and he gave a positive answer. Hearing this, the strongest fighter of the clan did not understand what he was planning. Because they were already busy, he decided to gather them when suddenly the boy called out to him. Finding himself right in front of Eric, the protagonist asked if he was the one calling him. The strongest fighter of the clan looked with great surprise at Kai's leg, which appeared right in front of him. A moment later, the boy delivered his blow, throwing Eric back. The blow was so powerful that it slammed the strongest fighter of the clan right into the wall with great speed, leaving only a trace of blue energy. Trying to recover from the damage received, Eric held his head, not understanding what happened and who dared. Hearing this, the boy massaged his shoulder with a sly grin on his face. After which, with a look full of seriousness, the protagonist announced that he was the head of the clan who would teach them all and was going to start from the basics. Eric's henchman lifted him up and asked if he was okay, and he did not understand what happened at all. Looking at the hunter Kai placing his shoulder, they asked if he had really bought out their clan, and he replied that he was glad that they immediately understood who he was because it would make communication easier. Taking a step forward, the boy wanted to ask as the head of the clan, which scared the guys a lot. Releasing his blue energy outward, the protagonist asked Eric why he came last. With a furious look, approaching him directly, Kai said that if he had a good reason, then this time he would forgive him, and he was very scared, not knowing what to answer. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the strongest fighter in the clan asked not to talk nonsense, asked what was late and how one could beat him because of it. Pointing his finger at the real boy in front, Eric stated that he was the face of the clan. If he was the leader, then this was unacceptable, so he should apologize immediately. Hearing this, the protagonist sighed heavily, suggesting that he must have learned to choose his words well while he was acting like a snob. Kai then stated that, however, it was clear at first glance that he was not that strong, and Eric, who heard this, was dumbfounded. After which he asked him again what he had just said, and the boy, moving his hand with an unknown device to the side, was about to suggest something. Then the protagonist pressed a button on his remote control. A moment later, he explained that he was activating the ability neutralization system in the arena when suddenly a blue barrier rose around him. With a serious look, Kai stated that if he defeated him, he would acknowledge his skills and forgive him. The boy also noted that they could attack all together, and Eric, who heard this, clenched his fists, asking what kind of nonsense this was and whether he really wanted to fight against the three of them with the ability neutralization system activated. Then he added that even a high-class player would not be able to cope with this, and the protagonist called them with a gesture, asking them to stop just talking and come closer. Immediately after this, Kai asked only not to say that they were scared, and the strongest fighter of the clan, who heard this, with a puzzled look called him a sick idiot. A moment later, Eric and his henchmen took out their weapons and activated magic, getting ready to attack. Then the guys rushed to attack and asked him not to regret what he said later. With a grin on his face, looking at them, the boy could not believe that he would regret it. After some time, he shook the dust off his hands, saying that he would never regret it. The protagonist walked away from the group of the clan's strongest lying behind him. At this time, the other members of the Doxini clan watched everything that was happening, their mouths open in surprise. While the clanmates approached the defeated Eric and his henchmen, Kai asked if anyone else wanted to demonstrate their fighting skills, and noticing that no one agreed to this, standing right in front of the remaining hunters, the boy declared that he was going to bring the trainer now, so they should stand there, while Oliver watched from the side and noted that he was cruel. Turning his back to the guys, the protagonist declared that if he noticed someone crawling like a snail again, they knew the consequences. With a look full of madness, Kai turned around, asking if this was true. At this time, Eric and his henchmen were sitting to the side, trying to recover from what had happened. The rest of the Doxini clan hunters were standing in line and heard the order to greet each other. Kai, showing the real Oliver behind him, stated that this man would be training them and that he was a great rank hunter in Korea. He then announced him as the Iron Blood Ice Emperor and a great trainer, and he greeted everyone with a puzzled look. A little confused, the trainer said that he shouldn't have called him so loudly. The boy, pointing at him with his hand, concluded that just for the sake of general development, his nickname was very honorable. Looking at his subordinates, the protagonist stated that he wanted them to remember to show respect and call him Trainer Iron Blood Ice Emperor, and they obeyed the order. Immediately after that, the Doxini clan members would all say in one voice that it was an honor to meet him, the Iron Blood Ice Emperor trainer, and that they were now in his hands, and Oliver would listen to them, puzzled, and simply remain silent. Then the boys would tell the Iron Blood Ice Emperor trainer that they respected him and loved him with all their hearts, and he would awkwardly scratch his head upon hearing this, saying that he was looking forward to working with them. Then he would put his hand in front of him and declare that that was all for today, and that adjustments would be made to the clan tomorrow, and the hunters would obey him. Looking at his tablet, Oliver would notice that the next match was coming up soon, and ask if the opponent was known, and the man standing opposite him with a hairband was about to answer. A moment later, he would say that it was the Crimson Flame Demon, and the trainer who heard this was very dumbfounded by such information. Looking at his friend, Kai asked what was wrong, were they really that strong? And he, looking back at him, explained that among the second generation clans, this is one of the best. Imagining in his mind a hunter from this clan who towered over their player, Oliver said that one could say that they were too capable for their clan in their current state, but nothing could be done because everything was decided. Directing his serious gaze forward, the coach concluded that they could only try to prepare in the remaining time, and asked how much time there was until the match, because they should have about 3 weeks, well, or at least 2. In response to this, they received the answer that the match would take place tomorrow, which they were very surprised. Kai and Oliver looked at the Doxini clan members with great surprise and asked them again. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the addition of the Crimson Flame Demon Training Center. We find ourselves in the rest room where someone is addressing the guys. Crimson Flame Demon's coach Steven, with his arms folded across his chest, states that he knows their opponent is Doxini. Watching his clan members just having fun on the couches, he asks if they are too relaxed the day before the match. Playing the console, the boy says that everything is fine and asks what kind of serious face he has. With a sly grin on his face, he notes that he should also understand that these guys were once good, but now they are just empty space. Imagining Eric and his subordinate drowning in a river of rotten fish, the Crimson Flame Demon clan member states that they have long been stuck in the past, and there is no way they will lose to the old guys, so there is no need to worry. After hearing this, Steven adjusted his glasses, agreeing with this, but noting that if we talk about ordinary Doxini, that everything is so, but now everything is different. With a look full of seriousness, the trainer of the Demon of the Crimson Flame declared that, judging by the information he received yesterday, someone bought their clan, and the hunter who heard this, moving his hand to the side, said that he thinks too much about this. Imagining in his head a sheikh who is lying in a bathtub filled with money, the boy said that they are a living example of how the rich buy sports teams as a hobby and, probably, deceived some Eastern rich man with their former glory. Hearing all this, Steven with a thoughtful look concluded that this is what he is talking about. And the problem is different because the Doxini clan was not bought by ordinary people. Having imagined Kai and Oliver in his head, the Crimson Flame Demon trainer explained that he was an rank hunter and the legendary Iron Blood Ice Emperor. The hunter looked at Steven standing next to him in surprise and asked him to forget about Oliver and asked why Kai the hunter would buy the SSL clan, and Steven asked him how he would know. He then stated that they should be prepared in the current situation, which made the clan member think. Continuing to play the console, the boy said that everything would be fine, so there was no need to worry, and the Crimson Flame Demon trainer who saw this was very surprised. Then the hunter, looking at the screen of his console, added that, frankly speaking, he was a little surprised because they had bought the clan just a day ago, and asked that, no matter how great the hunter Kai was, what could he do in just a day, to which Steven agreed. With a smirk on her face, the hunter asked what use it was for him to be the leader of an ranked clan, since he wouldn't be participating in the next matches. Immediately after that, the story shifted to the official SSL arena when the sun was shining brightly. The people in the stands were watching the events in the dome and were cheering. Adam looked straight ahead with a dumbfounded look, not understanding anything. Kai, flexing his fist, said that he was pleased to meet the Demon of the Crimson Flame. With his hand straight in front of him, the boy declared that he was the leader of the Doxini team today, and said his name. The story shifted to the previous evening at the Doxini clan building, when someone said that tomorrow there would be a match against the Demon of the Crimson Flame. With a serious look, Kai declared that he would participate in it. The rest of the people in the room who heard this were extremely surprised, silently opening their mouths. Oliver, holding his hand to the side, asked if it was okay since this was not a national class match, and it might not be good for him to participate in such a small event. And the boy, looking at him, asked what difference it made since he was the one who said that they would fail with their players. Then the coach agreed with the protagonist, who said that his participation would not save his reputation and make the match more interesting. With a confident look, Kai asked them not to worry. Then he added that they should just rely on him, and the story's narrative shifts back to the moment when the boy was standing right in the middle of the battle arena. Adam was looking at him with his mouth open in surprise. Moving his hand to the side, the commander of the Demon of the Crimson Flame asked the hunter Kai what he wanted to say, that he would participate with them, and he gave a positive answer, explaining that since he was the owner of the SSL clan, he wanted to know what an official match was. Looking at his surprised opponent, the boy noted that he heard that it was not forbidden, and asked if there were any objections, to which he received a negative answer. Then the protagonist, taking a step forward, said that he would look forward to the match. Turning his back to Adam, he walked away, and Adam silently watched him go. Standing behind their leader, the members of the Crimson Blood Demon did not understand what he was capable of, and could not believe that the clan leader would participate, wondering if he even knew what to do in the SSL, and thought that they had better be on guard. Adam, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, said that there was no way a rank hunter would want to participate in a match where they were doomed to lose. As Kai stood near his base with his subordinates, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon realized that he must have some kind of strategy. With a serious look, the boy stated that, as he said yesterday, there was only one plan. After which, he turned around and stated that they should try hard, and Eric, who heard this, suddenly sank. Looking at his leader in surprise, the strongest of the clan asked if he was serious, and the leader turned around and said that they couldn't do anything else in one day, so they just had to do their job and then they would see what would happen. Pointing to the side, the protagonist noted that he would take the top lane since he had never played there before, and Eric, who was looking at him with confusion, agreed with this. Activating his magic circle, the strongest of the clan said that they needed to do something first, while Kai, who was standing in front, was about to run forward. When Eric said that he was going to cast a communication spell on him, the boy rushed forward at a tremendous speed. The Doxini clan members who saw this, their mouths open in surprise, silently watched this. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the strongest of the clan did not understand what this was, and he did not wait for them to finish. As the protagonist raced forward at breakneck speed, Eric added that he really didn't have a plan. Showing two people looking down at the battlefield, the plot explained that there was one important factor in SSL that was equal to the team's fighting strength. As the men watched the arena, the plot explained that they would be fighting on a map like this, and the terrain was usually chosen randomly before the matches. Thick fog covered the trees on a dark night, until we learned that today it would be the Forest of Ancient Spirits, a crowd favorite. Showing some ruins of a city, the plot explained that the main feature of this map was the thick fog. Introducing two hunters guarding a tower, we were told that because of it, visibility between the structures was very poor, allowing players to play interesting schemes. At this time, the Doxini clan members were approaching the enemy base and saying that these Crimson Flame bastards were not visible at all, but apparently they were ready for today's match since they usually ran around like idiots. Agreeing with his ally, the clan member also noted that in the first half of the match, these guys were just running around and were probably afraid of Hunter Kai when suddenly another noticed a bright glow right in front of them. It was a sphere of communication magic, from which a voice was heard asking what was happening in the bottom lane. After which a question was heard that the players from their lane had not reached the middle, and the Doxini clan member answered that there was no movement and they were just near their tower. Then he added that it seemed like this time they wanted to feign calm and stall for time, and Eric, surprised by what he heard, did not understand why they would do this. Suddenly, someone stepped forward as the question was asked what then, what did he think they were doing? Looking at the member of the Crimson Flame Demon who appeared out of nowhere, the strongest of the Doxini clan asked why he was the only one who appeared in front of him. With a smile on his face, Adam told Eric that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how things were going. Looking straight at the strongest of the Doxini clan who was standing in a fighting stance, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon noted that judging by how much he had grown, he was now the trump card of this team. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Eric asked what he was planning and whether he was immortal since he came there alone, wondering where his other comrades were. With a sly grin on his face, Adam replied that he sent them to the top lane and wanted two players to face Hunter Kai, which greatly surprised his opponent. Calling the strongest Doxini clan to him with a finger gesture, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon asked if watching him was not a more obvious solution than watching him as a balloon. Adam then concluded that he thought he could handle two of their clan's players on his own, which angered the boys greatly. Eric, enraged, activated his magic circle and asked what he had just said, asking him to stop. He charged at them with great speed, declaring that it was time for him to die. With a smirk on his face, looking straight ahead, the Crimson Demon, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon, did not believe in the seriousness of what was happening. Enveloping his hand in purple energy, he declared that dealing with them would be much easier than he thought. In an instant, his sword was right above Eric's head, and Adam asked how they could leave the tower after such a simple provocation. Suddenly, the invisibility was broken, and members of the Crimson Flame Demon appeared right above the Doxini clan members, and their leader asked how they could not finish him off. Eric looked up in surprise, unable to believe that there were three of them, meaning there was no one in the bottom lane at all. Receiving wounds directly in the back, just like his ally, the strongest of the Doxini clan did not understand how this was possible. Adam watched the blood splashing all around with a smile on his face, asking how else could this be. Imagining two puppets swinging swords in his head, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demons asked what they did not know, that their specialty was cloning skills, noting that they were not exactly useful to use in battle. Visualizing the clone swinging Adam's blade, he added that they were perfect for camouflage on maps with poor visibility like this one. Looking at Eric, who was enveloped in golden energy, the Crimson Flame Demon leader concluded that although it was already too late, he understood that they were clones. As the bodies of the two Doxini clan members disappeared, Adam told his subordinates to return to the bottom line before they realized anything. Then he added that he would level up a little and destroy this line, and they put away their weapons and obeyed the orders. Putting his blade back into the sheath, the Crimson Flame Demon Hunter stated that everything went even smoother than expected, and that they were only worried about Hunter Kai and Bane. Exchanging glances with his allies, he assumed that perhaps the A-class hunter was a clueless newcomer to the SSL, and the Crimson Flame Demon leader agreed with him, noting that there was nothing to be afraid of. After which he assumed that perhaps it was not worth going 2 against 1, when suddenly a communication sphere appeared in front of him. Looking at the flame of the negotiation magic, Adam said that the upper line was calling them, and apparently they were finished too. Looking directly at the communication sphere, the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon asked his subordinates if they were finished, and if it was even a little difficult. On the other side, a girl stood with a frightened look, who gave a negative answer. While Kai passed by her ally, who was enveloped in a golden glow, the participant of the Crimson Flame Demon explained that it was crushing, and the leader, who heard this, could not believe that it was so much. After which he noted that they were impressive, and the girl was trembling with fear and explained that she was not talking about that. After which she declared that they were crushed, and Adam, who heard this, asked with great surprise what she was talking about. When the boy swung his fist, enveloped in blue energy, the huntress from behind the demon of the Crimson Flame said that they were defeated. A moment later, the protagonist was preparing to strike directly at her, and the girl added at the end that Kai managed to do it alone. The plot takes us to the sanctuary of the clan demon of the Crimson Flame, which stood under the night sky. The guys teleported there. They were lying on the ground. Bree looked at the sphere, which asked what happened to them. The dumbfounded guy asked not to say that they died against Kai. Exhausted, Bree listened to the words that they, with a lot of experience, lost 2-on-1, after which she said that they simply did not see the main character, because he was crazy. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl emphasized that they were not the first to attack. Kai attacked them when the match had just begun. The main character was walking towards them. There was a smile on his face. The guy's surprised Adam answered that then there were even more questions, noting that in the first half of the match he should have been busy trying to dodge the tower's attacks, unless they wanted to say that something was wrong with them. Holding her head, Bree noted that this is why she said that Kai was crazy. She imagined the tower, which was glowing brightly, and said that it was completely functional. Streams of blue energy were flying at the main character. Kai watched the projectiles with an unperturbed look. The main character dodged the projectiles with a sharp jerk. He was moving towards Chris. Chris was shocked by what was happening. Standing in front of the sphere, Bree screamed that they both couldn't handle Kai and they urgently needed to send reinforcements or they would lose the top lane. Confused, Adam said that he heard them. The sphere appeared in front of the guys, from which came the guy's voice, who said that the bottom lane should send a person to the middle instead of him because he would go up and help them. Frowning, the guys assumed that the opponents had figured out their strategy. Putting his hand on his hip, Adam asked if the guys knew that Doxini was a bunch of cowards. He imagined his accomplices beating up the guys and said that they had beaten them up pretty good, so they would rather sit in the fog and fight their clones, and if they shot magic at them a couple of times, they would get scared and wouldn't dare attack. The guys saw clones in the fog. They pointed their fingers, trying to figure out if there were real people there. The enemy leader said with a serious look that the strategy would only last for about 10 minutes, but it should still work. No matter how strong Kai was, he was alone. The corpses of monsters lay on the ground. The protagonist stood among the corpses. Kai stretched his shoulder and said that he didn't understand if he could handle it. He came to the tower. The protagonist struck it. Kai tried to destroy it. Looking at his fist, the protagonist noticed that he was told to destroy the enemy tower. Looking at the dent in the tower, Kai assumed that it was because it was harder to level up there than in the Servant War, but it turned out to be harder than he thought. Turning around, the protagonist said that killing players was more fun than killing monsters. Looking at the guy, Kai asked if he and Adam of the Crimson Flame team were thinking the same thing. The dumbfounded guy replied that it was. Watching the protagonist, he thought that their level difference was not that big, but he felt too much pressure from him. A powerful aura enveloped Kai's body. Gritting his teeth, the enemy leader noted that everything was fine and he should not be afraid. There were 2 guys behind the protagonist, while the guy was thinking about how he just needed to be crushed by the crowd. While Bry was sneaking up on Kai, he said that he had a question. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist clarified whether the team members in SSL communicated with each other. The protagonist with a serious look said that it was strange. He played SSL for the first time, but he had experience in a similar game where they contacted each other, but there was nothing from the others. Kai remembered looking at the sphere. Dumbfounded, Adam wondered if he chatted so much, but until now he had not contacted anyone. The guy introduced the stranger and asked not to tell him that this fool did not cast a communication spell on him. He said with a smile on his face that SSL is a rather quiet game. The guy suddenly frowned. The guys who were standing behind Kai were wary. They started to walk towards him. They came out of invisibility and rushed at the protagonist. The protagonist suddenly jumped. He flew over the guys and said that their attacks were very well coordinated. The dumbfounded girl wondered if he dodged. Kai extended a finger from which bright energy emanated. Powerful shots hit the guys. Watching the fight, Adam wondered what was happening, whether he had foreseen the attack and noticed the invisibility spell, which ensures perfect stealth until the player starts to attack. Kai landed on the ground. He swung his fist at Adam. The protagonist hit him in the face. The guy flew to the side from the powerful blow. The dumbfounded boy wondered how this could be. Looking at Kai, the enemy leader said that one thing was clear to him: the protagonist was a monster. The goddess of sloth watched the protagonist and said that this was not quite what she expected. Holding her face, she noted that the hunter Kai was much superior to the boy and this was excessive. She bit off a chip and emphasized that now she was between two fires. This time, she wanted the protagonist to lose. There was a smile on her face. We were again transferred to the sanctuary of the demon clan of the Crimson Flame, where the guys were trying to recover from the battle. There was a heavy silence between them. Adam, with a hopeless smile on his face, said that he could not believe that the three of them lost to one and did not think that today would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Puzzled, Bree said that not only the top line was broken, if Kai decided to help the others, they would not be able to stop him. Frowning, the guy said that it was somehow strange. Sitting on the ground, Adam reasoned that, as Bree said, the protagonist is physically strong, but it's not just his attack power. He has insane speed, even when he uses that kick move that martial artists use. A memory of Kai jumping over his opponents popped into his head. Getting to his feet, he asked why the protagonist was only targeting the tower and trying to force his way into the sanctuary. Adam pointed at Bree and said that Kai had nothing to fear when he alone took out half of their team. Thinking back to his encounter with the protagonist, Adam concluded that from what he saw, it didn't seem like he was communicating with his teammates. Walking through the sanctuary, Adam stated that communication was a basic effect in SSL. Any viewer would know about it. He introduced Kai and noted that although he had incredible physical abilities, he was a greenhorn who didn't even know the rules. Looking away, the boy said that in that case, he had an idea. The crystal above the tower was glowing brightly. Kai continued to try to destroy it. His fist was covered in a blue aura. Using a heavenly strike, the protagonist finally destroyed the tower. It fell to the ground. Kai stretched his shoulder and noted that he finally broke it. It took longer than he thought. If they had attacked him in a crowd again, it would have been longer. The protagonist looked at the forest and said that after he killed the three, it became suspiciously quiet. He remembered standing in front of the angel and reasoning that when he killed servants in the war, the enemies returned to fight, and this game should be the same. Kai placed his hands on his hips and stated that in any case, he destroyed the tower. As he was told, now he needs to destroy the shrine. A blue projection appeared above his head. He read that the enemy destroyed his shrine. The protagonist was confused and wondered what had happened. Kai imagined two teams fighting and noted that SSL is a strategic sport where both sides use certain tactics depending on the skills and advantages of their players, so they say. But in reality, it is much simpler. The warriors looked at each other while the protagonist thought about protecting his team's shrine and destroying the enemy's shrine. Kai imagined the enemy shrine and emphasized the fact that the game is insanely simple. The enemy leader was watching the protagonist while the story told us that Kai, who was playing SSL for the first time, did not know about this, and experienced Adam realized this, so he applied the strategy of focus only on offense. The guys were surprised. Adam and his comrades ran into battle. He created a magic circle in front of his hand. The guys were pinned down. Chris and Bree injured them. Standing in front of the sphere, Adam told the bottom line that they were done. The guy swung his blade. He fought the stranger and said that they were not done yet. While fighting, the guys said that they needed more time. There were 2 on 2. Enraged, Adam screamed for them to immediately run to the shrine as soon as they were done and not pay attention to the towers and monsters. He continued to run, saying that they needed to destroy the shrine before Kai. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and the plot told us that the demons of the Crimson Flame came up with such a plan. If the Doxini team was not so weak, they would have guessed, but unfortunately, the strategy worked, as a result of which the Doxini suffered their 20th defeat in a row. An exhausted guy lay on the ground. Sunlight enveloped the building. Holding a tablet in his hands, the protagonist read the news. Looking up, Kai asked the guys how they were. The guys were holding barbells on their shoulders. Closing his eyes, the guy asked why the main character ran away right away. Standing in front of Kai, Eric noted that if they could communicate, everything would not be so bad. Sighing, the main character replied that the defeat was largely his fault, because he was wrong about one thing, did not think, but they were so weak that they were instantly defeated while he was not around. Eric was taken aback by these words. Kai handed the tablet to Rick and emphasized the fact that therefore he takes responsibility for the defeat and accepts it. He will completely remake their bodies and minds. Standing in front of the guys, the main character ordered them to do 1,000 squats with a barbell. Indignant Eric clarified whether this was even possible, to which he received that it was. They can let him know if there are difficulties. Folding his fist, Kai noted that he will help them cope personally. The guys were scared by his words. The barbell was lying on the floor. They were shocked by the training. Rick stood next to the main character and noticed that he was still the same, not giving in during training. Shifting his gaze, Kai said that this was his clan now. Without basic training there was no way. He noticed a notification that the main character had lost for the first time. The sealed territory of the goddess of laziness and defeat had passed to him. Frowning, Kai read that he had received the territory of defeat. Now with each defeat he would become stronger. The goddess of laziness said with a satisfied look that it took a long time. He had finally achieved it. The girl watched him and noticed that he had finally achieved it. Sitting in front of the screen, the goddess said that this was her doing because only she had this territory, no other constellation had it. Holding her chin, she noted that it was too early to be surprised. The very fact that the territory was unlocked meant that he had been given the highest power. Purple energy enveloped Kai's body. Looking at the hand, the protagonist read a message that the power of the Lord of Slowness and Silence that was sealed along with the territory was also unlocked. He saw a huge monster and asked again what the Lord was. We were shown a huge whale and told that the Lord of Slowness and Silence lives in northern China and rules over most of the territories and people, the most famous evil god on earth and one of the most powerful. Kai looked closely at the monster. He asked with a puzzled look if this was the power of the evil god. The protagonist read a message that said that he could declare a territory of silence, which would force his enemies to remain silent. Frowning, Kai noticed that this was her territory seal, and then asked why he was given the power of the Constellation of Silence, to which he received the answer that the territory of defeat is able to absorb part of the power of the creature defeated by the owner. The goddess of sloth recalled standing before the evil god and told him that long ago, when she fought him in the abyss, her territory absorbed his power. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if she fought the Constellation of Silence, noting that he heard. He hated everything noisy and almost never went out, after which he asked how it happened that they met in battle. Closing her eyes, the goddess of sloth replied that it was so long ago that she no longer remembered, but it could be considered that she hit the jackpot. Stretching out his hand, Kai clarified whether he could use this power and what if the god decided to hold a grudge against him for this. Shaking her head, the goddess of sloth and stated that it was very unlikely, so he should not worry and not worry about such trifles, because he is many times lazier than her. The protagonist imagined a huge monster lying on the bed and asked if he was a constellation like her. Sighing, Kai asked not to take it to heart. He removed the projection in front of him and said that, however, it would be better if he did not have to use it. After all, it was the power of an evil god. The angel spread its wings and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The surprised protagonist wondered if this was a technique of whispering frequencies or communication magic. He turned his head towards the bright glow. Eva appeared in front of him, asking for forgiveness for such an impudent appearance. Smiling, she said that the lady ordered her to give him something personally. Looking up, the protagonist asked why. Looking at her, Kai said that she appeared out of nowhere. He came to the office of the head of the clan. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked about the War of the Constellations and whether the goddess was preparing for the War of the Constellations on Earth. Eva extended her hand and replied that it was so. She wanted to know if he would help her, so she sent her to ask. Eva added with a smile on her face that her opponent liked Constellation Wars, so the lady thought she would need someone who was well informed about what was happening on Earth. After which Kai said that he was always open to Constellation Wars, but there was no need. Looking into the protagonist's eyes, Eva told him that it was all because of the theme of the war, treasure hunting. The surprised protagonist asked again. He introduced a guy holding a box in his hands and asked if Eva was talking about a game where the player finds a sacred artifact, the treasure of the constellation. Eva introduced various artifacts and said that a sacred artifact is a part of a constellation that they place in a certain place to give it their energy. You could say that they mark the territory in this way. Removing the artifact is tantamount to taking away the right to own the territory. This is treasure hunting. Looking at Kai, Eva asked if he had tried something like this before, to which he replied that he had only heard about it, and that he also knew that it was disadvantageous for the player because the war was taking place on the enemy's territory. Slightly frowning, the protagonist stated that as far as he knew, only one evil god played this, which meant that the goddess was targeting the ruler of the lands of England, the collector of noble crowns. Eva imagined the monster and answered that this was true. She imagined two armies preparing for battle, and noted that as Kai knew, due to the war with the six-winged angel, he did not have the resources to watch every corner of his territory. If they quietly entered his territory at a time like this, they would be able to find the sacred artifact. A picture of warriors fighting demons appeared in her mind, after which she added that once they did, they would declare war on the constellations before they were discovered. Raising the cup to his mouth, the protagonist said that then the victory would be easy, since he loved such wars. The chances that he would not accept the offer were extremely small. Eva, with a satisfied look, said that this was the whole plan. Putting the cup on the table, Kai said that he could not refuse. Not only did he want to participate in the Constellation War with the evil god, but he also had to thank her for helping him protect his territories. He remembered how Eva fought. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he would get ready and they could leave, and he would take care of the transport himself. Eva shook his hand and noted that she wanted to thank him for his quick agreement. Her mistress would be glad to hear about it. Sitting opposite, Kai clarified what the goddess was going to do when she returned the lands to England and whether she wanted people to believe in her. Eva answered with a smile that the protagonist did not quite understand her correctly. The mistress was not trying to return the lands, she wanted to rule on her own. The surprised protagonist asked again. Eva extended her arms and declared that Themis wanted to rule with him. Kai was shocked by what she said. He stood up from his chair and asked again. The story takes us a few days later to an English town near Pas-de-Calais. The angels were fighting monsters. Elaphael raised her blade. She cut the monsters. The demons were stunned. Moving on, the angel said that no one would have thought that the collector would have hard to kill vampires as subordinates. Wiping the sweat from her face, Elaphael emphasized that this is why it took a little longer. The angels flew to her and said that they were informed that the battles in the other zones were also over. Looking at the many corpses, Elaphael assumed that this town was finished. Putting away her blade, the angel stated that the war had started months ago. She couldn't believe they hadn't advanced past the shore. She was ashamed in front of her master. The boy stood next to her and told her that there was nothing they could do. The evil god's energy in these lands was weakening them. Elaphael calmly noted that they couldn't afford to linger any longer. They would move out as soon as they were ready. She noticed the wounded people and said that they didn't look like them. The girl stood next to them and assumed that they were ordinary hunters who had sneaked into the battle. She looked at Elaphael and said that she didn't know because she was focused on commanding the battle. Due to the recent Constellation Wars happening in England, the gates had started appearing more often. The girl imagined a battle between evil and good gods and told her that some hunters were chasing high-quality materials that could be obtained from the monsters in this gate. Elaphael stated with a serious expression that humans were truly pathetic. She imagined Kai fighting, and noted that she wanted to change her point of view a little after the last French raid, but apparently most humans were usually not worth the protagonist's little finger. Kai had a smile on his face. While examining the wounded, Elaphael emphasized the fact that she was sure that he would not even think about stealing. The protagonist watched the guys from the roof. He seriously assumed that the six-winged angel and the collector were too busy with each other to pay attention to anything else. As he left, Kai said that they would take advantage of this and quickly pull it off. Flexing his fist, the protagonist noted that it was time to steal the collector's treasure. We are transported to a sunny city in England. Walking down the street, Kai said that this was unexpected. He put his hand in his pocket and said that he expected sulfur and fire from the territory of the evil god, but it was more peaceful than he imagined. His gaze fell on the family who were holding their son's hands. Eva, with a smile on her face, replied that this is normal. The more prosperous the territory, the more powerful the constellation becomes. This also applies to the evil god. She walked next to the protagonist and said that just because everything seems normal does not mean that everything is so harmless. Eva introduced demons and said that the evil constellation rules in its territory what it is strong in. In the case of the collector, this is a hierarchy system. Looking back, Kai clarified whether she was talking about the hierarchy system of ordinary people and aristocrats, to which he received the answer that this is true. The collector pays great attention to what kind of family a person belongs to and whether he maintains order. Eva imagined the hierarchy pyramid in England and noted that it was like the ranks of hunters. Power is distributed depending on the position in this system. Walking across the bridge, Eva said that those who are higher have more information. If they can bribe them, they will help find the sacred artifact. She followed Kai and noted that they are not so difficult to find. She imagined the god who controls the city and emphasized that the collector has a tradition. He gives the largest castle to those who occupy the highest position in each district. They suddenly stopped. The guys looked at the huge gates, which were guarded by demons. Looking at the monsters, Eva said that judging by the fact that vampires are guarding, the owner of the castle must be in a very important position. She looked at Kai and noted that she needed to convince him to share information with them, and she wanted to entrust this to him, because she had spent her entire life in the abyss, which is why she had absolutely no experience communicating with people. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked to rely on him. Kai, covered in a blue aura, said that he was a professional in such conversations. He looked at the vampires and asked if they needed to get into the castle first before starting the conversation. He warmed up his hands and said that he wanted to give a couple of polite blows first. Holding his hand in front of him, Kai noted that he would be rude. The knight held his sword in front of him. We are transported to an office in the castle, at the table of which an old man was sitting. Looking at the man, the stranger clarified whether he was saying that some hunter burst in there and dared to demand an audience with him, to which he received a positive answer. Holding his head, the old man said that this was a funny turn of events, and the plot introduced us to Count Edward. Looking at the man, Edward asked what their guest wanted, after which he heard him say that he would tell only him personally. Waving his hand, Edward ordered to tell Kai to leave there because he had no time for peasants. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the frightened man, Edward asked why he was in a cold sweat. Stunned, Edward heard that the protagonist was standing right behind the door. Kai swung his fist. He was covered in a powerful aura. The door suddenly shattered into pieces. The Count was scared and asked if this was an ambush by the six-winged angel's friends. The protagonist seriously stated that there was no point in calling for help. Edward was at a loss. Looking at the unconscious guards, Kai noted that he was just trying to talk, but they decided to stand in his way, so they sorted it out. The entire corridor was littered with the corpses of the guards. The castle was surrounded by a barrier. The protagonist entered the office and said that his colleague had already created a barrier blocking sound and signals from the castle. If they were hoping for help from the outside, they should forget about it. Edward was shocked. Looking at the guy, he asked if this was the hunter Kai. Raising his hand, the protagonist emphasized that if they knew him, the conversation would go faster, adding that he needed some information. He slammed his fist on the table. Smiling, the protagonist asked if the Count would talk to the commoner. Looking at the dumbfounded Edward, Kai asked if he was busy profiting from working with the evil god. The Count fell to his knees. Bowing his head, Edward cried out that he would tell everything if he was spared. Eva watched this with a puzzled look. Watching Kai, she asked him to continue. Standing in front of the Count, she wondered if on-earth persuasion was a threat. While looking around the room, the protagonist asked about Buckingham Palace. Edward lowered his head and said that he didn't know for sure, but he thought the artifact was there. He introduced the vampire and emphasized the fact that it was the collector's favorite place. Even now the main servants were gathered around the palace for protection. The Count seriously noted that he had been told that this place suited his status. Eva looked at the protagonist and said that in that case the probability of finding the artifact there was really high. She doubted that he would have placed the sacred artifact there on a whim. Kai grabbed Edward by the collar. He lifted him up and asked him to take them there. Dumbfounded Edward asked if he should go with them, to which he received the answer that it was so, because on the way, the protagonist wanted to find out something else and they would need help to get through the collector's servants. Leaving the office, Kai noted that it would be problematic to deal with everyone. He noticed a guy in a respirator and said that he could die. People with machine guns were standing in the hallway. The surprised protagonist asked who they were and if they knew each other. With his finger on the trigger, the man said that Edward was a dirty traitor to the country who had gotten involved with an evil god. He aimed at the Count and shouted that they would administer justice. Holding machine guns, they added that it was in the name of the Knights of the Holy War. Taken aback, Kai mentally asked about the Knights of the Holy War. He remembered looking at his phone and noticing that he had been told about this group. Looking at the guy, the protagonist wondered if these were crazy terrorists. The bandits started shooting. Many bullets were flying at Edward. Kai's hand was covered in blue mana. Waving his hand, he deflected all the shots. The Count covered himself with his hands and screamed for help. The guy was taken aback by what he saw. The protagonist held the caught bullets in his fist. Holding his fist in front of him, Kai called out to the terrorists, calling them psychos. Looking at them, he said he didn't know what they were planning, but since they were the ones who started it. The protagonist threw the bullets out of his hand and asked if it was his turn. The guy raised his hand and ordered them to stop shooting. Looking at his comrades, the bandit leader asked if they understood what was happening, although they saw inner energy in his movements. Looking at the guy, the terrorist cried out that this was the hunter Kai, the same one who fought the evil god. Lowering his machine gun, the man said that it was an honor for him to meet him. With a puzzled look, he cried out that he had an offer for Kai. Standing opposite, the protagonist clarified what his offer was. Holding his head, the guy said that it was nothing special. He just thought that if Kai was free, he could get rid of the collector with them. The man raised his fists in delight. Frowning, the protagonist asked again. Standing in the corridor, Kai said that to sum it up, They were terrorists who wanted to return England to the height of a holy war. He looked at the bandits. A monster appeared in front of them, and the protagonist said that he introduced a certain sponsor who offered them to eliminate the collector together. Pointing his finger, the guy replied that this was exactly it. Raising his head, he said that if they entered these lands first and caused a commotion, the collector's troops would split up, and then he himself would appear and defeat the collector. The man introduced the mysterious monster. He said with a serious look that they came to cleanse the land of traitors, in accordance with the first part of their strategy, but he did not expect that this evil Count Edward would work with Kai. The Count was taken aback by what he heard. Holding the baton in his hands, the guy noted that if he knew this, he would not have taken the torture instrument with him. The protagonist with a serious face said that it was hard to believe their words, after which he clarified whether they seriously thought that this strategy would work and who their sponsor was. The guy raised his hand and replied that he could only say that he had enormous power. In this strategy, it was important to hide the identity of the sponsor. Putting a finger to his chin, Kai mentally assumed that this was one of the constellations. Only they were capable of this, but to lead a squad of terrorists who were not even his servants to fight another constellation. He imagined a monster behind the terrorists. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist replied that he was against their proposal. Putting his hands on his hips, Kai noted that he had his own plans. The bandit turned around and said that in this case they were leaving, because they needed to deal with a bunch of traitors. They ran away and wished good luck to the protagonist. Kai crossed his arms and noted that they were a colorful bunch. He grabbed the Count and asked him to lead them. Holding him in front of him, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it was better for Edward to work closely with them. He added with satisfaction that it was much better than falling into the hands of terrorists. The plot takes us a little later to St. James's Palace in London, where the protagonist and his companion stood in front of a vampire. Pointing his finger, the monster asked if the Count was saying that these were his relatives. Edward was puzzled. He introduced the planet and said that they were all brothers, even different races. The vampire stood in front of him and noted that people were amazing. With a calm face, he asked them to follow the reception because several procedures must be followed before entering Buckingham Palace. Looking at Kai, the vampire said that since he did not trust them, they should not try to do anything, and they would also go with other vampires. The Count led the guys down the corridor. Looking back, he asked what they should do now. He said with a frightened look that they were being watched, and that was the end of his powers. Dumbfounded, Edward asked what that sound was. A vampire corpse was lying at Kai's feet. He stretched his arms and said that he had already sorted it out. The protagonist went ahead, saying that they would now split up. Stepping on the window, the protagonist said that he did not like to attract attention, and he did not have time to stew in bureaucratic hell. Edward stood behind him and asked what he should do if Kai left, creating such a mess. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked the Count to sort it out. Looking at the dumbfounded Edward, Kai said that he had helped them a lot by ruining his own country, and perhaps they would spare him. Eva climbed onto the window and said goodbye to the Count. He fell to his knees and said that he was finished. The plot takes us to Buckingham Palace, the gates of which were guarded by vampires. Kai hid behind a tree and reported that they had arrived. Looking over the guards, the protagonist stated that judging by the fact that the guards were stronger than in other places, there was a high chance that the sacred artifact was there. He calmly noted that all that was left was to determine its location. Eva put her hand on Kai's shoulder and asked him not to worry while he said that this could be done with the help of his patron's power. She cried out with delight that she would figure it out. Taken aback, the protagonist thought about what that voice was. He imagined Themis behind Eva's back and asked if she was a goddess. The girl pointed at herself with a smile, and Kai asked that this was the same energy, she was a goddess. Looking ahead in surprise, he added that she had descended to Earth, but that would require a lot of existential energy. The goddess answered that it was true. After all, the sacred artifact was difficult to detect using only the abilities of mortals. Clenching her fist, she added that she thought it was the perfect moment, so she showed up. Her cheeks turned red. Folding her arms, she added that she did a great job, to which the protagonist thought that even if she wasn't here, he would have done something with his own existential power. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that looking at her, he doubted he could say it out loud. Then the protagonist, smiling, said that he was just thinking that he could use some help. A system message appeared that the kitten was grinning mockingly and saying that she was a child and needed to be coaxed. The goddess pointed her finger up, saying that they should go there. She could sense the energy of the sacred artifact from there. The protagonist saw energy behind the large gate, and the girl shouted that, judging by the existential power emitted, she was sure that it was there. Kai smiled and replied that he didn't expect it to be that easy, but it seemed they had found him. Standing up, he added that they first had to get past the guards. The goddess extended her hand towards him, telling him to stand here. She placed her hands on her waist with a smile, adding that she would figure it out, to which the protagonist looked at her in surprise. After which he folded his hands, saying that he didn't even know how to thank her. The goddess replied that they were allies, so it should be. The girl watched this with disappointment, thinking that she had never had a drop of dignity, after which the goddess extended her hand, around which flames appeared, saying that now she would show him her power. She smiled, and a system message appeared in front of her, after which she said that this was her first time on Earth, so it might not be easy, let him be careful. The system message said that a formless thinker had appeared on Earth, penetrating things. The protagonist looked at the system window and asked who did this, after which a pink creature surrounded by lightning appeared in the sky. It hovered right above Kai and the goddess. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Then the creature slowly began to approach. The monster smiled maliciously. Looking at the ground, it told the noble crown collector to come out, after which it released many spikes, shouting for him to come and see its wrath. A huge number of fragments rushed down, destroying everything in their path. The demons jumped back in fear, dodging the projectiles. One of them, looking at his ally, shouted for him to call everyone outside. There were too few of them to deal with the constellation. The protagonist raised his hand and looked forward. He remembered meeting this constellation before, saying that he knew that it would prepare for revenge on the collector after its defeat, but who would have thought that the revenge would be so large scale? A huge number of shells landed near the demons. The protagonist imagined the creature in his head, saying that he led those terrorists to divide the collector's troops. Raising his head, he continued to say that he did not have enough troops and would have no choice but to appear here. The girl replied that this was incredibly stupid. In this incomplete manifestation, he only had existential power without essence. Throwing up her hands, she continued to say that she could not believe that the constellation was so emotional. She did not understand. Kai, smiling, said that in any case, it would be better for them, so there would be practically no guards left in the palace. He looked at the destroyed gate. Then, taking a few steps forward, he flexed his fist, saying that they needed to go and steal something. Turning to the goddess, he added that she should return as soon as they found the sacred artifact. It is impossible for such existential power to be found here. The girl asked dissatisfiedly, "Why so quickly? We are transferred to a large castle on the territory of the Abyss Collector." The king punches with all his might. Dissatisfied watching what is happening, he says that who dared to arrange a farce on his territory. Grabbing the crown, he said that he already has more than enough worries with these Knights of the Sixth Angel, after which he opened a portal, seeing his subordinate, saying that in times like these, he is his strongest servant, so why is he so slow? The guy flew forward at great speed, and the king added that how much time had passed since he left the protection of the sacred artifact to deal with everyone. Looking at the giant monster, he added that he should stop him immediately. The guy swung his sword, answering that he will carry out his order, after which he struck, releasing an energy wave. The monster looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and then was thrown aside. He looked menacingly ahead and said that he had a different energy, that he was the strongest servant of the collector of stolen crowns. In front of us was the vampire king, silently hanging in the air. Frowning, he said that he was a thinker, a constellation. Why was he behaving so ugly in front of mortals? Raising his head, the vampire added that he should retreat if he still had the honor of a constellation, to which the monster replied, no. The guy looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and the constellation replied that he didn't care. He increased his size, adding that the destruction was without a clan and tribe. Why should he worry about some honor? After which he fired a huge number of projectiles towards the vampire. The guy quickly dodged them. Smiling, the constellation said that he was a squeaky mosquito that pretended to be bigger than he really was. It would be nice to watch him escape. After which the monster raised his head, asking if the collector could see this. A pathetic servant could not stop his anger. The king, watching the constellation, heard him screaming for him to stop hiding, let him come out and meet him, or he was scared. The collector's body trembled, and he said with displeasure that he was a small slug. Frowning, he added that if he had not fought the six-winged angel, he would have gotten rid of him. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, which said that the virtuous goddess of Libra was offering him a treasure hunt. Seeing this, he asked what was going on. A constellation not even in the first 100 wanted to organize a treasure hunt. He imagined the goddess in his head. Then he squeezed his hand in anger, saying that they did not know their place, they were just showing off. Extending his finger, he added that he would defeat her before she set foot on his lands. A system message appeared that the collector agreed to a war of constellations with the goddess of Libra. The girl, lowering her gaze, replied that she did not expect him to agree so quickly. Probably the collector was up to his neck in work. The protagonist, climbing the steps, replied that this was not surprising. Grabbing the crown, he continued to say that he would not admit that they had already found the sacred artifact. The protagonist grinned and said that he would not allow the thought that they had already found the sacred artifact. Standing behind him, the girl asked what they should do now, said that they could declare victory, to which he replied that no, let him forgive them, but they would put it off for now. Looking at him in surprise, she asked why, to which she was told that if they did so, these lands would become hers and the collector's army would immediately appear here. A furious monster appeared. It was heard that the problem was that they would also have to deal with the enraged bastard, and he wanted. Stretching her hand out to the side, the girl asked what to use it for while the collector's army was driving out the thinker, to which the protagonist replied what exactly. Eva smirked and said that it was incredible. She thought he only used frontal attacks. She didn't know that he was strong in cheap tactics too. To which Kai replied that he thanked her for the compliment, and the goddess asked what it was a compliment. Holding the sword in his hands, he said that but they won't stand idle either. The girl looked away, hearing that everything needed to be finished before the collector realized that the sacred artifact was gone. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they would get some help. A glow appeared around the monster. Gritting his teeth, Blaze thought that even though this was an unfinished manifestation, the constellation remained a constellation. A dome appeared above the building. The thought appeared that the more mana was poured into the pure blood barrier surrounding the palace, the stronger the debuff it gave. The monsters raised their hands. The thought appeared that all the servants here, except him, had already invested their mana into it. The monster's eyes lit up, and Blaze thought that he was still so strong. Suddenly the creature inhaled air, and the guy thought how they could defeat him. Suddenly a blow flew at him. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that the devil and used the great sword of true blood. Reflecting the blow, Blaze shouted loudly. Looking straight ahead, he opened his eyes in surprise. Swinging, the monster said that he had let his guard down. His fist rushed forward. It was heard that a nasty bug. A blow flew at the vampire. He quickly flew down. The monsters froze and turned to him. Lying on the ground, Blaze wheezed. The creature raised his hands up and said that it was nice to see him lying on the ground. A huge typhoon appeared. It was heard that it was time to put an end to this. As soon as he got rid of it, the barrier would turn to dust. The monster launched an attack forward and said that he could destroy it and leave. Watching the attack, the vampire thought that they had screwed up big time. He still couldn't move because of the force of the blow, completely useless. Suddenly, someone appeared next to him. Looking to the side, the hero said that thanks for the teleportation. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he should leave it to him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The protagonist began to swing his sword. Looking up, the vampire asked that they were people. The monster looked angrily and asked what he was. Looking at him, Kai heard that he was the servant of the invincible avatar of training. The monster watched the people and asked what was going on, how they ended up here, why they were standing in his way. Blaze looked surprised, hearing that his master wanted to get rid of the collector, to which he thought that it was true. Why would he save him? He shuddered in amazement and added that maybe. He heard, the servant of the avatar of training is willing to do other people's business. Looking at the hero, the vampire asked that he came to protect the locals. Looking away, the protagonist replied that something like that, to which Blaze replied that it was clear. Approaching him, he added that it was good that he forgot their past omissions and sided with the weak. Yes, he is a man of honor. Kicking the ground, the vampire said, okay, a noble man. Grinning, he added that he would fight shoulder to shoulder with him, to which Kai replied that of course he would not refuse. The monster looked at them furiously and asked that they, animals, believed in themselves. How did they come together? Yes. Having delivered an attack, he added that well, fine, they will fight since it comes to that. Looking at him, the hero asked that he could use fire magic, to which the vampire replied that no, if he could, he would have used it from the very beginning, to which he added that he thought so. Frowning, the protagonist said, okay, let's move on. He's dealt with the likes of this before, so he knows what to do. Smirking, he continued that they just need to chop him up before he starts regenerating. Suddenly, they jumped up. Kai deftly dodged the attacks. The monster looked at them in amazement and asked what was going on. Multicolored beams rushed forward. It was heard that mortals, they dared to fight him. Suddenly, blows began to fly at the creature. They dealt powerful blows. People began to fall down. A bright flash appeared above them. Sliding along the ground, the vampire asked that they dealt with him, to which the hero replied that it was not worth saying that. After such words they always recover. Particles were scattered to the sides. It was heard that although it was still a constellation, so recovery was already happening. Looking at them, the monster said that if his manifestation was complete, he would shake everything out of them with one blow. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he would get out of the way, stop standing in his way. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that especially the two of them, why are they meddling in other people's business on someone else's territory? Let them get out of here, to which he replied that he was such a whiner. Kai looked surprised to hear that when he got rid of the collector's territory on Earth, he would return to where he came from, to which he asked that he only needed this. Putting his hand into the portal, he added that he would have said it right away. The monster was surprised to hear that he could help him, to which he asked what he was talking about. Looking at him, the vampire asked what was true, what was he talking about. He suddenly decided to get rid of his master's territory. He opened his eyes wide and added what? The hero held the crown in his hands. It was heard that he should wait. He smirked and said that he was a servant of the avatar of training who had formed an alliance with the goddess. A glow began to emanate from the artifact, and the protagonist said that he represented their alliance and declared victory in their constellation war. A notice appeared above the building stating that the alliance of the goddess of Libra and the avatar of training had declared victory in the constellation war. The constellation asked in surprise upon hearing that he had been defeated. He raised his hands upon seeing that the lands of England now belonged to the goddess of Libra, to which he asked what the hell was that. The vampire asked in surprise upon hearing that the servants of the collector would be banished from the territory. Frowning, he asked what kind of nonsense was that. A glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he was doing. He had gotten rid of the collector as he had said. Looking at him, the monster heard that the constellation kept its word, to which he replied that of course, in his opinion, he was an idiot like a collector. His eyes lit up and he added that he would return as promised. Let him convey his gratitude to the master. Looking at the portal, the protagonist heard that from him. At the same time, the forest near the London Green Force. Looking straight ahead, the angel asked what the situation was. They were about to enter London. She raised her eyebrows and added that but the training avatar and the goddess of scales took the lands. How did this happen? Standing next to him, the angel asked what the hell, they almost won the war, where did they come from? And the other said that it was impossible to leave it like this. They would press on and attack. Looking at the notifications, Alaphael heard that with their army they would easily defeat the goddess of scales, to which she replied that yes, but a message appeared that the six-winged angel ordered everyone to calm down because he was not interested in the land itself. Sitting on the throne, the constellation said that he started the war only to drive the evil god from the land. His eyes lit up and he said that now the goal was achieved, further fighting was pointless. The hero held the angel in his arms. It was heard that in addition, he was indebted to the training avatar. He would consider this as fulfilling his obligations. Anyway, his pride was not hurt in any way. Alaphael smirked, hearing that it was true, to which she replied that it was. The constellation looked surprised, hearing that it was truly a wise decision, to which he replied that it was good to retreat. Looking at the message, the angel heard that why she looked so happy, to which she asked again. With her hands outstretched, she asked what he was talking about. She had no idea what he was talking about. Let him not get the wrong idea. She was happy not because she didn't have to fight this man, to which he replied, okay, let him breathe. Looking at her, Orion asked if she would have scolded him if he had asked her to fight, to which the angel replied, no, not at all, and he added, okay, let her calm down. Looking up, the hero said, great. A huge building appeared. It was heard that the partially destroyed palace was being restored. Grinning, he said that the power of the goddess was truly incredible, to which Eve replied that this was nonsense for their mistress, and the goddess was embarrassed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said okay, he thought they had sorted it out somehow. It was time to discuss further plans. Stretching his hand forward, he asked how the goddess was going to rule the island, to which the girl asked again that they hadn't discussed it. Eva smiled. It seemed that she said that she wanted to rule with him, that it was a condition of their alliance, but it wasn't in the treaty itself. Frowning, Kai said that he should wait, but he wouldn't say what. Standing in front of the girl, he asked that she had no ideas on how to rule these lands, to which she replied that well, they were just. The hero froze in amazement, hearing that they thought that everything would work out with his help. The elf elder grinned. The thought appeared that these two thought that England was some kind of tribe, like elves. Raising his finger up, the protagonist asked her what she knew, what voting was, to which she asked again, and he added that in her opinion, how they choose leaders. Smirking, Eva asked that probably by the strength of the army. Sitting on the throne, the goddess heard what she would say, to which she replied that if not by the strength of the army, then. Kai hit his face with his hand, hearing that maybe, by the strength of the blow. A bright sky appeared. It was heard that they would simply find an expert. A few days later, a huge palace appeared. A view of the office opened up. Sitting at the table, the hero said that they must be already busy solving America's affairs, apologizes for having to go all this way. The girl stretched her hand to the side, hearing that he needed her help, to which she replied that she understood. After all, he became the owner of such a huge territory overnight. Looking at the tablet, she added that she was no longer surprised. This was not the first time for him. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise, hearing that they would get straight to the point. A business proposal for England appeared, to which he asked again. Kai, looking at the girl, asked that she wanted to use the business proposal for England, to which she replied that yes, she was thinking about creating a new country, but she was not sure if it was a good idea. People were on strike. It was heard that some time ago it was fashionable, Hunters conquered lands and created their own countries. Looking down, Lauren said that but none of them exist anymore as he thinks, why? Looking at her, the hero said that because a country cannot be ruled by brute force alone, and she answered that it is true, although nothing is impossible if they hired professionals and had more time. They nodded their heads, hearing that but they do not want to go that far, right? The man held a crown in his hands, and it was heard that so let him hand over the administrative chores to the English politicians who had been removed from their posts. The protagonist grinned, and it was said that in exchange he would receive absolute rights to the lands of England. Clenching his fist, the girl said that then they could become the ones who restored the country and have the authority to conduct business in England, which was very useful. Eva and Kai clapped, hearing that well, isn't it perfect, to which they replied that this is what an expert means. Looking at the message, the hero asked what this was a list of possible cases, to which he was told that yes, she had narrowed it down to the development of artifacts and businesses related to mining in the abyss. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that if he had any wishes, they could be added to this list, to which he replied that then. The protagonist was preparing food. It was heard that what about catering, in the positions of which the components from the abyss will be used. Standing in front of him, the girl said that such a business, it means he wants to do something like this, to which he replied that but for this it is necessary for workers to grow components in the abyss. Lightning appeared. A question was heard that to bring orcs. Looking down, Kai thought that he felt clairvoyance. Monsters were lying on the ground. A thought arose that something had happened again. Opening his eyes wide, he added that no, everything is different. The man looked down. A thought arose that so far the prediction of the future has always shown the problem itself. The monster opened his mouth wide, and the hero thought that the environment too. People were lying on the floor, and he added that why now he can't see anything. Looking down, the protagonist thought about what was the matter. Bill indignantly asked that he was here. Leaning on the table, the man heard that just think, he was calling him on the emergency line. Something had happened, to which he replied that yes, it was very serious, he had just been contacted directly from the White House. Another dimension appeared. It was heard that the gate of the dungeon appeared in the middle of America. A huge portal appeared. It was said that it was an S-class dungeon. A little later, Dragon Industries. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that he could not believe that he saw the future in which America was burning. Sitting in front of the hero, he added that it was exactly like that, to which he replied that yes, judging by the time frame, he thought so. A portal appeared. It was said that it was quite possible that it was because of that very dungeon. Putting his hand to his face, Bill said that it meant that it would explode and monsters would pour into the outside world. Scratching his head, he continued that to be honest, he expected something like this, but it seemed like there would be more problems, to which the protagonist asked that he expected the dungeon to be in a critical state. Frowning, the chairman replied that yes, he had been informed from there. People were heading towards the portal. It was heard that experienced teams had gone there, but no one had returned yet. Hunters were drowning in the water. It was said that this is why many suspected that this dungeon was a trap. People were standing in front of the portal. It was said that now the other clans were simply standing in front of the gate. Kai looked surprised to hear that instead of running into unpredictable territory, they were building a defensive line and waiting for the explosion, to which he replied that they wanted to cut out the monsters as soon as they came out. Putting the mug on the table, he added that it was a good solution, but judging by what he saw, to which the man asked that the defensive line would be destroyed. Yes. Looking straight ahead, he said that in any case, driving the hunters into the dungeon is also not the best option. The hero stood still. It was heard that he would also include him in the current line of defense and add more hunters to strengthen it. Putting the mug on the table, the chairman said that they would need at least class of hunters, preferably from America. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he was not sure how many to call, to which he asked, "That's how?" The man took a step forward. It was heard that it was strange. He was talking to an acquaintance. He would be here soon. The man stood in front of the door. A question was heard. Who? The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that he was there, to which he replied that it seemed he had arrived. The man opened the door slightly. It was said that he was a class A hunter. He entered the office. His name was heard. Shaking the hero's hand, Wayne said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at him, the man asked how he was doing, to which the protagonist replied that he was doing well. Thank you for responding so quickly. Grinning, he added that it seemed like he owed him, to which the hunter replied that he did not at all. They were standing on the car. It was heard that compared to his help during the incident in the parking lot, this was nonsense. Grinning, the man said that he sold the stolen cabinet and got a good amount of money. Closing his eyes, he added that thanks to him he became a billionaire. Listening to this is the least he can do, to which Kai thanked him. Frowning, the protagonist said that he needed the help of an A-class hunter, to which Wayne replied that he knew it. It was because of the A-class dungeon. Flames appeared around the man. It was heard that he assumed this. That's why he contacted his friend. He is an extremely capable A-class hunter. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he also immediately said that he would take part in the raid if he helped him a little, to which he asked what with what. Standing behind the man, Kai asked what he was talking about, to which Wayne replied that he thought it was better for him to hear it himself. They would move. A huge stadium appeared. It was said that to where he was at the moment, swords clashed with each other. Hunters were fighting among themselves. Looking at them, the man said that yes, great, let him continue in the same spirit, press until he wins. Frowning, the protagonist asked that he was sure that it was him, the A-class hunter he advised, to which the hunter replied that yes, he may seem a little frivolous. The man turned around, hearing that but his abilities are excellent, to which he replied that he was so focused that he did not even notice the guests. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he apologized, let him introduce himself. Putting his hand on his side, Carter introduced himself. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was nice to meet him, he heard that he needed his help, and this was a condition of his participation in the raid. Standing in front of the man, he added that so what is it? He hopes this issue can be resolved quickly, to which Carter replied that he is as straightforward as they say. Don't worry, it won't take long. Raising his finger, the hunter said that he wants one thing. Kai asked in surprise, hearing that he wants him to participate in the UHC match that will be held tomorrow. Crossing his arms, he asked that and that's all, to which the man replied that yes, he knew he would say that. The hunter looked at him in fear. It was heard that he had not lost a single match in the C-Class League, as well as in the B-Class League. UHC is child's play for him. Frowning, Carter said that but don't underestimate tomorrow's match. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked again, hearing that because it was not people who would be watching him, but constellations. Frowning, he asked that the constellations were going to watch the UHC match. What nonsense. An image of a guy appeared. It was heard that why nonsense. Firstly, UHC and SSL were created based on the wars of the subjects of the constellations. People fought in the arena. It was said that it means when people or constellations are bored, both like to watch battles. Grinning, the man said that since the hunters on Earth have become stronger lately, they have become interested. The monster looked at the man. It was heard that if these hunters fight with servants, respecting the rules of sports, who will win? The hunter frowned and said that recently there have been more and more cases when the constellations found a team and offered to fight. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that therefore he, the owner of the UHC clan, also received such an offer. The hero crossed his arms and asked what and immediately agreed, to which Carter replied that of course, the constellations are very generous, they always have decent prizes. Looking straight, he added that therefore he wants to win this battle and create the strongest team possible. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that then he learned about him, who has a lot of experience in UHC matches, and is recruiting A-class hunters. The man smiled, hearing that in general, he wants to use him as a mercenary, to which he replied that bingo. The protagonist sighed, and he asked what he will say, help him, to which the hero replied that he thinks he has no choice. It was a long time ago, it seems like it's time to sweat. Match day, another world. Putting his hands on his hips, the man said that yes, it will be difficult to sweat, to which Kai replied that it is quiet. Looking to the side, he thought that the constellation that uses the ice region in another world, it seems he heard the name of someone who can do this. A screen with his image appeared. Putting her finger to her face, the girl said that she did not expect to meet him here. Sitting on a chair, she added that it worked great. The girl adjusted her hair and said that if everything goes smoothly, they will be able to establish communication. Looking at the mountains, the hero thought that the constellation that uses the ice region in another world. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he seemed to hear the name of someone who can do this. Bright rays appeared. The thought arose that who it was. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what it was. People stuck a sword into the ground. It was heard that Ice Knights. Looking at him, the man said that the Ice Knights appeared as soon as they heard the name of the constellation, as he thought, to which the protagonist replied that he must have known too. Looking straight ahead, the hunter heard that which constellation they would fight against, to which he replied that of course, didn't he say so? Kai looked at the notice in surprise, hearing that they would fight against. It was written that the observer was greeting them. An image of a girl appeared. It was heard that he fought against in the Constellation War. A dragon appeared. It was said that and who gave her servant an ice dragon. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that it was unusual for him to remember such details, to which he replied that he usually did, but she was somewhat unique. He looked at the notice. The thought arose that she must be furious after losing in the Constellation War. It was written that Rachel sincerely congratulated him on his victory. She hoped that now he would live happily, sent him 100 soul stones, to which the protagonist thought that but she sent him a message with congratulations. Looking at him, the goddess said that it was strange, constellations rarely calmly accept defeats. The girl sat on the throne. It was heard that she did not know why, but she seemed to like him. Looking at the message, Kai asked what? A split bet. Rachel looked at the screen and heard that in what sense, to which she answered that as she said, she would like to raise the stakes because he is more capable. She opened her mouth and added that, for example, how about playing for a wish that should not be too difficult? The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked again, hearing that he would also receive the reward that would go to the others. Looking straight, the girl heard that it was possible for him to wish to create an alliance. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist heard that she wanted it that way, that is, it is complicated, but possible, to which he replied that it seemed like she wanted to say it differently. Well, that sounds good. Raising his hand up, he said that he should not deny his words later, to which the man asked what he was doing. He wanted to go first. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he did not care, but maybe they should discuss it first. Their opponents were servants of the abyss, to which Kai asked what, why discuss it? The hunter looked surprised, hearing that unless a group battle in UHC is held in a challenge format, to which he replied that yes, but, and the hero said that that was all he wanted to know. Pointing to himself, the protagonist said that he would deal with the rest, to which Carter asked again. The knight took a step forward. It was heard what he meant. Standing in front of Kai, the servant of the abyss asked what he said. He would deal with them. A glow appeared around him and he added that with them, the Great Ice Knights. Looking at him in fear, the protagonist heard that he must think he can handle anyone since he is a little stronger than other people, but they are not like the opponents he has ever met. Looking evilly, the knight said that he will knock it out on his weak bones. Grinning, he added that in the eyes of the warrior of the abyss, a person is just trash. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The knight opened his eyes in surprise. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was glad that they were in another world. The people looked surprised to hear that because he can get a little wild and kill them without worrying too much. The knights asked in surprise, hearing that therefore he thinks everything will go faster than he thought. Stretching his hand forward, Kai asked what they were worth, said that he did not have much free time. Looking away, he added that if they thought they couldn't handle it alone, let the next one come. The servant of the abyss angrily gritted his teeth and asked again, hearing that they could attack at the same time. Holding his sword in his hands, he asked how a pathetic human could mock them. Rushing forward, the knight said that he would teach him a lesson. Grinning, the hero said that they really did attack in a crowd, so obedient. Standing in front of the knights, he added that well, it was better for him. The man looked in surprise. A notification appeared that the UHC of the Constellations was over. The knights were lying on the ground. A message appeared that the result was 5-0. The protagonist stood still. It was a complete victory for the Black Kidnappers team. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise. Looking at the windows, he said that apparently enough people were watching. Kai raised his head and said that this was the audience. He doubted that she could take back her words. The girl smirked and replied that of course. The hero looked away, hearing that she said that she would keep her promise. She declared an alliance with the training avatar, to which he replied that he liked that she fulfilled it so quickly. The protagonist put his hand to his face. Hearing that as his ally, she would like to know his plans, to which he replied that it was nothing grand, but if she needed a plan. Looking at the screen, he continued that he planned to go on a raid in an S-rank dungeon that was about to explode, to which the girl replied that it was great, she could support him physically and mentally. Kai looked in surprise, hearing that she offered him to take her servant from the Ikaros clan with him, to which he asked what, she had a servant in his clan. Raising his head up, he added what and who. The next day, people were standing near the portal. The hero asked, his eyes wide in surprise, what was serious. He extended his hand forward and added that the servant the observer was talking about. Elia, looking at him, heard that to which she replied that yes. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked what and how long ago, to which she replied that well. He was surprised to hear that from the very beginning, to which he asked again. Kai stepped back and said that it was clear, to which Elia asked why he suddenly stepped back, and he replied that he should forgive her, it was just goosebumps. The hero looked surprised, hearing that Rachel asked him not to be cold with her, she was her most valuable servant. The constellation stood behind the girl. It was said that and also one of the few vessels through which the constellation can descend, to which the protagonist asked what she is so important. The girl held the weapon in her hands. The thought appeared, it is not surprising that Elia grew so quickly. Therefore, scratching the back of his head, Kai thought that then she would definitely be useful. A bright portal appeared. The thought arose that especially on such a day. The monsters looked furiously. The thought appeared when he does not know what can happen. People stood near the portal. Looking to the side, the girl said that the camp is larger than she expected. There are also high-ranking hunters here. Looking at the hero, she added that it seemed like the government had poured in a lot of money, to which he replied that it seemed like in the end, if they dealt with an S-rank dungeon in the early stages, the losses would be unimaginable. Looking directly, the protagonist said that but it was still very ineffective, to which the man replied that he shouldn't say that, this was the best they could do. Bill lifted the man up. It was heard that most of their current combat power was gathered after a lively discussion with the Hunters Association. If it weren't for him, a quarter of the people wouldn't even be here. Kai clapped his hands and said that he wasn't criticizing him, "Thank you for your work," to which the chairman replied that he should have been more sincere. The people were talking among themselves. It was heard that but where were the rest of the Ikaros clan, and he ordered them to go to the rear, deal with the monsters that managed to get through them. Many hunters appeared. It was said that they were a class hunters, so he doubted that the cities were in danger. Bill grinned and said how meticulous he was, asked that then they should not worry about what they saw, to which the hero replied that it would be great, but they must remain vigilant. Walking straight, he added that they did not know for sure what could happen. Grinning, the man said that he finally had his chance. He had been waiting for this day. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that he would definitely surpass him. Putting his hand in his pocket, the man said that he was languishing, waiting for the moment when he could take revenge. He was also looking forward to it. Looking straight, Hugo said that well, he thought, yes, he would repay him for everything he did in the last raid of the Abyss. Looking away, he added that he had the right to be angry, and something happened between them. Gritting his teeth, Gerati said that of course. The hero stood in front of him. It was heard that during the last war of monsters in Korea, he met Kai. Monsters were lying on the ground. It was said that he saved him from the clutches of the servants of the god of evil, although he did not ask. The protagonist crossed his arms, and the man said that he humiliated him by doing so. Frowning, Gerati said that every time he remembered, he was shaking with anger, to which the man thought that shouldn't he be grateful to him, why was he angry? Closing his eyes, he added that in general he didn't care. This time he received a task as the general director of the Parker building. It is necessary to make an effort to this defense. Kicking the ground, Hugo thought that as long as he needed his help, he would accept it. Suddenly, they looked down in surprise. Bill looked surprised and asked what the shaking was. Frowning, Kai said that it had finally begun. The portal began to open. It was heard that a dungeon was opening. Suddenly purple particles spread everywhere. The monster stepped on the ground. The man looked away, surprised. Many creatures appeared. It was said that there were so many monsters. The creature screamed furiously. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that they looked so ominous. Raising his hand, he added that he would go ahead, to which he was told no, let him wait a minute. Adjusting his glasses, Bill said that he wanted to play the hero, to which he was asked what he would fight. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he had never done this before, asked that his death hour had come, to which the chairman replied that ominous words. Pointing to the helicopter, the man asked what and why else, can't he see that they are being broadcast? The reporter stretched out his hand to the side. It was heard that at such moments, as the CEO, he must do something so that the company's shares go up in price. The man jumped up and said so. Rushing upward, he added that he would earn some money. The monsters raised their heads, and an appeal to them was heard. Bill stretched out his arms to the sides. Pointing downward, he said to get lost. A pentagram appeared in the air. Beams struck the creatures and they screamed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was powerful. This was the hidden power of an S-class CEO who was eager for his company's stock to jump. The monster extended his hand forward, and it was heard that although, he supposes, the creatures ran forward, it was said that this was not enough to kill everyone. Looking in surprise, the protagonist said that okay, this time it was him. A glow appeared around the girl, and he addressed her. A sphere appeared in her hands and she said to take a look. Hitting the ground, Ilya added that this was the true power hidden in the vessels. She used the breath of the god of ice. The monsters looked at the ice in surprise. The creatures began to get stuck. It was heard that it was ice magic. Kai looked to the side and said that it was her. The girl grinned, hearing that the observer had taken possession of her, to which she replied that it was. Putting his hand on his side, the hero asked why. It was safe now, to which Ilya said that this was still their first fight since the alliance was created. She wanted to show how strong she was. Grinning, the girl asked what, really, it was incredible, to which the protagonist replied that yes, it was cool. Standing behind, the guy said that the monsters could not move, to which the other shouted that this was their chance. The guys stretched their hands forward. It was heard that they would kill everyone in one fell swoop. Blows began to fly at the monsters. Looking at the explosions, the protagonist said that everything was going more smoothly than he expected. Frowning, he added that he probably would not have to do this. Standing behind, the hunter said that they should fight. Turning around, the protagonist asked why there was an explosion in the rear. Looking back, he added that the monsters should be in front. A glow appeared around the man. It was heard what it was. He stretched his hand forward. A question arose about Gerati and Hugo. The man's eyes lit up. It was heard what the hell they were doing. Hugo looked at the man in surprise, asking what he was doing and what kind of performance it was. Gerati, not hearing his partner, was collecting a magic ball in his hand. The hand began to firmly hold the staff of power, from which sparks were coming. Sitting on the ground, Hugo looked at Gerati in fear, who was slowly approaching the man. Jumping aside, Hugo looked at the hero, who with all his might hit the ground with his fist, crushing everything in his path. Beginning to get angry, the man shouted at Gerati that he had crossed all boundaries. Taking his weapon, Hugo approached the hero, asking him if he wanted to fight. Standing aside, Alaya and Kai looked at the heroes, wondering what they were doing. Looking closely at Jaredy, the protagonist wondered if he could have secretly made a pact with the evil god. A memory of Glenn being very possessed arose in his head. Watching the heroes, Alaya answered that although it seemed that he was under the influence, he still did not feel any energy of the constellation. Watching the duel of the two heroes, Kai and Alaya began to understand that among the hunters present, someone had the ability to control the mind. Looking back, Alaya said that there were monsters of different races there, but at the same time they all radiated the same energy. Seeing the monsters in the fire, the heroes understood that they were all controlled by one person. Looking away, Kai asked the girl if there was a monster that could control the mind on such a scale. Looking ahead in fear, the heroine was thinking about something. Seeing Hugo drop his weapon and become defenseless, Aaliyah shouted that now was not the time to go into details. Looking at how the hero tried to dodge Jaredy, the girl answered that he was about to die. Hugo looked up in fear and looked at his opponent, thinking about how many buffs he had that could kill him. Someone's hand grabbed the man by the collar of his jacket. Hugo looked ahead in confusion, hearing someone telling him to get out of the way. Directing his magical leg forward, Kai held the man with one hand and answered that they had a substitution. A strong magical field came in waves to Jaredy. Trying to dodge with all his strength, the man could not understand how this happened and how this was even possible. Jaredy looked at Kai with a sly laugh, telling himself that he easily pushed him away, despite the fact that he was loaded with bonuses and strength. Standing aside, the protagonist heard how her strength was praised. Watching Jaredy's displeased face, the guy wanted to say something to him. Watching the guy walk with a huge number of people, Kai shouted that he had increased the number of his minions quite well. Pointing forward, Alaya replied that her voice sounded very similar to a demi-agris. A spirit-type monster appeared in her head, specializing in various possession magic. Such a monster is notorious for provoking various conflicts even in the abyss. Seeing Jaredy and his people ready to fight in front of her, the girl replied that the constellations gave up the idea of dealing with them because such a monster is very difficult to catch. Holding a sword in his hands, Kai understood that he needed to kill all the captured bodies to get to the real monster. Waving his arms, demonstrating his strength, the hero thought that it would be fashionable to use absorption skills to get rid of his control. Looking forward, Alaya confidently answered that both of these options are difficult. Starting to think about clairvoyance, the guy did not understand why they did not help in any way. Slowly walking forward, Kai replied that he understood the plan. Approaching Jaredy, the hero slowly answered the girl to forbid them to move when he gave the signal, like that time. Looking at the dead monsters, Kai replied that Bill and the rest of the hunters would deal with them. Standing right in front of the armed Jaredy, the protagonist understood that everything would be over as soon as they dealt with them. Aaliyah looked away and with a smile on her face asked Kai about what he wanted, for her to restrict the movements and help execute in one fell swoop. Ignoring the girl's words, the hero looked ahead, answering that they would not go that far. Turning his head to the side, Kai with a smile on his face answered that he had one technique that was ideal for such parasites. Looking at the chatting guys, Jaredy thought about what they were doing and why. Running forward with his armed army, the hero shouted to submit to him. Starting to run forward, Kai told the girl to act. An icy force passed over the army of heroes, freezing everything in its path. It was the breath of the ice god. Jaredy's legs were completely in the ice. Gritting his teeth with anger, the man shouted that this was strong ice. Starting to laugh, Jaredy looked ahead, answering that he would simply become a spirit and then get out. Putting his hand forward and confidently looking at his target, Kai began to direct his power again. Touching Jaredy's head with his hand, the protagonist answered that judging by how much he chattered, this must be the true body of the monster. Looking closely at Jaredy and tightly clasping his head with his hands, Kai began to use the technique of great absorption, with the help of which the man could not move. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Kai understood everything. A memory of the collector's actions and his obsession arose in his head. Continuing to direct his power with his hand extended forward towards Jaredy's head, the protagonist realized that he could use the absorption technique to release the demon. Raising his hand up, the protagonist shouted for the parasite to come out. Jaredy, meanwhile, clenched his teeth, shouting that this was nonsense, because he was the famous king of the spirits of the abyss. Pushing the protagonist away with his magic, the man replied that he would never lose. Looking at Jaredy's body in fear, Kai replied that he knew that there was something wrong with his sudden weakness. Looking at the new flow of the monster's power, the hero realized that he was simply hiding it from others. Dissatisfiedly heading forward, the monster wondered where such a strong person came from. Flying to the side, the spirit discontentedly realized that now he did not have a body that he could control, and in his form itself he would not last long. Changing his facial expression to a serious one, the spirit replied that he needed to capture the nearest creature and then get out. Flying forward, the spirit began to notice a helicopter full of people ahead. The frightened reporters and journalists looked at the creature, wondering why it was moving towards them. Flying towards the man's body, the spirit understood that it had no choice, since first it needed to get away from here and then look for a stronger vessel. The frightened people looked at the flying body. The spirit, with its eyes wide open, thought about what had happened. Being in the sky with the spirit, Bill answered that he wanted to show his cool side, but he could not ignore what was happening. The monster was still looking at the man with incomprehension. Bill watched the spirit with interest, although he wanted to show him everything he was capable of. Screaming loudly and angrily, the monster wondered where this guy was from and what was wrong with him. Looking into the distance, the spirit thought about something. Seeing a silhouette in front of him, the monster saw that Bill's body was covered in first-class charms, with which he wanted to bind the monster inside his body. Trying to quickly fly forward, the spirit decided to retreat. As the monster entered Bill's body, it knew it was too late. A few seconds later, the hunter began to laugh, telling the spirit that it would treat him with great respect. A strong spark flashed in the sky, and teleportation occurred. With confidence and calm, Bill appeared at the protagonist and Ilya. Looking at Kai with concern, the man replied that it was difficult to take this guy down with force alone and that he had to put the second seal on him right now by any means necessary. Putting her hand forward, Ilya fearfully applied force. For a while, Bill was in the winter shard, where there was eternal winter. The man looked at Ilya with confusion, wondering what she had done. Continuing to create ice, the heroine replied that she had simply sealed him properly. Smiling and showing a thumbs up, Ilya looked at Kai, telling him that this was only a superficial freeze, so everything would be fine with Bill. Somewhere in the distance, Kai's praise was heard. Time passed, Bill was still sitting in the ice shard, curled up into a ball. Kai looked at the girl with confusion, asking about what she said, that there was no separate power that could remove the demi-agras. Scratching her head with a smile on her face, Ilya answered that this was what she was told when she returned from vacation. Looking at the system window, Kai saw that the observer wrote that if it were that easy, the Celestials would not have fought him. A frightened Bill sat in the ice, asking the protagonist that he was stuck there forever. Memories of how the guy used some kind of devouring technique to deal with the monster with his bare hands appeared in his head. Closing his eyes, Kai heard Bill ask if he could use it again, to which the protagonist replied that it was completely different then. Remembering the battle, Kai said that the guy's power was dispersed because he controlled several people at once. Remembering the flow of power and destruction, Kaf did not think that he would be able to use it with the same ease now. Seeing the frightened Bill, the guy said that he could try, but nothing was guaranteed. Standing behind the man, Kai asked him why he got involved in this and since when did he become a hero. Holding his head, Bill answered that he tried to portray heroism, but something else came out. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked Bill what the point would be if the company's shares did not rise. Carefully holding the phone in his hands, the man understood that all this would rise. Starting to laugh, Bill thought about financial therapy. Kai and Ilya looked at the guy with incomprehension, wondering why he calmed down. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the system window said that the best option for Bill would be to transfer him to the abyss. Looking at the hero, the girl answered that he needed to gradually dissolve there, and then use other techniques and powers. Looking thoughtfully to the side, the protagonist thought about how to solve this. Looking up at the guys, Bill replied that it sounded good and he would like to see it. Calmly looking ahead, the guy said that there should be no problems with all this. Curled up in a shard, Bill said that he couldn't just leave her and come back who knows when. Starting to look at the phone, the protagonist answered that he needed to bring them all, but Bill said that he left it to Kai and there was no need to call anyone. The protagonist's face showed surprise and confusion about what to do. Several days passed, the building. The man sat at the table, clasping his hands and talking about how his father had gone to the kingdom of the invincible Avatar. The dissatisfied girl looked ahead. Seeing Kai at the table, the heroine told him that he was acting chairman. Watching the girl, Kai said not to look at him like that, because he was trying to refuse. The guy began to remember Bill, who asked the hero what was the most important ability in business in their days. Clenching his fist, the hero shouted loudly that this was power. Standing next to a piece of ice, Kai asked the man what kind of nonsense he was talking. Recalling his work, Bill said that no one could imagine how representatives of subsidiary companies fight like dogs to satisfy their greed. Making himself a hero, the man answered that a representative needs irresistible charisma to settle such chaos and sometimes even need to use force. Looking next to the guy, Kai said that force should be used even more often than sometimes. Pointing his finger forward, Bill told the hero that in this company he was the only one who had such power in his absence. Looking forward in surprise, Kai heard how he was appointed to take on the role of the chairman. Sitting at the table, the guy answered the girl that everything turned out that way. Leaning on the chair, the hero said that nothing could be done and that he owed Bill a lot, so he could consider that he had paid him this way. A few seconds later, Kai was already holding a paper from the secretary. Looking at the computer, the heroine asked Kai to look at all the files on it. Pointing her finger, the girl answered that she needed a folder on the desktop. Kai looked away in surprise. The computer showed only doramas. With a smile on her face, The girl answered that when there were no meetings, her father usually watched TV series. Remembering Bill, the hero was surprised to hear his daughter answer that during the day he watched old talk shows. Thinking about Bill, Kai did not understand how he became so successful. Turning off the computer, the hero answered that there was nothing useful here. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he really didn't have any meetings planned, to which the heroine replied that Bill had already entered most areas of activity. Looking away, the guy said that she was right. Lost in thought, Kai said that he would have to clean up the new business that he had been eyeing for a long time and where the success forecast was 100%. Looking at the hero in surprise, the girl did not believe that this was possible and that such a thing happens. With a sly smile on her face, Kai looked ahead. Surprised screams came from the building. Lauren asked the guy with distrust about the new business with guaranteed success. Looking at the heroine, Kai answered with a calm face that it would be the production of ingredients of the abyss. Waving her hands, the girl told the guy that he did not understand this if he gave such a terrible idea for a business. Loudly opening her mouth, Lauren answered that there were only problems here since this area was not developed at all. Standing next to Kai, the heroine answered that she could admit that processing the special flora and fauna of the abyss and food ingredients could become an attractive business. Starting to think about business, the girl asked Kai how he could tame animals if they were too cruel. Thinking about plants, Lauren answered that they wither and barely leave the flora and fauna, or spoil the earth's soil. Waving her arms, the heroine said that of course, with the use of technology, nothing is impossible, but the problem is that all these costs are astronomical. Putting his hands behind his head, Kai listened to the heroine, who asked the guy where he got such an idea. The hero began to think about the reason, remembering the day before, the territory of the goddess of scales. Sitting at the table with the angels, the guy asked the girls about what she saw in the future, in which the business of producing ingredients for the abyss on Earth will be a huge success. With a smile on her face, the girl answered that it was true. Waving her arms, the goddess replied that when the guy thought about a new business opportunity, she decided that this would be it. Pointing her finger at his head, the heroine replied that she was specifically struck by this idea, which is why she contacted him. Looking at the goddess, the guy replied that this information was very valuable. Pointing his finger forward, Kai told Themis that her powers were simply magnificent. Looking at Lauren, the guy answered with a smile on his face that it was all connections. Thinking about the goddess, Kai said that he had one acquaintance in this area and the information itself was extremely reliable. Looking away, Kai replied that he would take full responsibility and resign if something went wrong. Looking carefully ahead, Lauren said that if he was so confident, then there was a reason for it. Waving her arms, the girl said to prepare for partnerships with companies that had the appropriate technology. Looking at the hero in surprise, Lauren heard Kai answer that he had already collected all the workforce needed for this project. With a smile on his face, the protagonist looked at the girl who asked him who they were. Several days passed, Parker Group headquarters, the president's office. Austin thought with a displeased face that people from Dragon Industries were preparing a business for the supply of ingredients from the abyss. The man's assistant said with a smile on his face that all the media were discussing it. The hero looked away with interest and answered himself that Kai had become the chairman instead of Bill. The assistant answered with a smile that he could not have any plan. Looking at Austin, the hero suggested taking advantage of this situation and draining the dragon's capital. Thinking about how, the guy answered that there were very few companies in the world that had the necessary technologies for this business and Kai himself knew this too, so the guy would try to enter into partnership agreements. Looking carefully ahead, the hero answered that they needed to act further and lobby for these companies. Pointing his fingers forward, the hero said to tell the company that they would ask for at least 3 times the contract amount that the dragons were offering. Thinking, Austin replied that he wanted to hit as hard financially as possible. Thinking about the consequences, the guy said that if they were lucky, they would be able to bankrupt the subsidiaries, including dragon artifacts. Looking at the hero in surprise, Austin asked what they should do if they gave up the business altogether. The assistant, with a smile on his face, told the man to just give permission for this, then the head of their branch would sort everything out. Jerry looked ahead in surprise. With a smile on his face, the man said that there would be no problems. Looking at the guys, the hero scratched the back of his head, wondering what kind of urgency this was. Looking ahead in surprise, Jerry understood that upon returning, he needed to contact the hunter as soon as possible to stop everyone. On the computer, Kai looked ahead, telling the guy to do everything in his power because he didn't care. Jerry looked at the hero in surprise, who asked if there was anything more urgent. Putting his hand forward, the hero asked Kai what he had in mind. Looking closely at the protagonist, the man asked the guy how he was going to get the necessary technology. Turning to Derry, the guy asked him why he would pay him such crazy amounts. Looking closely ahead, Kai said that they had already collected everything they needed and had already started the project. Derry looked ahead in surprise, not knowing what to say. Standing next to the training guys, the guy said that he was busy. Turning off the system window, Kai said that he had to decide this issue himself. Walking with the goblin, the guy asked him if the land he had chosen was suitable for use. Looking ahead, the monster said that since it was different from the land of the abyss, they would have to pay more attention to cultivation. Life-giving grass grew neatly in the ground. This is an abyss plant that significantly restores vitality. Looking closely at the protagonist, the goblin asked Kai where he got such high-quality seeds since there were none in his domain. Remembering the man who gave away the boxes of seeds, Kai began to smile. Looking ahead with displeasure, the man saw a system window in which the kitten said to spend money on such things. Putting his hands under himself, the man told the goblin to do it without fuss. Running away with a cart in his hands, the monster said that he was getting to work. Thinking about Bill, Kai decided to look around the kingdom for the first time in a long time and check how things were going. Looking to the side, the man thought. Seeing something to the side, Kai said that he forgot something. Seeing a demon hanging on the cross, the hero thought that he forgot. Time passed, the territory of the abyss. Bill looked to the side in surprise. Looking ahead with incomprehension, the man spoke about the business of producing ingredients from the abyss. With a smile on his face, Kai answered that it was true. Opening his mouth wide, the hero asked Kai if he had some kind of cool method. Thinking about the goblins, Kai said that the secret was only about dedication. Seeing Bill worried, the guy said that he understood this worry, but he just needed to believe him. Standing with the hero, Kai replied that he had good reasons. Holding a paper in his hands, the hero replied that if nothing worked out, he would take responsibility and resign. Crumpling the paper, the hero replied that he would do everything possible for this. Sitting in the shard, Bill said that he did not feel as bad as he expected. Kai looked at the goblin with a smile on his face, hearing Bill say that it was nice to talk to him. With a smile on his face, the monster said that he could not feel tired carrying out the orders of his master. Suddenly, thinking about something, the monster began to think. Displeasedly approaching Bill, the goblin asked the man why he was talking to Kai so disrespectfully. Looking from the side at the happy and smiling Bill with the goblin, Kai began to rejoice that everything was fine with him. Looking carefully ahead, the hero answered that he had a feeling to check something. Someone was running quickly ahead. The skeleton, approaching Kai, asked him if he was here. The man looked away, wondering who was calling him. The skeleton, standing in front of the hero, asked him to save him. Looking at the monster, Kai said that he could remove the status of a scarecrow from him and accept him as his vassal. Carefully observing the skeleton, the hero asked him if he would tell about the identity of his master and his weaknesses. The monster looked at Kai with displeasure, who said his name incorrectly. Looking at the wooden cross, the hero said that no matter what his name was, his determination was impressive, since with the sole purpose of making this offer, he single-handedly dragged such a giant here. The embarrassed skeleton looked at the guy, telling him that it was something like this. Frightened, looking at Kai, the monster said that he wanted to serve a new master, disappointed in the old one. Starting to beat his head on the ground, the monster asked to accept him. The goblin looked at Kai with interest, answering that this did not look like a lie, because a monster of such a high rank cannot humiliate himself. The skeleton looked at the boys with fear, saying that if they still doubted, he could reveal the identity of his former master to them. Kai looked ahead with fear, hearing the skeleton answer that his constellation demon of contracts and orders is known as the Holy Contract. Thinking about the kingdoms, Kai asked the skeleton that this was the ruler of the second kingdom. Smiling, the boy said that this was not such bad information. Thinking, the hero decided that this way they would be able to find out his weakness. Thinking about the trip to the abyss, the boy answered that the second raid into the abyss in the future would be much easier. Looking at the skeleton with displeasure, Kai told him that he would accept him as his vassal. The monster looked at the protagonist in surprise, who told him to stop being a scarecrow. Looking at the skeleton, who bowed, the boy answered to finish his story. The monster raised his head, hearing Kai ask about his weakness. Looking ahead carefully, the monster thought about weaknesses. Sometime later, in the abyss, in the territory of the Holy Contract, the place where the black poisonous forest of order was. Walking on the ground, the goblin said that this was the territory of the Holy Contract. Looking closely at the disguised Kai, the monster replied that in his current state, he looked like a common phenomenon in the abyss. Starting to walk forward, Kai thought about using goblin transformation magic. The protagonist walked forward, asking how he liked the monster's words. Thinking about the city, the goblin replied that in the center of the forest there was a powerful protective barrier, so if they tried to break in, they would immediately raise the alarm. Raising his head up, Kai replied that with such a level of security, there was nothing strange about it being here. Kai asked the skeleton in surprise about the book. The monster, sitting on his knees, said that the book not only contained all the contracts that the Holy Contract had concluded. Speaking about his master, the skeleton replied that he cherished it like his blood, since contracts were the source of his strength. Looking at Kai, the monster said that it was very well protected, so it would be difficult to destroy it if it fell into their hands. Lost in thought, the monster told Kai that finding the location of the book would not be difficult either. Thinking about the tower, the monster said that everything related to contracts was stored in the contract tower in the center of his territory. Looking closely at Kai, the skeleton said that he needed to go through a gate that required solving a riddle. Kai looked at the skeleton in surprise, who replied that only those with the appropriate intelligence could get in there, since high-level contracts were concluded there. With a calm expression, the skeleton looked at Kai, saying that he could not help with this, because the riddles changed every time the barrier opened. The protagonist looked at the monster in surprise, who said that he had an advantage over the others. Looking closely at the guy, the hero answered that he got the inspiration for these riddles from the people on Earth, so as a person connected to the Earth, Kai would find the answers very simple. The goblin and the hero walked forward slowly. The guy looked away. Watching from different sides, Kai noted how strange the atmosphere was. Seeing the tired monsters, Kai thought that they were all killing themselves here because of one single riddle. Someone began to call the goblin and Kai. One of the men, with a smile on his face, asked the guys if they were also going to solve this. Looking at Kai, the hero said that this was the most difficult riddle they had encountered so far. With a smile on his face, the man answered that even the best mind of their tribe was stuck here for several days. Walking to the portal, Kai decided to look at the complexity of the riddle. Looking to the side in surprise, the hero decided to think about whether he would be able to solve it later. The hero looked forward with his eyes wide open, wondering if this was really the riddle of the abyss. The hero looked at the system window in surprise. Looking at the question, the system window was talking about what would happen if the king fell. Kai didn't believe that this was it. A disgruntled man walked behind Kai, saying that he thought the question would be about political actions and the fall of the king. Looking down with displeasure, the man replied that he had read thousands of books on government, so he could give hundreds of answers to this topic. Thinking about the answer, Kai answered correctly in that second. A few seconds later, the hero looked at the system window in surprise, which allowed Kai's group to enter. All the monsters were screaming and asking what kind of nonsense this was. Meanwhile, the goblins were entering the portal. Kai and his assistant confidently entered it, looking around. Raising his head up, the man thought about whether this was the center. Looking at each building, it looked like this was the very city on Earth where everyone could enjoy it. There was a tall building in the distance. Looking closely at such a large building, the hero decided that it was the one they needed. While warming up, the guy asked his assistant to be on the alert. Looking carefully ahead, the hero replied that this was enemy territory, where they should not be suspected. Approaching the gate, the guy decided that a great battle could begin. One of the building's guards could not believe that the goblins had solved the riddle. Both he and his assistant looked at the guard with concern. The man's hands began to do something. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the hero replied that they looked like the elite of their race. Surprised, Kai and the goblin looked ahead, hearing the guard reply that it was an honor for them to receive such respected guests. Opening the door, the monster offered to go into his office and discuss everything. With a smile on his face, the demon entered the office, replying that he would help them all with the contract. The building is inside. The legs walked around the office, asking the guys about their first visit to their tower. Turning his head to Kai, the monster began to ask to share his impressions. Sitting at the table, the hero answered that it was lively here. Looking at the workers at each table, the monster answered that this place was designed so that all this was based on the earthly working environment. Kai, diverting questions from himself, asked the monster how he understood that he was a servant of another constellation. Looking at the surprised hero, the monster answered that if they could find fault with such trifles and not let people in, they would not be able to fulfill the quota set by the owner. Looking at the sad workers, the monster answered that they would have to work endlessly and without rest. Seeing the tired monsters, the hero answered that the master accepted this system, observing something called small business on Earth. With a smile on his face, the monster wanted to say something. Pressing buttons on the keyboard, the monster asked the guy what he wanted to discuss and receive. Pointing to the red button, the monster told Kai to answer, then put his hand on the weapon to measure the cost, and then name the price he was willing to pay. Looking at the button, the goblin answered that all this would help to understand whether they could sign the contract or not. Kai's hand was lowered to the button. With a calm and confident face, the protagonist answered that he needed a book of contracts of the Constellation of Contracts and Orders. Looking up at the monster, the guy asked him if this was possible. The hero did not answer, silently looking forward. Kai, keeping his strength at the ready, thought of another way. The monster began to think about the sacred relic of the owner. With a smile on his face, the hero answered that he would get it. With a calm face, the monster answered that trading a sacred relic could be a very boundless deal. Kai asked the monster in surprise if it was possible to use the thing like that. With a smile on his face, the goblin answered with a sly look that the contract order was above all here, so if you pay a fair price, there might not be any problems. Pointing forward, the demon replied that he would have to obtain something like a sacred relic of the constellation and lay out something unusual. Standing with his assistant, Kai thought about the payment. Sitting at the table, the demon replied that exclusive technology or information was valued higher than treasures. With a smile on his face, Kai began to think. Sitting on a chair, the guy looked at the demon, answering that he had what he needed. The system window showed the total number of contracts. Sitting on a chair, someone's silhouette said that this was not bad. The demon of contracts and orders looked forward with admiration, answering that everything was growing as it should. Such a finger forward to the system window, the demon decided to check amp today's contracts. A few seconds later, the boss began to call the demon through the screen. Drinking wine, the demon of contracts and orders asked his assistant to bring his book. Stroking his head, the hero with a smile on his face answered that it was impossible. With incomprehension, the demon looked at the window, wondering what it was. Opening his mouth, the demon heard his assistant answer that one client had exchanged the book. Knocking on the table, the boss discontentedly asked the assistant how it was possible to take his sacred relic through a contract. Kai, with a book in his hand, walked with his assistant. Examining the item, the guy decided that he probably needed to leave a message for the constellation. Through his power, the hero's appearance immediately changed. Looking at the item, Kai looked at the goblin, asking him if a thank you for such a great deal would do. An hour ago, the monster said that this information was too valuable to exchange. With interest, the monster waited to find out what kind of thing it was from the guy. Sitting on a chair, Kai said that he could not go into details, but he could hint, saying that this was an unprecedented secret of his constellation master. With a smile on his face, the monster replied that it was indeed a valuable item, but exchanging it would still not be easy. Looking ahead, the monster said that he had a condition. Calmly looking ahead, Kai asked for this secret to be revealed 100 years after the contract was concluded. Worriedly, the monster shouted that this was too long. Continuing to hold the button, the hero heard the demon answer that a deal involving an expensive item could not have such a one-sided clause. The demon discontentedly heard the guy answer that they would not know until they tried. The eyes looked forward in surprise. The computer showed that the contract was confirmed. Sitting on the chair, Kai replied that this secret could not be spoken of without reason. A few seconds later, a book appeared in the bright light indicating that the contract had been concluded. Kai looked at the thing in surprise. The boss looked at his assistant with incomprehension, thinking about something. Hitting his demon, the hero shouted that this simply could not be. Touching his hat, the boss replied that he could say this, but he had to hold back. Thinking about the button, the man realized that he himself had set the rule that any transaction could continue as long as the measuring machine accepted it. Looking at his strength, the demon wondered who it could be and what kind of secret it was. Looking up, the demon thought about something. Thinking about something in surprise, the hero said that he could think about it. Seeing the system window, the boss immediately remembered the invincible training avatar, who asked for a one-on-one conversation. The connection of the abyss began. Someone's silhouette was flying in the universe. The boss and Kai were standing opposite each other. The disgruntled boss looked at the guy, asking what was going on and why he was calling him one-on-one right after he received the thing. With a smile on his face, the protagonist looked at the monster, asking if he was the one who started it. The boss looked in surprise at the guy who scolded him for entering someone else's territory. Gritting his teeth, the monster began to understand that the connection was broken due to betrayal. Standing with the guy, the demon understood that if this was revenge, the guy would have simply thrown away this relic. Confidently looking forward, Kai said that he had several conversations and questions. Raising his eyes and looking forward, the guy decided to start with the most curious. Looking at the boss, the guy asked him if he was in an alliance. The heroine looked at all this from the side in surprise. The girl, her eyes wide open, thought about the alliance. The guy waved his arms and said that he had been wondering about this for a long time. Thinking about various things related to the earth, the hero asked why they were evil. Swinging in the hall, the guy answered that while thinking about this in his free time, he came up with a hypothesis. Thinking about God and the creatures on the earth, the guy realized that this was not created by chance and perhaps the evil constellations had combined their powers to connect their kingdoms with the earth. The boss looked closely at the guy and realized that there was no point in denying it. Watching the hero, the demon answered that something more than just individual power was required to connect the abyss with the earth. Thinking about various gods, the man said that he had the power of the contract, which is why he gathered the rest of the involved constellations. Thinking, Kai said that he thought so. The guy looked ahead with a dissatisfied face, answering that it was impossible to reveal the identities of this alliance since all this was also part of the contract. Dipping his hand into the portal, the hero answered that he was talking about the same thing, since when his second gate overlapped each other, the influence of the contract weakened. Opening the book, the guy answered with a smile on his face that there was no point in asking. The boss was frightened to see how they were treating his thing, which is why he began to shout loudly, answering that he would give it in the future battle in his domain. Sadly stretching his hand forward, the man asked if this was insufficient compensation. With a smile on his face, the hero looked forward attentively, holding the book. Closing it back, the guy with a smile on his face asked the demon not to take it back. Starting to look slyly at the guy, Kai offered him to make a contract that he would help him in the future. Closing his head down, the boss understood that it would be difficult. Raising his head discontentedly, the man accepted the contract. In his hands was a contract of unconditional alliance. Starting to read the document, Kai decided to check if there were any insidious points. Starting to disperse, the boss shouted to the guy that he would soon return to pick up the book. Looking away, the man asked the hero what kind of secret it was. Laughing, the guy told the demon that it was better for him not to know. A few seconds later, the two heroes dissolved in the portal, thus concluding a temporary alliance with the Constellation of Contracts. Several weeks passed, Parker Building. The man shouted that this was unbelievable. Looking at the newspaper and the news, he could not believe that this was happening. The dissatisfied hero looked away, answering that wasn't the guy blocked from the technological path of this side. The assistant standing next to the guy said that they did not find any traces of the hunter contacting anyone. Smiling, the man looked away and asked whether it was so important. Looking away in fear, the hero thought that all this could be a mistake. With incomprehension, the hero heard that an event would soon take place. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought that this date had already arrived. A thought came to mind about the American Hunters Union Conference, where the best companies and clans in the world gather. The United States Hunters Union Conference is a huge building where large clans and companies from different countries gather to announce new products and business plans related to the industry. This is a huge event. It is the largest platform for exchanging information. With a smile on his face, the man answered that the volume of companies for the year is determined here. Thinking about the event, the man answered that all industries strive not only to advertise the merits of their new products. Many other people can accept competitors' offers. All dissatisfied people pointed their finger at companies with inflated requirements. With a smile on his face, the man understood that the guy's reputation would be below the baseboard. Laughing, the hero said that if he invited experts through his connections, everything would go much smoother. The frightened girl looked ahead, hearing the guy say to start right now, inviting everyone regardless of nationality and full affiliation. A smile appeared on her face. Several days passed, the heroine walked down the street. The conference day was beginning. The foot was stepping on the place. Looking around, the guy said that there were quite a lot of people here. The assistant stood next to the guy, saying that they had a lot to do from working at the stand to business presentations. Looking askance at the assistant, the hero asked what they would be presenting at this stand. Thinking about the sights, the hero and Kai imagined that it was an icy blue sword of silence. With incomprehension, the main character asked the guy if it was possible to continue milking the sword that was already on sale. Waving his arms, the assistant answered that this sword was perfect, so people would go crazy about it again and again. The embarrassed kitty looked at the system window, which said that the guy was feeling proud. Starting to walk forward, the assistant said that they had taken the best place. People walked around in surprise, asking what was going on here. The hero shouted loudly that this was their space, but they still needed to go back to the corner. Looking ahead carefully, Kai said that this group was a Korean company. Looking ahead in surprise, the guy heard that all this was being done in the States, where there was a tendency to give preference to local companies over foreign ones. Looking at the disgruntled heroes, the guy thought that another American company had taken their place. Two heroes were calling Kai to talk with displeasure, to which he replied that he was not a patriot. His head was looking to the side, thinking about something. Not noticing the screams, the guy began to look at the logo hanging on the hero's neck. It clearly showed the name. The man worriedly touched his neck, answering that they had already said many times that they sincerely apologized for the confusion caused by a mistake on their part, but even for the lower one it would be better to move. Looking at the hero, the guy suggested moving. The disgruntled man asked the hero how he dared to do this. Gritting his teeth, Kai replied that this was too much because such an attitude did not look like an apology. Looking to the side, the man was thinking about someone. Everyone saw the main character in front of them, frightened. Walking forward, Kai heard the conversations of men who asked him what he was doing here. Looking to the side, the man asked them who they were. Looking at the two heroes, Kai heard that they were simpletons who did not even have connections. Walking behind the main character, the assistant answered that he knew them because they were one of their subcontractors supplying parts. Waving his hand to the side, the hero said that it would be easy to figure it out, so all the things should be put aside. Looking forward, the guy said that if they had any complaints, they should tell them to contact him so that he could terminate the contract. A few seconds later, the heroes ran away, shouting that they understood everything. The security guard, surprised, approached his manager and asked what happened. The surprised hero did not know what to answer. Waving his hand, Kai asked to hurry. Grabbing the main character's hands, the man shouted that it was an honor for him. Walking forward, Kai listened to the manager, who answered that he had heard before that the guy himself came to the Korean raid only to help. Knocking his hand on his body, the guy answered that it was from the bottom of his heart. Looking at all this, Kai stood and thought what kind of nonsense this was. Studio. Lauren looked away, not believing that this happened in such a short time. Kai looked at the girl with incomprehension, asking if they could have problems. Looking at the phone, the heroine answered that despite appearances, they are one of the best investors at this conference. Watching the place, the guy asked the girl if everything was ready. Smiling, the girl said that there would be no problems if they followed the plan. The girl looked at Lauren, answering that this would not happen. Turning around, the heroes saw someone behind them. A girl from the Parker group looked at the guys with a smile. Lauren looked at her, answering that she was quite an influential figure, who was among the top 5 leaders in succession. Thinking about the heroine, the guy answered that with all this she just goes and plays with the hunters and finances them. Waving her hands, the heroine said that this was her plan. Lauren looked in surprise at the girl, who said that she wanted to tell one plan and scheme. With a smile on her face, the heroine said that she did not want to change this outlook. Looking closely at the guy, the daughter of the Parker group said that Kai should do her a favor. The hero began to think with incomprehension about what kind of favor this was. Kai introduced the blonde and noted that this was the head of the famous Parker Linus agency, known for its elite selection of the best hunters in the USA. Gloria. The main character imagined how she was engaged in various activities and emphasized that her secret to success is well known to the industry, always satisfying the desires of promising hunters, no matter what exactly they want. Kai imagined the two men hugging Gloria and added that her business philosophy was an agency for hunters, and more hunters. Crossing his arms, the protagonist stated that she had essentially achieved success by satisfying the demands of her audience. The girl stood in front of him and asked if Kai was straightforward. The protagonist calmly asked if one of her hunters wanted to learn martial arts, and if they taught him, she would tell him about Jacob's scheme. Gloria nodded and said that she was glad they understood each other. Looking at Kai, she asked how they liked this option and if it was a good deal. The protagonist seriously declared that he accepted her offer. The girl began to whisper to Kai that it was dangerous to trust a stranger with something so valuable, after which the protagonist asked him not to worry, because teaching someone the basics is not that difficult. Kai read the notice with a serious expression, saying that his belief in martial arts makes him stronger, and then thought that besides, if the famous hunter uses them, it would be good for him, it would only strengthen his domain. Raising her hand, Gloria said that he had thought of everything. No matter how great martial arts were, they could not be better than defense. Kai asked why she was so sure that the scheme would cause the stock to collapse, and Gloria said with a smile that she would tell him. They were sitting at a round table. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked if her brother's plan was to undermine the reputation of their company by tearing apart the herb of life that they were going to present. To which he received the answer that it was. For this he was going to involve the media. Taken aback, Kai asked again about the media, and then heard from Gloria that there was no point in hiding it. She knew that it was impossible to grow a crop of the abyss in such a short time. The girl threw up her hands and added that trying to hide it with such an obvious media ploy was clearly a bad move. At this rate they would be torn apart by the experts her brother had recruited, so they had better come up with a plan. A puzzled Kai introduced the guys who were standing over him with a furious look. Gloria calmly noted that probably nothing good would come of it, but it was always nicer to be fully armed than to be caught off guard. The protagonist began to yawn. He got up from the table and declared that he had heard enough. It was not particularly useful, but he would keep his promise. As he left, Kai said that they needed to prepare for the presentation. A dumbfounded Gloria declared that the protagonist was reckless to leave without a plan. Turning around, Kai said that there was no need to worry because a plan was not needed. He was standing in front of the microphones. Looking at the people at the tables, the protagonist assumed that many of them had probably already heard that they were introducing a new product of this quarter. He stood in front of a rack of pots and noted that he was talking about Goran's life-giving herb. Pointing to the plants, Kai said that they had only received 1/100% of the original volume. Standing on the stage, the protagonist said that this might not be enough. The audience was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at Kai, people asked how life-giving herb was possible. The glass in the guy's hand cracked. He hit the table and cried out that this was unbelievable. The dumbfounded guy looked at Dr. Malcolm and asked him to stop staring and find something to criticize. The man raised his hand and said that he had heard about the business was recently announced. We were introduced to an expert in abyssal botany, Thomas. He asked with an uncertain look how Kai was able to get so much greenery and whether he would fake them with imported herbs. The protagonist touched the grass and asked if Thomas had an artifact for evaluating plants. He threw the stem to Thomas and asked him to take a look himself and asked if it was possible to find it elsewhere. A green magic circle appeared in front of the doctor's eye. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the stem, Thomas read that this was Goran's life-giving grass, a class significantly restores the consumer's vitality. Any person who has not yet died can find a new life. Examining the plant, the dumbfounded Thomas shouted that this was incredible because even lower class herbs are sold for millions, and this is a class. The embarrassed doctor said that this was a revolution in the academic world. People listened attentively to Thomas, who said that this was a breakthrough worthy of a Nobel Prize. Standing in front of the people, Kai suggested that there was no need for further presentation. Buttoning his jacket, the protagonist said that their employees set up a stand outside the building. If they were interested in the deal, they should head there. Kai took hold of the door handle and noted that it was by the way. He said with a satisfied look that everything was in order of a live queue. People were taken aback by what he heard. They lowered their heads with a sad look. A crowd of guys started running, shouting that they would be the first in line. The blonde watched what was happening. Closing his eyes, he said that he was finished. After the presentation, Kai looked at the blue sky. There was a huge queue for a contract with the main character with the life-giving herb. The girl started speaking into the loudspeaker that people should calm down and line up. The dumbfounded people held their money and asked to just take it. Two men stood like pillars. The president, startled, asked why there were so many people, and his guard said that they had to provide supplies. Kai was watching them. He asked with a satisfied look if they needed life herbs, noting that if so, he could get them. The president looked at the protagonist and asked why he was saying that and if he was serious, to which he replied that of course he was and that he wasn't going to lie. Kai touched the president's shoulder and said that it wasn't free, that he wanted to ask him for something. He smiled and noted that it was a small favor. We were transported to Korea a few days later when the building was illuminated by a sunny sky. Julie was standing in the gym. The man, puzzled, thanked her. Julie wiped the sweat from her face and asked what he wanted. She asked with a serious look why she was being thanked for no reason. She remembered how she beat up the man and asked if the annoying hunter she beat up yesterday was manager Kim's enemy. Holding a towel in front of her, Julie said that if that wasn't the case, she didn't understand why. The manager said with a smile on his face that their team was able to get the contract at the presentation because Kai took special care of her. Taken aback, Julie asked again. Standing in front of Kim, she asked what he meant. We are transported to a few days ago, on the day of the presentation, when the protagonist stood in front of the president and said that he understood everything. He asked with a serious expression if Julie's position in the Hansen group was particularly strong, to which the man replied that since she worked as a hunter, her results were not that great. The president introduced an enraged Julie and said that her personality was peculiar, which is why many people say that she does not fit into the business world, not to mention that she does not seem to care about the company that much. Kai closed his eyes and told her that since she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she should at least try to use it. Looking at the man, he noted that there was nothing to be done and it looked like she would have to be pushed a little. Julie was taken aback and asked if the manager had signed a contract for 10 times more than other places for the herb of life. She became furious and asked if there was a condition in the contract that her name would be there as the manager. She asked with a displeased look if Kim meant that he used her name to gain favor with the hunter Kai and cause him trouble. She turned around and screamed that she would go and get her back right away. Kim fell to the floor and grabbed Julie by the leg, saying that she should come to her senses, because the reviews for their product were not the warmest, so they really didn't need this. Julie looked at the manager, who said that otherwise the entire team's salaries would be cut. Looking at the girl, he noted that the main character does not ask for something back after giving it. Julie calmed down after saying that Kai might be offended and think that she was ignoring his gesture. Kim, with a slight smile on his face, offered to give the main character something of similar value if it bothered her that much, noting that they had something that he really needed. Julie stood quietly and asked what it was. Sunlight enveloped the city. The guy came to Kai and said that it was an honor for him to meet his idol. The main character looked at the guy's muscles and listened to him say that he was Nathan, a C-rank hunter from Parker Linus, Gloria's representative. There was a smile on the guy's face. Sitting opposite, Nathan asked why Kai was looking at him and whether he had done something wrong, to which he received the answer that he simply did not expect it. The main character introduced Gloria and said that he did not think that a hunter of such a person would be so polite. Looking at Nathan, the protagonist asked if he was into martial arts, to which he replied that he had been training since he was fascinated by his exploits, even taking a major in that field in college and graduating with honors. The girl looked at Kai and assumed that he didn't know. But nowadays there are many schools for training hunters, not just colleges but also middle and high schools, and they produce many talents every year. She imagined several students. The girl imagined a man shaking hands with a student and told him that nowadays, by sponsoring such schools, he could even get what was called the nomination right to sign contracts with the talents they needed. The girl looked at Nathan and asked if that was how he got his contract, to which she replied that it was true, and that was partly why he got into the Parker group, although he wasn't too happy about it, but he couldn't complain about the advantages. Kai watched him and thought that being appointed straight from the hunter school sounded like the perfect system for recruiting talents into the clan. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and mused that he wished he had known about this earlier. He could have sponsored a good Doxini school. Kai wondered with a serious expression how the clan was doing now. We were transported to the Doxini clan building, which was surrounded by a blue sky. The boys were training hard with weights. The coach watched them and mused that it had been a few months since they started training according to the standards. He was starting to feel a little more confident now. His face was serious. He imagined a crowd of boys leaving and added that the problem was that it wasn't always good for their clan, because many of its members couldn't stand the training and left. There were gaps in the main team, but the protagonist said that they were weak-willed people, they wouldn't help anyway, so it was okay. The trainer recalled his conversation with Kai. He touched his forehead and said that it didn't mean that they could leave things as they were. Julie was standing behind him. The man turned around and said that there she was. They had come to his office. Sitting at the table, the trainer asked if Julie was saying that she wanted to help their clan recruit hunters, and then clarified what she meant. Julie pointed and said that she meant what she said. The man, taken aback, asked if Julie was suggesting that they hand over the Hanson group's hunters, to which he replied that of course she wasn't. She said with a displeased look that the man knew how much it cost to train one hunter and still said so. Looking at him, Julie said that there was only one way: she would give him the right to be nominated to one of the schools sponsored by their company. Looking at the coach, she noticed that this was the most prestigious hunting school in Korea, the right to Hwangryong High School. Taken aback, the man asked if she was serious. He introduced the students of the school and emphasized the fact that it was the best hunting school in Korea, with an outstanding level of training high-level hunters, even compared to universities. The sun shone on the school building. Holding her head, Julie said that she was giving them something so precious because it was a gift for Kai, although she felt that it was still not enough. Stretching out his hands, the coach exclaimed that the gift was simply excellent. Holding his finger to his ear, the protagonist clarified if anyone was talking about him. The car stopped. Kai was sitting in it. He got out of the car and noticed that this was the famous Hwangryong High School. Broken blades lay on the ground. The guy was kneeling. His face was serious. Smiling, Kai asked if there was anyone worthy there. He was heading towards the school. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the shoulder and asked to wait. The guy was standing behind him and asked if he was going to come in like this. Taken aback, Kai asked what was going on. His comrades were wearing masks, after which the protagonist asked why they were wearing these absurd masks, to which he received the answer that it was not absurd, but a disguise. They said with a serious look that it was better to cover your face during reconnaissance, so you can see the true essence of the students. If you flash your name, there will always be those who will stick around and cause trouble, especially if we are talking about a celebrity like Kai. Standing in front of them, the protagonist asked if they were serious. The man handed him the glasses and said that despite the unsightly appearance, this is a rather expensive camouflage artifact that should work well. Looking at the guys, Kai asked if there was another design. They came to the training ground of Hwangryong High School. The man was training the students and shouting that speed alone wasn't enough to make a good attack, you had to put real power into it. The tired boys replied that they understood everything. With his hand in his pocket, the protagonist noted that they had indeed reached the level where they could be called the best in Korea. He watched the training and noticed that the students were quite impressive. The manager stood behind him and listened as Kai reasoned that none of them stood out enough for him to hire them right away, to which he received the answer that he completely agreed. Even the stats they had collected there were frankly mediocre. The man said with a slight smile that the one receiving personal coaching seemed to stand out a little. Looking at the guy working on the dummy, he said that he was the top student of Hwangryong High School and a promising talent, a second-year student named Go. The guy had a smirk on his face. Kai looked at him and said that Go looked good on the outside. The protagonist's eyes began to glow blue, after which he emphasized that he was a complete mess on the inside. Kai studied his characteristics and said that his overall performance was quite high, but his personality was terrible and he himself only provoked conflicts, plus he used illegal doping. The protagonist watched him and read that Go was currently using banned substances. Soon all of his performance would drop by more than half. Kai placed his hands on the railing and said that high grades alone were not enough. He would prefer someone with a straightforward character who was willing to endure hard training and difficulties. He was suddenly surprised. The protagonist was watching another guy who was training on a dummy. He was throwing powerful punches. The coach stood over him and asked if he should give up, because he had no talent. The guy was trying to catch his breath, and we were introduced to V, who was a third-year student. He had been at the bottom of the class for 3 years in a row. Pointing his finger, the teacher said that V should keep quiet and look at his score on this dummy. Even first-year students get more than 50, and he, a graduate, barely gets 30. Looking at V's score, the teacher asked if he thought it looked promising. The teacher spread his hands and said that he knew that V always trains to exhaustion and works very hard, but he can't do anything if he has no talent and he just needs to start preparing for a normal job. V was taken aback by what he heard. Kai came there saying that it was great. Standing in front of them, he noted that he would take this student. The teacher, taken aback, asked who they were. The boys had funny masks on their faces. The protagonist said that they were just clan scouts passing by. Kai approached the teacher and asked him to step aside because he wanted to talk to this student. The protagonist took off his glasses from his face. His face was serious. The man was shocked by what he saw. The students noticed Kai. The protagonist passed by the teacher and said that he came for reconnaissance. He looked at the sitting V standing above him. Kai said that he wanted to accept him into their clan. V pointed his finger at himself and asked why such a hunter would need such a student, to which he received the answer that the protagonist did not care about ratings. While the protagonist's eyes were shining, he noted that he saw something. Looking at V, the protagonist thought that even up close, he had amazing endurance, almost at the level of a B-rank hunter. Looking at the guy's face, Kai emphasized the fact that he even has an ideal character, because in the description of the personality it is said that he has an indomitable spirit that does not know how to give up, has a strong will for endless training. The protagonist presented the armor on V and noted that he is a natural-born tank. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was sorry that the rest of the indicators were below average, but if they transferred him to the role of a tank, then there should be no problems. Kai extended his hand and asked him to join. A bright aura emanated from him. V was shocked by what was happening. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he would make sure that he received a good bonus. V fainted. He thought with a joyful look that he would work under such a hunter. Watching what was happening, the protagonist wondered if he fainted. The car was driving along the road. Sitting in the car, Kai clarified where Julie was going. Looking at her, the protagonist noted that thanks to her, they visited a Chuangryong High School and got a new member of the clan. Julie turned her gaze to him and stated that this student was at the very bottom of the class, and he immediately signed a contract with him. She was driving and said that this would not pay off her debt in any way. The coach looked at Julie and clarified where they were going now and if there was another school nearby that was worth visiting, to which he received the answer that it was something like that. It just so happened that the Hunter tournament sponsored by them was held a few blocks away. She, with a slight smile on her face, stated that the talent there could be even brighter than at Chuangryong High. She introduced the warriors and stated that this was because it was the Hunter tournament of Asia, where promising minds from neighboring countries gathered. Julie pictured a bitter guy standing over his opponent and added that it was really a fierce competition to showcase national strength, where the contestants showcased their talents and used all their tricks to lure away the minds of other countries. The guy was presented with cases full of money. Blades were crossed. Warriors from different countries were fighting. The man looked at the screen and asked what the point was. Holding his hand to his face, he noted that there was no one talented among them who would come to them, and the plot introduced us to Yang, a hunter from the Chinese Hunters Administration. He frowned slightly and noted that they should have taken better care of their image, because no one would want to deal with them if they knew they were cheating hunters. He pictured the man being scolded and told that if they failed to recruit talent or the Chinese team won, they would face disciplinary action. An angry Yang wondered if that was even reasonable. He looked over and asked why he hadn't come yet, since the Chinese team's match was about to start. Looking at the old man covered in pink mana, Yang said that he had complained about being caught taking bribes during the last inspection, saying that it had hindered his promotion. The eyes of the old man named Gu, who was the Minister of Hunter Administration, were shining brightly. Yang closed his eyes and emphasized the fact that in a clan or in an officialdom, the bosses were the same. Kai entered the room, saying that they did provide VIP seats. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist remarked that there was a great view. Yang was taken aback and asked why Kai had come there. Julie seriously remarked that judging by the appearance on his face, he must be from the Chinese Hunter Association. An angry Julie asked why Yang was asking what Hunter Kai was doing there. She asked him with a furious look if he didn't like his presence. The protagonist touched her shoulder and asked her not to worry. Kai extended his hand, apologizing for disturbing him and wishing him to enjoy the match. Yang looked at them and thought that 3 of the strongest hunters associated with Korea had come to watch the amateur tournament. Kai walked among his comrades and wondered if it was possible that the Korean university team had an incredibly promising participant. We were transported to a few hours later. The protagonist was sitting on the couch. Looking down, Yang thought that he had just watched the Korean team's match more closely. Beads of sweat were running down the guy's face. He was kneeling on one knee. The hunter held the blade in front of him. The stranger was unconscious. Looking away, Yang noted that compared to the Chinese team, who were clearly set to win, the Koreans seemed quite average. Kai was closely watching the tournament. Pointing his finger, the protagonist stated that it was obvious that China was the strongest in this tournament. Kai looked down and said that he heard that in China, all awakened ones are trained from a young age and the difference is obvious. Pleased, Yang listened to the coach say that they are well developed and experienced, they must have been trained with special care, and then thought that they definitely trained them well. Yang shuddered at Kai's phrase that this does not mean that they are invincible. He got up from the sofa and said that if the next match is Korea versus China, then he wants to give the hunters from Korea some advice. He adjusted his sleeve and noted that the Korean team is quite worthy, although they lack experience. With some advice they can win without much trouble. Furious, Yang asked again. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hands. The protagonist approached him and clarified whether this was addressed to him, to which he received a negative answer. He left the office saying that he will be back soon. Watching him go, Yang wondered how he could make such a difference with just a few words. He came to the conclusion with a satisfied look that he shouldn't take this seriously, because class hunters are not omnipotent. He tried to calm down and thought that this was simply impossible. The projection said that the match was over. The warriors were lying on the ground, while the plot tells us that Korea won a clean sweep against China. Yang was shocked by what he saw. The coach looked at the protagonist and asked what he had done in less than half an hour. The protagonist was sitting next to him and said that he hadn't used omnipotence because it would have been too unfair. Pointing his finger at his eye, Kai said that he had simply pointed out the weaknesses of the Chinese team and highlighted the strengths of the Korean team. Looking at the happy hunters, the protagonist stated that the rest was due to their good play. Kai, with a smile on his face, suggested that he should talk to the key players of that team later. He shifted his gaze while thinking that he felt a little guilty, although it was not a violation of the rules, a feeling that he unfairly eliminated the other team. Kai noticed that Yang was missing and noted that he should at least thank them for their good play. Yang ran down the hallway. He stood in front of the door. Entering the office, Yang screamed that they were in big trouble. Their team was eliminated from the top 16. Spreading his arms, he shouted that disciplinary measures were the least of their problems. At this rate, they might have to resign. Putting a finger to his mouth, Gu ordered to be quiet. Yang was taken aback. A powerful aura emanated from the old man. Yang could barely stand on his feet due to the powerful gusts of mana. Covering his face with his hand, he wondered what kind of overwhelming magic power this was. He asked with a dumbfounded expression how a mere human could possess such a thing. Yang watched Gu and reasoned that this was an ominous but powerful energy. Looking at the old man, he guessed that it was the power of the evil Constellation. Benedict held out his hand and asked what kind of nonsense this was and how he, even without being a hunter, could make a contract with the evil Constellation. A magic circle appeared in front of the bearded man. A huge snake appeared from it. Benedict looked in front of him in surprise. The snake wrapped around his body, then he screamed loudly, and the white-haired man asked why he was yelling. Joseph held out his hand and wondered if he hadn't told him to be quiet. The man grabbed the snake and asked the minister what he was doing and why he, who had everything, was siding with the evil Constellation. Joseph stood in front of him and asked him to leave the obvious, adding that he was not interested in the words of the government henchman when he asked him to stop, because a contract with an evil god would only bring destruction. The minister smiled ominously and said that all he wanted was revenge on the very government that falsely accused him of bribery. Benedict looked ahead, confused, and asked him again. He hung in the air in front of Joseph when he asked if this meant that he did not accept bribes, to which the minister exclaimed that of course not, and that he did. The white-haired man opened his mouth wide and added that everyone did, and he was the only one caught when he reminded him that he had just said that it was a false accusation. Benedict held the snake with his hands when he was asked if it was a false accusation, and then he asked what nonsense he was talking. The man spread his legs wide and asked the minister to come to his senses, adding that he knew better than anyone that the world's attention was on this event. The bearded man opened his mouth and replied that this was exactly what he wanted, when he was warned that if he made a mess there would be serious diplomatic conflicts. Benedict threw back his head when Joseph explained that this was what his master wanted. The bearded man put his hand to his face when he asked if it was not so, addressing his master. The old man sat on the throne when it was explained that this was the constellation of the magician, who shares everything. He looked ahead and reported that he had begun to carry out the plan as he had said, and then asked him if he was sure that it was enough, addressing the endless explosions. The masked being looked ahead and replied that of course it was more than enough. It continued to look ahead as it added that if a representative of a nation committed a terrorist attack at such an event, then what would happen next was obvious. It imagined people arguing as it explained that at the very least it would lead to conflict between countries. The constellation imagined soldiers and equipment as it added that if they were lucky it could even lead to war. The masked being looked ahead as it exclaimed that then the bad reputation would spread throughout the world like sparks of war. The constellation spread its arms out to the sides and told the old man that even his average essence would be greatly strengthened, and then asked if that wasn't wonderful, to which he replied that he understood. Chaos narrowed his eyes and said that he was asking an obvious question when the wizard who shares everything asked about what exactly he would gain by elevating him. The constellation covered his face with his hand and explained that the source of his power was chaos, and that all conflicts arising from hatred and anger in this world directly fed it. Chaos pointed a finger in front of him as he added that, in other words, through him, he could safely gain even more power by sowing discord. The old man sat on the throne when he was called a dark magician and told to order his servant to go to the arena to release the power he had given him. The constellation was enveloped in a red aura. As he summed it up, it was for the sake of a great, grand chaos. The people sat in front of the screen. The protagonist turned his head to the side. He looked back, thinking about what it was, and how something ominous seemed to appear and then disappear, assuming that his imagination was running wild. There was a girl sitting next to him who asked him what was wrong and if he was feeling unwell, to which he replied that everything was fine and that he was probably just a little nervous. There were cameras above the people when someone said that these guys actually won. The guy shook the man's hand when someone said that he was impressed. The man in the tie turned to Kai and asked what he was going to do and if they could come down and talk, to which he suggested that they let them enjoy their victory for now. The protagonist looked ahead carefully and added that he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. A magic circle appeared above the people when the guy asked what it was. A gray-haired man appeared under the circle. The guys looked in one direction and started talking about this man. Joseph opened his mouth and wondered if it was worth ending the party so early. The bearded old man put his hands out to the sides and exclaimed that he hadn't even started yet. The people covered themselves with their hands from the energy flows. The audience sat in the hall when someone asked what the terrifying presence was and if it was an evil constellation. The man with the microphone looked scared when someone exclaimed that it was a servant of the evil constellation. Joseph put his hand out and said that it seemed like they were the main characters of this party. The guy with the medal opened his mouth wide when he asked if the winning team was from Korea, adding that it was perfect. A snake appeared next to the minister when he exclaimed that on this glorious day when Korea won the victory, a promising player would die by his hand. The snake rushed towards the guys when Joseph exclaimed that he would carry out his master's orders. The winner covered his face with his hands, calling for someone to help. Someone jumped up. The hand squeezed the flow of energy. The protagonist stopped the snake with his bare hands. Joseph put his hand out and asked what he was doing there. Kai looked away and told the boys to quickly get out of there. The boys ran away from him and thanked him when he said that this was not a place for amateurs. The protagonist looked forward and asked the minister who he was, calling him a snake seller. He opened his mouth and added that he appeared out of nowhere, then someone shouted his name loudly. Joseph stood in front of Kai, who asked if this was the guy from China they had crossed paths with earlier, then Benedict asked to spare him. The man opened his mouth wide and asked not to misunderstand him, explaining that he had also been betrayed when Kai asked if he was in league with them, adding that the Hunter Association was truly terrible. Benedict gritted his teeth and exclaimed that all this was a plot by an evil god, then he was told to shut up. Joseph stood next to him, who wondered if he had really believed in himself with the appearance of a hunter. The old man pointed at the protagonist and said that even if he was in a rank or so, he was just a weakling under the protection of a kind god. The minister raised his hands and exclaimed that compared to his master, the pinnacle of dark magic, he was absolutely insignificant, and there was no way someone like him could stop him alone. Kai looked ahead and replied that he had many things to argue with, and then asked to start with that. The sharp tip shot forward as he inquired about when he said he was alone. The arrow pierced the bearded old man. Joseph opened his mouth wide and screamed. There was a man standing behind him as he asked what that meant. The man looked ahead confidently as the minister inquired if that was the Ice Emperor with iron blood. The boy presented the headdress and explained that it was a Takibai hat, and that it was a rank artifact from Korea enchanted with the highest level of stealth magic. He imagined the boy wearing the headdress as he added that it was one of the many fateful keys that created the legendary hunter Rick. Kai imagined him swinging his sword as he summed up that people say that when Rick puts on the Takibai hat, he becomes the embodiment of death, the Ice Emperor with iron blood. The protagonist raised his hand to his head, and the man exclaimed that no one had ever called him that. The hunter's face blushed as he asked the boy what nonsense he was adding to his already strange nickname, and Kai told his comrade not to worry. The protagonist raised his thumb and asked if he would accept that this was his legacy, adding that he was proud of the iron-blooded Ice Emperor. Rick exclaimed that he was very ashamed. The veins on the old man's forehead appeared when he said that not only did he attack him, but he was also talking in his presence. The hunter was standing behind Joseph. He jumped away from the minister, who asked him who he thought he was. Snakes appeared above the old man's hand. The minister spread his arms out to the sides and warned both opponents to get ready. The snakes rushed towards Rick. They opened their mouths wide in front of Kai, when Joseph exclaimed that he would eat them alive. The hunter jumped back, cursing. He looked up carefully, thinking that this was a problem, and that the Takibai cap was on cooldown, so he needed a little time before he could use it again. The man took a step back, thinking that there was nothing he could do about it, and that he would have to get closer and attack as much as he could. A system window appeared in front of the hunter, telling him that the power of the avatar of training was helping him grow when he thought that he would increase the distance later and help Kai. Rick was enveloped in a blue aura when a system notification appeared, telling him that his body, which had reached its limit, was being strengthened. A weapon appeared in his hand when a system notification appeared, telling him that he had acquired the skill Iron Blood Ice Emperor's Majesty. When Rick asked about why he had acquired the skill so suddenly, and whether this was the effect of becoming the protagonist's servant, and whether this was why it had such a name, Kai folded his arms in front of him, saying that it was annoying when the hunter thought about whether this was some kind of power. Rick looked at the weapon in his hand, thinking that one thing was clear, and that was that power was rising from the depths. 3 snakes appeared in front of him. The man looked ahead with determination. He swung the weapon a few times. The heads of the snakes flew away as he thought that perhaps this power was greater than his best. Rick held his hand out in front of him. Joseph looked away and asked how that was possible. Kai smiled widely and turned to his comrade. The minister crouched down and exclaimed that it was impossible and that his master's power could not yield to a mere human. The bearded old man frowned and said that something had gone wrong. A red magic circle appeared beneath him. Chains were wrapped around his leg as he asked what it was. Joseph opened his mouth wide, wondering what the hell it was. There were chains on the old man's shoulder as he was asked what he thought was going on. Above him was a girl who asked if he couldn't see it. She bent her leg in front of her and explained that it was a special binding force, the Star of Instinct. The bearded minister gritted his teeth when Julie added that she was also known as the dog collar. The chains wrapped around Joseph's body, who asked if she had come too. The girl waved her hand and turned to Kai, saying that as ordered, she had evacuated all the civilians and hurried there. Then she asked if she was doing well. The protagonist bent his hand and answered in the affirmative, adding that she had perfect accuracy. The minister was in front of the guy when he suggested that they finish this now. Joseph opened his mouth wide and told Kai not to move, then asked if he had forgotten that he had a hostage, adding that if the guy made one more move, he would kill him right now. Benedict looked scared when the minister was asked if he was referring to this guy. Rick held him in front of him. The hunter in the Takibai hat opened his mouth and replied that he pulled it out while the old man was talking, adding that the reload was complete when he was asked about when he had time. Joseph turned around and looked back, cursing. Then the protagonist said that he expected this from Rick, adding that he was a real Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. Kai took a step aside and said that now that nothing was in his way, they could finish this. The guy got into a fighting stance. The minister grabbed his head and asked Mr. Wizard what was going on, adding that he didn't say there would be so many rank hunters. In front of the hooded man was a system window when he asked about what was going on and when his servant asked for mercy. There was a constellation sitting on a rock, who responded that this was ridiculous and wondered how things could get out of hand. Then the wizard said that now was not the time to laugh because their plan was falling apart. The masked being opened his palm and asked the other to calm down when he said that they had to think of something. The hooded constellation looked ahead and asked again. When he was told that given how things had turned out, it was clear to him what to do. A system window appeared in front of Joseph when he addressed the master. The minister smiled and exclaimed that this meant there was a way out. Then a system notification appeared, saying that the wizard was terminating the contract with him. The old man was bound in chains when a system message appeared, saying that all the powers he had received were being cancelled. The bearded man opened his mouth wide and asked what it meant, calling the constellation crazy, realizing that it had abandoned him and fled. The boy's foot left the ground. Kai rushed towards Joseph, who asked how this was possible. The minister opened his palms in front of him and asked him to wait, explaining that he had just lost all of his powers. The protagonist clenched his fists in front of him. There was a bright flash as a loud scream was heard. The masked constellation looked at the system window and said that as expected of the avatar of training's servant, and that the rumors were true about his flashy style. In front of him sat the wizard, who said that wherever he went, he brought chaos, and that the more he watched, the more interesting he became, adding that now was not the time for idle talk, and then asked about what the chaos constellation would do now. The hooded old man opened his mouth and explained that this failure would not only bring him no glory, but would also leave him branded as someone who had failed a deity and been abandoned by his followers. The masked constellation looked ahead when asked about how he was going to do something about it. The wizard sweated as he replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something and apologized, adding that he did not need a plan when he was asked about what he was saying. Chaos lifted one leg and replied that this failure was the end for the wizard alone. The masked being flexed one arm and concluded that in his case, it seemed like a great success. They were facing each other when Chaos asked about what he meant by a plan. The constellation held out its hand and asked if it had not said that its power came from Chaos itself. It remembered pointing its finger in front of it and reiterating that the goal was to stir up conflict among the people and gain more power from it. Chaos narrowed its eyes and said that from that point of view, its subordinate had done an excellent job. It imagined cracks in the map when it explained that this incident would create a deep chasm between the two nations and that they would have a rather deep emotional connection. The Constellation imagined sharp shards when it added that an interesting diplomatic conflict would soon break out and that it was a pity that it would not come to war, but that it would still be useful to its plans. Chaos held out its hand to the side. It turned away from the wizard and said that since this was how things had turned out, they should go their separate ways. The hooded old man opened his mouth and asked what kind of nonsense this was and that he was really breaking the alliance so easily when the Constellation summed up that it had been a short alliance, but he had done a lot of work. The bearded man opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was unacceptable. Chaos turned his head to the side when the wizard asked how much he underestimated him to do such a thing. A cloud of energy appeared next to the old man. A powerful explosion occurred behind the Constellation. The wizard silently adjusted his hood. Chaos stood before him, warning him that he had better leave without hysterics and behave himself if he wanted to keep at least this pathetic throne. The masked Constellation pointed in front of him again. It disappeared from its place when a system message appeared saying that Chaos had left the channel. The wizard raised his hand to his head and cursed, saying that he had been deceived. Sweat ran down his face when he thought about how he wanted revenge, but his strength was no match for Chaos's. Cracks appeared under his hand when he realized that he could not leave it like this, and that he should at least hinder him without directly confronting him. A system window appeared in front of the wizard when he said that in this case, the only best option would be that Constellation. The old man lay in front of the protagonist. The sun's rays illuminated the building of the Dakshini clan's headquarters the next day. There was a sign above the door stating that this was the clan leader's office when a voice rang out, announcing that they would now be moving on to political news. The man in the tie looked straight ahead as he reported that a terrorist attack had occurred at the Asian Hunters tournament around 5 o'clock yesterday evening, resulting in promising hunters being attacked. The bearded old man's mouth fell open as he added that it had been revealed that the president of the Chinese Hunters Association, Joseph, had orchestrated the attack after making a contract with an evil god, causing even more controversy. Reporters crowded in front of Kai as the announcer reported that unprecedented destruction had fortunately been averted thanks to the quick intervention of the South Korean rank hunters who happened to be nearby. The bespectacled men led the old man as it was revealed that the detained Joseph had only repeated one thing, that he did not remember anything. Sweat broke out on the minister's face as the announcer concluded that the incident was attracting attention due to its impact on diplomatic relations between Korea and China. Microphones were brought to Kai as the announcer added that the hunter, who was the hero of the day, had responded to the question about what had happened with humor. The main character opened his mouth and said that he had caught him because he had gone mad in front of him. And the news anchor said that this statement had caused a wave of discussion among internet users, and that another correspondent would report on the news in the world of sports. Someone was holding the remote control when he said that, as expected, it had caused quite a stir. Kai was sitting in a chair when he added that the noise would last a long time. He was looking ahead carefully when he asked about whether he had really decided to return to active duty in such a situation, adding that he could get into trouble and asking if he was sure. Rick looked ahead confidently and answered in the affirmative, explaining that it was a decision he had made after much thought. He remembered holding his hand out in front of him as he added that the battle yesterday had made him realize that thanks to Kai's strength, his current physical condition was superior to his prime. The man looked at his fist and said that he realized then that even though he had retired due to his age, he was still a hunter destined for the battlefield. The protagonist turned to him and asked him why he was worried about such things, when Rick said that of course he was worried that rescinding his retirement at his age might seem stupid. Kai opened his palm in front of him and asked if it was true that his real reason for returning was to save more people with his strength, adding that he said that it was his nature. Rick looked ahead confidently as the boy asked him not to worry about others' opinions, as he knew how to deal with them. There was a mug on the table when the hunter replied that he was right. He clenched his fist in front of himself and added that he would take public condemnation or outrage with grace and work even harder. Kai smiled broadly and said that he could just bribe everyone with money. The men were sitting at the same table. Rick looked at the guy and asked him again, then he explained that it was a coincidence that Bill had close ties to the Korean media. The protagonist took the mug and added that therefore the hunter should not worry about anything, because he will settle everything. Rick introduced the blonde man behind the guy and asked Bill what he did to him. A system window appeared in front of Kai. It said that the wizard who shares everything is requesting a meeting. Then the protagonist asked what else is that. The guy held the mug in front of him and asked what business he had with him, when the girl asked if the wizard was the evil constellation that caused chaos yesterday and escaped. The purple-haired goddess looked at Kai, who assumed that he was going to challenge her to a celestial duel for revenge, to which she replied that it was possible, adding that perhaps he was impressed by his successor's success and wanted to propose an alliance. The protagonist looked ahead as the goddess concluded that no matter what, if they answered, nothing bad would happen. Then he said that such people always come with useful information and that they would listen to what he had to say. In front of him stood a bearded old man. The wizard made a special gesture and exclaimed that he was glad to meet the avatar of training. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he added that it was an honor to meet one of the most promising constellations of their time. Then Kai asked to speak more to the point and asked what he had in mind. The protagonist crossed his arms and added that they weren't that close, especially after what he had done yesterday, and the wizard replied in the affirmative, saying that he needed to clear up a big misunderstanding. The old man raised one finger when asked again, and said that he swears that it wasn't his will that it happened, and that it was a plot by the smooth-talking Endless Chaos. Kai imagined the constellation in the mask and wondered if that was really the case. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when he replied that he hadn't done anything, and that it was all chaos. The wizard put his hand behind his head and apologized, saying that he couldn't when the boy asked if he could swear by his true name. The hooded old man folded his hands in front of himself and admitted that, to be honest, he had participated a little. A flame erupted behind Kai as he asked the constellation if it was mocking him, and it replied that it was not, but it was true that it was only being used and that it had gained nothing. They stood opposite each other as the wizard explained that he had come to him, the hunter of evil constellations, because he wanted revenge. The protagonist looked ahead and asked him again as the old man added that his goal was to give him information about his plans. The bearded man opened his mouth and answered in the affirmative, adding that this was the real reason he was accumulating power so quickly. The constellation imagined a huge garden as it said that Chaos wanted to capture the lord of the second region of the abyss, connected to Earth, the demon of contracts and orders. The cloaked man stood with his back to him. He folded his hands in front of him, leaning on his cane. Kai put his hands in his pockets and asked if Chaos was trying to catch the demon of contracts and orders. The boy's face was serious as he added that evil constellations often fought over territory and wondered if such a fight could even take place. The wizard looked ahead when asked if it was true that the demon was one of the higher constellations so Chaos could not deal with him, to which he replied that it was like that before and that the current Chaos was much stronger than ever before. The old man introduced the masked constellation and said that it had absorbed the chaos of the earth, which was much more abundant than any area in the abyss. The bearded man was shown in profile as he added that he had remained relatively quiet, however, because he believed that his strength was insufficient and that despite his appearance, he was very cautious. The wizard remembered Chaos bending his hand when he asked what it meant if such a character had started his plan. Kai looked ahead and replied that it was only that he had gathered enough strength to confidently catch the constellation of contracts on his own. Then the old man said that it was so. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, thinking that there was nothing good about changing the owner of the territory, and that all their preparations for the raid would be in vain. He remembered holding a piece of paper in his hand when he thought that maybe he should warn the demon, since they had an agreement with him. The boy imagined the man in the hat when he decided that he was unlikely to lose so easily. The building was on fire when it was told that after a few days, the assumption that seemed impossible became reality. There were debris near the column. The demon opened his mouth and growled. Chaos looked ahead. He was standing in front of the constellation in the hat. The demon was sitting in a pile of rubble. The constellation with the monocle opened his mouth and called Chaos a bastard. The masked creature looked ahead when he asked him what it had done to his territory. The buildings were on fire when the demon asked how Chaos could destroy his domain in 5 minutes, and how that was possible. The masked constellation was shown in profile when he replied that if he was asking out of ignorance, then he was truly indecently stupid. The demon sat in front of him, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking when Chaos explained that he had managed his territory so poorly up until now that it was extremely presumptuous to hope for its safety. The constellation narrowed its eyes and added that he had always put contracts first in managing his territory. Chaos presented a creature with horns when he said that this is why he only allowed intelligent beings capable of containing them and increased his power with quantity rather than quality. Kai stood in front of the demon when the constellation added that he never cared whether these beings served other masters. Dynamite appeared in Chaos' hand when he summed up that, in other words, by proving their intelligence, anyone could enter his territory. Beings with explosives appeared from the portal when he added that even those like him, armed with bombs with his essence, were able to enter. Sweat appeared on the demon's face when he asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He stood in front of Chaos when he asked how the constellation could afford such petty tricks, to which he replied that an evil constellation would really tell him about pettiness, and then asked if there was a rule against it. A ball of energy appeared in his hand as he said that even if it were, it would be easy to break. The demon's mouth opened in surprise as he added that the chaos it created only strengthened it. A huge ball of energy appeared above the constellation. Chaos closed his eyes, looking forward. The demon held a book in his hand as he asked what it was. A flash occurred in front of him as he cursed. A powerful explosion occurred. A system notification appeared stating that the Demon of Contracts and Orders constellation had been defeated in a full-scale battle. The following system notification stated that as a result, control of the second area of the Abyss had passed to the victorious constellation. People looked at their phones. There was a news announcer on the billboard who announced that the new owner of the second area was Infinite Chaos. A system window appeared with the same words. Kai held a dumbbell in his hand as he asked why this had happened in the first place, and it was then reported that the shocking outcome had caused a stir both on and off Earth. Many system windows popped up in front of the boy as it was reported that chaos had broken out among the constellations due to the incredible change in rankings. People were sitting in front of the speaker as it was reported that emergency discussions had begun among the world's elites preparing for the raid into the second region of the Abyss. The men turned to each other. Someone slammed their fists on the table as it was reported that in the midst of the chaos, one country had suddenly taken decisive action, declaring that they would immediately challenge the second raid of the Abyss. The man placed his hand on the table and began to speak. He frowned, looking forward as he exclaimed that he was declaring that they would make this territory the domain of Earth. Nick clenched his fists and exclaimed that it was all in the name of the Great Chinese Hunters Association. Someone was holding a tablet when he said that they really did send their men out right away. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what was wrong with them, suggesting that they got out of bed on the wrong side. Rick opened his mouth and said that they were probably aware of all the criticism they received after attacking the Hunter tournament. Fingers were pointed at Joseph when the hunter added that they were receiving an avalanche of negativity all over the world, not just in Asia but in all the countries where the event was broadcast. Kai put his hands behind his head and said that they were really trying when Rick said that was why they were now trying to restore their reputation by taking the initiative. A system window appeared in front of the guy when he said that he wasn't sure if this would work. The system window said that the six-winged angel was praising his nobility. There was a screen in front of the winged constellation when the protagonist asked why it suddenly started talking about nobility. The shirtless man held out his hand and said that it was the only way. He imagined the monster's mouth opening as he explained that from the French raid they had first participated in together until the attack on the Hunters tournament, he had always saved the weak and acted fairly without hesitation. The constellation imagined Kai holding his hand out to the side. The bald man's eyes sparkled as a system notification appeared, showing the six-winged angel laughing loudly while saying that it was commendable. The protagonist was sitting in front of the system window when he began to answer. The winged constellation positioned itself in front of the screen and said that it had something special to offer him anyway, just like him, and he was asked again. Kai looked out of the system window when he asked him if he was probably preparing for the second Abyss raid as well, to which the guy replied that he was right because he was not going to let China take the initiative. The six-winged angel's eye gleamed as he said that he thought so too, and that getting rid of the evil constellation was a good idea, but he couldn't trust their politicians. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that it was good to hear, when a system notification appeared, saying that the six-winged angel was proposing an alliance with them. He remembered how he held the sword in front of him, thinking that an alliance with the strongest of the holy constellations could make things much easier. Kai was shown in profile as he responded that he had no reason to refuse, and that he agreed. Then a system notification appeared, saying that the six-winged angel was smiling warmly, saying that it was a wise decision. The winged constellation looked ahead and said that he would gather information and contact him, adding that they would meet at the gate when the time came. The protagonist was sitting in front of the system window when he asked him again. After the system message appeared that the six-winged angel said that he would send someone he trusted and who was close to Kai in advance, then the guy asked about who it could be. Clouds were floating in the sky 2 days later. Behind the buildings, the cliffs at the gate of the second area of the Abyss were visible. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he had been thinking about his words about it being someone close to him, and then asked if it was a Laphael. The green-haired angel turned around and wondered if the hunter Kai had finally arrived. The Laphael looked away in embarrassment and added that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked about him. The protagonist frowned and said that the six-winged angel mentioned that a servant close to him would be waiting for them. There was a crack in the wall and he heard it, which was quite unexpected. The last time in France, as far as he could remember, he had not been too fond of cooperating with humans. The girl stuck her finger up and said that it was true, she still didn't like humans. Suddenly someone grabbed her and she continued to say that, but since it was the master's order, he would make an exception for him. The girls were carried away. The angel threw his hands up, asked for forgiveness and said that their archangel was just a little shy. The hero stood in front of the angel who offered to talk from here. The girl screamed, "What was he doing?" The Laphael was struggling in the girl's arms and screamed, "Why was he talking instead of her? She was told to be patient for a while. Didn't the master order her to get along with a high-ranking hunter, no matter what?" The girl's eyes lit up and he heard that he understood that Alaphael didn't like humans. If he could just step away, they would figure it out. The girl exclaimed, "What nonsense." The angel rubbed his head. The hero said that it was probably hard for them with such a capricious boss. The guy replied that she treated them well. He smiled and continued to say that one way or another they would get down to business. The raid conditions for this area. Kai frowned. The angel said that the constellation of treasures. The hero asked about the treasure hunt. The huge monster was holding an inverted pyramid in his hands, and it was heard that yes, after the capture, the endless chaos turned this place into an inverted pyramid. An image of a pyramid appeared in his thoughts, and the angel said that it consists of 4 levels of dungeons, each with unique features. The protagonist continued to put his hand to his chin and listened to the fact that the last of them contained a constellation relic. Obtaining it was a raid condition for this area. The hero replied that he thought he would do something more spectacular. The angel looked at him and said that, and also, even if he died here, he would simply be kicked out, and it would be possible to try again. Kai replied that it meant, like in SSL games, where you can be reborn. He thoughtfully continued to talk about why Chaos behaved so generously. Perhaps this was false information. He was told that he had revealed this information under his true name to everyone who entered the first level. He raised his finger up and said that so it was unlikely that what was said was a lie. However, in order to take the relic on the last level, there was one condition. People reached for the bright sphere, and it was heard that 100 souls, in other words, only when 100 applicants gathered in one place, the relic would appear. The girl opened her mouth and said that it meant the sooner he got there the better, right? Members of the Chinese Hunters Association can. She frowned angrily and continued to say that there was no time to waste. Hunter Kai, they also needed to quickly pass the dungeon, the hero thought. She turned to the protagonist, who said that no, under these conditions it would not be a big advantage, even a disadvantage. She asked what he meant. The protagonist frowned and said that it seemed to him that a serious massacre had already begun in this area, right, Angel? The angel rubbed his face and said that it was the greed of people. Of course, great. Stone blocks grew from the floor and ceiling. It was heard that most of those who were entering now. Swords met in a blow, and he said that they were gathering groups to gain priority access to the area. There was a fierce struggle, and the angel said that that is why they were fighting fiercely. Kai curled his fingers on his hand and said that yes, this is typical for people. Chaos probably intended this. A huge hand hung over the people, and it was heard that it was to create an environment in which the hunters were forced to fight each other, creating endless chaos for his power. The protagonist extended his fist to the angel and he asked what they would do, and that if this is really what he wanted, should they interfere? Kai asked why, even if they stayed away. She cracked her knuckles and continued to say that the disorder would not stop on its own. The protagonist's body caught fire, and he said that it would be better to enter immediately and restore order. The angel approached him and said that then they should go immediately. The hero replied that the hunter Kai understood. They would also begin preparing to enter. Suddenly they turned around and someone called the hero. The girl walked towards him. The hero called Alaphael. She apologized for it and said that she was just doing some business. Now she can tell him about the dungeon. The girl looked puzzled as he said that they had already figured it out. The girl asked again. Kai put his hand on her shoulder and said that besides, they knew that she didn't like people, so there was no need to strain herself, and suggested that they just focus on their tasks. Alaphael asked him again in shock. The guys went straight ahead, and the hero said that they would not waste time, forward, and that the volcano team should get ready. The girl agreed. Alaphael turned around and objected. The angels watched them go, and Alaphael thought that this was not so. The space flashed and the board wrote that they entered the second area of the abyss. The starting point would be assigned randomly in groups of 4. Someone's footsteps were heard. The board said that the power of chaos ensures that no one can die in this area. The guys walked forward. A notification appeared that chaos supports their eternal conflict. Kai said that he was a crazy guy. He looked at the girl and continued to say that nevertheless they were lucky they ended up in the same place. The girl replied that it was cool. A board appeared above her hand, and she continued to say that it seemed that everyone had arrived safe and sound, according to the artifact map given by the angels. She looked at the board and said that they should head to the center, where the entrance to the second floor was. Someone stamped their foot. It was heard that, of course, with countless traps in each tunnel and endlessly returning monsters. Stone golems stood in front of the guys. Their eyes lit up, and someone said that it would not be that easy. The hero stretched out his hand forward and said that such feeling makes the raid more exciting, and to be on the alert and follow him. His step sparkled with energy, and he continued to say that they do not waste time such things. The monsters frowned and growled. The hero made a punch right in the chest of the stone monster. From his blows, flashes burned around. Kai turned around and shouted to go and not waste time. Meanwhile, Alaphael. Feathers fell from a large wing. The girl was fighting with golems. She cut the air with a strong blow. The monsters growled. The girl looked at what was happening and shouted that to destroy so many monsters at once. Alaphael stood on the golem's head, and it was heard that amazing skill. Alaphael, the girl said not to make a noise because of such nonsense. She opened her eyes wide and said that, and now, where is the hunter Kai now? The angel looked at the other angels and asked how far he was. The girl asked why her, and the man shouted that she was a fool and that she was asking to overtake him. Balafel turned away. The man continued to say that she couldn't stand the thought of giving into a human, right? The girl replied that yes, a sense of rivalry. The angel closed her eyes and listened, as expected from Balafel. Her pride was on another level. The thought arose that she just wanted to keep up, but it was difficult to say directly. The girl walked with her eyes closed and told them to move and stop chatting. She turned to the angels and said that whoever fell behind would not be waited for. Then she stopped and asked in confusion what it was. On the ground lay a stone monster. The guys looked up and Kai said to look here. There was a sign hanging above them and the hero said that chaos really was. The sign said to sacrifice their allies, and it was heard that he thought it all out. Well, bad taste, isn't it? The angel looked at the board and said that endless chaos. She imagined the scope, but it was really villainous. Looking at the board, which said to bring the blood of their ally, she said that even if a celestial being works, to use such a vile trick. The girl looked at Alaphael and asked what they should do. The gaze was directed at the inscription, and it was heard that the presence of chaos emanated even from the walls. It seemed that it would not be easy to break through by force. The angel widened her eyes and asked if it was possible to find another way. Alaphael answered that there would be more such barriers ahead. They cannot retreat every time. Someone's footsteps were heard and words that, but of course, following the enemy's intentions would be dishonorable for their master. The girl's entire body lit up and she said that it meant there was only one option. She took out her sword, saying that they would just have to break through. Alaphael opened her eyes and smirked. She raised her hand up and exclaimed the dragon executioner spell. An explosion flashed above the angels and someone exclaimed. The man covered his face and said that as expected, Alaphael is cool to use such power without a spell. The girl added that with such power this wall, it should have been blown to pieces. After a moment, she asked again in confusion. Alaphael looked at the scoreboard and someone continued to scream in shock. The girl stood straight and someone asked that she was safe. The angel extended her hand forward and asked how this was possible. The man asked Alaphael if ma'am was okay. The angel frowned and smirked. A sparkle flashed in the angel's eyes and she said that chaos really tries. The scoreboard said 62 out of 100, and the girl said that to mock her with some stone wall. She raised her sword again, saying that it was so funny, huh? Looking at the sign, she shouted that they would see who would win. The angel covered her face with her hands and shouted for Alaphael to calm down. The scoreboard showed 75 out of 100. The girl clenched her teeth and asked that she could just go around. A moment later, the guys were blown away by an energy wave from Alaphael's blow and the man shouted for the angel to save him. Meanwhile, Kai's squad. Iris frowned and asked if Hunter Kai was serious. The hero looked at her in confusion and she asked that he was going to break through this wall by force. He answered affirmatively. The girl looked at him and said that Hunter Kai was certainly capable, but was it necessary? She stood behind him and asked if it would be better to step back and save strength. Kai answered with a smile not to worry. He was not going to waste energy. He extended his hand to the barrier and said that it was easier than it looked. The hero looked at the barrier and said that, as expected, it was a wall. His eyes lit up and he thought that although it looked protected by the presence, it was actually only slightly covered from the outside. He held the barrier and thought that inside it was simply filled with mana. Of course, it was strong enough, but with such a structure. Kai frowned and continued the thought that if the energy was disturbed a little, it would easily fall apart. Light poured from his hand and he thought that it was like that. Iris widened her eyes and exclaimed that it was incredible. Looking at the barrier, someone shouted that the wall was collapsing. A moment later, an explosion occurred. The barrier under the hero's hand disappeared and he said what it was. Someone was standing behind the barrier and it was heard that it looked like they had guests. The people's eyes were glowing. Someone said that they were so skinny. Ghouls probably, they growled. A moment later, they rushed towards the guys with a scream. The guy stood in front of the protagonist with the words that the Hunter Kai should let them do this. The hero replied that no, and that they should wait. Someone fell to their knees and it was heard that it was not ghouls. Looking at the people, the hero exclaimed that they were members of the Shaolin clan, the guy called Kai. They ran to the guys saying that they thanked them, they saved them again. The guy bowed deeply and begged him. Kai replied that no, they were just passing by. He lay in front of the hero and asked to give them something to eat. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment. After some time, it was heard that he was summing up. Kai put his hand under his chin and said that the Full Moon clan from China were the first to reach the second underground floor and took control of it. The man took a bite and the protagonist continued to say that they tried to resist them, but were thrown back to the first floor, and now they are stuck here, right? The people sat on the ground and ate. The hero said that they had been hungry for 3 days in a row. They answered that yes, that is right. Kai looked at the man and said that despite the need to restrain other clans, they are all from China, right? Why are they even? The man interrupted him by saying that the Chinese Hunters Association had announced conditions. The huge building was illuminated by the sun. It was heard that the clan that contributed the most to this raid would receive a 10-year monopoly on the association's business. The protagonist raised his hands. The man said that even though they were compatriots, Kai asked in bewilderment that they were all competitors now. He sat on a rock and said that they could just kill each other, then they would be released automatically. The man exclaimed in shock. He looked around and said that but they were comrades. The hero thought that these guys were surprisingly naive. Really? Kai stood up and said that in any case, thanks for the information. Let them eat rice balls as much as they want. The protagonist turned around abruptly and continued to say that they also help restore mana. Then he asked again in bewilderment. Kai looked around and asked what that sound was. A flash of light flashed in front of his face and the hero said that it was getting closer. The guys looked at the light and the protagonist asked what it was. The angel looked at them tiredly and the hero called Alaphael. The girl asked Kai that he was here. The angel stood in the rift. The protagonist asked if she caused this push. Alaphael laughed and said that it was nothing surprising, such a thing, for someone who serves a six-winged angel. She rolled her eyes and said that it was nothing. Suddenly, the angel fell in front of the protagonist. The guys looked at her and Kai asked what it was. Someone ran up to the angel and called her. Standing in front of the angels, the protagonist asked that it was true. Frowning, he added that she destroyed all the traps with brute force. Alaphael lowered her head, hearing that this also drained her mana significantly. Closing her eyes, she said yes, that was correct, to which the protagonist replied that he thought it would be easy for her to figure out how to turn them off. The angel became embarrassed, hearing that perhaps she was not as smart as he thought. Putting his hand into the portal, Kai said that it didn't matter, they would not dwell on the past, it would only waste time. Looking straight ahead, he added that for now he would eat this onigiri, it would help restore her mana, to which she asked again. Alaphael furiously asked what made him think that she would eat human food, she was an angel or something, to which the hero asked what and what was she going to do then, fight without mana. He smirked and added that those guys said that the passage to the second floor opens every 15 minutes and only 2 people can enter at a time. The hunters appeared, and it was heard that if they did not prepare in advance, those they sent ahead would not be able to stand against the warriors of the full moon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that it was therefore logical that the strongest fighters should arrive first, which was her and him, right? Maybe she did not like it. Holding the onigiri in his hands, he said that but now he needed her and would be happy to work with her on a team. With wide eyes, the angel asked that he needed her. Raising her hands, she added that it was true, to which he thought that he should save his strength for the boss fight. Alaphael took the onigiri and said that well, since he asked so much, so be it. She would not refuse him, she would eat it as an exception. Bringing the food to her mouth, she added that she was doing him a favor. Suddenly, the angel opened her eyes in surprise and asked what. Looking to the side, she thought that she had only bitten off a small piece, and her mana had already recovered so much. Looking straight ahead, Alaphael asked that he had soaked the rice with some kind of elixir. How could it have such an effect? Grinning, Kai said that he was glad she liked it. The angel ate the onigiri. A thought appeared that it seemed that in 30 minutes she would fully recover. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that 30 minutes, yes, since they had time, he would check that thing. A cave appeared. A thought appeared that before coming here, he bought it from a traveling merchant just in case. He was holding a chest in his hands. A glow appeared around it. It was said that by opening it, he would know the will of the deity. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that 1,000,000 points, he really bought something so expensive, to which he replied that he had many opportunities to earn spiritual stones lately. Looking at the portal, the goddess heard that besides, this was a rather important raid, so he hoped to get something useful, to which she replied that it was doom or gloom, but it was rare to find something completely unnecessary. Opening the box, Kai said, okay, it's time to open it. A bright glow appeared. A message appeared that the released chaos would decide his fate. A domain seed was received. The hero looked at him, and the girl asked what a domain seed, since when was he a plant, to which he said, what nonsense. The seed appeared. It was said that under his control a new domain grows from it. It was heard that although the description really was written as if about a plant. Looking down, the protagonist said that if it actually creates a domain, that was pretty cool, but how should he use it? The sphere began to inhabit his hand. A notification appeared that opening it would reveal the will of a deity. A bright glow appeared around Kai. It was said that a seed was growing in him, and he would become the source of a new domain. He extended his palm forward. It was heard that in time he would be able to create a beautiful domain. Looking down, the hero said how dramatic, asked why he couldn't use it right now. Clenching his fist, he added that if he could actually create a domain, it could be a great help. Standing at the cave, the protagonist said that it was a little disappointing, but time would tell. A corridor appeared. 30 minutes later, people were standing near the passage to the second underground floor. The man looked away, hearing that the passage would soon open. He smirked when he heard that they would attack first as usual, to which he replied that of course. Liam lowered his head and said that they needed to hold out until they had 100 fighters. When that happened, they would definitely. Raising his hand up, he continued that they would become the most powerful clan in China. It was clear to them, to which they shouted that they did. A pentagram appeared on the ground. 2 people appeared, and the man said that here they are. Rushing forward, he said that he did not know who they were, but nothing personal. The hero's eyes lit up. It was heard that they were just trying to survive. Suddenly, a blow flew into the hunter's face. He flew far back. The man looked at him in surprise. Turning around, Liam asked what was happening, what was going on. A glow appeared around Kai's fist and he said that some kind of unfriendly company they had. Standing among the hunters, he asked that they were warriors of the full moon. With wide eyes, the leader asked what he was. The hero grinned when he heard his name. Looking straight ahead, he thought. Particles appeared around the warriors. A thought arose that judging by the aura. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he must be their leader. The man exclaimed in surprise. Kai struck him. Covering his eyes, he shouted that it was not necessary. The leader flew into the wall and wheezed. The guys looked at him in surprise. It seemed like he was only going to say it once, so they should listen carefully. Looking at Liam, the hero said that they should bow their heads. Grinning, he added that from now on this territory was under their control. The people were lying on the floor. The man knelt down. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that is, their preemptive attack was an absurd accident. Looking straight ahead, he added that, well, whoever doesn't make mistakes in life, he understands everything. Looking at him, the leader said that then, to which the hero replied that of course, the fact that it was an accident doesn't change the fact that they angered him. The man asked again in surprise, hearing that he would forgive them if they helped him. A glow appeared around the protagonist and he asked what and what. He doesn't agree. Well then they'll have to deal with them right here and now, to which the leader replied that no, they will help. Pointing ahead, Kai said that everyone heard. Behind him, the boss room was already very close. People were watching him. They looked in surprise and exclaimed. In front of them stood a huge statue. The angel frowned and turned to the hero. Turning around, he said that this rock was their boss. Let them wait a second. The rock appeared. The thought arose that this masked form, he was from the tribe of stone giants. Even in the abyss their strength was colossal. The monster appeared. The thought arose that he thought they have something akin to him. Looking straight ahead, the girls heard that he would start first. They would pick up when he gave the signal. The protagonist took a step forward. The protagonist stopped in front of the rock. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that it had been a long time since they had guests. Looking up, Kai heard that he was a servant of the endless explosion. Looking at him, the creature added that he could not let him go further. Raising his head, the hero asked what it meant if he dealt with him, the dungeon would be cleared, to which he was told that if he overcomes all obstacles, he will earn the recognition of the infinite explosion and clear the dungeon, to which he added that it meant then. The protagonist grinned and told him to attack. The monster swung his fist and said that he would regret it. Suddenly, he struck the ground. The creature looked surprised, hearing that was all. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that he was okay. The rock swung. The thought appeared that he was an unusual person to withstand after such a thing, and then asked how he could miss him. Kai deftly dodged the blows. Striking, the monster shouted that he was quite fast for such a small one. Standing in front of him, the hero said that he was heavy. The giant looked at him furiously and shouted that he was caught. Suddenly the protagonist stopped his blow and an appeal to the Lord was heard. Suddenly a devastating explosion appeared in front of them. The giant looked in surprise, hearing that it was probably difficult to recover from such self-detonations. A glow appeared around the hero and a question was heard about this technique, martial arts. Leaning over, the monster asked that he was really a servant of the invincible avatar of self-improvement. He had heard about this from the stone snakes. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he did not even consider him as a constellation, and the girl said that of course, a follower. Pointing to himself, he said that he was a servant of the invincible avatar of self-improvement, Kai. The monster looked in surprise, hearing that he could help them pass this dungeon. The giant's eyes lit up and he replied that he couldn't. He had to complete the mission his master had given him. Leaning down, he added that the endless blast was whispering to him that if he wanted to gain more power, he should destroy anyone who invaded the dungeon and not move from his place. Clenching his fist, the creature said that they would resume their fight, to which the hero replied that there was no need. Raising his finger, he added that this endless blast had deceived him, to which the monster asked again. Glaring at him, the giant asked how he dared slander his master. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked that he was following the orders of the endless blast to gain power by protecting this place from intruders, to which the monster replied that he was. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he continued that he meant that his power only increased by destroying intruders. True, but they may never come. Kai frowned and said that even if he defeated the couple, What was the point if he was still alone here? It was either neglect on his part or torture. The monster asked again in surprise. The girls peeked out from around the corner, hearing that this couldn't be. Grinning, the angel thought that it seemed that Kai's words touched him. They suffered so much while walking here, if they could slip past this place so easily. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Kai turned around in surprise, hearing that from above. A huge sphere descended down. It looked straight ahead. A message appeared that the endless explosion was clicking its tongue, calling the stone giant useless. A glow appeared around the giant. It was said that it was removing it from this area. Looking straight ahead, the Constellation scolded the protagonist for disrupting his plans. The hero raised his head, hearing that maybe he also did not want to kill people from neighboring countries. He put his hands out in front of him and said no, to which he was asked to look at those annoying Chinese hunters. The monsters were walking forward. A message appeared about the discovery of a dungeon that happened only 7 years ago. People were draining water down. It was said that as well as a waste leak from a magical experiment about 9 years ago, the endless explosion stated that all this was their country's fault. The hero stood in front of him and listened to him say that if he destroyed those hunters, showing the results of his training and making the master happy, then the invincible avatar would also be flattered. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it made sense. Looking at him, the leader turned, and the guy shouted that they did not do it. Looking straight, Kai heard that then, first, let him crush them, to which he replied that he did not refuse. The endless explosion was furious. He did not understand why he rejected his offer, to which the hero replied that they just said that it was not their doing. He crossed his arms and added that only the one who committed the crime should pay for it. Touching the innocent is the last thing. A glow appeared in his chest area. The domain seed shuddered. Looking down, the protagonist said what it was. The girl looked away in surprise, hearing that she knew such a domain, nobility, he had never heard of it. Frowning, the goddess replied that no, she did not know anything about it, but she was sure of one thing: this domain was unlikely to be powerful. The man clenched his fist tightly. It was said that in the abyss, the domain was directly connected with the powers of the constellation. The knight raised his sword up. It was heard that justice, war. The man pulled the weapon forward. It was said that hatred. The girl was lying on the floor. It was heard that despondency. Closing her eyes, she added that the simpler and more understandable the domain, the stronger it is, to which the protagonist replied that he understood nobility is too abstract a property. The constellation looked at him and acknowledged his strength. Looking straight ahead, he added that he respected him for his ability to resist temptation. Turning around, Kai thought that he was still here, and the endless chaos wanted to show off its power. A portal opened in front of him. Creatures walked among the buildings. It was heard that this was the place. The man gritted his teeth. A question arose: was this not the domain of the demon of the contract and order? What does the power of the endless chaos have to do with it? The creatures raised their heads up, hearing a request that they not be distracted. Someone raised their hand up. It was heard that they should look and run. The constellation looked at them. It was said that this is the true form of the endless chaos. Everything around began to melt. The creatures raised their hands up. Suddenly, a creature appeared. He looked forward angrily. Raising his hand, he said that he should see. Suddenly, the monster waved his hand. A red beam rushed forward. Explosions began to appear around. A cry was heard that he should be saved. The hero looked up in surprise and said that this was incredible. Looking straight ahead, the endless explosion laughed loudly. A bright glow appeared around the man. A notification appeared that the contract demon was extremely angry. It was heard that how dare he invaded his domain and did this. The monster looked up and asked what noise he made on the ground and decided that they would turn a blind eye to it. Lying on the bed, the goddess said that the demon immediately responded. She had not seen such a large-scale battle of constellations for a long time. The constellation stretched its weapon forward. It was heard that he should watch carefully. This is a battle of the higher constellations that own the territories. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Purple rays appeared around the weapon. Looking straight ahead, the man said that those in his domain are obliged to obey his order. Rushing forward, he said goodbye to him. The monster glared at him, hearing that the enemies surrounding him should be silent. The constellation missed the blow. He looked at him in surprise and said that this power. Frowning, the goddess said that the power of the Lord of Peace and Quiet, how could he use the power of a constellation that did not match his nature? The robot raised his hand up. It was heard that he was not the only one here who learned by watching people. The monster struck and said that now all the arrogant constellations will tremble before him. The man spat out blood and wheezed. The fist passed through his body. It was heard that he would not allow some upstart to take away his domain. The man raised his head up and shouted that he ordered the demons to disappear and the buildings to collapse. Particles appeared in the air. It was heard that this portal suddenly began to appear. Grinning, the constellation asked what and what he would do there, where there was nothing left. The hero looked at the monster. Gritting his teeth, he thought that now it was clear why what the constellations did on Earth was called the level of the game. The protagonist grinned and added that the battles of the higher constellations were completely different in scale and rules. He looked surprised when he heard that his controlled territory was expanding. The demons left without masters were moving to him to serve, to which he asked why demons, and the goddess said that the contract Constellation was going to help the heir. Kai held the book in his hands. It was heard that after the explosion ended everything except human resources, they apparently decided to send them to the heir. The man lowered his head. It was said that the contract with the relic of the demons of the constellations. The hero raised his head, hearing that first it was better to find out how the explosion was able to use the power of silence. We need to find out. Looking at him, the constellation asked how things were. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that even if he was 100 times stronger, his will would not change, and the endless chaos laughed, amazed at his brave spirit. Suddenly he disappeared. It was said that he would watch his progress in the upcoming trials. Looking to the side, Kai said that he disappeared. Okay, let's get back to the main thing. Somewhere around here there should be a passage to the 3rd floor. The girls ran up to him and turned. Taking the hero by the hand, the angel asked that he was okay. After all, the constellation intervened. How could he calmly stand in front of him? Embarrassed, she added that it was not that she was worried about him. Well, they were just partners. Looking at her, the hero said that in the future she would meet many more strong enemies, so she shouldn't be shy every time. She just needed to train and become stronger. To which the goddess replied that it seemed that his acting skills were growing every day, and he added that they would first get down to business, capture this place and use it as a base. At this time, people were walking along the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Stretching his hand forward, the man turned to the robot. The robot looked at him, hearing that he needed bread, water, and a healing potion. How much it cost, to which he replied that 30 parts were required. They also accepted rare items that are not in the abyss. Closing his eyes, the hunter said that damn, he has no more things, and he can't borrow, to which the robot asked how he could trust an organic like him. The man frowned and asked why they didn't just rob him, to which the boy asked that didn't he hear that last time someone from Ranka paid for it. He looked surprised and added that they couldn't even collect his remains. Notifications appeared in front of the people. It was said that an explosion was reporting news from above. The embodiment of training and an angel occupied the 2nd underground floor. Stretching his hand forward, the hunter said that this is why they were not receiving supplies. Pointing directly, the man said to call in a rank hunter, to which he was answered that yes, I understand. The man looked straight ahead and thought that whoever it was. Smirking, he added that the prey came to him on its own. The people walked forward. Looking to the side, the hunter wondered what was going on here. The hero was talking to the man, and he added that he hoped to set the tone of the conversation. Why Kai's team climbed ahead of him. The man extended his hand and said that it was good to see a familiar face in this harsh place. As expected, the pride of America, Hunter Kai has done well in this dungeon too. He says true. The angel smirked when he heard that his men didn't look battered, to which she replied that even the 6-winged angel acknowledged his strength. The man watched the scene. Suddenly, someone hit him on the shoulder. Standing behind him, Logan said that there was nothing special about this arrogant American. The two of them were a rank, so if they were to attack unexpectedly, they would be able to defeat them. Frowning, the man said that it was true. He was just nervous because he was also a rank, but since there were two of them. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Clenching his fist, he asked if they were sure. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that if they were going to attack, he wouldn't stop them. Logan looked at him in surprise. The man froze in amazement. Looking away, the hunter wondered how he could hear them. Such a powerful force, and the man thought he was really a rank. He was much higher in level than them. The swords fell to the ground. Raising their hands up, they said that they surrendered. Closing his eyes, Kai said that there were more people here than he thought, asked how this happened. Standing in front of him, the guy asked that he did not know there was real chaos outside, to which the hero asked that something happened there. People were walking along the street. It was heard that rumors had already spread everywhere, and the girl said that there were so many interesting artifacts in the dungeon. The man, sitting on a chair, said that a race consisting entirely of inorganic materials, to which he was told that their technology was much higher than the current human. The hero put his hand to his face and thought that this was the work of endless chaos, quite unpleasant. The monster swung his hand. A thought appeared that if the conflict for this territory continues to escalate, explosions appeared around him. The thought arose that for the endless chaos this would only be a plus, and the goddess said that he fed his power from chaos and discord. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he did, and the girl asked that he had some kind of idea. Smiling widely, Kai said that yes, they should seal this place. If the hunters cannot go further, they will not have to worry. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked that this was possible, to which he replied that she had seen it too, a city destroyed to the ground. She put her hand to her face, hearing that the work of the evil constellation, bringing discord, he must have some kind of plan. Looking to the side, the hero said that he also hardly counts on an ordinary raid, considering what is happening here. The man looked at him in surprise. The angel held out her hand and addressed him, saying that she thought that people valued diplomacy. How could they act so selfishly? The man smirked, hearing that she was right. After all, they lived in a society following the laws, to which he replied that then. Frowning, the protagonist said that he, the first one to clear the second floor of the dungeon and get here, rightfully appropriated this territory to himself. Even the endless chaos recognized his power, so it goes without saying. The hunter looked at him angrily and shouted that it does not work like that, and the other added that they are ready to follow the orders of the hunter Kai. They looked at each other. Holding out his hand, the man said that they are spineless idiots. For hunters, they somehow lack ambition. He looked at her in surprise, hearing that it seemed the Chinese hunters were eager to go to the lower level. He was not going to hold them back, to which the man asked, could they really go ahead? He heard a yes, otherwise they would start whining about violating international law. Grinning, the hero said that especially since they did not need their supplies so much, they could safely go alone. The hunters looked at her in surprise. The rocks appeared. He heard that. Damn, it took the hunters less than a day to leave the dungeon, and then the constellation finally appeared, realizing that something was wrong. A bright explosion appeared. A notification appeared that the endless chaos was shocked. The protagonist looked at the notifications and thought that it seemed he was in despair, and the goddess said that constellations are often not prepared for sudden situations. The angel grinned, hearing that falling into the enemy's trap is the lot of amateurs, to which she replied that she thought so too. Her eyes widened when she heard that he was pleased with her. Taking the sword in her hands, Elaphael said that she would take care of protecting this place. No one would pass here. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was great, and in the meantime he would go check this area for dangers. Let him guard it carefully, to which the angel replied that he should leave it to her. Stone cliffs appeared. The protagonist stood on a ledge of a cliff. A glow appeared around him and he said that this place would do. Kai looked straight ahead. He put his hand on his side. A notification appeared that the invincible training avatar was calling for endless chaos. Many notifications appeared in front of him. Frowning, the hero thought about what was happening, did not understand why and what the constellations were reacting so violently. Looking at him, the goddess said that apparently, because the demon's domain was destroyed, other constellations were very angry at the endless chaos. The protagonist raised his head up. A constellation appeared in front of him and asked what he wanted. Gritting his teeth, he replied that they would sort it out with a duel of constellations. He not only lured people into the dungeon, but also tried to confuse his followers. This is absolutely unforgivable. The constellation, looking at him, heard that the duel would decide whose followers are stronger, to which the goddess said that he does not think about. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that naturally he should act himself, but he will not participate in the duel. Let it be a team battle. He raised his head. A notification appeared that the endless chaos was looking for information about the followers of the invincible training avatar. The monster looked at him and calculated their chances of winning. They looked at each other. The thought arose that in the duel of the constellations, he would have an advantage. After a while, Dragon Industry, a report was heard. The girl gritted her teeth and said that against the backdrop of the world community's concern over the wave of monsters that swept Korea. Looking at the phone, the protagonist heard that a rare monster was discovered that attracted the attention of the followers, to which he replied that if this is the action on Earth, he is in a better position. He expected that intrigues would begin again. The demon standing in front of him asked that he could ask him one question. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they say that in the human world, when companies merge, they restructure, which means that 80% of them will be fired. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he was talking nonsense. He plans to fight together with them against the constellation, to which they replied that that's it. Looking straight ahead, the demon said that he apologized, but he had one more question. Standing in front of the hero, he asked why he took on human form. Kai raised his hand and said that to disguise himself and act in human form. The demons looked in surprise. The office building appeared. It was heard that. The creatures opened their eyes in surprise. The thought arose that but why did the deity need to go so far? Looking to the side, the hero asked what surprised them so much, to which the girl replied that although she had long been in the abyss, this was the first time she saw such a thing. Probably for mortals it was quite shocking. Frowning, the protagonist said that they would have to fight against the endless chaos, let them accept it, to which the demons replied that they were right. They looked surprised to hear that it was good, but there was no need to strain themselves so much. It would not be difficult. Looking at them, Kai said that they would enter the territory of the endless chaos and deal with its followers. If he was targeting their people, he should pay for it. Grinning, the girl asked what he was going to do with the endless chaos itself. After all, even the demon of the contract and order recognized him, to which the hero said that for now he was just thinking of razing its possessions to the ground. The demons froze in front of him. An abyss appeared, an iron chariot. The fuses on the dynamite were ignited. People raised their hands up and shouted that let him see their offering. The fuse began to burn out. Suddenly a huge explosion appeared. The hero watched the explosions. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that it was a rather unusual form of worship, real fanatics, and Rob was furious at the blatant and inelegant nature of this explosion. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they should not be allowed to make these offerings, this man. The miner walked straight ahead. It was heard that the terrorist was from the USA, the rank hunter Ronnie, so he had been here all this time. The thought arose that he was from a different generation with him. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The thought arose that she was probably even older than his brother. Time passed differently in the abyss. Damn, he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Walking straight ahead, Ronnie said what kind of place this was, where you can only use chaos magic. It seems he was unhappy with many things here. Suddenly, someone touched him on the shoulder. Grinning, the protagonist asked that he might want to talk to them, to which the man asked who they were. Turning around, Ronnie asked that the Parkers sent him. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist heard who they were, to which he replied that the Parkers, no. Grinning, Kai said that he was just a simple solution to all his problems. The demons looked surprised, hearing that it was difficult, of course, to trust someone who had demons behind him. Raising his hand, Ronnie said that, but apparently, the times have come when you have to ask for help from people like him. If he gives him power, he will be ready to conclude any contract. Purple rays appeared. It was heard that a wise decision. The man looked surprised, hearing what power he wants to get. Monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. Skeletons surrounded Ronnie. It was heard that the one capable of controlling monsters from the abyss, or the one that allows you to rule over the dead. He froze in amazement, hearing that, or maybe the legendary armor, charged with a colossal amount of mana. The monster smiled widely and said that he would give him anything he asked for. If he paid a decent price, let him tell him what he wanted. Looking straight at him, the man said what he wanted. Clenching his fists, he added that he wanted to learn martial arts that he could use in any situation. He had problems with close combat, so that should do, he could give him such an ability. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the demon asked if he couldn't think of anything more useful. Looking away, the protagonist laughed. Grinning, he said that great, the contract was made. The protagonist shook the man's hand and said that as he wanted, he would teach him martial arts. A view of a huge building opened up. Holding a tablet in her hands, the girl said that they sent out official requests to summon hunters. Throwing it on the floor, she shouted that this was all who came. Looking away, the girl heard that she should not be so upset, to which she asked what this voice was. Kai entered the room, and someone addressed him, to which he asked how things were going here. Stretching her hand forward, she said that there were some problems with the recently appeared dungeon. They recruited hunters, but among them there were many foreigners who were difficult to control. The hero looked away, hearing that they were all on their own minds. They might not come even at the most crucial moment. People stretched out their hands to the piglet. It was said that the golden piglet was a popular monster 30 years ago, and it is reborn every decade. So, pointing at the screen, the girl said that yes, the golden piglet of D rank increases vigor, energy, endurance, improves hair quality. So many want to get it, not only Koreans, but also foreign hunters. She lowered her head and added that she didn't care who would fight with whom, but all this would happen on their territory. Destruction would be inevitable. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said that she shouldn't worry, he would help. People were standing near the container. Putting his hand on it, the guy asked if it was really a golden piglet. Something didn't look like it, to which he was asked what, and he didn't know that they could transform. The container appeared. They heard him not to panic when they grabbed it. It was golden. Well, even if it wasn't him, wasn't it bad that they already had at least some prey? Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was right, he just had some strange feeling. The monster's leg appeared. They heard something move there. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. Standing in front of the cage, the man asked what was happening. It was getting bigger. The golden piglet didn't seem to be able to do that. The creature raised its hand sharply. Looking at it, the guy asked that it was not a golden pig, to which he was told to run. The guy fell to the ground and screamed. Stretching his hand forward, he screamed that they should stop and save him. Do not abandon him. The monster hit the floor. The creature raised its head up. The man's eyes lit up brightly. The monster screamed loudly. The hero looked straight ahead. He gritted his teeth, and someone turned to him. The protagonist shuddered, hearing the scream. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was okay. He suddenly fell silent, to which he replied that everything was fine. Looking at his hand, Kai thought about the fact that this was a precognition that the goddess of scales gave him. The girl looked surprised. Hearing that he needed to do something, he would immediately publish an official statement, to which she asked again. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that if there were any hunters willing to take the golden piglet abroad, he would give them time. Looking away, he added that they would have to surrender voluntarily. Picking up the tablet, Julie said that she would of course do as he said, but it was unlikely that anyone would follow his order. Gritting her teeth, she added that since all of this was illegal, it would not hurt their reputation to turn in their customers or partners while keeping the goods for themselves. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that even smugglers care about their reputation, to which she asked that it was really funny. The goddess smirked, hearing that in that case they had no choice, to which she asked that he had some kind of idea. It was necessary to foresee many things, because it could have a great impact on the followers and the world as a whole. Looking at the phone, Kai said that he knew a specialist in such difficult situations. He should contact her. The hero was sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that at first he was running back and forth, and now instead of doing the dirty work, he wanted to shift the responsibility to the company. Several images appeared. It was heard that among the illegally exported monsters, a golden pig was also recorded. Now he is in Gansu, to which the protagonist replied that this is how she found out that he is already in China. Looking straight ahead, Kai heard that a small bribe was given to the Public Danger Bureau and they immediately told him everything. Pressing the call, he said that it was clear, he understood, so let him stay on the line, he might need her help. A view of the city opened up. Looking at the notification, the man asked what the video call was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist introduced himself. The man grinned and said that he was very glad to see him. He was Brandon, he works in session. The man bowed and thanked him for helping their hunters during the endless chaos incident, to which Kai replied that they would drop the formalities. He added, wide-eyed, that they would get straight to the point and that they should hand over the golden piglet. Pointing to the tablet, the hero heard that he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Golden piglets had never appeared in their country, to which he replied that they shouldn't take him for an idiot. They had investigated. The girl grinned and said that if they listened to him, the Dragon Company would offer them a small reward for their cooperation, and that they should fulfill his request. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he thought he should be the one setting the terms in this situation, especially since it was only about one monster. He closed his eyes and added that if they had let them get away with it, considering their help in what happened, they would have offered them a more impressive reward. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he was not interested in it. Under the guise of a golden piglet there was a dangerous monster. The man extended his hand to the side, hearing that if provoked, it could cause significant destruction, which is why they wanted to return it as soon as possible, to which he replied that since that was the case, he should not worry. Looking out the window, he said that they had a lot of hunters here. If necessary, they would mobilize them all. A huge crowd of people appeared. It was heard that no matter what happened, their people would quickly figure it out. The protagonist turned away, hearing that every time they said that, something went wrong, to which he replied that it was true, someone just came to mind. The man smiled and said that in general, the matter was resolved. Kai looked at the screens. Looking away, he said that it was too late, to which the goddess asked that another vision. The hero lowered his head, hearing that he was thinking he had done everything he could, maybe he wouldn't go there again, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry. He wasn't going to go there. A building appeared, and the girl said that he should get ready. When the events in China became public, the stock price would plummet. Sometime later, she handed over the tablet and said that less than a week had passed, and the consequences were already exceeding the incident. China had plunged into real chaos. Looking at him, the hero asked what was clear, what about his orders, and then heard that the city had been blocked off due to unrest in Gansu. People were walking to the bus. It was heard that they had found replacement suppliers in other countries. Their staff stationed in China had been successfully evacuated. They should be at the main office by now. Hearing a knock on the door, the hero said that they should come in. Looking at him, the girl said that there was another call from China. It was from the Central Committee of Hunters. An office appeared. He heard that they should tell them that he was busy, but this was the third time. He was sure that everything was fine. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he did. Sitting on a chair, Lauren said that it didn't seem like they had a shortage of rank hunters, so why were they trying so hard to contact him? Looking away, the hero said that they probably thought that he knew something in advance and suspected that he might know even more. Looking at him, the girl asked what he knew, to which he asked what she thought. Holding a bottle in his hands, Kai said that taking advantage of their misunderstanding to find out information, she didn't think it was too unethical. Looking at him in surprise, Lauren asked what kind of nonsense. Stretching her hand to the side, she said that of course, it didn't seem so, let them call them, to which she was answered approvingly. The man sat on the throne. The thought arose that what Kai heard was beyond any reasonable explanation. Someone empowered by the Vampire King himself, a C-rank hunter from the 5-Dragon Sea Otter, had declared himself the king of Gansu and attempted to take control of the city. The men looked away. It was said that the Gansu hunters had come out to stop him, but were defeated soon enough. The protagonist sat at the table, frowning. He said that if it was not a monster but a hunter behind all this, they could save the people through negotiation rather than brute force. The goddess sighed when she heard that vampires were rare even in the abyss, so they would not be able to dig up much information about them, to which she replied that she had never heard of this vampire. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he only knew of one of this kind, but there was a problem. Gritting his teeth, he added that he was a follower of the Collector of Noble Crowns. Their relationship with the Collector began with an incident in England, to which he was told that to say that they had a tense relationship with him was to say nothing. She had freed his domain and deprived him of his power. A bright sky appeared. A question was heard that maybe some gift would help them. Holding a glass in their hands, someone said that such a rich scarlet color. Grinning, Blaze added that it could only be the blood of a powerful creature. Sitting in front of him, Kai asked what he was. It was just tomato juice. He could not drink such a thing. The vampire lowered his head and replied that no, everything was fine. He did not only drink blood. Looking at him, the hero said that he did not expect that he would accept his invitation so easily. To which Blaze replied that it did not matter how complicated the relationship of their masters was. What prevents him from meeting a person who understood the importance of decent behavior? Raising the glass, the vampire thought that he came here with such pure thoughts, and he gave him this juice to mock him, and he heard that he was a noble man, serving as an example to others. Drinking the juice, he added that apparently he was wrong. The vampire swallowed the juice. Several memories arose in his head. Opening his eyes wide, Blaze said what it was. Drinking the last drops, he said that the taste was as if the constellation itself condescended to prepare it, to which the protagonist thought that how did he guess, and then said that then they would get down to business. The vampire looked surprised, hearing that they found out that someone in Gansu has powers obtained from him. He knows something about it. Grinning, Blaze said that well, he knows him. He was active for so long that mortals do not know about him. Woody grinned. It sounded like he was fierce and dishonorable. Wings appeared. It was said that he tried to gain power and recognition by committing atrocities like killing his own kind and sucking their blood, tried to subjugate them through incest, but in the end he lost his power, having managed to hide. People were standing in the middle of the desert. It was said that they searched the entire abyss. He still could not find him. A bloodline appeared. It was said that if the line really came from Woody, it meant that he had returned, having become much stronger than his former self. The vampire smiled widely. It was said that he was much more powerful. A view of the palace in Gansu opened up. The hero was sitting in the audience hall. Looking at the paper, he said that everything was more serious than he thought. It was written that all the blood in the empire belonged to His Majesty. Placing the paper on the table, the protagonist said that before a large-scale massacre occurred, he had to save the hostages. Someone behind the door said that His Majesty had agreed to receive him, to which he replied that he was on his way. The girl closed her eyes. Kai stood in front of the man on the throne. A glow appeared around the man. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that judging by the aura around him, he was close to rank S, but it was unclear whether it was Adam or Woody himself. Pointing down, the girl said that he should bow before His Majesty, to which the man replied that he was not his subject, he did not need his bow. Grinning, he asked that he was Kai, so why did he come? Looking at him, the hero said that he was here to free the people he had captured if he released the foreigners without delay. Holding the box in his hands, he added that he would earn the favor of other countries and be recognized as the rightful ruler of this place. The protagonist frowned, thinking that since he called himself a king, he couldn't help but care. The man laughed and said that international favor and recognition, he thought his empire needed it. The protagonist smirked and said that he would need it later. China, who used to own this land, would never recognize his country. Adam frowned when he heard that they would always deny his existence. He slammed his fist on the throne and shouted that yes, he knew that very well. The man trembled with anger and said that these savages had humiliated his dignity by using their power to attack his lands and people. He added, his eyes wide, that it was true, he had to deal with them first, they had underestimated him and he would not forgive them for that. Standing in front of him, Kai thought about Woody or Adam. It was still unclear which of them. Maybe they had merged, and then said that he should accept the gift that he had prepared and thought it all out well. The girl looked away, hearing that he should apologize. He had not shown due respect. Okay, what kind of gift was it? Holding the bottle in his hands, the hero said that this was the work of his master. Grinning, he added that the scarlet drink was filled with the grandeur of the earth. A view of the blue sky opened up. An airplane appeared. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist thought that he was dumber than he thought. Looking at the glass, the man said that this tasted delicious, to which he added that it was ordinary juice from the orc fields. Closing his eyes, Kai thought that Blaze liked him, of course, but to admire him so much that he would release the hostages without questions. Handing over the tablet, the girl said that he did not look particularly happy for the liberator of the innocent, to which he replied that he was not. Lauren looked surprised to hear that he thought everything would be resolved safely. Adam did not seem dangerous, to which she replied that he should wait. What was that sound? Suddenly, a devastating explosion was heard. The hero froze, listening to the screams. Looking straight ahead, he said that well, yes, everything cannot be so simple, since he saw the prophecy, to which the girl said that she felt that something like this would happen. The man slid along the ground. Gritting his teeth, he wheezed. The beast took a step forward. The wolves stood in front of the hunter. Taking a step forward, the man asked how dare he. Putting his hand on his side, he shouted that using poison magic in the capital, where the king is, he will tear him to pieces. Looking away, the hunter shouted that he was hearing this from the one who had subjugated Gansu by force. Looking at the hero, he said that he should stop. He was the hunter Kai. Smirking, Lauren asked that it seemed that events were taking an unexpected turn. Yes, and he asked who this guy was. The wolves were attacking the guy. They heard that his name was Charles. He was in a rank, and the protagonist asked that something was wrong with him. The hunter clenched his teeth. It was said that they had the same nicknames. Looking away, Kai said that he did not understand what she was talking about. Fighting the wolf, the guy said that he had heard about his reputation. Let him help save the inhabitants of Gansu. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Adam asked again and said that they were now subjects of his empire and they were happy to be under his control. The boys pulled their weapons forward. It was heard that before he stood at the head of these lands, a huge dragon appeared. It was said that people were languishing under the oppression of their former rulers. Adam raised his hands up and said that but let them look at him. He gave them vampire abilities so that they themselves could fight against the monsters from the abyss. Those who recognized his nobility got what they deserved. Pointing at him, Charles said that maybe so, but modern states should exist according to the laws of democracy. The vampire lord as a king is the last century. Looking straight, the protagonist heard that China was not considered democratic. And by the way, what about the emperor in neighboring Japan? To which he thought that he no longer understood what the essence of their dispute was. Looking to the side, the hunter turned to him, to which the protagonist replied that it was quiet. Frowning, he said that they were in a hurry to leave the airport and he was delaying them, to which the diplomat said that it was true. Suddenly, Kai heard something. He raised his head and asked what the sound was. Purple particles appeared. Suddenly, a constellation appeared. He was amazed by Woody's abilities. The hero raised his hand and wondered if this was why he saw the prophecy. Looking up, the man heard an offer to give him power. The constellation looked at him and reminded him of the past, warned him that a conspiracy could be brewing behind his back. It convinces him that there is nothing more important than power and encourages him to accept the power of the constellation. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted at him not to let himself be deceived. Frowning, he added that the Chaos constellation is notorious in the abyss. Following such an entity would greatly damage his image. The girl looked surprised and wondered why the hunter Kai was so worried about his image. Putting his hand to his face, Adam said that the power of chaos is indeed quite noisy and vulgar. He looked surprised, hearing that his power was incredibly graceful, to which he asked again, what was he mocking him now? Notifications began to appear around him. It was said that the warrior said that the endless chaos was suspicious. The greedy owner of the treasury said that the greed of the endless chaos was destroying the world. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that apparently the truth was on Kai's side. Suddenly, bright flashes appeared, and the constellation was indignant at what was happening. The hero smirked slightly. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he did not just create alliances and care about his reputation. Looking up, the protagonist heard that the constellation was shocked by what mortals allow themselves. Red rays appeared around him and he said that he would pay for his words. Suddenly, a bright beam hit the ground. Raising his head, Adam asked what was happening, to which Kai asked again that he released energy into the sky. Frowning, he said that they should be on guard. Looking at the stars, the hero said that it was a feeling they were approaching. The stars in the sky began to blink brightly. Suddenly, rockets began to fall down. A devastating explosion was heard. Explosions began to fly around the city. People ran away from them in fear. The city began to be covered in gray smoke. A blue glow appeared around his hand. Raising his hand up, the hero asked if everything was okay, to which the man replied that yes, thank him. Looking surprised, Adam asked what rockets, but the constellation could not have such an ability. Did the Chinese government really enter into an alliance with endless chaos? Looking away, the girl said that despite the fact that this place is under occupation, there are still many Chinese citizens here. She cannot believe that they decided to attack civilians. Charles looked at him in surprise and said that they should contact them immediately to stop the bombardment, to which the protagonist replied that talking would not help. Buildings were collapsing from explosions. It was heard that they would claim that they were only aiming at enemies, but had misfired. They would point out a couple of culprits, demonstratively but lightly punish them and forget about them. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that the only one who could help here was him. Then he turned to the goblin. At this time, Max was standing on a rock in the abyss. Looking up, he said how he wanted to quickly join his master and help him in his accomplishments, but he had so much to do. The goblin looked surprised to hear him come, to which he asked that the master was calling him. Suddenly the goblin disappeared and said that he was already on his way. Blue beams appeared, teleportation was heard. Suddenly Max appeared in another world. The protagonist stood in front of him, and he asked what he was calling him. Grinning, the guy said that his time to shine had finally come. Let him give him everything. Pointing at Charles, the protagonist said that he should stay with this man and protect him. Looking surprised, Max asked again, to which he asked that he did not want to. Leaving, he answered that no, of course he did, let them follow him, to which Kai thought that great, he would leave the protection to them. Raising his head up, he added that he himself would deal with the source of the danger. The fighters were cutting through the air. The man at the controls said, "Damn, they shouldn't have hurt civilians." His hands started shaking and he thought the instruments were freezing, and the cherry on top was the communication system had blown out, and he couldn't even figure out what was going on. The pilot's eyes widened and he screamed for someone to save him. The protagonist flew over the fighter. Looking down, he said something about the god's technique. The protagonist extended his hand forward and added something about merging. Suddenly, a blow came flying at the fighter. Kai looked away, hearing that the endless chaos was furious. Beams were aimed at him, and he heard that the endless chaos didn't understand why this man was always interfering with his plans, asking if he could block this blow too. Looking at the hero, the goddess said that it looked like he was going to attack the follower directly now. He was so furious. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would not have time to deal with him separately. A technique of this level could arouse suspicion. A sphere appeared in his hands and he added that there was no other way. Rays flew towards him. The sphere was approaching the missiles. Explosions appeared in the air. Pointing upward, the child said that they should look. Surprised, his eyes widened, he asked what fireworks were. Looking up, the girl said that this person. Charles looked in surprise and said that he was a high-ranking hunter. The hero went down, a notification appeared that he had gained great authority, the power of his existence had increased. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that his domain had become stronger. A constellation suddenly appeared in front of him. Glaring at it furiously, he said that he had crossed the line. Crossing his arms, Kai said that he was already tired of this phrase. The monster looked angrily and asked what he thought he had nothing left. The hero ducked, hearing that he should not underestimate the power of the constellation. If he wanted, he would suffer until the end of time. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that apparently he had angered him too much. He exudes the power of the essence of the constellation. Suddenly, a glow appeared on his back. Wings grew from the hero's back. Looking to the side, he said that this was a notification that a six-winged angel grants him divine wings. A bright beam hit him. It was said that the goddess of Liber grants the power of foresight, to which Kai said that even the goddesses decided to intervene. The protagonist raised his hand up. Stretching it out towards the glow, he said that this is so different from the usual power granted by the constellation. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said that he felt it flowing into him as if it were their very essence, to which he was told that the good constellations really wanted to help him. Looking at his hand, he heard the warrior blessing him. It was heard that this was not expected of him. Looking at the hero, the constellation said that he was a pathetic mortal. Cracks appeared. It was heard that just because he received support from the constellations that were afraid to appear in person, he should not think anything of himself. The essence changed the shape of the chaos sphere. The endless chaos came out into the mortal world in its true form. The monster hung in the air and said that there was an insurmountable wall between the constellations and mortals. Looking down, he added that he would pay for having to take his true form. The creature looked at him angrily. The goddess frowned and said that it seemed that the chaos constellation was really going to kill the follower since it had even taken its true form. Looking at the monster, the protagonist said that it looked like it. Taking a fighting stance, he added that even with the support of other constellations, the chances of winning with a mortal body were very small, so in order to at least increase them a little. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up sharply. He flew straight up to the sky and said that he should hit first. Kai swung his leg and thought that he was afraid that the wings could hinder him, but they moved exactly as he needed. Raising his hand up, he used a primordial meteor strike. The constellation looked at him in surprise and said that a mere mortal, even with the power of the constellation, was not capable of it. The hero swung sharply in its direction. Raising his head, the monster wondered what this was, where such incredible power came from. He abruptly flew into the ground and exclaimed. The protagonist stood above him. He put his foot on the monster. Putting his hand to his face, Kai said that he had time before it got hot. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that it was lucky to hit while it was in the clouds. Rising up, the constellation said that he was quite fast. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought that it was worth expecting. The true form of the constellation would not fall so easily. Standing in front of him, the constellation said that he was able to pass such an amount of the constellation's power through himself. Incredible endurance, especially for such a lowly creature like him. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him. Raising his leg, he said that he was from his praise. If that attack was not enough for him, Kai gritted his teeth and said that he would just continue to beat until it worked. Standing in front of him, the monster said that it was getting interesting. He looked at him angrily and said that his blows could not destroy his true form. He was only a mortal, although he was strong. What could he do to him? Suddenly, the protagonist rushed towards him. They began to fight. The reporter watched the battle in surprise. He opened his eyes wide and said that this was X News, a live broadcast from a helicopter. He could not believe it, although he saw it with his own eyes. The hero raised his hand up. It was heard that from the condescension of the true form of the evil Constellation to the hunter Kai, fighting with it on equal terms. People looked in surprise, hearing how great his strength was. A thought appeared, what those who saw this fight on the screens also thought. People looked at the screen. A thought appeared that Kai must have made a contract with the Constellation. Sitting at the desk, the boy thought about what was not surprising then, but he was incredibly strong even compared to a rank hunters. But when it happened, how did it all start? The entire city was covered in flames. The protagonist looked at the explosions. Raising his head, he said that he sighed. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Standing in front of the glow, he shouted about the impact of the primordial meteor. Red shells fell from the sky. Frowning, Kai wheezed. A crushing explosion suddenly appeared in front of him. Hanging in the air, the Constellation said that he held on well. Raising his hand, he added that but, apparently, the support of the Constellations came to an end. The protagonist closed his eyes. Clenching his fist, the monster said that this is what happens when you rely on someone else's strength. Stretching his hand forward, he added that his body had reached its limit and was exhausted. He had nothing more to hope for. Kneeling before him, the protagonist heard that he should surrender to him, and the indestructible body was activated. Immortal regeneration restores his shell. Kai opened his eyes in surprise, and the domain seed trembled. The nobility property increased. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that again this incomprehensible seed, what does nobility have to do with it at all? Approaching him, the Constellation said that, unlike other constellations, he understands well what the human race is. The helicopter flew in the air. It was heard that despite all his efforts, neither the government nor these people would ever appreciate his deeds. The monster looked angrily and said that it was stupid to sacrifice himself for them, very stupid. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he likes to chat, asked what someone said that he was doing this for these people. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought that if the situation escalated, his friends and the people of Korea would suffer, that's all. Destroyed buildings appeared, and the thought occurred to him that if he had to fight, it would be better in a foreign country. Kai clenched his fist tightly, thinking that it was obvious that with the strength he had now, he would not be able to defeat this guy. Looking at the Constellation, he added that after all, the human body has a limit. He will have to unleash the power of the Constellation. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at him in surprise. His eyes widened. He wondered if this was another prophecy. The monster raised his hand up. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that not a sound could be heard here. It must be the power of the Master of Peace and Silence. Spheres began to appear in the sky. Suddenly, the Constellation directed them forward. The spheres burned through the ground. Looking at them, Kai thought that it was blocking the attacks of endless chaos. The Constellation shuddered in amazement. Lowering his head, the hero thought that the Master of Peace and the endless chaos were supposedly allies, so why were they fighting? Frowning, he added that although he didn't know the reason, but since it was said in the prophecy, everything would happen exactly like this. Flying down, the protagonist thought that this meant that the key to defeating the endless chaos was the power of the Master of Peace and Silence. The Constellation looked at him. Raising himself, Kai said that so that's how it is. In any case, one cannot help but try. He smirked and added that since he had learned an effective method, he would definitely crush him this time. Raising his head, the protagonist thanked her for her gift, and then thought that in order to copy the Constellation's abilities, he would have to use the power of the essence, then he would pass it off as the help of a kind constellation. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was how it should work. The monster glared at him. It seemed that no matter how strong a mortal was, he would eventually lose his mind. As he left, he added that he had no interest in broken things, so be it, he would spare him. The protagonist put his hands on his knees, hearing that the powers of the constellations given to him had completely dried up, and the state of his shell confirmed this. He had nothing more to hope for, a pathetic mortal. Clenching his fist, he said that he should not rush to conclusions. Striking the ground, the protagonist called upon the domain of silence. A glow appeared around him. The thought arose that according to the prophecy, the Master of Peace should intervene now. The man struck with a sword. The thought arose that the endless chaos had previously used his power, so he was sure that the domain of silence could be opened by force. Kai's eyes widened, thinking that his consciousness was melting from trying to copy an ability that did not correspond to his essence. A notification appeared that the knowledge of this domain was not available to him in full, only part of the powers were open to him. The goddess watched him and said that this is how he wanted to open the domain of silence. Grinning, she added that he could also copy his abilities. A sphere appeared in her hand and the girl said that with her help, it would be much easier for him. A message appeared that all the powers of the domain of silence were available to him. The hero grinned, hearing that his opponent's skills were partially limited, to which he thanked her. Suddenly, the monster turned around abruptly. He held his hand out and said that it was a pathetic attempt. He thought it would make a difference. Purple smoke flew around. A notification appeared that the Master of Peace and Silence was coming, having heard the demon's call. A creature began to appear. It was said that the Master of Peace and Silence had noticed it. A creature appeared in the air, and the Master was guiding it. The hero held his hand up and thought that he was sharing his power. The constellation watched what was happening. Raising its head, it thought that no, how did he end up here? An image of a man appeared. A thought appeared that his true form and the Master of Peace and Silence had formed a secret alliance. The girl frowned. It was said that this was the only reason he was able to use his power. Endless chaos swung. A thought appeared. Why did he side with this little man? He stretched his arms out to the sides. He thought that this was not to his advantage. He should convince him otherwise. Looking at the stars, the monster said that if he granted him his power, he promised to throw every constellation that dared to touch his domain at his feet. Let them just break the connection with this little man. The stars in the sky shone. Looking surprised, he turned to the Master of Peace. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist told him to shut up. A glow appeared around the hero. Notifications appeared that the goddesses and the magma cat were sharing their power. Kai looked surprised to hear that all the constellations gave him their power. Grinning, the goddess said that it meant that not only the master decided to lend her abilities, their combined power was incredible. Looking up, the constellation asked what he was doing. They had an alliance. It looked surprised to hear that he was too noisy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked that he was done whining. The protagonist rushed forward. The thought arose that he took the master for a slow, lazy idiot. But he had planned to deal with him from the very beginning. A notification appeared that the enhanced greatness of the set was saturating his aura. Kai looked at him angrily. His fist approached the constellation. Suddenly, he struck. The monster flew far away. Gray smoke appeared everywhere. The constellation lay on the ground. His face was destroyed. It was heard that this could not. The protagonist silently looked at him. A trace of the blow appeared. It was heard that he overdid it. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that a stormy stream of heavenly grace was pouring over him. The strength of his essence had increased many times over. The light elf recognized his power. The six-winged angel was waiting for his new achievements. He froze, listening to the fact that the goddess had nothing to say, and the warrior asked how he liked his power. They were very pleased with it, to which the protagonist replied that it was their merit. Kai raised his head, hearing about the power of the constellations. The man looked at him in surprise and said that they exceeded all expectations. Stretching his hands forward, Adam said that in the abyss he met them, but now he saw a completely different level. Grinning, the protagonist asked that maybe he felt the power of the avatar of endless training, to which he turned to the master. The man smiled and said that before that he was just an arrogant vampire, but seeing his power, he understood what real power is. If he allows, he would like to devote the rest of his life to him. He put his hands to his face, hearing that what the follower should be much quieter and slower, to which he replied that of course. Watching him, Kai thought about the fact that he fought, and the master got a new follower, as if it was a little unfair, although without his help he would hardly have coped. Swinging his leg, he said that the prophecy was over, now he could rest. Walking straight, the hero heard that enough for today. He was right. We are transferred to the city. Kai is sitting in a chair, looking at the phone. We are informed that after successfully completing the battle with the endless chaos, they managed to safely return home, despite the intervention of the Chinese government. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the system message. He asked why they were so incorrigible. The host announced that the statement about the targeted bombing of the world's population by the Chinese government. Kai opened several more system screens. A voice came from there that the unjustified slander of the United States, the people's representative says, can a hunter become an S rank? Opinions were divided. The protagonist looked away, saying that why did his comrade say something that was not asked for? A man appeared in front of him, who, putting his hand on his chest, said that he expressed his gratitude to the hunter. If not for him, his territory would simply not exist, and his subjects would plunge into endless chaos. He plans to restore his state and rule it. He will never forget his contribution. Kai, looking at the phone, said that he did not care. The goddess, lying in bed, smiled and replied that there was no need to worry about his words. The news about him, a follower, sounded more interesting. The title of a high-ranking hunter is so great in the eyes of earthly people. The protagonist, turning around, replied that this was natural. In the past, only one hunter had special respect for his person. He imagined an old man in his head, adding that this not only demonstrated his incredible talent, but also allowed him to influence even international relations. In order to become a high-ranking one, it was necessary to receive unanimous approval from all permanent members of the hunting community. He imagined many countries in his head, adding that the permanent members were the United States, France, Great Britain, China, and Russia. Then an image of a man appeared in his head, and the girl asked if he needed the approval of 5 countries. There were always so many difficulties with this. The protagonist answered that it was not the first generation. During the crisis, a person received a high rank for a great contribution to the protection of the population, such was his friend. Closing his eyes, he added that now he did not need to become a high-ranking one, popularity can be earned in other ways. Besides, the power granted by this status became many times weaker. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Kai, looking ahead, asked who was there. A red-haired girl entered the room. She greeted him with a smile. Kai, approaching her, stretched out his arms, saying that he was glad to see her. She, lowering her head, replied that she was pleasantly surprised by his new achievements. The goddess of scales also felt deep respect for him. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he would not have managed without the goddess of scales. The girl standing next to him, frowning, said displeasedly that he should just look at them. Then Kai raised his head. A system message appeared in front of him that the dream manipulator said that the two of them should already start dating, to which the protagonist displeasedly wondered what kind of obscenity this was. Then, looking around the room, he said that they needed to sit down and talk. All three sat down at the table. The protagonist, looking at his girlfriend, asked what brought her here. To something she answered that nothing particularly important, she just wanted to learn something from him. The protagonist recalled their training, replying that he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. The girl raised her hand, asking if he could teach her about investing. Kai, looking ahead in surprise, replied that she was asking for that, not about combat techniques. The girl, stretching out her hand, replied that she was asking for investing. Then she smiled, adding that her mistress, the goddess of scales, was sure that Earthlings needed a different approach than the inhabitants of the abyss. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, replied that they could gain influence thanks to their prophecies. The girl replied that people often deny the prophecies given to them, so this is not the best way. She imagined a man holding money in her head, adding that for people, capital has the greatest influence, so they thought that in order to increase it, it is necessary to learn how to invest, and Kai earned fame not only as the strongest warrior, but also as a successful entrepreneur. Looking at the surprised protagonist, she continued to say that they would be very grateful if he helped them. The two constellations, sitting at the table, watched the protagonist, and he thought that this was not a bad idea. Even good constellations do not strive to understand the essence of man. He imagined a goddess in his head, thinking that, apparently, she decided to try, even though he runs a dragon company and is a complete zero in investments. He imagined a large building in his head, after which he said that of course. Then he raised his hand, adding that if we are talking about investments, then his friend is a real expert in this matter, it is better for her to learn from her. The girl turned around displeased, asking that he wants her to teach an angel, and their friend, smiling, answered that now everything is clear. She looked towards the girl, saying that she relies on her. Then we are transferred to a skyscraper. Someone shouts displeasedly. The girl points at the chart. The protagonist, sitting at the table, asks that he also needs to learn this, to which the girl replies that the chairman tells her. The angel, smiling, said that she can't wait for their lessons. The girl, looking down, replied that the main thing in investing is proposing the future value of the product. She pointed at the chart, adding that if their guesses are correct, they will be able to earn a good amount when selling the shares or keep them for themselves to receive dividends. Looking at the board, she continued to say that in fact there is a way to profit from failed proposals. There is no need to know this yet. First you need to try to solve a simple problem. A lot of system screens appeared in front of the protagonist, and the girl continued to say that she made a list. Let him think about which company is better for him to invest in. The protagonist raised his head and asked why he couldn't just invest in the dragon company. The girl folded her arms and replied that it was because she didn't participate in public trading. The angel looked at the system message and replied that she had chosen. She pointed her finger at the system message and added that she would buy shares in an electronics company. Then she continued speaking, looking at the protagonist, and said that given the hunter's recent achievements, his possible promotion to a high-ranking one, and his close ties with the huntress, the importance of this company could soon increase. Kai turned around and said in a puzzled tone that he praised her for her efforts, but that it sounded too simple. Their teacher covered her face with her hand and shouted that it could work. Smiling, she extended her hand and added that she wasn't joking. In the stock market there was such a thing as stock themes. They were tied to certain events. Having imagined scientists in my head, I continued to say that since everything is interconnected, small changes can lead to serious consequences. The market is not only controlled by rational calculation. The protagonist looked at his friend, saying that if the expert says so, he will not stop her, but she should not be upset if she suddenly loses her investment. She replied that of course. Then, smiling, she added that this is also part of the training. For now she does not have high hopes. We are transferred to skyscrapers. Someone quickly types on the keyboard. The girl looks at the screen. The protagonist, together with his friend, watches how the angel quickly types something. The girl, stretching out her hand, stops and says that this is the end of the chapter. Many system messages appear in front of her. Someone says that this is incredible. After which the friend grabs her by the shoulders, shouting that this angel is the goddess of investments. Turning to the protagonist, she asked if all angels were like this. Kai replied that she was special. The girl continued to hold her by the shoulders, adding that it was amazing to invest so much without a single loss. She wanted to hire her immediately as a financial manager. The angel, smiling, replied that it was all thanks to the training, to which the girl said not to be embarrassed. The protagonist, approaching her, asked that it seemed that she had earned the capital she had spoken of. Did she have any further plans? The girl replied that of course. Getting up from her chair, she added that since she had managed to increase the amount, she planned to start long-term investments. She added that she was thinking about a new company. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asking if there was a specific reason for this. The girl, raising her head, replied that no, it was just intuition. Looking ahead, she asked if there was a problem with it. Kai folded his arms and replied that there might be a problem, or there might not be. Then he looked at his friend and said that he certainly didn't know much, but wasn't the company a problem even for its creator? The girl, looking ahead, replied that it was true. She looked at the chart and replied that given how she had invested before, maybe it made sense. Then the angel turned around and Kai said that if it was really an unprofitable company, she didn't have to stop it. The girl replied that in investing, everything was tied to intuition. Then she looked at her tablet and added that first they needed to check the latest information about them. She looked at the screen and said that they had a new chairman. In her head, the company, saying that if you think about it, it was run by her family. Then Kai grabbed the phone and called the chairman, saying that he could ask her directly. He put the phone to his ear. They asked what was going on, to which the protagonist asked what she was doing now. Walking through the office, he added that this was of course unexpected, but could she please come to the Dragon Company as soon as possible? He needed to ask her something. We are transported to a high-rise building a few days later. The girl looks at her comrades, asking about Hansen Bio. Folding her arms, she adds that she is the current chairman. An image pops into her head of herself sitting in front of a man. They say that her grandfather suddenly dumped the company on her, so it is all a bit chaotic. Menacingly looking ahead, she added that the company is only making losses, and the managers have no motivation to work. The first few weeks she tried to fix things, but soon gave up. Lowering her head, she thought that, in truth, her grandfather just deceived her. She remembered talking to him and how he said that wouldn't at least one company under her leadership be a good help for the hunter. Stretching out her hand to the protagonist, she added that he wanted her to pass it on to him. Maybe he could find a use for it. Kai was surprised that he didn't want that. Looking ahead, he added that wasn't this another test for her? Why shouldn't she take it seriously? Closing her eyes, the girl replied that if the hunter said so. The protagonist's friend, clutching her face, imagined an angel. Wondering if she had really foreseen this, she expected that their affairs would improve. Then she brought her hand to her mouth and said that maybe, in addition to empty talk, they should directly help the hunter. After all, they were both high-ranking and should help each other. The protagonist, looking at her with displeasure, replied that she hadn't invested in this production. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the room. The light illuminated the protagonist, and feathers fell from the sky. The girl ran to Kai, stretching out her hand. But the light blocked it, pushing it away. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, replied that everything was fine. Let him wait a second. Rising from his chair, he saw a system message that the six-winged angel who slays dragons was calling to him. Surprised, looking ahead, Kai wondered what he wanted from him. He thought he would not contact him for a long time. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion, seeing the system message that the six-winged angel was warning him. He said that the Master of Peace and Silence made a contract with several people, after which Kai thinks that the Master of Peace and Silence makes a contract. He imagined a huge purple whale in his head, thinking that up until now he had almost no direct followers, and he had hardly taken any active actions. He imagined a man in his head, thinking that those who had been honored to become his followers were long-lived, superior to human creatures like vampires. An image of a whale appeared in his head, thinking that its recent appearance was completely out of line with his normal behavior. After which the protagonist extended his hand, asking if he could find out where he got this information from. The six-winged angel replied that his honorary companion got it. Kai imagined a green-haired angel girl in his head, and the boy added that, according to her, some areas of China had been greatly changed by the Master of Peace and Quiet. The protagonist, raising his head, asked what changed meant. The feathers continued to fall slowly down, and the angel replied that this was the end of his message. Kai put his hands on his belt in displeasure, saying that he said what he wanted and left. A girl ran up to him, saying that Kai was back. After which his girlfriend called up the system screen, saying that there was a problem here, they needed to take a look. On the screen was a man who was telling what the Chinese government was saying about the strange phenomenon. A destroyed house appeared on the screen, and the man continued to say that scientists were unable to determine the reason why the area had turned into something like an ancient Chinese historical installation. Several ancient Chinese houses appeared in front of us, and the man added that, according to experts, the protagonist, folding his arms, said that this was undoubtedly the influence of the abyss. Judging by the scale of the dungeon, it had nothing to do with it. The constellation was definitely involved. The girl looked at him and said that modern technology would stop working as soon as he got there. It seemed like the entire city's time had gone backwards. The area had been taken over by a hunting clan. She imagined the fighting monks in her head and added that such things were as serious as it could be. Then the red-haired girl clenched her fists and asked if they were really going to China. She would go with them. Then she thought that this was a chance to spend time with the protagonist. Kai looked menacingly ahead and replied that he wasn't going anywhere. He looked away and added that he hadn't seen any prophecy about any particular danger. There were no hostages there, and the local clan had taken matters into their own hands. Why should he interfere? The girl pointed her finger at her friend and said that it was true. The clan must have some kind of plan. They wouldn't interfere unless they were directly asked to. For now, let them figure it out themselves. Kai put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, adding that it was much more important for them to learn the basics of management and finance right now, and that they shouldn't even think about running away. The protagonist stood in front of the dejected girl. Then he looked at the phone. He brought it to his ear, asking what happened. We were transferred to a table. Someone on the other end asked what he had heard the latest news about the area occupied by the clan. Information had reached him that your skills would increase significantly there. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. We were transferred to a plane, which was quickly gaining altitude. There were many different fighters standing outside. The protagonist pulled a mask over his face, and we were told that his team had arrived in China. Kai, looking menacingly ahead, said that he had been here for the third time this year. He glanced at the crowd of people, adding that everything was calmer than he thought. The girl, coming up to him, added that it was too early to judge, but he was right. She looked at the small group of people, asking why there were so many. What was the hour? The protagonist replied that the Chinese government had already asked other clans for help. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that it was quite noisy there. What was going on? Suddenly the man opened his mouth, telling them to come over. This was their chance, which would come next time in their lives. He extended his hand, adding that anyone who wanted to learn the secrets of ancient martial arts should watch carefully the techniques used by ancient warriors who wanted to learn their secrets. Watching this, Kai exhaled, saying that it was nothing special. They had to go. Then suddenly the man extended his hands, saying that he had something else. The secret of the great hunter Kai was precisely in these techniques. This is the protagonist who took off his mask in surprise. We are transported to the airport. The protagonist silently watches the crowd, and the man says that Kai clearly does not use magic. Smiling, he added that anyone could achieve the same success if they had money. Looking at this, the protagonist said that people really believed in this nonsense. Taking off his glasses, he continued to say that he apparently had no choice. The girl behind him asked that he, Hunter Kai. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted that those who wanted to learn the secrets of the secret martial arts. Putting them in his hands, he continued to tell them to listen to him. The guy, turning around in displeasure, asked who was making the noise. Then they turned pale, seeing that the same hunter was standing in front of them. They ran up to him, shouting that they could really become stronger by buying this book, and whether he would really be promoted to the highest rank soon. Kai extended his hand, answering that they should calm down. First they needed to figure out what was going on. After which he opened the book, answering that, firstly, the techniques in this book are not that bad, but there is a much safer and more reliable way. He imagined the guys fighting in his head, saying that the Dragon Company studied all sorts of martial arts and developed strong techniques, some of which already had a manual. The guy looked at his comrade, asking what kind of Dragon Company this was, who replied that he had heard that many of its members had reached rank B. Kai, looking ahead, added that they were not going to release high-level techniques yet, but the basics of martial arts and techniques for reaching rank B were about to be published. The guy, hearing this, said that seriously, they were going to release something like that. His comrade replied that it must be very expensive, and their friend added that there might be other questionable conditions, like mandatory joining a clan. The protagonist, smiling, replied that nothing like that, and they would be sold at a reasonable price. Hearing this, the hunters looked ahead in surprise. They ran up to the protagonist shouting that he would immediately transfer the money, let them teach him this technique. Who would have thought that he could learn the techniques developed by the protagonist himself? Kai stretched out his hand with a smile, thinking that he had come up with all these techniques so easily, and now he only got attention because of them. It turns out that making money is not so difficult. He looked at the satisfied crowd. Then someone came up from behind, saying that, as expected, he had come. Kai turned around in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The man straightened his tie and asked if he had really forgotten it. He added in his hand that he was a servant of the bloody general who shook the battlefield. He had heard a lot about him. The protagonist, frowning, looked ahead. He remembered the man, how he was furiously proving something to the public, thinking that during the time of the Observer of the Filthy Crown Collector, many hunters declared their intention to enter the gates of the abyss. Imagining the man glaring ahead, he thought that he only acted when he saw an advantage in it. After which Kai silently looked ahead, and the guy said that recently his achievements were on everyone's lips. Coming closer, he whispered that there were too many extra ears here, they needed to move to another place. Kai, along with the others, headed deeper into the airport. The guy, sitting down on a chair, said that he would get straight to the point. He folded his arms, saying that it seemed that Kai had gathered a lot of hunters under his command. It was unlikely that he was doing this for the money. He continued to say that this meant that he was creating a new faction. Was it not in order to threaten the Chinese government? The protagonist looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Then, putting his hands on his knees, he asked what he was talking about, to which the man replied that he would not try to deceive him. The bloody general appreciated cold-blooded and ambitious people, that is, people like him. The man grabbed his face in surprise, adding that his approaches to forming a reputation gave him goosebumps. Kai replied that he should think what he wanted. Looking at the man, he added that, let's say, he was here for this, but then why did he come? The guy replied that there were two reasons for this. He imagined a huge amount of money behind him, saying that the first was capital. He, spending time with a small elite, would not understand this, but in order to manage subordinates, they need to be paid well. He smiled and added that the second was an order from his master. The protagonist, looking calmly ahead, asked if it was an order from a constellation. The boy replied that he did not know. He then imagined the mages in the cloak, saying that constellations that wanted to influence what was happening on Earth sent their subordinates to it. An image of many different creatures appeared in his head, and he said that in order to stop the growing influence of the Master of Peace and Quiet, some constellations even decided to unite. He imagined the huge mouths of a whale that were devouring the planet, saying that if the power of the Master of Peace and Quiet grew, they would try to outplay him. The man folded his arms and added that even under the threat of an impending great battle, he still found ways to unite hunters and benefit from it. It was an incredible strategy. He lowered his head and told him not to worry, he was not going to interfere. The protagonist replied that of course, thinking about the fact that he was talking nonsense, and without blinking an eye. Kai put his hand on the pole. We were transferred to a short time later not far from the zone of influence without. The protagonist, looking around, said that it seemed that things were really bad here. Turning around, he added that there used to be a road here, and now it was almost a forest. This is a celebration of the growing power of the Master of Peace and Quiet. Then something caught his attention, and he looked in front of him in surprise. He saw a strange plant, saying that it was the root of the mountaineer, and in such good quality, a system message appeared in front of him that the magical root of the mountaineer improves endurance when consumed. Coming closer, he said that if you look around. The protagonist looked at the tree under which the mushrooms grew. A system message appeared that it was a magical lens mushroom. It improved the effects of intoxication. Then a bush appeared in front of him and a system message that it was a magical root. It improved hair growth, after which he said that medicinal herbs had unusual properties. The goddess watched what was happening in surprise, and the protagonist said that they were really mutating under the influence of this incomprehensible force. Looking at the destroyed city, he added that they were turning ordinary houses into an ancient settlement. Perhaps these plants were also part of the transformation. Taking them in his hands, he said that he did not know where this power came from, but he would collect as many as he could carry. The protagonist took a few steps forward, and the goddess asked why he needed herbs that strengthened hair. Kai replied that he needed them. He looked at his harvest, adding that they were needed so that the more valuable ones would stand out more against their background. The goddess replied that those who were similar to her followers had an entrepreneurial streak. Looking around, the protagonist asked if he had checked everything here. Then he looked ahead in surprise. He saw a small bell on the building, and then a large ancient Chinese house appeared in front of him. Looking ahead, Kai asked if this was an inn. Looking at the building, he added that where did that one come from? Kai came closer, put his hands on his hips and said that she looked like the one he had managed in the abyss. He remembered the small building and, smiling, said that those were the times. Then his memories of killing demons appeared, and the goddess asked that the word managed was definitely appropriate here. The protagonist created a golden portal, saying that he needed to check something. She replied that this was a very suspicious building. Let him be careful. Kai knocked on the door. Suddenly, someone answered him, and the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He stood there for a few seconds, silently looking at the door. Suddenly, it swung open, and the man asked him with a smile what kind of food he preferred. Then a guy ran up to him and, bowing his comrade's head, shouted that why was he speaking in English? Was he selling them pasta? The guy, smiling, pointed at himself, saying what about bamboo tea or wheat noodles? His comrade replied that in any case, what he preferred. Kai looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Then, looking at the evil brothers, he asked if they were crazy. They shouted in one voice that they were not here because they liked it. The protagonist pointed his finger at the ceiling, saying that then why were the clan members behaving like the heroes of some novel? The guy frowned, answered that the master ordered them to do so. His comrade added that it was he who told them to act like the character. The protagonist went inside, asking who the master was, and the guy pointed to the side and said that a couple of days ago, he remembered a dark night, how a crowd of people gathered, after which he said that several hunters who were not in their clan sparred, acting out a fight between martial artists and princes of the demonic realm. Two guys looked at each other menacingly. Someone announced that the duel was starting. They jumped up, stretching out their hands. A bright flash occurred between them. The light blinded everything around, and the man said that they barely held back their laughter, participating in such a performance, but even so, the master rewarded them with incredible strength. Light was burning from the sky, and the guys clenched their fists. The man put the glass on the table, adding that so what, that's why they don't do this. Kai, looking at the menu, replied that the master of peace and quiet has rather specific tastes. The boy looked at him in surprise and replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Imagine an angel with a mask in your head. He added that the story did not refer to a master of peace and quiet, but to an angel of the martial arts of the future. Hearing this, Kai frowned in surprise. They sat down at the table and the boy asked where he should start. He imagined a bright flash in the sky, adding that it happened a few weeks ago. A being descended from the sky, and he continued to say that in an instant, an angelic silhouette appeared above the roof of their clan. The girl in the mask extended her hand, telling them to listen to her. Seeing her, the boy raised his finger in surprise, shouting that it was a constellation. The angel extended her hand, saying that if they served her, she would free them from tyranny. She clenched her fist. The guy looked at his comrade in surprise, asking what she was talking about. In any case, there are usually only advantages to serving a constellation. The people bowed to her, shouting that they obeyed. Kai, looking at the bowl of soup, replied that this is what happened. But what did she mean by tyranny? The guy, looking at him, replied that she sees the same king or emperor in the state. Hearing this, Kai replied that it really does look like a constellation. The man, smiling, added that their master is a little strange, but he will never regret that he decided to serve her. The protagonist, looking around the building, said that he understood, but why were they talking to him so calmly then? He is the envoy of the tyrant state. The guy, looking at him, replied that he is a hunter and will always side with the oppressed. Of course, they trust him. Kai looked ahead in surprise. Then, looking at his new comrades, he asked what that was supposed to mean. The boy, imagining the protagonist talking to the group in his head, replied that he had not given up the deserting hunters. Then they remembered how he had fought, saying that recently in society, he had stopped a bombing launched by the government, risking his own life. The goddess, who was watching this, smiled and said that it seemed that Kai was in the forefront of defending democracy. The boy, smiling, extended his hand, saying that for them, tired of the tyranny of the state, he had become a symbol of resistance to their ideals. The protagonist clutched his face, saying that he was grateful that they had told him about the new constellation. Frowning, he continued to say that it might still turn out that they would have to fight each other, so he advised them to get rid of unnecessary emotions. The boy beamed with happiness, saying that even now, he was worried about them. Then Kai raised his head, saying that the six-winged angel seemed to have given him false information. He replied that he apologized. The girl grabbed her head, her face turned pale, and the six-winged angel explained that his follower had misunderstood something. Kai thought that she should be very ashamed now. Kai looked up in surprise, and the angel added that the danger of an impending attack remained real. We are transferred to the forest. Someone is running quickly. Suddenly, the guy stops, looking around in fear. Hunters of the Fire Dog clan appear in front of us. One of them stretches out his hand, shouting for everyone to stay alert. They are surrounded. A purple flash occurs. The man turned around, clenched his teeth, shouting that they are approaching. The flash hit him right in the chest. The guy fell to the ground, and his comrade, jumping back, shouted that the wounded should be treated and returned to the ranks. Then he looked ahead in fear, asking why they couldn't resist them. In front of them appeared people surrounded by a purple aura, in dark capes with a seal on their heads. Looking at them, someone shouted that how can a ranked Korean clan resist some B-class? The guy looked menacingly in front of him. The man, looking at his opponents, shouted what they were even doing here. His comrade replied that this was probably the work of some constellation. Clenching his fists, he added that they needed to stick together. Suddenly the protagonist appeared behind, telling them to calm down. Taking a few steps forward, he added that they were losing only because they were panicking. And for a few seconds he looked menacingly in front of him. Having warmed up, he added that it seemed like he was just in time. Lowering his hands, he said that they needed to calm down. They were not that difficult to deal with. The guy, turning around, shouted that these were unusual monsters. His comrade added that it was true, they were using combat techniques. The protagonist frowned and replied that they thought they were relying on instinct. They had no idea about techniques. He would guide them, so let them attack. The boys turned pale, thinking that he couldn't deal with them with his own hands. We were transported to dawn. The wind was blowing away the leaves. The guy was trying to catch his breath. His face was sweating, he was bending over and saying that he was completely exhausted. There were several monsters lying on the floor, and someone was saying that they had dealt with them. The man looked at his comrade, adding that it hadn't happened alone, who replied that who would have thought that his instructions could have changed the situation so much, although what else could you expect from a C-rank contender? The protagonist looked at them calmly. The guy approached his comrade, asking if everything would be okay with the base. He replied that he was also worried about it, since they had never encountered anything like this before. Kai, frowning, replied that nothing would happen to her. After all, rank hunters were gathering there, including the followers of the constellations. He imagined strong followers in his head. Then we are transferred to the city. Strong explosions are happening everywhere. The monkeys are running away from the fire in fear. One of them stops, turning around, and we are told that it is a B-rank monster, similar in appearance to a monkey. The guy, watching the retreat of the monsters, shouts that they succeeded, they were driven out. He looks at his comrade, asking what kind of technique it was, how he managed to cope with these monsters. He, looking at his hands, replies that he himself does not know. Suddenly, strong energy began to flow from his palm, and he said that he simply looked at the techniques described in the hunter's book. His comrade answered with a smile, which means it is not just a trinket. He said that it looks like he was lucky that he managed to read some part. Looking at the bushes, he replied that he did not understand where these monkeys learned martial arts, they could hardly read. His friend said that it was a mystery to him too, maybe it was because of this strange phenomenon. Suddenly, several monsters jumped out of the bushes. They rushed at the guys. One of them asked in fear, why did they run away? Their faces turned pale, and suddenly they saw a purple glow. Then the guy took out his sword, asking that the mana density had increased, what was going on? They saw a huge monster hand, from which dark energy was coming off. A giant monster appeared from behind the bushes. The guy stretched out his hand in fear, screaming, what is this? A huge creature with long horns brought its head to him, and the man shouted that the monkeys had called him. Then the guy's face turned pale. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. His image appeared before us. His height was like a huge building, and we were told that this isn't a rank monster that terrorized the land in the past. The first generation of hunters tried to capture him, but all efforts were in vain. This is a legendary monster that caused colossal destruction. The monkey opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, releasing dark energy, and we were told that now, after so many years, he appeared here. The guy and his comrade began to run away, screaming that this isn't a rank monster. Then one of them took out a magic radio, said that they had an emergency. We are transferred at the same time to the mountain to the tent. The man smokes a cigarette against his colleagues, and we are told that high-class hunters have gathered here to go on a raid. The man, looking menacingly in front of him, says that wherever he goes, everyone talks about Kai. Someone answered that his fighting skills are really good. The girl turned around and replied that where was he? She wanted to see him so much, he was a rank hunter. The man smiled and replied that he seemed to be hanging around with low-rank hunters and picking herbs somewhere near a tavern. He was a rank Cuban hunter. Smiling, the girl imagined Kai cutting bushes, saying that he was into gardening. The man looked at her and replied that he should behave appropriately and not hang around with God knows who. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar. The girl looked menacingly ahead and replied that he should shut his mouth. This man had saved a member of his family, so he should keep quiet. The man, looking menacingly ahead, grabbed her hand and replied that she was putting on a show. She thought she had become invincible after reaching a rank. The guy turned away and replied that they should stop, and then asked if there was a monster in sight. The man, holding a pair of binoculars, replied that he was 11 kilometers away. It didn't look like he was going to attack anytime soon. The guy frowned and said that in that case, they needed to strike first. Relying on the Chinese government was pointless. They would have to deal with it themselves. The man stood up for a second, asking that last time they started shelling their own city, let him just try to show himself, he would get out of here. The girl replied that how should they strike first? The man smiled widely. Then he imagined the girl in his head, adding that about the angel. Looking at the hunters, he continued to say that there were many followers of the constellations among them, but she stood out in particular. Why don't they use her abilities? The hunter, folding his arms, replied that this was a great idea and he approved. After which the man looked ahead with a sneer, thinking about what he had heard, an angel are stronger than humans, even if the difference is not so great, but it would be a sin not to see what the nearest sequence of one of the constellations is capable of. We are transported to the mountains. The angel silently looks ahead. She puts her hand on her belt. People appear behind her. Then, frowning, she laughs. Lowering her head, she thought that maybe she should change her name to a six-winged angel, so they would show her more respect. Her identity does not end with the fact that she is an angel. Then a man approached her. Stretching out his hand, he asked if she was ready. The girl turned around, grabbing her sword. Then she hit the ground, causing a flash. Smiling, she said that they would begin. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.